You awakened the SSS tier ability to steal anything. Yet everyone mocked you as a useless thief because your talent only had a 1% chance of success. At first, you thought this power was too weak. But when a game called Glory launched, you discovered its true potential. Every game has NPCs, and your ability allowed you to steal their massive attributes with a 100% success rate. However, to play Glory, you needed to buy a gaming helmet, which came in D, C, B, and A tiers. Even the cheapest D tier helmet cost 3,000 yuan. And you knew realism was crucial. The A tier helmet offered the highest realism but was the most expensive at 30,000 yuan. You had just entered society and couldn't afford it. Then, inspiration struck. Your sister was about to start college and needed to pay tuition, and your parents had likely transferred the 30,000 yuan for it. You knocked on your sister's door and lied, saying you needed the money for a business emergency. By the afternoon, you received the top tier helmet, put it on, and entered the world of Glory. Welcome to the world of Glory. A goddess in the form of an angel appears, looking at you expressionlessly. Awaken your talent. You take a deep breath and nervously reach out your hand, hoping not to awaken only an F-grade talent. As an F-grade talent is equivalent to being born disabled, the talent awakening begins, and it is detected that the player possesses a top-tier gaming helmet, increasing the luck value for talent awakening by 100%. Hearing this, you are stunned. With a 100% luck bonus, there's no need to worry about drawing an F-grade talent. A massive wheel slowly spins before you, and as the pointer gradually comes to a stop, your eyes widen in astonishment. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent Light-Fingered Genius. Active effect. Upon activation, the success rate of theft is 100%. Upon a successful theft, you obtain one of the most valuable items on the target. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Passive effect. Each time an attack successfully hits an enemy, there is a 1% chance to trigger a theft, stealing any item from the target with 100% success. No cooldown time. Hearing this, you were overwhelmed with joy. Truly worthy of an SSS tier talent. Please select your race: human, elf, orc, or undead. Please select your class: warrior, mage, rogue, priest, or angel. The cold voice rang out again. Frowning at these utterly ordinary options, you wondered if all your luck had been spent on the SSS tier talent. Just as you resigned yourself, a bold idea struck. Suddenly raising your hand, you used Light-Fingered on the angel before you. The next moment, the system prompt chimed. Ding! Talent Light-Fingered successfully activated. Congratulations! You've received the angel's blessing, granting a 100-fold luck boost. Stunned, you exclaimed. The A-tier helmet already provided a 100% luck bonus. A 100-fold increase would mean 10,000 times. Suddenly, your vision blurred, and the previous selection screen transformed before your eyes. Please choose your race: Dragonborn Hybrid, Phantom Shadow, Arcane Body, or Undead Demon, all unique. Please choose your class: Dragon Warrior, Shadowstalker, Arcane Mage, or Death Knight, all unique. Stunned, you stood frozen. Every option was a hidden race or class, each with unique traits. After carefully reviewing each choice, you ultimately selected the Phantom Shadow race and the Shadow Stalker class. The Phantom Shadow has a growth talent of 15 stars. Racial traits: Stealth Mastery, can forcibly enter stealth mode with near undetectable proficiency. Evasion Mastery, agility points grant additional evasion ability. Shadow Stalker class traits, can dual wield daggers, doubling dagger damage and attack speed. Assassination Expertise unlocks 2 poison-based skill enhancements, maximizing the thief's elusive capabilities. Combined with Light-Fingered, a legendary thief is on the rise. Satisfied, you pressed the confirm button. The next moment, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Due to your exceptionally high luck, you've triggered the hidden event Angel's Blessing and received the Mystic Scroll. As the announcement ended, you were teleported to beginner village number 9527. Eagerly, you opened your backpack and unsealed the scroll. Ding! The Mystic Scroll has been activated, triggering the SSS rank main quest Path of Salvation. Will you accept? Without hesitation, you accepted. After all, it was an SSS rank quest. Congratulations on accepting the quest Path of Salvation. Quest objective: defeat 100 rabbits, 100 wild boars, and 100 wolves. Then report back to the village chief of the starter village. He will reward you handsomely and gift you a treasure he has collected for years. Your eyes gleam with anticipation. However, the top priority now is to obtain a second dagger, as dual-wielding daggers effectively doubles your damage. Combined with the damage and attack speed bonuses from Dagger Mastery, this results in an 8-fold multiplier. In the blink of an eye, you arrive at the blacksmith's shop, immediately stripping off and selling all your starter gear, leaving only the system-mandated underwear to trade everything for an ordinary dagger. Then, you head to the monster spawning area outside the starter village, drawing countless stares. Why is this guy running around naked? That guy is so handsome. and his body is amazing, but he seems a bit off in the head. Ignoring their gazes, you prepare to attack a level 1 rabbit when two beautiful women approach you from opposite directions. Handsome, you should equip the beginner gear before fighting monsters. Do you need us sisters to help you? As soon as the words were spoken, the two daggers in your hands danced simultaneously, 4 strikes in a second, instantly killing the rabbit with only 15 HP. The two beauties froze in shock, and all the onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. You glanced at the experience bar, which had only increased by 1%, then casually picked up the 2 copper coins dropped by the rabbit. The exchange rate in Glory World is 1:1000. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins, which equals 1,000,000 copper coins. At this stage, 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 100,000 dragon coins. In other words, killing a rabbit only earned you 20 cents. After pocketing the copper coins, you turned to the two beauties and asked, "What were you saying earlier?" The girls snapped out of it. "Oh, no, nothing. We just wanted to ask if you could carry us." You waved your hand and refused outright, looking for a free ride? No way. You turned your head and walked deeper into the monster spawning area. 5 minutes later, you arrived at a grove. With swift movements, your twin daggers danced like butterflies across the rabbit's bodies. A golden light flashed as you finally killed the 100th rabbit. At the same time, you leveled up to 2 and gained 15 attribute points. You immediately allocated all of them to agility, since a thief's agility directly converts into damage while also increasing critical hit chance, damage, and evasion rate. Now, your damage output had practically doubled. Next, you opened the map and located the wheat field, searching for your second quest target, the wild boar. Wild boar LV3, HP 60, attack 8, defense 3. As expected of a level 3 monster, it was much stronger than rabbits. Gripping your dagger, you cautiously approached and targeted a boar busy eating. 4 slashes in 1 second cut its health bar in half. The boar roared in pain and charged at you fiercely. With 0 defense in your current naked state, a direct hit would shatter your bones. Yet when the boar collided with you, you felt no pain. A large mist floated above your head. Clearly, your sky-high agility had maxed out your evasion rate. Reacting instantly, you countered with another 4 slashes. The wild boar let out a final shriek and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, your experience points instantly surged by 2%, as you picked up the copper coins and boar hide. Ready to leave, a system notification suddenly rang in your ears, congratulating you on obtaining the item Boar Hide Armor. Boar Hide Armor, common, white tier, requires level 2, defense plus 3. Description: armor made from boar hide provides a slight defense bonus. Glory World's equipment has 6 tiers, common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, legendary, purple, epic, orange, and divine, red. Although the boar hide armor is just a common white tier item, you're quite satisfied with it. After equipping it, your defense rose from 0 to 3 points. You continued hunting wild boars, and with the help of the boar hide armor and your extraordinary agility, one boar after another fell to your dagger. Just as you were about to reach level 3, a system chime suddenly sounded. Ding! The SSS tier talent master thief triggered successfully, stealing the skill book Poison Coating. Poison Coating, common white tier, class, thief. Effect: coats a dagger with poison for 10 minutes. Attacks with the poison dagger have a 20% chance to inflict poison on enemies, dealing 20% of attack damage per second for 30 seconds. Still just plain white level, but Chen Ming was still happy. Something is better than nothing. Skill books are also a rare commodity in this world. Study. The skill book in the backpack dissolved into dissipation, turning into a skill mark. It was branded in Chen Ming's skill bar. Suddenly, ding! Shadow Walker poison proficiency effect triggered. Apply poison is upgraded to harden poison. Chen Ming was stunned, then ecstatic. One's own skills actually being upgraded? Was this the effect of the poison proficiency that came with his Shadow Walker hidden profession? At first he thought it was a waste of skill. I can't believe it's so fierce. Rushed to look at the skill bar. Hardened poison, rare blue grade, profession, thief. Effect: poison the dagger for 60 minutes. The poison dagger has a 100% chance of poisoning the enemy when attacking, and the poison enemy takes 50% attack damage per second for 600 seconds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Ming couldn't help but blurt out, "This boost, it's too much." The first is the duration of the blade with poison buff. It's been bumped up from 10 minutes to 60 minutes. Use the skill once, and for the next hour, the knife carries poison. The probability of poison damage, 2, had quintupled, from a 20% chance depending on the face, to a surefire 100%. Finally, the damage of the poison increased from 20% per second to 50% per second. The duration of the poisoning, moreover, was raised from 30 seconds to 600 seconds. As long as they were hit by Chen Ming, they would be poisoned and continue to lose blood for 10 minutes. It's an exaggeration. Not bad for a blue level skill. When Chen Ming looked at the boar again, there was a touch of cruelty in his eyes. Quench the poison. Skills used. Chen Ming's 2 daggers instantly glowed with an eerie green light. An eerie ghostly green danced across the dagger, as if an unquenchable ghostly flame, thoroughly covering up the 2 shabby-looking novice daggers that were sold. At this point, he's looking at it just from the image. It's already slightly more like the style of a great thief. Chen Ming rushed into the wild boar herd. A pig to a knife. 100% hit rate poisoning effect. Let him bring a deadly toxin with every slash, but any boar he touches, instantly the body glowed green. The blood level kept falling. 50% attack damage per second. It was the same as if Chen Ming had slashed them every 2 seconds that passed. The effect is quite explosive. Soon enough, a group of poison boars with a greenish glow chased after Chen Ming's ass. Chen Ming only needed to run wildly ahead. These boars were just dropping blood like crazy behind them. 10 seconds passed. The first poison boars wailed and fell. Not a moment too soon. The wheat field behind Chen Ming's ass. Then countless wild boar carcasses were piled up. Chen Ming's experience value skyrocketed wildly. This is too damned happy. As Chen Ming ran, he continued to catch the boar that had only just been refreshed and stabbed it furiously for a while. A man. Brush a bunch of monsters. Throughout the world. I'm afraid there wasn't a single person that had a gaming experience like Chen Ming's. Just as Chen Ming was happily brushing the monsters, suddenly, he heard a cue. Ding, your SSS ranked talent mythical hand successfully triggered. Stole a pig skin from a boar. Chen Ming froze, though what he stole was pretty average. This tip, however, is crucial. It's amazing that mythic hands can trigger toxin damage hit after quenching. Being able to trigger mythic hands, Chen Ming twisted his head to look behind him. A blackened herd of wild boars. On each head, a green light was emanating from the body. Every second, dozens of boars were taking damage from the toxin. That is to say, Chen Ming's wonderful hand had a fairly high probability of triggering every second. Just as Chen Ming froze, the system beep sounded once more. Ding, your SSS ranked talent mythical hand successfully triggered. Stole 6 coins from the boar, before he could get back to his senses. Ding, your SSS ranked talent mythical hand successfully triggered. Stole 5 coins from the boar. The 1% probability triggered mythic hands, which surprisingly jumped twice in a row. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth rose. Couldn't suppress a smile. Again, you can eat experience like crazy. Another constant trigger for mythic to take gear. He really didn't choose this career wrong. Pairing of thief and mythic. It's simply seamless. 5 minutes later, Chen Ming looked at the wild boar carcasses all over the ground. A contented smile appeared. Just 5 minutes. He then tackled over 100 boars. Up 2 levels. Come to level 4. There's also 32% more experience value. Meanwhile, Mythical Hands has triggered a total of 67 times. Gain 152 copper coins and 22 boar skins. 1 piece of white equipment, boar leg guard. Unfortunately, it was a warrior's heavy armor, which Chen Ming, a thief who could only use light armor, could not equip. But that's just a bonus for mythical. In front of us, there are still hundreds of corpses waiting for Chen Ming to touch. Get rich! Chen Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It took 10 minutes. Chen Ming had finally managed to touch the ground full of corpses. In total, 842 copper coins and 108 boar skins were harvested. Unfortunately, not a single piece of equipment was acquired. The burst rate is really low. It's the same familiar glory. Chen Ming was used to this kind of explosion rate, but the burst rate of my myriad hand seems to be much higher than killing monsters. It triggered a total of 60-some times. Just 1 piece of equipment was harvested. If you switch to hacking monsters, and kill 600 of them, you won't necessarily produce a single piece of equipment. The Mythos estimates have an extra shipping rate bonus. Worthy of an SSS ranked talent, it's really powerful. Chen Ming smiled as he collected the loot. Once these things were pulled back to the novice village and sold, 1 or 2 silver coins of income was still there. When you do the math, it's a couple $100. Chen Ming, on the other hand, had only played the game for less than half an hour. Step it up. Paying off my sister's $30,000 within a week won't be a problem. Chen Ming was full of confidence as he continued to rush towards the next monster swiping location. Leave the countryside full of wheat fields. Continue to go deeper. It is an endless grassland. Here, there was the last type of monster demanded in Chen Ming's novice quest. Coyote. Look around. There are countless coyotes in the grasslands. Some were prostrate and faking sleep. Some of them lolled around at a leisurely pace. Only a few heads turned their heads remotely and glanced at Chen Ming, the uninvited guest, but quickly withdrew his gaze. It seems to be very disdainful of Chen Ming, a low-level thief dressed in rags. Chapter 6 Shocking the World. Snow Moon Dual Jedi. Coyote, LV. 6. HP, 120. Attack power, 12. Defense, 6. Synopsis: fierce wild wolves that like to live in packs. Ordinary adventurers should never mess with them. Looking at the attributes of the coyote, Chen Ming swallowed his saliva. 12 points of damage, 120 blood, another qualitative improvement over the boar. And these wolves, they're pack animals, herd animals. It's a trait of monsters. Just attack a random coyote. It would then attract the hatred of all the coyotes in the nearby range. A little inattention and you'll end up in a pack of wolves. Here, it's a graveyard for newbies. I don't know how many newbies will be buried in this overwhelming wave of wolves. I'm afraid that only those large guilds have the ability to open up this brush point of the wild wolves. Even large guilds had to be cautious to the extreme when dealing with this wolf tide. Chen Ming, however, grinned. A pack animal? He wasn't afraid at all. Even. And begging for it. Fighting one monster attracts countless monsters. Just the thing to save you the trouble of pulling monsters. The boar from before had gotten him from level 2 to level 4. The 30 attribute points gained were all added to agility. His agility attribute was already as high as 50 points. Many level 10 thieves might not have such high agility. Level 6 coyote attacked Chen Ming. Guess it's all miss. That was the bottom line of him daring to provoke the entire wolf pack. Chen Ming crouched, slowly approaching towards a dozing coyote. After touching the coyote, Chen Ming stabbed out, zapped the coyote hard. -11. The damage is not bad. After all, he was killing monsters over the level, and he was also holding 2 broken daggers. Although Chen Ming's attack power was not high, but agility is too high. The profession of thief eats a bonus to agility for damage. Hence, the output is very impressive. The coyote let out a howl of rage at the pain. Moment. The surrounding dozens of wild wolves opened their ghostly green eyes and stared at Chen Ming with a deadly stare. Come on. Chen Ming was not the least bit afraid. Instead of retreating, it's advancing. A headlong rush into the wolves. The dagger in his hand kept flying and stabbing. Soon, all the wolves were hooked up to the poison debuff. Wolf after wolf ate the pain. One roar after another resounded. More and more wolves were attracted to the hatred. The originally calm grassland was filled with angry wolf howls. Soon, a pack of wild wolves followed behind Chen Ming's butt. In the midst of a tide of wolves, Chen Ming pranced and flickered, like a million flowers passing by. Not a single leaf touches my body. That's another benefit that comes with high agility. Flexible. Extreme flexibility. Chen Ming's operation at this point looked rather difficult, but with the high agility attribute, it was easy to accomplish. Various extreme dodges. Chen Ming was handy. Anyone who saw the scene would be shocked to the point of numbness. Wolves across the prairie, being teased by Chen Ming. It was not easy for a wolf to be able to bite Chen Ming, but often it will just explode into a big miss. Chen Ming weaved freely through the wolves, playing for a minute or two, and surprisingly, not a single drop of blood had yet to fall. Ouch! Finally, the first coyote was poisoned. Soon the wolves fell like cut wheat. The green experience bar, once again, skyrocketed. 74%, 79%, 85%. Every second, several coyotes fell. Experience soars. Soon, it reached 100%. Congratulations, you've reached level 5, even if it has been upgraded. However, Chen Ming's experience bar was still rising. 3%, 7%. This time, Chen Ming had been poisoned for a whole 20 minutes. As you can imagine, the wolves are huge. As for the exact number, Chen Ming had blurred. No way. The wolves were simply too numerous. The 100 coyotes required for the mission had long been exceeded. Finally, the last wild wolf was killed by Chen Ming's complimentary kill. His level, 2, had risen 2 levels in a row. Came in at level 7. It's possible to get up to level 7 at this point in time. In the whole world, Chen Ming is the only one. A system beep sounded. Ding, 500 wolves hunted. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden title, Hunter of Coyotes. Hunters of the Coyote, normal white class title. Attributes, physical strength +6, strength +6, agility +6, endurance +6, spirit +6. Chen Ming froze. That's unlocked? Based on memories from a previous life, he knew there was a setting in Glory. After slaughtering a certain number of monsters of each type, the corresponding title will be unlocked. Titles have uniqueness. Only the first person to reach the number of kills can get it. It's less difficult to get the title in the early stages. Like coyotes, you only need to kill 500 coyotes to unlock the title. By mid to late season, it can easily start at thousands, even tens of thousands of quantities, too. Correspondingly, though, the attributes of the title, too, would be great. I didn't realize I'd killed 500 wolves in so little time. Chen Ming himself was a bit surprised. It didn't feel like much of an effort. Change the title. Chen Ming was about to take a look at his attributes when he did. A worldwide announcement swiped out. Congratulations to Chinese player Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for killing 500 wolves and unlocking his unique title, Wolf Hunter. Congratulations to Chinese player Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for killing 500 wolves and unlocking his unique title, Wolf Hunter. Congratulations to Chinese player Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for killing 500 wolves and unlocking his unique title, Wolf Hunter. Trifecta jump announcement, brushed in the faces of players all over the world. Everyone had a shocked expression when they saw the scene. The world is abuzz. Coyote? Isn't that a level 7 monster? Someone can brush level 7 monsters already? I kryptonized $2,000 into it, bought a newbie outfit, and I'm only level 4 now. I don't even dare to touch the coyotes. Wasia district players? Shiba. Our big stick country is the world's #1 esports powerhouse. What gives them the right to take the lead? Chinese players are thieves. This honor belongs to our great stick country. This title attribute is also too much. Full attributes +6. That Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup was already awesome. Now that it has this title, won't it be even more awesome? Haha, it's a player from my greater China region. It really brings face to our China. Inside Novice Village number 616, the two stunning twins who looked almost identical also revealed shocked expressions. They were among the top 10 guilds in the country, the presidents and vice presidents of the Snow Moon Guild. It is also known as the Snowy Moon Twins. Sister Lingyu, Sister Ling Shui, Sister, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. This ID. Wasn't someone in our guild discussing this earlier? Lingyu thought back. I remember. It seems like there was a guy who started the game naked and people thought it was a newbie. Turns out people instantly second a rabbit, right? Ling Shui nodded vigorously. Right. That's how it is. I've heard people say he's a thief. At the time I thought he was a superb master. Sure enough, if only we could rope him into the Snow Moon Guild. He's in the same novice village as us. We have a good chance. Hey. Saying that, Ling Shui revealed an expectant look, but Lingyu shook her head. Don't think about it. Can kill 500 coyotes single-handedly. He must be an established master. Just a different ID in glory. There are only a few powerful thief players in the Huaxia district that come and go, but they all have names. It's a pity that our Snow Moon Guild has always lacked an overpowered assassin. Lingyu's eyes showed regret. Ling Shui on the side also pouted and muttered, Hey, the assassin profession requires too much maneuvering. There are too few people who can play assassins well. When will we, Snow Moon, have our own assassins? Ling Shui looks forward to fantasizing about. Chapter 7 Mission accomplished. Legacy leather armor. Chen Ming didn't realize that the world had been sensationalized because of him. He wore the title with joy. All attributes are increased by 6 points. His blood, attack, defense, and magic defense, all skyrocketed by a large margin. Get a new title and feel refreshed. Touch the body to go. The carcasses of over 500 coyotes. It would take 20 or 30 minutes just to touch it clean. However, Chen Ming didn't feel tired at all. There can't really be anyone who gets tired of picking up money, can there? Half an hour later, Chen Ming swept the ground away. Open the backpack and take a look. The found money alone has been saved up to 4 silver and 117 copper. The coins would be enough to be converted into more than 400 yuan if they were listed on an auction house, plus several more materials. It's also estimated to sell for 2 or 3 silver coins. So far, he's made $700 or $800. And that's not all. Over 500 coyotes. It also popped a piece of equipment. Boots of wolfskin, white grade ordinary. Level 7. Defense 6. Synopsis: shoes made of wolfskin are quite sturdy. This is a leather armor that thieves can use. Straightforward replacement. Chen Ming's defense had once again skyrocketed. At this point in his life, I'm afraid it's even harder than those Blood Bowl Knights with 2 body and 3 resistance additions. And that's just the panel data. And when you factor in his horrendous evasion rate, it's even scarier. Except for touching the body. His SSS ranked talent, Mythic Hand passive, also provides quite a bit of bang for the buck. Copper coins and materials count for nothing. The equipment, surprisingly, came out in 2 pieces as well. Wolf Tooth Dagger, green excellent. Level 7. Attack power 13. Synopsis: wolf teeth polished into a dagger. Extremely sharp. Wolf's eye staff, green excellent. Level 6. Magic attack 21. Synopsis: a staff inlaid with the eyes of a ghostly green wolf, possessing an amazing wave of magic. Wolfsbane dagger, directly replaced. Replacing the novice dagger that only had 1 point of attack power. Chen Ming's attack power skyrocketed by 12 points. As for the wolf's eye staff, he couldn't use it, but it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. A green level weapon. I guess I can use it until level 10 transfer in one breath. Dirtbags who play mages will surely grab their heads for this weapon. Chen Ming estimated that this weapon, at least, could be sold for 6,000 or 7,000 out. Take stock of some of the gains. Nearly $7,000. I'm afraid, doesn't that smell better than going to be a social animal? Chen Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly. That's a great speed to make money. After counting the harvest, Chen Ming changed all his equipment on. The attribute points from leveling up 3 are all added to agility. The title of Coyote Hunter, meanwhile, is worn straight away. The attributes of the whole person. Refreshed. ID, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Level, LV. 7. HP, 195 of 195. MP, 130 of 130. Attack power, 29. Defense, 19. Power, 13. Stamina, 14. Endurance, 12. Agility, 105. Spirit, 13. Talents, Wonderful Hands. Dagger Mastery. Sneak Mastery. Dodge Mastery. Poison Mastery. Skill, Quenching Poison. It's only level 7 and my agility is breaking triple digits. Chen Ning felt that it was a bit outrageous. Many players, even after playing to level 20, struggled to have triple-digit attribute points. The 15-star growth attribute provided by the Ye Ghostly Phantom race is too flavorful. Turn off the panel. Next, Chen Ning planned to make a trip back to the novice village. The first ring of his SSS ranked mission had been completed. Got to go back and collect the great rewards. I also don't know how generous the reward the system is talking about is. Chen Ming was looking forward to it. To avoid trouble, Chen Ming hid his ID. After all, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup just swept the screen. All the way back, it was found that there were quite a few guilds monopolizing the boar's refresh points. The Grand Guild practicing in a chartered field? Hearing the players chatting, Chen Ming realized that he had guessed wrong. They didn't pack the field to practice. Instead, they are following their own lead. Coyote title swipes. Let the players all over the world know about the title setting. The bosses of the major guilds all wanted to obtain similar titles. There were imitations of Chen Ming. Let the handlers brush the monsters. Go make up the last of the bloodied ones yourself. To build up the monster count. I can't believe you're imitating me. Chen Ming smiled. These level 3 and 4 monsters, even if they kill the title, so what? That dinky, pathetic attribute. I'm afraid it's not half as good as his, Coyote Hunter. No longer concerned about this group of thriving followers, Chen Ming left quickly. Lo and behold, back in the novice village. At this point, there weren't many people left in the village. Only casuals who couldn't find a place to practice leveling were crashing around in there like headless flies. Chen Ming ignored these people and went straight towards the village headman's house. Deliverables. The mayor laughed. You are truly a valiant warrior. Here's the reward you deserve. Keep it. Gain 500 points of experience. Gain 5 silver coins. Obtained legacy leather armor handguard. Acquired the skill book dodge. Chen Ming's experience bar jumped from 2% to 63% in one fell swoop. With Chen Ming's monster brushing speed, it also takes at least half an hour to brush enough 63% experience. Experience that lucrative? Chen Ming was pleasantly surprised. Not bad for an SSS ranked mission. Out of the blue, look to the equipment again. Inherited leather armor gauntlets, green excellent, 1 out of 6. Required level, 8. Defense, 10. Agility plus 2. Strength plus 2. 2-piece effect, 1/2 plus 10% bludgeoning rate. 4-piece effect, 1/4 plus 50% bludgeoning damage. 6-piece set effect, 1/6 trigger buffs, throat slash, backstab, cut throat. The next hit after ending your stealth state is bound to hit with a bludgeon. Backstab, 50% extra damage when attacking from behind. Synopsis, a suit of leather armor inherited from ancient times, with the blood of top stalkers still on it. Chen Ming froze as he watched. Is this the reward for an SSS ranked mission? It's too violent. Green grade excellent quality. It's still a suit. Sets are extremely rare in the world of glory. It will almost exclusively appear in copies. However, the sets dropped by the copies are all bound sets. Not only is it not tradable, attributes, too, are nowhere near as good as unbound sets dropped in the wild. At best, it's a little better than a white suit sold in stores. It's a low-profile piece of equipment for every level stage. Sort of the mercy of the system. But any player with a bit of strength wouldn't wear a bound set dropped from a copy. Instead, opt for a mix and match of field gear. As for the unbound set, I'm afraid it's hard for a godhawk to own one. There is a price for it. Spend money and don't come. Right now, this piece of equipment from the Heritage Leather Armor series. Not only are their own attributes extremely explosive, the set effect triggered by putting together 6 pieces is even more exaggerated. If you put together a 6-piece set and take it out to sell, replacing a small supercar worth a couple million should be a breeze. Judging from my previous gaming experience, finish the prologue of the SSS ranked quest, and you should be able to obtain a full set of the Inheritance Leather Armor series equipment. Chen Ming felt excited just thinking about it. What an opening set of godly clothes. Lastly, skill books. Dodge, green excellent. Synopsis, a passive skill that can be learned by all professions. After learning it, you gain an extra chance to dodge, which increases with level. If it was an ordinary thief, getting this skill would definitely be like getting wings. But I already have the dodge mastery talent, and a super high amount of agility points. This skill learned is just icing on the cake. Might as well take it out and sell it for money. No increase for yourself though, but if you take it out and sell it, you can probably get $3,000 or $4,000 for it, even higher. After all, equipment depreciates, but the skills won't. To summarize, Chen Ming had only completed the first chapter in the prologue of the SSS ranked mission. It was quite extremely rewarding. 63% experience value, the equivalent of 5 silver coins for 500 RMB, one piece of equipment from the Heritage Leather Armor series, and a skill book worth $3,000 or $4,000. Beautiful. Chapter 8 Flaws in Evasion? A big gamble? Chen Ming had just finished settling his harvest. Suddenly, all over the world, an announcement rang out. Ding, the SSS level main quest has been completed by the mysterious player from the Huaxia region. Main quest opens. The gears of fate have turned. A magnificent epic will begin in the presence of all of you. Brilliantly epic music that resonates in the ears of all the players. The moment. Players around the world. It's all blown up. Hearing this system announcement, Chen Ming could not help but stare. SSS ranked main quests really do affect the plot of the game. Only, the system just made an announcement. No rewards for other players either. Or side quests. Wouldn't that make the other players blink? Sure enough, global announcement refresh. Players all over the world were abuzz. Especially the crooked ones. Mainline quest opening? What do you mean? There's a player from the country of Huaxia who has received a mainline quest? I don't even get to see a newbie quest before someone starts the main quest? I can't take it. What the hell is going on here? How come it's Huaxia again? It's always been Huaxia. What does that mean? Crooked people. Utterly confused. Countless people have posted on forums ranting about the makers of the game. How come it's always been Huaxia who's been swiping like crazy? The producers are favoring Huaxia, right? 616 Novice Village. The two sisters, Ling Shui Lingyu, stared at each other in a daze. They coincidentally thought of the ID. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Sister, do you think who completed the main quest is him? I don't know, but it's likely. Lingyu analyzed. Didn't he just brush 500 coyotes before? That's most likely the requirement for an SSS ranked mission. If it's really him, Lingyu bit her lip. Even if he's from another guild, I'm going to dig him up at all costs. Ling Shui couldn't wait to raise her hands and feet in favor of her sister. The shortage of assassins had always been a pain for the Snow Moon Guild. But soon, Ling Yu's face fell. But he's so powerful, the other guilds will surely spend a lot of money to keep him as well. Ling Shui could only sigh slightly. In the meantime, WAC Forum. All the players in Huaxia. The discussion was heated. Our Huaxia country triggered the main quest? Is this a good thing? Is there any need to think about it? It must be good. And I wonder what awesome person triggered the main thread. Do you guys think it could be the player who swiped the first title? It seems to be called Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. It might actually be possible. Only players who received the main quest would be that powerful, right? Most likely. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup looks like a top-notch bigot. How come I haven't heard of this ID in previous games? Probably some big shot's new vest. Everyone was discussing it feverishly. Chen Ming's name, moreover, was brought up again and again. But, most people think it's nonsense. There was no proof that could indicate that the mysterious player who opened the main quest was this Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. However, that didn't stop the enthusiasm. Everyone was in a frenzy of fiery discussion. One time, Chen Ming's heat level, it skyrocketed crazily. Chen Ming didn't care about all those have-nots. In order to put on the level 8 equipment, inherited leather armor wrist guard, he once again set out on the path of brushing the monsters. With the generous experience given by the main quest, Chen Ming was only 30% more experience value away from being at level 8 with the equipment he wore, and the second ring of the SSS ranked main quest had been opened. The Road to Salvation, Chapter 1. First time out, 2. Quest requirement, kill 100 poisonous bees, 100 green bees, and 100 purple bamboo bees. It's similar to the previous mission, but it's changing the monsters to other kinds. After confirming the monsters' refresh point on the map, Chen Ming rushed over without stopping for a moment. In the lush forest, Chen Ming walked among them. It took him 10 minutes to run to this map. The monsters here have generally reached around level 10. The monster's name, 2, turned orange. This is a color Q after being 3 levels above the character's level. Q great danger. Soon, Chen Ming found the first target of his mission. Poison Bee, LV, 9, HP, 210, Attack, 24, Defense, 12, Skill, Sting of the Poisonous Bee. Monsters are starting to have skills. Chen Ming's face was a bit grave. What he relied on was the dodge attribute. Dodgeable, generally against physical attacks. Whether he could dodge skills or not, he didn't really know. One can only try. Let's hope we don't die trying. Chen Ming deftly circled around behind the poisonous wasp. 4 knives out in 1 second. -47, -32, -40, -42. A series of flat A hits. The damage is very eye-catching. After all, Chen Ming possessed triple-digit agility points, but he wasn't satisfied with empty damage. He had to carry the monster. It's the only way to swipe at a wide range of monsters. Therefore, he didn't rush to make up a second wave of output to take away the poisonous bees. Instead, he put away his twin daggers and looked straight at the poisonous wasp. Wait for the poisonous bees to return the favor. He would try to see if he could actually eat the damage from the poisonous bees. The poisonous bees were annoyed. The tail spikes were steeply lit. The sting of the poisonous bee. It used its skills. Shoo! The large spikes ruthlessly pierced into Chen Ming's body. -21. Chen Ming ate the pain. The blood level followed a drop. It seems my dodge is ineffective against spell attacks. That's not good news. Chen Ming frowned slightly. A backhanded combo sends the poisonous wasp away, though his monster swiping speed is still top-notch. But not being able to carry spell damage meant that he could no longer pull monsters with impunity. You can no longer rely on hardened poison to kill monsters. Gotta figure out what to do. Just as Chen Ming was worried, suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Touch a skill book that was rewarded by the completion of the previous quest. Dodge, green excellent. Synopsis, a passive skill that can be learned by all professions. After learning it, you gain an extra chance to dodge, which increases with level. Originally, Chen Ming had planned to sell this skill book for money, but now, he had a sudden thought. When I learned the hardened poison skill before, the poison proficiency talent boosted the skill quality. It made hardened poisoning go from a common white rank to a rare blue rank. It is evident that my talent possesses an additional bonus to the corresponding skill, and I not only have the gift of poison mastery, also gifted with dodge mastery. Learn this, dodge. Will it get a boost too? Chen Ming was a bit hesitant. The book will sell for at least 2,000 or 3,000. Gambled with myself. What if it doesn't work? Wouldn't it be a waste of 2,000 or 3,000? Chen Ming, who was carrying a huge debt, was a little hesitant, but in the end, he clenched his teeth hard. Whatever, 2,000 or 3,000 only. It's not like he can't earn it. Besides, if this bet works out, it'll be a matter of minutes before you get your money back. Wrestle with it. Bicycle to motorcycle. Chapter 9 Card Mechanics. Monster Attack. Is it possible to learn the skill, Dodge? Chen Ming decisively tapped OK. Ding, Ghostly Shadow's racial talent. Dodge Mastery Effect triggers. The Dodge skill is upgraded to the Ghosting skill. It's a done deal. Chen Ming was ecstatic. He hadn't been wrong about the bet. Ghostly, passive skill, purple legendary. Profession, thief. Effect, gain a double dodge rate boost. From now on the character can dodge magic attacks. Introduction, the unique natural skill of the race, Ghostly Phantom, that has been roaming the world of glory since ancient times. They are like shadows and have no entity. Purple grade legendary skill. It can dodge magic attacks. It was awesome. Is this what it feels like to have your heart in the right place? When Chen Ming looked at the poisonous wasp again, a touch of cruelty passed through his eyes. Can dodge magic attacks now. Then what's he afraid of? Rushing up and inviting 7 or 8 poisonous bees in one breath. In their anger, their tails suddenly lit up. The sting of the poisonous bee. 7 or 8 stings of poisonous bees attacked in an instant. If it were before, Chen Ming was afraid that he would have panicked, but at this point, he was smiling and straightening up for a round of skillful bombardment. Hit me, count me out okay. Miss, miss, miss. 3 straight misses. Chen Ming was unharmed. Yes, he no longer hesitated and rushed towards the swarm in a single breath. With the physical magical double dodge, he was no longer worried about the level 10 green bee or the level 11 purple bamboo bee. Pull on all the monsters you can, poison and be done with it. Half an hour later, Chen Ming looked around. It's full of bee corpses. Swish! A golden light flew up from the soles of his feet. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Chen Ming immediately changed into inherited leather armor wrist guard. His defense instantly skyrocketed by 10 points. From 19 points, it broke through to 29 points in one breath. If Chen Ming remembered correctly, the attack power of the poisonous wasp was only 29 points. Couldn't even break his defense. And that's just one thing. If I put on a full set of inherited leather armor, how horrible shall I be? After some fantasizing, Chen Ming began to touch the corpse. The number of poisonous bees this time was not as large as the 500 or so coyotes from before though, but it adds up to 100 or so, not less. Suddenly, Chen Ming touched a card. Poisonous Wasp Illustration. Introduction. Activate the poisonous wasp and the monster icon after use. Attribute, permanently increases agility by 3 points. Chen Ming was surprised. Surprisingly, it's an illustration of a monster. The Monster Atlas is a very important training system in Glory. Each monster has its own iconography. As soon as it is activated, you will be able to receive a permanent attribute point bonus. Illustrations can be obtained by brushing monsters, but the burst rate is extremely low. It's even harder to get out than equipment. However, it is mandatory for every player to have it. Every time a player reaches X9 level, e.g., level 9, 19, 29. You must then activate at least 3 artifacts in that level segment in order to upgrade. For level 9, you need to have 3 monster artifacts of levels 0 to 9. For level 19, you will need 3 monster artifacts of levels 10 to 19, and so on. Otherwise, it only stops at level X9 and cannot be upgraded. The icon popping rate is extremely low though. If you really can't brush it off, it can also be activated using experience or coins. For example, this level 9 Venomous Bee icon by Chen Ming. It takes 900 silver coins to activate it by gold coins. That's a whole 9 no slips, $90,000. I guess only dirtbags would choose that. Activation with experience, on the other hand, requires the full experience of the icon's corresponding level. A level 9 Poison Bee icon would require the consumption of the full experience value of levels 9 to 10 to activate it. This is the way the vast majority of players choose to go, but no player would choose a high-level icon just for the sake of upgrading. Too much consumption. Go ahead and activate the low-level artwork. For example, level 1, level 11, and level 21 that end in 1. Consumption is naturally much smaller, but relatively. Attributes, 2, will vary. The big guy activates the level 7, 8, and 9 iconography. Civilians only mess with tier 0, 1, and 2 iconography. Gaps accumulate every 10 levels. Less is more. Once everyone is at level 2 or 300, the gap is immense. Sure, there are even some godly people who are willing to paint all the iconography. Each stage of the iconography will also generate additional bonds and attributes if it is painted, but that's limited to the godhawks. Originally, Chen Ming had been prepared to rely on brushing experience to activate the icon. I didn't realize that one had actually popped out. This is an unexpected pleasure. Chen Ming crushed the icon. Endless decks of cards floated steeply before his eyes. The cards are silhouettes of different monsters each, but it's all pitch black. Indicates that it is not activated. After Chen Ming crushed the poison bee illustration, one of the cards is lit. The likeness of a poisonous bee appeared. Subsequently, his agility points went up by 3 points, plus the 2 points granted by Heritage Leather Armor Wrist Guard, as well as the 1 point that comes with the upgrade, and the 15 points he actively allocates. At this time, his agility points had come to a terrifying 126 points, within 5 levels of difference. I'm afraid that it would be hard for any monsters to be able to hit Chen Ming. Looked at the mission. He killed about 40 bees of all 3 species, halfway to completion. Try to give it a go in half an hour. Just as Chen Ming was planning to continue brushing the monsters, suddenly, a system beep sounded. Ding Newbie Village number 616 player massacred monsters, triggering monster hatred. Monster attack event. Opened. Ask the player of Novice Village number 616 to assist the village head and defend the Novice Village. Successfully fending off a monster attack will be rewarded handsomely. Failure to resist and the destruction of 616 New Life Village. Players will be severely punished. The moment. Chat box on the Novice Village channel number 616. It exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this? Monster attack? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother. Is it you did it again? Can anyone explain what the hell a monster attack is? OMG. You guys need to get back to the Novice Village. I see a bunch of monsters appearing on the horizon already. The players of Novice Village number 616 were completely confused. How is it that when you're brushing monsters and brushing well, suddenly there's a monster attack? Soon, it was analyzed. It's their 616th Novice Village guilds playing it off. After Chen Ming swiped the title earlier, the major guilds, too, have chartered, trying to swipe a title out for the president of his guild. Good to raise an eyebrow globally. It's also a way to advertise your guild. A few big guilds led by Snow Moon. All of them are desperately trying to brush up. Originally, there weren't many monsters near the Novice Village, and now it's being fought over by the big guilds in packs. Many monsters die horribly just as soon as they are refreshed. It just involves a couple hours. The number of dead monsters is extremely high. Plus, there was still the monster Chen Ming in Novice Village number 616. The amount of monsters he swiped alone completely topped a guild of close to 100 people. Soon, the number of monster kills met the trigger conditions. Opened up a monster siege. Chapter 10, the siege begins. Reacquiring the title. Outside of Novice Village number 616, countless monsters suddenly refreshed out of nowhere. The entire world was filled with the monsters' roar. Those big guilds that were brushing the monsters outside of Novice Village 616 were instantly surrounded by countless monsters. They dared not linger any longer. He was busy fleeing towards the Novice Village, but the monster cuts people on sight. A lot of people dodged it, died horribly on the spot. It turned into a white light and instantly died a violent death. In the midst of the chaos and hissing, monster attack. It's starting. Outside the Novice Village, it was already in chaos. Chen Ming was the only one who was still quite quiet here. Maybe it's because I'm farther away from the Novice Village? Chen Ming opened the forum. check out the specifics of the monster attack. Soon, he found the address of a live room posted by a player. This is the Snow Moon Guild's live room. Their president and vice president are in Novice Village 616. For sure, we'll be live streaming this monster siege event in its entirety. Chen Ming clicked into the live broadcast. As soon as they entered, they saw two stunningly beautiful looking young girls. The two are almost identical, but one wore dark purple vestments. One was draped in the pure white robes of a holy priest. These are twin sisters? Wait, the Snow Moon Guild is Ling Shui and Ling Yua. Chen Ming knew the two women. In their previous lives, the two women led the Snow Moon Guild and fought their way through a large portion of glory. It can be described as a woman of honor. I didn't realize they were also in Novice Village 616. Chen Ming frowned, revealing concern. If a normal man knew that he was with these two great beauties of the country, he would inevitably wonder how he could get close to the water. But Chen Ming's idea was simple. With the Snow Moon Guild and these two women at the rewards from the monster siege, I'm afraid that they're not going to get a big share of it. That's not a good thing. Chen Ming brushed the monsters while keeping an eye on the movements of the live broadcast. He was going to see to it that he went back at the right time. The better to be able to nibble down the fattest wave of rewards from the monster siege. 616 Novice Village. Ling Shui and Ling Yu were the first to gather their troops and return to the Novice Village. But even so, they sacrificed a significant portion of their guild members, all killed by suddenly refreshed monsters. In Glory, a player who is killed has two paths to choose from. 1. Is resurrected in the safety of the main city at the cost of a 1 level drop. The second is to run with a soul state to revive near the corpse, which only costs 50% of your experience. But right now the special event of monster attack was opened. Players killed in battle lose 1 level directly, and cannot be resurrected. Snow Moon, a heavy loss. Facing a huge number of monsters attacking the city, Ling Yu frowned. We'll just have to gather the members of the other novice villages. With just the few of us, we won't be able to stop these monsters. Snow Moon was a game guild with a huge volume. From 3 or 4 years ago, it started to make its mark in other games. Guild members, naturally, were more than just the ones gathered in the 616th Novice Village. There are quite a few more in other newbie villages. Originally, the plan was to wait for everyone to level up to 10 and enter the main city before making the rendezvous. But now the situation is special. To use the teleportation between novice villages. This teleportation, the cost is exorbitant. The amount of coins that were popped out from the monsters in the early stages was not enough to enable teleportation. You can only spend real money and redeem it in the system, also known as kryptonite. Faced with a monster attack and the high cost of timely teleportation, Ling Yu was forced to gather the guild members. Not long after, Ling Shui returned from near the teleportation array. No way, sis, the portal to our 616th novice village has been closed. Ling Shui brought the bad news. No support. With the number of people in Snow Moon, I am afraid that it is difficult to face the beast tide. A number of people in the live stream made comments. It's over. If Snow Moon can't call anyone, then this wave of monster attack won't hold. If the monster siege fails, Snow Moon will pay a terrible price. I heard that if the monster siege fails, all the players in the novice village will be punished. Ling Shui and Ling Yu are both in novice village number 616. If they are punished and fall behind in rank, Snow Moon's deterrent power will be greatly weakened. I want to go and help the Snow Moon twin Jedi so badly. Unfortunately, it's impossible to get through. Snow Moon has always had good reviews. Quite a few of the passerby players were worried about them, but there was also a lot of gloating from rival unions. Haha, Snow Moon is going to suffer. Being heavily attacked at the start, I'll see how arrogant you Ling Shui Ling you can still be in glory. The top 10 guilds are not something you girls can support, so get your asses down here. Our hegemony guild has long looked at Snow Moon with disdain. It's our turn to take the seat of the top 10 guilds. With a glance, Chen Ming was surprised to see quite a few familiar-looking IDs in the live broadcast room. These first players into the game of glory. In their former lives, they almost always made their mark. In the past, Chen Ming could only look up to them and envy them. But it's their turn to look up to themselves. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth lifted slightly. This monster siege that caught a big guild like Snow Moon off guard will be his debut in the world of Pride. However, before going to the monster siege, he had to brush enough bees to complete the main quest. Get the second equipment bonus of the heritage leather armor. With the second piece of equipment in the set, his certainty of facing a monster attack would be a few points greater. The Snow Moon Guild couldn't handle this monster siege anyway. He could wait for the Snow Moon Guild to deal with the first few waves of small monsters, go back to the novice village to collect the latter waves of even more rewarding monsters. Hands up to slaughter the poisonous wasp in front of him. Chen Ming glanced at the count on the mission panel. The countdown has begun. After this batch is killed, it should be over. With the second batch of bees he attracted, they were poisoned one after the other. His mission was finally complete. Just as Chen Ming wanted to return to the city to deliver the mission, a system beep triggered. Ding, 500 green bees, purple bamboo bees and venomous bees have been hunted and killed. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden title, Suppressor of the Swarm, Exterminator of the Swarm, normal white rank title. Attributes, plus 10 strength, plus 10 stamina, plus 10 endurance, plus 10 agility, plus 10 spirit. Chen Ming froze. You actually unlocked a title along with it? Not bad, not bad. It was also the very moment he unlocked the title. Circular swipes. Congratulations to Chinese player Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for killing 500 bees and unlocking his unique title, Swarm Eradicator. Congratulations to Chinese player Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for killing 500 bees and unlocking his unique title, Swarm Eradicator. Congratulations to Chinese player Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for killing 500 bees and unlocking his unique title, Swarm Eradicator. Because of the previous experience of Chen Ming's brush with the screen in front of him, most players just lament. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother is real bulls **T. But Ling Yu Ling Shui 2 girls, but instantly revealed a picture of disbelief. It's all monster attack. This Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, it's actually still brushing monsters? Ling Shui Ling Yu said this. The entire audience in the live broadcast room was violently shocked. Chapter 11 White-haired Lolita. Milkmaid without milk? What does Ling Shui Ling Yu mean by that? Could it be that they know the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother in Novice Village 616? Really? Damn it, that top player. He's actually in the Novice Village where Snow Moon is? Isn't that going to be Snow Moon's close proximity? Holy, then won't this monster attack be saved? Everyone was attracted by the name Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Glory has been in service since he, alone, has been on the globe. Containment, it's not just the audience. Many of Snow Moon's guild members also looked at the two beautiful presidents, Ling Yu and Ling Shui, in shock at this moment. President, are you telling the truth? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother, in our 616th Novice Village? Holy, Chairman, you guys know such a big shot, but you didn't tell us? Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother is in our Novice Village. Then we are saved. Quickly, Chairman, go and invite the White Jade Soup Big Brother over here. The crowd was excited to the max. It was as if they had found a lifesaver. However, Ling Yu laughed bitterly. Who told you guys that I know him? Ling Shui added. It's just that I've seen him before. The Snow Moon members, who had just been incredibly excited, were instantly absent. Holy, happy for nothing. Thought there really was a top-notch big shot like this in Novice Village number 616. How can we possibly withstand this wave of siege without Big Brother by Yutang? I heard that if the monster attack fails, the entire team will be deducted 3 levels of rank. With those 3 levels gone, we won't be able to catch up with the big army for the rest of our lives. Yeah, going straight back to level 0. The afternoon's work is wasted. Later on, people will be brushing level 5 monsters, and we'll have to start from scratch. It's over. Morale was instantly low. Ling Yu Ling Shui looked at each other, doubling down on helplessness. They also didn't think that just casually mentioning that person would have such a huge impact on morale. It does seem that the man's toughness runs deep. But, is he, or is he not, in Novice Village 616? Unawareness. In the hearts of the two women, there was actually a hidden hint of anticipation. Expect that mysterious Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big guy to be in their 616th Novice Village. If he's really in the 616th Novice Village, definitely won't let the monster attack go unchecked. After all, if the monster siege fails, won't Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup itself deduct 3 levels of rank? Soon, the first batch of monsters rushed outside the Novice Village. Ling Yu instantly regained the temperament of the chief of a council. Quickly, form up for defense. Knights and warriors go up top to eat damage and pull hate. Mage archers back row output. Milkmaid watch the blood level. When you run out of blue, go up and knock the monsters. Fight them. Ling Shui wasn't idle either. She opened the chat box and actively communicated with the presidents of several other guilds in the 616th Novice Village, as well as numerous casuals. Prepare to unite everyone on defense. The players in the entire Novice Village number 616 were nervously preparing for the battle. And just then too, deep in the Novice Village, the teleportation spell snapped to life. Chen Ming took a step out of it, although other newbie villages could no longer be teleported over. However, Chen Ming, as a native player of Novice Village number 616, was unaffected by the use of the city return scroll. When he returned inside the Novice Village, the first wave of monsters had begun to attack. Chen Ming didn't rush out. The first wave of monsters, they are all level 1 and 2. Killing one is only 1 or 2 siege points. It's not enough at all. Wait until the monster level is high. Chen Ming intended to take care of the backpack full of groceries first. Purchase some more potions. Prepare yourself for your debut in a moment. Come to the grocery store. Chen Ming was about to trade. Suddenly, a weak voice came from his side. Sir, may I ask if you are trying to sell something? Chen Ming twisted his head to look, only to see a little lowly standing in front of him. 6'5" with slightly curly sisterly hair. The choice seems to be the elven one. The hair color was surprisingly pale white. The ears also have a small pointed horn. Pretty face, absolute goddess level. At that moment, was looking timidly at himself. This white-haired lowly is kind of cute. And in this day and age, who calls someone sir? Aren't they always called little brother? Chen Ming withdrew his gaze. Who are you? The white-haired lowly replied timidly. I am Susu. I saw that the gentleman had been standing in front of the grocery store, so I thought I'd ask if you were selling something. Chen Ming nodded. Susu's face was delighted. Sir, you can give me the item and I'll sell it for you. I have awakened the F-rank talent. In business, when selling things to NPCs, you are able to get an extra bonus by virtue of your reputation value. I can now make the sale price able to increase by 10%. Let me help you sell on your behalf and you can earn more coins. Chen Ming was somewhat moved. A 10% premium. Not much, but after all, it's from whoring. Wouldn't it be nice to sell more? His backpack of groceries would sell for 2 silver coins less. With the bonus, you can make another 200 coins out of thin air. It's a whole 20 bucks. Enough to order a cassoulet for takeout. Sounds great. So, what percentage are you going to draw? Susu was thrilled to see Chen Ming agree. No, sir, I don't take a cut. 10%. The full amount for you. But I have a small request. I hope you'll take me with you when you practice. Sir, the little lowly looked at Chen Ming pitifully. It was as if a stray kitten was hoping to be taken in. However, Chen Ming frowned. Take someone? Looks like no one wants this little lowly. Think about it. Her talents add nothing to combat. Not too many people will be selling props at this stage either. And a 10% bonus isn't that high. One could even say it's rather chicken ********. No one would want to take such a drag alone. Chen Ming, too, was no exception. Taking more people and splitting his experience will slow down his upgrades a lot. He's still trying to hit level 10 and get the number 1 global spot in the novice treasure chest. For a 10% selling premium, with a lowly? The deal. It's not cost effective. Chen Ming shook his head in rejection. Lori seemed to have expected this, and her face dimmed a bit. But still, he braced himself and pleaded. Sir, I can actually do a lot of things. Sir, you're holding a double dagger. You're trying to switch to thievery, right? Though thieves have high damage, leveling isn't efficient because thieves are brittle. I'm a priest by profession and can be your exclusive nurse. Sir, only you, Mr. Milk. That way, when you practice, sir, you won't die and lose experience due to mistakes. Please, sir. Chen Ming still shook his head. Crispy? Excuse me, no monster can touch me at all. But he was also curious. You're a priest, how come you can't get a team together? A milkmaid should be in demand, especially a fierce milkmaid like you. Chen Ming's gaze paused at a certain location that didn't match Lori's status. Lori lowered her head, with some crying, condescendingly, because my game seems to be bugged. I chose the career of a milkmaid, but I don't have access to the initial skill Holy Light technique for nurse. Chapter 12, Landlord Lingyu, Kryptonite 500,000. Lori was aggrieved to the core of her being. I looked all over the skill bar, neither found my skills. I literally don't have a single skill. I can't do anything. Normal attacks only, go up and knock monsters. But my base damage seems to be lower than other priests as well. They don't have anyone to lead them. They can knock the monsters themselves. But I'm not hurting. I can't even break defense when I hit a level 1 rabbit. Speaking of which, Lori was already carrying a handful of bitter tears. She raised her head and looked blearily at Chen Ming. But sir, you believe me, when I turn level 10, I will definitely learn the nurse skill. As long as you take me to level 10, I'll definitely be useful. Lori pleaded again. A milkmaid who can't milk people? What the hell? Chen Ming froze. This little lowly does seem a bit miserable. No nursemaid skills, no output skills, and the panel still seems to be a milkmaid panel. Not even a level 1 rabbit can break defense, can't do any damage. There's no way to practice. No wonder you can only beg for a bandwagon with your talent here. Thinking of this, Chen Ming suddenly reacted violently. That's not true. Glory the game, despite the wasteful talent. But there will never be a waste career. A milkmaid who can't milk people? It can't exist. Unless it's a hidden profession, or a hidden race. Either one is quite rare. Looking at Lori again, Chen Ming's eyes gained a few more points of interest, but he didn't tell Lori about his inner conjecture. Instead, he planned to resolve the monster attack and then come back to learn more about Lori. He threw a bunch of groceries at Lori in a brainstorm. You help me sell my stuff first. I'll talk to you when the monster attack is over. Lori showed a surprised expression. Previously, all the players were disgusted when they heard that she was a milkmaid who couldn't milk people. This gentleman was the only one who didn't immediately roll his eyes. It seemed to Lori that she had a good chance. Just a moment, sir. Lori joyfully carried a bunch of stuff to sell. Chen Ming wasn't afraid that she would steal something and run away. It's only a $2 or $3 silver thing anyway, if she dares to steal it. Chen Ming didn't mind guarding the novice village to block her for 10 days and half a month. Kill her until she can't level up 1 for the rest of her life. Oh no, she wouldn't have been able to get to level 1. Lori entered the grocery store holding a large pile of stuff. Let me see what Mr. Give. Well, rabbit fur, and boar skins. Wait, what's with all the wolf skins? Also, there are quite a few poison needles, as well as royal jelly. Lori was confused. She's picked up a few deals before, but those people usually give dozens of balls of rabbit fur. The best of the best is just a dozen or so pork rinds. She remembers to this day the smug look on the face of the older man who gave the pork rinds. It's like saying, look, I can kill a boar. Awesome, right? Lori could only smile politely at that moment. And at this point the backpack is full of wolf skins, poison needles and even royal jelly. She had never even seen it. This was definitely something that only high-level monsters would pop out. Suddenly, she thought about the 2 announcements from earlier. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Big Brother seems to have killed the coyote and the venomous wasp. That's right, it's coyotes and poisonous bees. Look again at the pile of items in the bag. Lori showed a shocked expression. Mr. Is Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. It's that super duper awesome big guy. He's actually interested in me. Lori looked flattered. Those people before, when they heard she was a milkmaid who couldn't be milked, were lucky to just walk away. Quite a few people, and a couple of taunts for her. See her at? Not at all. Only that gentleman looked up to her a little. And this gentleman, actually, is the famous Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Lori felt instantly flattered. Even some dizziness. Oops, what am I doing? Can't hold up the gentleman's time. Gotta sell stuff and bring it to the gentleman in a hurry. Sir, here's your 2 silver and 712 copper coins. Lori carefully offered the coins. At the same time, he stole a few glances at Chen Ming. So handsome and so strong. Make sure you hold on to the big man's thighs. Chen Ming did not notice Lori's abnormality, and after accepting the money, he silently turned off the system's built-in calculator. Not a penny different from the price you figured out yourself. Looks like Lori is an honest kid. Chen Ming rushed Lori to send out a friend request. Work together often in the future. Ding. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has sent you a friend request. Lori looked at the name and her little face turned red with excitement. It's really that big guy. Yes. Flattered to go through friends later. Lori carefully set Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup as the top in her friends, although the only person on her friends list was just Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. After Chen Ming got the money, he headed straight for the store. He's going to play with the billing ability. Procure a wave of gear first. Get a little more potion. It's going to be a big deal in monster attack later. It's always good to be more prepared. If it flips over, how humiliating that would be. At this very moment, the novice village, which had carried the first and second waves of monsters, but the losses were heavy. Novice Village 616 chat channel. Wang Ba, World, Snow Moon, do you have any more men? Wang Ba Guild can't defend the West Gate anymore. The mages and priests have empty blues. They can't stand up to it at all. Bookish, so are we. The magic professions are all empty of blue. Warriors and knights don't have blood restoration, so we can only hang on dry and hard. Passing through the solar system, can you guild masters support the South Gate? We can't stand it at all. Beacons and wolves. On all sides. All the news that came through was bad. Seeing that the novice village was about to be lost, Ling Yu endured the pain and decided to. Yuki, I'm going to system kryptonite to exchange gold coins. You get the money for the medicine. Send it to the major guilds. Say what you will to defend the novice village. Ling Yu opened the recharge screen. 5 gold coins were exchanged in one breath. It cost a whole $700,000. The price of gold sold by the system is about a 30% premium over what players sell. It can be said to specialize in slaughtering the wrongdoer. But right now, Glory has just opened. Where would anyone sell gold coins, only to be slaughtered by the system? 5 gold coins. That should be enough medicine for the whole village. As long as the medicine is managed, we should be able to withstand this wave of siege. These words were uttered. The live feed instantly exploded. Asterisk. Ling Yu, this girl is so ruthless. Kryptonite $700,000 to buy medicine? Nima, a whole $700,000 just for a monster attack. Outrageous. There is a say. 616 Novice Village gathered a bunch of Snow Moon's main force. If they level deducted 3, I'm afraid that they can no longer catch up with the big force. This $700,000 kryptonite, it's really not a loss. If they defend, they have a reward. Ling Yu is really generous. I've long heard that Ling Yu Ling Shui is a rich woman. I didn't expect it to be true. Rich woman begging for a hug. The original Crisis 616 Novice Village. With Ling Yu's big hand of kryptonite of $700,000, there seems to be room for a reversal. Ling Shui didn't dare to delay and hurriedly rushed into the pharmacy with a whole 5 gold coins, running all the way. Just got in. She then saw a player with a hidden ID, splurging in the pharmacy. Chapter 13 offering a deal. Ling Yu's clueless. 50 vials of red pill to come. 50 bottles of blue pills too. Primary potion? No. I just want the advanced potion. Ling Shui on the side looked dumbfounded. Is it surprising that anyone can afford premium red and blue potions at this stage? If it weren't for Ling Yu's kryptonite of 700,000 for 5 gold coins, Ling Shui couldn't afford to buy a few bottles of high-grade potions even if her entire body's belongings were added up right now. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked by the man's large sum of money. Where is this dirtbag from again? Can you buy drugs like that? Afraid it's not another kryptonite bigot? Holy, the 616th Novice Village is such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger? Newbie Village number 616 is afraid that it's not a dirt village. Is Novice Village number 616 really going to use its banknote ability to survive a monster attack? Just as the pop-up audience was shocked, Ling Shui suddenly thought of something. Tentatively, he spoke. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Ha! Chen Ming twisted his head in surprise. See a young girl with a pretty face, under the ID of Flying Snow. How did she recognize me? Didn't I hide my ID already? Chen Ming was a bit confused. Seeing Chen Ming turn around, Ling Shui became excited. It's really you, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big brother. The moment. The pop-ups were instantly screened. Asterisk Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? That's the big guy who's been swiping like crazy. The top bigwig of the Huaxia district. Give it an E. It's actually such a clean-cut little brother? I'm so sour when people are good-looking and play games well. Look at Ling Shui's sister so excited. Could she be looking at someone else? Ghost, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup big brother in. This monster siege is not just take it? Since he was recognized, Chen Ming did not intend to hide. I'm only hiding my ID for fear of trouble. It's not like everyone is a street rat. He nodded matter-of-factly. It's me. Ling Shui immediately came over. White Jade Soup big brother. You bought these medicines? Are you preparing to go on the field to kill monsters? That's for sure. Ling Shui, do you need me to back you up some more? Chen Ming just wanted to pretend to be a broad-minded man and waved his hand to refuse. Ling Shui then continued. Sister just kryptonized $700,000 and bought 5 gold coins for me to buy medicine for people all over the city. You're so strong. Big brother White Jade Soup. I'll buy you some more top-tier potions, so I'm sure everyone won't mind. After all, you're the top combatant of our 616th Novice Village. Chen Ming just wanted to raise his hand, and stopped. He doubted his ears. What the hell? Kryptonite $700,000? Just to buy potions for the whole town? What a loser. Where's her brain? Where's the brain? Where's the IQ? Where is the contact information again? Chen Ming was painfully aware of this. Young girls get the bug for wanton spending, corrupted by money. He had to help the girl with her money troubles. He had a straight face. Ling Shui, I don't think you need to buy the potion at all. I'll make you a deal. You give me these 5 gold coins. I'll take Snow Moon to lay down and win the monster siege. You guys don't have to make a move at all. Losses can be minimized. Sit back and wait for the siege reward and be done with it. How's that for a good deal? Ling Shui, froze in place. It's not just her. The entire live audience, all dumbfounded. Chen Ming's words shocked everyone. Ling Shui froze for a long time before coming back to her senses. A quick explanation was given. White Jade Soup big brother. You didn't come to fight monster attack before, so you may not know. Those monsters are very numerous. A wave is a couple hundred of them. You'll be rounded up and killed as soon as you go in there. Alone. Chen Ming smiled. A siege? The one thing he wasn't afraid of was a siege. It's fine. I won't ask you to pay gold immediately. Wait until I take you guys laying down to win, past the monster attack. How about you pay me another 5 gold coins? Anyway, you're on a live stream and all the Chinese players are watching. I'm sure Snow Moon, one of the top 10 guilds, won't rely on me. A tiny casual, right? Ling Shui was shocked. Do the work before you pay? Is the White Jade Soup bigot so confident? He's for real. He's literally going to take on the entire monster siege by himself. Reason told her that such a thing could not happen. But Chen Ming made the offer. It's just too tempting. If you really lay down and win, that's 5 gold coins well spent. Then, far better than buying drugs. After all, when you buy medicine, it's also Snow Moon's people who top the fight. A casualty is a big loss. If you lie down and win, there's no danger at all. It's really not a loss, hey. After Ling Shui finished her reckoning, she looked at Chen Ming, then the White Jade Soup big brother. We just say goodbye? Chen Ming smiled faintly. It's a deal. Next, just watch me perform. looking at Chen Ming's dashing back as he left the pharmacy. Ling Shui once again felt full of shock. Biggie is really confident that he can take on the entire beast wave alone. Ling Shui's entire body was still in a trance when she returned to the Snow Moon Guild. It wasn't until Ling Yu knocked her on the head that she came back to her senses. What are you thinking? Hurry up and give me the medicine deal so I can distribute it to the Snow Moon crowd. For the rest of the medicine, I'll trouble you to send it to a few other gates for all the village players. Ling Yu initiated the transaction, but it was rejected. Ling Yu froze. Where's the medicine? Ling Shui shrunk her neck. Didn't buy. The entire chat channel exploded at these words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did you say? Vice President Ling Shui? Didn't buy it? How are we going to last through the next wave of beasts without buying medicine? Don't tease me. Vice President Ling Shui. The big guys aren't in the mood for jokes right now. Ling Yu was even more beautiful. What's going on? Ling Shui repeated the agreement with Chen Ming. After hearing this, Ling Yu almost didn't give an angry laugh. Ling Shui, are you teasing sis? We've played so many games together since we were kids. Do you even have that basic knowledge? One guy, taking on a bunch of monsters solo? You think you're playing a lawn mowing game? Even our strongest Blood Bowl Knight from Snow Moon would fall when surrounded by 3 monsters. What's more, the Blood Bowl Knight has empty candor and no output. Glory is a team game. It's a classic battle mage pastoral match. That Pearl Emerald White Jade soup couldn't be more awesome. It's also impossible for one person to fight the beast tide alone. Ling Yu counted in exasperation. Ling Shui was scolded and lowered her head. Complaining, he said, but, Bai Yutang Big Brother is someone who has killed wolves and swarms of bees. Hey, Ling Yu, can brushing monsters in the wild be the same as a monster attack? You can slowly pull monsters by yourself in the wild. Ling Shui buried her head even lower, but he was really confident when he promised me well. I didn't realize I believed it. Ling Yu was so angry that her scalp went numb. Confidence? I think you're looking at someone else's good looks and craving their body. Ling Shui beamed. Humph. If you were in your sister's place, you'd have to be a nymphomaniac too. She didn't dare say it, though. Medicine that didn't bring back. The players of the entire novice village number 616 were completely thrown into chaos. Chapter 14 Elite Coyote? Snow Moon is going to end. Everyone was blaming Ling Shui. Vice President Ling Shui, what are you messing around with at this critical juncture? President Ling Yu, mind your sister. It's over. Our 616th novice village. It's going to be over. Did Pearl Emerald White Jade soup give Vice President Ling Shui ecstasy? Asshole. The monster attack did not see the Pearl Jade White Jade soup out. Fooling little sister, he is a set of a set. He's a bigot? Blow awesome bigot. Right. The group is excited. After all, it's your rank that's at stake. Everyone was in a hurry. Ling Yu boarded her face. Ling Shui, hurry up and go get the medicine back for me. Ling Shui didn't dare to retort anymore and lowered her head pitifully. Just as she was about to return to the pharmacy, suddenly, a gasp came from the crowd. President and Vice President. Look at this. There is a man, out of town alone. Countless people turned their heads to look. Sure enough, 100 meters outside the novice village, a lone back figure appeared within everyone's field of vision. He stood alone. The setting sun stretched his shadow, leaving the crowd with a round of backlit silhouettes. Ling Yu froze. Ling Shui, however, cheered excitedly. It's him. It's Big Brother Bai Yutang. He did go to his appointment. I knew it. He wouldn't lie to me. Everyone was confused. He's the Pearl Jade White Jade soup? He actually, literally rushed outside the city alone? Ling Yu was confused. He really went to meet the enemy alone? It can't be. Could it be that he's quite certain of fighting off the beast tide? Just then, the third wave of monsters refreshes. A dense mass of monsters sprang up on the horizon. Everyone just looked at it. Just feel your scalp go numb. It's Coyote, a level 7 monster. A coyote. It's 3 levels higher than the previous monster. I see the coyote's name is bright red. Even if everyone is in the village, there was still a long way to go before the wild wolves. But a number of people couldn't help but take a few steps backward. These coyotes, they're just awful. Up to 7 levels of rank. It was simply not something that players with an average level of only 4 could resist. Just tear it up as you go. Even the most powerful blood bowl will be buried in the belly of a wolf. Inside the live room, those watching exclaimed, it feels like Snow Moon is gone. The third batch of monsters are actually directly level 7. How can this be fun? Today is the day the heavens are going to die for Snow Moon. There's no way around it. Snow Moon is out of their league. So I guess we won't be able to keep the top 10 guilds this year. So heartbroken for the twins. Ling Shui Ling Yu. I wish I could fly to Novice Village 616 to help out. It's hard for me to see a beautiful woman frustrated. But there's nothing I can do about it. Everyone within the Novice Village had a look of despair in their eyes. Only Ling Shui. And yet, he still insisted on believing in Chen Ming. Guys, have you forgotten that the White Jade Soup big guy won a title before? Coyote Hunters. Ling Shui mentioned so, The crowd, which had been doubly desperate before, reacted violently. Yeah, I remembered. Biggie was butchering coyotes. I think that title involves killing 500 coyotes, right? Asterisk. Then it looks like the big man will have no problem facing this wave. The crowd that had just been apprehensive. Instant excitement. But the next second, Ling Yu then poured cold water on the crowd. You guys look closely. This is no ordinary coyote. It's the elite coyote. The crowd then fixed their eyes. Coyote, elite, grade, 7. HP, 450. Attack power, 25. Defense, 12. Synopsis, an enraged coyote with fighting skills far beyond the norm. Ling Yu looked towards Ling Shui. At this point, the excitement on her face had disappeared. In its place was the miserable little face. Why, it's the elite coyotes. That's a horrible statistic. 25 attack power. Our Snow Moon's Blood Bowl Knights can't even withstand 2 hits. Also 12 defense power. Who can break the defense? Ling Yu boarded her face. At this point in time, are you believing that White Jade Soup's bull asterisk? Ling Shui opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say another word. She lowered her head. Weakly. I'm going to get the medicine. Facing such a terrifying elite coyote, she also didn't dare to hope for Chen Ming anymore. Everyone, too, at this moment, fell into a fit of despair. Elite coyote. Who can beat that? There's no way anyone can beat them. Ling Yu shook her head even more. No need to buy medicine. Save up the 5 gold coins. This monster. We can't help it even if we fill up on medicine. A tribute gap. It's just too big. The despair in everyone's hearts climbed once again when these words came out. Ling Yu sighed. Don't say he's alone in the White Jade Soup. Even if you add all of us, neither can win. The entire novice village number 616 was shrouded in despair. Except for one. It was a loli that was only level 1. She was pushed to the very outside of the crowd. In order to see Chen Ming, she had to stand on her tiptoes and try her best to look into the distance. Finally, she saw the back of the man who faced the pack of wolves alone. She clenched her small fists hard, in a voice only you can hear, murmuring and whispering, "Go for it, big brother!" by Yu Tang. Outside the novice village, Chen Ming quietly gazed at the wolves that were circling towards him. Surprisingly, it's an elite monster. Chen Ming was quite a bit surprised, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. The explosion rate of elite monsters is twice as high as that of ordinary monsters, but it's twice as high. So many monsters. I'm afraid I'm going to have to, today, make a fortune. Swish, Chen Ming drew out 2 daggers. Hardened poison, skill, activated. The dagger in Chen Ming's hand was steeply tinted with an ethereal green color. Next, Chen Ming pounced on the hundreds of wolves, even the ferocious wolves, also confused at this moment. They just can't figure it out. Why would anyone dare to rush at them alone? Wolves, by nature, are cautious and cunning creatures. Facing Chen Ming's charge, they took a few steps back in unison. Hundreds of wolves. By Chen Ming alone, he was forced back several steps. Watching this scene, both the players in the village and the audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Asterisk. White Jade Soup big brother is fierce. Just for this courage of the big man, I give my knees, though millions of people will go. Brother by Yu Tang is so handsome. Unfortunately, the next thing you know, you're going to get a fat beating. So what if I get fat-assed? Being handsome is for life. Many players showed envious eyes. 1 against 100. Even for a moment, it's pretty pulled together. 2. With high agility, Chen Ming quickly approached the wolves. Bulldozing closer to the closest wolf, he snapped his hand up. The dagger, which was glowing with an eerie green cold light, ruthlessly stabbed into the body of the wild wolf. -21. Chen Ming was surprised. Doing that much damage on your own. You can only do 21 points of damage? Not bad for an elite monster. What a high defense. But, it's not like he kills monsters with his poke. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth lifted slightly. Swish! The wild wolves that had been attacked by Chen Ming quietly colored their bodies with a layer of ghostly green. Even the elite coyote couldn't escape the damage of the rare blue ranked skill, Hardened Poison. Chapter 15, The $1.4 million Bet. Fighting the wolves alone. Toxicity spreads. -11. -10. Every second, the coyote's blood was steadily falling. Even though it has a high blood count of close to 500 points, it wouldn't last a minute. The coyote ate the pain and lunged at him. Relying on his high agility, Chen Ming easily twisted his head to avoid it. He stepped in a spirited pace, weaving in and out of wolves, killed the next coyote. A coyote pokes a knife, poke and run. He was already quite skilled in this way of brushing monsters. Soon he was pulling a buttload of coyotes running after him. Inside the live feed, seeing Chen Ming being chased by a pack of wild wolves, scattering and running wildly, everyone was confused. What is this pearl jade white jade soup? Being chased by a pack of coyotes? This and the handsome back at the beginning. The contrast is too much. Watching Chen Ming being forced to panic by the wild wolves, all you can do is hold your head. The live feed blew up. This is the big guy who's going to take on the beast tide alone. Nima. Handsome but not 3 seconds. I'm convinced that the big guy's pussy is dropping too fast. Although your back was pretty when you rushed towards the beast tide, the way you were chased by the wild wolves was really messy. Even the Bai Yu Tang big brother, who has swiped the screen twice globally today, is still a younger brother in front of the beast tide. Everyone is equal before the beast tide. Even the white jade soup big guy can't with the elite coyote. Everyone was flirting like crazy. Inside the novice village, Ling Shui covered her face and couldn't bear to look any further. In her mind, she spat madly at Chen Ming. What happened to the promise of one man taking on the beasts alone? That's a lot of getting punched in the face. Even if it's handsome, kill a dozen or 2 coyotes before dying. Isn't that much better? Damn it. My Ling Shui's reputation is all smashed in the hands of this pearl jade white jade soup. I'm going to be laughed at by my sister for I don't know how long after he's fooled me. Just when she was so angry she stomped her feet. Suddenly, Ling Yu opened her mouth. She looked suspiciously at the figures jumping up and down in the distant wolf pack. Ling Shui, this pearl emerald white jade soup seems to be a bit strong. Ling Shui thought that her sister was being conspiratorial and didn't even dare to raise her head. Kagome continued. Look, he's been surrounded by coyotes for more than 10 seconds, and he's still alive. Get a Blood Bowl Knight in there instead and it's down in 2 or 3 seconds. Ling Shui froze. Right, hey, how did the white jade soup take so long to get in there? Still alive? She looked up. Of the densely packed wolves, the white jade soup could be vaguely seen. It wasn't very clear to see, though, but one thing is certain. He did survive. How did he do it? Ling Shui's beautiful eyes rounded. Could it be that his armor and chi and blood are even higher than our knights? But isn't he a thief? Ling Yu gave her sister a helpless look. What are you thinking? A thief's chi and blood defense is definitely not higher than a knight's. Ling Shui was confused. Then how did big brother Bai Yu Tang do it? Ling Yu pondered for a moment. I guess it should be that he operates very superbly. The profession of a thief is supposed to be a dance on the tip of a knife, not an expert. Easily afraid to touch this profession, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup dared to choose this profession, and now it can still be played like this. I think he operates quite top-notch. Ling Shui froze. This was followed by a sharp nod of the head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Yeah, I knew it. The White Jade Soup big brother is strong. The extra strong kind. Blow the White Jade Soup big man hard. She wouldn't have to be embarrassed. Ling Yu gave her excited sister a suspicious look. Why are you so excited? Do you really have your eye on that guy? Ah yes. Ah, no. Ling Shui almost didn't react and hurriedly waved her hand, her pretty face reddening. I was just echoing your words, sister. Ling Yu looked Ling Shui up and down once before withdrawing her gaze. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, if you can keep pulling monsters. We actually had a chance to flip it. He pulls the monsters. We output. Even if the damage is lower, we can still wear down these elite coyotes. Hearing Ling Yu say that, many players reacted. Right. Wouldn't it be better if Big Brother White Jade Soup pulls the monsters and we fill in the output? As long as the White Jade Soup Big Brother can attract hatred, it's only a matter of time before he exterminates this pack of wild wolves. Asterisk. The White Jade Soup big guy is awesome. Brothers, we are saved. Originally, everyone gave up resisting, but in this moment, once again, their morale skyrocketed. With the White Jade Soup big brother around, there was still hope for them. Ling Yu opened the chat box and ate Chen Ming in the Novice Village channel. At Pearl Jade White Jade Soup big brother, please pull the monsters this way to the Novice Village. Let's match the output, to help you clean up the little monsters. A word to the wise. The players of the entire Novice Village were poised and ready to receive the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big brother. However, what they don't know is this. Chen Ming saw this message, almost didn't break a sweat. I poisoned a monster for the better part of a day. Pulling it over to collect your knives and feed you head points experience? I'm stuffed. Chen Ming ignored it. It turned its head and ran in the opposite direction of the Novice Village, pulling the tide of beasts farther and farther away. Inside the Novice Village, players have their weapons in hand and are ready for the big game. But seeing the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big man suddenly turned his head, running into the distance. The pack of coyotes behind them also drifted away. They thoroughly clueless. What's going on here? How did the White Jade Soup big man run away in reverse? President Ling Yu, what do we do now? Everyone was confused. Ling Yu, too, froze. She also couldn't figure out why the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup big guy had to suddenly turn his head and run. She thought it was because Chen Ming didn't see it. Then it was aired once again. At Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, big brother, please pull the monsters to our side. We can match your output. This time, Ling Yu swiped 4 or 5 messages in a row. It's impossible not to see it, right? Chen Ming was a bit annoyed by this woman swiping. Finally responded. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. I've been killing monsters for so long that I'm pulling over to you guys to eat tailblades and give you a share of experience and siege points? Really think I'm a cutie? Ah, at Clear Wind Range Moon. Stop it. Just lie down and wait for me. Ling Yu was confused. What do you mean? You've been killing monsters for so long? What do you mean let's split experience and eat siege points? We really want to help you, okay? But what makes Ling Yu most angry is the last sentence. Tell her to lie still and wait for him? What does that mean? Mouth mooching? See the words. The entire Novice Village's players were silent. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother this. That's kind of funny. Ling Yu is a standard strong woman. Play every game and be a pretty top-notch player. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed such a top 10 guild as Snow Moon. On weekdays, it was always her who led a group of minions to fight in the north and south. It's a goddess-like figure that others kneel and shout 666, but she was greeted so much today by Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. I'd like to see what you're going to kill these elite wild wolves with. The cow's skin has blown up. I'll see how you'll end up. Ling Yu huffed. Ling Shui, who was at the side, shrunk her neck and didn't dare to comfort her sister. Mind busy saying bad. The one thing my sister hates is being despised by others on the game. More than anything, she hated it when people took advantage of her with their greasy mouths. The more Ling Yu thought about it, the angrier she became. Viciously. If he can kill these elite coyotes, Ling Yu, will give him another 5 gold coins, plus what was promised before. 10 gold coins in all. That translates to 1.4 million renminbi. Doesn't he blow? I'd like to see if he has the ability to take this $1,400,000. If you can't kill, just wait to be humiliated in front of all the players. With that, she opened the settings for the live stream, changed the room name. Then he adjusted the in-game camera and aimed it at Chen Ming in the distance. Then he took out $50,000 and swiped out a big gift for Snow Moon's live broadcast. Once this gift is swiped, all the players who mingle in the major live rooms and forums of the game honor have seen the name of Snow Moon's room. One man alone against an elite pack of wild wolves. Chapter 16 Jumping the Scoreboard. Reuniting the Coyotes. One man alone against an elite pack of wild wolves. That's a pretty strong headline. Quite a few people were attracted to it. The popularity of Snow Moon's live broadcast room instantly climbed wildly. ********, who wants to take on the elite wild wolf pack alone? When did the Snow Moon Guild start turning into a title party too? Yukazuki is starting to blow awesome too, isn't he? One man singles out the elite coyote? Can beat my live X 5-speed fan. I fecal water wash my hair upside down. With the influx of more and more people, Ling Yu explained the meaning of the title. Oh, so it's Big Brother Ling Yu who's punishing the guy who mouthed off. It's alright then. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Isn't this the big guy who swiped the screen earlier? I thought it was an expert, but it turned out to be someone who likes to brag. That's it? It's a waste of my previous admiration for Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother. Wow. The previous impression of mastery left by the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother has just been disillusioned. To be honest, Big Brother Bai Yutang still has strength, but it's a pity that he also talks too wildly, making people feel not very reliable. Looking at the pop-ups, Ling Yu revealed a satisfied smile. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, right? Let's make you talk out of your ass in front of all these people. Why don't you just lie down? Yuck. Now, almost all the players in the entire China region know that you're amplifying your words. You're about to be viciously embarrassed. Ling Shui couldn't help but sigh when she saw her sister's smug smile. She had wanted to comfort her sister. Don't let her get in trouble with the White Jade Soup big guy. After all, although the White Jade Soup big brother likes to brag a little, but people are still very powerful. Moreover, Ling Shui had a vague feeling that the White Jade Soup big brother wasn't any of the thief players he knew that already had a name and a name. It's not a bad idea to be on good terms with him. Pity's sister. Ling Shui with a look of pity looked to the wolves for the Pearl Emerald Alabaster Soup. You say you, nothing to provoke sister who can mess with a strong woman like your sister? Hey, I don't know if I'll be able to pull in the White Jade Soup bigwigs in the future after being messed up like this by my sister. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Ming replenished his attack with hardened poison on the last 3 wolves, with a green light glowing from those 3 wolves. By now, all the wild wolves had been poisoned by Chen Ming. In the meantime, the coyote he had hooked up to the toxin in the beginning was also finally holding up to its limits, began to fall in droves, gained 21 points of experience, gained 7 points for siege, not a lot of experience. After all, Chen Ming was already level 8, the level 7 elite coyote was 1 level lower than him. Siege points, however, are invaluable. Previously, the monsters in the first and second waves were only at levels like 1 and 3, Siege points are just 1 and 3 points. Currently, the one with the highest ranking in siege points was Lingyu. Clear Wind and Moon. Siege points, 221 points. She is firmly in first place with 221 points. But, with the fall of the coyote, Chen Ming's points began to skyrocket wildly. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Siege points, 14 points. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Siege points, 21 points. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Siege points, 35 points. Soon, just a novice village player discovered Chen Ming, who was constantly moving up the leaderboard. Look, you guys, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother's siege points are skyrocketing like crazy. The others rushed to open the scoreboard. Sure enough, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has stormed into the top 100 positions in the blink of an eye. He is really good. The little white-haired lowly, Su, looked adoringly at the scoreboard. But it's just the beginning. With everyone refreshing each time, the ranking of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup just keeps growing. 50, 45, 39, 31, What's up with the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big guy? His points are going up so fast. Holy, dozens of extra points for a refresh. What is he doing? He's bulk brushing monsters? That's not right. Isn't he a thief? How can a thief have a powerful AoE skill? Already in the top 20 places? Bro, you're slow on your hands. The big man has already rushed to the top 10. Kneel down. Big guy can really brush up on wolves. Ling Shui was filled with shock. Rushed to open the standings and take a look. At this time, Chen Ming had already rushed to the 5th place position. The points also came to 190, a stone's throw away from her sister. Sister, look, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Ling Shui's words came to an abrupt end before she could finish, for she had seen the look of disbelief in her sister's eyes. How is this? How is this possible? Ling Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Just as she spoke, the standings have been refreshed once again. Chen Ming had already taken 35 points in one breath, surpassed Ling Yu by 225 points, topping the charts. She stopped looking at the scoreboard. Instead, he looked out into the distance, looking toward Chen Ming, who was mixed in with the wolves and could not be seen. It really did. At this moment, her eyes were filled with a complex color. All the resentment that had been in his stomach before had dissipated. Ling Yu, indeed, is a strong woman. Nice. It's also true that she really dislikes it when people get all greasy on her or dislike her for not playing the game well. And because of that, she is interested in those who can, operationally, crush her by a mile. All quite admirable. I was the one who looked away. At the corner of Ling Yu's mouth, a bitter smile appeared. System prompts, constantly ringing in Chen Ming's ears. Not an experience entry. It's getting siege points. In some cases, this is accompanied by a mythic trigger cue. There are too many of these prompts. Can you block them out? It's all blocking me from enjoying Miss Ling Yu's wonderful expression. Chen Ming spat happily. At this time, he had opened the live broadcast and observed Ling Yu's expression from the live broadcast. Watching her go from being a little smug in the beginning to bitter and regretful now, Chen Ming's heart was so high. That's right, he had given up on the operation. The high level of agility allowed him to stand in the middle of the pack and let the wolves tear him apart. It's all miss anyway. Watching the show while waiting for the groceries to be collected is done. At first, the people in the novice village could only rely on the scoreboard to judge Chen Ming's kill status. After all, Chen Ming had pulled the coyote too far away. They really can't see far. But as more and more coyotes fall, they don't have to watch the standings anymore. Just need to look extremely far away. Just a glimpse of what makes their heads spin. Those coyotes that look like killers to them. Surprisingly, they fell in pieces like cut wheat. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Finally, the last coyote fell to the ground. System announcement refresh. Ding, congratulations to novice village number 616 for successfully fending off the monster attack. Activity ends. Start settling rewards. The moment. The entire 616th novice village. It was quiet as a raven. Chapter 17 Purple level draw? Ink and bamboo bracelet. Ling Shui stared with wide eyes. A look of disbelief in the truth. This over the monster attack? Ling Yu was in a bit of a trance. After a long moment, he nodded. Yes, we are. And that's it. After all was said and done, the twin sisters were silent. Ding. Start settling rewards. All players of Novice Village know. 616 have +1 level. All players of Novice Village know. 616 have +50 points of reputation. For all players present, the level is directly increased by 1 level. Even the players who had died in battle before had gained a 1 level boost to make up for their previous losses. Take the tangible rewards. All of the players' views of Chen Ming had also instantly changed drastically. Awesome White Jade Soup Big Brother. Not only did I not die but I hoard out one level for nothing? White Jade Soup Big Brother is so top notch. Kneel for the big man. This level 1 rise is too easy. Start settling the top 50 rewards in the standings. Players ranked 21st to 50th in the points ranking list will be awarded a chance to win a regular white level draw. Players ranked 11 to 20 on the scoreboard will receive a chance to win an excellent green level drawing. Players ranked 4 to 10 on the scoreboard will receive a chance to win a rare blue class raffle. Points list third player, ID, Qingfeng Feishui, obtains rare blue level lottery chance x2. I'm 2 chances hey. Ling Shui cheered. Although Ling Shui was just a priest with no combat power, but she had been returning blood to the crowd in the previous battle. A nurse's healing recovery is counted as a contribution and is rewarded with an equal percentage of siege points for squad kills. Ling Shui was in a small team with Ling Yu and a group of Snow Moon elites. Nature points are high. Took the third place prize. The second player on the scoreboard, ID, Clear Wind Range Moon, receives rare blue level drawing chance x3. The second place winner, Ling Yu, was given 3 chances to win the lottery. She wasn't as happy as her sister though, just a forced smile, more than a reward. What she cared more about now was what Pearl Jade White Jade Soup thought of her. As the head of a clan, what she had done before had undoubtedly offended this big brother. If Biggie gets upset and hostile with Snow Moon, she couldn't help but shiver. Targeted by a top assassin master. Very scary. A master assassin who comes and goes without a trace and specializes in assassination. It was enough to make her and Ling Shui, the 2 brittle cloth armor professions, die in 100 different positions. The first player on the scoreboard, ID Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, receives legendary purple level reward x1. Legendary purple level? Chen Ming was surprised. He had expected his reward to be at most 4 or 5 draws of the rare blue class. I didn't realize it had been upgraded by a big quality. A purple treasure chest landed in Chen Ming's package. Legendary purple level treasure chest. After opening, 100% chance of obtaining legendary purple level equipment and skill books of the user's profession. Turn it on straight away. The treasure chest began to shake incessantly, from slow to fast. Finally, a gap appeared at the top of the treasure chest. A purple light suddenly surged. As the shaking became more and more powerful, the gap gradually widened, and in the end, purple light rhythms filled Chen Ming's field of vision. Eventually, the purple color receded like a tidal wave, left behind a purple piece of equipment. Ink Bamboo Bracelet, Legendary Purple Grade, Defense, 10. Magic Defense, 10. Passive, Agility, gain 20% extra movement speed and gain the ability to 2 jump. Synopsis, Stalker's favorite trinket. Warned to discover many new shortcuts and paths. Chen Ming was shocked. 20% extra movement speed, and a 2-step ability? This will give him a huge boost in mobility. Make him more flexible. Even weirder. Perfectly fitting for a thief. Chen Ming couldn't wait to put the ink bamboo bracelet on. In an instant, he felt his jumping ability, breaking through the limitations. Jerk! Flying in mid-air. Chen Ming had absolutely no feeling of being unable to control his body after exhaustion. His legs were still filled with power. One more leap. Building on his first jump, he soared up again, breaking the jump limit. Don't look for just a small breakthrough, but it's also just this extra jump. It would be enough for Chen Ming to develop all sorts of weird and wacky evil ways. Take a thief's mobility and develop it to the limit. Yes, put away the ink bamboo bracelet. Chen Ming looked towards the corpses of the elite wild wolves littering the ground. Because it was a monster siege event, these elite coyotes didn't explode any items. There are only rewards for siege points, and experience value rewards. The siege points allowed Chen Ming to obtain the purple grade equipment ink bamboo bracelet. The experience value bonus, on the other hand, had skyrocketed his experience by as much as 40%, plus the 1 level boost that all players in Novice Village number 616 received after defending the siege. Here and now, Chen Ming already had level 9 and 60% experience value, only 40% away from rushing to level 10. I also don't know what's in the level 10 Novice treasure chest. Chen Ming was very curious. After this wave of monster siege was fought, he was already the world's highest rank deservedly. No one will upgrade faster than him. And his backpack. Besides having the novice treasure chest, there were also a dozen pieces of brand new gear lying around. It makes sense that the elite coyote, as an active monster, doesn't have any burst rate, and it makes sense that Chen Ming, who has an SSS level talent, can steal things from activity monsters that are a dime a dozen. Looking at the backpack of equipment, the corners of Chen Ming's mouth could not help but rise slightly. Get rich! Back inside the novice village, Chen Ming could clearly feel the change in everyone's attitude towards him. Before going out to meet him in battle, everyone looked at him with suspicion and distrust, but here and now, in their eyes, there was nothing but adoration. Thanks to the big man for taking us flying. You're my idol. Big brother by Yu Tang. Brother by Yu Tang. Can you give a friend? I can warm the bed. Oh, big brother, begging to be taken for practicing. 10. 10,000 wallets a day, okay? Hearing the earthy speech of 10,000 packages for a day, Chen Ming was ruthlessly moved. He's not short on rank right now. First in the world. Steady as she goes. The highest level on the rank list excluding him was only level 8. It's a long way from level 10. It wouldn't even threaten his position as the first person to open a newbie treasure chest. Isn't it a huge smell to take a day job and earn this $10,000? Although he made a contract with Ling Shui that he could earn 5 gold coins, which is equivalent to about 500,000 RMB, by taking Shuiyu to lay down and win the monster siege, but no one would mind having more money. Just as Chen Ming was about to open his mouth, Ling Yu, who wore rough mage robes but looked holy and unusual, stepped out from the crowd. You win. This $1,400,000. Snow Moon will not go back on her word. Chen Ming snapped. $1,250,000? Isn't it $500,000? How did it suddenly become 1.4 million? Chapter 18, 100,000 friend bits. Injustice Ling Yu. Ling Shui saw Chen Ming's doubts and immediately explained. When Chen Ming learned that Ling Yu, the woman, was provoked by his words to make a bold promise in the live broadcast, doubling the promised 5 gold coins after, he almost didn't laugh out loud. You can still give away money like that? Can. With this $1.4 million, who's going to take that $10,000 a day job? Too little. Genius doesn't see it. Chen Ming maintained his expert demeanor and tried not to let himself laugh out loud as he submitted a collection transaction for Ling Yu in the amount of $1.4 million. As an epic-making game supported by many countries, glory is naturally connected to the trading systems of major banks. Ling Yu received the transaction and did not immediately agree, but pursed her lips. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother, should we add a friend first? Ling Yu asked tentatively. When these words came out, Ling Shui could not help but be shocked. Add a friend? Sister actively looking for someone to ask for the buddy bit? What a rarity! But Ling Shui wasn't surprised for long, as she quickly reacted to the fact that her sister wasn't having anything against the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother. She simply wanted to pull this master in. After all, those things she did before could be considered less than friendly, although she paid $1,040,000 for it. But in the rich woman Ling Yu's opinion, these small amounts of money could not buy the respect and friendliness of a top expert like Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, Ling Yu knew very well that there were many things that could not be managed with money alone. When Chen Ming saw the friend request sent out by Ling Yu, he was somewhat unimpressed. If you put it in the past, who inexplicably gave him $1,040,000, he must have hated to recognize his father on the spot. But now, he has an SSS-ranked talent in his hand. There's also the experience of being born again, knowing full well that the world landscape will all change in a few years. Money has been useful over the years though, but when it comes down to it, the game maps into reality. It's a pile of scrap paper. Whoever has the biggest fist has the capital to talk. With Chen Ming's potential, in the future, he would definitely be one of those few who stood at the top of humanity. With this expectation, his mindset naturally changed. No more feeling flattered by being asked to be a best friend by a rich woman like Ling Yu. He replied calmly, friending is fine, plus another $100,000. This statement was made. Everyone was shocked. A buddy bit for 100,000 bucks? That's more or less over the top. Even the two sisters, Ling Shui Ling Yu, who were well-bred and had extremely high eyesight, appeared briefly surprised. Without waiting for them to ask a rhetorical question, Chen Ming explained, with my friends, you will be able to find me at any time. Open copies, fight field bosses, guild battles, and assassinate targets. I undertake all bounty missions. Price, 100,000 to start. Depends on the difficulty of the task. $100,000 for adding a friend. Even if that's the threshold. That makes sense, doesn't it? Chen Ming knew the importance of this game. The opening price of $100,000 is really not expensive to hire a master like him. The price, even, is on the low side. Chen Ming was mainly looking at the fact that the Snow Moon Guild was a large family and could easily get some sought-after resources. For example, grabbing top bosses and opening high-level copies. Chen Ming was then able to use the opportunity of accepting employment to get a piece of the pie. Being able to share these top resources was Chen Ming's main objective. Toll, that's just a smooth ride. As Chen Ming quoted the price he was charging, everyone, silent, inside Ling Yu's live broadcast. Because of the title of singled-out elite coyote, it had managed to attract millions of water users online. They had similarly heard Chen Ming's offer, $100,000 for adding a friend, and $100,000 to start for helping with a task? Who does he think he is? I thought this was an expert, but I didn't realize it was a guy who wanted money like crazy. Why don't you go grab this? Robbing can be as fast as this? Laughing to death. Do you really think that Ling Yu is an ingrate? That's a strong woman who can securely sit as the president of one of the top 10 guilds in China. not someone you can blackmail. The masterly demeanor of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is all gone at this moment. I think he's really confused about his position. It's just a guy who got a little lucky with his start. Everyone, in a conspiratorial manner, mocked. Obviously, Chen Ming's lion's mouth behavior was disliked by them. Everyone slams. However, just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, they were satirizing Chen Ming's outrageous behavior. Ling Yu, however, nodded after a long silence. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000. The pop-ups were just scrolling like crazy. At this moment, there was a brief vacuum. Everyone was shocked. This is all promised? Ling Yu, are you crazy? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has bewitched the president? 100,000 plus a friend? I don't understand the world of rich women. Is there a possibility that the rich woman is actually looking at the Pearl Jade and White Jade Soup big brother? It's possible. Otherwise who would spend the money of this ingrate? There's one thing to be said for Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big brother is kinda handsome. Damn, it's sour. Obviously, the pop-ups are a bit of a brain fart, and some of them come on crooked. They had already YY to Ling Yu's side of falling back on Chen Ming, but it's not all their fault. After all, we are all mere mortals. Who the hell has ever seen 100,000 tickets smashed like this? All kinds of brainstorming to be normal. Ding! Your tail number, 3,831, bank card has had a balance change. Received a remittance of 150,000,0000 RMB. Current balance, 150,0372. 42 renminbi. Seeing the prompt that popped up, Chen Ming smiled slightly. His own bank card with a 3-digit balance instantly popped up to 7 figures. That's cool. Not bad for a rich woman Ling Yu. That's hitting the money fast enough and decisively enough. Chen Ming was not ambiguous and directly passed Ling Yu's friend request. Happy cooperation. He rushed at Ling Yu and said in a nonchalant manner. Then, it turned its head and left. The crowd looked at Chen Ming's back as he left, was unable to resist the emotion. What a bull. Taking over $1 million from a big client and turning his head. Is this the style of a master? First time I've seen the president treated like this. Envious. The crowd of men looked envious. And among them, there were 2 pretty good-looking girls. They were the 2 who had tried to accost Chen Ming at the city gates in the beginning. We actually tried to hit on the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big guy at first. No wonder people ignore us. Even a beauty like Ling Yu needs $100,000 to add a friend. What are we to him? The 2 women who were originally quite confident in their looks, completely autistic in the moment. Chen Ming returned to the city, opened the friend bar and sent a message to the white-haired loli with the ID Su, asking her to meet her at the grocery store. As a result, just after the message was sent, Lori appeared beside him unknowingly. Sir, I've been there all along. Su's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration as she looked at Chen Ming. Chen Ming immediately traded over a large pile of miscellaneous items for her to sell. This was a prop that Mythical had stolen in that sound battle just now. In total, it would only sell for a couple $100, compared to the 1,800,000 he had just harvested. Although it was a bit shabby, Chen Ming upheld the traditional virtue of not wasting any money, and intended to not spare a single penny. The transaction was complete, and Su turned out to have a bag full of stuff, but instead of going to the sale at once, she bowed her head with some difficulty. First, sir, the $100,000 for your buddy bit. Can I save it up and give it back to you? Please don't delete me. I'll save up enough, Su said, showing a panicked expression. Chen Ming froze, and then smiled. What do you think? I won't find you to ask for this money. That $100,000 is used to slaughter the dog big, as long as you follow me well and listen to my words. For this little loli who obviously had a hidden profession, Chen Ming was not willing to just let go. It would be a big help to lure her to her side as early as possible. Chapter 19, Killing to Kill? Ling Yu's counterattack. After hearing Chen Ming's words, the little loli joyfully ran off to sell groceries for Chen Ming. Engaging Chen Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. Lori is just so easy to fool. I just don't know what hidden profession she is. Although the hidden professions are all strong, it would be nice to have a profession that complements me. Chen Ming scattered his thoughts. That is, until Lori finished selling her stuff and came running back, humming and hawing, to finish the deal with him. At this point, it was already evening. Chen Ming estimated that his sister was getting hungry. He then told Lori that he was going to go offline, and that he would make an appointment tomorrow to come online in the morning and take her to upgrade. Before going offline, Chen Ming once again confirmed the world ranking list. Except for him, a level 9 one-rider. Everyone else, up to level 8. Trying to outdo him is not something you can do by staying up all night. Goodbye, sir. The little lowly Su held her staff in one hand and raised her other hand high in the air, waving her hand towards Chen Ming in an effort. Chen Ming turned into a white light and disappeared into the novice village. Phew, Take off your helmet. The top-of-the-line helmets come with micro-adjustments that fit the head, as well as a top-of-the-line built-in small air conditioner, and after wearing them for a couple of hours, they didn't feel sweaty or stuffy at all. Even the overall weight of the helmet was light because of the high-end selection of materials, and Chen Ming had not even experienced the feeling of a stiff and sore neck. This is the benefit of the topmost helmet. Chen Ming recalled how he used to buy the beggar's version of the helmet and felt uncomfortable after playing. Strong contrasts. Money. It can be a real blessing. Thinking of this, Chen Ming opened his cell phone and checked the balance in his bank account. He smiled slightly when he saw over $1,800,000. Come on, sis, brother will take you out for a nice meal today. Knock on the door of your sister's room. Half a dozen times, his sister opened the door to the room and looked curiously at Chen Ming. Going out to eat? Brother, aren't we still eating yesterday's leftovers? My sister is still thinking about the leftovers in the fridge. Listening to his sister's words, Chen Ming could not help but feel a pang of heartache. A girl of my sister's age, who doesn't want to get dressed up every day, go out to eat and drink, and take some great pictures? If there are options, who misses the leftovers that haven't been eaten at home? In fact, with their parents working abroad, their lives should not be stressful, though not to the point of great wealth. It can also be a well-off level. But Chen Ming, the guy with the high eye, started his own business directly after graduation, and not only lost his small treasury, but also overdrafted a lot. The two are afraid to reach out to their parents, who are working abroad, for money, just have to bite the bullet and live a tight life. What touched Chen Ming the most was that this sister of his was still very supportive. Be willing to suffer with yourself. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose at the thought. In his last life, he was a terrible mixer. He failed to protect his sister, both before and after the release of Glory. But this life is different. Don't say it. Let's go. Brother will take you out in style. Chen Ming couldn't help but pull his sister out the door. And while Chen Ming insisted on taking his sister out, on the web, discussions about pearl jade white jade soup have dominated the top search engines and forums. One fierce man in Huaxia district, taking on hundreds of elite wolves single-handedly. Frame-by-frame analysis. Take a look at what skills the pearl jade white jade soup big brother really has. An assassin who is more fierce than a warrior. Pearl emerald white jade soup. Who says there are no assassins in China? Pearl emerald white jade soup, a rising supreme assassin. Everyone's curiosity about Chen Ming's career had reached a frantic state. After all, Chen Ming had chosen to hide his race and profession. People could only tell his thief profession by his use of a double dagger weapon. And many of them guessed that Chen Ming possessed a hidden profession. However, there are some lucky people with hidden professions who jumped in to refute this, saying that hidden professions can't be that dope. They were also hidden professions, which were only slightly more powerful than normal professions. In short, speculation on the internet as to why Chen Ming was so powerful had been in full swing. Unfortunately, they certainly didn't expect it. Chen Ming not only had a hidden profession, also has hidden races. Even, there was the SSS-ranked talent Mythical Hand. Under the triple top buffs, it was Chen Ming who had performed so terribly, and aside from the discussion of Chen Ming's own powerhouse, everyone also seemed to be gossiping about his lion's share of the money, ruthlessly slaughtering Lingyu for over $1 million. Many people have already brainstormed the love-hate relationship between the goddess president and the powerful mysterious passerby. There were also a bunch of Lingyu's lickspittles ghosting around. However, what really attracted Ling Shue's attention was the post made by a guy with the ID King World. Spend $100,000 to friend a thief? The president of the Snow Moon Guild is really short-sighted. Seeing this ID, Ling Shue's gaze sank. When she read the headline, she was even more furious. King, the world. This was an old rival that Snow Moon had made a grudge against in previous games. The King's Guild that he led was comparable to Snow Moon's strength. Last year, Snow Moon was squeezed out of the top 10 guilds by them. It wasn't until this year that the team managed to bounce back and regain the honor that was theirs. And today, Snow Moon ruthlessly swiped the screen. This old rival, naturally, must come out to sing a counter-argument and disgust people. Ling Shui clicked in to take a look. I just saw him make an impassioned speech. As we all know, this game, Honor, is a classic battle law and herding match. Brotherhood and unity are the true heart of the game. How else could the game be named Glory? And Lingyu, the little girl, went off the beaten path. To think that this is a game that can be played by individual heroism, giving someone up to $100,000 to hire is really unheard of. Whether or not that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is worthy of the $100,000, let's not discuss that for now. I just want to ask, the brothers of Snow Moon, you have sold your lives for Snow Moon for so long and forged that kind of splendor for Snow Moon, but you have been valued by Lingyu. Have you guys ever gotten a reward that starts at $100,000? Ha, more than that, our King's Guild, but we always focus on brothers. Rewards are handed out and treated equally, but never this kind of individual heroism. Below the post, the players of the King's Guild responded positively. King, cold rain, boss is right. A chairman like Ling Yu is rat-faced and it's not worth it to work for her. King, bastard sword, pearl jade white jade soup is just bullying monsters. When it comes to our King's Guild and our brothers are united, he'll still have to kneel down for us. King, Zoe, the Guild brothers are all good men, which is not more powerful than that pearl jadeite white jade soup or something? The post quickly went viral. Ling Shui looked shocked. She had never expected that this king, the world would actually find such a tricky angle to attack Snowmoon. A very vicious angle, I must say, and quite effective. The guild's greatest fear is that people will not be united, especially when the game has just started. The guild had not been formally established yet, only when the verbal covenant existed. People are disorganized enough to kill. Sister, take a look at this post. Ling Shui sent the post to Ling Yu in a fiery hurry. Soon, Ling Yu read it with a face as heavy as water. Sister, what should we do? Ling Shui anxiously inquired. Ling Yu's face changed as if she was making up her mind. Finally, she clenched her teeth hard. The king, the world, has spoken harshly, and we can't refute it, only with facts. Ling Shui, do you still remember that hidden welfare copy we inquired about through Dad's connections before the opening of Glory? I'm going to invite Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup tomorrow and have him take us to fight that copy. As long as we can pass, we are the same as using the facts. A hard slap in the face of the king, the world. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Ling Shui could not help but be shocked. Share that welfare copy with Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Sis, that copy was something Dad spent a lot of connections to get from the inside. But you can't buy information for any amount of money. Not only do we have to share to Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, but we have to send him money? Ling Yu let out a bitter laugh. If she could, she would also like to keep the copy in her hands. And when Snow Moon grew, she would take her inner circle to raid the copy and gain a large wave of promotion. Available at. It's a tough situation. There's no way but to cheapen the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Ling Yu sighed helplessly. She also felt depressed. A welfare copy of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for nothing even. You have to give away money yourself. What an ingrate this is. Chapter 20 Older Sisters. Official invitation. While the internet is in an uproar, Chen Ming had already brought his younger sister, Chen Jiajia, to the mall near his home. The house that Mom and Dad left behind is closer to the old town. It's not very expensive, but it's got a lot of smoke and mirrors. There was a lot of noise all the way around. Street vendors with pushcarts, small stores open on the side of the road, elderly people walking their dogs and young couples holding hands and walking alongside each other. Chen Ming still missed these days. Since the game has shown into reality, these normally annoying noises have, in turn, become rare. What a nostalgic, Chen Ming silently lamented. Dragged my sister around the mall for the better part of a day. However, my sister was neither willing to eat it nor buy it. Even on a few occasions, Chen Ming could clearly see the light in his sister's eyes as she looked at the exhibits through the window, but she finally twisted her head away stubbornly, lying about not liking it and all that. There is no way around it. Chen Ming could only transfer $100,000 to his sister's account. The reason why you don't disclose the 1.8 million, it's the fear of scaring my sister. Ding, PayPal arrived. $100,000. My sister didn't turn off the beep. The moment the prompt sounded, it instantly attracted countless gazes from all around. There was shock, there was doubt, but more than that, it was still full of envy. My sister was taken aback. This is, your brother earned it today. Chen Ming smiled faintly. I'll give you back 30,000, plus give you $70,000 of pocket money. Buy whatever you like, eat whatever you want, don't be stingy. Where has Chen Jiajia ever seen so much money? She opened her phone and double-checked it a few times, finally in surprise and suspicion to look at Chen Ming. Brother, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? Am I this kind of person, your brother? Chen Ming was angry and amused. Chen Jiajia was stalking for a while. Unfortunately, Chen Ming had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and his oily tongue easily fooled Chen Jiajia. But in the end, Chen Jiajia didn't go on a spending spree at the mall. Instead, he looked at Chen Ming with a single glance. Brother, in the future, the family will still have a lot of places to use money, so I'll save this 70,000 yuan of pocket money for you first. Look, you're in your 20s and still single. It's about time you found me a sister-in-law, right? If you want to find your sister-in-law, you should have a house, right? The car has to be there too, right? Plus later on when you have kids. Chen Ming's head was spinning for a while. Stop, stop, stop. Where is this sister? That's just an old lady. Without any further ado, his sister dragged Chen Ming to ask for 2 bowls of noodles in a small noodle shop outside the mall. To celebrate Chen Ming earning his first bucket of gold, she generously added a cutlet for herself. While his sister was eating with her mouth full of oil, Chen Ming excused himself to go out to buy water, slipped into the mall, and bought his sister those dresses that she had seen several times. It was only when we got home that Chen Ming showed his cards and took out the dress. Chen Jiejia's first reaction was not happiness, but a panic in her heart. Brother, you actually bought all of it? How much does this cost? A small fortune, a little over 10,000. 10,000? Chen Jiejia opened her mouth wide, then chattered with a face full of heartache. Brother, you really, even if you want to buy, just buy one piece how can you buy them all? No, it has to be returned. Chen Ming had expected this, and with a hefty smile, sorry, I've already ripped off all the hang tags. Want to return it? No way. Chen Jiejia's breath caught in her throat. Willow's eyebrows went up. Crap, my sister is getting angry. Chen Ming secretly screamed that it wasn't good, and hurriedly interrupted his sister's venting with a sentence about going to take a shower, and skipped off on his feet. When he came out of the shower, he realized that his sister was holding a large basin, carefully hand-washing and rubbing the new pieces of clothing she had bought today, obviously loved and cherished. You can't even use the washing machine. You scrub by hand. Sensing Chen Ming's gaze, Chen Jiejia twisted her head around and glared at Chen Ming with feigned anger. Chen Ming didn't poke at it, smiled faintly, said good night, and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Chen Ming habitually swiped his cell phone. After an afternoon of fermentation, legendary events about him have reached the point of being well known. Watching a bunch of people blow themselves up in a mindless frenzy, Chen Ming only felt a blush on his old face. Blows well. Please increase your efforts. On the first day of service, he had already achieved fame and fortune. There are long days ahead, plus the late game will shine into reality. His future is bright. This night, Chen Ming slept soundly. The next day, Chen Ming woke up early. Spirits are jittery. My sister had already toasted 2 slices of toast bread and fried an egg. Pour Chen Ming another glass of milk. A not so hearty but tasty and filling breakfast was ready. After eating and drinking, Chen Ming returned to his room and prepared to go online. Of course, what he told his sister was that he was busy with his career online. Swish! Between the surges of light and splendor, a human form coalesced in the 616th freshman village. It was clearly Chen Ming. At this time, it was still early in the morning, and it was logical that there wouldn't be too many gamers. But when you looked around, the novice village was crowded. It's so worthy of glory. There are really a lot of people. Taking advantage of the large number of people, Chen Ming was ready to clean up the equipment that he had pounded in all day yesterday. Though these equipments can be sold to NPCs and can be sold at a premium through Lolita Susu. But, how much money can an NPC have? If you really want to make money, it would have to be an ingrate like Lingyu. Although when the game properties are substituted into reality, the money is a pile of scrap paper. But it's still a year or two before that. Get more money. Not only can take advantage of these 2 years to enjoy the blessings, but also to be able to rely on these resources. Prepare in advance. For yourself, for your family, to deal with the future security. Chen Ming mulled over the idea of setting up a stall at the entrance of the village with the most foot traffic. But just then, he popped up a message alert. Surprisingly, it was a letter from an official. Dear player, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, hello. The official operation team of Glory cordially invites you to certify the identity of the game god and join the official forum. Please reply to confirm. Chen Ming was a bit surprised. Certified game god status. It's a badge of honor. It's the equivalent of those celebrities who are on social media and have officially given certifications in general. The game god is the official certification given to Big Brother players by Glory. For example, the head and vice president of the Snow Moon Guild, Qingfeng Flying Snow, as well as Qingfeng Range Moon, 2 women, both with certifications as gaming gods. This certification doesn't provide attribute bonuses, but it does have a short-lived top privilege when posting on the official forums, as well as all sorts of superior treatment. Wait, have the privilege of being on top? When he thought of this, a bold idea surfaced in Chen Ming's mind. Given the privilege, so why doesn't he just have an online auction? The traffic of a newbie village, no matter how big it is, can't possibly compare to the game forum that gathers all the players of the national service. He who has the privilege of being on top. Wouldn't it be easy to attract everyone's attention? As soon as the crowd gets bigger, then the price of this equipment of his naturally rose. Thinking of this, Chen Ming no longer hesitated. Decisively open the link attached to the official invitation and start registering for certification. Chapter 21 Top Auction. Ling Yu's invitation. It's easy to register for the official certification. Chen Ming pounded away for a few minutes and passed straight through. In logging onto the forum, the ID of his Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has turned into a golden rolling font. Below the ID is the official title given to his certification. The top thief player in the country. This deck, pull full. Chen Ming was satisfied. At the time of posting, he saw a description of the top feature. The length of time on top is 6 hours. It can only be used once a week. The following statement cannot be made. Chen Ming swept a glance. Well, there's no rule against auctions. That's okay. Chen Ming snapped a screenshot. Upload the equipment in your backpack. Among them, he focused on taking screenshots of 3 or 4 pieces of green-ranked excellent equipment, led by the Wolf's Eye staff. The rest of the white-level common was hastily put up. However, even so, Chen Ming believed that the price of the white-grade normal equipment auctioned off would not be low. After all, the pop rate of glory is, well, ridiculously low. A lot of liveries play for 24 hours and still have a set of newbie gear on them. Even the white suit is quite a significant boost for everyone. Picture insertion is complete. Chen Ming directly used the top function and posted the post in the trading area. Like many forums, the forums for Glory, too, are set up with multiple boards, banter, raiders, trading, etc. The bidding posts, on the other hand, have an official endorsement. For all price increases, funds must be verified, so there will be no haphazard price increases. Once the call is successful, a deal is bound to be struck. For each item, Chen Ming did not set a reserve price. Leave it up to everyone to leave a comment and bid on it. Time limit. Exactly 72 hours. 3 days go by and the highest bidder gets it, and that's the end of it. If no one bids, the auction is automatically cancelled. And, of course, the auctioneer can end the auction early and just close the deal. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Chen Ming released the post. After refreshing the page, his dragon-flying hot gold ID post, then in a dazzling posture, top hanging in the forum homepage, trading area, personal auction, 1-0 Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Simple title, but it's attracting a lot of attention. None other, just because of the poster's ID, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Countless people clicked into the post. Then, they were dumbfounded in unison. A bunch of gear screenshots, plus a line about the highest bidder. It's a ING auction. Everyone was confused. With the Game God certification players, the entire national service, I'm afraid that there are less than 20 people, each one, a man of honor. Moving your weekly top perk is usually used to promote the guild, or to show off your muscles and prove yourself to everyone. Like Chen Ming, the guy who took such a pushy privilege and made a whole auction out of it. He alone. For a time, many people felt that Chen Ming acting in such a manner was too much of a fall from an expert's style. It made many people who had only just developed admiration for him, were unable to hold back their frowns, thinking I might be worshipping the wrong people. But when these people saw those equipment that Chen Ming had laid out, disdain, and faint dislike in their hearts, it's all gone to hell. In its place, it was full of shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Green excellent equipment. There are actually 4 of them. The attributes of this staff are so awesome. I'm going to buy it. I'll offer 3,000. 3,000? Brother, are you looking down on the glory's kryptonite big brothers? This is a random piece of white equipment. I'm afraid to be this number. Want to buy green level equipment? Dreaming. I'll give you 10 times the amount of the brother up there. $30,000. $30,000 a pop. A group of melon eaters immediately dared not speak again. All you can do is watch the big boys go crazy with their bidding. Some really want gear. One would have to turn their attention to the white suit. However, the white suit is cheap compared to the green suit though. But because of this, the number of people competing for the white suit is even greater. As soon as the people are up, the prices called out are also naturally rising. Chen Ming looked at the 20 or so pieces of equipment that he had laid out, and the prices were all jumping around, and he instantly revealed a satisfied smile. That's a top. It's not being used for nothing. It's only just begun and the prices are already skyrocketing. Topping can last up to 6 hours. Wait until word spreads slowly. What price can it go up to in 6 hours? He was a little unsure of himself. Closed the forum. Chen Ming went straight to the village chief's old grandfather. He had finished the second subsection of the main quest yesterday, but just didn't have time to turn it in because of the monster attack. Get back on task today. Young man, your bravery is beyond my imagination. This is the reward you deserve. Mission accomplished. Gain 500 points of experience. Gain 7 silver coins. Obtained legacy leather armor hood. Lion's Roar skill book. Chen Ming's experience bar surged. Just under 9% experience from the level 10 mark. Still holding on to the number 1 spot in the world. Way ahead of the rest of the players. This time, both the rewards for experience and gold coins are more than the last time. SSS ranked quests are just awesome. Open the backpack. Looking to the equipment he was most concerned about. Heritage leather armor hood, green excellent, 1 out of 6. Required level, 8. Defense, 10. Agility +2. Strength +2. 2-piece effect, 1/2 plus 10% bludgeoning rate. 4-piece effect, 1/4 plus 50% bludgeoning damage. 6-piece set effect, 1/6 trigger buffs, throat slash, backstab, cut throat. The the next hit that ends the stealth state is bound to hit with a bludgeon. Backstab, 50% extra damage when attacking from behind. Synopsis, a suit of leather armor inherited from ancient times, with the blood of top stalkers still on it. This long list of attributes was a sight for Chen Ming to behold. Hurry up and gear up. Together with the inheritance leather armor handguard, obtained from the previous quest, a two-piece effect that was directly activated. Chen Ming gained a 10% bonus to his strike chance. Cool. At this moment, his attributes, again, skyrocketed by a large margin. ID, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Level, LV. 9. HP, 215 of 215. MP, 145 of 145. Attack power, 33. Defense, 23. Power, 18. Endurance, 16. Agility, 148. Spirit, 16. Talents, Wonderful Hands. Dagger Mastery. Sneak Mastery. Dodge Mastery. Poison Mastery. Skills, Hardening Poison. Ghosting. 148 Agility. Really outrageous. Chen Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly. He looked at the old village chief once more, waiting for him to release a follow-up quest. Unfortunately, the old village chief looked at him with a kind face, and no matter how much he conversed, the old village chief would just keep repeating himself. The mission is gone? Chen Ming was a bit surprised. It shouldn't be. What happened? Toth promised SSS ranked main quest. Open the mission tracking panel and take a look. The quest's guiding cursor had clearly landed in a small town far away from the novice village. It was a level 5 main city nearby, the kind that requires players to be level 10 to enter. It seems that the epic quest requires me to reach level 10 before I can continue. Chen Ming saw the reason at a glance. Next, my goal is to hit level 10. Although, he was less than 10% of experience away from level 10, but he had only collected one of his monster cards. To break through the level 9 limit and move up to level 10, you must activate 3 monster cards. Chen Ming estimated that he would have to brush up to about 120% of his experience value before he could activate the most trashy level 0 cards and level 1 cards and unlock the restriction of rushing to level 10. Unfortunately, the main quest is broken. There is no main quest to give experience, so I can only go hard and brush it up. Chen Ming had just lamented the lack of an additional source of experience. Just then, his message bar lit up again. White Jade Soup Big Brother. I have a mercenary mission here. I would like to ask you to make a move once. It's a special hidden copy, the kind where the player who reaches the first kill will get a generous reward. I wonder if Big Brother is interested. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Hidden copies? This stuff can be rich in experience. For him, a person who is lacking experience, it can be really just dozing off, and then a pillow is sent to him. Chapter 22, Sitting on the Ground. The copy opens. What hidden copy? Ling Yu had been ready for this for a long time and replied immediately. It's a level 10 or so copy, and the boss is rumored to go up to level 12. Originally, Snow Moon was going to leave it until all of them were level 10 and had completed their transitions before going on the raid. A level 12 boss? Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. This class is clearly not the one they should be raiding. Why is Ling Yu in such a hurry? Anyway, it is a hidden copy. Only she knows the way to enter the copy. Suddenly, Chen Ming thought of the president of the King's Guild. King, World, the murderous post. The King's World, as the president of a guild that had once been on the top 10 guilds, was also a player who had been certified with the privilege of being on top. Chen Ming, naturally, saw that post. 2 generations of people with a delicate mind. A little thought, he guessed the goal of Ling Yu anxious. She was desperate to prove that she hadn't made a reckless move by paying a large sum of money for Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Rather, it was a thoughtful and visionary act. Thinking of this, Chen Ming couldn't help but grin at the corner of his mouth. Since they are asking for it, that would be nice. Zai, slaughter hard. Don't think just because you're good looking, you get a discount with me. No way. Copies should be hard. Start without charging you more. Just $100,000. For each subsequent boss that is rated, an additional 100,000 will be charged. If you push through the entire map, you'll be charged an additional $200,000 for your hard work. By the way, all the equipment everyone roll points to distribute. Fair and square. But where the equipment of the thieves, I have the right to take it directly. Walk up if you can take it, forget it if you can't. When Ling Yu saw this rambling message, she could only feel the veins at the corners of her forehead jumping. After seeing Chen Ming's request to have the right to choose all of the thief's equipment, she finally couldn't help herself and spat lightly. What a rant! At this moment, Ling Yu was teaming up with Snow Moon's group of elites to brush the monsters. With this cry of hers, Hercules was audible to the Snow Moon crowd. People have asked what happened. Ling Yu didn't bother to explain and directly dumped out the chat records with Chen Ming. Snow Moon's group of elites were dumbfounded after taking a look. Asterisk 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 at that price. Doesn't he mean to bury people? The price of a single copy of the fight is pushing $1 million. It's a robbery. Chairman, let's ignore him. He's just a typical stomping on his nose. Humph, a thief. Brush the wild monsters may not be bad, but copies. He has a hair. That's right. We have a lot of elites in Snow Moon. It's just a matter of pushing a copy. Where else do we need to hire this kind of person? We, Snow Moon, are one of the top 10 guilds. If the copy can't even push us through, let's not count on him. There was a lot of excitement. Obviously, Chen Ming sitting on his hands had ruthlessly stimulated them. Originally, they were still quite favorable towards Chen Ming, but after seeing his offer, which was almost tantamount to robbery, the good feeling inside was vanishing. Of all these angry people, it was only Ling Shui, who remained relatively calm. She was the only one who didn't speak out to accuse Chen Ming, but even so, her heart was somewhat dissatisfied. She finally looked at Ling Yu. Sister, then shall we agree to him? Although everyone is reluctant to agree. But in the end, it was Ling Yu who had to make the call. You guys are right. It's outrageous that he's sitting on his hands. But that murderous post from the King's Guild has left Snow Moon disorganized. In order to counter the King's Guild, no matter how high the Pearl Emerald White Jade soup is asking for, we can only hold our noses and admit it. However, this is also the last time he cooperates with us. Ling Yu was worthy of being the head of a meeting. Though angry, but still, the most sensible decision was made. Then spend the money to calm things down. The money, indeed, was given to Chen Ming nice, but that's only out to take care of the King's Guild, the kind that has to come out. And hearing Ling Yu analyze it like that, the Snow Moon crowd could only nod their heads in acceptance, but the heart is still very much in the right place. Humph, President Ling Yu, you are willing to bid is one thing, whether he has that ability to get it or not is another. I just don't believe that he, a mere thief, will be able to exert much of an advantage in the copy. That's right, thieves belong to the field-brushing monsters and PK powerful. In the narrow copy, the dexterity of thieves is not worth mentioning at all. Instead, I have some hope that he can't beat the copy. TSK, I really want to see his face after being brutally beaten. The Snow Moon crowd had expressed their heartfelt displeasure in words. As Ling Yu listened, she didn't bother, but opened the message bar for herself and sent her reply to Chen Ming. Meet at the east gate of the novice village in 10 minutes. Come alive. Chen Ming smiled faintly. He had expected that Ling Yu would not reject his rambling price. After all, right now Ling Yu was in a dilemma forced by the situation. Herself was the only way for her to break the ice. Thanks for the wave of assists from the king, the world-old brother. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming slowly arrived at the east gate of the novice village. Herself saw the Snow Moon bunch. At the head of the group was naturally the incomparably beautiful twin Ling Shui Ling Yu sisters. Underneath the holy priests and mages' robes were covered bodies that made one look at them and couldn't help but feel the urge to sin. Even though Chen Ming had seen many beautiful women in his 2 lifetimes, he could not help but pause for a moment on the 2 women. Then the sweep continued, including the twin sisters. There were 9 people on the team: fighters, knights, mages, priests, rangers, and other professions are all available. Only no thieves. This is not to say that they have invited Chen Ming and no longer match the thief profession. But the thief profession is recognized as the king of the field. PK kills people, brushes monsters in a harsh and rapid manner. The only thing that was mediocre was in the copy. An experienced big guild like the Snow Moon Guild naturally wouldn't bring along a moppet like a thief when facing a high difficulty copy. After accepting Ling Yu's invitation to enter the team, Chen Ming opened the door. Hit the money. Ling Yu's pretty face sank slightly. Although it had been discussed long ago, the starting price of this copy was $100,000, which means that Chen Ming can get $100,000 as long as he agrees to it, regardless of how the back copy plays out. Even if you find yourself unable to fight a single small monster, that's $100,000 all the same. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Ming actually asked for money without even seeing a copy. That's outrageous, but after all, he had asked for it. No matter how upset he was, he could only hold it in. Ling Yu gently clenched her silver teeth and completed the transfer. Turned. Let's go. Chen Ming silently checked his bank account. Sure enough, $100,000 was received. He grinned. No problem. Let's go. Though he could sense that Ling Yu didn't give him a good face, and the Snow Moon crowd was not polite to him. But what does that have to do with him? He's here to make money, not to be a lickspittle. These guys look at him and have to give him money. That's what's really awesome. Ling Yu pulled out a scroll. Crush violently. A spell lit up at the bottom of everyone's feet, and a blue light erupted, swallowing everyone up. The next second, a prompt that exploded in front of players around the world. Players: Qingfeng Flying Snow, Qingfeng Range Moon, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, and Dragon Battle Knight. Open the hidden S-rank copy. Undead Plague. After the challenge ends, the Undead Plague copy will open the portal. Challenges are available to players all over the world. As soon as this notice was refreshed, all the players of Glory, all look over. Chapter 23, S-Class Copy. Snow Moon's Pressure. S-Rank Hidden Copy? Holy, what is this? Xingfeng Flying Snow, Xingfeng Reaching for the Moon. Isn't this Snow Moon? Holy, the Snow Moon CIA took down a monster siege. What big move are they planning to make today? Wait, there's the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother. Has this Big Brother been pulled into Snow Moon already? Ghost, Big Brother plus Snow Moon. No wonder they dare to open the hidden copy. All the players were shocked, and naturally, the Snow Moon crowd, who had ended their teleportation, saw the message on the screen. Ling Yu frowned slightly. After we finish the challenge, the copy will be open to the world? How come I didn't know there was a setting for this before? Ling Yu was a little hard to top. She had thought that by owning the teleportation scroll, she had ownership of this copy. As long as she wants to, there are unlimited challenges for this copy. Unexpectedly, she only had the privilege of challenging a copy for the first time. After this, the replica will be open to the world. Missed the boat, ah, sister. Ling Shui let out a bitter laugh. The Snow Moon crowd, too, had revealed expressions of gravity. What a blunder! And most deadly of all, the whole process of their rating will be live-streamed. Anyone who wanted to could click into the livestream through the link in the system through and see the process of rating by the Snow Moon crowd. If the Snow Moon crowd was beaten up, they would be in a sorry state. That would be a shame. Especially, they also carry the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. If they die an ugly death, won't it just confirm the post of the king, the world? The Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is completely unworthy of its 100,000 starting price. For the Snow Moon Guild to give him such a price is for President Ling Yu to know people poorly and do things in a biased manner. By then, the credibility of Snow Moon will be greatly reduced. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ling Yu, the president, had lost face. A heavy burden was also in the hearts of everyone in Snow Moon. But it's done. They had no choice but to tough it out. The crowd looked around. It's a dark cave. There are still remnants of broken and shattered mine roads inside. Some moldy wooden mining carts and dusty wooden vats were casually thrown around the edges of the narrow mine. In the entire mine, there were just a few dimly lit candles that wavered to provide light. Depressing. Terror. The Snow Moon crowd frowned. Blood Bowl tops it. Another warrior drops into the back row for protection. Mages, priests, archers, come together in the center. Ling Yu instantly displayed the demeanor of the head of a meeting. A command went down. The Snow Moon crowd instantly switched cues. Get into the fight. As for the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, Ling Yu pondered for a moment before arranging. Bai Yu Tang. You wander to the sides of the group and wait for an opportunity to move. She really didn't know how to arrange a thief and a copy. Chen Ming did not refuse and nodded, leaning to the side of the group, all the way forward, as the mine tunnel extends downward. Finally, they encountered their first monster. Roar! A low hiss sounded. The dirt in front of me loosened. A ragged skeleton struggles to rise from the dirt. Skeleton monster, elite, LV, 10, HP, 750, attack power, 35, defense, 15. Synopsis, skeletal monsters resurrected by the effects of the apocalyptic Armageddon. The Snow Moon crowd's breath caught, though they had known for a long time that this copy was strong. But I didn't expect. I can't believe it's so exaggerated. The first small monster you see when you enter the copy is unexpectedly an elite level monster. Chairman, this monster, I don't think I can carry it for a few hits. The big man whose ID was Dragon Battle Knight trembled and said, he was the strongest Blood Bowl Knight in Snow Moon. Not only does it operate strongly, for the sake of this copy, Ling Yu even mobilized all the top-notch equipment within the guild and gave it to him to wear. Both the candor and the blood are quite exaggerated, but in front of level 10 elite monsters, it's really not worth it. Ling Yu was similarly doubly headache-ridden, but the arrow had to be fired. She can only harden her heart. Open the monster. Nurse, pay attention to watch the knight's blood level. Warrior, pay attention to control the hatred. Always top up. Help the knight share the damage. As for the alabaster soup, you just see the opportunity to output, facing what was clearly just a glitch. However, the Snow Moon crowd was cautious as if they were facing a boss. The Blood Bowl rider topped it off. A roar. Pull the monster's hate. The skeleton roared in anger and swung the mineral manuscript in his hand, slamming it hard into the Blood Bowl Knight. -47. Bright red damage values exploded from the knight. The crowd felt their scalps tingle at the mere sight of it. 47? What the hell kind of damage is this monster doing? Asterisk 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 how the hell do you fight that? This hurts too much. Ling Yu's pretty face chilled as she raised her hands and a blazing ball of fire instantly coalesced in her chest. The glow of the fireball was dazzling to the extreme. It illuminated the staff in Ling Yu's hand, which was emitting a magnificent light. Clearly, the The light blue light emanating from it emphasized the extraordinary status of this staff. A number of people watching the livestream instantly recognized it. It's that blue-ranked rare weapon that's ranked number 1 in mage equipment. The Cannibal Flower Staff, isn't it? That's right. It's the number 1 blue-grade staff in all of Glory. Ling Yu opened it in Monster Siege City yesterday. It's not just a blue-ranked staff. I've inquired about it. Ling Yu not only opened the staff yesterday, she also brought a blue-ranked jewelry that increases magic damage by a whole bunch. This fireball looks different from ordinary fireball spells at a glance. Could it be the strongest skill on the mage skill list with the same blue level quality? The Art of Magnificent Fireball? Asterisk. It's still true. Ling Yu's 3 blue level lottery chances yesterday opened up top weapons, skills and jewelry, with 3 blue levels added. Ling Yu should be the strongest mage at the moment, right? No wonder Snow Moon dared to open a hidden copy. A crowd of onlookers went crazy cha lemon, but also looking forward to Ling Yu's output. Currently the Glory deserves to be the number 1 violent mage. A magnificent fireball technique slammed down. That monster. Wouldn't it have to go up in smoke on the spot? Boom! The fireball exploded hard on the skeleton. The flames were all over the place. Impactful. However, the number that popped up made everyone freeze. Minus 42. 42 drops of blood? The battle was so exaggerated. But it turned out to be only 42 drops of blood? Ling Yu herself froze. How could she not have expected that her blow would only hit 42 points of blood? She had expected at least 100 points of damage. You know, that's just a little monster. Although it's just a small monster, people are at least level 10, and there are additional hidden resistance bonuses from elites. It's normal to hit this output. Chen Ming commented. This statement was made. The faces of the Snow Moon crowd all sank. Even the most violent Ling Yu only has such a pitiful output. This copy, how else can I push ah? All of those watching the livestream had the same thought. Snowy Moon, the designation is gone. This copy is simply not something that Snow Moon can touch at this stage. Just then, Chan Ming drew out the twin daggers in his back. Swish! Above the dagger, it was tinted with an ethereal green. Step by step, he approached towards the skeleton. His confident back was as if he had been the lone wolf that he had single-handedly challenged yesterday. However, as with yesterday, at this moment, not a single person believed that he could do anything to save the day. Especially Ling Yu. She, a mage with 3 blue armor enchantments, couldn't even deal damage yet. Not to mention Chen Ming, a thief? What he had obtained though was a chance to draw for purple-ranked equipment, and in terms of quality, it was far higher than her 3 draws for blue-ranked equipment. But on the equipment list, the only purple equipment that existed in the world, the Ink Bamboo Bracelet, betrayed Chen Ming's lucky draw result. Although 2 jumps is an attribute that makes everyone's eyes glaze over, but it was ultimately just a bracelet with no added attributes at all. There are no excellent attributes to add. Chan Ming, what's he doing to do damage? It wasn't just Ling Yu who thought so. The same goes for all those watching the livestream. After having Ling Yu as a forewarning, no one believes that Chen Ming, whose equipment is far inferior to Ling Yu, can fight a miracle like yesterday. Chapter 24, Chen Ming's Strength. The shocked crowd. Outside a certain novice village, the king, the world enjoys the experience value of his minions brushing the monsters, and he himself sits leisurely on the side, watching the live broadcast. When he saw Ling Yu slam down a magnificent fireball technique, but only slammed out more than 40 points of damage, he instantly laughed maniacally. Ha ha, Snow Moon is finished. The minions were immediately interested. What good thing happened that you're smiling so much, big brother? Snow Moon is finished? What's going on here? The king, the world is in a good mood. Also explained to the little brothers. Ling Yu, a top mage, can only deal this much damage, let alone that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. His current equipment has been fully surpassed by Ling Yu. If Ling Yu can't even deal damage, he's even more worthless, and such a fartless guy. But by the Snow Moon for $100,000 to push the copy. That does not just implement my previous accusation of the words. It's only natural that the unfairness of the Snowy Moon would run deep. In the future, when players of Glory consider joining a guild, once they think of Snow Moon's unfair initiative, they will naturally be discouraged from joining Snow Moon. With this move, I can be said to have injured Yuki from the root. The more he said, the more the king, the world laughed happily. I can see that Ling Yu hurriedly opened this hidden copy in order to retaliate to my post yesterday. It's a pity that Snow Moon has lifted a stone and smashed her own foot. A bunch of guys who are less than level 10 challenging for an S-rank copy is ridiculous. The juniors immediately shouted that the president was wise and that the president had anticipated things like a god. And just as they were talking, Chen Ming's thief had quietly circled around behind the skeleton soldier. Come on, do it, let the world see how you, the so-called top expert Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, are in your original form. The king, the world smiled sinisterly. Although Chen Ming hadn't made a move yet, the King of Kings, however, seemed to have been able to imagine how pathetic the damage that Chen Ming would deal would be. 20 points? No, it should be just over 10 points. Of course, it's possible that it's not even 10 points. The corners of the king's mouth rose higher and higher. If he couldn't even deal 10 points of damage, then Snow Moon would have been disgraced this time. That call for the pearl jade white jade soup will also be in this moment, completely fall off the altar. Swish 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 swish, the dual swords in Chen Ming's hands flew. It slashed hard at the skeleton's body, though, his equipment was really bad and his panel damage, not high enough. But, he was the one who had the thief hidden profession, Shadow Walker. He does damage that isn't based on panel attack power at all. It is the agility that makes him stand out. His normal attacks additionally had a bonus to his agility attribute, and his agility had reached a terrifying value close to 150 points. It's 10 times as much as a normal player. The damage, naturally, is quite exaggerated. However, the others were not aware of Chen Ming's undercard. Just through ordinary equipment to speculate on Chen Ming's damage. Naturally can't imagine exactly how terrifying Chen Ming's damage can be. This instant, Ling Yu almost wanted to close her eyes, not daring to look at the damage dealt by Chen Ming. She knew it well. The moment the damage appeared, it was the moment when Chen Ming fell off the pedestal. It's also the moment when Snow Moon sits on the stigma. But, just when Ling Yu's heart was at the bottom and she didn't dare to look any further. Instead, she suddenly heard a shriek. How is this damage possible? It was his sister Ling Xue's voice. Ling Yu was stunned. Before she could react, around her, one after another, exclamations of shock came. The blood is gone. Skeleton monster's blood. Straight up? What's with the exaggerated damage to the white jade soup big guy? Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. What's the situation? Ling Yu finally twisted her head to look at the front side that she dared not look directly at before. Saw the skeleton soldier who was suddenly left with only a remnant of blood, as well as the pearl emerald white jade soup whose double blades were flying in his hands, harvesting the blood of the skeleton monsters as if they were ghosts. Though the equipment worn on pearl emerald white jade soup was also sporadic and tattered, extremely poorly sold, but his flickering and ghostly figure was paired with a pair of daggers that were as green and throbbing like ghostly flames. At this moment, he was as handsome as a heavenly god. 4 more slashes came out. A series of eye-popping numbers instantly spiked out from the skeleton monster's body. -94, -82, -96, -104. The last of the skeleton monster's blood disappeared. With a pop, it shattered into a pile of broken bones and scattered all over the floor. Snow Moon's 10-member squad, one after another, saw their experience values jump. Even Chen Ming, a level 9 guy, watched as his experience value rose by about 2%. This experience, it's also too rich. Even Chen Ming couldn't help but sigh. Placed on a wild map, with 2% experience, even with his terrifying monster brushing speed, it would take at least half an hour. But in this copy, just one little monster is so lucrative. That's a great reward. No, it's got to be extra. Chen Ming thought of the money-grubbing priest storyline and casually teased. However, what he didn't think about was that as soon as his words left his mouth, Ling Yu looked fiercely at him. Add as much as you want. I'll give you as much as you want. Ha? Chen Ming was confused. I was just kidding. True or false? You're not joking too, are you? Chen Ming twisted his head to take a look with some confusion, only to see Ling Yu staring at herself with a face full of excitement. Her usual high and cold eyes had been replaced by excitement. She was breathing heavily, and even her chest was heaving alarmingly. Chen Ming was even shaken to the point of being a little dizzy. But then the response came. This chick is for real. She really needs to raise the money. Chen Ming wouldn't explain that he was just a flirtatious remark. If you have money coming to your door, it's not worth it. Then, double it? No problem. Ling Yu breathed heavily and agreed in one breath. Chen Ming was silent. It feels like it's called less. Is this chick that high? I should have known to triple it. Pity. In fact, he hadn't guessed wrong. If he himself had offered 3 times the price, Ling Yu, too, would have agreed without hesitation. No way. Chen Ming's performance was really greatly out of his expectations. That high amount of damage. Terrifying is not even an understatement. All the crises of the snowy moon. All in the instant that Chen Ming's set of skills hit. It's all gone. When the snow moon crowd looked at Chen Ming again, what started out as irritation and boredom is completely gone. All that was left was full of adoration. At this moment, each and every one of them were thankful that they hadn't shown any real hostility towards Chen Ming in the beginning. In the meantime, the king, who had been happily watching the live broadcast, waiting to see Chen Ming make a fool of himself, was shocked and stood up violently, revealing an expression of disbelief. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 25, continuing the advance. Encountering a trap. King, the world's panic caused the surrounding minions to all freeze. What the hell? Wasn't the boss calmly waiting to see Snow Moon's joke just now? Why are you suddenly so freaked out? Boss, what happened? Has there been a change at Snow Moon? The king, the world and the earth do not even have the effort to reply to the little brother. Watched the screen in total shock. The words kept coming out of his mouth. No way. Absolutely not. The minions were confused. They had never seen the boss so out of sorts. Seeing that the boss didn't answer, they could only click into the live stream one after another to take a look. On the screen, the Snow Moon crowd was starring around the Pearl Emerald White Jade soup. Even the twin sisters that everyone called the Snow Moon twins were likewise the same. Chan Ming had suddenly turned into the centerpiece of the entire team. The minions hadn't seen the rest of the picture, but they probably already had a guess just from seeing this scene. Look to the pop-up again. Pearl Emerald White Jade soup big brother is also too violent. I can't understand why Pearl's very white jade soup big brother, who doesn't have top-tier equipment, can kill Lingyu by a huge margin in terms of damage. Could it be that Pearl Jade White Jade soup big brother opened more than just the ink bamboo bracelet purple suit yesterday? It's horrible. Pearl Emerald White Jade soup big brother is just horrible. Just scanning the pop-ups, the minions would have been able to guess what was happening. They looked at each other face to face. Pearl Emerald White Jade soup is obviously dry again to make some shocking operation. After taking several deep breaths, King World finally stabilized his mind. However, his face was frosty and cold, very different from his previous confidence. He grunted in a grim tone. Humph. Although the damage of this Pearl Emerald White Jade soup is exaggerated, pushing a copy, it's not like you can push through it just by relying on damage. The amount of milk of the nurse, the magic output of the mage, and the candor of the knight and warrior, one without the other. Snow Moon is definitely going to roll over. Absolutely. King, the world said in the end, already gnashing teeth. The other minions immediately chimed in. Boss is right. Snow Moon is only one Pearl Emerald White Jade soup powerful. Sooner or later it will flip. This is a 10-player copy. It's unrealistic to rely on just one Pearl Emerald White Jade soup to take a flight. As awesome as White Jade soup is, it's still just a brittle output. Just as they were talking, the Snow Moon crowd had passed the second corner. In front of him, another skeleton monster had suddenly appeared. Big Brother White Jade soup. I'm going up to start the monsters? The Dragon Warrior Knight's tone had taken on a touch of respect as he carefully asked for Chen Ming's opinion. It's not just him. The others craned their heads to look over. It's also funny to say that this team is clearly being led by the Snow Moon's president and vice president. Results available. Chan Ming, however, became the centerpiece of the team. With a nod of his head, the Dragon Warrior Knight then happily rushed up and attracted the skeleton monster's hatred, pulling him towards his back. White Jade soup big brother, prepare to output. Chen Ming drew out his twin blades. Lingyu raised her staff. The archers, ranger, and mages in the group also prepared their output, but people didn't take it much more seriously. After all, compared to the White Jade soup big brother, their output is a drop in the bucket. Probably not even a fraction of the big brother. Lingyu's heart was even more mixed. It was the first time she had experienced what it was like to paddle around in a group and be taken for a ride. Swish swish swish. Chen Ming's hand rose and fell. A few seconds later, the skeleton monster died violently once more, even though he had already seen Chen Ming's means of output. At this moment, the pop-up screen still frantically brushed up 666, all cheering for Chen Ming. Moving on, the Snow Moon crowd was already getting more and more confident the more they fought. Is this what it's like to be a lapdog? That's cool. Sustained depth. After taking out 7 or 8 skeleton monsters, the narrow mine tunnel opens up. The Snow Moon crowd suddenly appeared in a slightly open cave. The cave was fairly empty. Only a lone skeleton monster stood in the center of the mine. In a state of bewilderment that has not yet been attracted to hate, Chen Ming keenly sensed that something was wrong. Be careful and pay attention when you pull monsters, he droned on. The Dragon Warrior Knight had obviously been convinced by Chen Ming's power and had 100% trust in his words as he nodded gruffly. Alright big brother. He raised his own shield and cautiously leaned towards the skeleton monster. The Snow Moon crowd, too, had entered battle. Although they have killed too many skeleton monsters, this one right now is clearly not right. It was alone in the middle of the empty mine. It's really not right. Sensing the knight's approach, the skeleton monster was attracted to hatred, and it jerked its head around, its hollow eyes locking straight onto the Dragon Warrior Knight. The Dragon Warrior Knight drew his legs and ran, pulling the skeleton closer to the Snow Moon crowd. Up until this moment, everything had been expected by the crowd. But, just the next second, a violent muffled sound came violently from the ground. The earth shook hard. The running Dragon Warrior Knight didn't stand still, and threw himself out in a dog-eared fart, sprawling on the ground. Around him, 4 or 5 cracks appeared steeply. Immediately following, one after another, skeletal palms emerged from the cracks. It's over. There's really something wrong. The Dragon Warrior Knight's eyes showed a look of despair. As the team's main tank, He knew the terror of these skeleton monsters. Even if he has all blood all points, and also has a meat suit that has been put together with all the power of the snow moon, can still only withstand the damage of a skeleton monster. It's even very dangerous. Needs to be shared by the Subtan warrior on the team. One is still like this, let alone the 7 or 8 skeletons that are struggling to get out of the cracks in the ground at this very moment. Big brother, President, you guys run, the dragon warrior knight roared. Then without hesitation, he turned on a skill that belongs solely to knights. Provocation, he roared, and the skeleton monsters around him were instantly attracted to his hatred. They were all carrying drafts of mines and slamming them at him, accompanied by the dragon warrior knight's miserable screams. His blood level fell crazily, -59, -52, -73, a siege of 7 or 8 skeleton monsters. It made him instantly killed in seconds before he could even get a mouthful of milk. Swish, the dragon warrior knight exploded the shield in his hand and turned into a white light, respawning at the entrance of the copy in his soul state. The Snow Moon crowd took advantage of the opening where the dragon warrior knight sacrificed himself to buy time and ran away. Although everyone was not killed in action, but this copy, apparently, can't be brushed. The main titan of their team is dead, to be resurrected. He had to run with his soul next to the body, but 7 or 8 skeletons hovered next to the corpse of the dragon warrior knight. Even if he was stuck at a distance to revive, he couldn't escape the hate range of these 7 or 8 skeletons. Ling Yu's face was ugly, but in the end, she sighed helplessly. Looks like we're out of luck. Encountered this trap kill. No way. Give it up. 7 or 8 skeleton monsters are not something we can mess with. With that said, Ling Yu smiled bitterly. It's my bad for rushing to open this copy. My problem. Sorry. By the way, White Jade Soup big brother, the remaining $100,000 of your appearance fee, I will still call you. Wait for our snow moon to develop for a period of time, then ask White Jade Soup big brother to help. Seeing Ling Yu looking so disheartened, outside, when King World saw the scene, a smile bloomed on his face once again. I knew that Snow Moon was not going to pass on this copy. Ha. Chapter 26, Restless Guild, Impatient Crowd, the joy on the face of the king, the world, is not hidden. It's not just him. In the live broadcast room, countless people were thrilled when they saw Ling Yu say the words give it up. Everyone remembers it clearly. Before the copy opened, the system had prompted, as soon as Snow Moon and his party's trip to the replica is over, this hidden copy of the undead Scourge of Heaven would then open its entrance to players from all over the world. Snow Moon is ready to give up? Brothers, prepare to open up. I've been brushing the wild monsters for a day. I've thrown up. It's finally time to challenge a copy. I'm going to develop the evil gameplay of the copy and become the first person in the world to raid the copy. Brothers, charge. Everyone was excited beyond belief, even if they knew that this copy was extremely difficult. But they didn't expect to pass the copy. Just killing the skeleton monsters at the entrance would be extremely lucrative in terms of experience. Isn't that more comfortable than a field map? Soon after, an attention-grabbing pop-up was sent out by an ID that shimmered in gold. The King's Guild will open a copy of the Undead Catastrophe. Welcome all aspirants to join the King's Guild, and together we will forge the legend of the King in glory. The King's Guild had recently stomped on Snow Moon, ruthlessly brushing up their presence. Although, under Chen Ming's unexpected performance, the King Guild's attack against Snow Moon was undoubtedly weakened by a lot. But, at least, a little bit of good reputation was gained. Right now and then take advantage of Snow Moon's globally broadcasted disgrace to the core. Throw out the King's Guild solicitation. It's even more heartfelt. It's not just the King's Guild. Many guilds with dignified names had taken this opportunity to use the replica as an excuse to recruit their respective troops. It's not just the Chinese servers. Guilds all over the world. All over the world. No way. A hidden copy of FD, DF stands for first down, meaning the first to push out a boss. Worldwide, is a great honor. Enough to push a guild's reputation to the top of the world. Not only that, the rewards for the copies, too, peak at the first push off. This is a rule explicitly established by the official glory. Bosses are killed for the first time in the world when they are killed. Must produce a piece of equipment or item of the highest grade it can pop. 100% burst rate. This, then, is the gold of the world's first kill. Enough to make all guilds rush and go crazy over it. For a while, all the major guilds were busy. They have begun to prepare for the next copy of the Undead Scourge that is about to open. Even Ling Yu received private messages from the various guild presidents. President Ling Yu, can I trouble you to abandon your copy in 5 minutes? I'm contacting guild members here to get up and online, so please accommodate me. I'm willing to use a green ranked shield as a token of appreciation. President Ling Yu, please let me know when you give up. We've been allies for so many years. I'm sure these small things won't make it difficult for President Ling Yu, right? Sister Moon, can I have one of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother's best friend? Don't worry, I'll pay the price you agreed upon. Please tell Big Brother that I appreciate it. Sister Moon. Ling Yu was bombarded with a flurry of messages. She shook her head helplessly. It's a shame. Such a hidden copy was wasted by her. But fortunately, she proved that the high price of Pearl Emerald White Jade soup was not nonsense, but was worth every penny, redeeming Snowmoon's reputation. Sort of a blessing in disguise. She consoled herself with a bitter smile. Then, she found the scroll to return to the city. Guys, let's go. This statement was made. Players all over the world, their spirits are highly tense. It's like an athlete at the starting line waiting for the referee to call the shots, just waiting for the Snowmoon crowd to leave. They would then scramble to rush into the undead scourge of heaven copy. But, just then, just a moment, after Chen Ming stopped Ling Yu's teleportation, without looking back, he walked towards the group of skeleton monsters. The Snowmoon crowd was shocked. White Jade soup, Big Brother. What do you mean by that? Could it be that Big Brother Bai Yutang is planning to challenge this group of skeleton monsters? How is this possible? The Dragon Battle Knight, who had already transformed into a soul state, was the most agitated. These skeleton monsters have exceptionally high damage. Even I can't carry a few hits, let alone Big Brother White Jade soup? It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Ming. Instead, it's the truth. No matter how fierce the White Jade soup big man was, he was still just a thief. The output is spare, but the damage resistance is estimated to be even worse than an ordinary knight. But, Big Brother Bai Yutang is the one who has single-handedly challenged an elite wild wolf pack. Hee. Ling Shui spoke out, reminding the crowd, but Ling Yu immediately shook her head. It's not the same. When White Jade soup soloed the wolves yesterday, it was in the wilderness, an open map that was very suitable for him to utilize his thief's strengths, flickering and evading the wolves' attacks by virtue of his maneuvering, thus accomplishing his survival. This was the result of many people's discussions after Chen Ming triggered the entire internet yesterday. They all thought that Chen Ming was able to single-handedly take on the elite wild wolf pack with his own strength because he was a great operator. With the thief's high agility, he plays the operation like a charm, weaving in and out of wolves. It's like passing through 100 flowers without a single leaf touching you. But, such a masterful operation, it also needs to be played on terrain. Right now, such a narrow mine is congested with 7 or 8 skeletons. Spare the Pearl Emerald White Jade soup operation pull full. There is no use. No one believed that Chen Ming could operate again. And, he looked so resigned. It also aroused the impatience of a number of players who were incredibly anxious and eager to challenge the copy. Can you make it faster? Dude's waiting to get into his copy. What else is there to try? It's hard for you, a thief, to pull off 7 or 8 monsters. Big Brother Bai Yutang, we know you're powerful, but at a time like this just resign yourself to your fate. Okay, players all over the world are waiting for you. Hurry up and get out of the copy. Don't ink it. Impatience spewed out, instantly spreading across the screen. But Chen Ming wasn't concerned. He was, at the moment, thinking of only one thing. That would be his agility points and whether he could dodge the attacks of these skeletons. Evasion was the biggest reason why he was able to solo the wolves yesterday. Instead of relying on manipulation as has been speculated, skeleton monsters are elite-level monsters with hidden attribute bonuses. I don't know how much more powerful it is compared to yesterday's elite coyote that was only level 7. But, the skeleton monster is only 1 level higher than me. My attributes far exceed those of a normal level 9 thief. It should not be much of a problem. Between thoughts, Chen Ming had already arrived at the edge of the skeleton monster group. Take another step. He stepped into the skeleton monster's hate range. In a split second, the 7 or 8 skeleton monsters, in unison, twisted their heads and aimed their empty eye sockets at Chen Ming. Ho 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 ho! A mournful hiss resounded through the narrow cavern. Seeing this scene, the pop-ups rolled again. Like to rub it in? Getting targeted by 7 or 8 skeleton monsters at once. Ha, ha ha, skeleton monsters, hurry up and kill this guy. As the old saying goes, pretending to be a bully is struck by lightning. See, retribution has come. Even a knight can't carry a round of attacks from this group of skeleton monsters. He, a thief, will probably vaporize instantly. Good riddance. Open the champagne. A group of people bloated. He couldn't wait for Chen Ming to be surrounded and beaten to death by the skeleton monsters the next second. Chapter 27, Crazy Miss. Is this an assassin? A group of skeleton monsters, killed towards Chen Ming. They have an agility that is very different from their skeleton status. Coming, the Snow Moon crowd, their hearts fluttered. Even if there was a Chen Ming between that group of skeletons in them. But here and now, they still felt numb. They who were so far away from each other were still like this. So one could imagine how much psychological pressure Chen Ming, who was facing the onslaught of the skeleton group directly, should be under. But, Chen Ming, however, stood there expressionlessly. There was no semblance of panic at all. There is a certain composure that you are as strong as you are, and I am as calm as I can be. There's nothing like a fresh breeze on a hillock and a bright moon shining on a big river. Close. The skeletons, they're getting closer. But Chen Ming still had no intention of moving. What the hell? Why is he still in the same spot and not moving? There was both anxiety and doubt in the hearts of the Snow Moon crowd. Finally, the skeleton at the forefront had already approached Chen Ming. It raised the manuscript in its hands high and ruthlessly smashed it towards Chen Ming. But Chen Ming remained standing in place. It was like a stone Buddha. White jade soup, big brother. Dodge away. Ling Shui was the first to hold back and shouted. They were well aware of how terrifying the damage of the skeleton monster was. See the draft getting closer. Even the always steady Ling Yu couldn't help but frown and chortle. Quickly dodge. Chen Ming remained motionless. Ling Shui was anxious and hastily raised her staff, wanting to anticipate one of the skeleton's attacks and add a bite of blood return with advance to Chen Ming. Ling Yu similarly raised her staff, wanting the howling fireball technique to gain room for Chen Ming to maneuver. It had to be said that for Ling Shui Ling Yu to be able to manage the Snow Moon Guild and become known as the Snow Moon Twin Jewelers was not just because of their family affairs and amazing looks. The operation of the two is also definitely at the top level of the world. A glimpse of this can be seen in the details of the galloping Chen Ming. Pop. The draft viciously plunged into Chen Ming's shoulder. Chen Ming's blood level, however, did not move at all. Miss. A large miss floated out and looked at everyone. What's the situation? Miss? Chen Ming's luck seems to be somewhat good. Ling Shui's milk articulated at just the right time, but it was milked for loneliness. Ling Yu's howling fireball technique had attracted the skeleton's hatred instead. The skeleton jerked its head around and glared angrily at Ling Yu. It steeply turned around and killed Ling Yu. At the same time, the remaining skeleton monsters also rushed towards Snow Moon in unison. It's over. Ling Yu lightly bit her lip. She knew that she had just accidentally pulled the opposite side's hatred with that shot of the magnificent fireball technique. Snow Moon. It's going to be a reunion. As for Chen Ming's miss, she didn't even think about it. It's just one miss, or a high agility profession like thief. Isn't it normal to be lucky enough to come across it? Eyes on the skeletons rushing in unison. The Snow Moon crowd hurriedly prepared for defense. The only Subtan warrior was at the top of the list with both feet on the ground. In the live room, a crowd of viewers watched and clapped, especially those who hated the Snow Moon Guild. It's even more heartfelt. Ha ha, this is a real reunion. Or Pearl Jade White Jade Soup screwed up the reunion. Although this guy is somewhat strong, he doesn't seem to have much of a brain. Indeed, how dare you pretend to be in this situation? Isn't that looking for death? Come back. Your opponent. It's me, Chen Ming, suddenly and gently stabbed into the skeleton. High amounts of damage burst out. Follow closely. He used his feet as an axis, and his entire body rotated at high speed. The double daggers in his hands were like a storm of sharp swords, sweeping across the surroundings. In a flash, a cloud of blood mist exploded. Immediately following, the 7 or 8 skeletons were all tainted with poisonous mist. Chen Ming, surprisingly, had used his high agility points to make this extremely difficult maneuver. In a split second, it hurt all the skeletons, pulling in all the hate. This wave played out. Even those who disliked Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine either. It's a gorgeous and practical operation. Tough. It's so hard. The hatred of the skeletons changed once again. All of them were focused on Chen Ming. This time, they were no longer polite. The enraged 7 or 8 skeletons frantically raised the mineral drafts in their hands and smashed them against Chen Ming. Snapped. It's like the Dragon Warrior Knight was hammered to death by a messy draft earlier. Chen Ming, too, received the same treatment. Miss. 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 Next, a series of misses popped up. Chen Ming, surprisingly, was unharmed. Not only that, Chen Ming also operated again. The twin swords in his hands were unceasing. Slash frantically at the skeleton monster. -82, -85, -112, -94. A series of outputs. The skeleton monster was not to be outdone. Miss. 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 The moment. An extremely absurd scene, yet filled with violent aesthetics, played out in front of everyone. Chen Ming stood against the 7 or 8 skeletal monsters' draft attacks, half a step back. Frantically, he returned the favor. It was as if the two boxers in the ring had abandoned all acts of defense and were attacking with every punch, every kick, like a raging storm. Non-stop offense. The Snow Moon crowd had completely frozen. Ling Yu stared with a pair of beautiful eyes, an expression of disbelief. Ling Shui even couldn't help but mumble. This is a thief? A question that asked what was on everyone's mind. Can you call this a thief? Even the most reckless warriors don't play like that. Ow. After a scream, the first skeleton monster fell to the ground. However, Chen Ming did not turn his head to attack the other skeleton monsters. He saw a light flare up underneath the fallen skeleton monster. It's the equipment. He ignored the attack behind him, Straight away, he crouched down and touched the corpse of the skeleton monster. He then picked up a piece of equipment. It's a mage's wrist guard. After saying that, he looked at Lingyu. Lingyu did not know what Chen Ming meant by this. However, she associated it with Chen Ming several times of sitting on her hands before, and hastily waved her hand. It's fine. I don't need it. This equipment will be for you to deal with. After Chen Ming had once again shown himself to be more powerful than anyone could imagine, the price Lingyu was willing to give was also rising. Although it was agreed at the beginning that Chen Ming would only have the right to prioritize the selection of the thief's equipment, all other equipment would be distributed according to role points. But Lingyu didn't mind that Chen Ming had temporarily broken his contract and asked for a lion's share of the money. No way. Those who are able to do so are the ones who are treated generously. Chen Ming shook his head. The tone of voice blandly said, "No, before the covenant agreed. Not a thief equipment to roll. This is the rule." With that, he threw this equipment to Lingyu. Receiving the wrist guard, Lingyu could not help but stare. If this were to be the case in normal times, Lingyu would definitely give him a high look in her mind and slightly change her stereotype of thinking that he was a money grubber. But here and now, Lingyu looked at Chen Ming's back, the several skeleton monsters that were frantically hammering him, as well as the calm-faced Chen Ming. She only felt momentarily speechless. This guy is actually so principled? But, you're a man of principle. But you're also a man of time, aren't you? Can you not dwell on these things for a while when you're surrounded by a bunch of monsters? Ahoy? It wasn't just Lingyu. The rest of Snow Moon, too, fell completely silent. At this moment, their impression of Chen Ming changed significantly. At first, they only felt that Chen Ming was tough and wealthy, and at this point, they struck some goodwill towards Chen Ming from the bottom of their hearts. However, it was tangled that in addition to generating good feelings, they also developed a sense of fear towards Chen Ming, because this guy, tough, crazy, yet there is no shortage of sanity. Chapter 28 Equipment for Nothing. First boss, solve the equipment problem. Chen Ming got back into the fight. That fist-to-flesh horror mutual combat, extreme output, is once again staged. The pop-up screen that had originally screamed and cursed at Chen Ming had completely quieted down. Countless people looked at the screen with incredulous eyes. The king, the world even showed a bewildered expression. That's right, he's not shocked. Rather, it's bewilderment. How did this happen? How is this possible? He chattered on and on, completely losing the air of the head of the party. It's not just him. Those juniors under his hand were also completely stupefied. The terrifying strength of Chen Ming has far exceeded their expectations. Between days, one or two of the henchmen had blissfully forgotten that they were hacking at monsters. A small monster took advantage of the situation and died a horrible death. Shocker. Unparalleled shock. All the big guilds in the world, obviously ready to enter the copy. But whoever thought that thief actually stood out and saved the day? Is this kind of miss really human? Add official. I want to report this. Someone is hanging here. Give a knee. This miss probability. White Jade Soup Big Brother is a loach. Small openings don't count openings, Al brothers. Being able to fight and carry this kind of talent. Snow Moon spends $100,000 to hire it. It's simply worth it. I told you how Lingyu acted so humble in front of Big Brother Bai Yutang. So Big Brother Bai Yutang is that fierce. Giving my knees. The White Jade Soup Big Brother has once again refreshed my cognition. Although some people flirted with Chen Ming's openness. But we all know very well that with this kind of game, it is impossible for there to be hangers-on. Multinational research and development. It is destined to have a very high technical threshold of the game. There is no possibility of the emergence of plugins. What Chen Ming relied on was solid hard power. 3 down 5 out of 2. Chen Ming finished off 7 or 8 skeleton monsters. Unfortunately, there is no more gear out there. Although the drop probability of a copy was much higher than that of the wild, it was already quite good to be able to produce one piece of equipment. But, no equipment was popped though. However, in Chen Ming's backpack, there was a cloak that had suddenly appeared. It's the Mythic Hand's passive trigger that steals the equipment. Chen Ming did not move. He's principled and grounded, but it's not like he's a cutie. The equipment that popped out is reasonably distributed, he has no problem with it. But if the equipment that he stole is also taken out and reasonably distributed, then it is not principled, but it is pedantic, and even the brain is not good. That being said, my Mythic Hand is almost out of cooldown as well. The first time it was used to steal Miss Angel, it gained an SSS ranked main quest scroll, and I don't know what I'm going to use to steal the second time around. It's been in the novice village, and I can't see any powerful NPCs. Maybe, can be used to steal the big boss of this copy? Chen Ming thought darkly. Dragon Warrior Knight resurrects in place. As soon as he resurrected, he hurriedly picked up the green-grade shield that had exploded earlier and treasured it in his arms. Looking at Chen Ming again, his eyes were no longer purely filled with only awe. Instead, it was filled with adoration. That green level equipment was something he had borrowed from his buddies, and at this stage, it was estimated to be worth 5 figures. If it blew up, he might have to eat instant noodles for weeks on end to pay off this huge debt. White jade soup to defuse the crisis. It also incidentally helped him solve this big problem. White jade soup big brother. Whatever you say next, I'll do it. Only the orders of the white jade soup big brother are to be obeyed. Chen Ming was startled by this guy's rolling, fiery eyes. You're not a sister. What's the point of giving me that look? Actually, it's not just the Dragon Warrior Knights. Everyone in Snow Moon had the same thought. The Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is infinitely more elevated in their minds. At the very least, in this copy exploration session, their recognition of the White Jade Soup big brother had been significantly too much for the two sisters. Ling Shui Lingyu, the head and vice president of their own family. Ling Shui Lingyu, too, didn't bother to count. It's not that they're big-hearted. Rather, they were also deeply impressed by such strength from Chen Ming. This is a green-grade excellent quality mage wrist guard. Ling Yu took out the equipment, rising a trace of displeasure that even she herself did not notice. Sister Ling Yu, I'm going in. With a surge of wanting to prove something for Mr. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, Susu took his short legs and killed his way into the cave with a huff. And below the Marika Mountains, 10,000 miles away from here, Chen Ming wiped the dust off one side of the stone table, revealing the chessboard engravings underneath that had been honed over the years. Almost at the same moment, the Latagayan and Malika ranges, heavy with blue light, the chessboard, floating in front of Chen Ming and Lori's eyes. Chapter 52, Clowning Clown? Able man of unrivaled intelligence. Sir, I'm ready. What should be the first step? Lori sent a message asking Chen Ming. The game on Chen Ming's side was a systematic first move, the opposite of Lori's side of the system's backhand. Chen Ming decisively relayed the location of the system's first hand drop to Lori. Little Lori played her first hand as Chen Ming had said. This hand is a huge difference from the AI that had the best results in the previous challenge. Looking at the people in the room, they couldn't help but shake their heads for a moment. The first step is down the wrong way, and it's still playing gross. The other AI lost in the end, but the front was a killer. But what about Pearl Jade White Jade Soup? The first hand is nonsense. One has to wonder if this Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is claptrap. That's right, somehow coming up here and messing around with his hands. I thought he really had some countermeasures. Just the first hand alone made everyone shake their heads. After all, whether it is the AI, or the old-timer Meisher, or the women of the stream, the south wind north of these big men, the top 10 hands are almost always fixed. All of these bigwigs are unified. You're the only one who's going to make a difference with your Pearl and Jade Soup. It's not just the eaters. Even Ling Yu couldn't help but frown when she saw this hand. That guy, what the hell is going on? Trying to force a pose? Though whether or not Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup would be ruined by forcing her hand had nothing to do with her. But she still couldn't help worrying a little. President Qingfeng Range Moon. This Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup's desire to perform seems a bit strong. Uncle Nanfeng Bei, who was on the side, disparaged Chen Ming in a very subtle manner. As for the high-flying schoolteacher of the female stream, she was rather nonchalant as she chortled. Performing personality. It is naturally self-evident who is being referred to. Ling Yu had the intention to argue a few sentences, but the words could not come out of her mouth. What can she say? As far as the current situation is concerned, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup this guy, it seems to be doing just that. Chen Ming received a message from Susu and followed the response from her side of the system to land upon. I don't think about chess games. I'm just the chess mover. Chen Ming smiled to himself. Next thing you know, he's working with Susu, frantically porting both sides of the AI's boondoggle. That said, wouldn't there be only one winner if it went down like this? Then if there is only one winner, wouldn't the other chess puzzle never be solved, becoming an unsolved case for the ages? Chen Ming was scattering his thoughts and rambling as he thought. The exchange of hands has already passed 50 hands. If everyone was still looking disdainful just now, well, here and now, they couldn't help but show a stony expression. Brothers, how does it feel? Not quite right. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup seems to be something. Holy, it's actually down to 50 hands. This has already surpassed Elder May. Could it be that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is not only brave and invincible, but also wise and resourceful? Objections were also raised. No, you guys look closely. Some of the subsequent downward strokes of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup are somewhat similar to the path of the AI challenge. Indeed, there seems to be a subtle difference, but the general idea is similar to the AI. I knew it. How did he get down to 50 hands? So he borrowed the idea from AI. He doesn't think that this will prove that he's better than Elder May, does he? Sure enough, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is selling out. Nanfeng Bei smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Suddenly a little bit regretted spending more than $200,000 to smash down a buddy bit slot in his auction. This kid, although his strength is good, his heart does not seem to be too good. I kind of don't want to cooperate with him. Nan Fengbei also participated in Shen Ming's friendship auction. There's only the last half hour left in this auction. He now regrets that he expects others to raise the price to take over. The estimate is unlikely. The expression of interest in the eyes of the female streamer had disappeared, and what remained was only indifference and disdain. Shook his head. She was ready to just leave. However, just as she was about to leave, the crowd, however, suddenly created a commotion. This new hand is completely different from the AI mindset then. Ghost, this hand is too standardized. Could it be that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup knows that we've seen through his copying of the AI and is forcing a change of mind? How many hands can he play without copying the AI's ideas? I don't think he'll lose in less than 3 hands. People always believe in what they decide. As it is, at this very moment, they still identify Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup as plagiarizing AI thinking. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. The game of chess played by Susu on his behalf was a hard kill. The crowd's faces changed slightly. 5 hands, 6 hands, 7 hands. The game gradually reached a stalemate. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. But just the next hand, Susu-san landed in a position that no one could have imagined. There is no way out of the mountain. The dark side of the world is a different place. A burst of essence erupted in the eyes of the female streamer, and she even forgot her thoughts of wanting to leave, gazing at Susu's piece with an unbelievable gaze. It still goes down like that? God! Uncle Nan Fengbei reacted a little slower, but after the female streamer revealed such a shocked expression, he also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly tasted it, and then, the shock also slowly swept away on the uncle's face. So it is, the breakthrough turned out to be hidden here. Wonderful wow. Really wonderful wow. After that, the game went against the grain. It turned out to be the offense. Close to 60 hands of defense in front. In exchange for the rest of the time, a furious attack. 70 hands. Approaching AI scores now. 80 hands. Success beyond AI. 90 lots. 100 lots. Finally, at 100 moves, the game seemed to have reached the upper limit of the combat it could endure, and after a violent shake, it violently collapsed. The game was not decided. It turns out that when the game reaches 100 moves, you are considered to have passed. Sue looked up. The blue light exploded. It's like a big fireworks display in the mountains. Streams of light and color dilated in everyone's pupils. Finally, these rays of light fell in unison and coalesced in the middle of the cave, forming an object that rested on an ancient stone table. Solved the puzzle? This trouble that even the AI couldn't solve was taken care of by Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? My God! What the hell is in there? For the first time, an unprecedented admiration surfaced on the high and cold face of the female streamer. Without hesitation, she twisted her head to look at Nan Fengbei. You said earlier that you regretted bidding on the qualifications for the buddy position of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, right? Transfer to me. I'll go to the bank right away to get a loan and make the payment tonight. The women of the stream, though extremely capable, were intoxicated with research and study, and regarded the yellow and white things of the world as dung, and were therefore rather poorly off. She couldn't get more than $200,000 even if she searched all over her body. Loans only, but even so, she desperately longed to add the legendary Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. However, unfortunately, Uncle North and South winds up with a straight wave of Szechuan opera. What regret plus Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Why don't I remember saying anything like that? Such a young talent. Even if I were to add another $100,000, I wouldn't hesitate. The older man had a look of pity on his face. But then, his words changed. Unless you join my guild, and I'll consider giving up the spot to you. Ling Yu glanced at the older man without moving. Lying to the women streamers into their guild and then giving the women streamers places. Isn't that just left-handed inversion of right-handedness? Anyway, in the future, Uncle would be able to rely on the women to contact Chen Ming. And you can earn such a talent as a woman of the world for nothing. What a business veteran. Moving around with empty gloves, the female streamer gazed at the shameless uncle for a long time. Sure enough, Ling Yu thought to herself, with a woman's superior intelligence, there was no way she could not see that Uncle was so calculating. Yet the next second, the female streamer surprisingly nodded. Deal. Ling Yu couldn't help but freeze. Deal? She'd rather be left empty-handed by her uncle, and add Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup to the list of best friends? At this moment, Ling Yu suddenly had an unreal feeling. It's only been a few days. The Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup buddy bit, just from her purchase of 100,000 yuan. Premium to this extent? It's really scary as hell. Chapter 53, Double Orange Epic Props. Preparing a copy of Qingfeng City. The little lowly Susu excitedly entered the cave and picked up the treasures. Of course, the reason she was excited wasn't because of the acquisition of this treasure. She had no concept of such things. The reason she was excited was for Chen Ming. Mr. Sure proved himself. She made a point of looking at the group outside before entering the cave. how arrogant those guys were before, how beaten up their tone of voice was. Then at this moment, how beaten up they were. Humph, let you look down on Mr. This is what happens to all who look down on Mr. Lori was in a soothing mood as she held up the treasure and put it in her backpack before walking out of the cave. At this time, she clearly saw that a few people showed their greed. Some people leaned toward her, whether consciously or unconsciously. Apparently they looked at the baby Lori got. Ling Yu had long guessed that there was such a situation, and immediately waved her hand, and all the people of the Snow Moon Guild appeared, silently blocking the middle of the group of eyewitnesses and the little lowly. The person who is entrusted with the task is the person who does the task. Although Ling Yu also longed for that treasure for some reason, she valued Snow Moon's reputation and the possibility of friendly cooperation with Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup next more. However, she still seemed to have somewhat underestimated the greed of these people. Even though the Snow Moon crowd had appeared, there were still quite a few thieves. After all, that's a puzzle that even the AI can't solve. The difficulty is a testament to how golden the treasure is. And Glory, a game that has exploded across the globe, is not at all lacking in tycoons who are willing to spend money, only in some exotic treasures. There is a price for it. Just like the purple vestments worth millions on the two sisters, Ling Shui Ling Yu, there are a lot of dirtbags who can pay that kind of money. The equipment, however, is only 2 pieces. Grab Lori's baby, and get rich. Seeing that the atmosphere in the venue is not right, the smooth Uncle North and South Wind immediately stepped forward to take a stand. Wind and Cloud World Guild and Snow Moon have traditionally been on good terms. Saying that, he faintly swept a circle around the group of red-eyed people. His always gentle gaze unexpectedly became harsh. The aura of a long time in power was instantly on display. Another group of people were scared into sobriety. But, is still not enough. Greedily emotions are contagious. Moreover, this place is crowded. Even if the Snow Moon Guild and the Wind and Cloud World Guild are added together, the number of people can't compare to these scattered clusters. The older man's face looked a little less than stellar. He didn't think that he would have much use for standing up and trying to go along to give a favor to this big brother of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Seeing that the atmosphere was one of saber rattling, and that a gun could go off at any time, suddenly, the woman who had been silent stepped forward. There are so many of you trying to snatch this treasure, and if you were united, you could really snatch it. When these words came out, Ling Yu and Nan Fengbei's faces changed. What does this woman mean? Advising the enemy? Getting them to unite and rob things? It's hard to believe that she is also greedy at heart. The expressions of that group of casuals also became subtle. The people who were previously shocked by Snow Moon and Wind and Cloud World also revitalized their minds. Ling Yu looked at the female streamer warily. As long as she made an attacking move, Ling Yu would not hesitate to raise her staff and give her a big fireball. Oblivious to Ling Yu's hostility, the female streamer frankly turned her back to Ling Yu and continued. Only have you ever wondered what you're going to do with the treasure once you've got it? Glory has an equipment list system, so it's clear which equipment is in whose hands. When you get your hands on it, do you use it for yourselves? Then you must always remember yourselves that this equipment was stolen from the hands of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, the supreme thief. You are, at all times, on the kill list for Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Trust me, messing with a thief will hurt you. The moment these words came out, countless people's faces changed slightly. Being targeted by a Jedi thief, they have a load of ability to keep this equipment. Not only can't you keep it, but you'll even be remembered by the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup and hitch a ride on more stuff instead. You should know that the game Glory cannot be deleted and retrained. Once bound, you're tied to the character for life. The cost of messing with the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup could be more serious than they had imagined. Then we can sell it to the boss even if we don't use it ourselves. Suddenly someone retorted. The female streamer immediately revealed an expression like looking at a retard. Isn't the boss afraid of being targeted by the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Ask Uncle North and South Wind. Would he dare to mess with Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? With a few light words, the female streamer pushed the older man to the front of the stage and set him on the fire. This is a question to which the uncle is not pleasing, whether he answers yes or no, saying that if you dare to mess with it, then you might get a Pearl Jade White Jade Soup to hold a grudge. Saying that you don't dare to mess with it, you've lost the prestige of being the head of your own club. The older man blushed in embarrassment and glanced at the womanizer. Retaliation. This is naked revenge. He himself had tricked a guild member like the lady's mistress with empty gloves, only to be backstabbed by her right away. Uncle has no choice but to admit, I dare not provoke the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. This equipment, in the hands of other people, is a hot potato. At this moment, the longing in everyone's hearts dissipated quite a bit. Ling Yu also couldn't help but take a deep look at the female streamer. In 3 words, he hit the group's vital points and completely dissolved their greed. This overwhelming intelligence is truly awe-inspiring. Thanks a lot. Ling Yu rushed to thank the older man and the woman. If her equipment was robbed, she wouldn't have the face to face the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup who entrusted her with the task. No need to thank me. The female streamer responded indifferently. You should be thankful that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup possesses an extremely high reputation, which is his merit and has nothing to do with me. A crisis that nearly erupted was defused. The name of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has managed to shock everyone with ease. Latagayan range. Chen Ming similarly experienced an explosion and coalescence of blue light. What eventually came to hand was a small carving knife. It's not an outfit. Instead, it's a very rare prop. Mainstay carving knife, stage 1, orange epic. Effect, can be used on equipment to transfer special attributes from one piece of equipment to another. Usage, 1/1, replenished once a week with a maximum of 1 usage. Forged stone carving knives and completed promotions can increase the number of usage. Introduction, legend has it that in the ancient times, the dwarves abounded in skilled craftsmen. This is a once dwarven artisan of the god of the forging apparatus. The god of the artisan died, buried his treasures in the design of his heart and soul in the organs. Non-capable people cannot get it. Good stuff. Chen Ming revealed a look of delight. It was something that didn't take him 2 days to acquire for nothing. In the past 2 days, his rank had been caught up and he was no longer number 1 on the rank list. But getting the mainstone carving knife makes it all worth it. Porting special properties of equipment. His first thought was of his ink bamboo bracelet. The ink and bamboo bracelet was a purple equipment, but its attributes weren't good, and it wasn't even as good as some green level bracelets, but it is strong in having the attribute of a 2-step jump. This is an attribute that will last a lifetime. If Chen Ming replaces his equipment, the 2-step jump will disappear with the replacement of the ink and bamboo bracelet. Without replacing his equipment, the disadvantage of the ink and bamboo wrist attribute shortboard will become more and more obvious as his level increases. His purple ring of flickering, was the same thing. They were all equipment that possessed special effects, but their intrinsic attributes were not considered excellent. Don't say keep 2 sets of equipment for replacement. In Glory, it is not possible to change equipment while in a combat state. However, the appearance of the mainstay engraving knife solved this problem perfectly. In the future, when faced with the special skills carried on his equipment, Chen Ming would no longer need to make entangling choices. It's the little kids that make the choices. I want it all. It's worthy of being an orange level epic prop. It's awesome. Chen Ming has been able to imagine his own full body equipment with full special attributes. Attributes and strong, tricky and flexible moves look. It's truly mesmerizing. At this time, Lori also sent the props obtained over there. Cultivation Furnace, Stage 1, Orange Epic. Effect, when placed in the backpack, you can suck the essence of the monster's flesh and blood into the furnace forging after killing the monster, transforming it into an equal proportion of experience value to be stored, and after opening it, you can gain all the stored experience. Current conversion efficiency, 30%, forging a cultivation furnace and completing a promotion increases conversion efficiency. Introduction, legend has it that in the ancient times, the dwarf clan was full of skilled craftsmen. This is a dwarf artisan of the god of the forging apparatus. The god of the artisan died, buried his treasures in the design of his heart and soul in the organs. Non-competent people cannot get it. Chen Ming looked on with a smile on his face. 30% experience conversion rate. It's the same as having a 30% experience bonus when you bring this equipment. And that is just the first stage. This equipment, like the mainstay engraving blade, was capable of being upgraded. These 2 days delayed the time, so that he was caught up with the level by others. But now it seems that all this hard work and effort is worth it. Su, you're already level 10, right? Has the Qingfeng City map opened yet? Received an affirmative reply from Su. Then go back to Qingfeng City and wait for me. I'll be right there. Later I'll take you to a copy. This copy that Chen Ming was talking about was naturally not the hidden copy of the Undead Scourge that Snowmoon had previously opened. Instead, it was set up within the main city of Qingfeng City, a replica open to players from all over the world. It is also the first copy that all players will be exposed to following the normal route. The difficulty was not small, and the monsters inside spanned from level 15 to level 20, with numerous guilds organizing to advance without getting anything too good. However, Chen Ming didn't intend to fight through the copies this time. At a mere level 10, he wasn't worthy of raiding a copy with a maximum boss level of 20. He was planning to go in and steal something, because the best thing popped out by the most powerful boss in the copy is said to be a pet egg. He couldn't help but feel a pang of anticipation at the thought. His wonderful hand has long been hungry and thirsty, but before he can do that he has to be sure of one thing. That was whether or not the little lowly Susu had learned that very crucial skill after she had risen to level 10. The reason why he didn't go down to the copy alone before was because he was waiting for Susu to learn that skill. With anticipation, Chen Ming crushed the Qingfeng City's teleportation scroll. Chapter 54, The Auction's Harvest. Qingfeng City. Chen Ming waited for Susu's arrival in the center of the small town. The city wasn't big, but it was a lot busier than the novice village. but there were only 2 or 3 people coming and going. Although the highest level in the world has now come to level 12, while about 10% of the players have risen to level 10, the total number of players is still not too many. Dropping, a message came through, and Chen Ming clicked on it to see that it was definitely the announcement of the end of his own mini-auction. The 3-day auction was something he had barely cared about, and it was only when the time reached the upper limit of the auction's time, which automatically ended in the form of the highest bidder winning, that Chen Ming remembered that he had also messed with such a thing. Click on the auction to take a look. Although he had already made some predictions about the total amount, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after seeing it. $3,206,314.43. $3,200,000. On average, each piece of equipment sells for around $250. 000 to $300. 000 per piece, whether white or green. With such a high premium, the value of the equipment itself is completely irrelevant. Equipment and whatnot has been automatically traded out through the system. However, Chen Ming also knew that these people were not drunk. What they wanted was their buddy position. Open the auction system. One by one, find buyers and send over friend requests. These bosses ingrates Chen Ming cannot spare. Every single one of them is a fat goat yet. It might be time to go up there and slaughter them hard. And within this string of names that had been successfully auctioned off, Chen Ming saw a familiar name. Almost all of them were big names in their former lives. One by one, they were all existences that he needed to look up to. But now, the two sides have swapped identities. Those existences that had once required Chen Ming to look up to them were at this point lowering their voices and spending money to beg him for a buddy spot. It's awesome. Chen Ming cheerfully added up this group of tycoons. Adding to the list, suddenly a familiar name came into view. King, the world. Aha, he's adding me too? Chen Ming was slightly surprised. If he remembers correctly, this guy from the King's world even AOE'd him in the beginning when he was shading Snowmoon, saying that he was a useless person, and that Snowmoon spending a lot of money to hire him was a waste of financial resources, though not name-calling himself, but it also made Chen Ming a bit upset. Should we add him? Chen Ming subconsciously recalled an old saying, that the customer is God, and the one who pays is the master. The thought, however, only flickered. Whether it was in his last life, or in this life, he had always been a hard-working laborer, and this idea that giving money was a big deal was more or less ingrained. But from this moment, he was going to discard such thoughts. After glory, he'll be on top of the world. Does such a character need to be concerned about what it means to give money to a master? Care for your grandpa. Chen Ming directly ignored the king's world. As for a refund? That's not possible. You had a good blowjob earlier, so this is a little compensation. I, Chen Ming, am kind-hearted, so I won't bother with you that much. In this life, he not only wants to earn money, and step on the horse to stand and make the money again. One big guy threw a buddy. Soon, all sorts of warm greetings were sent. Chen Ming responded politely. Of course, these bosses were still very measured, knowing Chen Ming's habit of receiving money to do his job, and not thinking of maliciously whoring for nothing, honestly agreeing with Chen Ming to ask him to do something, and would pay a considerable amount of compensation. Overall, it was all talked about very well. Only one sister's speech made Chen Ming a little surprised. Woman of the stream, how did you solve the chessboard puzzle under the Radagon Mountains? How did you come up with a starting move like that? And those subsequent desperate moves? Chen Ming couldn't help but mutter. How do I know this? If you want to ask, go ask the higher civilization that dropped glory into our world. Aren't you a top student at Tsinghua? Highly intelligent people who spend their days behind closed doors tinkering with all kinds of high-end research. You came to ask me? Well, all I can tell you is that my secret is to drink more water and read the newspaper, snack less and sleep more. Casual spitballing. His viewing of the sisterhood of women was not particularly favorable, because she's too sensible and calm. One could even say it's not human. Although in her previous life she had the great achievement of killing 100,000 troops of foreign invaders with a folded scheme, the cost was, personally hoodwinked his men. Take 20,000 living, breathing people and push them into the fire of certain death. Let them die. It wasn't a game back then. Instead, it's a real bloodbath when mirrored into reality. The dead or cold kind. Although she had exchanged these 20,000 men for 100,000 troops from the other side, buying a breath of fresh air for Huaxia, it also made the world evaluate her as a lordly reincarnation. But Chen Ming, just instinctively could not afford to like this woman. But the female streamer didn't even know that Chen Ming held some malicious intent towards him. She looked at the line and analyzed it critically for a moment, with her beautiful eyes flashing. Soon, she revealed a thoughtful expression. I understand. What he means is that I have been diving into academics. Shutting the door of my room every day to study is behind closed doors. Or maybe it's that I'm straining myself too hard. I need a more relaxed lifestyle to unlock more of my brain's potential. Makes sense. And a number of foreign academic journals have made similar claims. Obviously, after witnessing Chen Ming break open the Ratagan Mountain Range puzzle chess game, she had reached the point of being convinced of Chen Ming's intelligence. Whatever Chen Ming said blindly, she would go crazy interpreting it. I see. Thank you. The female streamer responded so. Chen Ming looked at the message that the female streamer had replied to and revealed a confused expression. Ha? What do you understand? No. Is that what I said? How does this schoolgirl's brain circuitry feel out of place? Subway elderly cellphone.jpg. Waited close to 20 minutes. Chen Ming had thought that something had happened on Lori's side. Lori was finally late to the party. Sir, sorry to keep you waiting. Lori ran panting. The strenuous exercise made her speak up and down. You ran back? Chen Ming revealed a surprised expression. Don't you know that you can buy return scrolls in Qingfeng City? Lori blushed and stammered. There, is a little expensive. I cannot afford to buy. Expensive? Chen Ming was dumbfounded. The scroll of return is the most personal prop in this game. You can buy one for 5 copper coins. Converted to RMB? It's only 50 cents. You can trade for it by fighting a few monsters in the wild. What's there to save? Didn't you get a share of 4 or 5,000 from pill refining before? Chen Ming asked suspiciously. In fact, with the value of Lori's labor, it's not worth that much at all. It's just gathering, after all. If Chen Ming really wanted to find someone to do this job, he estimated that he could get it done for $500. He gave Lori a tenfold premium because he could see that Lori seemed to be a bit shy, and felt that since he was going to take Lori as a dedicated priest, it was only natural that he would give her a small salary. But it's only been a few days, 4 or 5,000 and it's all gone? Chapter 55, Poor Little Lori. Lori, I withdrew all the money Mr. gave to Mom and Dad. After all, I've been living at home, not going out to work, and spending their money all the time. Then why don't you go to work? Chen Ming casually returned. Lori's face dimmed. I have a leg disability since I was a child. I can't walk. But lately it's much better. I've been saving up for a few years on a part-time job online, and I was able to get a gaming helmet for Glory. Not only can I walk now, I can make money. Chen Ming was silent. No wonder Lori was so lost and helpless when she realized at level 1 that she had no skills and was disliked by the crowd. No wonder she was so happy to be dead to herself like that after she gave her that little sweet. Glory is a game to the vast majority of people. For Lori, it was the hope of life, and the new experience of being able to walk. When today's copy is done, why don't you go pick up some more herbs and pay you according to the previously discussed price? Although Chen Ming said that it was according to the original price, he actually secretly decided to give more in his heart. Treating a good, self-supporting child like Lori with respect is far better than going over there and manifesting your own pity. Yes sir, I'll be sure to collect the herbs carefully. It was wonderful to meet Mr. Dad hasn't hit me in 2 days since I gave him $4.500 the day before yesterday, and Mom hasn't scolded me much in 2 days, and I get to eat meat when I eat at the table. The little loli raised her head and flashed a coy smile at Chen Ming. Chen Ming read pure happiness and joy in her eyes. Fight? Cursing? Meat? As Chen Ming listened to the harsh words and then looked at the innocent smile of the little loli, his heart unexpectedly ached for no reason. He suddenly understood somewhat why a powerful dragon priest like Lori hadn't made a half-decent name for herself in her previous life. It's not even easy to live in a family like that with a lot of commiseration. If Lori hadn't met herself and found out that the game was completely unprofitable, then would her mom and dad have let her keep playing? The answer is no. Chen Ming was silent for a long time, but in the end, he had no words to respond to Lori's innocent smile. In the end, he took the orange epic prop cultivation furnace that Lori had traded. Then silently, he punched $10,000 into Lori's card. He was going to hit $1 million in one breath, but the fear that this naive little girl would take all the $1 million to her unworthy parents and cheapen those two for nothing, making them double their greed and thus do some unimaginably nasty deeds to the little loli. Whether it's squeezing Lori for money, or getting yourself in trouble by finding yourself through Lori, none of it was what Chen Ming wanted to see. Sometimes it takes brains to do good deeds. This $10,000 is your hard work fee for helping me take this prop. Don't refuse. This prop can be sold for tens of millions of dollars to say the least. Give you a 0.1% draw, so you can sneak in. Chen Ming deliberately showed himself to be mean. Hearing this, the little loli let go of her heart and beautifully thanked Chen Ming repeatedly. She's never seen 5 figures in her life. Did you learn the priest's skill, enhancement, when you reached level 10? Chen Ming didn't want to continue that heavy topic and cut to the purpose of the day. Enhancement, a buff that priests can learn at level 10. The effect is to enhance the effect of a certain skill of a teammate. For example, the thief's sneak skill. The black shadow left behind by a thief's sneak is considerably lighter if blessed by the enhancement spell. If Chen Ming wanted to go to that copy and steal the treasure of a level 25 boss, he had to have the blessing of enhancement technique. Moreover, it couldn't be the blessing of an ordinary enhancement technique. It has to be more advanced. Take for example the enhancement technique that Longmu Lolita possesses. You can learn enhancement technique from your mentor, but I didn't. Lori stammered a bit as she spoke. Chen Ming understood as soon as he heard it. This little girl must be heartbroken about the 5 silver coins for learning skills. After all, 5 silver coins is equal to $500. The little loli can't even afford to buy a 50-cent return ticket to the city. Letting her learn a $500 skill, wouldn't it be killing her little life? You're my dedicated priest. I'll cover all your skill costs from now on. After all, I'm the one enjoying your buffs, right? Go on, learn the skills. Chen Ming directly traded over 10 silver coins. Priests are level 10 and can learn 2 skills as well. Soon, Lori came to the Adventurers Guild and completed the skills. Unsurprisingly to Chen Ming, after she learned the skill, the same thing as herself happened. The skill produced a mutation. Sir, I seem to have problems with my skills again. Lori panicked. With a crying voice, enhancement technique became Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement, and Holy Light technique became Dragonborn Holy Word Holy Light. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for wasting another 10 silver coins on Mr. Listening to Chen Ming, he felt another pang of heartache. You really don't have to be so humble. Chen Ming revealed a gentle smile and rubbed the little loli's head. Don't be afraid. These skills are just because you're a hidden profession and have gained evolution on your own. Instead of wasting my money, you've given me a windfall yet. Lori settled down a bit then, nodding heartily. Let Lori try the skill effect. Sure enough, just as Chen Ming had expected, both skills had received a rather high increase. It's a big difference compared to the skills of an ordinary priest. The enhancement advancement version of Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement, paired with my sneak advancement version of Phantom Shadow. Chen Ming revealed a confident smile. He believed that he could get what he wanted from the copy. Take Lori to the west side of town. There is a notice board here. From time to time, some bounty quests given by Qingfeng City would be posted on it, and at the very top of the notice board hung a bright red bounty. Poisonous Swamp and Dark Marsh, reward for the purge. Offer a reward for warriors to go to the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh to clear out a bunch of poisonous creatures, and you'll be able to receive a generous reward upon completion. Replica type quest, limit, 10 people. Here at the bounty notice board, there would have been a crowd gathering. As soon as Chen Ming showed his face, he attracted countless gazes, and when he reached out and touched the bright red lettering of the reward mission at the top of the notice board, the light flickered. Chen Ming and little Lori were instantly sucked in. At this, the people around them gasped. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother is going to challenge this copy? Ghost, how come he's only got one person with him? A double challenge for this copy? Isn't this looking for death? The difficulty of this copy can be far better than the previous, End of the Apocalypse. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother, this is not a death wish? Although Qingfeng City was the lowest level 5 main city, it still covered at least 400 to 500 players from the surrounding novice villages. Almost all of these players who were able to come to Qingfeng City at this time were experts, and were the backbone of certain guilds. And after being witnessed by such a group of players, Chen Ming with a small loli, the two killed into the Poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp copy of the news, then spread. Soon enough, it reached the ears of the major guild presidents. Chapter 56, entering the copy, causing a commotion. When Chen Ming opened his eyes again, there was a dark swamp in front of him. The sky was gray, accompanied by rolling thunder. The miasma was so thick that a green mist could be vaguely seen filling the air just with the naked eye. Through the thin green mist, a garrison of human soldiers could be seen, a few simple tents with the emblem of Clearwind City emblazoned on them. 2 campfires with embers still burning. As the firelight swayed, the tent reflected the shadows of several soldiers sitting or lying down. Susu was frightened by the weird atmosphere, and somewhat nervously leaned in close to Chen Ming. Mister, there seems to be someone over there. Let us lean over and take a look. There's someone over there? Chen Ming revealed a somewhat complicated expression. This map, he was impressed. In his last life, when he entered this copy, he was also startled by the eerie atmosphere, and held the same thought as Susu, thinking that there were NPCs stationed at the bonfire where the embers were burning. It's only after going over there with that thought in mind that you realize it was a monster ambush. Follow me. Chen Ming brought Susu in a big circle to avoid that camp. Although Susu was puzzled as to why she had to deliberately avoid that only seemingly safe place and walk in the land full of mud and swamps, she didn't open her mouth, but obediently followed behind Chen Ming. Soon they circled around to the back of the camp, changed the angle, the shadow reflected by that swaying campfire. He turned into another look. There were no soldiers sitting or lying down at all. There was just a whole bunch of buggy-like things hugging each other in a peculiar way, forming a couple of figures at a frontal angle. Susu just looked at it and turned her little face pale. Creepy. It's so weird. Anyone would never have expected that those seemingly normal shadows were actually a mass of bugs and insects surrounding the formation. Bugs with super high IQs that also make lure traps. At the thought of this, the little loli shivered and pressed a few more points tighter towards Chen Ming's body. Actually, it's not just the shore. In the swamp, there is also crisis. If you weren't careful, you would step on some shrimp and crab-like magical creatures. But the monsters here are full of creepiness. For example, it's obviously a crab, but there's a shrimp head inexplicably growing at the pincer, or possess a shrimp body at each link, where the shrimp feet should grow. But crazy split, grow a new shrimp body. A shrimp as if a string of ordinary, bloated, disgusting. If you ask Chen Ming to comment, this copy, on the other hand, is only worthy of the word netherworld. Even if the replica experience was rich, he didn't want to brush the monsters here. According to the experience summarized in his previous life strategy, Chen Ming had a thrilling journey, circumventing the vast majority of the trouble, and brought little Lori to a dilapidated wooden house. The cabin was corroded and dilapidated, but it was the only safe place in this weird, poisonous swamp. Su, buff my enhancement. Before Chen Ming's words fell, his entire body quietly disappeared. As if an eraser, it erased his figure out of thin air. Buzz, the holy light once again bloomed on Lori. The majestic dragon text was chanted out. Chen Ming sensed a majestic force enveloping his body. His phantom shadow skill was augmented. A 1-second delayed black shadow becomes 3 seconds? Triple the effect. It's really worthy of being a hidden profession dragon shepherd. If I were to replace it with an ordinary priest, it's still a toss-up whether or not I can enchant this special, phantom shadow, skill of mine. Chen Ming's face showed excitement. Triple the effect. Plus, phantom shadow was already a rather special skill. He fooled a level 25 boss with a level 10 ability. Shouldn't be a problem, should it? Su, wait here for me. I'll be right back. Lori, she subconsciously glanced at the horrific surroundings and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the staff in her arms. She wanted to say that she was afraid, but fearing that she would delay the gentleman's business, she fought back her fear and nodded meekly. It's so knowledgeable it hurts. Chen Ming told her to be able to pull up other sites in the game, check out the forums, or brush up on her videos to more or less ease her fears. Lori nodded obediently and opened the game forums. Chen Ming left with the effects of phantom shadow all the way. He tentatively approached the weird-looking monsters. As he expected, these monsters didn't even notice his approach. Even when the black shadow with a 3-second delay approached, they ignored it. Apparently, the power of Dragonborn Holy Word enhancement not only strengthened the delay time of the phantom shadow, but also strengthened the concealment effect of the dark shadow. This little loli picks up also smells too good. Really can't help but want to pick her up and take her home to nurse her. Don't. Dangerous thoughts need to be put to rest. They're not orphans without parents. What's wrong with me picking them up? Trafficking women and children, right? Rambling all the way. Chen Ming kept pushing his way through the swamp, and while Chen Ming explored the swamp, outside, a group of guild bigwigs had already appeared near the notice board on the west side of the city. Some of the players who were planning to take on some small quests revealed shocked expressions. What's with all the bigots all of a sudden? That uncle, isn't that Southwind North? Ghost, the Snow Moon Double Jedi are there too. The one with a big sword on his back, could it be that berserker Jianjiu? The big boys are gathered, and when they opened their mouths, it was a pearl, jade and white jade soup. How long has the pearl emerald white jade soup been in there? Who did he bring with him? Did someone shortcut him and ask him to raid this copy? A group of bigwigs were nervous as hell, and when they learned from their ears that the pearl emerald white jade soup had only taken one person in, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't pearl jade white soup that took on someone else's mission. They all wanted to imitate Snow Moon and raid this copy of Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh, with the help of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, but the highest level boss of this copy was as high as level 25. And even if they believed in Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup anymore, they didn't think that he would be able to raid this copy. Didn't you see that when he was clearing Undead Scourge, he was all kryptonite pinching monster iconography and rushing to level 10? This shows that even the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup cannot break through the limitations of the grade. As a result, the bigwigs' expressions became puzzled. What's a level 10 Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup running to this copy for? Could it be that he wants to brush up his experience and rush his level in the copy? But the lowest level monsters in this copy are all level 15. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has trouble even hitting. Nan Fengbei didn't participate in the discussion of the bigwigs. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lingyu. President Qingfeng Rangyu, you're the most familiar with Pearl Jadeite White Jade Soup. Do you know what he went down to the copy for? When these words came out, everyone looked at Lingyu, and let everyone is a little puzzled. Qingfeng Rangyu, this always quite a city heroine, even at this time showed a slightly flustered expression. Chapter 57, The Queen's Information. More precious than pet eggs. Damn. What does Uncle mean by this? What do you mean I'm most familiar with pearl jade white jade soup? This is very easy to make people ambiguous, okay? Ling Yu spat in her heart. Apparently, though, she was overthinking herself. The big guy didn't even think about it in that way. Uncle is also simply just talking about a few deals with pearl emerald white jade soup and snow moon. However, when everyone looked at Ling Yu's expression like this, they were convinced that Ling Yu knew certain insider information and asked questions, and Ling Yu had actually pondered this. Pearl emerald white jade soup to enter the copy at the level of 10. What exactly is the purpose? She had just heard that Su Su had followed her into the copy, so she had secretly and quietly asked Su Su about it. Unfortunately, Su Su, the little girl, was very tight-lipped. Half of it reveals the purpose of the pearl emerald white jade soup. It is like a little loyal dog with pearl jadeite and white jade soup. No matter how Ling Yu tried to lure them, it was useless. Obviously, she was a little lowly who seemed soft and easy to bully on a regular basis, but once she encountered something related to the pearl emerald white jade soup, she became quite tough. There was nothing Ling Yu could do about it. One can only think for oneself, and the result of thinking is that she cannot help but look at the purple vestment she is wearing. This vestment, on her sister Ling Shui, also had the exact same model. It's the pearl emerald white jade soup tricked out of the bag. She didn't believe Chen Ming's perfunctory bull **** at the time. What hit the fan and realized there was one more piece. When she analyzed it afterwards, she felt more and more that the pearl emerald white jade soup was nonsense, and the only explanation lies in the occupation of the pearl emerald white jade soup. Thief. After a moment of silence, Ling Yu analyzed. I suspect that pearl emerald white jade soup is planning to enter the copy, to steal something valuable. When faced with an opponent you can't beat, try stealing something. That's the usual way thieves play, isn't it? The crowd nodded. This is indeed a playstyle that thief players are keen on, and it often comes with unexpected rewards. Only the probability isn't that high, but a bigot like pearl jade white soup might be different. When they thought of this, the tycoons, they couldn't help but discuss it. After all, the height of pearl emerald white jade soup's battle power was also somewhat related to them. When pearl emerald white jade soup was powerful, they could comfortably embrace their thighs, couldn't they? It feels like it shouldn't be too hard to steal the first elite monster with the strength of the pearl emerald white jade soup big guy, right? Not necessarily. The first elite monster is a full level 17, the highest ranked foreign guild, which organized 10 level 13 top players, couldn't defeat that boss, and the pearl emerald white jade soup will be discovered as soon as it passes by. That's not necessarily true. That's a pearl, jade and white jade soup. It feels like the white jade soup big guy can definitely steal the first elite monster. Just as everyone was excitedly discussing it, Ling Yu, however, coldly spoke. Elite monsters? I feel that with pearl emerald white jade soup's vision, surely it's not just this much. I doubt it. He'll just steal the first boss. This statement was made. The crowd wore shocked expressions. President Qingfeng Rongmu, are these words true? The first boss? That's a level 20 monster. Only that strongest foreign guild in the world has seen it. Yeah, in front of a level 20 boss, a level 10 thief's stealth is like a game. It'll be seen through casually. President Qingfeng Rongmu, I know you're on good terms with the pearl jade white jade soup bigwigs, but you don't have to brag about it so much, do you? No one believed Ling Yu's words. Even Uncle Nanfeng Bei, who has always been friendly with Snow Moon, spoke up and retorted after asking the thief players in the guild. I asked the thief players in the guild, and they all said that it is impossible for a level 10 thief to steal a level 20 boss. Ling Yu didn't retort anymore. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, she didn't believe the crowd, although with her own gaming experience, she agreed with the words of these guild bigwigs, but somehow, she always felt that pearl emerald white jade soup would not do such a common thing, going down to steal an elite monster that isn't even a boss. She doesn't believe it. Pearl emerald white jade soup, this guy, if he wants to do something, he will only do something great. Chen Ming didn't realize that his small action had attracted the attention of quite a few guild bigwigs. He was deep into the swampy hinterland at this point. With the Dragonborn Holy Word enhanced Phantom Shadow skill, plus the ink and bamboo bracelets 2-stage jump, and the rings included blink skill, Chen Ming possessed terrifying maneuverability and stealth. There was no danger along the way. Came near the boss. The boss here is a giant spider with a human face pattern growing on its back, 8 long legs, each comparable to a large man. It hangs overhead in a net over the valley in the hinterland of the swamp. Even though Chen Ming had a smooth journey before, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, it was a boss that was a full 15 levels higher. In the place of an ordinary thief, the figure would be detected just by looking at it from afar. Instead, what he was going to do was to climb up the spider web and get close to the huge sphinx. Carefully climb the spider web. Chen Ming's movements were already very light. However, that human-faced demon spider, which was originally curled up and hovering on the spider web, made a steep movement. It seemed to sense something. Somewhat puzzled, he looked up to where Chen Ming was. The 8 scarlet eyeballs that were covered in black fluff swept sternly towards where Chen Ming was. Fortunately, Chen Ming's calmness far exceeded that of ordinary people. He forcibly restrained the urge to escape, and steadied himself on the spider silk without moving, his eyes staring directly at the terrifying 8 scarlet spider eyes without flinching. This, the basic training of a hunter. In any case, one should not fear the prey. After a number of seconds, Spider withdrew his gaze and fell into a deep sleep once more. Only then did Chen Ming silently look at the cobwebs on the bottom of his feet. Apparently, cobwebs improve the perception of spiders. Spiders in reality are able to determine the location and size of their prey through the vibration of their webs. The ones in the game seem to have this ability as well. That's going to be tough. The spider web was simply restraining against his sneaking, and the spider hovers in mid-air. Except for accompanying the spider web forward, Chen Ming is unable to get close to the spider. Even if he had a 2-step jump and the blink skill, he couldn't get close to the spider hanging in mid-air. What can be done about this? Chen Ming frowned slightly. In his previous life, he entered the game too late, and this copy all belonged to the level of casual leveling. And even if there were cheats, it was just a run-through cheat to avoid everyone being disgusted by the weird creatures. No one has really looked into how to steal this boss yet. After all, who would idly research stealing a boss that could be ed in 2 slashes? Just as Chen Ming was somewhat at a loss, suddenly, the bottom right corner of his queue flashed. A familiar ID lit up. Wandering in the darkness, the king of divine devouring. Heh, I heard that you embarked on a forbidden treasure hunt? Heh, worthy of being a companion that my old lady has her eye on. I'm sure you share the same exciting idea of wandering on the edge of danger as I do. Speak human. Chen Ming was getting annoyed, and grumpily interrupted the middle-aged queen's nonsense. Who would have guessed that the queen of the middle too was unresponsive and was still there, intoxicated, posting strange and bizarre remarks. Chen Ming couldn't hold back and sent over his sky-shard-toothed double dagger icon, like the day he touched the dagger when he inadvertently scratched his thigh. Sure enough, the queen of the middle too resumed the function of human speech. To break the news to you, I've already explored Poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp, and the most important treasure of this copy isn't in the boss, but in the pile of spider eggs behind the boss. If you find the treasure, remember to give me a cut. I trust your credibility. I've taken a screenshot of this conversation. If you flip out, I'll post it right away and your reputation will be ruined. Gee, despite the threats, you're still doing your job as a treasure hunting dog. After replying with the word good, Chen Ming raised his head to look behind the Sphinx demon spider. There, piles of countless spider eggs. In there will be real treasure? More valuable than the pet eggs that bosses can pop? You know, that boss's pet egg. But in the previous life, Glory players recognized that the strongest baby in the first 30 levels, there is no one more precious than it is. What would that have to be? Chapter 58, Where is the treasure? A discovery high in the air. Overall, Chen Ming still quite believed in the Queen of the Middle too. After all, when he ran away 2 days ago, he had watched as the level of the Queen of the Middle 2 rushed from the initial level 8 to level 12 like a roller coaster, before slowly dropping back to level 10. At first glance, it looks like he's running off to explore a map with monsters far above his level. It can be matched with the information she's revealed at this point. More importantly, the Queen set herself up. There is no reason he didn't team up with her, and in an absolutely independent space like a copy. Even if he, Chen Ming, was all out of equipment, she wouldn't have a chance to pick it up. Try believing her once. Chen Ming did what he said he would do. In order to avoid causing vibrations on the spiderweb and drawing the attention of the Sphinx demon spider, Chen Ming didn't hesitate to surrender his blink skill, vanished from the spider's web out of thin air. After landing, he immediately pulled out a blue pill and took a sip. What he had disposed of to Lingyu before was only the vast majority of it, and he had left himself nearly 100 bottles in stock. Only after the blue pill was consumed and the blue amount was fully restored did Chen Ming carefully crouch and quietly advance. He showed considerable caution. After all, you have to go underneath a spider that big. It's impossible to say there's no psychological pressure. The whole canyon is very quiet. Chen Ming looked at his buff duration. There was still enough time. If this were a normal priest, the enhancement spell effect would have been gone long ago. No, if it was a normal priest's enhancement spell, he'd have just gotten close enough to the spider that his head would have been twisted off and turned into crunchy chicken flavor. Chen Ming thought wildly, and with an extremely slow speed, he passed through the canyon and came to the end. It's here, piles of countless spider eggs, but it's not vivid, air-dried and crushed. It seems to have been something left over from countless years ago. Chen Ming suspiciously scanned the circle. Dilapidated is the dominant tone here. Don't say baby. It was the things that could be slightly useful that Chen Ming had yet to see. To say that this place is a pile of crap is not even an understatement. What kind of treasure can there be here? Did the Queen of Middle Childhood sense wrong? The treasure is not in this pile of spider eggs, but underneath them? Ming Chen remembered that this map also had a very netherworld cave. Entering through the cavern can lead you straight to the underground dark river, which is filled with things that are several times more disgusting than those bugs, crabs and shrimps. Fortunately, there was only one elite mini-boss in there, and there weren't too many lucrative rewards for normal people to go in. But if the treasure that the queen senses is in the underground river field, at this location, then Chen Ming will have to harden his heart and enter the underground river map of that netherworld. Just as Chen Ming was having some headaches, suddenly, he noticed a gain icon in his buff bar that was flashing like crazy. Dragonborn Holy Word Enhanced. Time remaining, 7 minutes, 49 seconds. Just a second passed. The duration of Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement was then violently reduced. Only 7 minutes and 39 seconds remain. What the hell? 1 second to 10? Chen Ming was startled. How did the buff duration of Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement start decreasing by a factor of 10? One can be reckless in the poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp. All thanks to the buff, Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement. If it's gone, wouldn't it be a direct mailer? Chen Ming, who had originally planned to stay on this side of the spider egg for a bit longer to take a closer look, dismissed the idea. He doesn't have that much time. It was too late to even think about why the buff time produced such a change. Chen Ming immediately retreated. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of gold. That gold color was faint. Chen Ming almost didn't notice before. That faint golden color actually formed something like a band of light, overflowing from his own body and slowly drifting towards those spider eggs. Taking a closer look, Chen Ming was unexpectedly momentarily dazzled, feeling that the faint golden band of light seemed to be flying like a tiny golden dragon. Dragon? Chen Ming instantly associated himself with the Dragonborn Holy Word buff on his body. Add to that the sudden accelerated flow of buffs, and this band of light was a muddy picture of being drawn out of one's own body. A bold idea came to his mind. Could it be that there is something related to dragons here? That thing that was drawing power from the Dragonborn Holy Word Buffon itself? Ghost? What a find! Chen Ming's heart skipped hard. He never knew that there were such good things in this copy. No wonder so many teams had explored this copy in previous generations and turned it upside down without finding anything precious. Even the Queen of the Middle too, who possessed the talent of 1 in a million, only sensed that there was a treasure in the vicinity, but never managed to find it. Without the power of the dragon, everything is just talk. Unless it was like Chen Ming, both have information given to them by the Queen of the Middle too. Another Dragonborn buff given by Dragon Shepherd Lori, plus the Phantom Shadow, sneaking skill from his top talent. All 3 in 1. It's what possesses the qualifications to find this baby. Chen Ming followed the golden light radiating from his body and slowly approached the pile of spider eggs. Where? Was it buried inside a spider egg? These spider eggs are taller than a man. Years have passed and the area is littered with the remains of spider eggs. Trying to flip through and find the treasure buried beneath the spider eggs without disturbing the spiders is not easy. Plus the crazy shrinking duration of the enhancement buff. Chen Ming knew that his time was running out. No, if we keep searching so slowly, we simply don't know when it's going to end. If I deplete Susu's increase buff, I'll be spotted straight away just the same. Spell it out. Chen Ming ruthlessly gritted his teeth. The hand movements were no longer careful. Jerking up a piece of dried and cracked spider egg shell, he simply tossed it away, frantically digging towards the ground. Without a doubt, Chen Ming's actions instantly drew the attention of the Sphinx Demon Spider. Even if Chen Ming still maintained his sneak state, available at the Sphinx Spider was a level 25 boss. In such a situation that could be described as self-destructive, the Sphinx Demon Spider naturally noticed the difference at a glance. Squee! High-frequency sound waves slammed into the air. The Sphinx Demon Spider was shocked and furious. Its 8 spider legs spread out violently, allowing it to dart swiftly across the spider's web, heading straight for Chen Ming. Even if Chen Ming didn't turn around, he could still feel the tremendous pressure coming at him. No, or not. Where the hell is it? Chen Ming's heavenly calamity teeth flew in his hands, and the spider eggs on the ground had already been overturned by him for the most part. Blade Storm. Since he had put up a fight, Chen Ming no longer hesitated and directly threw a sword blade storm towards the bottom of his feet. The powerful sword chi swirled and stirred. Countless spider eggs were frantically cut and torn apart. The ground, covered by spider eggs, gradually reveals itself. But there is nothing more than half a dozen hard stones and moss all over the ground. Where's the stuff? Chen Ming frowned. The human-faced demon spider has killed behind him. Whoosh! It's the sound of cobwebs spraying. As long as you are wrapped in a spider web, you will surely die. Chen Ming violently leapt up in a 2-stage jump, managing to dodge the attack behind him. But the spiders of the Sphinx Demon Spider spewed out more than just once. A second round of spiders followed. Unable to maneuver in mid-air, Chen Ming could only rely on blinking to climb up into the air again, once again dodging the spider web spray from the Sphinx Demon. 2 jumps, Blinking, Chen Ming's bottom card had been exhausted. As he watched, the Sphinx Demon Spider's third and final spiderweb spray was ready. Chen Ming could only helplessly wait for his death in midair. But Chen Ming had no time to care about his own death. He frowned. Where the hell is that so-called baby? Just as he was at a loss, suddenly, he looked to the patch of rocky ground that had been exposed after being cleared of most of the spider eggs. His face suddenly changed. Standing on that rocky outcrop before, he hadn't been able to see anything yet. But after delivering a two-step jump as well as blinking in order to avoid the Sphinx Demon Spider, and almost pulling up to a mid-air position, and then looking down, he just snapped to attention. That's not even a rock. Instead, it was a huge egg born of some creature. It's huge beyond belief. The entire valley crevice was filled with it raw. It was covered in cracks. It was as if it had long since dried and petrified, and no longer had any life in it. No wonder those spider eggs are rooted here one by one. They're drawing some kind of power from the egg. Shock. How could Chen Ming not think that the treasure that he had so painstakingly sought was so blatantly displayed outside, not knowing the true face of MT? It's just a matter of being here. Pop. The spider silk of the Sphinx Demon Spider once again bound Chen Ming. As he expected, he was killed in direct seconds. However, on the temporary occasion, the corners of Chen Ming's mouth, however, revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 59, First Death. Stealing to the hands. Swish. Chen Ming was resurrected in his soul state at the entrance of the duplicate. Phew, this is still my first death in glory, I think. Still, it's no loss for me to find that thing. Saying that, the corners of Chen Ming's mouth lifted slightly, unable to suppress a smile. Dragon eggs. That massive size. That special effect that interacted with the Dragonborn Holy Word buff. Nothing is a reflection of the identity of that huge egg. And the most critical thing is that Chen Ming tried to steal the dragon egg with his own wonderful hand on the temporary occasion. And the tip he got was that it can be used. But the distance is too far, please use it close to him. At that time, he was flying in mid-air. I'm choosing to just resurrect and not run the body. Chen Ming was reborn in place. Deducted 50% of the experience value. The death penalty in the duplicate is lower than in the wild, but it exists. If you run near a corpse in soul state to revive it, only 20% experience will be deducted. But Chen Ming's corpse was right next to the Sphinx Demon Spider, and if he resurrected himself directly there, he wouldn't be able to eat the Dragonborn Holy Words buff given by Su Su. You can only choose to respawn in place, at the cost of 50% experience deduction. At the entrance of the replica, pop, his experience value dropped violently. He hadn't done much to brush up on his experience after he originally rose to level 10. This experience drop sent him straight back to level 9. Glory doesn't show mercy by docking experience to 0%, as much as it should be. If this level is not enough, the previous level will be used to compensate. Fortunately though, as long as Chen Ming didn't take the initiative to remove the equipment on his body, even if he was only level 9, he could continue to use those level 10 equipment. Sir, how did you drop your level? Lori sent a timely message. Apparently, although Chen Ming had told her to browse the forums and paddle around, she was still paying attention to the progress of her copy's advancement, and had sent a message of concern just as soon as she died. Small problem. After I come to you later and give me another buff, you can just leave the copy. Next you can go and keep picking herbs until I rush medicine refining to level 10. Chen Ming remembered that many copies of bosses have the setting of provoking anger, especially since the thieves touched their treasure. Once enraged, then the entire copy would be in a state of madness, and the safe position that Su Su was in could become no longer safe. After finding Su Su and regaining the Dragonborn Holy Word buff, Chen Ming once again set off on his journey. As for Su Su, although she wanted to accompany Chen Ming on his adventure, she knew that she was not strong enough, and after silently wishing Mr. Good luck, she obediently chose to leave the copy. Swish, white light flashes, Su back outside the replica, and as soon as she appeared, a group of people jerked their heads toward her. That's the little girl that Pearl Jade White Jade Soup's big brother brought with him, isn't it? Yes, it's him. She was also the one who broke the chess puzzle in the Radagon mountain range earlier instead of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. She's out. Does that mean the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is going to give up too? Look at them into the copy is not long. It is estimated that did not get any benefits, intends to give up it. Hey, or on the Pearl Very White Jade Soup overly trust. He is strong, but also to comply with the basic principles. It's a shame. I thought Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup could do something great. The group shook their heads inside. Although there were no overly aggressive remarks, Su Su still couldn't help but pout and huffed. I forbid you to look down on Mr. In Su Su's opinion, as long as they don't believe in Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, they are looking down on him. Lori is usually very soft. However, when faced with matters related to Chen Ming, he was quite tough. The group of bigwigs didn't get angry when they were disliked by the little lowly. Instead they were happy. Little sister, don't think we don't know that Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother has just been killed when he dropped from level 10 to level 9. And it's still the kind where you don't even dare to pick up the corpse. This little sister is quite cute. Are you Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother's sister in reality? Defending him so much? Cute little girl. Too bad you have to recognize reality sometimes. That's right. We watched the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Guy drop one level. That already says a lot. The big men were very amiable, but what they said made Lori furious. However, Lori really doesn't know how to retort, because she didn't know exactly what Mr. was doing in there. Oomph. In the end, Lori huffed and puffed and turned her head away from the group of bored uncles, clutching her staff herself and staring straight at the notice board. Even if Ling Yu came to strike up a conversation, she didn't want to take care of it. She was convinced, Mr. will definitely make it. Just like when the monsters attacked the city, the entire village did not believe in Chen Ming, but she still believed in it. She stubbornly turned her back on the crowd. Chen Ming made light work of the situation and once again killed the Sphinx Demon Spider's position. The Sphinx Demon Spider, who had been furious before, had once again fallen into a semi-sleeping state at this time. Chen Ming carefully passed underneath it. Come to the location of the pile of spider eggs. Extend your palms and aim them at the ground. Chen Ming held back his excitement. Wonderful hands. Ding mythical hand is used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the dragon's essence. Not dragon eggs? Chen Ming was slightly disappointed, but the whirlwind perked up. Think about it. This dragon egg was something left over from some ancient time. It has weathered into this shape, and can even be ridden on by a level 25 spider to draw power like crazy. Even if they are still alive, they must be in pretty bad shape. It's only natural that you can't steal a dragon's egg. It's pretty nice to get other dragon-related stuff. Tap the backpack to take a look. Dragon's essence. The dragons that ruled the continent in ancient times possessed the strongest physical bodies, and unrivaled souls, and were the strongest presence on the continent, and deservedly so. Even if the flesh fails to hatch and the physical body is not constructed, the pure soul essence can continue to survive for a long time. Carefully cared for. There may be unexpected surprises. Carefully cared for. Maybe there will be a surprise? Chen Ming muttered, and then a flash of joy appeared on his face. That's a hint. That's obvious enough. Plus detailed text in the blurb. It has been made abundantly clear that this thing is a dragon. However, it was the disabled little dragon whose physical body had failed to nurture and was empty of a spiritual body. But it's enough. Chen Ming remembered that in his previous life, even those top bigwigs around the world were not necessarily qualified to harness such epic creatures as dragons. Strongly holding back his excitement, Chen Ming put away the dragon essence and turned his head to run. Didn't wait for him to run out far. Suddenly, he heard the sharp hissing of a sphinx spider at ultra-high frequency from the other side of the valley. Ding! Area boss Sphinx Tarantula has been enraged. All creatures in the dark marsh copy of the poisonous swamp fall into a berserk state. Sure enough, enraged, it was right to let Susu out before. Chen Ming ran furiously all the way, relying on the dual enchantment of Phantom Shadow and Dragonborn Sacred Word Increase. He managed to avoid the rampaging variety of monsters and escaped from the copy. As soon as he exited the copy, Chen Ming realized that the surrounding area was already filled with people. Susu, on the other hand, was eyeballing herself. Mr. Sir, did you succeed? Chen Ming had no intention of hiding it and directly nodded. It worked. It wasn't that he didn't understand that money doesn't come in handy. Rather, the copy boss enters an enraged state, which can be as long as half a year and a year, or as short as 3 days and 2 days. He couldn't hide it at all. Instead of hiding it, you should admit it graciously. Susu instantly laughed happily, then looked triumphantly at the group of uncles who looked down on Mr. But what Susu doesn't know is this. In the eyes of the group of older men, this kind of ambiguous answer from Chen Ming was not a sign of success at all. Instead, it's more like it's just something you force out to save your dignity so you don't lose face in front of your sister. Chapter 60 Berserk State. Surprisingly, it's him again. Although the bosses had some guesses in their minds, they had after all paid for Chen Ming's best friend's seat, so they couldn't say it to his face, and they only discussed it with their mouths after waiting for Chen Ming to leave with Susu. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup just went in for like half an hour. Probably didn't even encounter the first boss, right? Mostly. There are still quite a lot of elite monsters along the way, and his level is too low to fool the elite monsters with sneaking. Then it looks like he's got nothing. It's a pity. I was hoping that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup would get something out and surprise us. The bigwigs had expressions of regret. At first, when they heard that the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup killed into the copy, they are ready to be full of money, waiting for the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup to slaughter their own it. After all, for this group of bigots, money can be made, but the top equipment props, but there is a price. Thousands of gold hard to find. Just as they were about to disperse, suddenly, there was a flash of white light in front of his eyes. 10 people were sent out of the copy in unison and landed in front of the notice board. Isn't this compassionate? Uncle Nanfong Bei gave a light eep. Pathfinder, a leader of a nice guild in the country, but it belongs to the technical guild president who is a good game player and has a strong personality, but has little silver in his hand. He had also participated in Chen Ming's mini auction. Unfortunately, they were squeezed out because they couldn't afford the high bid. This time, when exploring the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh copy, the Buddha's Word Guild, led by this president, belonged to the group that was ahead of the curve in terms of progress. When he saw him come out, Nanfong Bei, the sociable uncle, smiled faintly and leaned up to greet him. President Compassion, your exploration progress for this copy should be good, right? I remember you guys pushed to the elite monsters before. Did you finally kill them this time? Upon hearing this, many guild leaders revealed complicated eyes towards the Pathfinder. That elite monster was killed? Wouldn't they guilds be behind big time then? They felt the pressure multiply for a while. At the same time there was some regret. How did you come over to the Pearl Emerald White Jade soup side of the show yourself? If we took those 30 minutes of watching the show and pushed the copies, maybe we wouldn't have been ahead of the progress of the advancement of the copies by the guild led by the Pathfinder. For a while, many bigwigs had mixed feelings in their hearts. They're still too brainless to believe in Pearl Jade White Soup. Thought he was bound to make a big deal out of it once he struck. But calm down and use your brain to think. About it. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is only level 10 even if it is strong. What could he do against a level 15 to 25 copy? Miscalculation. Hey, we're still a little overly mythological about Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Indeed, we should just get down to pushing copies like Chairman Pity. It's really a bit of a slap in the face that we, the top guilds, are actually not as far along as that second-tier guild that Pity is leading. A host of bigwigs, reflecting on the situation, the overly mythical, overly trusting nature of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup made them waste precious time and throw away the opportunity to be the first to raid the elite monsters. But just then, instead, Pity gave a strange look. I didn't say I defeated that elite monster. Uncle Nanfong Bei, who was about to congratulate the compassionate man, froze. Not defeated? Then how did you guys come out so fast? Didn't you defeat the elite monsters and come out to refresh your copies? The refreshing mechanism of the copies is once a week, but the prerequisite is that you must clear the copies in one breath. The copy will not enter a cooldown CD if the final boss is not killed. As soon as the whole group comes out, the copies will be refreshed once. Previously, the guilds led by Pathfinder were hardened to exhaust the 3 hours of copy rating time, were judged by the system to have failed, and were then teleported out. Only this time, they left the copy of their own accord. Uncle Nanfong Bei was the one who thought they were raiding off the first elite monster. What refreshed copy? We were beaten out by a monster. Pathfinder revealed a rather complicated expression. I don't know what's going on. It seems like the successive challenge copies accidentally triggered some mechanism suddenly prompted me for the monster to enter a berserk state. All kinds of attributes increased by 50%, and a small monster directly wiped out our group. When these words came out, several guild leaders revealed a look of gravity. Berserk state? What the hell is going on? Is there a limit to the number of raid copies in Glory? Hiss. Actually have such a hidden setting? Then it looks like you can't make a brainless copy. You have to plan for it. The words just fell. Suddenly, another flash of white light. Another team was sent back. Without waiting for the crowd to inquire, the 10 men revealed expressions of heartfelt horror. What the heck is a berserk state? I got slapped in the face. My 50% experience value. The bigwigs were shocked. Even Pathfinder looked at the men in surprise. Berserk state. They actually encountered a berserk state as well? And these 10 were as if they were a beginning. Follow up. More and more white light flashed. Countless players were sent back near the notice board, and all they discussed was one thing. Berserk status. Copy inexplicably went into a berserk state. Several guild elders had also received messages from their guild members. No doubt about it. The copy, indeed, has changed dramatically. What is Glory doing? What's the point of adding berserk status when this copy is obviously hard? Purely trying to disgust the players, huh? That's too gross. Several guild bigwigs spat out, and one even wanted to use his banknote ability to go directly to the official Glorious to raise hell. You don't have to make copies if you don't want to. Do you have to be so disgusting to the players? However, Uncle Nanfong Bei was unexpectedly silent at this time. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Lingyu. Only then did he realize that Lingyu actually looked at him as well. Two smart people didn't need to say much. Just a look. They guessed each other's thoughts. Do you suspect him of doing it too? The two opened their mouths almost in unison. It was only after these words came out that the bigwigs came back to their senses. What are you talking about? He did it. Who did it? Could it be? Bigots aren't stupid. After calming down, it was a quick reaction. but their Riddler's attitude confused the players who were killed by the Berserk State monsters. Pity couldn't help but frown. What are you talking about? As things stood, Ling Yu no longer needed to be skeptical. She's 100% certain who started this whole thing. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Word for word, she reported the name. Can do this kind of thing. Who else but him? Upon hearing this name, the crowd, which had been clamoring and boiling just a moment ago, instantly quieted down. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. At this moment, in everyone's mind, the guy that no one in the world of glory knew about emerged. Surprisingly, it's him. I can't believe it's him again. Chapter 61, The Scarlet Monastery, the foe of the foe. Outside of Qingfeng City, Chen Ming scrutinized the dragon's essence and fell into deep thought. What exactly does this thing have to be considered well cared for? There are no hints and no progress bar display. However, the one thing that slightly reassured Chen Ming was that ever since he had left the copy, the dragon's essence had automatically become bound. No matter how many times you die, the dragon's essence will not drop. This is a binding effect that only occurs with fairly rare props. This showed that the dragon's essence would definitely not be a useless thing. Forget it, in the absence of clues, it's useless to think about it anyways. Chen Ming intended to put the matter of the dragon's essence on hold for now. Although he was a reborn, the only people who could tame a monster like a dragon in his previous life were those few people. With the kind of mole-like status he had in his previous life, how could he possibly know the inside story? Shaking his head, he reorganized his thoughts. He has quite a bit to do at the moment. The first thing is your own rank. In order to decipher the chess game puzzle, he wasted 2 days rushing, plus 1 death. From going down the copy caused his level to have fallen behind greatly. The current highest level on the world leaderboard is a European and American girl, a level 13 warrior. The hordes are also around level 12, while Chen Ming, the player who was originally the first player in the world to rush up to level 10, was now only at a pitiful level 9. Catching up with the rank is the most important thing. Fortunately, Chen Ming possessed a luxurious outfit, as well as experienced brushing skills like Hardened Poison and Sword Blade Storm, plus the bonus of 30% extra experience from the Experience Melting Pot. It's only a matter of time before we catch up with the rank. Not too difficult. And in addition to his own rank, the rank of alchemy, too, was in dire need of improvement. As of now, he was still the only player in the world who possessed the art of alchemy. After all, he had bypassed the predecessor quests and directly learned the art of alchemy at that time through the Ink Bamboo Bracelet's 2-step jump. And normal players are estimated to reach level 15 before they can complete the prerequisite quest for alchemy. He had to maintain his leading rank in alchemy. That's 2. As for the third, is his SSS level mission. After delivering the quest earlier, he was automatically given the next quest to go to a nearby monastery to investigate the undead infestation. As long as he completed this quest, his inherited leather armor set would be assembled. Although the Inheritance Leather Armor series only had green quality, as a set, they possessed a quality that was not inferior to that of blue-level equipment when assembled. At this stage even the tycoons are mixing and matching green plus blue equipment. Even many dirtbags can't even buy blue gear, only green all over. Chen Ming was able to have the Inheritance Leather Armor set, and could definitely crush a bunch of tycoons. After analyzing the 3 current primary tasks clearly, Chen Ming gradually had a thought process. Su, recently when you are free, go over to the novice village and collect herbs, still orchid forest grass and red campsis flower. As for the purchase price, it's just 10 copper coins a plant. When the herbs are sold, I'll split 30% with you. Su listened with a shocked expression. It wasn't that Chen Ming had promised to give 30% profit after selling something. Little lowly Susu had absolutely no idea what the concept of 30% profit was. What she was surprised about was Chen Ming's acquisition price. 10 coins a plant? At that time, when she gathered the herbs, the gentleman had given a price of 50 copper coins per plant. A whole 5 times. Hey, sir, with such a low price, will anyone sell it? Lori revealed a worried look. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to collect the herbs and delay Mr. However, Chen Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry, 10 copper coins is quite a reasonable purchase price. When alchemy is flooded in the future and the prices of ordinary herbs are suppressed, black-hearted merchants will be able to have a good market by purchasing them at a price of 5 copper coins. The reason why Chen Ming was clear. It was because he had once done the work of gathering herbs for 5 copper coins a plant. Su was suddenly silent, because that's when she reacted to the fact that Mr. turned out to be taking very good care of himself from the very beginning. The purchase price was given 5 times outright. And when the deal finally went through, there was quite a bit extra attached to her. The little loli wanted to open her mouth to thank her, but Chen Ming was the first to see through her thoughts and grabbed her before she could open her mouth. No need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, you should just practice leveling, now that you are fully capable of mixing up the team on your own. And of course, it's fine to find Snowy Moon to ask for a spot. As long as you show your strength a little bit, They'll definitely be itching to pull one over on you while practicing. Lori was a little less convinced. How could the so powerful Snow Moon Guild look at themselves? It must be that Mr. secretly gave that pretty twin presidential sister a shout-out. Sue nodded curtly. Chen Ming set off on the path to Thoth Monastery to investigate the undead and complete the SSS-ranked quest. Along the way, he was getting fed up with the news of the big boys. Although this group of people all put him end to end, a burst of bragging about him, and then sidestepped to ask what happened inside the copy. But no matter how much he is being bragged about, the moment there are more people who do this, it becomes a little obnoxious. In the end, Chen Ming could only reply with a no comment. The bigwigs are hot and cold, but they don't dare to have an attack. He could only silently close the dialogue box and stop bothering Chen Ming. Spending money and being so humble. Let's just say that in the world of glory, strength reigns supreme. It was only Ling Yu, who was on slightly better terms with him, that Chen Ming revealed a little bit of information. Berserk doesn't last long, as short as 2 or 3 days and as long as a week. Of course, there are exceptions. The exact length, which varied from monster to monster, he couldn't say. Half an hour later, Chen Ming came to the place called the Scarlet Monastery. It is littered with level 12 to 14 monsters. Originally, Chen Ming thought that this place would be cold and quiet, but what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked over, there were actually already 2 or 3 small teams here brushing monsters and practicing. It's also, now that the big troops are leveled up to level 12, and the ordinary casuals are also level 11, come to brush the level 12 to 14 monsters, the experience is just right to pull it all together. Chen Ming had some regrets. I'm afraid that kind of scene from the novice village days, where one person packs in monsters by himself, won't be there anymore, at least until the level rushes up. Before approaching those teams, Chen Ming hesitated slightly, then put on the hood on his cloak, shrouding his face in shadow, followed by also concealing his ID and turning off the equipment shine effect, making the whole outfit flat. After all, he was only level 9 now. Although he wouldn't be afraid of those level 11 or 12 players, he was worried that he would encounter some greedy-minded Iron Bean who thought he was easy to bully because he was level 9. There aren't really a lot of people like the queen of middle childhood who know they're good and still want to cause trouble. Chen Ming just wanted to quietly do quests to level up, didn't want to be bothered by the guys. Only after hiding his identity did Chen Ming lift his leg and walk towards the monastery. Along the way, there were quite a few people who looked toward him, but seeing his appearance of a stranger, there was no follow-up. It wasn't until he was about to walk up to the gate of the abbey and enter its midst that a straight man called out to him. Bro, come to brush up on your leveling, right? Our team just lacks a DPS. You come to us? As for the monastery, I advise you not to go in. What do you mean? Chen Ming curiously looked at the straight man. The inside is wrapped up by the Grand Guild. The Hanyu gave a distant glance at the abbey gate, with both envy and resentment in his eyes, but more than that, helplessness. Us stragglers, we can only pick up the small monsters outside. The Grand Guild? Small problem. I know the vast majority of the owners. Chen Ming inquired. Which guild is it? The King's Guild of Kings. Chen Ming. That's okay. The world map of glory is so big. It's amazing that you can even meet it. It's a real frenzy. Chapter 62, Stage 1 Mission. Protected as a munchkin? Chen Ming had a bit of a headache. It's not that I'm afraid of the King's world, just simply don't want to waste time. Thanks for informing. After Chen Ming thanked the straightforward man, he walked straight towards the monastery. The Hanyu looked at his undying determination, and wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, but his teammates beside him did not have the same kindness as him, and opened their mouths. Brother Gang, just leave him alone. What's the point of stopping us if he's willing to die? That's just it. Good words, damn ghosts. It was nice of you, Gang, to kindly remind him and invite him into our team. The man called Gang scratched his head, and in the end, he could only watch helplessly as Chen Ming walked step by step into the door of the Scarlet Monastery. After entering the gate, Chen Ming made a twisting turn, sticking to the wall and entering the blind spot of his vision, isolating himself from the sight of everyone outside. It was then that he took a step towards the interior of the Scarlet Monastery. With each step he took, he was as if his figure had been erased by an eraser. Little by little, it's disappearing. Only a ghostly black shadow remained fluttering behind him. It's a typical Western-style building. White marble, white candles, white sculpture of the kneeling Madonna praying for blessings. Everything in sight was white. However, when the sunlight through the top of the abbey-arched colorful glazed dome, after pouring down, the original holy sunlight has turned into a bizarre blood red, tinting all white with a chilling shade of red. Who knows where the red came from, but it does exist. The abbey was small, and there were no monsters in it. There was only the sound of shouting from outside. Chen Ming stepped on the gentle carpet and walked silently toward the pulpit, on which there was a priest with his head bowed and eyes downcast, clutching his crucifix. After conversing with him, Chen Ming got the first stage of the quest. Go to the outskirts of the abbey and kill the roving bandits to get the key to the abbey's lost crypt. Does the first phase of the mission need to be completed in the periphery? Chen Ming glanced at the back of the convent, where there were shouts and killings. Clearly people from the King's World Guild were inside wrapping up their leveling. He had thought that his mission was to go to the abbey's backyard to finish up and touch base with the King's World Guild. Anyway, the king of the world at the beginning of the Yin and Yang Snow Moon, when even Aoi scolded him, he directly swallowed the guy's 200,000 or so, is also considered to be torn face. If you're going to do a quest in the backyard of the monastery yourself, the big deal is to kill in and all these guys up, and then take your time to brush up on the monsters yourself. It's just a matter of wasting a little time clearing the field. But now the quest was actually to go to the periphery and kill monsters first. The periphery was a group of casual players who had no grudges against him. If he drove all of these players away, then what was the difference between his behavior and this kind of pack of the King's Guild? In his previous life as a casual player, Chen Ming's was very clear about the pain of casual players. He didn't want to fall from a dragon-slaying warrior to an evil dragon. Forget it, go out there and mix up a random team. Chen Ming walked out of the Scarlet Monastery and lifted the stealth effect. When they saw him come out, the casuals turned their heads in unison to look at him, but didn't say anything. Apparently they all decided that Chen Ming had been driven out in disgrace. It was only the straightforward Han Yu from before who was still willing to greet Chen Ming. Little brother, I told you that the inside was wrapped up, but you still didn't believe me. The Han Yu wasn't mocking, he was just a bit gung-ho, and after he laughed, he threw Chen Ming a group invitation. Come to us, it's not good for us casuals to survive in the first place. Only by grouping together can we barely get a piece of the pie from under the hands of the big guilds. Seeing that Kong had issued an invitation, a short-haired, valiant girl in the squad couldn't help but frown. What are you pulling him for, Kong? He didn't even bother practicing with us in the beginning. She made no effort to hide her displeasure. It's not just her. A few others in the squad more or less showed such a look. In their opinion, Chen Ming had initially stunk to high heaven, rejecting their invitation and running hard inside the Scarlet Monastery. Now that they had come out in ashes, it was already good enough that they didn't laugh at Chen Ming and invite him to team up. A level 9 thief. What can he do in the team? The monsters are probably all misses, and you can only enter the team to share the experience and paddle. Chen Ming ignored the group of unkind people and nodded his head in agreement with Gang's invitation. I'll brush up on one of the mission props, and I'll leave when I do. The valiant short-haired sister rolled her eyes directly. Mission props? Swipe and go? Oh, in a world where quests were scarce, how could a level 9 thief receive a quest? And still far above his level, a quest in the Scarlet Monastery area. In her opinion, Chen Ming's words were nothing more than an excuse to make herself look slightly more decent when she entered the team to paddle. Accept the invitation to join the team. Because Chen Ming had chosen to hide his character information, even in the ranks, his name would not be displayed, only a simple thief icon, and his level. Kong's ID is a bit funny. It's called, my wife only allows me to play for 2 hours, but looking at his rank, he's obviously broken his promise to his wife. And the handsome short-haired warrior girl is called Folded, a rather overbearing ID, more like a name owned by a handsome leading man. The monsters here are generally around level 12. The squad level was almost at level 11 as well, with only that straight Han Yu, Gang, and the handsome sister with short hair in her ears reaching level 12. Kong is a knight and is responsible for pulling monsters. The handsome sister is a warrior, but not a tank type. She held a thick, huge sword comparable to an NPC in her hand and wielded it with a whirring sound. The DPS professions in the team, hunters and mages, didn't have as high an output as she did. How violent, Chen Ming mentally muttered, drawing out his own right-handed dagger in order to prevent being recognized. He had only used his right-handed dagger. Double daggers, after all, have become the standard for pearl jade white jade soup. However, just as he was about to lean forward, Gang turned his head to yell at him as he lowered his head to avoid the monster's attack. Little brother, don't come up here. Level 9 thieves simply can't carry the damage of these monsters. Just wait and eat the experience. Chen Ming could not help but stare. Oh, is this being protected by Big Brother as a munchkin? It's a bit weird. Just as he froze, one of the mountain bandits looked at him and violently threw the flying axe in his hand. Chen Ming captured the attack, but he didn't bother to circumvent it, because he was aware that with his agility points, this kind of monster would just hit a series of misses. But others don't know that. Kong's face changed and he shouted for his little brother to hide, and that's when it happened. Chen Ming saw the short-haired girl spit, then her calf muscles tightened and she leapt up, shooting towards himself. If it was Chen Ming's speed that was fast, it was as ghostly as a shadow. Then this sister's quickness is as if a cannonball had been discharged, as if it were thunderous. The moment the flying axe was about to hit Chen Ming, the big sword in the girl's hand slashed down. The strong wind that was kicked up caused Chen Ming's hood to hunt. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was accompanied by a cloud of sparks of metal impact bursting in front of Chen Ming. that flying axe, even by the sister's big sword hard split into two halves, from Chen Ming cheeks on both sides of the shooting out. Not hurt, little brother. The girl flipped up her greatsword with one hand and slung it over her shoulder. Even though you're trying to save me, your tone really owes it to you. Chen Ming was expressionless. No injuries. The girl raised her pretty willow leaf eyebrows, quite a bit surprised. You can actually not be scared off. It seems that you are not as useless as I thought. Chen Ming didn't bother with her. Kong rushed over to round up the situation after taking care of the mountain bandit. Little brother, Sister Sandy has this character. Don't take it to heart. And you too. What's the point of bullying someone, a little brother? Quickly come back to brush the monsters. Work harder. We will be able to trigger that mechanism. The mechanism? Chen Ming looked at Gang curiously. He's talking about the thing he's imagining? Chapter 63 Boss Refresh Mechanism. The Overbearing King's Guild. Chen Ming, who possessed memories of his previous life, knew that the Scarlet Monastery was, in fact, a budding upgrade mecha. This is because it possesses a special mechanism. If one swipes enough monsters, they will attract the attention of the successive priests buried within the monastery, or even descend, due to the overpowering scent of blood and killing. In other words, that is, if you brush enough, the system will automatically refresh a boss out. Although the rewards of this kind of boss are not as good as field bosses, but it wins in stability and durability. Even if Chen Ming had entered the game quite late in his previous life, Scarlet Monastery, also still being held by some medium-sized guilds, want to go in to brush the monsters have to pay the ticket money. As for whether or not you can touch the boss, it's more of a matter of chance. This mechanic that has been figured out by the players? Seeing Chen Ming reveal a puzzled look, Gang kindly explained. Previously, the King's Guild had two fierce battles erupt inside the monastery. We secretly went to see it. It was two consecutive bosses that appeared. Let's just suspect that bosses can appear here through brushing. Counting now. We've been brushing for almost 4 or 5 hours. According to the progress, the boss is about to appear. Saying that, Gang revealed a look of anticipation. It's not just him. All the casual players in the neighborhood. That's a boss. They've never even seen it. Thinking about this, everyone's hearts were on fire, and they killed the monsters with more and more vigor. Only Sister Sandy frowned slightly. Why are you telling this guy that? It's even if this guy paddles and eats experience. Can't it be that the boss wants to give him a piece of the pie? Gang brother naive smile. Anyway, we are so many people. One more does not matter. Well, see the share. All are scattered people. Don't bother. The big deal is that I'll share my share of the reward to him a little bit. Sand's sister frowned more deeply, seemed to want to say something, but finally opened his mouth but became helpless. You. Forget it, just brother Kong, you are happy. I don't care about you. As she passed by Chen Ming, she lowered her voice and said, if you still have a bit of conscience, take the initiative to take a stand and quit. Just eat some experience. Don't rob brother Gang's loot. After saying that, without giving Chen Ming a chance to reply, he raised his head and left. Chen Ming looked at her back and couldn't help but mutter a little. Who cares about your bosses? I'm really just here to mix up a quest prop. However, Chen Ming did not open his mouth. After all, although this sister is hot-tempered and her character is straight, but her heart does not seem to be bad. Suddenly, right in the center of the entrance to the abbey, a golden light exploded out. All the casuals looked over almost simultaneously. It was a projection of a holy priest, but when it opened its eyes, it erupted in a burst of dark, deep red light. It was both full of holiness and mixed with filth, full of contradictions tumbling out, sweeping across the entire field. It's coming. It's the boss. It really is a boss. Ha 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 ha. Kong was right. All the casualties showed excited expressions. At this time, Gang raised his arm and called out, brothers, knights and I charge together. Top up. Warrior ready to jam T position. Ready to take over the hate to prevent OT, refers to the hate did not pull. The monster primary target of attack from the Blood Bull Knight into the back row of brittle skin. Kong seems to be very reputable. A series of commands went down, surprisingly making all the casual players follow his orders. Chen Ming watched in wonder. He had thought there would be infighting within the scattered here when the boss appeared. I didn't realize that Kong had actually suppressed the whole scene with his own power. This reputation. Even some small and medium-sized guild presidents are not as good as patting their horses. Soon, the casuals lined up and started raiding the boss. Chen Ming also swept a glance. A level 12 normal white level boss is just that. It really didn't interest him. He will honestly act as a budding good boy here to watch on the line. Just when the time comes, he can also find a reason to find their own paddling excuse not to reward, and smoothly let the boat to Gang. Scattered people don't have a high output, but white level bosses are really not that strong either. After a minute passed, the boss's blood level dropped by like 10%. At this rate, we'll be done with this thing in 10 minutes. However, Just as the crowd was frantically outputting like chicken blood, an arrow with the light of thunderbolt shot from afar. Bang! Accurately hits a Blood Bowl knight in front of the boss. Bursts of lightning jumped across the knight's body, instantly dealing high amounts of damage. -249. Blitz. The Blood Bowl knight was already carrying the boss and was not full of chi. After taking the blast, the blood bar disappeared and he died violently on the spot. Gang's face changed wildly. Who is it? Who shot the arrow? Kong was in a state of shock and anger, but there was no way to distract him, because D was the first hate bit just now. He was killed in seconds and the boss's hate was instantly dispersed. Sure enough, hate is lost. In the next second, the boss looked towards the high-output crunchy mages and hunters. The books on his chest floated up out of thin air. The pages of the book were windless, turning pages frantically. At the same time, holy light erupted in the back row of the casual team. Asterisk 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 help me. I'm running out of help help help. Just a blink of an eye. 7 or 8 brittle outputs were killed. Kong was in a rage. Fortunately, just then, Sister Folding Sand topped it off. A heavy sword slashed down horizontally, hard by high damage pulled back the boss's hate target. That's when Kong had time to turn his head, only to see that at the entrance of the Scarlet Monastery, a hunter wearing top-notch equipment was twirling his bow with a smile on his lips, as if it wasn't attacking the player. Instead, they were hunting ordinary monsters in general. Disdain filled the corners of his mouth in a smile. The sharp arrow that flashed with a cold light pointed impartially at Gang himself. King, Ho-E? What do you mean by that? Gang faced the arrows without retreating and shouted in a stern and angry voice. Your King's Guild chartered inside the Scarlet Monastery. Our casuals are practicing outside. Well, water. What do you mean? Before your King's Guild brushed out bosses, we casuals never had to overstep our bounds. Did we? The disdain at the corners of Wang Ho-Yi's mouth became even more pronounced. Pass over? How dare you? Our King's Guild is something you mongrels can touch? To tell you the truth, letting you guys brush outside is just to let you help brush out the bosses. If you know what's good for you, just get out of the way and let the bosses go, so we can still let you brush outside the pack for a little while longer. If you don't know better, it wouldn't hurt to exterminate you all. The other party's tone was breezy. Kong's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Does he dare to call the King's Guild's bluff? He wouldn't dare. He's just a loose cannon, then hard to just, and then be all killed by the King's Guild to finish clearing the field. Be more literate. Hand over the boss. Exit here. Wait until the other party kills the boss. They can still eat some small monsters in the periphery, brush the experience, and drink the leftovers of the King's Guild. It's pretty stifling though, but Kong is no longer the hot-headed, light-hearted teenager he was. The trials and tribulations of society have taught him that many times he really can't help himself. He slowly lowered his head. He's ready to give up. When Chen Ming saw this, his left hand clenched, just as he was about to equip his left-hand dagger and hold the double dagger. A figure that leapt out faster than him. It's a toss-up. Sister Sandy. Her seemingly slender arms dragged her own giant sword, which slashed across the ground, erupting with the ear-splitting sound of metal clashing and sparks splattering in all directions. Her healthy wheat skin color under the sunlight made her as eye-catching and dazzling as an ancient Greek god. With an unrivaled aura, she killed the king. Ho-E. Dogs, go to hell. The gods just opened their mouths and the compulsion collapsed. Sister Sandy? The Gungans were dumbfounded. Isn't this getting tough with the King's Guild? Looking for death? King Hoi's expression did not change, and his hands moved quickly. Arrows flew between the flicks of the bowstring. Sandy's sister looks reckless. However, the operation is not bad. Facing the arrows, she wielded the giant heavy sword that was as big as her person with a strength that was unbelievable. She pulled out a cloud of sword blossoms. It was like a shield against all the arrows. Dogs, that's the level? Sister San revealed a mocking look. King Hoi's face sank. The bowstring in his hand pulled faster, and the arrows flew with a violent burst of acceleration. But no matter what, it couldn't break through Sister Sandy's defense. This woman is also too violent, right? Chen Ming sked. See, the Sand sister is about to approach the king. Hoi, being approached by such a violent woman, it was obvious that victory would be split straight down the middle. However, just then, a bolt of thunder and lightning slammed down on the back of Sister Sandy. Sister Sand, who was concentrating on fending off the arrows, couldn't react as well as she should have, and was hit directly, hitting with a period of stiffness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the king, Hoi continuous shooting, Sand sister even heavy armor warrior, blood volume also a burst of wildly decreased, fold and sink, Sandy-chan, scattered people exclaimed. Sister Sandy struggled to get up, but just then, a foot, viciously stepped on her stomach. That foot was wrapped in ornate battle boot leg armor. His body was even wearing a set of domineering and incomparable heavy armor. This is a warrior, and a warrior whose strength far exceeded that of Sister Sandy. King, the world, with only 1 foot. He held the monstrous Sister Sandy down on the soles of his feet, and the whole thing scanned the casualty disdainfully. Within 3 breaths, roll, or die. His voice was flat, but it carried an unquestionable dominance. Gang's face changed several times. Finally, he lowered his head, but just then, a man tapped him gently on the shoulder, asked softly, "Do you want this, boss? Or not?" Chapter 64, Chen Ming Strikes, giving you 2 choices. Kong craned his head to see. The one who spoke was, surprisingly, the hooded youth he had casually helped. He wouldn't think that this guy could have any ability to save himself from the fire, and thought that he was a rash person who didn't understand the situation. "Little brother, this boss, we can't have it. The opposite side is the King's Guild. You may not realize how much the King's Guild is." The words were not finished, and he was interrupted. "I'll ask you if you want or don't want the boss." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kong saw the corners of his perfectly shaped lips under the little brother's hood, rising slightly. It seems to be quite a confident smile. Kong hadn't wanted to answer him, but after seeing the confident smile, he couldn't help but freeze. The confidence was inexplicably infectious. He nodded furtively. "How can you not want to?" "Good." The man just faded back. It was quite a bit of a puzzle to Gang. "Okay, what does good mean? What did he promise? It's not going to help us grab the boss, is it?" Such absurd thoughts rose in Gang's mind. In a whirlwind, though, he ignored the thought. How is that possible? At this point, the scene was awfully quiet. The boss is out of combat and wandering alone on the outskirts of the Scarlet Monastery. The King's Guild and the Scattered faced off at the entrance to the abbey. And just then too, Chan Ming stepped out. The eyes of the entire room were instantly focused on him. "Hey!" Kong reached out his hand to pull him back, but for some reason, his confident smile from earlier came to mind. Not far, Sister Sand, who had been stepped on under the feet of the king, the world, also saw Chen Ming walking towards the King's Guild crowd, and a touch of admiration showed in her eyes. Then he cursed and looked up at the king who was stepping on him. "Humph, if you want a boss, then kill all of us casuals. These brothers of ours, although the dish is a little dish, but not a coward." The moment Chen Ming stepped forward, she'd come to think of the unimpressive-looking rookie as a good buddy. The king, Tianxia, was expressionless. "As you wish." He waved his hand. "Descendants, Fa Shen, you guys slaughter all these guys who don't want to die." It was as if the king, the world had just given a trivial order. It's as if you're asking someone to help you catch a glass of water. Nature is immense. In his opinion, with the 2 people he had focused on cultivating, the Dharma God and the Descendant, it was enough to exterminate that rabble. "No problem, boss. Don't worry, boss. We'll slaughter this bunch of trash in 3 minutes." The 2 men gave cruel looks. "King," the world nodded in satisfaction, then glanced lightly at the struggling halberd at the bottom of his feet. He raised the long sword in his hand. It was about to chop down hard on Sister Sandy's neck. The Sand Sister is also tough, until now also still showing disdainful smile, contemptuous gaze at the king, the world. The butcher's knife was raised high, just the moment it was about to fall. Suddenly, a commotion came from the King's Guild. Double dagger? Who is he? Who is he? The king couldn't help but frown as he looked up. At that look, his heart nearly missed a beat. "I only saw that the guy with the hood, but he was actually holding 2 daggers on the left and the right. Holding 2 daggers. Double dagger. The image, almost, has taken hold." Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. It wasn't just people from the King's Guild. All of the scattered people, too, revealed dumbfounded expressions at this moment. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Is it really him? They looked to Gang, hoping to get an answer from him. But what I didn't expect was the shock on Kong's face. Only more, not less, than theirs. It seems Gang doesn't know either. But that didn't stop a burst of hope from rising in the hearts of the dispersed people who had originally despaired. What if, really is that godlike man? Just a guess. Just let the King's Guild be like an enemy. Finally, King Hoey couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere, clenched his teeth fiercely, and violently pulled back the bowstring. "Hiding rat, don't pretend to be here." 5 consecutive star kills. 5 shots of the bow shot out. The man, not dodging, eat them all. 5 huge misses that fluttered up. At this moment, everyone in the King's Guild only felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. "It's him. It's really him." Chen Ming took off his hood as he walked. As the hood fell down, the handsome features with sword brows and starry eyes appeared in everyone's eyes. His officially certified Dragon and Phoenix Dancing Golden ID also gradually waved out. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. As he approached towards the King's Guild crowd step by step, he slowly opened his equipment gloss, rings and bracelets that erupted with a noble purple glow. On the dual-wielded daggers, a deep blue color formed a razor-sharp blade of teeth that sent chills down one's spine just by looking at it. The whole body, moreover, was wrapped in a touch of ghostly green. The green color seemed to form an eye. That was indifferently watching all beings behind Chen Ming. It was just a little fuzzy and not too obvious. The Heritage Leather Armor series is still missing a shoe. The special effects aren't pulled full off. Chen Ming was outwardly aloof and muttered in his heart. But even so, his compulsion is absolutely crushing the king. The world. The guy was flamboyant as hell. His whole body equipment was on full of glossy special effects, almost as if he was a character running out of a completely differently drawn page-turner. But it's just some few green suits, mixed with a blue suit. In front of Chen Ming's 2 purple suits, 2 blue suits, and a green suit, the king, the world instantly became a younger brother. Asterisk 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 pearl emerald white jade soup. It's really him. We are saved. Quick, hold on to the big man's leg. Scattered people were ecstatic. Even Sister Sandy, who had always prided herself on not losing to men, actually showed a rare look of infatuation. The King's Guild side was like an enemy. The king, the world, even the bottom of the feet of the halberd sinking sand do not dare to step so hard, but immediately retract the legs and a little embarrassed face. He looked at Chen Ming with a stiff expression, very reluctantly squeezed out a stiff smile. White jade soup, big brother. If I remember correctly, you have not yet given me a friend bit, right? The buddy bit? How dare you mention it? You really think I don't remember when I was shady before? Chen Ming looked at the king, the world, with a smile. Other people I give. You, I do not want to give. Although the king, the world had expected, but the face still cannot help but gloomy a few points. That is more than 200,000. You are considered fraud. I didn't say I was selling buddy bits. Chen Ming laughed heartily. He never felt like a moral perfectionist. In the case of the king, the world, before the inexplicable yin and yang pull stomping on his own once, but also to be nice to add his friends, or honestly choose to refund money. That's like begging on your knees. You were shading Lousy before, and it makes sense for Lousy to backhand you. Give you 2 choices. Chen Ming kept his smile. First, release Sister Sandy and leave the Scarlet Monastery. This place will be chartered by Gang with his men. Second, kill Sister Sandy, then fight back negatively, and eventually I'll kill them all and drive them out. Take your pick. This statement was made. Whether they were casuals or players from the King's Guild, their faces changed wildly. Bully, it's too bossy. Even the King's Guild, which had always been known for its dominance, had never said anything so arrogant. Chapter 65, The King's Guild's Underpinnings. Swordblade Storm. Good boy. The King's world laughed in anger. Although he had done something to apologize to Chen Ming, he felt that $200,000 was enough to set things right. Isn't it just a bit of a loss of face? I paid $200,000 for your face. No good? He didn't expect that Chen Ming would actually be even more domineering than him. Then there's nothing to talk about. King's Guild, prepare to get him killed. He snapped. The long sword in his hand was raised once again. This time, he didn't hesitate to slash at Sister Sandy's head. Sandy was looking like she was about to turn her head and say something weepy like leave me alone or shoot me. All she felt was a flash of light. A figure, unexpectedly, appeared directly beside her. It's Ming Chen. Is that the blink skill? Sister Sandy reacted instantly. She was one of Chen Ming's thousands of fangirls and naturally knew that he possessed the blinking skill. But soon, she blushed. Idiot you, a thief flashing in front of a warrior? Aren't you looking for death by sticking your face to a warrior? Thieves fighting fighters have always been about flexibility and roaming. It is not true to say that thieves dance on the tip of a knife. Thief and warrior PK, likely to fight for 3 minutes to kill the warrior. And although the warrior was passive and kept taking hits, he could cripple the thief in one set if he seized an opportunity. With great skill, it's not impossible to connect a set of thieves directly to death. All careers, all fair. And what Chen Ming was doing at this moment was striking the long with the short. Seek death. The sharp blade in the King's World's hand had indeed changed its target, stabbing straight toward Chen Ming. Above that sharp blade, it was colored with a yellow halo. It's a warrior's skill. Critical strike. Not only does it have higher damage than normal attacks, it also has a stun effect that lasts up to 0.5 seconds at a time. He knew that Chen Ming's evasion was extremely high and physical attacks were difficult to hit. Available at. What about skills? You can't possibly dodge skills, can you? A touch of cruelty flowed from the corner of the King's World's mouth. As long as they could stun Chen Ming, the others could then follow their skills frantically and control Chen Ming to death. Get out of the way. Sister Sandy became anxious and struggled, wanting to slam a fist into Chen Ming's face, smashing him out of the King's World's attack range. How can this woman even be so violent in saving people's lives? Chen Ming secretly spat out, ignoring the King's World's skills, bullying his way closer, and slashing his twin daggers fiercely towards the King's World's throat. Put. Skills from both sides, hit at the same time. The King of Kings was also a tough guy, and ate a set of damage from Chen Ming. Fortunately, there were 7 or 8 priests behind him who had been milking him, barely maintaining his blood level. otherwise this blow would have been enough to kill him in seconds. That was close, but the adventure was worth it. The king grinned, but then, he realized something was wrong. Chen Ming, not stunned, a big miss, once again, popped out of his head. The king's world was confused at this moment. Skills, can miss too? This is a horse. It's not scientific. Chen Ming could not help but grin as he saw the shock in the king's world. Ghostly Spectre, is the race's dodge talent playing with you? What a physical magic miss to deserve this 15-star status as a top hidden race. Taking advantage of the king's world's opportunity to freeze, Chen Ming wrapped his arm around Sister Sandy's waist and scooped her up. I didn't realize that this brute force woman's waist was quite thin, and it feels pretty good in the hand. Not much exercise at first glance. Should have a waistline. No, I'm in a fight. What's the point of thinking about this stuff? Sister Sandy, steady on, as Chen Ming roared, using his left foot as an axis. His entire body violently spun around, and then like throwing a lead ball, he flung Sister Sandy out fiercely, throwing her towards the scattered man's side. Instead of exclaiming like a normal girl, Sandy-san giggled. Nice arm strength for a young man. Sis likes it. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth pulled. If he hadn't felt it wrong, Sister Sandy had ruthlessly ruined her pectoral muscles on her chest before she was thrown off. You're a real hooligan, aren't you? Scrambling to mooch. Chen Ming had a lot of thoughts, but the movements in his hands did not stop. After sending off Sister Sandy, he was also enveloped by various sword rains and magic. A series of skills came down, and he lost most of his blood. After all, he had a high miss, but he wasn't 100% evasive. Dozens or hundreds of skills slammed down will still eat 2 or 3 of them. He didn't need to be reminded. Kong had already organized the good guys to give him back his blood. As the holy light fell, Chen Ming's blood level returned to full. He went straight to the king's world. The king's world didn't dare to make a hard contact and backed up, then yelled in command, Ranger Archers, turn on the Eagle Eyes aura. Eagle Eye. This is a skill that Ranger Archers learn at level 10. The effect is to give fellow teammates a 3% bludgeon chance, and a 10% to hit aura. Sure, the effect is also increased when the priest is enchanted with Enhancement. Soon, a single Eagle Eye aura unfolded. The priest's augmentation spells also fall. Chen Ming knew that he couldn't mindlessly pretend anymore. This, then, is the beauty of the world of glory. Thousands of strange skills, countless players match. No matter how powerful you are, you can eventually be found a way to crack. After all, lone wolves can only show off for a while. It seems that the matter of my forming a force should also be on the agenda. In this game, the rally order to create a guild is only popped on bosses after level 20. Chen Ming had planned to start forming his forces again at that time, but I didn't expect my reputation to grow like crazy. Already not losing to those big guild presidents, there is no need to gather the order to create a guild. Just need to raise their arms and call out. They can pull in countless players. Between thoughts, Chen Ming had already evaded a round of set fire by virtue of his maneuvering, coupled with a high level of agility. With the addition of Eagle Eye, the probability of him being hit became significantly higher. So the prime targets have to be the archers with eagle eyes on. Chen Ming scanned the circle and quickly locked onto his target. The blinking then used out, approaching towards the archers. However, who would have thought that the king's world had anticipated this? Scatter, just in order. The archers immediately scattered. It had to be said that the king's guild was truly worthy of being one of the top guilds, and these people were really well trained. When they heard the word disperse, they immediately separated. This, then, is the best way to deal with thieves. Decentralize the station. The corner of the king's mouth surfaced a smug smile. Although the thief is strong, but it is only strong in a single point of explosion. This kind of profession is the most lacking is the means of one-to-many. I have so many archers, spread out, to see if you catch and kill them first, or if we finish you off first. It's just a lone wolf who's just trying to be brave. The king's world revealed a chesty smile. On the other hand, on the side of the dispersed people, they all revealed a look of anxiety. Brother gang, what should we do? The king's guild's base is too thick. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother is afraid that he's going to roll over. Shall we go up and help him? But, we can't even charge past the king's guild's Blood Bowl Knights and Warriors. Khan's face was ugly. Big deal. We'll fight them. Sister Sandy exasperatedly brandished her greatsword, living up to her reckless remarks. Extinction. This was undoubtedly a desperate situation with no way to break the situation for Chen Ming. However, what everyone doesn't know is this. Chen Ming looked at the archers that were scattering and fleeing, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who says thieves don't have AoE damage? Since learning that skill, I haven't really used it except for experimenting with it on the spot. Unexpectedly, this first time I used it, it was so charged. Chen Ming fiercely knocked down a bottle of blue pill, recovering the amount of blue that Blink had used up earlier. Swords, blades, wind, storm, a storm that appeared out of nowhere. It then spread out in a wild and rampant manner, frantically rampaging. The moment. Among the crowd, sword chi is all over the place. Chapter 66, The Power of the Bladestorm. Laying traps. P.S. Previously modified once. The sneak upgrade skill from Ghostly, amended to Phantom, because Ghostly and the previous evasion skills duplicated. I'm really sorry for giving the readers a bad reading experience. The little author cowed out here. Bang bang bang. Bladestorm doesn't have a high damage factor. If Chen Ming attacked normally, those brittle skin could eat 2 rounds of flat A and not die, even if he had thick blood. But Bladestorm's 2 damage hits hadn't brought a single person to the ground yet. Fortunately, Bladestorm doesn't do much damage, but there are enough segments. In 1.5 seconds, it can instantly burst 6 damage. Looking at the blood spray erupting from the soles of his feet, Chen Ming silently assessed his skills. The damage isn't very high. I guess it takes 4 damage hits, which means it takes a whole second to kill these crisps. Well, after all, it's only a blue level skill, and it's still an AoE. It's normal to spend 1 second to second a piece of crunchy skin. Ming Chen really wasn't in Versailles. For the average player, 1 second may not be enough time to react, but in front of the top masters, 1 second is already enough to make a countermeasure. If you can't spike someone in 1 second, you can't call it a ing spike. Just as Chen Ming's thoughts were like electricity, analyzing the pros and cons of the sword blade storm skill, suddenly, a prompt came to his ears. Ding, wonderful hand, was used successfully. Item, oak shortbow, stolen. Chen Mingren was dumbfounded. He had always known that all of his damage triggered the mythic hand skill, but what he doesn't know is that fighting by yourself also triggers this skill. Even players can steal. How else can you say it's an SSS ranked talent? Chen Ming's heart jumped hard. Although the Mythic Hand's passive skill has a low trigger probability and basically won't trigger in a typical fight. But the problem is, Glory is a game that will see guild wars and national wars in the later stages. Thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of pandemonium. Throw a blade storm in there then. Baird. Chen Ming sucked the saliva from the corner of his mouth. The picture is too beautiful for me to look at. As a cloud of blood mist exploded, the brittle players of the King's Guild fell like wheat. Chen Ming's ID, which was originally a dragon and phoenix with a bright golden light, was also violently colored with a layer of bright red. This is a phenomenon that occurs when the sin value is too high. Actively piking an opponent will be judged as a malicious attack, and killing an opponent will earn you a sin value. And if it accumulates to a certain level, you will become a red-named player. Red players are subject to many restrictions. Unable to enter the main city, you will be hated and attacked by soldiers. Unable to communicate and trade with the vast majority of neutral NPCs in the field. Even if the sin value is too high, it will be on the wanted list and enter the bounty list. Everyone is to be punished. Once killed, a death penalty mechanic is added based on the amount of sin value. More experience dropped. The probability of equipment blowing up is also higher. To clear your sins, you can reduce the value of your sins by accumulating online hours, and by brushing monsters as often as you can. If you don't want to spend a lot of time, you can also go to the churches that exist in the wild and spend gold to buy atonement vouchers to clear your sins. Bladestorm ends. The ground was a mess. No one survived. Chen Ming's name also turned bright red. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Scattered people are like witnesses to a miracle. Gang even reacted after a long time, and sighed in a complicated tone. It seems that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother does not need our help. Compared to him, we're like trash. Sister Sandy had a serious face. The corners of the others' mouths tugged as they listened. Nice words though, but why does it sound so tempting to hammer her? However, after seeing Sandy's sister's huge sword that was comparable to an NPC, they chose to forgive Sandy's sister. The King's Guild is this? Chan Ming grinned, extremely mocking. Hearing everyone in the King's Guild was incomparably angry. But there was only anger. They really can't argue with that. King, the world is even a look of gnashing teeth. Hurry up and run corpse resurrection. I don't believe that. Can't clean up this guy today. The reason why Scarlet Monastery is called a mecca for newcomers is that besides being able to refresh bosses, the fact that its terrain is very suitable for brushing monsters and upgrading is also one of the major reasons why it's called a mecca for newcomers. Its gravesite is within the Scarlet Monastery. It only takes a few runs to complete the resurrection. Obviously, the king, the world is on top of it. He intended to use human warfare to pile up Chen Ming. Seeing Chen Ming approaching once again, he hastily backed away, following his orders closely. Thieves, all stealthy, go intercept the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Everyone else, in squads, cover fire and cover the thieves. Don't be afraid of his AoE skills, that kind of skill must be a big move. It can't be used once without a few minutes of CD. Chen Ming looked at the sword blade storm with only 15s of cooldown time left and almost didn't laugh out loud. Sorry, that's really not a big move on my part. It was just a mediocre level 10 thief profession skill that had been accidentally upgraded. One by one, the players with the king prefix ID went into stealth towards Chen Ming. He killed. I have to say, the understanding of the game by King World is quite good. He knew that only magic could defeat magic. When facing a guy like Chen Ming, you should use a thief to catch him. Seeing 7 or 8 thieves disappear before his eyes, the corners of Chen Ming's mouth lifted slightly. Thieves hard? He hadn't really been afraid of anyone. When the hood is on, no one loves it. Chen Ming also opened the ghostly shadow skill and dived into the darkness. After stealthing, the first thing he did was immediately retreat. Circumventing a wave of skill set fire from the King's Guild. Give me an augmentation. Chen Ming's words had just fallen. The cleric player in the group then immediately waved his staff and gave a boost. Chen Ming swept the buff. Has spectral shadow as shadow delay increased from 1 to 2 seconds? This effect, it really isn't as good as Susu's Dragonborn Holy Word. Chen Ming was somewhat emotional. If only Susu could carry it with her. But even with only a 2-second delay, that's enough to set up a trap. After Chen Ming withdrew a few steps, he violently handed over Blink and once again pulled away for a distance. The King's Guild crowd didn't know Chen Ming's location, but Gang and his party, who were teamed up with Chen Ming, could see it clearly. Chen Ming blinked to a remote corner, successfully evading the King's Guild's covering fire set. That's a good choice of location. A bigot is a bigot, and they all have such a sharp eye. Kong couldn't help but compliment. Just as he was anticipating what the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup big man would do next, Chen Ming, but stopped. That's right. He stopped and didn't move a muscle. It was as if the line had dropped. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that Chen Ming rolled backward and left the place where he had just hung up and stopped, though he was only stuck for 2 seconds. But in PK, this second is also quite deadly. In particular, the King's Guild had also sent out 7 or 8 thieves who were looking for an opportunity to take out Chen Ming at any given moment. A 2-second lag was enough to expose Chen Ming's whereabouts. What's the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup big guy doing? PK can still desert? Wasn't it said that Bai Tang Big Brother's operation was awesome? How come it looks so stiff today? It's probably too much pressure to face that many people. Gang and the others were talking about it. Couldn't help but frown. They are not complaining that Chen Ming is not playing well, but they are worried and resentful. Worried that Chen Ming would be killed for standing up for them. Resenting himself for not being able to help Chen Ming at such a critical moment. However, the concern was completely lost on them. The faint black shadow left behind by Chen Ming's sneak was not quite the same as the black shadow of an ordinary thief. The black shadow was delayed for 2 seconds. Only after Chen Ming left the location where he hung up for 2 seconds before. The black shadow, did he faintly emerge? And stopped motionless, as if it were a tempting trap, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Chapter 67 Traps for Success. Misjudgments. The thieves of the King's Guild weren't exactly the top of the world, but they were definitely at an expert level. From the moment the war started, they were then capturing Chen Ming's position, always looking to strike. However, Chen Ming did not give them any breaks at all. From stealth, he was on the move. He was so fast that people couldn't catch up with him. Ink and Bamboo Bracelet not only provides a 2-jump ability, but also a 20% movement speed bonus. This made it difficult for the King's Guild thieves to find a chance to strike, until they watched as Chen Ming's black shadow violently moved a large distance away, suddenly stops dead in its tracks and doesn't move a muscle. Asterisk 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 guys. Opportunity. A few people's eyes glowed. Let's all strike together and try to send him away in one set. The opponent is Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Be sure to give it your all. Everyone strikes together to ensure a chance of a hit. Almost instantly, the figures of 8 thieves emerged from the shadows on all sides. The daggers in their hands, either stabbing or stabbing, were all in a deadly stance, ruthlessly heading towards the still black shadow. Everyone in the King's Guild looked at this scene, and they were all energized. Gotcha! Caught the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. This kind of pincer attack, even if it is a Pearl Jadeite White Jade Soup, it is bound to drink hate on the spot. However, the moment the dagger hit the dark shadow, the figure of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, however, was not forced to interrupt its invisibility and emerge because it was attacked. Instead, the black shadow quietly drifted away. The 8 thieves, who were originally confident, revealed expressions of disbelief. What about people? There's a black shadow here. In the next second, Chen Ming gave his answer. He lunged out of the side in a hunter's stance. Daggers flipped in his hands. Just a wink. He took a hit on the 4 assassins right in front of him. 4 cuts a second. 1 for each person. It's not over yet. The 8 people on the other side had put their best foot forward in order to assassinate Chen Ming's black shadow. It was the awkward moment when the force had been used up and could not be changed. However, Chen Ming was able to adjust his stance with ease and strike another round of attacks. 4 more cuts. The remaining 4, 2, were hooked up to the hardened poison debuff. After doing so, he immediately backed away without the slightest hesitation. Sure enough, he had just retreated on his front foot when the area on his back foot was covered by a flurry of skills. Chen Ming perfectly predicted the timing and range of the King's Guild's fire coverage. Early circumvention. In that short period of time, Chen Ming chose to hang the hardened poison buff on one person instead of desperately trying to finish off the 4. Seeing such a choice, Kong was puzzled. White Jade Soup Big Brother obviously can kill these guys. How did not do it? The others were confused too. That's right. Why don't you do it when you can obviously kill the 4 in advance and reduce them by half? White Jade Soup Big Brother, this wave of misjudgment. The opposite side has more than 20 nannies brainless push blood. These thieves can certainly save. Obviously so beautiful wave of booby traps. The result of their own judgment error did not second people. Hey, pity. Scattered people stifled. But what they don't know is that this, then, was Chen Ming's purpose. These people are dead, but they are able to be resurrected. But hang on to the quench buff. That'll be enough to keep them tossing and turning for a while. They were panicking as their blood dropped wildly, not just on crazy drugs, and constantly requesting that the nurse keep an eye on the blood. The nannies didn't think much of it. Continuously waving his staff, he frantically returned blood to those 8 thieves. Chen Ming walked and dodged the skills while calmly scanning everyone in the King's Guild. His focus, on the milkmaid. 3, 4, V, X, 11, 12, 20, 21. For a short time, 21 milkmaids, frantically pushing the blood, managed to hang on to the thieves' lives. Everyone in the King's Guild showed expressions of relief. Many of them even laughed with glee. They were laughing at Chen Ming's greed. In complacency with the King's Guild's deep heritage, it had hardened and reversed the situation where those 8 thieves would surely die. They looked at Chen Ming in unison, wanted to see the dismay, shock and regret on his face. But in the end, instead, they saw a smile on Chen Ming's face. Gang, bring your men and charge with me. Rip through their defenses. Don't be afraid of their blood bull riders. They can't top that, because all their milkmaid, holy light spells have entered the CD time. One comment. It's like a deafening bell. The people of the King's Guild, who had been complacent before, changed their faces furiously. That's right, the holy light spell went into CD time. In the early game, people have almost no CD reduction gear, and even more so, only the most basic healing spell, holy light, going into the CD window. The priest is basically useless. Normally, priests have their own formations. When giving milk, it is also done in batches to prevent awkward weaning situations. But just now, the situation was critical. 8 thieves were in crisis at the same time. How could they have the time to think about that much? Saving people was the most important thing. But this save, the 8 thieves were saved, but they have a complete window of opportunity for treatment. 2. It's over. King, the world's face changed wildly, drew up his big sword to go to the front row, to help the guild members to share the impact of the scattered people. But the speed at which the scattered people launched their charge was faster than he had imagined. The resentment and anger that these people had in their hearts towards the King's Guild were all turned into a drive to move forward at this moment. What a great man to have cracked the riddle of the chess game. The White Jade Soup Big Brother is unrivaled in force and wisdom. Charge, tear the defense apart, and give the White Jade Soup Big Man a hand. This is an opportunity that Big Brother by Yutang has created with great difficulty. Brothers, seize it. I've long been displeased with the King's Guild. What's wrong with casuals? Aren't casuals also people? The group is excited. Gang and Sister Sandy were in the lead. Their equipment was not as good as the King's Guild though. The number of people, too, is not as good as the King's Guild, but they have an unstoppable aura. Although the King's Guild's Blood Bowl Knights were very needy, without replies, they were ultimately just a pool of dead water and isolated. Soon, one by one, the knights fell. The defense was torn apart by a gaping hole. The king, the world was in a rage, scolding in a stern voice. Where are the archers and mages? Output for me. Turn your head. It was only then that they realized that Chen Ming had, at some point, rushed into their back row once again. The front line of defense was attracted by the casuals, so of course Chen Ming had to take this opportunity to cut into the back. At this moment, he was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. It rushed the originally well-organized crowd into scattering. Asterisk 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 asterisk. King, the world forehead corner veins wildly jumped. You guys are afraid of nothing. His AoE skills have not turned well. You guys against his output to give me a second front row of casuals. Even if Pearl Jade White Jade Soup bursts in, there's only one of us, and when we stabilize our position, we'll still be able to drive him out. But if all of our formations are broken up, then it will be a total disaster. He cursed in frantic rage. It must be admitted that although the guild leader, king of the world, acted in an arrogant manner. He still had a brain. He clearly judged which side had the more serious problem. Being yelled at by him like this, quite a few people actually reacted and began to stand up to Chen Ming's pressure, throwing skills wildly to the scattered people's side to stop their attacks. The King's Guild's firepower is a bit fierce. Gang, help me. Sandy-chan, watch your back. The casuals are starting to get tight. After all, it was a rabble, and the gap was not really small compared to the King's Guild. Seeing that the scattergoods attack was about to be stopped, Chen Ming, however, suddenly leapt up high and stretched out his right hand toward the location where the crowd was most concentrated. I'm sorry, my big move. It's cooled down. Blade Storm. Familiar sword chi appeared at first among the crowd. Originally in the front line of the fight against the king, the world cannot be contained to turn his head to look at the massive lethal force contained in the storm that makes him feel frightened. Cooled down? How is that possible? Is this kind of top-class move? On a 10-second CD? The shock in his eyes hadn't completely rippled out. It was then replaced by harshly interlaced sword chi. Chapter 68, The King's Guild Defeated. Creation. The Nine Heavens. Sword chi was rampant and storms raged. The miserable screams of the King's Guild players came one after another. Although they had already dispersed their positions according to the orders of the king, the world, there was a degree to which they could be dispersed. Chen Ming's sword blade storm effect this time could be greatly reduced, killed only half as many as before. But for this stage, such a record is enough. Obstacles blocking the casuals from attacking were cleared. After feeling the overwhelming skills become less, Sister San did not hesitate to charge, chopping off the dog's head of the Blood Bowl Knight in front of her with a single slash. Brothers, follow, she yelled in a domineering manner. The casuals were demoralized, and they followed Sister Sandy's lead and launched themselves into a charge. At this point, the King's Guild's defense line completely collapsed. There is an onslaught of casual players ahead. The latter was followed by Chen Ming's massacre. The king, the world was in a rage, but there was nothing he could do but watch his guild members die horribly under the swords. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Wang popped out these 7 words through his teeth. The words just fell. The crowd suddenly flew out of a female Valkyrie, comparable to the NPC's huge sword slammed on the head of the king. The world, knocked him down to the ground, and then a foot stepped on the chest of the king. The world, Sister Sandy replicated the previous behavior of the king in the world towards her. It doesn't do much damage, but the insults are extreme. King, the world is so angry that the veins on the corners of his forehead are bulging. As the head of a meeting, when had he ever been stepped on? He's never been the only one to treat people this way. Fold and sink, he growled angrily. Sister Sandy, however, grinned. What's the point of calling your father? The other people in the King's Guild had already been cleaned up, and Gang also came over, just in time to see Sandy's sister humiliate the king, the world in this scene, and hastily coughed twice, and said in a serious manner, Sandy's sister, you're a girl, pay attention to the quality of ah. Sister Sandy skimmed her mouth and looked towards Chen Ming, who was wiping the blood from his dagger and leisurely pacing towards him. Hey, Bai Yu Tang, do you hate it when girls curse and swear? Chen Ming froze and subconsciously replied, it doesn't matter. What's it to him if he curses or not? Sister Sandy nodded in satisfaction. It's okay then. Then he turned his head and gave a burst of output to the king, the world at the bottom of his feet. The richness of the vocabulary. Rao Chen Ming felt that it was an eye-opening experience. King, the world was scolded red in the face, and in anger, even chose to commit suicide to end his life. Resurrection is not an option to run a corpse for resurrection. Resurrecting in this neighborhood would only result in Chen Ming and the others guarding the corpses and killing them again. It can only be resurrected directly in the main city at the cost of dropping a level. It's not just him. Everyone in the King's Guild did. Although these people weren't the entirety of the King's Guild, they were definitely a fairly elite portion. Collectively, they dropped a level. That's a pretty heavy loss, to say the least. In the resurrection point of Qingfeng City, the king, the world appeared with a gloomy face, surrounded by members of the King's Guild, who didn't dare to utter a single breath as they looked at their own boss. It drew a flurry of attention from passers-by. How did so many people die? Hiss, isn't this the King's Guild? That King's Guild that used to be one of the top 10 guilds in China? Seriously, how did they get beaten like this? Wow, even the president of the King's Guild, King, World, is in there. What the hell happened to them? Suddenly, King, World swept over with a furious gaze. The passers-by were immediately scared into silence by the king, the world, and hurriedly turned their heads away, not daring to stare at this side. Boss, are we going back for revenge? Someone asked tentatively. Not that he was eager for revenge. Instead, they fought fear. They were afraid that the boss's brain was about to call on his brothers to seek revenge on the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. King, World took a deep breath. Revenge? No way. We're not enough to kill him, said the king. The world thought of the wave of fighting just now. He couldn't help but wince. It's horrible. How can a person be so strong? It's outrageous. Wait a little longer. When our brothers in the King's Guild reach level 10, more and more of them will enter Qingfeng City. We'll find another opportunity to go after the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. When the people of the King's Guild heard this, they were letting out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the boss didn't have his head in the clouds, but while celebrating, their hearts were more or less mixed. After all, the King's Guild has crisscrossed so many games, and eating a defeat like this is still the first time off. The outskirts of the Scarlet Monastery. Chen Ming casually picked up some of the equipment that had exploded, but it's basically a white suit. After all, glory burst rate is touching. Even the king, the world, the head of a meeting, can only green and white mix? Not to mention these minions. Let's have Susu take it to the novice village and sell it later. Chen Ming didn't want to continue with the online auction. The first time that kind of thing is messed with, the premium must be super high, but if it is messed up more often, it will be boring and the price will continue to go down. This will instead make the reputation of his Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup continue to decline. This kind of behavior of giving away a big head for a small profit was not something Chen Ming would do. White Jade Soup big brother. Kong walked over, but compared to his previous straightforwardness, he was clearly more formal and worshipful at this point. This is the equipment that the brothers exploded from the King's Guild. After all, it was you, big brother Bai Yutang, who led us to succeed in our revolt, and it is only right that this equipment be distributed by you. No need. Chen Ming waved his hand. Kong took a deep breath. He guessed that the White Jade Soup big brother couldn't look at these equipments. Then White Jade Soup big brother, you kill this boss that the abbey swiped out. We won't rob you. Kong took on a pleading flavor in his tone. He was really worried that big brother Bai Yutang would refuse again. In that case, wouldn't they get nothing out of it? Kong will have a bad conscience. Chen Ming, however, still shook his head. That normal white level boss, he really couldn't bring himself to be interested in it either. It wouldn't hurt to give it to Gang and the others. Most importantly, Chen Ming, looking at something else. I want to form a guild. I wonder if you guys, Gang, would be interested in joining. Chen Ming opened his mouth with a tentative attitude. In his opinion, Gang's group of stragglers weren't too bad, so if they joined the guild, someone would definitely want them. But they chose to be a loose cannon, obviously for a reason. It's hard to tell if you can pull them in. It would be a bit humiliating to be rejected. Chen Ming couldn't help but touch his nose, fearing an awkward situation. However, his words had just fallen. Gang and the others froze at first. The excitement that followed was simply overwhelming. Really? Really? Big brother White Jade Soup invited us to join his guild? Holy, I'm going to wake up laughing in my dreams tonight. Especially Sister Sandy. Her beautiful eyes erupted in a burst of light, as if a hungry tiger looking for prey in general, up and down to look at Chen Ming. See Chen Ming, a burst of inexplicable fear of heart. How could we not say yes to an invitation from big brother Bai Yutang? I'm flattered. Gang, on behalf of all the casuals, agreed in one breath. Chen Ming was slightly pleased. That's good. Although the strength of this group of casuals wasn't top-notch, the ones he valued the most were Sister Sand, whose operating ability wasn't bad, and Brother Gang, who had a superb leadership temperament. By taking these two under his wing, he had already achieved his goal. Boss, what's the name of our guild? Kong changed his name straight away. Everyone looked over in unison. Chen Ming pondered slightly. In this life, he should be the strongest person above the world. The guild name, naturally, cannot be left behind. Let's call it the Nine Heavens. Simple, direct, but overbearing. Everyone brightened up as they listened. Nine Heavens? Good. That's great. Gang heatedly smiled. From now on, we'll be guild members of the Nine Heavens. Hearing this, all the casualties couldn't help but exude expressions of pride. From this moment on, they became members of the Nine Heavens Guild, became subordinate to Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. They hugged the thickest thigh in the world of glory. There isn't one. Chapter 69, The Key to the Basement. The Terrifying Priest. Chen Ming had never been a guild leader, and in his previous life, he had only added a small, half-dead guild, the kind where almost no one was online every day. Don't know much about how the guild works. Fortunately, he had Kong as his right-hand man. Take these equipments and distribute them to the brothers. Chen Ming knew that he wasn't a material to be a president, so he had the idea of being a shirker from the very beginning. Don't bother handing out rewards yourself. A brain tossed the white equipment that had popped out earlier to Kong to take care of. Thanks, boss. Boss is awesome. Chen Ming was treated like a star. After seating the boss, Chen Ming brushed up the monsters on the outskirts of the monastery himself. Having been stirred up earlier, he had been unable to find the key to the basement of his monastery. He hadn't forgotten that he was here on a mission. Pull monsters, Bladestorm clear monsters. One and done. Soon the monsters fell like mowed wheat. Chen Ming's efficiency in brushing monsters was very high. experience is also going up fast. After all, it was soloing a level 12 monster at level 9. It just happens to be a monster that is over level 3 and gets a full amount of non-decaying experience value. One Swordblade Storm down is 5% to 6% experience value. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming's experience value had risen by about 40%, and he would soon be able to return to the level 10 mark. Mainly, it's more time consuming to pull monsters. Otherwise, with Chen Ming's efficiency in brushing monsters, the experience value would have risen even faster. Blade Storm, another skill thrown down. This time, a sudden prompt came to his ears. Ding, myriad hands, triggered successfully. Obtaining the prop, Scarlet Monastery's basement key. In those 10 minutes, Chen Ming had already stolen quite a few things, but it's all broken copper coins and the usual little rags that fall out. Seeing the mission props burst out, Chen Ming could not help but stare. That's okay? He actually managed to steal a mission prop? This is really unexpected, but it's also mythic stealing judged to be the most valuable thing on the monster. And this monster came out with this quest item in the burst rate pool when it was refreshed, so since it triggered the stealing, it's a sure bet that it will steal this item. Get the mission props. The next thing he had to do was to deliver the mission. Snap up all 3 copper coins on the ground, and pocket all the normal props. Even if he is already worth close to $10 million. But still, the traditional virtue of not wasting is upheld. After tidying up the mess, Chen Ming greeted Gang's crowd, who were still battling the boss, and walked into the Scarlet Monastery. Find the priest and submit the key. The quest was completed, granting Chen Ming 12,500 experience points, as well as 10 silver coins. Swish, golden light rose and flew as Chen Ming returned to level 10. With such a full set of equipment and skills, and SSS level quests to boost, upgrading is really fast. Unfortunately, there is no attribute bonus after this upgrade. But come to think of it, if dropping a level and upgrading again could regain attributes, anyone would be stuck at level 1 frantically swiping attribute points. This mission, Chen Ming did not obtain the last piece of the inherited leather armor that he had been longing for. Clearly, this indicates that the mission continues. Sure enough, the priest, who had been lowering his eyebrows and dropping his eyes, finally looked up when he received the key. Beneath a head of silky blonde hair were gentle eyes filled with compassionate mercy. He was clearly expressionless, but when he gazed at Chen Ming, he gave Chen Ming the impression that he always carried a gentle smile. Brave adventurer, please do one more thing for me. The basement of this place is sealed with unnameable evil. I need to make a trip to the basement. When you come out, you may be corrupted by foul breath and need to obtain divine baptism. Adventurer, please prepare me for holy baptism. He spoke gently and handed the cross in his hand to Chen Ming. Obtaining the prop, Scarlet Cross. Scarlet Cross, a cross filled with an eerie aura that can be acquired to use the skill Blood Blessing to baptize a priest. After delivering the props, the priest clutched his turned-up peeling and worn Bible and headed for the basement. Chen Ming followed behind. The moment the priest opened the heavy iron door to the basement, Chen Ming only felt a flash before his eyes. The original Scarlet Monastery is filled with a spooky atmosphere is good, but at least it still retains a certain air of holiness, modesty and sanctity. However, at this moment, Chen Ming suddenly discovered that the white and holy wall decorations and the colorful glazed domes in front of him had all changed. The holy white walls became decayed and broken and reeked of scarlet. The 7-colored glazed dome is even turned into a pile of countless corpses and bones. That the sunlight refracted from outside is not through the glaze of the dome, but the eye sockets of the countless human skulls. ********. Chen Ming was taken aback by the time he came back to his senses. Though, it was gone, and the eerie and the holy returned to his vision. The priest, too, was no longer known, and the iron door in front of him reclosed. It's still the same Scarlet Monastery. What the hell? How come I've never heard of this abbey in this weird scene? Scarlet Monastery, as a mecca of leveling for budding newcomers in the previous world, had always been high in popularity, yet he had never heard of anyone noticing anything wrong here. At best, it's a spooky atmosphere at the Scarlet Monastery. It was not at all comparable to the unnameable fear that he had just experienced. Where is this Scarlet Monastery? It's clearly a monastery of corpses and bones. Could be the reason for the main quest? Chen Ming had a vague guess. Now that's the kind of pushy SSS-ranked main quest. Previously, this quest wasn't too special except for the fact that the rewards were so rich that it was scary. Right now, it's only finally touching on the main plot a bit. Kind of interesting. Through the ghostly iron door, Chen Ming looked into the basement. Unfortunately, it was so dark inside that he couldn't see anything for himself. 3 minutes later, the priest returns. Again the moment he opened the door, illusions appeared before Chen Ming's eyes once again. It seems like I guessed correctly, that everything just now is related to this basement. Chen Ming secretly analyzed. I also wonder what exactly is inside. Please baptize me with divine baptism. The priest once again lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes. his tone filled with devotion. Chen Ming raised the cross, aimed it at the priest, and used the skill, blood blessing sacrifice. A weird red light flashed. In the next second, the priest's skin was suddenly flushed with bursts of red. It was as if he had been bitten by countless mosquitoes. Immediately after that, the red dots underneath his skin unexpectedly scurried wildly. It was as if there were countless bugs scurrying under his skin and through his veins. The priest shuddered in pain until he fell to his knees with a plop. Put! He spurted out a mouthful of blood violently, interspersed with some shredded entrails, stained his white priestly robes red. Minus 20,518. Bright red 5-digit numbers jumped up from the priest's head, directly dropped over 20,000 blood? But looking at the priest's blood bar, this 20,000 plus life value seemed to be just a drop in the bucket for him. It's not even like 1%. Chen Ming's eyelids jumped hard. He really didn't expect that this priest, who looked ordinary, was a top-notch big shot behind his back. The bloodstain is at least 2 million up. This Nima, in the end what level of existence Just as Chen Ming's heart was pounding, the priest, who fell to his knees in pain, actually prostrated himself devoutly on the ground and, with the most humble attitude, licked up the ground's crushed entrails and swallowed them a little into his belly. Didn't take more than a few licks. He let out another moan of pain once more, spewing more blood in broken pieces, over and over and over again. Minus 29,561, minus 25,931, minus 30,519. Chen Ming's scalp went numb as he watched. Not only is it disgusting and weird, just as he somewhat resisted twisting his head away, suddenly, a prompt rang in his ears. Ding, wonderful hand, triggered successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the prop, Scarlet Monastery's basement key. Chapter 70, Temporary Abandonment. Taking brothers to practice leveling. Seeing this tip, Chen Ming's heartbeat nearly missed a beat. The key to the Scarlet Monastery is actually back in his hands? He looked to the bloody cross in his hand. That's it. The series of damage that the priest received all came from the skill, blood blessing, that came with the Scarlet Cross. In the system's view, the priest's continuous injuries and constant blood loss originated from Chen Ming. Naturally, Mythical Hands also has the possibility of triggering. That's okay. Chen Ming's heart thumped, but he lifted his head expressionlessly and fiercely looked at the depths behind the iron door. A strong curiosity rose in him, but in a whirlwind, he forcefully suppressed such thoughts. An NPC of the priest's level was so embarrassed by the erosion. What could he, a small level 10 thief, do? Even if this is just a game, he has countless opportunities to start over, but he doesn't want to die for nothing. Wanted to try and see what information I could get from the priest, I guess. He searched his mind for a large memory of his past life, but he really hadn't been able to find any hidden messages related to the Scarlet Monastery. After all, he'd gotten into the game too late back then and had been so bogged down leveling that he'd barely learned much about it. Finally, the red dots scurrying across the priest's body subsided, and he finally stopped suffering. After standing up, and without seeing any movement on his part, the holy light rose up around him, and the blood stains that were originally all over the place, and the blood-soaked priest's robes all became clean and dry. After returning the Scarlet Cross, the priest's gentle voice rang out. Thank you for your help. The merciful Lord will protect you. Please pass this letter on to the captain of the Kingdom's Guard, and tell him that it's business as usual on the Scarlet Abbey side. No questions asked. Business as usual? No questions? I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old man in a bad way. After receiving the envelope, Chen Ming pondered for a moment and asked in an aside, Father, how did this key fall into the hands of the roving bandits? With their strength, can they also loot the Scarlet Monastery? This was a big guy who had been knocked out of over 100,000 blood in a minute and was still alive and kicking without a. How could that group of scum out there possibly take something from him? If it was placed in another game, Chen Ming definitely wouldn't have been superfluous to ask such a question. After all, the game as well. Some of the logic is not right place is also very normal. Service players, let players cool is the most important. Minu Shi, don't worry about it. But Chen Ming, who knew that glory was not simple, did not dare to take this game lightly at all. The priest replied gently, they cannot harm me, and I cannot harm them. The Lord said that no one should kill. Are you just going to watch them loot the monastery and take your things? Chen Ming was dumbfounded. The priest shook his head slightly. All things are gifts from the Lord. All encounters are ordained by him. That's a real fanatic. Chen Ming had expected to find clues on the bizarre loss of the key. The results were not expected. The bizarre thing is not why the key is missing. The bizarre thing is this guy Fr. Chen Ming continued to sidestep the issue. However, the priest always managed to muddle through in a godly manner, not revealing half of the information to Chen Ming at all. I've been asking for half a day, but I haven't gotten any information. Count your blessings. Chen Ming had no choice but to sigh. In this state of complete lack of intelligence, he could only abandon his risky quest. After all, if you die once, your experience drops, and many times, it will meet with encounters worse than death. For example, in his previous life, someone had encountered being cursed by an NPC, which attenuated the rate of lifetime experience value gain by 50%, and from then on, brushing experience was half the effort. Others are trapped in some sort of prison cell, couldn't get out anyway, can't even delete the number and rebuild it. At that time, Chen Ming also felt that the game had gone too far. Fooling the players in this way was simply shoplifting, but now it seems too normal to encounter these encounters in a real world. TV shows, games, and novels require logic, but reality doesn't require it. Be sure to stay alert, especially in a spooky place like this. Chen Ming secretly put away the key to the basement, intending to wait until a later time when he was more sure of himself to come back and explore. Next, Chen Ming only needed to return to Qingfeng City and deliver the letter. Even if he had completed the mission, you also get the last piece of equipment in the Heritage Leather Armor series. But he's a big red name now. Going back is only a beating. Why don't we just practice leveling here for a while? And by the way, get the big red name down. Both the length of time you are online and killing monsters mitigates the sin value. Chen Ming went to the periphery and greeted Gang and the others who had already defeated the boss. First, he instructed Gang and the others to pay a little attention to the Scarlet Monastery while practicing to see if there were any abnormalities. Chen Ming wanted to get some information through this method, but Chen Ming didn't hold out much hope. In the last life, Scarlet Monastery served as a big hotspot for leveling, with countless players practicing here every day. So many years, no news has trickled in yet. Gang and the others would have to change locations after practicing here for 2 or 3 days at most, and the probability of being able to obtain information was just too small. A word of caution though, it's better than nothing. Next I'm going to brush the monsters in the inner courtyard of the Scarlet Monastery for a while. Follow me if you feel you have the strength to brush the inner courtyard. Upon hearing this, Gang revealed a look of ecstasy. Hurriedly, he pointed out the 7 or 8 players led by Sister Sandy and joined Chen Ming's team. These people are considered the elite of the dispersed. As for the other unsuccessful candidates, their eyes were filled with envy. Chen Ming slightly contemplated, opened his mouth to motivate. Brothers, cheer up to practice leveling. In the future encounter copies and whatnot, I will not forget to bring you, but your level can keep up with it. His light words instantly agitated everyone. Make a copy with Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, big brother. That's a deal that costs millions to have. These people who had lost the election were all like chicken blood at once, and they all patted their chests to ensure that they practiced well. Even the ones that were chosen couldn't control their heavier breathing. Chen Ming looked at everyone excitedly and was smiling slightly, though he hated nothing more than people white knighting themselves. But it's the brothers in their own guild. As the leader of a group of people, he was not only not bored with bringing up his own brothers, but he was very happy to do so. Take a few people to the inner courtyard of the monastery. The monsters here are on average 2 levels higher than those outside, but under Chen Ming's terrifying damage, it's still like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. In the beginning, Gang and Sandy's sister, both doing their own thing. Gang Angola monster, Sandy's sister output and Vistan. The others were at full output, but when they realized that the crowd gathered fire for half a day and killed a monster, Chen Ming's side had already mowed down 7 or 8 monsters after. They are in a daze. What was the point of them working so hard to kill monsters? Finally, Sister Sandy figured it out. If I'm outputting here, I might as well go pull monsters for Boss White Jade Soup. Gang also realized, yeah, wouldn't it be better for us to pull monsters for the boss? What's the point of bothering with output? Eventually, even the team's priest transformed into a fierce man and went up with his staff to knock on monsters, pulling in hate to guide Chen Ming's side. Got chased all the way up the ass, though, but its heartfelt joy hugging the lap and going up 1% in experience value in almost as little as 5 minutes. At this rate, it just takes off. All these paddlers are yet to do so. Chen Ming, the main output, was even more experienced. In particular, he also possessed the experience furnace, a prop that could provide him with a 30% extra experience bonus. Just 2 hours passed. His experience value went up by 60%. Together with the experience gained from completing the quests earlier, he was currently at 83% of his experience value at level 10, and with just 1 more hour of brushing, he would be upgraded. But it was late at night and early in the morning. Chen Ming was already sleepy. Anyway, he'd only just scrubbed off a third of his sin value, and he'd obviously have to keep popping his liver tomorrow, so he wasn't chasing the hour or 2. Guys, it's just too sleepy, I have to slip away. Everyone was obviously not tired yet, and the feeling of being taken flying was cool enough to offset any exhaustion. Sister Sandy, good night, boss. Kong glanced at her in surprise. You actually say good night? Didn't you say it was pretentious as hell and you'd beat up anyone who said it to you? Sister Sandy's old face reddened when she was exposed. but immediately shot back. So what? It's better than some people who don't dare to go offline to sleep. Gang's face changed wildly. Chen Ming froze. Afraid to go offline and sleep? What's there to worry about when you're having such a great time sleeping? Sister Sandy looked at Gang's embarrassment and laughed. This old brother told his daughter-in-law at home that he could earn money by playing the game, so that he could explode his liver every day. Otherwise, how could he play with us until so late? You have to pay a couple $100 to go up there for a day of gaming. Miserable as hell. But this guy also used to play games as an excuse. Every night at 3 or 4 o'clock when his wife went to bed and then offline. As for the reason why, well, he. Sister Sandy flashed an old CG's bad smile. Chen Ming understood in seconds. Dodging rations, huh? He cast a sympathetic look toward Kong. Kong, pay attention to your body. Don't blush. By pay attention to your body I mean you don't stay up too long. Don't think too much about it. Really? Chen Ming still couldn't hold back, laughing out loud. Down the line, after washing up and lying on the bed, recalling the recent full harvest, Chen Ming soon fell into a comfortable and deep sleep. Chapter 71 Really Fragrant Sister. Meeting BFFs offline? When I woke up, the sun was already high and blazing. What's the situation? Didn't Chen Jiajia come to call me today? Chen Ming lethargically climbed up from the bed. This sleep was so comfortable. Livered until 1 or 2 last night and slept in one breath until high noon. I'm a little hungry, but gauging the time, Chen Jiajia should have already made lunch. Push open the door to the room. Chen Ming froze. The house was incredibly quiet. Chen Ming lives in an old neighborhood, a very small 2-bedroom apartment. The set area is only more than 50 square feet. The kitchen, but where there is a bit of movement Chen Ming is unlikely to hear. Knocking on the door of his sister's room, he called out softly, with no response. What the hell? Chen Ming pushed open the door to the room. This look revealed that his sister was in bed, leaning against the bed with 2 pillows behind her, wearing a helmet, obviously having a good time. I thought the game was a bit of a plaything before, but it's really fragrant so soon? Chen Ming happily looked at his sister. It's a good thing that you like to play games. At least there was no need for Chen Ming to find additional ways to lure his sister into the game. Originally Chen Ming envisioned waiting for a few days. His sister will report to the university, so that she will fall in the wave of young people are playing glory. Fortunately, it is not necessary now. As for the parents who are far away, he was ready to get ready and then bring his parents over. His recent goal was to save up about $10 million to buy a villa located near Castle Peak. Although the villa area near Castle Peak wasn't the top of the city's rich neighborhoods, and the supporting facilities were somewhat unworthy of the $10 million price tag, that wasn't what Chen Ming valued. He remembers very clearly that the terrain on the Green Mountainside is quite good, and in the modern world, it's a feng shui land with mountains and water, and in wartime, it's a natural moat that's easy to defend and hard to attack. By the time the game entered reality, constructing a defense there was the easiest of the locations Chen Ming knew, and most importantly, as the game enters reality, all sorts of in-game stuff will enter in tandem, and at Castle Peak, an elite army of humans who have been lost for hundreds of years will appear straight away. Extremely capable but not very brainy. A little fooling around and it can be put to your own use. In his previous life, there was a lucky man who got that army, and relying on the terrain of the Green Hills, occupying the mountain as the king, in the midst of that chaotic world somehow stood out, mixing with the wind and water. Supposedly, that lucky guy was also one who never played the game. Rise, just overnight. It all depends on that one heavenly opportunity and creation. This was the reason why Chen Ming was trying to find ways to make money even though he knew that the game would come down and the money would eventually turn into waste paper. The money will eventually be useless is not false, but the money exchanged for a variety of resources. Indeed, real control in the hands of Chen Ming. Making money is just a means to an end. Obtaining resources to prepare for the game's entry into reality is the real goal. Chen Ming looked at his sister and couldn't help but think out loud, thinking of many things related to his family. In his previous life, he failed to protect his family. In this life, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Walking over to his sister's bedside, he called out softly. Sister immersed in the game, naturally cannot hear Chen Ming's voice, but the helmet comes with the function of automatic detection. Recognize nearby there is a movement, immediately prompts the player in the game, and gives a camera capable of observing the outside world. Sure enough, it didn't take long for my sister to take off her helmet with a look of disbelief. What's up, brother? Chen Ming laughed lightly and took out his cell phone and shook it. It's already lunchtime. Ha, so soon? My sister exclaimed, then hurriedly got up from the bed. Brother, are you hungry? Oops, it's a bit too late to cook now. I'll just put down a bowl of noodles. My sister was a little embarrassed. I can't believe I'm addicted to the game. Chen Ming waved his hand. There's no need. Just go out to eat today and save yourself the trouble. My sister had wanted to refuse, but thinking to herself, cooking, eating plus washing dishes and cleaning up. This set down less than an hour or two, and she was still minded to go back to the game to poke rabbits with her girlfriends. Trying to hurry up and get fed and go back to playing games, she felt even more guilty. But finally, he nodded. Glory, that smells good. 20 minutes later, my sister looked at the sign landing and was a bit confused. The landing, a private dining room. The decor looks understated as well. It seems to have a bad reputation, but that's only because people don't bother with marketing after all. They're a restaurant that only serves the top tycoons. Reserve a spot, basically, for a starting price of 5,000 a head. Chen Ming had made a lot of money recently, so naturally he wouldn't treat himself poorly. These treats, enjoy them when you can, and wait until the game enters reality, and many of the goods unique to the modern world will slowly disappear. Chen Jia carefully surveyed the store's interior decor while looking at her old brother with a complicated expression. She wondered more and more if her brother had done something bad. Money seems to be coming in too fast these days, doesn't it? Especially these days, despite spending every day in the room. But noticeable dark circles are aggravated. A look of overindulgence, plus his brother's already notably handsome face. My sister couldn't help but think of many strange things in her mind. Brother wouldn't take any shortcuts, would he? There was a pang of mixed emotions. Where did Chen Ming know his sister's inner activities? It's the first time though, but he walked through the understated, but not overly luxurious store with the waiter leading the way. If it were before, even if he had money, there might be a hint of nervousness and humility in his heart. But having stood at the top of glory, his mindset had changed dramatically. He already vaguely possessed an abstruse and calm demeanor. Take your seat. There's no menu. Start pouring tea and serving appetizers straight away. This restaurant creates dishes based on different ingredients every day, and with the chef running the entire process, diners have no idea what they're going to get until they see it on the table. The chef was quite capricious. It was a novel experience. It's also a symbol of his strength. Brother, when did you book this one? The younger sister immediately asked with a serious face after seeing the waiter leave. This store is particularly expensive. I heard that it's a starting price of 5,000 a person. 5,000 yuan is the starting point. Your brother booked the most expensive meal today, the 888 a head kind. Chen Ming asked back, how did you know about this restaurant? It's only logical that my sister wouldn't know about this rather low-key store. I heard it from Xiong. The younger sister continued to scrutinize Chen Ming. Don't change the subject. Brother, what the hell have you been doing lately? However, as soon as her words fell, she saw Chen Ming look behind her. Xiong, you mean the sister sitting there? Still trying to change the subject? My sister raised an eyebrow, but still subconsciously turned his head. Then, she was confused too. Hey, bears? Xiong often appears in his sister's circle of friends. Chen Ming has seen quite a few times. For this kind of beautiful sister. Oh no, it is for the sister's friends. Chen Ming still has some memories. One of them said a bearish phrase, which was not very loud, but it drew the attention of that sister. As her twin ponytails flew, a well-behaved doll's face twisted over and presented itself to Chen Ming's field of vision. Yay, Jia. The next thing you know, the two tables are naturally seated together. Bear's side also brought a sister named Cha. The color is not bad either. Listening to their exchanges, they learned that this girl was also their classmate, but compared to her innocent sister, and the cute-looking bear, this girl was obviously a lot more mature. Big waves, mature makeup, deep V strapless dress, at a glance like a bimbo who hangs out in the nightclub, but she had a good base of her own, so she didn't look too tacky. My sister and bear were obviously pleasantly surprised to meet here, and the two girlfriends were talking a lot. T was the only one who didn't join the conversation. She looked Chen Ming up and down for a moment, then with a slight smile, Jia, is this your boyfriend? It's really nice. He's quite handsome. He even brought you here to eat, and ordered the most expensive set meal. TSK, at a glance it's very lovey-dovey. Oh, you must be quite pleasing to your brother's liking. Chen Jia. The girl didn't hear that something was wrong and hurriedly intended to clarify. However, Chen Ming, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, heard some strings. This girl speaks a little bit of yin and yang. It seems that it's a sarcastic comment on the sisters being a big spender. Chen Ming did not reply, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 72, Sister's Gift? I'd only heard Gigi. He's a brother. Chen Jia was more innocent and didn't hear the yin and yang of the others. Xiong didn't hear it either, and looked at Chen Ming with wide-eyed surprise. No wonder you often bragged to us about your brother being handsome. So it's true. My sister smiled smugly. That's true. Chen Ming silently glanced at his sister. I didn't expect this girl to give me so much face out there. What a good sister I have. Seeing that her sister was not a big spender, TT immediately lost interest, and although she still sized up Chen Ming from time to time, she didn't say anything more. Chen Ming now understood. Cha-Cha is one of those typical green tea girls. Maybe the family has a little money and is more proud. After seeing her younger sister, a girl who was usually better than her in every aspect, except for her family, suddenly appearing in this kind of rich restaurant, and being able to compare with her in terms of her family, she was instantly a little unbalanced in her mind. Talent tea art pulls full, yin and yang a wave. These little girls, their minds are really complicated. Chen Ming picked up his tea and took a sip. Since Cha-Cha had tightened up, he was too lazy to bother with a little girl. He's here today to enjoy the food. A few of the girls chatted idly, and Chen Ming was too lazy to chime in, but politely listened from the sidelines. First on the table were appetizers and desserts. Homemade iced noodles, freshly cooked sweet potato pancakes, very Chinese. The quantity is small, but the win is exquisite. A tiny piece of the boss's plate was the dish, the kind you fix in one bite, often taking a bite and switching plates. It's not that the restaurant is skimping, but it's that it will only take the best of each type of dish, and shallowly, in order to get more types of dishes for its guests. Chen Ming ate happily. The girls had a great time chatting. Soon the girls were chatting about the smash hit game Glory. Look at this. Sooner or later the conversation is going to come to me. Chen Ming lowered his head to eat, secretly thinking. Sure enough, didn't say a few words. Xiong then said excitedly, by the way, I heard that last night Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother did something big again. He defeated more than 30 elites from the King's Guild by himself, killed them all back in Qingfeng City. Saying that, Bear's eyes revealed the kind of adoration unique to little girls. Cha-Cha heckled, Bear, your intel isn't right. I have a big brother who mixes in the online gaming circle. He told me that yesterday, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup was killing more than 100 players from the King's Guild. It's not the 30 or so you said. Your big brother is afraid that his math score is not good. Chen Ming secretly spat. My sister revealed a puzzled look. When I was mixing up the team today, I heard everyone discussing it, talking about killing more than 300 and it's still the kind that goes back and forth and kills all night long with red eyes. Chen Ming almost choked on the fine shredded dragon beard noodles in his mouth. The god Tama killed more than 300 also killed back and forth to kill a whole all night. Do you really think that your brother is the bull and horse that ran through the Marika Mountains for more than 10 hours without stopping? Treating your brother like an animal. Chen Ming was busy taking a sip of tea to suppress his shock. These people, when word gets around, the rumor mill goes too far, but I like it. Please increase your efforts. The topic of conversation among the girlfriends was always borderline. They didn't dwell much on specific quantities, and soon enough, they were talking about something else. I've heard that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother is so strong. It's because he has a great talent. Looking at Big Brother's analysis, White Jade Soup should be an absolute S-rank talent. Xiong chatted about gossip that he didn't know where he seemed to have gotten it from. An S-rank talent is unique? Chen Ming smiled without saying anything. Bear, small. The grid is small. Say Jia. You're at least an A-ranked talent, right? Why do you feel like there's such a big gap between you and Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother? It even feels like your A-ranked talent isn't as good as my C-ranked talent. Intelligence increase. A-level talent? My sister is A-gifted? Chen Mingren was dumbfounded. In his last life, both he and his sister entered the game at a late stage, awakening all the stinky talents. He himself had inexplicably lucked out in this life and awakened an SSS-ranked talent, which he blamed on the special nature of his rebirth. Ku's sister. Surprisingly, it's become European too? Jia, what is your talent? Chen Ming immediately asked. Why are you asking this? Brother, could it be that you want to play games as well? Chen Jia revealed a puzzled look. Bear and Cha-Cha looked over as well. Previously, their game chat was so hot that Chen Ming didn't get involved in a single sentence, and everyone thought that he didn't play the game, just playing around. Chen Ming perfunctorily said, Say, what's your talent? It's called the Bionic Teardrop. Chen Jia skimmed her mouth. It can summon a bilocation of me to assist me in battle. But that bilocation is really stupid. Can't fight monsters, strolls around a lot, and several times I've been about to get killed and it's still slowing down next to me to buff and change weapons. The most detestable thing is that the bear gave me a lot of potions. I can't even afford to drink it. It's good. A little bit of blood drop. Just gulp 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 gulp. Chen Jia said, a picture of aggression. Obviously suffered greatly. Chen Ming also fell silent as he listened to her description. Why is this bionic teardrop so retarded? Is it really an A-grade talent? Look at how much benefit people's queen dogs, with their A-rank talent enhancement, had brought to Chen Ming. Why is this bionic teardrop like an iron beaner? Sister. However, Chen Ming believed that there were no misjudged talents, only players who would not use them. It's like Lori Su, looks like a waste, but really, it's the hidden big brother. Sis, when we get home later, you come online, I'll add you as a friend, and I'll take a look for you. Chen Ming decided to look into it himself. My sister, however, smiled. No need, brother. I've already made an appointment with Cha-Cha to have her big brother help look at it. Big brother? How big a man? Better than me? Chen Ming looked at Cha-Cha. This green tea sister rather pretentiously held up her teacup and took a shallow sip. My brother plays the game well enough to help decipher the talent. Easily. Who is it? Maybe I know. Chen Ming pursued. The green tea sister visibly hesitated. For you to care. Based on Chen Ming's observation, he was almost certain that the green tea sister was blowing awesome. This kind of sister. Favorite left bite, I have a brother. Right sentence, I have a sister. They are XXXX, this kind of classic sentence. You wouldn't be unable to remember your good brother's name, would you? Chen Ming laughed absent-mindedly. Who said that? A flash of panic flashed across the green tea sister's eyes, which was seen through by Chen Ming. The acting sucks. The segment is too low. Put in society, easily seen through. But it's true. After all, only graduated from high school, not even in college yet. Even if it's more green tea, more scheming, how powerful can it be? Chen Ming didn't bother pressing her, but Xiong Xiong and Chen Jia, the two dull girls, did not realize Cha-Cha's dilemma at all, and still looked like curious babies, innocently pursuing the question. T's panic was becoming more and more apparent. In a pinch, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. Don't ask. I'm afraid I'll scare you all to death by saying it, but not before Bear and his sister reacted. She then continued to speak to herself. I didn't want to say anything, but you guys kept pressing me and I had to say it. The brother who has been taking me is the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Xiong Xiong and Chen Jia both froze. Green tea struck the iron while it was hot and continued. In fact, I promised brother Bai Yutang to keep the secret, but you guys keep pursuing it like this. I really can't help it. The naturally nerdy Bear was anxious. We didn't know this was the case either. Wow. I'm sorry, you revealed the secret. You won't make big brother Bai Yutang angry, right? The green tea sister sighed. It's possible, but not a big problem. Who made me brother Bai Yutang's favorite girl? He always thought I was the most understanding of all the girls he knew. That's the difference between me and the other girls. All they do is get jealous, and I'm not like them. I'll only heart Gigi. Chen Ming almost put down the chopsticks in his hand to applaud the green tea sister. Wonderful, wow. This wave of acting is a big breakthrough. Not to mention those two sisters. Even I was almost fooled by you. That's nice. It's just a shame. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is sitting across from you. Chapter 73, Setting Up the Green Tea Sister. Chen Mingfeng's wind review is murdered. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, big brother can meet a girl like you. It's really a hero with a beauty. A precious sword with a good sheath. It's perfect. Chen Ming rushed at Green Tea Sister and gave her a thumbs up, praising her without mincing words. He's not going to jump in and admit that he's Pearl Jade White Jade Soup at this point. How boring is that? Catch the fish a little longer. Fool the Green Tea Sister a little. And then reveal her identity when the time comes to give her the perfect social death. So that at a young age she will know the evils of society. This kind of B*TCHY girl just gives people a natural desire to bully. Sooner or later, Chen Ming would have to play the game with his sister anyway, and his identity would be exposed sooner or later. It's fun to use it to bully this little sister. Sure enough, being blown off by Chen Ming, Cha-Cha instantly raised her little chin proudly. It had to be said that Chen Ming's ass-kissing was still very powerful, even if what Chen Ming said was just a few words. He was after all a handsome young talent with a lot of money, and a girl like Cha-Cha who thought highly of herself couldn't help but think highly of Chen Ming. With that kind of status added to it, anything Chen Ming casually said made T very receptive. Cha-Cha's sister, you're so close to Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, big brother. He's been bringing you along. You should have a high rank, right? That's for sure. Is there a level 10? Well, no way. Not even level 10? Chen Ming was shocked. That's the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, big brother who repeatedly massacred the King's Guild's 300 people for a whole night by being mighty and famous. He actually didn't bring you to level 10? T explained in a panic. That's because I didn't want to hold him up. Yes, I forgot. You will only be heartbroken, Gigi. But he is so cold to you. You are not afraid that he ran away with someone? There are a lot of girls next to Bai Yutang. Are you not afraid that he is a sea king? Chen Ming had a serious look of concern for his juniors. No, I trust him. So you guys are very affectionate then? That's for sure. Have you met offline? Not yet. Chen Ming painfully and fiercely accused. That counts for good. Bai Yutang, this is not an iron scum man? This. Cha-Cha was a little confused by Chen Ming's series of questions. Nice. The idea is to make you confused and dizzy. Suddenly, Chen Ming's words changed. I've never seen you offline and you're still so affectionate. So you're in an online relationship? Did you do something indescribable in the game with the White Jade Soup big guy? Ever held hands? T vaguely felt that something was wrong, but after a series of conversations, Cha-Cha had already been driven by Chen Ming into a position where she had to answer, and she glanced at Xiong Xiong and Chen Jia who were looking at her curiously, and nodded her head stiffly. Of course, what's a good relationship if you haven't even held hands? The corners of Chen Ming's mouth rose slightly. Oh, so held hands with the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup ah. Then when it's time to get into the game and Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup comes over to hold your hand, you don't seem to have a reason to say no, do you? What about cuddling? I'm sure we've done that too. After all, we're all grown girls out of high school. Well, sure yeah. What about kissing? Never mind. No need to ask. Must have done it too. Otherwise you wouldn't have been relieved to have such a suave and handsome guy like Bai Yutang mingling with the women. You must have tied him down hard right. Ah, this, right, we also kissed. Cha-Cha's voice suddenly became a little tiny. The naturally nerdy bear looked at Cha-Cha in shock. Cha-Cha, what's wrong with you? Didn't you tell me the other day that you still have your first kiss? T's scalp tingled. Instead, Chen Ming was a bit surprised. This girl who dresses so, like a nightclub playgirl, is actually so pure behind the scenes? Gee, still not waiting for the dizzy TT to think of an explanation. Chen Ming took the lead and answered for her. People TT and Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup love each other to death. It must be the 2 days of kissing. That's the way it is with young people. Speaking of this, Chen Ming couldn't contain his bad smile. His purpose had been accomplished. Not that he's going to rely on these tripe to threaten little girls and trick them into kissing and hugging. He's not that underhanded. It's just a simple matter of wanting to take a little revenge for my sister and bully this one a bit. So many handles were held by Chen Ming. The moment it's revealed, this sister will surely die a social death to the point of scalp numbness. It's not too much to ask for a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom kind of thing when you're stubbing your toe. It makes you happy just to think about it. That's what you get for poking and prodding and shading my sister right off the table. Chen Ming stopped interjecting, with a honeyed smile on his face. He lowered his head to enjoy his meal. He was looking forward to the moment of the reveal. The process of private dining is very complicated. A meal that Chen Ming and his group ate hard for almost 2 hours, but the food was good for the price. After eating and drinking, Chen Ming was going to go back online to start brushing his level and his sin value. My sister was addicted to glory as well, but since she was out meeting her BFF, she naturally made a date to go shopping and get her nails and hair done. Chen Ming knew that Xiong Xiong and Cha-Cha were both girls from extremely good families. Fearing that his sister would not have enough money, he transferred another $100,000. Seeing that he was so glib, T couldn't help but raise her assessment of him by another point. And the dark complexity in his sister's eyes was much deeper. Chen Ming didn't bother to explain. The game meet is just a couple days away anyway. When he saw it, all the mysteries could be solved, and there was no need for him to take any more trouble at all. After arriving home, Chen Ming put on his helmet and logged into the game, reappeared in the Scarlet Monastery. As soon as he came online, Chen Ming heard bursts of shouting and killing sounds coming from all around him. He fixed his eyes. The number of people in the inner courtyard was quite large, contracting almost all the brush points densely. Another other guild coming to bash the scene? Chen Ming's first reaction was to frown slightly. However, he soon dispelled this thought among the crowd of players. He instantly saw Folding Sands, who mingled in the crowd as if she was a big sister. Sister Sandy, these people are. Chen Ming walked over and asked out loud. Originally, the halberd was operating at a high level, and after being interrupted by Chen Ming, she couldn't help but frown a little. But before she could have a seizure, as soon as she twisted her head around and saw Chen Ming, the displeasure on her face evaporated. White Jade Soup. Just in the moment when Sister Sand was distracted, the monster seized the opportunity and sneaked towards Folding Sands. Chen Ming subconsciously tried to pull out his dagger to help Sister Sandy evade this wave of sneak attacks. Then, just as he was about to make his move, Sister Sandy, as if she had eyes behind her, violently slammed her huge sword behind her. Snap! The monster was slapped headfirst into the dirt. Chen Ming watched as his eyelids jumped, but Sister Sandy smiled as if nothing had happened at all. These are all casuals who want to come and practice leveling, as well as some members of small guilds. I'm thinking that our 9 heavens can't be like those big guilds and dominate the venue. If we really do that, what's the difference between us and the other guilds? So just let them in. Even though we get less experience this way, everyone is happy to do it without complaining. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Right. As if she suddenly thought of something, Sister Sandy pulled Chen Ming's hand and hurriedly tugged him towards the middle of the crowd. Brothers, look who's here. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Ming somewhat wanted to break free, but Sister Sandy was a monstrous power warrior, so hell knows how she had so many power points. The hand that grasped Chen Ming was delicate and warm though, but with the strength of a treadmill iron jaw, grabbed Chen Ming to death. No matter how much he struggled, he didn't move. As Sister Sandy roared out this voice, countless people turned their heads. Chen Ming hadn't hidden ID since yesterday, and at this time, the big words with the golden light and dragon flying were hanging on his head. Holy What a pearl and white jade soup. They're actually telling the truth. Unbelievable. Shock was pervading. Chen Ming looked at Sister San in confusion. What's the situation? Before, when we tried to pull these casuals into the guild and told them that 9 Heavens was created by you, they didn't believe us at all, and that we're committing fraud. Thinks we're up to something else. Chen Ming was dumbfounded. What's so fraudulent about this? These people are just too exaggerated. Can't I just form my own forces? Sister Sandy was suddenly silent. After a while, she spoke. They don't believe it, mainly because they think that with Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup's character, it's impossible to commit such a generous act. It's out of character with Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup to give away such a nice piece of ground for casual use. Chen Ming was also silent. Your own win rating seems a bit skewed. It's true he likes to slaughter dog dudes fine, but that's only dog dudes. For the truly vulnerable, like this group of casuals who had been bullied, he was still willing to lend a helping hand. After all, he had been a bullied loose cannon in his last life. That's a windfall that will have to be salvaged a little bit. Chen Ming looked towards the crowd and revealed a professional fake smile. 9 Heavens welcomes all casual players to join us. We are different from other guilds. We never pack the venue, so don't worry. After saying something like that, cheers did come from below. A call to arms. Soon, there were casuals who expressed their desire to join the guild. In the world of glory, the more people in a guild, the more powerful it becomes. As long as the players weren't going too far, Chen Ming was here to stay. However, just as everyone was reacting fiercely and rushing to sign up for the guild, suddenly, a voice drifted out weakly. White Jade Soup, big brother. You're letting us use this venue to practice for free now. It's not like you're trying to make us rely on and get used to the Scarlet Monastery's monster swiping speed before turning it into a fee-based model and ripping us off, is it? My years of gaming experience have taught me that free is the most expensive. This statement was made. The scene, which had just been bustling with activity, instantly became quiet. Countless people stared blankly at Chen Ming with various expressions of shock, doubt, fear, disbelief, and so on. Chen Ming. He would have opened his mouth to explain, but then suddenly it's like forget it. It's better not to waste your efforts. Anyway, the reviews have gotten this bad, so what's the point of explaining? Chen Ming rolled his eyes and waved his hand airily. Whatever you guys. Sister Sandy, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to change places to practice. Sister San sympathetically patted Chen Ming's shoulder. Boss, go well. Don't worry, as long as our guild's original intention remains the same, your popularity will still turn around. Thanks for filling me in again. Turn your head and leave. Just didn't get a few steps out. Chen Ming received a message. Woman of the stream, the Southwind Guild needs to ask you to step and wants to complete a task. I wonder if you're interested. Come alive? Chen Ming was energized. What mission? Fine. Chapter 74, The Cow and Horses Alteration. The trouble is actually myself? I was just about to change places to brush up on my experience when someone came to set myself up. That's what's so great about connections. Chen Ming was somewhat thankful to the guy who had once interpreted the auction for himself. Without him, he wouldn't have somehow gained so many connections while making $3 million in real money. Woman of the stream, President Nanfeng Bei has received an A-ranked quest, the specifics of which is to escort goods and escort them from Qingfeng City to another level 5 main city, Yanyang City, which is 6 hours away. Originally, the president intended to keep a low profile to complete the mission, but I didn't expect his coordinates to be publicized directly after the mission was accepted. All players can compete for this cargo. Whoever can take over the goods will have snagged this A-class mission. Plus there are several other rival forces of Qingfeng City that have enacted quests against us with equally generous rewards that are not at all inferior to the A-ranked quests that the chairman has received. This has caused quite a few guilds to unite and prepare to target us. So it is. Chen Ming had seen this kind of escort-type mission before. It's usually well rewarded, but correspondingly, it was only the top guilds that were qualified to do such a task. Although Uncle Nanfeng Bei was financially strong and had formed his own forces, he wasn't exactly on top of his game. As a successful man in reality, he was in semi-retirement, but he still had quite a few things to distract him. For him, the game is like calligraphy and tea. He likes it very much, but it is just a means of pastime, and he will not inject all his heart and soul into it. As a result, Southwind North Uncle's Southwind Guild is only considered a second-tier strength in the country, and it is only because of Southwind North Uncle's strong personal charisma that Southwind Guild's popularity is comparable to that of a first-tier guild. It was only in the later stages when the game entered the middle and late stages that Uncle Nanfeng Bei realized that the game's influence was beyond imagination, and only then did he seriously manage his own forces, and only then did the Nanfeng Guild gradually gain strength, and finally became a first-tier guild. Right now, the Southwind North Uncle received such a task, which was indeed a bit tricky. No problem. See you at the gates in a bit. Chen Ming could only make it to the city gates. After all, it's still topped with a bright red name. Going into the city will only bring trouble to Uncle Southwind North. As for the pay, let's talk after the mission. Based on the havoc and difficulty encountered along the way. No problem. The female streamer ended the communication briefly, blowing his whistle. His own ox-horse lifted its hooves out of the void, and Chen Ming rolled over and rode on top of the ox-horse. Go to the entrance of Qingfeng City. Chen Ming clipped his horse's belly. However, the oxen and horses that cost him a large amount of silver did not gallop up as he expected, but stood still. No, not a single movement. It's trembling, although it is very slight, but Chen Ming on the horseback, but clearly felt it is not right. What's the situation? All is well with the cattle and horse attributes. That crooked boss wouldn't have fixed me up with a Putian horse, would he? Chen Ming frowned slightly. The other day he had run through the Marika Mountains on his oxen and horses without any trouble at all, and the oxen and horses ran as fast as they could. What's going on right now? Chen Ming gently straightened the mane on the back of the cowhorse neck in an attempt to pacify it, but to no avail. It's scared, uncontrollable trembling. It was as if a wild creature had encountered a natural enemy and was subjected to a suppressive force originating from its bloodline. What could have scared him so much? Could it be that there's some top-tier boss around here? That can't be right. This is only a level 10 out of the novice area. I rode it all the way to that level 30 monster-surrounded land in the Marika Mountains and it didn't even appear to be in this condition. Is there something wrong with me? Is there any difference between my state at this moment and the state I was in those 2 days when I went to the Marika Mountains? Suddenly, Chen Ming's eyes lit up, snapping out an item from his bag. Dragon's Essence. If I have to say I'm different from before, this stuff just is the biggest difference. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Ming took out the Dragon's Essence, the cow horse's trembling became even more intense. A suppression that stems from the bloodline. It made the cow horse poof to his knees. Asterisk my cow horse. What happened to you? Chen Ming panicked. That's a lot of silver. The Dragon's Essence lit up violently and flew out of Chen Ming's hand, then projected dots of blue starlight in midair, finally branding itself onto the back of the bull horse. Before Chen Ming had a chance to see the mark, he realized that his parcel was flickering, and hurriedly opened it, only to find that the war flute used to summon the bull and horse had a rolling heat, and a mark exactly like the one on the bull and horse had actually been branded on it as well. The original ordinary, Spirit Horse Battle Flute, had also changed. Spirit Horse War Flute, Dragon Seal Activation. Synopsis, a hybrid bloodline mount that can summon both bull horns and a horse's body. It is unknown what kind of bloodline flows in its body, but the sleeping ancient dragon senses a trace of a dragon's vein aura that is so thin as to be almost undetectable from it. After activating the Dragon Seal, Dragon's Essence will continuously take in life force through the Dragon Seal to repair itself, but the ancient dragon's dignity would not allow it to be a shameless reaper. It also bestows its own favors and gives the object a certain amount of enchantment. The effect of the enchantment is determined by the thinness of the bloodline. Oxen and horses, 20% increase in constitution, 20% increase in endurance, 20% increase in speed. After reading the instructions, Chen Ming was relieved. Cows and horses will be fine despite being parasitized, and instead get buff bonuses. Instead of parasitism, it's more of a mutual benefit. It's okay. It's okay. If something happened to the cow and horse, even if this ancient dragon hatched out, he would have to give the dragon cubs vegetable leaves every day to abuse them for a while. Of course, if it's strong, forget it. The good brother of the cow and the horse will have to be forced to rest in peace. Fortunately, all are happy. I didn't realize that bull horse actually had a trace of ancient dragon bloodline. But yeah, creatures like dragons. It's not unusual to be able to come up with oddly shaped, four-legged creatures like cows and horses. Chen Ming stopped worrying and joyfully straddled the oxen and horses. In the future, take good care of the cows and horses. Perhaps it could also be fed back to the Dragon's Essence, which drew on the life force of bulls and horses, all the way to the top. Inside Qingfeng City, hearing the female stream's reply, Uncle Nanfeng Bei was instantly relieved. It's good that he agreed. This time the mission won't be afraid of any problems. The female streamer didn't answer, but with a rather solitary nature like hers, not answering or retorting was, for her, acquiescence. They all recognized Chen Ming's strength. They all recognized this statement that the mission would be successfully completed once Chen Ming arrived. Soon, Southwind North relayed the news to the members of his guild. The people of the guild, who were still cloudy and felt that this mission was stressful, instantly revealed a look of joy. Invited the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother? Then this mission, with a hand in it, comfortable. I can also experience the feeling of lying down and winning. Many people, even more proudly, ran outside the city to spread the news. After all, there were a lot of people eyeing this mission. They'd been blocking the gates, just waiting for Southwind North to intercept him after he left the city. But when the news spread that Pearl Jade White Jade Soup had been invited, all of these people hesitated. Who doesn't know the prestige of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? especially since he just did another big job last night. The king's guild elites were exterminated as much as possible. Although the king avoided talking about it, their flush dropped level 1 rank could not be faked. What's more, there were some good casuals who had taken screenshots of Chen Ming's one-man rush to kill the king's guild that night, and so the word spread, and everyone knew that Chen Ming had done such a feat all by himself without even realizing it. The king's guild is still getting their asses handed to them, not to mention them, the casuals. For a time, countless people were discouraged. It's not just the casuals, even many guilds showed hesitation. That's Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Isn't it looking for death to go against him? I'll moisturize first. Brothers, bye. I'll watch from here. But if anything happens, I'll be the first to run. Many chose to give up, straight back into the city, no longer planning to intercept. And as more and more people give up, many people's hearts were also shaken beyond belief, and they eventually favored giving up completely. With White Jade Soup here, who can move the South Wind North Guild? It's so cool to be rich. You can even invite a big shot like Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Just a few minutes, half the people outside the city, then, dispersed. The remaining half wasn't trying to head iron hard against Chen Ming. It was simply holding on to the idea that they wouldn't die until they reached the Yellow River. Maybe Southwind North was scamming them? They must see the man with their own eyes before they are willing to give up. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming, who was riding a tall bull horse, galloped out of the forest. See his figure. This last remaining half of the people also dispersed at once. It's really him. What's the point of playing then? Let's go. Brothers, go brush the monsters and don't think about robbing Southwind North's A-rank quests. Kryptonite cheats. There's really no way around it. Watch the crowd disperse. The Southwind Guild's player immediately sent word back with excitement. What? The Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup just appeared and everyone scattered? Ha 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 ha. Well. Truly a hero from ancient times. Uncle Southwind North laughed a few times. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with Chen Ming. Only after he laughed did he look at the stunningly beautiful young girl by his side. Vice President Qingfeng Feishui, you've heard it too. This time, the crisis of the Southwind Guild has been lifted. I'm really sorry for making you make a trip for nothing. That's right, Southwind North also requested support from Snowmoon, who had always been his friend. Originally, Lingyu had planned to send out her entire nest to help Uncle, but when she heard that Nanfeng Bei had invited the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, she changed her mind and only sent out the 10-member squad led by Ling Shui, plus a little lowly, Su, who can't walk away from hearing the words Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. 11 in a row. And the reason for this, it was because Lingyu had already anticipated such a situation. It's really worthy of being a sister, guessing that there's that guy in a flash. We only need to go through the motions when we come over, so that uncle owes a favor. Ling Shui secretly sighed in her heart. That's right, this was Ling Yu's purpose. She knew that uncle's crisis had been resolved, yet she still insisted on sending Ling Shui just to send a favor along. The fact that she can step in when uncle is in real trouble shows that she is a reliable ally. Not letting go of the opportunity when also being able to go along for the ride in wool gathering and giving away favors shows that she is a qualified leader. The two are not in conflict. Since we're here, let's just help Uncle escort until the end of the mission. Ling Shui carried out her sister's mission. The uncle understood and didn't refuse, happily nodding his head once. Then thank you Snowmoon. Just as the crowd was talking and preparing to head out of the city, suddenly, a member of the Southwind Guild ran back in a panic. President, something big is wrong. Those who left before have regrouped, and there are more people than before. There are even a few big guilds that have their eyes on us. Nanfeng Bei and Ling Shui's faces changed in unison. Really? Ling Shui was a bit disbelieving. Uncle Nanfeng Bei also narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone became grave. Tell me specifically what's going on. Reasonably speaking, although an A-ranked mission is tempting, it's far from being able to let them be able to fight for their lives with the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, isn't it? The informant's face turned strange as he listened. Chairman, you actually analyzed it correctly. They didn't come for the A-ranked mission. Their target, the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup itself. King, the world has just spread the news that the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup has a high sin value. It's one of those kills that will explode his entire body's equipment. Hearing this, Nanfeng Bei immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. A full outfit blowout? According to his understanding, Chen Ming had 2 purple suits, 2 blue suits, as well as other green suits that he didn't know the exact attributes of. But at a glance, they weren't bad. The allure of these outfits, far more exaggerated than his A-ranked mission. Those people are so red-eyed that they want to take the plunge, and rightfully so. Nanfeng Bei's expression suddenly became very complicated. He clearly asked Pearl Jade White Jade Soup to come and defend himself. How come the trouble seems to be getting worse instead? Chapter 75, Jealous Crowd. It's you again. Come on, get out there. Southwind North made an immediate decision. Soon, the group of people left Qingfeng City and arrived outside the city. Chen Ming sat alone on the back of a tall and robust horse with bull horns. Around him, countless people looked at him as if they were enemies. There was longing in his eyes, more scorn and fear. However, Chen Ming, who was in the middle of the crowd, had a breezy look on his face. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Yo, uncle. Chen Ming nodded and smiled at Nanfeng Bei, then saw Ling Shui behind him, and he froze before distinguishing that this was the younger sister from Ling Shui's ID name. I have to say, the sisters are truly so much alike. Qingfeng Fei Shui, why are you here too? Ling Shui smiled sweetly. Sisters sent me to help. She was quite fond of Chen Ming. After all, it was because of her that Snow Moon was able to befriend Chen Ming, coupled with the fact that Ling Shui was quite a bit more childish than her sister Ling Yu. She was a typical little girl with a typical little girl's temperament and had an innate hero worship complex. She was still a little excited to be alongside the legend that was Pearl Jade White Jade Soup this time. But I didn't expect Chen Ming's face to crumple as he looked like an enemy. Snow Moon also took on Uncle's job? Come to steal the business. Ha! A flash of confusion flashed through Ling Shui's beautiful eyes. Meow meow meow, I idolize you, and this is how you treat me? Nasty. Ling Shui pouted. I was sent here by my sister to volunteer to help. Who robbed your business? So it is. A vivid smile surfaced on Chen Ming's face. Sister Ling Shui hasn't seen you in a few days. You've gotten prettier and prettier. Ling Shui grunted and brushed her head away, indicating that she would not eat this. Feel quite a bit prettier than even your sister. Mainly because she doesn't have your kind of temperament. Chen Ming said blindly with his eyes open. A smile instantly blossomed on Ling Shui's face, and she was busy twisting her head around. Really? Sure enough, that's the one this girl eats. Chen Ming nodded sincerely. I never lie. Uncle Nanfeng Bei tasted the conversation between the two with a strange look on his face, and couldn't help but mutter. How do I feel that this kid has a bit of scum potential? However, as soon as the words fell, the woman who had been silent beside him let out a heckle. What scum? That's just the flirtation of a teenage hero. The older man blushed even more strangely. He looked the female streamer up and down. Isn't this girl always poisonous? Why are you praising that kid? Mister. Only when Chen Ming finished his greeting did Lori seize the moment to pop her little head out. Level 11 already? It's fine, the level has surpassed me. Chen Ming casually rubbed the little lowly's head, and the little lowly instantly lowered her head and hid her flushed face. The uncle's eyes became meaningful as he looked at Chen Ming. Penalty, lad. Just as the crowd was exchanging, the crowd around them had grown. Some of the players that had clearly left earlier also returned at this time. People, more and more. Uncle Nanfeng Bei showed a grave expression. Bai Yu Tang, are these people? You sure you can deal with them? If it was before, I might not dare to be sure, but now that I have a professional priest, it shouldn't be difficult to fight 1 against 100. Chen Ming said with a smile and turned his gaze towards Ling Shui. Su beside me. Ling Shui was originally still stealing a laugh, and only after realizing that she was being teased by Chen Ming did she huff and puff and turn her head away. 1 against 100? What a big mouth. However, associating it with the fact that this guy had just cleaned up the King's Guild yesterday, Uncle Nanfeng Bei no longer said anything more. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Just please be good, boss. Chen Ming cheerfully turned his horse around and turned towards the group of enemies. After the turn is done, the smile on Chen Ming's face also completely disappeared. In its place, it is cold without emotion. He scanned the crowd. If you don't go away, I'm going to acquiesce that you have bad intentions. As he spoke, Chen Ming drew his own dagger. Everyone's face changed, but not a single person stepped back. After all, each of them thought that they wouldn't be the unlucky one to be targeted first by Chen Ming. Everyone's heart is in the right place. Since this was the case, Chen Ming no longer hesitated. Little Lori immediately waved her staff, and the dragonborn holy words increased buff landed on Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't even bother to turn on his poison-quenching effect. Straight away, the skill was thrown. Blade Storm. Those guys with covetous hearts only felt a flash before their eyes, and then a terrifying storm violently lifted up on the flat ground. Misery. There were screams all over the place. Only after they had recovered from their shock did they realize that what had been a densely packed piece of land had been cleared. It was as if those people had been vaporized out of thin air. Crouching. What just happened? Could it be true that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup slaughtered the King's Guild for an all-nighter in one day? Scared. Everyone was scared from the bottom of their hearts. They had thought they could fish in troubled waters and see if they had a chance to get a piece of the action. But who had thought that the terror of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup had far exceeded their expectations? A skill that kills dozens of people in the blink of an eye. That's still a lot of fun. The crowd dispersed. Chen Ming, on the other hand, had never even dismounted from his horse since the beginning. That light-hearted look was a sight to behold for the players of South Wind Guild and Snow Moon Guild. Although I have heard of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup for a long time, but this was the first time they had witnessed his terror with their own eyes. It looks like the president's escort mission was done casually. Yeah, with Bai Yutang's big brother escorting us. Isn't this a direct bailout? The Snow Moon crowd sighed even more. It feels like there's nothing left for us. Suddenly I feel a bit redundant. Keep up, gentlemen. Chen Ming rode the oxen and horses and opened the way in front. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically avoided and retreated to make a wide avenue. However, didn't go more than a few steps. A large group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and finally laughed softly. Who do I think it is? It turns out to be the defeated general. Right, the king of the world? The ones blocking in front of them were clearly the group of people from the King's Guild, but there were significantly more of them than yesterday. Obviously, King's World should have shaken more guild members to help themselves. Think about it. Yesterday made such a big enemy. Today encountered such a situation. The king, the world do not come to take advantage of the fire. It would be strange. You don't think you can beat me with a couple dozen more people, do you? Chen Ming was still smiling. King, world did not get angry. Instead, he also grinned in the same way. Of course I won't be so naive. Dozens of people are no threat to you. I still know that. Available. What if I call in a couple hundred? The words were not yet spoken. In the forest, there was a flurry of footsteps. Then, one batch of figures after another appeared. Chapter 76, The King's Guild's Killing Stroke. Magic Scroll. The corner of the king. The world's mouth rose slightly. Money moves the heart. Pearl, jade and white jade soup. You should know this very well, right? If you can get someone to pay you to hire you, naturally I can pay someone to hire me. Today is the day you die. Chen Ming swept a glance at the group. Then, he couldn't help but frown. It's not that he's intimidated by the battlefield that the king, the world has created. Rather, he was a little puzzled. The group of people called by king, the world is completely inadequate. In one sweep, it was almost clear that they were level 10 and 11. There were even quite a few level 8 and 9 guys. To Chen Ming, dealing with these guys was a complete chopping block. Other than being able to waste a bit of Chen Ming's time, it didn't do anything at all. If others expect these rabble to stop them, forget it. But the king, the world was beaten up by himself yesterday. Can he not understand his own strength? Unless he is dizzy in the head and eager for revenge. But if this is really the case, how could he forcefully endure the breath when he was defeated just last night? In the most uptight moment? There's definitely something wrong here. Thinking of this, Chen Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, put the oxen and horses away, put his hood up, and dived into the shadows. Brothers, prepare for battle. Uncle Nanfeng Bei announced in a stern voice. All of them were instantly in a state of being as if they were on the verge of an enemy. However, Chen Ming violently raised his hand and stopped them. Don't be in a hurry. Let's slowly advance and see what tricks the King's Guild is trying to pull. Chen Ming stopped them from wanting to chase after and stormed the King's Guild. The people of the Southwind Guild immediately revealed puzzled looks. So careful? Is that necessary? The group of level 8 and 9 spammers that the King's Guild had pulled in, they were looking at them. A top expert like Chen Ming who could take on the King's Guild alone. How can you be afraid of this bunch of mongrels? There was also confusion in the eyes of Uncle Nanfeng Bei, but experience had taught him that it was always right to listen to professionals at times like this. He nodded at his guild members. Listen to the white jade soup, big brother, and advance slowly. Thus, the whole team, under the leadership of Chen Ming, stood by, as if facing a great enemy, slowly advancing toward the opposite side. This scene, which fell in the eyes of the king, the world, made him frown uncontrollably. So cautious? This pearl emerald white jade soup is really tough. Knights, fighters on top. Milkmaid, keep an eye on Bai Yutang's blood level. DPS cover Bai Yutang. Everything is centered on white jade soup. Uncle Southwind North is quite aware of the key points of this battle. As for Ling Shui and the others, they didn't need to be directed. They knew that they had to match the pearl emerald white jade soup. For a time, all sorts of enchantments fell upon Chen Ming. The warriors and knights, too, covered up. On Chen Ming's side, there were only 100 people out of a full count. The number of enemies on the other side is at least twice as many, but Chen Ming and the others, however, advanced towards those 200 people. By 100 to 200, it was slow, but the pace was firm. Be careful, the King's Guild likes to do saturated fire coverage. I can miss, but you guys have to be careful to avoid it. With his experience from last night's encounter, Chen Ming opened his mouth to remind the knights and warriors of the nearby Southwind Guild. However, what Chen Ming did not expect was, surprisingly, the King's Guild didn't take this opportunity to baptize them with a round of focused skills. Instead, they stepped back in unison. What's going on? Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, it's perverse. Even if they didn't fight back in the face of their advance, they actually kept retreating. It seemed that his previous guesses and concerns were correct. Everyone be careful. On Chen Ming's side, continued to push forward. The King's Guild also maintained a constant retreating stance. It's as if there's a considerable tacit understanding maintained. Chen Ming was in no hurry at all. Anyway, the goal of their mission was to escort the cargo, and by advancing slowly, they would also be able to complete the mission sooner or later. Instead, it was the king's world, and he couldn't keep going backward all the time. There will always be a moment to stand up for yourself. Both sides went in and out. Not long after, Chen Ming and the others had advanced to the location where the king's guild was previously located. Suddenly, several black shadows emerged violently, attacking and killing towards him. The appearance of these black shadows had startled the knights and warrior players around Chen Ming. They hadn't noticed at all when these dark shadows had sneaked by. Protect the alabaster soup. Don't let Bayou Soup get cut by an assassin. They yelled out in droves. However, almost the moment their words fell, Chen Ming had drawn his sword. It slashed hard at one of the black shadows. Just one cut. Then he directly killed the thief in seconds. The crowd showed shock. This reaction is also too fast, right? They hadn't even realized what had happened before the other Pearl Jade White Jade Soup big brother had already made a move to slaughter a guy. These guys, they were ambushed here in advance when the King's Guild's large force retreated, not moving. It's normal that you guys didn't realize it. Chen Ming saw through the tactics of King World with a single glance. Feign retreat. The truth is that the thieves were ambushed in place, waiting for Chen Ming to throw himself into the net. It's really a good tactic, but unfortunately, met Chen Ming. Kill them, don't let them go back. Chen Ming commanded as he pulled out his dagger and prepared to kill the next person. But just then, one of the men in that group of thieves violently drew out a copy of the scroll, and then viciously tore it open. The light steeply erupted. The players of the South Wind Guild had never seen this kind of thing before and were a bit at a loss for words. But Chen Ming has been a man of two lives, and with just one glance, he could see the origin. Magic scrolls. Surprisingly, it's a magic scroll. This stuff is a pretty rare disposable prop. Just rip. It will release the sealing magic within the scroll once. The magic levels vary, ranging from the lowest level white normal level magic to the top level red god level magic. Is this the King's World killer? Chen Ming reacted extremely quickly, instantly used his blinking skill, although he did not know exactly what that magic was, but pulling away in advance, it would be correct. Ding, blink, skill failed to be used. You have been locked. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Chen Ming's face instantly became gloomy. Locked? A skill with such a high displacement priority as blinking is forced to interrupt. The skill that the opponent released with the scroll was clearly not simple. Sure enough, blue light erupted from the scroll. It fiercely wrapped Chen Ming. Next, the blue light dissipated. Chen Ming's figure also disappeared into thin air along with it. The knights and warriors of the South Wind Guild were suddenly wide-eyed. Holy, where's the White Jade Soup bigot? The White Jade Soup big brother is gone. Chen Ming was grouped amongst Uncle Nan Fengbei's team, and the female streamer who was also in the team immediately opened the map, and soon found the blue mark that belonged to Chen Ming. At this moment, even a woman who was always calm like the female streamer couldn't help but show a shocked look. Not good. White Jade Soup teleported within the King's Guild siege. What? Nan Fengbei's face sank violently. Quick, get help! Lori shouted in panic. It startled Ling Shui. This was the first time she had seen the usually shy Susu so excited. Chapter 77, Susu's Last Bite of Milk. Reinforcements arrive. Uncle Nan Fengbei. Ling Shui looked at Nan Fengbei. Nan Fengbei didn't hesitate and directly nodded once. Save the people. Although he was the boss and the hired hand, he was clear that his relationship with Chen Ming was a matter of lips and teeth. He could indeed dodge a bullet by standing idly by now, but his A-list mission, and don't finish it again. This Chen Ming, he had to be saved. Under his leadership, all of them immediately rushed to the rescue. However, even the ones who originally had unparalleled confidence in Chen Ming were stony-faced at this time. No one believed that Chen Ming would be able to survive the siege of hundreds of people. You can only do your best. The moment Chen Ming saw a large pile of enemies appear before his eyes, he instantly realized what had just happened. Insidious. It's just too insidious. Pretend to fall back and lure the enemy in, then ambush the thieves at the same spot. Finally, a teleportation scroll was used to transport him into the crowd. This kind of point-to-point directional teleportation magic scroll, at least can be worth tens of millions. The king, the world has made a great deal of effort to use this kind of thing against me. Chen Ming surrendered his blink without hesitation. However, although he flashed out a distance, the enemies he faced this time were no longer just the dozens of people from last night. It's the whole 200. They have plenty of firepower to anticipate all their blinking landings. Boom boom boom. A series of skills slammed down. Miss alerts floated madly above Chen Ming's head, but as much as misses, there are eventually hits. Chen Ming's blood level suddenly fell violently. That's tough. Chen Ming was not in danger. While walking to avoid skills, he slammed down a mouthful of red potion to restore his blood. At this time, Chen Ming just couldn't help but think about his own alchemy. If he could rush to level 10 and make better potions, the pressure on his blood wouldn't be so great. While walking and dodging, Chen Ming threw out a round of Sword Blade Storm. He didn't even need to go and specialize in picking the location where the Sword Blade Storm would be released. A casual throw can reap a huge wave of lives. It's a bit ridiculous to say the least. Those people looked at Chen Ming's ability to exterminate a large group of people with a light touch, and their hearts were unexpectedly in a state of panic. That's right, it was clearly them who surrounded Chen Ming alone, allowing Chen Ming to only continue to roll over and seek evasion. But the one who feels great psychological pressure is surprisingly not Chen Ming, but them, the people who surround and kill. It's horrible. It doesn't even die like this. I knew it. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup isn't that easy to kill. Hit me over the head. These players who had been recruited at the King's World's expense, each and every one of them revealed a look of shock. Chen Ming frantically got high on medicine to hang on to his blood level. A potion has a 5-second CD time. Chen Ming always keeps his potion in the CD state, and fiercely knocks a bottle as soon as he has the opportunity. But even so, his blood level kept decreasing. White Jade Soup, can you still hold out? Uncle asked in the team channel. After taking another fireball spell, Chen Ming's blood level dropped once again, already down to 30%. It can still last a little while, but not for too long. Chen Ming calmly replied, then you must hold on. We're being held up by the King's Guild. They don't even fight us head on. They just keep wandering around and stalling for time. Nanfeng Bei replied while his sharp sword slashed out and stabbed at the black shadow that floated around him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the operation as well as maneuverability that Chen Ming had. A sword fell short. Damn it. Nanfeng Bei's expression was ugly, and that's when it happened. Behind him, there was an exclamation of surprise. It's Ling Shui. A thief appeared steeply in front of her, and that thief, in his hand, he was actually holding a scroll that was exactly the same as when he dealt with the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup before. Another teleportation scroll, but this time, their target became Ling Shui. It was also true that Ling Shui was, after all, a top priest expert on the list, and her presence alone could bring a huge increase to the entire team. Teleporting her over to kill her is apparently quite a good choice. Just as Ling Shui's pretty face turned pale and she was somewhat helpless, a small figure rushed out violently. As soon as he pushed away Ling Shui, who was locked by the light, he rushed in himself. It's Su. Ling Shui froze. This girl gave her life to save her own? No, is not right. Ling Shui did not see a generous and righteous expression on Su's face. Only a glimmer of anticipation was visible. That's right. Expectations. In the face of being teleported into the crowd by the other party with a magic scroll, such a situation of certain death, Su actually revealed a look of anticipation, just when Ling Shui thought she had misread it. Instead, Su opened her mouth and shouted, just a moment, sir, I'll be right over to help you. The words just fell. Teleportation magic activated. Su also landed in the crowd just like Chen Ming. This scene was a sight for all to see. Crazy. This milkmaid, completely insane, sacrificing himself just to give Chen Ming a mouthful of milk? Among the crowd, the weak Su was like a little sheep that had fallen into the wolves. In the face of the overwhelming skills, Su's small face went pale for a while. But firmly, he waved the staff in his hand. Dragonborn Holy Word, Holy Light. The green light fell violently. It landed on Chen Ming's body, lifting his blood level, which was only 30%, violently. Soared straight back up to 80%. One sip of milk, 50% blood. Although this had the reason that Chen Ming's own blood bar was short. More than that, it was because the Su Holy Light technique was too powerful. It possesses a healing effect that far exceeds that of an ordinary priest. Sir, please do hold up. Su hadn't finished her words. The spread of skills then hit her. There was not the slightest surprise. Su turned into a ball of white light with the words he hadn't finished yet, and went back to the city to be reborn. Chen Ming looked at the blood level that had risen violently by a large margin. He was expressionless. The heart, however, was raging with emotions. The moment he finally, angry, the King's World, he mentally mumbled the name. Although he didn't deal with the King's Guild, he never really took the King's Guild to heart. Think of it only as a friction encounter in the game, an object with a fault. When he met, he could kill and bully, but if the other party didn't come to mess with him, he didn't bother to take the initiative to seek revenge. But it's different now. He had the idea of destroying the King's Guild outright. However, Chen Ming did not go up to kill the king, the world. Right now, he was out of the encirclement was what mattered. He couldn't waste the mouthful of milk that Su had sent to him with his life for no reason. Blade Storm. Chen Ming killed Red Eyes. He's going to carve a bloody path through the crowd. Ling Shui said anxiously as she stepped out of the way to dodge a sinister and tricky cold arrow. Uncle Nanfeng Bei, I've already relayed the message to my sister. and she'll immediately bring a large snow moon force to reinforce her. Before Uncle Nan Fong-bei could say anything, the female streamer had already said with an expressionless face, "It's too late. No matter how swift Snow Moon is, there's no way she could have arrived before Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup died in battle." "What? About that?" Ling Shue's pretty face was filled with panic. "There's only one way. You're just like that priest named Su Su, taking your life for the blood of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup." Ling Shui immediately revealed a hesitant look. It really doesn't have the same kind of determination that Su Su has, even though she died 9 deaths. Seeing her hesitation, the female streamer then guessed the idea of the heart. No longer say anything more, but a turn of phrase, with his sin value, being killed is the end of bursting a piece of equipment, and level zeroing. However, for his kind of people, the East is just a simple matter of time. Although the words of the female streamer were not unreasonable, the crowd only felt a low feeling in their hearts after hearing them. Levels cleared, equipment all exploded. Just thinking about it makes your heart hurt. But in this current state of affairs, there really doesn't seem to be a chance. However, just as everyone was feeling the despair weighing them down, the forest sighed. Suddenly there was the sound of disorganized footsteps. The sound, from far away, grew louder and louder. It seems that a large group of people arrived. South Wind North revealed a look of surprise. "Is it Snow Moon? Is it President Qingfeng Range Moon who brought Snow Moon?" Ling Shui revealed a puzzled look. "No, it shouldn't be. Sister and the girls aren't nearby. It's not just them." Even the side of the King's Guild looked over as if they were on the verge of an attack. The first thing they saw was not a person, but a terrifyingly huge sword comparable to an NPC. A sword sweep. A row of large trees broke from it and fell straight down. Boom! The tree smashed into the ground with a deafening roar. Wait for the rolling dust to clear. A woman with wheat-colored skin, carrying a huge sword on her shoulder, like an ancient Greek goddess of war, proudly swept the entire room for a week. "It's a toss-up. Bullying our boss. In the end, her eyes landed on the king. "The world, how come it's you again? You unknowing dog." Sister Sandy's tone was steeply icy to the extreme. Chapter 78, Escape from Life. Chen Ming's decision. Sister Sandy? He really didn't expect Sister Sandy to bring her own brother over. After all, in Chen Ming's opinion, the trouble he had encountered this time was extremely great, and the danger factor could be said to be quite high, as he himself had almost been undermined by the King's Guild. Not to mention those guild members whose strength was almost similar to that of the casuals. Chen Ming was truly treating them as his own. Don't want them to come over here and be cannon fodder. That's why they weren't notified. But eventually, they came. Chen Ming had some inner feelings, but time waited for no one, so he didn't have the time to think too much about it, and immediately notified Nan Fong-bei in the team channel. "Uncle, that's my guild. Cooperate with them and wrap up the King's Guild." The older man froze. The Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is also in the guild? It was a pity, or else he would have thought of tricking the bruiser into coming under his command. Yes, after Uncle agreed, he immediately lined up his troops and cooperated with 9 Heavens, who appeared on the left side, to launch a strong counterattack towards the King's Guild. This group of guys, already with the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup were the same pants? King, the world faced gloomy as if about to drip out of the water. He hadn't expected at all that after just one night had passed, Chen Ming had taken these loose cannons under his wing. The situation on the battlefield now took a sharp turn for the worse. Originally, the King's Guild was having a tough time fighting right now. They had to surround the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup in the crowd, and they also had to split their manpower to block the South Wind Guild's advance, preventing them from rescuing anyone. Facing both at the same time, the King's Guild was only supposed to hold a delicate balance, but after the 9 Heavens appeared, this balance, then, is completely broken. On their flanks, they were subjected to an unprecedented onslaught. Sister Sandy is riding high. A single sweep of the huge sword in his hand could topple a circle of enemies. These level 8 and 9 rabble-rousers, used to throw skills to harass Chen Ming, could still be that useful. But when they faced an elite player like Sister Sandy straight on, their vulnerability is then exposed to the fullest. Withdraw. The king, the world does not hesitate. At the word of command, everyone backed up en masse. The pressure from Chen Ming's set fire was instantly reduced by a large amount. Taking this opportunity, he rushed headlong out of the opposing circle. The King's Guild also took this opportunity to regroup in the distance and adjust their formation. The two sides that had just been fighting each other were at this moment in unison in a truce and stoppage. "Boss, White Jade Soup." The crowd rushed to meet them. Chen Ming was already covered in blood at this point, but it didn't look like it was in a mess, and the murderous aura that flickered in his eyes as if there was a real intention was instead like a murderous god that came out of hell. "Where's Susu?" Chen Ming's eyes softened slightly when he asked about Susu. This place is not far from the resurrection point in the city. Susu has already run the corpse to resurrect. Hearing Chen Ming immediately naming himself just as soon as he came back, the little lowly was instantly a bit flattered. Sir, I'm here. Looking at Su, who had been killed at level 1. A cold light flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. Just a moment ago, he had complimented Lori for suppressing himself by 1 level, which was nice to come by. Damn the King's Guild. Dropped anything besides experience? I'll get it all back for you. Did not drop anything I look at it, said Su, who was rummaging through the small purse on her waist, suddenly gave a start, and then her small face changed violently. The voice became shaky as well. It's gone. Yesterday, I helped Mr. collect up more than 3,000 orchid forest grasses, and they were all blown up. That cost Mr. $3,000 gone. The little lowly's little face was white, and she raised her head in panic. I will compensate first. The words were not finished. Chen Ming then cut her off. Compensate my ass. It's just a small amount of money. Come on, give me your staff. Hearing this, not only did Su not feel sad, but instead she let out a long sigh of relief. Is it the intention of the gentleman to make me pay for it with the mace? Can. Lori hurriedly traded the staff. However, did Chen Ming really want Lori to take the staff to cover her debt? Of course not. In his mind, he flashed through the scene of picking up Lori a few days ago, and then just now, when she fought for her life just to give herself a mouthful of milk. Su already had all but unreserved trust in him. He also didn't want to let down this piece of redemption of the little lowly. He took out his own spirit horse battle flute. Take out your own stone carving knife again. This was an idea that had occurred to him in a flash of insight after he had seen the oxen and horses branded with the imprint earlier. Since the dragon's essence was able to brand an imprint on a cow or horse with such a thin dragon descent bloodline. And what? He was just thinking about it at the time and had no intention of practicing it. After all, the dragon's essence was so precious. If he were to do more than this and instead interrupt the opportunity to awaken the dragon's essence, then it would really be more than worth it. But now, he wasn't going to think about it that much. Just as before, without any hesitation, Su ran headlong into Ling Shui just so that she could teleport over to give Chen Ming a mouthful of reply. Mainstay carving knife, transplant effect activated. The carving knife in Chen Ming's hand abruptly erupted in a burst of brilliant golden light. The aura of that orange epic prop surged wildly at this moment. It was a sight to behold for everyone around them. What is White Jade Soup doing? Ling Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. The older man shook his head. I don't know. He plays too high-end. It was also just the female stream that faintly opened her mouth. Although I don't know what he is doing, but I always feel that the King's Guild is going to be in bad luck in a while. The branding on the spirit horse's war flute was replicated by the mainstone's carving knife carving in mid-air. With the formation of the dragon seal in mid-air, the seal on the spirit horse battle flute also dissipated, and the attribute bonus possessed by the oxen and horses completely disappeared at this moment. It reverted back to the cow horse it once was. If a cow horse could type, it would be banging out a series of question marks right now. Chen Ming held the carving knife and moved it slowly, until it was aimed at Su's staff. Branding. This carving knife from the dwarf clan's divine artisan violently erupted with majestic power. With an unshakable stance, he inscribed a horizontal and a vertical on the top of the staff until it formed an imprint identical to the dragon seal in midair. Pop! With the collapse of the dragon seal symbol in midair, Su's staff, finally taking shape. Brigand Mage's Scepter, White Grade Ordinary, Dragon Seal Activation. Level, LV10. Magic Attack, 18. Synopsis, a scepter left behind by a traveler mage. It can be used as a walking stick to scout out paths and to cast magic, but travelers generally use it to blow the heads off of their enemies' dogs. Dragon Seal Activation Effect, Unknown. Effect Unknown. I.e. Have you not yet encountered a relevant user of the dragon bloodline? Chen Ming returned the staff to Su. Take it with you. Hey, Su wondered why the staff had come back to her hand in a circle. Still, she obeyed and equipped her staff. Also at this very moment, a dragon roar that made everyone's hearts tremble erupted from behind Su. Chen Ming's hanging heart was also completely relaxed. He didn't guess wrong. The dragon seal imprint grafted onto Su's equipment was really able to have an effect. I just don't know what actually does. Chen Ming couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 79, The King's Guild's Backhand. The Nine Heavens Growth. The sound of the dragon's roar was extremely loud. Those who were close were shaken to the core. Even the group of people from the King's Guild hundreds of meters away felt deafening. What's going on? What's happening over there? Why it doesn't feel right. A few people from the King's Guild had shocked looks on their faces. King, the world also could not help but frown. His mind was, inexplicably, a little flustered. A thought of trying to escape subconsciously surfaced in his mind. But, just then, he thought of the guys. The panic he had in his heart had calmed down quite a bit at this moment. Don't be afraid. Anyway, our mission, it's not to kill the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. As long as we can drag them over, we are considered to have accomplished our merits. When they heard the king, the world say this, several people from the King's Guild looked at each other. There was still a rather obvious concern in his eyes. That said, can they really cure Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? Yeah, that guy was really scary. Boss, we're not going to lift a rock and smash our own feet, are we? Even the magic scrolls you got at great expense. Boss, didn't manage to snare that guy. They spoke with palpitations. The scene just now where 200 people surrounded the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup and also let him run away was really a scene that made their scalps numb and their hearts tremble. However, the king, the world is mysteriously smiled. If I say, that magic scroll is not I get it, is they gave it to me, so that I come to test the real strength of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? This statement was made. The core few people of the King's Guild all revealed shocked expressions. Giving out that kind of incredibly precious scroll just to test the strength of the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? This is how big a deal this is. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. That magic scroll is not only expensive, the most important thing is that it is really difficult to get it at this stage. It's still the same. In the early days of the game, a lot of waste, although the tycoons have a lot of money in their hands, but there is no goods on the market. So, even if you are rich, if you don't have a brain and only buy, you can only be a second-tier player in this game. A tier 1 player who must be strong, have the strength to get your hands on some rare props and equipment yourself. The dirtiest of dirtbags are only worthy of what they have left. The elite players of the King's Guild knew this, and the guy who can pull out those magic scrolls at will, obviously, it was going to be even more terrifying than what they had previously imagined. If that's the case, then we're relieved. No wonder boss you invited this group of level 8 and 9, originally to use them as cannon fodder to stall the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup and wait for the arrival of that group. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. This time, you are absolutely bound to die. A smile also surfaced at the corner of the mouth of the king. The world. What happened? Nan Fengbei looked at Chen Ming with a confused expression. As that dragon's roar would rest, a clear aura surrounded Su Su's body that was visible to the naked eye. The cloud of clear chi seemed like a small dragon circling around her body. Su's eyes were slightly closed. It seemed to be immersed in some kind of marvelous state. It seemed impossible to wake up for a while. Chen Ming could be sure that Su Su wasn't in trouble. This was because the dragon's essence in his parcel was similarly in a state of clear chi. It seemed to be coming to a tacit agreement with Su Su. I don't know what happened either, but it's safe to assume that it wasn't anything bad. Wait for her to stay a little while. Chen Ming withdrew his gaze, then looked distantly at the King's Guild not far away. Our top priority is to exterminate the King's Guild. Chen Ming spoke these words lightly, but only those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign of Chen Ming's true anger. He had charged out earlier and killed at least 70 to 80 people, although they have been resurrected. But from this, it could be seen how terrifying Chen Ming's killing power was. If he is not alone and has no backup, he can even slaughter everyone on the opposite side with his own strength. As long as there's enough milk to go around, sooner or later he'll be able to kill it all. Right now, Chen Ming has reorganized and brought his own brothers from the 9 heavens, and Ling Shui, the top-ranked top nurse player, wants to solve the King's Guild. It is not a breeze. This time, Chen Ming was no longer careful. After exchanging a glance with Sister Sandy, the two of them were almost side by side, killing towards the King's Guild. The crowd behind them, too, followed. Uncle Nan Fengbei looked on and smacked his lips. Young people are just energetic. Soon, the two sides were once again engaged in battle. Chen Ming was like the sharpest blade of all, stabbing hard into the King's Guild's hinterland. Only the King's Guild had learned their lesson this time and had been constantly retreating. And fight and retreat. Their idea is simple. Just stalling, as long as they can pester Chen Ming and support the arrival of those they expect, is enough. But even then, their defense was a little shaky. No way. Chen Ming was just too quick to kill. The 10-second CD Swordblade Storm is off the table. One skill down and the whole circle would be reduced to a vacuum. Even without Swordblade Storm, Chen Ming, who possessed Phantom Shadow and Blink, was still a terrifyingly powerful assassin. As soon as he shows up, someone is bound to die. Seeing that the King's Guild side was slaughtered to the point where they were pissing in their pants, the king, the world also became red-eyed. Don't be afraid to die. If you die, immediately resurrect and run over. I'll compensate 500 for dying once. I'll pay the original price for the exploded equipment. Money makes the world go round. That's half true. Where is one life worth 500 for these casual players? The king, the world opened such a high price. Immediately let them humongous up. Soon the group of 9 heavens brethren led by Chen Ming had already dyed their names red, especially Sister Sandy. She swept her greatsword across the room, easily harvesting a large number of heads. It's so cool. I've never piked so well before. It's a good thing I came early. It's too bad that Kong didn't get to experience it. Sister Sandy shouted as she chopped off the dog's head in pieces. Well, woohoo woohoo woohoo. Coming early? Chen Ming, Who was fighting alongside her? Froze. What is gang doing? Called people to go. Yesterday a lot of people all night. Just brother heard that the boss you encountered trouble. Immediately offline run to call to urge people to get up. Estimated to wait a while. Just brother can also bring a group of people to come. And bring a group of people? Chen Ming was shocked. Sister Sandy brought at least 50 or 60 people with her this time. He thought that this was all the players of the Nine Heavens Guild, but whoever thought? I can't believe it's only part of it? Sister Sandy, just how many people do we have in the Nine Heavens now? 150? 106? I'm not too sure. This you have to ask Gang. He is especially well liked. There are a whole lot of brothers playing with him. These people are all pulled in by him. Of course, boss, after your great achievement of destroying the King's Guild yesterday spreads out, there are also a lot of people who come here. Anyway, there's a lot of people just like that. Chen Ming suddenly fell silent. Turns out there are so many more people. The president, was actually the last to know. Chapter 80 Player from Stick Country? Traitor King of the World. The map of this game, Glory, is quite vast. This could be seen from the fact that Chen Ming had run hard for as long as 2 days just by running to the level 30 map. And because of that, the King's Guild also possessed a considerable amount of retreat. It kept backing up. Although Chen Ming has killed one batch of fallen people after another, the opposite side died quickly, and resurrected quickly. They brazenly stood in the way. It's unbearable though. However, it also gave King, the world a chance to keep retreating. These guys are like cowhide, can't even finish killing them? Sister Sandy couldn't help but sputter. Chen Ming on the side heard, but could not help but frown slightly. He always felt something was wrong. When Ling Yu with a large number of people, hurriedly arrived, but only to see Chen Ming a horse first, with brothers chasing the King's Guild all the way wildly killed when Ling Yu froze. What happened to the promise that Chen Ming would not be able to hold out? What about the promised need for emergency support from Snow Moon? What's going on here? Fortunately, Uncle Nanfeng Bei immediately gave Ling Yu an explanation. After hearing this, Ling Yu's heart was somewhat mixed. Actually formed their own force. Thought he was a lone wolf who didn't care to cuddle with people. It's a shame. Was going to pull him into the guild. Ling Yu sighed, but he quickly pulled himself together and led the Snow Moon crowd to join the siege. She also hated the King's Guild with a passion. Since she can have the opportunity to beat the water dog, she naturally will not let go. Soon, Snow Moon joins the siege. South Wind, Snow Moon, and Nine Heavens, 3 guilds, besieging the King's Guild. The King Guild was already in the downside, and at this time, it was then stared at by a top guild like Snow Moon. At once, it was that even the last trace of the possibility of struggling had disappeared. To say that they were beaten up would not be an exaggeration at all. But, while everyone was having fun killing, Chen Ming's frown, however, grew deeper and deeper. Something's not right. It's so wrong. If the King's Guild was still holding out before, it was because they were thieves. But after Snow Moon joined in, they still didn't retreat. This is outrageous. As long as one was a person with a little bit of a normal brain, they wouldn't have the luxury of facing the 3 major guilds and still being able to forcefully kill Chen Ming. But the king, the world, did just that. Does he still have a setup? Chen Ming frowned in thought, and just then too, in the sky, suddenly the storm clouds changed. What had been a blazing high sun was suddenly covered by a cloud. Then Chen Ming felt a coldness that seemed to pierce into the bone marrow. This familiar change, it made him stare in disbelief. A blizzard? Mage's purple level skill blizzard? He had the experience of 2 lifetimes and recognized the source of the dissimilarity at once. And as far as he knew, there was no one in the King's Guild who possessed such a top-tier skill. Who is it? Chen Ming's thoughts were like electricity. But at this moment, there was no longer any time for him to think about it. Retreat, he yelled. Tell the surrounding players to evacuate in a hurry. However, still a step too late. A cold wind like a sharp blade kicked up. A layer of frost and snow floated on the soles of everyone's feet, except for Chen Ming. Everyone else was losing blood like crazy. Chen Ming's heart was burning with anxiety, but in the face of this situation, there was nothing he could do. He could only pull up Sister San beside him, leap up, and forcefully get out of the range of the blizzard with the super high maneuverability of a 2-step jump. Sister Sandy was saved. Others aren't so lucky. In an instant, countless people's blood bars plummeted crazily. Although the damage was far inferior to Chen Ming's sword blade storm, it can be a win with a wide range. The milkmaids desperately threw out skills to restore the blood of those in the storm, and the high amount of healing surprisingly allowed quite a few people to stand their ground. But just when everyone thought the storm would pass without incident, a rain of arrows, again, drifted down in waves. Whoosh! Countless people have been shot through a sieve. The little bit of blood that was hanging on by the nannies was also gone in this moment. Countless players fell to their knees and turned into a cloud of white light, going back to the city to revive. Boss, this isn't right. Sister Sandy's eyes widened in disbelief. Little cutie, Sister, you can finally realize that something is wrong. Chen Ming is helpless. He had sensed that something was wrong from the start, but the information he had was too little, and he really couldn't analyze what exactly the King's Guild's credentials were. Now the answer is revealed. Chen Ming looked towards the middle of the King's Guild's crowd and slowly walked out a group of people. Yellow skin, black hair, black pupils, no different from the Chinese, but what they were carrying on their heads was not a Chinese character made up of a single stroke. Instead, it's filled with circles, more backward, more hieroglyphic-like square letters. At first glance, it's a country near Huaxia, stick country. Chen Ming's eyes clouded over a little. At the beginning of the game, between countries, there are main cities that are able to connect, but there are very few of these main cities, and they require a player from their country to lead the way and turn on teleportation in order to briefly build a bridge for a single teleportation. Under normal circumstances, no one would bother to build such a teleportation bridge. After all, if it's not my kind, it's not my heart. But the king, the world has done so. At the first moment that the group of sticks appeared, the king, the world is compensating for the smile and greeted. Brother Candle Dragon, this is the Pearl Emerald White Jade soup that you are looking for, as previously agreed. I'll be responsible for opening the portal, and all the equipment after Pearl Emerald White Jade soup is killed will be yours, but you must make sure that he and the forces that help him are cut off and all snuffed out in the cradle. The game comes with a translation device. Chen Ming heard these words spoken in Mandarin by the King of Kings, the world. It's not just Chen Ming, the expressions of the others, too, changed instantly. King, the world, this behavior is tantamount to selling the country. It is important to realize that with this kind of large-scale game, in the end, the national war will definitely become a key element in relation to the distribution of resources in each country. When the country is strong, it gets more cities and more resources, no different than the real world. Even if the country fights to the death, when it comes to the national war, everyone will still be on the same page. But what about the king? He actually called in people from the stick country directly to harvest Pearl Emerald White Jade soup's equipment and to suppress top guilds like Snowmoon and Southwind. If they do make it, on the world's top equipment list, there will be a large number of equipment signed. From the country of China, to the country of the stick. This is something the crowd must not accept. Damn, this dog, I'm going to PK him offline. Sister Sandy gasped as her chest size shrugged. Even the always amiable Uncle Nanfeng Bei narrowed his eyes as a stern aura quietly brewed. Traitor. Ling Shui was a bit more direct, thrusting her waist and cursing in a petulant voice. It was a rare occasion that Ling Yu did not stop her sister from doing something so corrupting of etiquette in front of outsiders. The moment curses rang out wildly. The king, the world and his guild were all cursed. His face was blue, but he was not moved. Humph. Heroes only talk about success or failure, regardless of the means. Candle brother. Next, it will be handed over to you guys. Little things. The IDs of these rods were also gradually converted to Chinese. The first one, topped with the word Candle Dragon ID guy laughed softly, walked towards Chen Ming. Come on, one-on-one, one-on-one? Chen Ming didn't believe that this group of rods would do something so honorable. Sure enough, in the next second, Candlewick's mouth grinned as he took out a magic scroll in his hand and ruthlessly crushed it. I mean, you, singling out a bunch of us. The words fell. Magic scroll's tear. The light instantly enveloped Chen Ming, and including Candle Dragon, 10 of the top players from the stick country. They were, quite literally, teleported into the middle of the two armies facing each other. A cage constructed of the color blood rose violently. Inside the cage, Candlewick grinned. Forgot to tell you, the 10 of us are the top 10 on our national charts. It's not like you've dishonored your Pearl Emerald White Jade soup, the name of the #1 expert in China. Chen Ming responded indifferently. It's a 110. A pair of 10s that no one can interfere with. No one can stop. No one can intervene. The first Pearl Jadeite White Jade soup in China, taking on the top 10 masters of the stick country alone. Chapter 81 10 on 1 first kill. He's disappeared. White Jade soup. Boss. Little brother. Anxious. The people outside were all anxious when they saw Chen Ming being taken away. Sandy's sister raised her giant sword, and then slashed towards the prison cell, but without any surprise, Sandy's sister's violent attack only hit out a pitiful 0 egg. Can't hurt that cage at all. Ling Yu waved her staff in her hand and various skills slammed down in turn. Again, it didn't work. Save your breath. This is a top magic scroll found by the big boys. With you guys, how can you still tear it? King, World revealed a mocking smile, like a dog kneeling to his master. The crowd's faces changed wildly, but there was nothing to be done. And that's when it happened. Inside the cage, Candlewick moved. He was the mage who had unleashed a blizzard to kill the crowd in seconds earlier. With a wave of his hand, widespread blizzards have sprung up again. The cage was not meant to be very wide. The blizzard instantly covered the vast majority of the location. although for Chen Ming, the damage dealt by Blizzard was basically a miss. But the fact that the damage couldn't be eaten didn't mean that the Blizzard skill was no longer useful. It also has a considerable slowing effect on ranged enemies. The slowing effect was fatal to Chen Ming, who relied heavily on mobility. Damn, it's 10 to 1 and you're still releasing this kind of trickery skill. Are you guys not human? Sandy's sister was so anxious that she cursed outside the cage, and when she got anxious, she directly shoved her head towards the gap in the cage. It squeezed her head and made her grimace, but she was never able to get halfway through the drill. Chen Ming didn't see Sister Sandy's movements. Otherwise, he would surely be touched beyond belief and then refuse to recognize this little cutie. It's from my own guild. Against the slowdown of the Blizzard, he turned on the sneak of the Phantom Shadow skill and fiercely attacked the opponent by a pair of tens. Still, in such a narrow area, passive defense will only lead to death. One must be proactive in order to gain a chance of survival from this crevice. 2 jumps. Blinking. Chen Ming instantly used up all of his surge skills. After closing the distance to 10 people on the other side, he snapped his hand up. Blade Storm. Facing 10 people, Sword Blade Storm was his best option. But, after all, the opposite side had come prepared for the skill Sword Blade Storm, and had obviously anticipated it. The moment Chen Ming struck out, a priest, on the opposite side, slammed his staff into the ground. Buzz. A boundary barrier rose out of thin air. It instantly blocked in front of Sword Blade Storm. The rapidly shooting storm of destruction crashed hard against the barrier. Just for a moment, the barrier then burst open. The next moment, it was in pieces. The smile on Candlewick's face instantly froze, and he revealed a touch of unprecedented gravity. Not only him, but the other 9 had also slightly curbed their previous frivolity in front of them. The first in the Wachovia district. It's true to its name, but it also just surprised them a little bit. Taking advantage of the moment the barrier blocked the Sword Blade Storm, the 10 people immediately spread out. 2 of the thieves took this opportunity to enter stealth and swoop towards Chen Ming. The 2 archers twisted their bows and strung their arrows, but did not shoot. Instead, they were poised and waiting for the thief to determine Chen Ming's position before striking a blow. The priest who had opened the barrier earlier immediately backed up and hid behind the warrior, pulling out the small blue bottles sold at the store to frantically restore his blue just now. A single barrier had directly drained close to half of his blue bar. The other priest recited the words. As he chanted his incantation, a blue color rose up and finally coalesced into a blue eye without any emotion in the midair of the prison cell. With blue eyes, the entire jail cell seemed to be shrouded in a light blue veil. A black spectral shadow instantly appeared there. This instant, the shooter's tightened string snapped loose. 3 sharp arrows came out of the string. The sound of breaking air rang out. In the meantime, a mage pressed down hard with both hands. The dirt under his feet collapsed violently. The ground rumbled violently as if a groundhog had passed through it in a long strip. The long strip that stretched all the way to the feet of the dark figure. Countless amounts of dirt jetted out, forming a dragon's head made of hardened dirt in midair, viciously tearing towards the black shadow. The density of their attacks could simply be described as terrifying. But a different thief player. All of them will be instantly killed in this moment. No way. These guys have so many tricks up their sleeves. Which of these skills they take out is not 1 in a million. The effect formed by combining them was even more terrifying. But fortunately, what they encountered was Chen Ming. The 2-second delayed shadow provided by the Phantom Shadow skill allowed him to escape. Not only that, he also had a great opportunity to counterattack. Chen Ming fiercely leapt backwards and slashed out with a knife. A thief who was in the shadows was hit by him with precision. -224, -221, -205. It didn't even jump out with the 4th attack. This guy, he was just killed in an instant. Do it all. Chen Ming made a blink. Once again, the figure disappeared. 10 men from Kimchi Nation were reduced by 1 in a single shot. Ashiba. Candlewick cursed angrily. Rubbish, this can be caught? But anger is anger. As a top player he also tasted something wrong from the wave of exchanges just now. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Shadow has a delayed effect of about 2 seconds. Next, no aiming at the shadow. Be forewarned. That, in a nutshell, is the inside of the best. Last night, the king, the world was killed to the scalp numb, but did not realize the problem, but he was a glance to see through. This statement was made. The companions on Chen Ming's side were the ones whose faces changed. That's too quick to notice, isn't it? Damn. Thought that the White Jade Soup big man could kill a few more people with this characteristic. It's over. These alabaster soup bigots are really hard to play with. Damn. How can these pickles be so strong? Delayed Shadow. It could almost be the last card in the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, but it was only used once, and it was recognized. Right now, he will be in a desperate situation. A cage with nowhere to run. On it were cold eyes looking down from above within the cage. Underneath there was a pervasive aura of cold ice covering the entire land. A desperate situation where you can't fly with your wings. You were lucky to get away last time. This time, you won't be so lucky. Candlewick's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his staff, ready to attack. The others made the same preparatory movements as before. Apparently, their strategy hasn't changed. Let the eyes in the sky spy Chen Ming's position, then instantly set fire to the seconds. However, as time passes, the eyes in the sky had sought out circle after circle within the cage. There were 2 remaining assassins, and they were constantly feeling their way through the line, available at, there's no gain, the pearl emerald white jade soup, as if it had disappeared into thin air, after he attacked and killed an assassin and fled. With a forced flash in midair, he was never seen again. What's going on? Where is that guy? Others? Candlewick frowned impatiently. Such a small place, how could he hide for so long? Chapter 82 Chen Ming's Trail. Clear chi protecting the body. A certain epithet won't let me write. Changed to pickle. Whoops. Actually, it wasn't just Candlewick and the others. Even Ling Yu and the others were confused. And they are more clueless than the candles. Because in the squad system, they were able to see the coordinates of the location of the pearl emerald white jade soup on the map. The little blue dot, on the other hand, was always within the prison. It was even moving towards Candlewick and the others, constantly closing in, but even they couldn't find where Chen Ming was. Where's the boss man? Where did the boss run off to? Sister Sandy looked up at the sky with a confused face. In her opinion, if the boss wasn't on the ground, then he must be on the ceiling. But nothing. Ling Yu, Ling Shui, Uncle, all stared wide-eyed in search of Chen Ming. Again, nothing was found. And just as they were wondering, the female streamer spoke up. Pull me into the group and see. The female streamer hadn't been in the squad before. After all, she just came to the game to experience a novelty. The level of her own account is hardly practiced. At most, she will help Nanfeng Bei to make suggestions and solve some problems on the guild. Pulling her into the team would just be a waste of a spot on the elite squad. But right now, it's clear that everyone needs a highly intelligent person. So, under Ling Shui's grudging gaze, Ling Yu was so righteous that she kicked her own sister out of the team and pulled in the ladies. Enter the squad and get a hint of Chen Ming's location. The female streamer just scanned the mini-map and the jail cell in front of her, and her eyes lit up. Ha, really deserves it. This method, there is something powerful. You found him? Sister Sandy raised an eyebrow in some disbelief. The lady of the house, apparently not wanting to bother with the female recklessness of drilling hard through the prison walls with her head, didn't even look at her, and said, as if to herself, haven't you been paying attention? There was a mage over in Kimchi country that released an earth dragon skill earlier. That skill, between them and the pearl emerald white jade soup, hit a long tunnel. The words just fell. The crowd was reacting instantly. Tunnel. They turned their heads in droves. Sure enough, in the center of the jail cell, there was a slightly raised section of ground. This ground is not conspicuous, because it's covered in frost. But, no matter how inconspicuous, it doesn't stop it from being tangible. So it is. Uncle Nanfeng Bei's eyes glittered. White jade soup, he is actually drilling into this. Wonderful wow. Wonderful wow. The men, out of nowhere, realized the original concern disappeared completely. In its place, there was unrivaled anticipation. If the white jade soup succeeds in the past, kimchi will be metabolized. Ling Yu, revealing an expectant expression. Little by little, Chen Ming slowly advanced towards the opposite side. The pickles, too, felt more and more out of place. Finally, the mage who unleashed the earth dragon skill, has landed on top of the slightly elevated dirt slope. He showed hesitation. Do you guys think it will? He hadn't finished his sentence. The dirt at the bottom of his feet was violently broken through. 2 daggers, glittering with cold light, cut towards his throat. Just for a moment, his eyes then lost their sparkle. Seconds, another spike. But this is just the beginning. After seconding this mage, Chen Ming violently handed over his blink skill and in the next moment, appeared directly behind Candle Dragon. The dagger swung out again. Blood spray erupted. Candlewick fell to the ground instantly before he could twist back around. It wasn't until then that the pickles finally reacted. A series of skills greeted him. However, Chen Ming had already violently retreated backwards, falling into the shadows once again. This, then, is the terror of thieves. Immediately after the strike, he drew away. There was absolutely nothing to be done with him. 3 of the most crucial people in the pickle country have fallen. At this moment, Ling Yu's side erupted in loud cheers. That's it? Pickles on this? Wasn't it quite a loaded cup before? That's gone? Laughing my ass off. I thought you guys were so good. Mockery. Mocking madness. However, such sounds don't last long before they come to an abrupt end. For they saw violently that Candle Dragon that had originally been killed to the end by Chen Ming unexpectedly slowly climbed up from the ground again. His blood bar it looked like, was empty. But it took a closer look to realize that there was still 1 point of blood left. It's definitely not as simple as getting lucky and surviving 1 drop of blood. After all, Chen Ming was at full output at the time. For slashes on the brittle man, there's no way the seconds won't work. Even if he really failed to kill him in seconds with the poison dagger hanging, he would still hang a poison debuff on Candle Dragon. 1 drop of blood to survive is impossible, because the next thing you know, you're going to get straight up poisoned. The fact that there was no poison debuff on Candle Dragon at this point in time was a sign that he wasn't simply locking up blood, but that he had a special means. Chen Ming looked expressionlessly at Candle Dragon, who stood up. He wasn't surprised. This game has all kinds of strange and weird means. There are just too many, but it must be recognized that he didn't take this guy out in seconds with the only chance he had. His situation, once again, became menacing, and it's better than before. He is more than arguably exhausting his means. No more half-assed operations, no tricks, no move. It's our turn. Candlewick laughed madly, not caring about his 1 drop of blood, and raised his staff violently. Crazy. It's crazy. 1 drop of blood and still not thinking about replenishing his status, instead choosing to output. That tells me he's confident in himself. A lot. Confident that he could kill Chen Ming in a set of seconds. It's not just him. Others raised their weapons. Countless skills bombarded towards Chen Ming. This time, Chen Ming did not choose to escape. It's not that he doesn't want to. Rather, they ran out of means. Blinking is on CD. The stealth delay was also spied. The opposite skill, covering all the range he could escape from. There's no escape. You can only wait to die. But even in death, Chen Ming had to stand calm and collected to meet his death. His eyes were cold. Firmly memorized the IDs and looks of everyone in the opposition. One day, he'll kill these people until they say goodbye to the game glory. Countless skills shot out. It covered everything in front of Chen Ming's eyes. But, just when Chen Ming was ready to die, a clear chi violently erupted from his chest. -0, -0, -0. Skill that crashed into the clear air. Only 0 points of damage were dealt. Chen Ming froze. What the hell is this? Yourself. Saved by something? He subconsciously looked down, only to see that it was rising from inside his own package. No need to check what exactly. Just by seeing the hidden dragon type flickering in that clear chi, Chen Ming had a guess. Turn your head and look. Sure enough, this majestic clear chi surged out, and the clear chi from the little loli who had been keeping her eyes closed in the distance, was mirroring each other. Selhachi? What is this? The pickles are humanly stupid. What a skill. Simply unbeatable, right? In the face of such an invincible pearl jade white jade soup, they still play a chicken hair. Is this cage for the opposite side or for yourself? He looked out in shock and anger. Upon seeing Lori, they didn't hesitate to give the order. Kill her, quickly, go kill her. They couldn't solve Chen Ming, had to get my men outside, to take out Lori. Chapter 83, Strength Crushing. A truly desperate situation. The pickles are pouring out this time. In addition to the top 10 experts on that list, all the elite players from the top 3 guilds had been united. After they received the order, they immediately looked at Lori and the others intently. Ling Yu did not hesitate, directly led the Snow Moon crowd to the front a block. Snow Moon, but it's one of the top 10 guilds in China. Ling Yu was never afraid to fight foreign guilds, even if you're facing one of the top 3 big guilds in Kimchi. Snow Moon crowd, join me and protect Susu. Ling Yu decisively gave the order, whether in order to clean up these crooked people, or in order to retain that a number of top equipment in China. Snow Moon, which stands in the top guild in China, have the responsibility of 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 the responsibility. Uncle wasn't as aware as Ling Yu, but he wasn't a cutie either. Knowing that the current state of affairs had gone beyond his imagination, he had to stand up after Yukazuki as well. South Wind Guild, help Snow Moon, both sides, once again, engaged in battle. In fact, Ling Yu was still quite confident in the Snow Moon Guild. This was the elite squad that she and Ling Shui had brought out after fighting for several games. Everyone is good at the game with a decent level of skill, and the vast majority of them were true professional players. They would follow the company system and pay Snow Moon elite salary, pay 5 insurance and 1 gold, and even have performance appraisal ratings and the like. In short, it's made possible by a big pile of real money. However, it's such a top-notch gaming guild, but after just one encounter with the Kimchi side, they immediately showed their decline. Can't fight it. Can't beat that at all. Most intuitively, it's the exchange of front rows on both sides. The front row knights and warriors on Snow Moon's side had their blood levels drop wildly after taking a round of damage, the kind that even a milkmaid can't lift back. But on the opposite side of the pickle, first is their front row resistance. After eating a round of skills, the remaining blood was significantly more than Snow Moon's front row. The second was the strength of the milkmaid, their wave of blood returning and lifting up significantly more than Snowmoon's side as well. It can be said that the average strength of the three major guilds on Pickle's side is absolutely crushing Snowmoon. Just a photo op. Snowmoon then fell straight to the ground. How is this possible? Ling Yu revealed an incredulous expression. The Snowmoon Guild that she had single-handedly built was so unbearable? She was a little messed up. The king? The world laughed out loud in a villainous manner. How about it? You didn't expect it, did you, Ling Yu? Where the other Kimchi kingdom is located. It's a level 6 main city that's the next level up from Huaxia. Their main city copy is not a level range of 15 to 25, but a level range of 10 to 15. The three major guilds have long since cleared that copy, equipping a bunch of the guild's elites with the bound sets dropped from the copy. What are you comparing yourself to? After hearing this, Ling Yu's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could come out of it. She hadn't really expected that there was more to it. Glory, this game actually did not give each country to do the balance of map resources. Chinese country players from the novice village out, assigned to a few level 5 main city, but the players from the pickle country were actually only assigned to a level 6 main city. A level 6 main city, whether it was the size or the equipment, materials, or potions provided, was inferior to a level 5 main city. By all accounts, it's quite a bloodbath. However, they did not expect to be blessed with a copy that was just right for their level. Being able to swipe a set of gear in a copy. Although it is well known that the bound equipment provided by copies generally have properties that are not as good as the same level equipment produced in the wild, but at least, people are bringing a level 10 outfit with them. On the contrary, Snowmoon's side, it's a bunch of elites though, wearable, pretty much all around level 5 gear, and the vast majority of them, they don't even have their equipment grids together. There are still parts that are naked. When these two sides fight, the pickle country is certainly able to manage an easy crush. Damn it, the older man couldn't help but frown. Snowmoon are still having trouble picking up the fight, not to mention his Southwind Guild. Back-to-back defeats. Seeing that Ling Yu and the uncle were defeated at the touch of a button, Chen Ming couldn't help but tighten his heart. Gotta pick up the pace and get rid of these guys in the cage. Only by taking care of them could they get out of the cage and go rescue Ling Yu and the others. Blessed with the protection of clear chi, Chen Ming transformed from the hunted to the attacker. However, 7 people on the other side, and they're no cuties either. After realizing that something was wrong, they immediately dispersed and withdrew. And from time to time, he also handed out skills to hinder Chen Ming. Although Chen Ming possessed the short-lived invincibility effect of Qin Chi enhancement, he was only immune to damage and could not circumvent some of the mitigating debuff effects. For example, Storm's slowdown, or some interference from other skills. It has to be said that the Kimchi country is a big country in the gaming industry, and the intensity of these 10 masters of theirs is still very exaggerated. Only 10 levels out, just manhandle 2 or 3 top skills. Although it is not as fancy as Chen Ming, it is still quite good. Under full escape, Chen Ming couldn't even catch up with them for a moment. But time is short. If he doesn't solve them, again if Su is taken care of by the people outside in advance, then the Qing Chi in his body will disappear, and he will die for sure. Scramble. It's a race, but is quite an unfair race. Outside, the people of the Kimchi kingdom had the advantage of crushing equipment in their hands. Inside the prison, Chen Ming, however, had to fight 1 against 7. It's over. It's going to be impossible to defend. Boss, why don't we back off? Uncle, let's not get involved. A lot of players from Snow Moon and South Wind were killed. Even the most calm and wise female streamer looked at Nan Fengbei without emotion. I suggest retreating immediately. Bai Yu Tang was killed has become a certainty. This is already a huge loss to China. But with his ability, as long as South Wind and Snow Moon are willing to pour in their help, it won't be a problem to rise again in the east. But if Snow Moon and South Wind also die here and don't retreat, resulting in a great loss of vitality, that's just a huge heavy blow to the WAC. Her eyes held no emotion as she said, word for word, if you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn. This reasoning, I'm sure President Southwind North understands it better than I do. Uncle Southwind North let out a long sigh. As a man who has been in the business world for dozens of years, he will not be indecisive. It's just a bit of a bummer. Unwilling to be bullied by tiny neighboring kimchi. President Qingfeng Rongmu, let's retreat. This matter is due to me. Please tell Bai Yu Tang that in the future, the South Wind Guild will definitely respond to his requests. Without any ambiguity, it's a no-brainer. I hope you, and him, understand. Although Ling Yu was the head of a meeting, but still a young man after all, she couldn't be as decisive and resolute as Nan Fengbei. But just as she hesitated, Chan Ming, however, took the initiative to speak out. Snow Moon and South Wind Guild players, all retreat. He came to the same conclusion as the women. He himself, today, is already bound to die. If they resisted, They would only drag Snow Moon and South Wind down with them and hit these two guilds hard. Might as well keep their strength and just sacrifice themselves. It may seem tragic for a strong man to break his arm, but in some cases, it is the most sensible choice. Also, as in the present, when these words came out, Lingyu could not help but bite her lip, but in the end, she no longer hesitated. Retreat! A command. Everyone, back away. Though they all adored the pearl emerald white jade soup and wished they could help the big man. But, right now, this is clearly an impossible task. Since that's not possible, then what's the point of resisting? One time, the members of the Snow Moon and South Wind guilds retreated, gradually exposing little Lori. As soon as Lori is killed, the clear air is broken. Without his clear chi to protect his body, Chen Ming would naturally end up exploding his entire body's equipment and zeroing out his level. No one wants to see that. And people are powerless to do anything about it. Humph, selling really decisively. The king, the world coldly snorted, somewhat irritated. He thought he could clean up Snow Moon and South Wind in one breath. I didn't realize they were so sensible. Looks like there's only one pearl emerald white jade soup to tackle. However, just as he was slowly walking towards the unprotected Lori, he was about to lead his men to kill Lori. A huge sword comparable to an NPC slammed down in front of him. The long sword then scratched the ground. A thin line of demarcation was drawn across the ground as the dirt tumbled. Sandy's sister stood at the end of the line, expressionless, looking at the end of the line. The king, the world, those who cross the line, die. Her voice was cold and emotionless. When Chen Ming saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare, then yelled, "Cootie, bar you, can't you understand when I tell you to retreat?" I can't understand. This was the first time Sister Sandy had contradicted Chen Ming. She was stubborn as a person. It was in front of hundreds of people. Carrying the greatsword with one hand, he landed on his shoulder and scanned the hundreds of people on the other side disdainfully. A big, bold laugh followed. The day of the division. There is honor in death. Lifeless humiliation. Word for word. Clanging. Ringing through the house. Chapter 84, Dragon Seal Activation. New skill. Concentricity. Sister Sandy crossed her arms and stood guard in front of Lori. A remark that made many players who had already backed away vaguely feel a bit ashamed. Especially those players from the Nine Heavens Guild. Although the order to retreat was given by Chen Ming, but they were from the Nine Heavens after all. The self-boss is trapped. Other people run is not even, but they can run even if they are in the Nine Heavens. Many people had a hesitant look on their faces, and just as they hesitated, there were already a few fervent members of the Nine Heavens who twisted their heads and ran to Sister Sandy's side. On the day of the division, there is the honor of death, not the disgrace of life. There is not a single coward in our Nine Heavens. Don't be afraid, Sandy-chan. We're here too. With the first group of people impulsively stepping up to the side of Sister Sandy. Soon, more and more players from the Nine Heavens Guild were also getting hot under the collar. The people who gathered around Sister Sandy, more and more. They may have been a free scatterbrain who went everywhere in the sky the day before, or even a few hours before, but this moment, they were brought together by the same goal. Even though they are facing unrivaled opponents, and without hesitation. What a coincidence. Gang, who had gone to the line to call out the others, also arrived at this moment. All the players of the Nine Heavens Guild, at this moment, finally gathered, with both Snow Moon and South Wind giving up in unison. They blocked Lori from following her, became the last line of defense for his own boss. Chen Ming, Lingyu looked moved for a moment. Uncle even sighed long. Even if the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup folds here today, the rise of the Nine Heavens Guild will never be stopped. The female streamer nodded. I can already see a top guild rising. Nine Heavens would completely make a name for the guild at this moment. Even Chen Ming was silent at this moment. He had all but given up. But seeing the players so and so, his heart was kindled with hope. And, perhaps, a try. He opened his friends list and found the ID that made him feel ashamed just by looking at it. Queen, do me a favor. The pay is quite generous and quite exciting. Are you free to accept? Chen Ming's description accurately poked the queen's G-spot. She rushed to agree without even asking for details. No problem. Chen Ming immediately explained the details. It has to be soon, after a final testament. Chen Ming closed the dialogue box and charged at the opponent once again. Honestly, he's already a little out of his depth. Although the opponent was not powerful, he was full of tricks, and had not been aiming to kill Chen Ming, but only to stall for time and live on. Chen Ming was fighting one against many, so he was really a bit out of his depth. He's only one person, after all, but his guild members are so desperate. It was natural for him not to give up. Outside, once again, they were engaged in battle. Nine Heavens was, after all, a casual guild that had only been formed, and although the crowd was united, their strength was still lacking. Against an enemy that even Snow Moon and South Wind couldn't crush. Nature is unstoppable. but even so, and not a single one of them stepped back. The Nine Heavens Guild, not a single coward. One batch fell after another. The opponent was getting closer and closer to Su. Chen Ming finally capitalized on one of his opponent's mistakes and seconded a priest. This is an unprecedented breakthrough. But, it's still too late. Sister Sandy fought to the last moment and her blood level finally went to 0. At the moment of collapse, she's still on the charge. Stupid Chinese. One of the picklemen balked and scornfully took a step over Sister Sandy's body. At this point, the entire Nine Heavens Guild has been wiped out. Only Lori was left, sitting alone in her spot. Countless swords and knives, aimed at the little lowly, as if feeling threatened. That clear aura that was originally lingering on the little lowly's body seemed to be slowly dissipating because it felt fear. Yo, I thought we'd be stopped by this clear chi, but I didn't expect it to disperse on its own. Not bad, those who know what's good for them. At least those stupid Chinese know much better. From today onwards, there will be a few more top-tier artifacts on our kimchi list. What is the power of China to occupy these treasures? Treasures should be occupied by those who can. Such a treasure should be in our hands. Wasia, just a thief. There was a wild glint in their eyes. Pearl emerald white jade soup on that several pieces of equipment on the list. Just think about it. Let them feel their hearts on fire. The butcher's knife, raised high, heavy fall. Their eyes glittered with frenzy, greed and cruelty. But, just for a moment, the little lowly's body was filled with clear chi that had been collected. The butcher's knife slashes down, and yet it didn't hit anything. It went straight through the little lowly. Bang! The butcher's knife finally smashed into the ground, erupting into a buzzing sound. The originally solid Su had unexpectedly turned into a substanceless body composed of clear chi at this moment. She opened her eyes. There was still confusion and disbelief in his eyes. Before the crowd could react, Su disappeared into thin air, leaving only a wisp of clear smoke in its place. What's the situation? It's not just those of the pickle countries. Even Chen Ming revealed a look of shock. What's happening to Su? Just as Chen Ming was confused, suddenly, a cloud of curling clear air appeared in front of his eyes, followed closely by the illusion of a lovely, delicate little face from that cloud of smoke. Su, ding skill, concentricity, activation complete. Chen Ming swept, only to see that a brand new buff skill had suddenly appeared in his buff bar. Concentric. Introduction, ancient secret technique activated by the bloodline of a dragon descendant. The user is able to create a natural connection with the holder of the dragon's essence, and is able to possess the body of the holder of the dragon's essence. While possessed, is in an uncheckable state, takes no damage, and is not selected. The possessor will grant the possessed person a 30% bonus to their own full attributes. The possessor is able to use all skills normally during the possessed state, except for being unable to move. Chen Mingren was dumbfounded, though he knew that there were 1,000 skills in the world of glory. But so weird, it's the first time I've seen it. Really just carry on type Lolita chanting? Mister, I seem to be, like, one with you. Lori's voice also became ethereal. Chen Ming looked up. The little lowly hovering beside herself in a state of clear chi, had suddenly sprouted a pair of tiny dragon horns. A small, spiritually wagging tail seemed to be faintly visible the moment she swam in front of her. Sir, please don't look at. The little lowly shyly lowered her head, reaching up to try and cover the tiny dragon horns on top of her head, and the spunky little tail behind her hid as much as it could towards the bottom of her skirt. Dragon Lady Lolita? This. Chen Ming felt that something strange had awakened. No. Now is not the time to think about that. He looked furiously at his attribute points. Physical strength, endurance, agility, and spirit. His 5-dimensional attributes. All of them were improved, especially mental and physical points. The bonus percentage is quite substantial. With a little speculation, Chen Ming came to a conclusion that he found both surprising and reasonable. Su should also be a hidden race player with 15 star growth points. The same hidden race that stands at the top of glory with his, ghostly specter, with the only trait. However, these attribute point additions are not the most important for Chen Ming. He was looking at the unselectable ability that Su possessed. Uncheckable, which means invincible. As long as he, Chen Ming, did not die, Su would not be harmed at all. And the reason why Chen Ming fought so woefully today is entirely because he has been cut and has been in a state of falling alone. Su, who had opened the concentric skill and was in the dragon soul form, solved this problem perfectly. She could continuously add buffs to Chen Ming. Su, give a sip of milk. Yes sir. After responding playfully, a green light spilled down, and Chen Ming's blood level surged for a while. It's cozy. The protective clear chi on Chen Ming's body disappeared though, and he was no longer invincible. But after having Su as an on-the-go pastor, his relationship with the 7 people in front of him had completely changed. 2-level reversal. Being the prey, he transformed into the hunter at this moment. Chapter 85, International Friends, Male Bodhisattvas. Chen Ming didn't need to dodge and be careful like before. Fear of failing to generate a miss when you eat a skill and causing yourself to be sent away in a set. No need to cringe anymore. Chen Ming, who had brought Su Su with him, rushed towards his opponent with great strides. The group of pickles blushed furiously, although they did not know exactly what role Su Su was playing at this moment. The clear chi protection before had already made Chen Ming invincible for a while, successfully avoiding their round of fire gathering. They naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Output, Candlewick shouted. Everyone threw their skills in unison. The skills were so overwhelming that they shook people's eyes for a while. If it were before, Chen Ming would definitely not have dared to fight hard, and could only hastily retreat to avoid his front. But here and now, Chen Ming was undaunted. Facing the terrifying glow of the skill, he charged headlong into it. Miss, a few miss jumps later, and finally a skill hit. Just one hit, just let Chen Ming's blood level plummet. However, right at this moment, as soon as Su Su, who was in the clear chi state, raised her staff, the green light that returned blood spilled over Chen Ming, violently lifting a mouthful of blood for him. The pickles finally sensed something was wrong. When I saw the explosion of Su Su's milk, I thought it was some kind of priest's special move, but right now, the fact that she was releasing this skill one after another meant that it wasn't a so-called big move. Instead, it's a normal minor skill. What kind of priest is this? How can the blood return be so exaggerated? Ah, Silhachi, isn't this purgatory prison unbreakable and inaccessible once it's formed? How on earth did this priest get in? Forget the pearl emerald white jade soup. Kill the priest first. They've realized that they can't touch the pearl emerald white jade soup without killing Su Su. The two assassins, who had been lurking in the shadows, not daring to move, looked at each other. They knew that it would be much harder for them to kill the pearl emerald white jade soup, and there was even a great probability that they would be killed in return. But it shouldn't be a problem to kill a small priestly nurse, right? Even if she was close to the pearl emerald white jade soup, but as long as the two are all together. The pearl, emerald and white jade soup couldn't care less about that little priest. Thinking about it, they moved without hesitation. In the air, there was a cold flash of light. Can't even see the silhouettes. The sharp blade then stabbed hard at Su Su. One had to admit that these two thief players from the Kimchi Kingdom had indeed played sneak assassination to the point of perfection. Both the timing of the strike and the speed and angle of the strike. It's all been perfect to the point of impeccability. Even the moment they struck, a few other people from Pickles have brightened up. The same thought flashed through their minds. Steady. Not many priests in the world will survive this strike. Even if he was replaced by Ling Shui, a top-notch priest, he probably wouldn't be able to defend himself against these two's pincer attack and fall with a grudge. But alas, what they've run into in favor of each other is Su Su. The sharp blade accurately stabbed Su Su, but in the end, it cut through the Qingqi and failed to cause a little damage to Su Su. What? Skill empty? No, it's not that the skill is empty, it can't be selected. The two thieves showed disbelief. It was only then that Su Su reacted to the fact that she had been sneak attacked. She was terrified beyond belief, and subconsciously tried to burrow into Chen Ming's arms. But right at this moment, Chen Ming had already violently twisted his head, and the storm of sword blades exploded at a distance of close proximity. Those two thieves, originally, had a life-for-life attitude to sneak up on Su Su. The moment he struck, he didn't want to live. A storm of sword blades erupted, instantly engulfing the two. -569, -586, two bright red numbers erupted. Blitz, two blasts in a row. Chen Ming's inherited leather armor 4-piece sets increased strike rate and strike damage were reflected in this moment. The opposing priest didn't even have a chance to try and salvage the situation, and they were all killed in seconds. Don't be afraid, no one will be able to hurt you if I don't die. In the future, Chen Ming grinned. It's so cool, the carry-on Lolita is real pedal to the metal. Watch out for blue and blood refills. I'll take you. To kill people, Chen Ming charged straight at his opponent. The opponent's manpower was lost one after another. There was simply no way to stop Chen Ming anymore. One could only watch as Chen Ming charged up against the wild bombardment. Outside, whether it was the King's World or the players from the Pickle Country, they were all dumbfounded. That Chen Ming, who topped a round of skills bombardment, but could not be stopped for half a step, was simply like a killing god reincarnated. It's like descending from heaven to the devil's seed. Truly a Teiyukai god on earth. Everyone, watching in horror. King, the world is even more pale. He knew that he was bound to carry the name of traitor after this battle, but if he can stifle the snowy moon, the south wind, and the pearl emerald white jade soup, it's all worth it. History is left to be written by the victors. But right now, things seem to be going beyond his imagination. He couldn't accept that. He looked almost maniacally at the player from the Pickle Country, yelling down with a hint of hysteria. What are Candle and the others doing? Shut this jail cell down. Release the pearl emerald white jade soup. Hundreds of us will surround him. He will die for sure. The words fell. It was only then that he realized that the player from the pickle country, his face had also become ugly. Can't turn it off. With this skill, there's a limit. Unless one party is killed to level 1 and their entire body is blown out of equipment and props. Otherwise, it's not going to end. After hearing that, the face of the king, the world is already a pale color, all blown out of proportion. Rank to 1. It's too hard. Immortal gladiator. If it was pearl emerald white jade soup that was being targeted at this time, he would have been so happy that he would have slapped his thighs, but his face was now white. What to do? What's going to happen now? He mumbled as if he had lost his soul. And just then too, Chen Ming cooperated with little Lori, and hardened himself against a set of damage, decimating those remaining few, all of them. That's it? And dare to come to my Chinese land to spread wildness? Chen Ming smiled contemptuously and wiped out the neck of the last person. He slowly fell to the ground. Chen Ming scanned the circle with some regret. There's no equipment, and you didn't steal anything with your own wonderful hands. It was also true that, after all, one's damage was exaggerated, and the slightest touch was a second. There's not much of a chance to stack mythic hands. Just as Chen Ming had some regrets, suddenly, a white light flashed before his eyes. 10 silhouettes recoalesced in front of him. Chen Ming was dumbfounded. Susu was also confused. Only the 10 people who were resurrected had an unusually wonderful expression on their faces. Chen Ming had played Glory for a long time after all, and after a slight freeze, he reacted. His expression became serious. I had thought you all were invaders who had come to trample on Chinese soil, but I didn't realize that I was the one who was monstrous. So you are all international friends, neighboring a group of male bodhisattvas in my China. Such a generous gift. I am truly grateful. Please line up and come one by one to die. Chapter 86, Crazy Pickleman. Chen Ming's undercard. Chen Ming had always had a knack for being shifty. Those words don't do much damage though, but the insults are extreme. Those 10 great experts of the pickle country instantly changed their faces furiously. At this moment, they experienced the despair that Chen Ming had felt earlier. Locked in a cage, facing the beast of choice, there is nothing more to do but wait for death. Candlewick was in a frenzy. He knew he had lifted a stone today, but he was not willing. He was the kind of character that even if he was going to die, he had to pull someone in for his back. Outside, gather up and charge the fleeing Snow Moon and South Wind guilds. If they hunker down in the city, surround the city. Any Chinese player, not a single one should be spared. His words revealed madness. Siege, though sooner or later they will be driven away. Probably rounded up for a while. Just a while. After all, the pickle country doesn't have a huge advantage. Simply having a level 10 to 15 copy and a head start on gear. When the game advances and everyone reaches level 20, there will be a gap in equipment in the kimchi countries. And in turn, Wasia will rise to the top. So, he's going to be here for a limited time. Do as much as you can. If it were not for the fact that within the city, there are high-level NPCs that can easily abuse their group of level 10 players, they're not going to just siege the city. How can we say that we have to kill in and slaughter Qingfeng City over and over again? This statement was made. Those outside, without hesitation, were ready to execute it. While the king, the world is the face of the wild change. Hey, when I promised to open the portal for you guys before, I could have made a pact. I absolutely can't do this kind of thing. He was in a hurry. If it's true that by inviting the kimchi countries to come and surround Chen Ming and give away his equipment, he'll just take a scolding, then if these guys start going on a big, crazy massacre, it would have completely stunk up his reputation. The Chinese region can no longer tolerate him. The king, the world, the king of the guild. However, no one was hitching a ride to stop him. Current stage. This group of elite players from the top 3 guilds in the Kimchi Kingdom were just invincible. It's a complete downgrade for the guilds on the Chinese side. The words of the king, the world, did not have any effect on them. Far away, Ling Yu and Uncle Nanfeng Bei, who had thought that they had already made a village out of the darkness, exchanged a glance at each other. A look of gravity appeared on his face. Uncle, I don't know if the South Wind Guild is retreating or not, and I have no reason to ask you, but Snow Moon couldn't stay out of it any longer. If we say that we backed off before, it was in order to minimize our losses, and we were making considerations for the sake of the interests of Huaxia. Well, here and now, people are going to step on HWA's face. There is nothing that touches the interests of China more directly than this. Snow Moon, there is no longer a reason to stay out of it. Seeing Ling Yu's face full of determination, Uncle Nanfeng Bei had a complicated look on his face. These mad dogs, has he ever been so passive? In reality, he was the big man who handed over countless powerful families and nobles and made his fortune at the foot of the emperor with a strong background. In the Jianghu, who wouldn't give him a piece of their mind? Even the father of the twin sisters, Ling Yu and Ling Shui, who had single-handedly created a miraculous business empire, had to be courteous to him. He plays the game. but also just feels that there is not much excitement in reality, and come to experience a new life. Therefore, he didn't take it too seriously. But right now, this incomparably passive situation today was something that had completely touched him. The South Wind Guild will not retreat either. And, as of today, I'll be putting more effort into glory. Ling Yu and Ling Shui twisted their heads in shock to look at the older man. Seriously? They couldn't help but think of their own father describing certain things about Uncle Nanfeng Bei. For a moment, the heart was unable to resist coming alive. If the South Wind Guild also rises once and for all, Snow Moon will have an incredibly powerful teammate. Originally, Ling Yu was still a little apprehensive in the face of this next wave of offense, but now, she was suddenly relieved. Even if Snow Moon is massacred today, with Uncle Nanfeng Bei as a mutual reinforcement, as well as making friends with the Rising Star Guild 9 Heavens, Snow Moon, the future is bright. I appreciate the 9 Heavens Guild's bravado just now. Now, it's also our turn to be like this in Snow Moon. Ling Yu's pre-war mobilization was simple, but it was quite effective. Many people were already motivated by Sister Sandy's words. It's just a shame that I can't get in the way of the order. Now, a blood that can finally be thrown out. Brothers, kill, defend Qingfeng City to the death. Never let these kimchi step in. Brothers of the 9 Heavens, you slowly resurrected not in a hurry. The vacant defense line. We help you fill it. Just when everyone's blood was boiling and they were ready to fight each other to the death, Chan Ming, who was in the cage, was busy being thankful for the gifts of the heavens while taking the time to twist his head to look at Ling Yu. President Ling Yu, President Nanfeng Bei, don't die. Back up. Hurry back up. Ling Yu raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Before she could say anything though, Ling Shui then jumped out excitedly and hurriedly snatched Ling Yu's words. No retreat. No retreat. And what? Master's Day? There's the honor of death. Bah! There's the honor of death, not the honor of life. Ling Shui roared with a complete lack of Sister Sandy's out-of-the-box aura. Instead, there's a cuteness to it. After yelling those 2 words, she was cool. The little face was flushed, looked thrilled beyond belief, and snuck a look around. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth pulled. How can the mental age gap be so big when the 2 sisters look exactly the same? Ling Yu is the sole president. Her younger sister, Ling Shui, however, acted like a petulant little girl. I'm not kidding you guys. Don't worry, I already have a solution for these people. Wouldn't you guys see this coming? The words just fell. That end of the horizon. Suddenly there came the sound of footsteps. The ground shook. Boom like thunder. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads. Just a figure, on all fours, running as fast as he could. Even though the forest is thorny, overgrown and rocky, it also didn't affect the figures darting in the slightest. It's too fast. So much so that it puts everyone on their guard, but also a little puzzled at the same time. The monster was obviously running fast, so how could it make that dull, thunderous footstep sound? It's not right yet. Wait until the figure gets closer. Everyone just snapped to attention. It wasn't a monster at all. Instead, it's a player. The tight, slimming leather armor accentuated her perfectly hot body, just ambling along on both hands and feet. It's really a little spicy. Chen Ming just looked at it, just about couldn't hold it together. Instantly open the chat bar in your friends. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sister Queen, I called you a dog to flirt with you, and you're taking it seriously? The Queen was in a hurry. Let your go. Can this be harmonized? Funny mud pea. I'm not being a dog. It's a skill. A skill, understand. See for yourself. The new baby that I just found, Hound Pace. What do you know? If it weren't for the fact that my mother has this skill and can run faster, would have died a violent death long ago. The exchange goes here. Chen Ming also finally saw. Queen's dog chases a large dark figure behind her. Chapter 87, A Bountiful Harvest. The 9 Heavens First Nurse. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth pulled. Forget it. The Queen's sister's picture is like this. Hit from the beginning is not right. In this case, the Queen's sister continues to remain out of place, instead of being right. Let's pull the boss into the crowd. By the way, did you steal the stuff? The Queen replied as she flew into a frenzy. That's for sure. That said, I'm curious as to how you knew that thing was hidden there. Could it be that you have the same talent as me? I'm not a dog. Chen Ming silently spat out a sentence. Duck duck duck. The Queen took a violent leap and scurried towards the group of pickles. It wasn't until then that everyone finally got a good look at the big guy behind the Queen. It was a giant ape that was about 10 meters tall, comparable to a 3-story building. Heart Demon Phantom Ape, Blue Grade Rare. Grade? Life Value? Skills? Synopsis, a giant beast that lives in the Lake of Hearts and guards precious treasures. Over its head, there was a big anger. Apparently, also a poor boss who had something stolen from him. As for the culprit, naturally, it is the Queen's sister who flew all the way on all 4 feet. A Shiba. What kind of monster is that? Despicable Chinese. Run, run. As long as we run faster than that woman, the monsters won't be able to catch us. Pickles wasn't stupid enough to know that a monster like this, full of question marks, was never something they could touch, and twisted his head to run. Yet how could they run on 2 feet as well as a queen on all fours? One could only watch as the queen caught up with him. A few people were so angry that they immediately pulled out their weapons, just to throw a round of skills towards the queen to send her away with pleasure. However, the queen was on her hands and knees on the ground though. It was a struggle to even look at the group of pickles, but she kept her tone condescending. Ha, kill me? You can try. As soon as I died, the hatred was immediately transferred to you. This statement was made. The men stopped instantly. I'm afraid to kill the queen, like she said. As soon as she died, the hatred shifted immediately. Damn it. Run. As long as we can get back to the location of the portal and return to the country, this monster will naturally lose its hatred. There's no way it's coming after us. So sensible? Chen Ming had some regrets. Thought these pompous pickles were going to mindlessly powerbomb the boss. However, Chen Ming's original purpose was only to lure in the boss and drive away this group of guys. The objective has been achieved. When they're all chased away, just have the queen's sister pull the monster back and be done with it. However, just then, a rather cocky smile appeared at the corner of the queen's sister's mouth. Trying to run? You think I'll let you guys off the hook? The words were not yet spoken. The queen's sister quit her hound-paced running stance and leapt from the ground. Just when everyone thought he would do something amazing, the queen's sister, after leaping up in midair, then he planted himself on the ground in a straight doggy style, collapsed on the ground. She didn't move a muscle. Half a ton was still showing in the corner of his mouth. The amount of blood, too, instantly went to 0 at this moment. The pickles were confused. That boss giant ape was also confused. What the hell? Dead? It is also the knowledgeable Chen Ming's mouth tugged. False death. It's one of the rarer skills, but one that doesn't have a lot of oomph to it. I don't know where this queen's sister is mashed up from. These fancy things are pretty much all over her. As the queen fell to the ground, boss has completely changed the target of his hate. Nearby, Kimchi, and the King's Guild, among others, became the object of its anger. Roar! The great ape roared, casually pulling up a large tree. He smashed it hard, between the earth and the mountains. Those who were hit by the tree died a violent death. The horrifying sound was so terrifying to watch that Lingyu and the others were scared to death. Luckily they didn't go up and tangle with the King's Guild and the others. If they are targeted by this kind of monster, their end will not be any better than the King's Guild. This woman seems to have been arranged by Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, right? In other words, the exact location of this boss was also informed to that woman by Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Kind of interesting. He has far more information than we realize. The female streamer looked at Chen Ming, a touch of awe flowing from her eyes, and after hearing the female streamer analyze it like this, Lingyu Lingshui reacted and fiercely realized that Chen Ming's ability seemed to be quite a bit more powerful than they had imagined. Using over $200,000 to auction off the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup's buddy bit is the most worthwhile amount of money I've ever spent in this game. Uncle couldn't help but exclaim as well. Take advantage of the confusion. The queen ends her fake death state and turns on stealth to sneak back into the group. Happy to watch the pickles get slaughtered. Chen Ming's side also left the cage after repeatedly slaughtering those 10 experts several times, exploding them all over the place and zeroing out their levels. That most arrogant candle dragon was killed to the end and fell into numbness. There was no longer the arrogance that he had before. Silently, he turned into a ball of white light and went back to his old kimchi home to be reborn. Boom! The jail cell collapsed. Chen Ming walked out of the prison cell alive as the victor. This wave, he was loaded, so to speak. 10 top players in Pickle Country. 3 thieves, 2 mages, 2 priests, 1 archer, 1 knight, and 1 warrior. The full sets of equipment of these 10 people were all exploded into my hands. Looking at the extreme equipment in his backpack that was almost about to become unstuffed, Chen Ming even felt his breathing get a little heavy. If offered for auction, this was enough equipment to arm 10 top experts out, and it could be auctioned off for at least $20 to $30 million, $2 or $3 million a set on average. After all, almost all of their equipment was a mix of green and blue, with not a single piece of purple equipment. Naturally, there is no way to shoot a single $1 million price. There were no blue suits of the level of the pair of heavenly calamity teeth in Chen Ming's hands. TCH, Kimchi is really a small country with a weak population. The level of top equipment is still a long way off from China. That is, on the strength of being assigned to a level 6 main city and encountering a level 10 to 15 copy. Raise the full fighting strength by a large margin before you dare to come and offend Huaxia. Originally, Chen Ming had a bad opinion of Kimchi. After this battle, it was even more memorable. Sure, he also felt the need for strength urgently. Not just himself, and the guild. Although there were strong people like Sister Sandy in the 9 heavens, the vast majority were still ordinary casuals. Not quite enough strength to see. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Ming decided to keep these 10 sets of top-notch equipment. Use it to equip your own guild members. If it was placed in the past, Chen Ming would definitely not be so generous. After all, although he was the boss, he was not too familiar with the guild members, and had not made friends to the point of being able to throw away millions of dollars. But just now, after the people of the Nine Heavens Guild had brazenly and generously sacrificed their lives to protect themselves, Chen Ming would not hesitate any longer. He does need the money pretty good, but he cared more about the brothers than the money. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Susu. This girl, back when he hadn't even thought of a guild name, was already an internalized guild member. Susu, this set of equipment, you take it first. From now on, you'll be the #1 milkmaid of our Nine Heavens Guild. Chapter 88. Poor Queen, taken hard by the pinch. Hey, Sue was surprised and delighted. She lifted the concentric effect and reappeared as an entity to land beside Chen Ming. She had seen how powerful those priests were just now, eager to get their gear as well. But it's really a bit of a dare. After playing the game for so long, she was already aware of the price of these top equipment. This is the loot that you and I have taken by killing our opponents together. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be able to protect myself, not to mention getting this equipment. It's what you deserve and can't be denied. Chen Ming's tone steeped and hardened as he shoved a set of equipment hard at Susu. In the future, when you want to use the concentric skill, switch back to this current staff that has the Dragon Seal activation to activate the skill, Chen Ming admonished, fearing that Susu would accidentally sell the previous staff. Good sir. Suzu was dazzled by the pile of equipment suddenly shoved into her backpack. After sharing the loot with Susu, the two returned to the group. The frenzied giant ape over there had pretty much cleaned up Pickles and the King's Guild. Equipment exploded all over the place. No one dared to pick it up, though. The terrifying ape was still prowling, looking for a living being to vent its anger on. Chen Ming looked at the field of equipment with heartache. These babies are right up my alley at first glance. How can you let them fall to the ground? Queen, please lure this ape away again. Chen Ming looked towards the queen. The queen rolled her eyes. You only said draw it over, not pull it back. Gotta add money. Aha, why does that sound so familiar? Just as Chen Ming froze. However, he found that Ling Xueling, the uncle, the female streamer, and even the little lowly Su, all looked at him in unison. This is your sister? Ling Yu asked suspiciously. Sister? What makes you think that? Chen Ming froze. Because you're practically cut from the same mold. She plays a thief. You're a thief. She stole from the boss and you stole from the boss. And she likes to sit on her ass as much as you do. Chen Ming senses that his popularity has been jeopardized once again. Before he could speak though, the queen chortled. It's just that certain people have been doing poor imitations of me. Chen Ming was too lazy to bother with her. A direct slap to the side of her head. With dogs, words don't work. You still have to do it. Imitation my ass. Add money my ass. The value of that thing I revealed to you is already enough for you to sell your life to me. So be honest and pull the monster back to me. Don't let it go crazy here and affect the Chinese players in Blazing Sun City and Qingfeng City. The queen covered her small head and looked at Chen Ming with a grudging glance. How do I feel that you are lying to me? That pet egg description is quite high-end, but the babies that hatch out don't feel like much. Words such as worth enough to sell your life and pet eggs captured everyone's attention, and they could probably guess what this queen had done. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup had tipped her off to a certain pet egg, which she had stolen to attract the giant apes and take care of the group of Pickles. A pet egg that can be guarded by that kind of creature shouldn't be weak. Ling Yu analyzed. Is it an ape? Ling Shui asked curiously, and secretly thought to herself that if it was really an ape or monkey, no matter how powerful it was, she wouldn't feel envious. Because that's just ugly. Not an ape. The queen shook her head, then summoned her pet. Swish, after the light flashed, an Era appeared at the queen's feet. Although dogs in the whole world pretty much all look the same, but only Era is different. This dog, the eyes just sparkle with great wisdom. This one that the queen pulled out, even more so. Look at this guy. Where is he halfway powerful? The queen looked at Chen Ming in a sly manner. Era also followed his master's gaze, tilting his head to squint at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, how is this treadmill a diabolical? He clearly remembered that the owner who obtained that pet egg in his previous life had gotten what was clearly a vicious coyote. That coyote was vicious as hell. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Ming had developed so quickly in this life that he somewhat despised ordinary pets, he wouldn't have surrendered this opportunity to the queen. This shouldn't be. Chen Ming revealed a confused look. Did you steal the wrong one? It's supposed to be a coyote's egg. Coyotes? No. Before I hatched, the name of the egg was called the Egg of Compatibility, and the synopsis said that it could hatch everything in the world and hatch pets that shared the owner's mind. Chen Ming thought of his last life. The player who owned the wild wolf seemed to be a rather bloodthirsty and cruel loner, possessing the same cold blood as a coyote. seems to have everything right. That queen hatched a two-hander. Chen Ming was suddenly somewhat at a loss as to how to explain to the queen who was looking at him with a grudge. Will telling her as make her think she's shading her? Just as Chen Ming was getting entangled, the female streamer coldly opened her mouth. The egg of phase, as the name suggests, is a pet that matches your nature. I think the husky is very suitable for you. Tall, majestic, and most importantly, has a special temperament that matches your wisdom. God Thomas' special aura. And your wisdom. Chen Ming had a belly full of grooves he wanted to spit out. Female Flo, you are really not afraid of offending people? The queen's sister is at least a thief. You guys who don't practice leveling taunt her. Do you really think you've lived long? Everyone's face was a little weird. Nan Fongbei even coughed lightly, ready to roundly apologize for his subordinate's rudeness. However, the queen's sister suddenly grinned. Who is this sister? It's really to my liking. Not bad, not bad. To be able to tell at a glance that I'm special. You're much more powerful than that pearl jade white jade soup guy who has eyes and doesn't know what he's doing. The female streamer seemed to have expected this and smiled faintly. So we can only ask you to lure away that crazy giant ape. Simple words, but it was a great hit with the queen. She patted herself on the back and assured, "Don't worry, I'll definitely get it done for you." The words were not yet spoken. She then got down on the ground once more, and with both feet and legs, wailed and excitedly rushed towards the giant ape. Era, who had followed her, cocked her head and pulled her tongue all the way around to glare at the wisdom of her eyes as she scurried along. At this moment, the master and servant were so similar to each other. Chen Ming watched this scene with dumbfounded amazement. The others also blushed strangely, a little uncomfortably. Even the most innocent Su Su also heard that something was wrong, and her gaze took on pity when she looked at the big sister who had a hot body but didn't seem to have a good brain. Eyes on the queen far away. It was only then that the female streamer put away her fake smile and reverted to that cold look. What a great solution. Chen Ming suddenly felt a bit of heartache for the silly queen. It's almost as if the woman of the house is being taken to death by the dark woman of the house. Chapter 89, Distributing the Loot. A place to practice. As the queen lured away the frenzied apes, those equipments that exploded on the ground were able to be picked up. Uncle Nan Fongbei and Ling Yu were both very self-conscious. This is the spoils of war from the Nine Heavens Guild. We don't take a penny. At this moment, the members of the Nine Heavens Guild who had died in battle earlier had already been resurrected. They had all been prepared to fight to the death. But what you see after resurrection is a floor full of loot. Where are those pickles? I haven't killed enough of them. Where are the people? Where are the people? Sister Sandy wailed, looking defiant. Save it, Sister Sandy. The pickles have already been taken care of. Chen Ming hurriedly explained. After hearing the ins and outs, Gang breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time it's not a shock. Sister Sandy even revealed a smug expression. See, boss, I knew I had to top it at that time. Quick to praise me. I'm taking great credit for this wave. Fine. Make a great achievement and make a great achievement. Chen Ming cried and laughed as he said, smoothly trading a set of knight equipment and a set of warrior equipment that he had left behind earlier to Brother Gang and Sister Sandy respectively. Kong's entire breath thickened as he got his equipment. This kit will pay off my mortgage for 10 years and my car payment for 5 years. The rest of the money could still put my newborn all the way through college. Kong was trembling with excitement. Chen Ming, however, lightly coughed. Brother Gang, although I have given you this set of equipment, the right of how to deal with it is in your hands, but I still recommend that you keep it yourself as long as the equipment is good and follow me. 2 million is just a small amount of money. $2 million is just peanuts? As a social animal, Gang almost couldn't help but refute Chen Ming's words, but he then thought of all the myths created by Chen Ming, immediately reacted. It really doesn't seem like it's out of the question. Ming Chen could be different from his boss who drew big pictures at work. People have already proven themselves with all their experiences. Thanks, boss. Kong was incoherent with excitement, even more excited than the even more cash-starved Lori Su. After all, although Su Su was short of money, the little girl's concept of money was more or less vague. Money to her was not having to be chastised by her mom and dad, and being able to have an extra plate of meat on the family dinner table tonight that her mom and dad usually couldn't afford to eat. But for Gang, that's the stress of life. It was a heavy shackle that weighed him down and he could not get rid of it until he was old at a glance. But now, he saw the hope of breaking the shackles. Kong was incoherent with excitement. Sister Sandy is much better. Take the gear and joyfully change into it. It was just that in the end, she couldn't let go of her giant sword in any way. That's what you call a sword. What the hell is this one as thin as my little arm? An embroidery needle for women? Don't want to change. Chen Ming glanced at the white-grade normal giant sword in her hand, and then at the green-grade longsword that he had given her. That's a lot of attribute difference. So what if the attributes are much worse? If you can't defeat the enemy with a trash weapon, what kind of expert is it? Can only rely on attributes to crush, and what kind of hero? Boss, I didn't say you, really didn't. Chan Ming, forget it, just be happy. Soon, under Gang's organization, everyone excitedly collected the loot. Chen Ming still had 7 sets left in addition to the 1 set of warrior, 1 set of knight and 1 set of priest equipment that he had already given away. These 7 sets, too, were naturally reserved for guild members. Nothing too good yet though. Chen Ming felt like using these 7 sets of equipment as a reward to motivate the crowd. Wait until after everyone is full. Chen Ming immediately announced something. After we escort Uncle to arrive at Blazing Sun City and complete the quest, we'll go together to find a place to brush up on monsters and practice leveling. You all have gained a lot from this battle, but your ranks have fallen, including me as the president. I'm ashamed to say that I'm actually only level 10, so it's really a bit embarrassing for everyone, but I know a good place. The practicing speed is extremely fast, but accordingly there is no small difficulty. After you all update your gear with a wave, it should be enough to handle it as well. By the way, I've got a couple more outfits here. Who can get to level 15 the fastest? It will qualify you to claim a set of equipment from me. If you don't have equipment for your corresponding profession, it accumulates as an equal amount of guild contribution value, which can be put aside and used to exchange for equipment later. The guild contribution value was not a figure that Chen Ming had made up on the fly. There are almost always similar settings in various games. Guild players clock in online every day, participate in activities, raid copies, etc., and make the corresponding contribution can get the corresponding value, which can be used to exchange for some rewards. The major guilds are not yet officially established. Contribution values can only be verbalized. Chen Ming intended to leave this piece to Kong. Once the guild was officially established and everything was on track, these data were entered by the guild system. Having said that, Chen Ming slightly displayed those sets of equipment. Fruity. All the guild players looked on for a moment. It's not just them. Even quite a few players from the Snow Moon and South Wind guilds revealed expressions of envy that were completely uncontrollable. President Lingyu, when will our guild have this similar reward? Uncle Southwind, I think our guild needs a bit of that kind of incentive as well. Lingyu and Uncle Nanfeng Bei couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Just outrageous. This Chen Ming, when he usually pits people, he's like the reincarnation of a miserly monster. He doesn't spare a single penny, but they treat their own guild members so generously. 10 sets of equipment, worth tens of millions of dollars, were just given away. They are really hard to understand. After all, they didn't know the importance of the game glory and couldn't understand why Chen Ming was recruiting so heavily. Next, Chen Ming escorted the older uncle all the way to Blazing Sun City. It says escort. However, there was simply no one along the way who dared to touch Chen Ming's sharp edge. That previous battle was loud and powerful. Many people peered a little and were scared out of their wits. And with the successive reversals, the Nine Heavens Guild led by Chen Ming finally won the battle after. Everyone has completely refreshed their view of this emerging guild. Under the wind, who dares to touch the mold? And as time passes, news about this battle is also gradually spreading with the momentum of a starburst. 2 hours later, outside of Blazing Sun City, Chen Ming was wearing a big red name. So naturally, he was unable to enter the city. But having already come here, the uncle mission can definitely be accomplished as well. Thank you for Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, little brother's righteous aid. The remuneration for this mission. Before the uncle could finish, Chen Ming interrupted him. 50,000 is enough. This is an unprecedented low price. But Chen Ming even still felt a little embarrassed. It is said to escort the uncle, but it seems that he is the source of that trouble. Accidentally attracted a lot of trouble, and even caused the uncle to almost overturn the car. The older man was also stunned. He clearly remembered that Chen Ming's starting price was $100,000 regardless of whether the mission was completed or not. As long as he was invited to be there, it was $100,000. But then, the older man understood. Understanding the reason for Chen Ming's deliberately low price. In his heart, his evaluation of Chen Ming was also a cut higher. Call the money after it arrives. This transaction was successfully completed. Chen Ming marked a spot on the map. Brothers, this is the next location to practice. Today's goal: each person make up the experience lost from death and try to level up at least 1 to 2 more. This statement was made. The members of the Nine Heavens Guild were immediately wearing wide-eyed expressions. Make up for the experience lost from previous deaths and get another 1 to 2 levels? Really fake? Chapter 90 Magical Places. Guide Boy's intelligence. It really wasn't that people didn't believe Chen Ming's words. Rather, his claims are just too much. This kind of upgrading speed is almost like the kind of promise that can only be made by the kind of scammer who shouts $3,000 a day at the gate of the city and the top expert packs the substitute trainer. Boss, are you serious when you say that? Even Sister Sandy cast a puzzled look. The speed. It's just scary. It seemed to have anticipated their thoughts. Chen Ming smiled faintly. Just follow me. It was a miasma-ridden swamp. It's a short distance from Blazing Sun City. It takes less than 30 minutes to get there. It's dotted with frog-like creatures with a variety of colorful growths on their bodies. The level is also a modest 13. Just right for all the players in the Nine Heavens Guild. But just this terrain, and the density of monsters, is really making the players of the Nine Heavens Guild a bit confused. After all, the efficiency of brushing monsters is closely related to the terrain, monster density and so on. Even the importance of these two far outweighs the difficulty of the monsters themselves. It's like the Scarlet Monastery, which is known as a mecca for munchkins. Being able to obtain such an honor was obviously not just because the Scarlet Monastery was able to constantly refresh bosses out. There, the outer terrain is an unobstructed view of a flat grassland, with mountain thieves and horse bandits and robbers roaming everywhere, and a bunch of monsters can be attracted with a casual move. As for the inner courtyard, it's more of a medium-sized cemetery surrounded by high walls. Any minute now, a walker will crawl out of the ground. Brush intensity is very high. The density of monsters is also particularly high. That's what gave Scarlet Monastery its reputation as a mecca for munchkins. Last night, quite a few players from the Nine Heavens Guild had a hard night at the Scarlet Monastery. It also only ate about 70 to 80% of the experience value. Players who had accumulated experience before were able to move up a level, while those who hadn't were left to continue where they were. It's still the case even after all that time and bloody monastery bursting. Not to mention this place that doesn't look like much of a place to be. Everyone was a little confused. However, having already followed boss Chen Ming here, everyone would not temporarily back out. With skepticism, everyone stepped into the swamp. Within a few steps, they found two players combining their efforts to surround a monster. Those two players were level 10 and 11 respectively, quite a bit lower than the monster. By all rights it should be quite a struggle to deal with level 13 monsters. But look at them, they look quite relaxed. With little trouble, he made quick work of that one level 13 monster. The crowd was a bit surprised to see this scene. Could it be that those two are some kind of experts? But when they got a little closer, they realized that their equipment was tattered and torn, and there were almost only one or two pieces, and the rest were all the beginner's sets provided by the novice village. It can be described as trashy to the point of being trashy equipment, and they have no mastery at all. When they saw Chen Ming and the others approaching, the first thing they did was to reveal a plague-like expression and leave in avoidance. These two are too cautious. Don't they know that we never do anything bad in the Nine Heavens? Sister Sandy muttered. Sister Sand, who had once been a loose cannon, subconsciously thought that those two were afraid that the big guild would come over to clear the field and grab the monsters, and that's why they were so compelled to avoid retreating. But as we all go deeper, more and more similar situations are emerging. 2 or 3 casual players, or even a single casual player, would be able to cross the level and single-handedly fight monsters, and when they saw their party, their faces would change wildly and they would hasten to avoid them. Once or twice this is fine. Many times later, everyone was finally sensing something was wrong. What's going on here? Why is everyone avoiding us? Are the casuals here as vigilant as that? Oddly enough, Su Su, who is the most sensitive to the eyes of other people, tasted a different flavor. How do I feel that they are not afraid, but they are disliking us? You can even tell this? Chen Ming was somewhat surprised. That's right. When everyone saw Nine Heavens and the others, they weren't in awe or fear. Rather, it's in dislike. Everyone looked at Chen Ming in confusion, wanting to wait for his explanation. But before Chen Ming could open his mouth, not far away, 2 loose people, however, walked straight towards them. This was still the first wave of casual players that everyone had encountered in this swamp that actively approached them. Gentlemen, I assume you are a guild looking for a place to practice? Do you need us to give you all a little guided tour? Wizard? Everyone was a little confused when they heard the word. In reality, people do hear the word a lot, but it's really the first time I've heard of it in a game. Seemingly seeing the doubts of the crowd, a little brother laughed softly. It's really not that I'm looking down on all of you, but this place is very weird. Ordinary players can mix well here, but people from the big guilds who come over here will run into quite a bit of trouble. As you can see, the monsters here have empty ranks but are actually quite weak. Even a player who is 2 to 3 levels lower than the monsters level can solve them alone. But even though the monsters are weak, there's no shortage of experience at all. Not even worse than elite monsters. It can be said that here is simply a paradise created by casual players. Along the way, everyone has already seen something, knowing that this little brother wasn't lying. So everyone couldn't help but be curious. Weak monsters and high experience? Looks like this place is really good. But why is the Grand Council in trouble right here? What is the trouble? Little brother, tell us. Come on, don't sell yourself short. However, the little brother smiled without saying anything. These previous information, I am giving it away for free, but the later ones will require you bosses to spend some money. Gang is a straight man. Always believe in the concept of making contacts and relying on friends when going out. No doubt about it. Ask the price directly. Say, how much? Since the opposite side was talking so metaphysically, he also believed that there was indeed something wrong here. After all the way through, they really hadn't seen any guilds chartering. It was reasonable to say that with such a generous reward, it was impossible for there to be no guild's woodcutting on it. The corner of that little brother's mouth suddenly grinned, revealing a smirk of triumph, but not before he was ready to make a smallpox offer to go for a big pit stop. Chan Ming, who had been silent, opened his mouth. Your intel, we don't need. As soon as these words came out, the little brother, who had just had a face of triumph, froze in his smile and a flash of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Chapter 91, Latent Mechanisms. Boss knows everything. Although a hint of displeasure flashed across Zhao's eyes, on the whole, he hid it extremely well. People don't notice. Gang looked at Chen Ming doubtfully. Boss, why don't you want it? He had wanted to remind Chen Ming that there were many strange and bizarre places in this game, with all kinds of settings popping up all over the place, and since the other party had described it as so arcane, he should never underestimate it. Although the boss, you are very strong and good, but if you are not careful, you will also encounter the situation of the gutter. Yet these words of Kong's only flashed through his mind. He didn't want to punch his own boss in the face with so many people watching, just as he was about to adopt a more euphemistic and roundabout approach to remind Chen Ming. Chan Ming, however, directly ignored the two little brothers and led the people straight away, obviously the kind that is not going to communicate on at all. Let's go. Sister Sandy patted Gang's shoulder and took the lead in following Chen Ming. Brother Gang felt doubly helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He could only flash an apologetic smile at the two little brothers before hurrying to follow Chen Ming. Watch the crowd leave. The smiles on those two little brothers' faces also completely disappeared. In its place was a look of disdain. I thought that level 12 warrior was the guild leader, but I didn't realize that the one who has the say is actually a thief who hides his head. Because he was worried that his red name would attract some more headstrong and unenlightened people, Chen Ming decisively chose to hide his ID and hide his big red name. Plus, the news of that battle just now hadn't spread completely. It was also true that it was normal to not recognize the Nine Heavens Guild. But it's fine. It's normal to not be able to trick the intelligence. At most, it's just a little less of an add-on. Saying that, one of the little brothers licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing a color of anticipation. They'll all end up buried here anyway, seeing as their guild has a total of a small 100 people. Even if 5 people die before one piece of equipment explodes, it's still enough for us to make a fortune. Keep your distance and follow carefully. They're bound to die anyway. Just don't involve us. In the middle of the swamp, Chen Ming explained to Gang as he walked. Those two look like crooks. They don't actually know what the mechanism is that exists here. It's just cheating us out of a fortune. Not only that, they'll even follow us, waiting to pick up our gear after we're reunited. Don't ask Chen Ming how he knew. In his previous life, this swamp was directly teased as a corpse-picking swamp. Countless large guilds have flipped over and reunited here. Only casuals can practice here. Gang couldn't help but scratch his head as he listened. Say, what's so strange about this place? We haven't encountered anything strange even after walking inside for so long. It feels quite safe. As he spoke, the swamp in front of him opened up. There were still a few sparse plants in the swamp, but they had disappeared by now. Without those obstacles, the density of monster refreshment had obviously increased. Both Kong and Sister Sandy lit up. This is a nice place. It sure is comfortable to brush up on your experience. Sister Sandy raised her greatsword and tried to rush up to try her hand. However, before rushing up, she remembered something and looked at Chen Ming for advice. Boss, is it okay? Of course. Chen Ming smiled and nodded. And it's best for everyone to work together to brush the monsters. Here, when monsters die, they will burst out some powder, and players infested with the powder will gain a hidden buff called Spore Parasite. This particular buff will be activated to explode at some point in time that is completely uncertain. Form spore monsters equal to your own level. The more monsters you kill, the faster, the more the spore buff stacks. If the tiers get high, the number of monsters that break out can be quite large, and the deadliest thing is that players carrying the spore buff will infect each other. That's why the big guilds don't have the means to brush up here. Scattered players teaming up in groups of 2 or 3 aren't very efficient at brushing monsters, and the number of stacked infectious buff layers is also low. Even if it breaks out, it's easier to deal with, but not for guild players. With dozens or hundreds of people swiping monsters at every turn, all it takes is one monster kill and the spore buff will infect all players over and over again. It won't take long to stack the buffs to a pretty horrible level. Once it breaks out, it's a wave of regimentation. Chen Ming explained the hidden secrets of this place in one breath. The crowd listened and fell silent in unison. No wonder those players avoided them like the plague as soon as they saw their hordes. If they did encounter a spore outbreak, all the casuals in the vicinity would be implicated and encounter trouble. As for those two so-called guides, Chen Ming simply didn't believe that they could understand such a mechanism. At most, a brief verbal description of the trouble that might be encountered. But that's about it. They would even intentionally simplify the possible troubles, allowing Chen Ming and the others to safely and boldly brush the monsters inside, deliberately misleading them with a wave, and waiting for them to be destroyed by the group. Chen Ming had heard too many of these things back in his previous life. Trying to get him to fall for it? Not at all. It was only after hearing that Chen Ming's description that all of them finally came to a realization. It turns out that this place that seems so rewarding actually hides such a deadly setting. Boss, how do you know everything? Sister Sandy did not hide the adoration in her eyes. Gang was similarly shocked. Boss, your game understanding is truly terrifying. Detail. Too much detail. The White Jade Soup boss is really fine. It's cool to follow a boss like that. A blowout. Listening to Chen Ming, he couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. He smiled slightly. In a moment, everyone just feel free to brush the monsters. Susu and I won't be fighting monsters, but rather waiting to step in and support you at any time. Once the spore swarm erupts somewhere, you guys hurry up and take a defensive stance. Suzu will be the first to reply to you, while I'll be harvesting those monsters with my sword Bladestorm. Those spores don't have a high level, and their experience isn't much, but they are superior to the horrible quantity, especially if it's a big guild like ours with hundreds of people detonating. But don't worry, everyone, with the strength of your current equipment, it won't be a problem to withstand the first round of Spore's fire set. This was the true purpose of Chen Ming bringing everyone here. After everyone's equipment is updated and the birds and the bees are replaced, bring them to hunt these spores. That previous battle with Pickles had caused his accumulation of sin values to grow again. Brush the monsters in normal places. Hell knows how long it will take to get rid of the red name. However, with their powerful numbers, these spores could easily solve Chen Ming's agonizing red name problem, and could also reap large amounts of experience along the way, and throughout the Chinese region. The one that can arm an entire guild of players and pack this place with monsters. It was only the Nine Heavens who had just received a large inheritance gift from Pickle's side. Boss really didn't lie to us. Brushing monsters in this place can really make up for the lost experience and rise another level or two. Chapter 92 Spore Generation. New Skill Book. Sister Sandy had long since pressed on. After receiving Chen Ming's permission, he immediately led a group of brothers straight out. The monsters in this neighborhood were just like what Chen Ming had described. Empty rank, low damage and brittle body. Instead, experience is given quite generously. A single horizontal slap from Sister Sandy, who was holding a normal white level weapon, could send these monsters' blood levels plummeting. It's just a matter of hitting the ground running. A dozen or so monsters died violently nearby. Encouraged by the bountiful experience, the excitement of the Nine Heavens crowd was instantly overflowing. Everyone's speed of brushing monsters suddenly became more vigorous, but not far away. The two tour guide boys who had been trailing the Nine Heavens Guild, however, had revealed playful expressions at this moment. Sure enough, it's starting to brush up. I knew they couldn't resist. Originally, when I saw them so confident, I was worried that they knew something. Now it seems that we were over-anxious. They are simply head iron. In the past few days, with their operation of picking up corpses everywhere, they had been able to reap a lot of rewards. Right now this team, but there are hundreds of people. Just fantasizing about the bounty of equipment that could be picked up was enough to make them feel their hearts racing. Should I say no? The efficiency of this guild's monster brushing seems to be quite good. Indeed, they're pretty fast. It seems that they're even better than that more famous Buddha's Word guild from a few days ago. The two of them are gathered around and critiqued at the same time. Obviously, the full super strength embodied by the Nine Heavens made them feel quite a bit surprised. But, and only just surprised. Thinking of the miserable state of those guilds that had been swallowed up by the overwhelming spores, they wouldn't have the slightest doubt that this guild in front of them could be an exception. That said, how come their guild leader hasn't been making any moves? Is that the guy who's hiding his head and hiding his ID? Let's see. TSK, it's still true. Just standing there waiting for experience. And such people can form a union? I guess it's a rich man's son. That said, not only is he there, but there's a little girl there waiting to eat the experience too. Couple? That girl is too small though. This guy's got a lot of nerve. Right in the middle of their small talk, suddenly, a green mist erupted from a Nine Heavens guild player. The two boys' eyes snapped open. Coming. They don't seem to have much luck. Meeting so soon? Obviously, these two were the same as Chen Ming had judged, both being the type that knew little about swamp mechanisms, not realizing that the more people there are, the more infectious the spores become and the greater the probability of activation. As the first green mist exploded, it's like a chain reaction. The same green mist exploded violently from the bodies of many people around them. Bang bang bang. Just for a moment, countless mists frantically exploded and filled the air. It was like a big fireworks show. At a glance, such a green haze permeated everywhere, covering the sky. Get ready to get ready. You can wait to pick up your gear. Comfortable. It's only been a short wait and I can just reap the rewards. The two raised their eyebrows and smiled. Obviously, they had already decided that the Nine Heavens crowd was bound to die. However, just as the spore monsters began to be generated in that massive green mist, Chan Ming, who had been in the very center of the crowd and had no movement, raised his head violently. So, it didn't even really need him to initiate the conversation. Susu then smartly switched her staff and became one with Chen Ming after activating the concentric effect. Taking Qing Chi hovering Susu with him, Chen Ming violently handed over his blink skill. He displaced into midair, slammed his hand up. Blade Storm. This series of operations is just too fast and too quick. So much so that many of the players from the Nine Heavens Guild were still in a state of confusion and hadn't reacted when they did. Already, he saw a stern sword chi steeply erupting from the green mist that filled the sky. It was as if the wind had swept in. The green mist was instantly cleared away. The spore monster inside is just being generated. Just die instantly. Kill, spore monster, to gain 96 experience points. Kill, spore monster, to gain 96 experience points. The prompts flashed one after the other. Chen Ming watched as his experience bar rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. It's too fast. Even in his previous life, he entered the game so late and looked for a lot of big brothers to take him to practice, and never encountered such an exaggerated upgrade speed. Sure enough, I didn't come to the wrong place. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth rose uncontrollably, and Susu didn't slack off at all. A pair of big eyes stared nervously at the guild members' blood bars in the midst of the green mist, trying to come to their rescue in a time of crisis. However, until the green mist clears, the spore monster is cleared by the blade storm, and none of them have ever had their bloodstains drop to a dangerous level. Sir, I don't seem to be of any use. Susu said with a somewhat troubled conscience. Although she had only given Chen Ming a Dragonborn Holy Word enhancement buff and hadn't contributed much, she was, after all, connected to Chen Ming with the concentric skill and was still in the same team. A portion of the experience that Chen Ming had gained was also shared with her. She watched as her experience bar shot up. It was a bit of a tense moment. Feeling somewhat unworthy of such a large experience value bonus. What are you afraid of? You getting stronger is me getting stronger. Chen Ming casually consoled, then turned his head to check his backpack. Just now, he naturally triggered a series of mythic theft rewards while killing monsters with Blade Storm. The vast majority of them are common things, miscellaneous items, gold coins and the like. But there was a moment. He saw a blue-colored phrase flash by from the system alert bar. Blue color. It means it's a blue level rare. Whether it was equipment or items, it was worth his concern. After a bit of rummaging, finally, he found a skill book in a pile of clutter in his package. Chapter 93, Dragonborn Holy Word Submission. Chen Ming's bold idea. Double Purification, Blue Rare. Required level, 12. Effect, dispels 2 mitigating buffs from the target. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. It's actually a purification spell. And not just any purification spell. Chen Ming was a bit surprised. This skill may seem ordinary, but it is quite useful. Arguably much more practical than any of the array of buffs a priest possesses. Only the priest's watchword, Blood Return, can be compared to purification. After all, there are so many rare skills in this game of glory. Both players and monsters all have a variety of odd skills. There are even fewer of them that bring buffing effects. Like right now, that hidden spore possession is actually a mitigation buff. With a purification spell, it can be dispersed, whereas normal purification spells can only dispel a single debuff and have a long cooldown. However, this dual purification spell right now was able to take effect at once, dispelling 2 debuffs. Works quite well. If taken to sell, many big guilds would definitely not be shy about dropping high prices to compete and match their guild's top priests with this incredibly useful skill. This kind of good thing, Chen Ming naturally wouldn't sell it. So take it, casually throwing the skill to Susu. When the little girl gets stronger, he gets stronger. Chen Ming naturally did not mince words. Susu silently took over the skill to learn it. The current her also understood that the best way for her to repay Chen Ming was not to verbally express her gratitude, but to use practical actions to provide Chen Ming with the greatest help. Study. The skill book disintegrated and separated, turning into a series of blue, unreadable fonts that were branded into Susu's brow. It was a long time before a brand new skill appeared in her skill bar. How about it, Susu? Have the skills evolved? Chen Ming inquired. Evolved, Susu said, sharing out the new skill. Dragonborn's word, submission. Submission? The moment he saw this name, Chen Ming was somewhat confused. What the hell? Isn't what I'm giving purification? How did it become a completely irrelevant skill? This matter of skill evolution was something that Chen Ming had also experienced quite a few times, but every time a skill evolved, it was done in a regular and well-grounded manner. Purification into submission? It's not even close. With a stomach full of doubts, Chen Ming continued to look down. Dragonborn's word, submission. Effect, forcibly ingests 3 debuffs from the target. Within the next 10 seconds, you can choose one of the 3 debuffs to be released onto the designated target. Upon successful release, the remaining 2 debuffs will dissipate. If no target is selected for release within 10 seconds, all 3 debuffs will dissipate. Chen Ming was dumbfounded. This skill, bully, it's too bossy. No wonder it went from purification to submission. People's dispersal is just to make the debuff disappear. But the Dragonborn holy word can be good. Directly to the kidnapping over for their own use. Throw it out if you can use it. If you can't use it, throw it away. When you think about it, how is this not dispersal in another sense? Awesome Suz. Chen Ming could already foresee that this skill of Susu's could be of great help sooner or later in the future. Being complimented, Susu couldn't help but smile coyly, her heart bursting with joy. It's only been less than 5 minutes since I started brushing. Chen Ming was so rewarded. It's just not cool. Keep going on. Far away, the 2 little brothers, dumbfounded, looked at the scene in front of them. They were all ready to pick up the bodies then. But whoever thought, just for a moment, that large swath of spores was then cleared out. Hair, what happened? Where's the weirdness? So much weirdness. The 2 were completely confused. Just as they were shocked, Chen Ming seemed to have twisted his head, intentionally or unintentionally, and glanced at where they were. If it were before, they certainly don't think anything of it. But at this moment after witnessing Chen Ming kill countless spores in a single shot, the 2 men's faces changed wildly, almost in no particular order. They fled with their tails between their legs and their asses. Chen Ming was also too lazy to go after these 2 guys. It was just a small person. It hadn't caused him any substantial damage yet, and he didn't have that kind of free time to waste. Continue to hold down the guild with Susu, always on the lookout for spore outbreaks and ready to back up with Blink. At first, the spores refresh pretty quickly. It would refresh almost once every 4 or 5 minutes, and then even detonate the spores attached to the surrounding players, creating a cloud. But as Chen Ming struck out in seconds again and again, he also noticed something strange. Some spores provide around 90 points of experience. Some of them provide around 120 points, almost a 30% boost. What's going on here? Chen Ming couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Although he was aware of the spore mechanism of this place, it was only because he had heard of it in his previous life. More specific details, he didn't really know. After all, this place at that time had long since been eliminated and was no longer a mainstream location for leveling, and the information he had accessed had been summarized by people from an unknown period of time ago. It is only known to spread spores. I don't know what the intensity of spore production has to do with anything. Spores are refreshed once every 10 minutes or so now anyway. Idle is idle. Driven by curiosity, Chen Ming decided to do some research. The first thing that came to his mind was the rank of the spore parasites. At the next spore outbreak, he deliberately watched carefully as he did so. Instead, it was discovered that the spores that erupted from a level 10 player were not that different from the spores that erupted from a level 12 player. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with rank. It also has nothing to do with occupation. Could it be a random refresh? Just as Chen Ming was a bit puzzled, suddenly, a rolling green mist erupted before himself. Spores, once again, erupted. Only this time, it erupted from him. Although he didn't participate in the large-scale brushing of monsters, he was in the same team as a group of 9 Heavens elites such as Brother Gang and Sister Sandy. They brushed it off. Chen Ming also naturally could not escape being infected by the spores. He didn't panic, though, possessing top-notch reflexes. He raised his right hand almost as if it were muscle memory. Blade Storm. According to the previous practice, Chen Ming could casually kill a bunch of spores in seconds with this strike. However, what made Chen Ming somewhat surprised was, those spores didn't die out after taking a shot of the sword Blade Storm. There was actually quite a bit of blood remaining. This scene was really something that Chen Ming had not expected. It's not just Chen Ming, even quite a few players from the 9 Heavens Guild were confused. Those remaining spores rampaged up through the crowd. Fortunately, the overall strength of the 9 Heavens Guild players was pretty good, having updated a batch of equipment. Although they could not deal with these spores yet, they could at least survive to ensure that they did not die. Just don't die. Everything is fine. The entire guild's milkmaid immediately went crazy giving milk to this spore-infested area. Chen Ming also attacked and killed without hesitation. It took a little work. Resolve the riot. Kill, spore monster, to gain 269 experience points. Kill, spore monster, to gain 269 experience points. This batch of spore monsters, a full 269 experience points are provided, far more than ever before, and both the amount of blood and the damage were far from what the previous batch of spore monsters could compare to. Could it be that the attributes and levels of spore monsters are determined by the attribute points of the host? High damage, high blood, and high defense, but at the same time, experience is quite generous. from 96 to 269 points. Almost tripled. If every batch of spore monsters were all these 269 experience point spore monsters, then wouldn't my level take off in minutes? Think about it. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in Chen Ming's mind. He snapped his head around to look at Susu. Susu, use Dragonborn Holy Word submission, and try transferring the spore debuff from the guild members to me. Chapter 94, Crazy Practicing Speed. Official Reporter's Desire. Hey! Susu failed to understand Chen Ming's intentions. She gripped her staff tightly and looked hesitantly at Chen Ming. Give the debuff to Mr. This isn't too good. Although it was Chen Ming's request, but Lori still didn't want to do such a thing. That's a move against Mr. Don't be afraid. Just feel free to do as you please. At Chen Ming's repeated requests, Susu finally wielded her staff and randomly found a player from the Nine Heavens Guild and used Dragonborn Holy Word submission. Roar! The roar of the dragon's might filled with a sense of oppression resounded steeply. That big and thick man's body directly shook, rather than being intimidated. Rather, an inspiration that could be clearly felt was added to his body. Sister Susu is awesome. Han sighed. Susu, who had hardly ever been complimented, lowered her head somewhat coyly. Unleash the skills again. Restack the spore buff onto Chen Ming. Chen Ming began to wait. 4 minutes later, the bouffon Chen Ming's body exploded violently. A green mist reappeared. Chen Ming threw out a sword blade storm. Sure enough, the spores in that large mass of green fog, under the 6 attacks of the sword blade storm, died the vast majority. But still, as before, a slight amount survived. After all, Chen Ming's output wasn't exactly stable. A 6-band blade storm, in which more or less bludgeoning damage can occur due to his high agility points, and the 10% extra bludgeoning chance provided by the legacy leather armor set. Once you eat both ends of the spectrum or even more bludgeoning damage, the spore will be killed outright, and vice versa. Just survive with blood. With previous experience, both Chen Ming and the players of the Nine Heavens Guild were prepared. It wasn't hit by the wave of spores in the same hand-wringing way it had been before. Do it in unison. Soon the area was cleared of spores. This wave of spores is so strong, but there's a lot of experience too. I'm up 4% experience value straight after this wave. What about you guys? 4%? Looks like you have a pretty high output. I only share 3%. Much more experience than regular spores anyway. The people of the Nine Heavens Guild were all excited. It's so cool. This kind of upgrading speed is simply too good to be true. While these players who were just sharing the leftovers were still like this, Chen Ming was even more so. A wave of 296 experience value spores extinguished. His experience bar, straight away, went up by nearly 14%. At this rate, it's not even impossible to rush from level 10 to 13 today. Chen Ming couldn't help but smile. The genius has discovered the wealth code. Graft the spore buff onto yourself as much as possible before triggering. The experience value gained this way can far exceed that of a normal spore. It would have been a very fast upgrade to brush spores here, and after discovering this play, the speed is even more exaggerated. Half an hour later, with the golden light hovering and flying around his body, Chen Ming's level was finally raised to level 11. Open the leaderboard and take a look. The players who were still on the leaderboards, even the 1000th from the bottom, already had a level 14 rank. The highest level in the Huaxia area had reached level 15. As for the global charts, the highest rank was still held steady by that blonde chick warrior, boasting a rank of 16. Looking at these grades, Chen Ming not only did not get discouraged, but instead was feeling full of motivation. It's fun to have an opponent. Chen Ming licked his lips, full of energy. The feeling of leveling up with your brothers is not boring at all, but fun. It wouldn't be long before a burst of golden light could be seen scurrying out from among the crowd. Apparently another player has leveled up. The more people see that golden light, the more motivated they will be to level up. Just as Chen Ming was leading the Nine Heavens Guild's crowd in a bored rush to level up, the forums in the country have completely exploded. Click into a random section. Just see the countless posts related to that big fight this afternoon. 1 against 10. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup beats the top 10 kimchi masters. On the first day of the guild's existence, they guarded Huaxia into the Nine Heavens under the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Pickle's 3 guilds suffer a crushing blow. Huaxia strikes hard against kimchi. In less than an hour, all the pickle charts have been reshuffled. Kimchi's top 10 masters have all returned to level 0. This is all his doing. Obviously, as time passes, what Chen Ming had done had also slowly spread. No way. The commotion he made with that pounding was just too big and too much. On his own, he has almost completely reshuffled the top-end charts in the pickle country. Whether it's the top gear from the pickle country, or their senior players, all in that 1 hour, the sky was turned upside down. Plus there were a number of good Samaritans who took screenshots of the video at the time. These messages spread like flies, and one of the most notable. Undoubtedly it was the video of Chen Ming in that prison cell, fighting off the top 10 kimchi experts with his own strength. At first, Chen Ming was assassinated, forcibly dragged into a prison cell. Countless people watched in horror. They watched as the experts on kimchi countryside threw out skill after skill that dazzled them. Chen Ming struggled to survive in it, but even so, Chen Ming was surprisingly able to kill his opponent back in the midst of adversity. Those two great counter kills were a blast to watch for everyone. Whoever says that Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother is all data and no action, I'm going to get angry with them. The White Jade Soup Big Man is just too calm. I'm the one who's already panicking, but the White Jade Soup Bigot can still operate like that. 10 against 1 and still get countered. Can you guys play? But everyone's excitement didn't last long. Soon they were silenced by the successive pressures from Pickle's side. 10 of them. Everyone has top-notch gear and skills. How does this play? Seeing that Chen Ming was being pushed to the brink, already when it comes to brazenly dying, many players had even forgotten about the final result and were gnashing their teeth, cursing Kimchi's meanness and berating the King's Guild for their disgust. And there was a rush of air and blood. I can't wait to be there, fighting side by side with Pearl Jade White Jade Soup against those abominations. And that's when it happened. Susu's skill awakens. Concentricity skill activated. She entered within the cage and fought alongside Chen Ming. It's been a change of pace ever since. The two teamed up and have since flopped and slayed. The opponent's well-prepared jail cell became a lifting of a stone to hit his own feet. It was a great pleasure for all to watch. And in the head office of the Chinese branch of the Glory game, a pretty girl in a small suit OL with black-rimmed glasses was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time after reading all this relevant content. After a long time, she slammed the table and made up her mind. I'm going to interview Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup on behalf of the officials. Oh yeah, and the priest girl who fought side by side with him. Susu, the two of them, they are simply the war gods of China. They must be well covered. Chapter 95, The Queen Who Doesn't Speak Human. An opportunity to destroy the demon ape. Chen Ming was completely unaware of the fact that he had once again ruthlessly shown his face in front of players all over the world. Along with Susu, he made a big splash. Even official journalists have interviews planned. At the moment, he was brushing the spores and brushing them. 2 whole hours passed. His experience bar was once again raised by about 80%. It's not that far away from level 12. Unfortunately, these spores are sort of incidental to the refreshed monsters, and there's no monster icon at all. No monster titles to unlock either. After all that half a day of hard brushing, you end up with nothing. Chen Ming was quite regretful. But think about it. These spore outbreaks can easily number in the tens and hundreds at a time. If there were monster artifacts and monster titles, they would probably have been brushed out a long time ago. But while the monster artwork and titles are not available, the experience as well as the elimination of the sin value is not a single point. Under high-intensity brushing, not only did Chen Ming's experience rise by leaps and bounds, the accumulation of sin values is also being eliminated. The name, which had been so bright red that it was almost dripping blood, was slowly becoming less exaggerated. Chen Ming glanced at his sin value. The previous accumulation of almost 30,000 sin values had been swiped to the point where only 15,000 were left. Keep it that way. 2 or 3 more hours of brushing will pretty much eliminate the red name. You can get to level 13 or even 14 yourself. Sir, Mom and Dad told me to go eat. Is it okay if I get off first? Susu was a little nervous and opened her mouth to ask for Chen Ming's opinion. Obviously, she was a little afraid that Chen Ming would get angry. After all, this is her first time to participate in this kind of large-scale labor union activity. The ones with Snow Moon don't count. They were all just taking her upgrades at that point. Chen Ming didn't mind Susu going offline. Although Susu went offline, he himself would lose the 10% output result provided by Dragonborn Holy Word Glorification, as well as the skill attribute boost provided by Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement. But after practicing here for so long, the members of the Nine Heavens Guild were already well versed in spore generation. Even if Chen Ming was unable to kill the vast majority of the spores in a single breath, everyone would be able to take care of the spores with their equipment advantage and rich experience. At best, it's just a little bit of trouble and a little bit of danger. However, if Susu chose to go offline, her experience would fall by a large margin. Can you tell your parents to go later? Or maybe you just don't eat tonight and wait until you get offline at night and order your own takeout or something? Susu's face showed bitterness. No, if I don't go to dinner, they will scold me. Chen Ming frowned slightly. Then you can't even say you're earning money? I'll transfer another sum of money for you to take to gag them. No. Susu's little head shook like a rattle drum. Mom and Dad have always felt that I'm wasting my time playing games and not doing my job. Even if I earn money, they still feel the same way. Chen Ming was silent. It wasn't as if he couldn't understand this kind of parenting. Let's not even talk about playing the game. It's that a lot of teenagers who go out and make a living, earning 10,000 or $20,000 a month playing, also seem unstable and unprofessional to their parents back home. Hardly think it's sunny to go to a small town and become a civil servant who gets 2 or 3,000 a month. Chen Ming couldn't help Su with anything. One can only feel darkly. Su does make some money by following himself. But what about fame? This was something that Chen Ming really couldn't do anything about. Maybe the only way to do that is to wait for the game to slowly move into reality. And only reverse those people's thoughts after she has real strength, right? After Chen Ming nodded in agreement, Su went offline and left. Just as Chen Ming was about to continue brushing the monsters, a message flashed up in the lower right corner of his face. Chen Ming looked at it and was somewhat helpless. In that time, he'd picked up too many messages that had come slipping through the cracks. It was all the guild owners who had added his friends to lick his earlier wave of thrashing the pickle people. Although Chen Ming didn't want to take care of it, but after all, he was embarrassed to turn a blind eye to it. So he could only open the message and prepare to casually perfume it. What I didn't realize was that it wasn't someone else who sent the message. Instead, it's the queen of middle childhood. You know, although the mind demon phantom ape is good at spells, its physical type abilities aren't bad either. Whether it's physical attack, or the triad of physical strength, defense, and agility, they're all quite good. Chen Ming revealed a puzzled look. What's the queen doing here all of a sudden talking to him about this? Did he have thoughts about the heart demon phantom ape? Thinking of this, Chen Ming couldn't help but be energized. The heart demon phantom ape, if he remembered correctly, was a boss close to level 30. This kind of boss is capable of dropping guild tokens. Possessing a guild token allows you to actually create a guild. With guilds all over the world, all of which still exist only in verbal form. Guilds that possessed guild tokens and created guilds would undoubtedly become the world's top notable existences. If the Nine Heavens can get this first, Chen Ming felt his heart surge just thinking about it. Of course, it wasn't that he hadn't considered stealing the big guy with his wonderful hands. However, when facing a level 25 boss, he even needed to rely on the enchantment of Susu's Dragonborn Holy Word enhancement, as well as his own special stealth skill, Phantom Shadow, to get a little closer. Even so, he himself was eventually discovered. Facing that giant ape, Chen Ming simply didn't have a chance to strike. If the queen has really figured out a solution to the great apes, Chen Ming would simply be impressed with the queen. So, Chen Ming hurriedly pursued the question. Ha, you don't understand this? The queen's reply was as understated as ever. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth pulled. However, considering that the queen might be valuable at the moment, Chen Ming chose to hold his tongue for the first time, and instead of threatening the queen's sister, he forced out a smile and said in a kind voice, "It's true that I don't know much about it, so you'll give some pointers? Ha, call me queen." Chen Ming suddenly thought for no reason of the queen's appearance just now when she was on all fours on the ground accompanying Era as she flew recklessly. The corners of his mouth twitched again. It took a long time before those two words were typed with great difficulty. The female king. Hey! Just through the screen, Chen Ming could feel the queen's joy. I'll let you have it for once. Chen Ming felt that he had already given enough face to this guy, and no longer pulled any punches, directly cutting to the chase. You have a way to do away with that demon ape, don't you? This message goes out. Chen Ming could already imagine that head of the queen's smug and incomparable appearance. However, what surprised Chen Ming was, the queen did not reply in seconds. It's a bit unlike that guy's delectable style of doing things. After a long time, finally, that side replied, "When did I say I was going to do away with that demon ape? I just wanted to let you know. It's too fast. I simply can't get rid of its hatred. Wanted you to help me." You. Chen Ming almost didn't break into tears. It was a shame that he thought the queen had come to discuss a solution with him, but it turned out to be actually asking for help. Is it hard to speak human? Chen Ming almost didn't pass out from anger. However, just as he was planning to angrily spray this iron being with a few words, suddenly, he found a blind spot. That demon ape. Why is he still chasing the queen? It stands to reason that each boss will have a territorial range that it is in. As soon as it exceeds this range, it immediately forces the disengagement of hate. It's because of this setup that the oddity of attracting bosses to pull into the city and relying on NPCs to help with them doesn't come up. But there seems to be something strange about demon apes. It's been chasing the queen for hours. I'm afraid. How are you still chasing? You're not going to stay put, are you? Chen Ming asked suspiciously. How can it be? Do you think my mother's IQ is the same as Era's? I've changed places a lot, but that monster just won't get out of the hate. The old lady entered the city and he was waiting outside. Even if the old lady goes out invisibly, she'll still be discovered. This is the task you gave me. You have to take responsibility for the old lady Aoi. Chen Ming saw these messages. The heart is not in the right place. Perhaps he could use this strange characteristic to get rid of the demonic ape. Chapter 96, Chen Ming's Way. Offline interview? Send me your location. Soon. The queen shared her position. Chen Ming swept a glance. It was determined that the queen was located a fair distance from where the pickle had been eliminated earlier. It does fit the point she made about the distance being far away. A slight estimation of the distance. Chen Ming's first thought was to drag the demonic ape to the Scarlet Monastery. Though the big man there, the priest, is a contrary fellow, and there's no way to take out the demon ape by his hand. But behind him, there was a mysterious and unimaginable basement. Chen Ming has the key to the basement of the Scarlet Monastery. It was able to draw the demon ape over to it. But here's the problem. Will he cause some shenanigans by doing so? Or the moment he pulled out the basement key, would the priest just instantly flip out and slap himself twice? It's filled with so many unknowns. Chen Ming didn't dare to try it easily. In the end, he decided to lure the demon ape to himself. He couldn't solve the demon ape though, but he could have relied on spores. Previous experiments had already proved that the stronger the attributes of the parasitized person were, the more terrifying the spores born would be. And the spores will simply regard the parasitic target as the first object of hate. With the help of Susu's dragonborn holy word, submission, you can implant a spore debuff on the demon ape indefinitely, although Su had already gone offline to eat, but it will be back in an hour at the most. The queen pulled the demon ape over to her. It takes about 2 hours anyhow. The plan is feasible. Just lure that guy over here again. Chen Ming sent out his coordinates. Ha, go to you? Could it be that you can fix this demon ape? Then get lost. Be there in about 2 hours. Wait for me. It's really like Era. The kind that don't give 2 slaps on the wrist and ask for hard skin. Time passes. Many of the guild members had also gone offline to eat, but by the look of their exuberance to the extreme, it was clear that they hadn't gotten over it. After all, the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother himself took them to brush up their levels. It's a feeling that has never been felt before. Everyone feels that going offline at this point, even for just a minute, would be a huge loss. Especially Kon. Mild as he was, he couldn't help but complain about his own wife's lack of understanding. Having to call him offline for dinner at such a critical moment. Complaints over. He took a big swing. Magnificently. I can't. This is annoying me to death with her noise. Brothers, I'll go offline first to teach her a few lessons. Wait for me to come back. After this trip, Kon never came back. Probably already comfortably fed at the table. An hour later, Lori is on the line. As soon as she came online, she hurriedly twisted her head in a burst of searching, and finally found Chen Ming in the midst of the crowd, clutching her staff in a hurry. The way he barely stumbled and fell. Slow down, Sister Susu. You be careful, big Sister Susu. The big guy rushed to assist her for a moment. Su blushed a little embarrassed. It was the first time she'd ever been called sister. People adore her so much. As a result, she almost fell on her face. So embarrassing. What's wrong with you? In such a hurry? Chen Ming had just finished resolving a wave of spores, and knowing that it wouldn't refresh in 2 to 3 minutes, he relaxed and smiled faintly at Lori. Sir, something big has happened. Lori had a serious look on her face. I just checked the mail that comes with the game helmet when I came online, and there was a letter from the officials. There's a game reporter inside who claims to be from the Chinese division of Glory and wants to do an interview with me and you, if I may. Is the offline kind of interview? Chen Ming froze, rushed to check it out. Sure enough, there was indeed a letter from an official staff member describing the contents exactly as Susu had said. Chen Ming didn't have too many emotional changes after reading it. After all, he had seen this sort of thing far too often. It's not just because of the quality of the game that Glory continues to break the circle and has a superb player base throughout the world. Even more so because it did a great job of promoting it. It's like some esports games that like to build star players. Glory also likes to build up momentum for all kinds of powerhouses, all kinds of heroes. It makes you feel as if there really is a whole new world in which you can take on the world in this game of Glory. Chen Ming had known so many top experts in his previous life. It's because I've heard of them, more or less, from various sources. It's normal for people to come in for interviews, but I'm not too keen on accepting them, either offline or online. Chen Ming had little interest. He was now a top-notch presence in the China region with no one to turn to. There's not much point in throwing your head back again. After hearing Chen Ming's words, a flash of gloom flashed across the little lowly's eyes as she slowly lowered her head and bit her lip before finally nodding obediently. Alright, then I'll listen to you, sir. Lori didn't even sound as light as she used to. It got low. Chen Ming keenly noticed the change in Lori. What? Do you want to be interviewed? No need. Lori lifted her head and forced a smile. There must be a reason why Mr. doesn't want to. I'll be good. Chen Ming vaguely guessed something. For him, this kind of vanity didn't matter. But Lori Susie, maybe cares a lot? Hey, boss, what's wrong with you just accompanying someone for an interview? Sandy's sister, who had been listening with her ears pricked up in the team, couldn't help but propose. This sister, she's a model of urgency. When you see anyone with a grievance, you want to come out and get in on the action. No, it's fine. Susu pulled Sister Sand in a bit of panic, afraid that her talking like this would make Chen Ming uncomfortable. But for Chen Ming, being interviewed was just a small matter. Since Susu likes it, then I'll keep you company. Saying that, Chen Ming rubbed the little loli's head. Let's ask her for an online interview. It'll be more convenient. A flash of surprise snapped through Susu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a wave of hesitation. She mumbled for a moment before asking weakly, "Sir, can we get an appointment for an offline interview?" Offline? Chen Ming was a bit confused. Why offline? There's no difference between in-game and offline. But I want my reporter sister to come to my house and let my mom and dad know that I'm not wasting my time and frittering away my youth. Sue's voice was getting smaller and smaller. By the end of the day, it was almost as fine as a mosquito. When she finished speaking, her little head buried itself once again as well. Chen Ming couldn't see her expression, but he could guess that she must have been staring at her toes, and her entire body was extremely tense. Her fingers that were gripping the staff were quite hard, so much so that they were a bit white. Chen Ming, these were really a bit difficult. He had purposely fine-tuned his face before entering the game, just for fear that he would go around stealing in the game and annoy some bigwigs and be traced back to reality, but only for a moment of apprehension. He then snapped to attention. Nope, he doesn't seem to have any worries about that at all now. Before he started the game, he thought he was a thief hiding in the shadows, a thief who went around pissing off the big boys and everyone, but the reality is, he was the deserved king of the Huaxia district. It's the object of countless bigots' frenzied licking. It was the strongest player in the hearts of countless Huaxia zone players. It's the patron saint who defended Huaxia and stormed a bunch of kimchi. Thinking of this, Chen Ming fell silent. How did he himself accidentally mix from a thief to the standard bearer of the Huaxia district? But since this was the case, there was no need for him to have the worries he had before. Isn't it just an offline interview? No problem. Send me your address privately. I'll go and make an appointment with the official reporter later. Su snapped her head up, her eyes full of surprise. Thank you, sir. This was an expression Chen Ming had never seen before. He couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. In his impression, this is the first time Su laughs so happily. Chapter 97, The Appearance of the Heart Demon Phantom Ape. The shock of the Nine Heavens crowd. Seeing Su so happy, Chen Ming couldn't help but smile slightly as well. It seems he wasn't wrong in that decision. Now that we're going to show our faces, the house needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. The piece he was looking at cost $10 million, but the corresponding security could be better guaranteed. And while he didn't need to worry too much about that aspect, it was good to get some more reassurance. With an excited Lori, she brushed the monsters for a while longer. At this point, Chen Ming's level had come to around 70% of level 13. Originally, Chen Ming had thought that he would be able to get up to about 40% of the experience value of level 13 at most during this time of brushing down, but he had overlooked one thing as he leveled up. His attribute points were also rising. Go from level 11 to 13. The 2-level increase gave him a substantial increase in his values as well, so much so that the level of the spores that popped out of him gained a boost. This caused Chen Ming to gain experience, which was also rising all the way up. Crooked, where's everybody? The old lady's here. That's when the queen sent a message. She had returned to the neighborhood with the heart demon Phantom Ape. Chen Ming was immediately energized. It's finally here. Brothers, all stop. Don't brush the monsters for now. Although Chen Ming did not explain why he had to stop, everyone carried out his order almost without hesitation. After finishing off the last batch of monsters, everyone looked at Chen Ming after stopping in unison. Boss, what's wrong? Is that all you're going to brush up on today? Kong stepped forward and asked. Chen Ming smiled faintly. No, it's just a small boss. When we solve that boss, we'll just continue brushing. Hearing Chen Ming's words, everyone became even more interested. Bosses? Are there any more bosses around here? Geez, not only did you brush up on your experience like crazy today, but you also got a chance to fight a boss? Seeing how the boss is downplaying it, I guess that boss won't be too strong. Indeed, didn't you hear the boss? It's just a small boss, but the boss is so fierce. Will the mini-boss he's talking about be far beyond our expectations as well? There was a lot of talk and discussion, especially Sister Sandy. She became leery once more, her eyes full of belligerent desire. Not for a moment. Everyone heard a heavy footstep, from far and near. Follow closely. Everyone felt a slight shaking. As the footsteps approached, the shaking also became more and more intense, so much so that by the end of the day, everyone could feel a strong vibration as if the ground was shaking. The crowd that was calm just a moment ago was completely confused at this moment. They looked at each other incredulously. Why does this coming out stance feel so familiar? If I remember correctly, that heart demon Phantom Ape from this afternoon seems to be the one that moved, right? No, it can't be. That thing is a level 30 blue level boss. It's definitely not a small boss like the boss said. Indeed, the boss is talking about a mini-boss. Where does that thing, the heart demon fantasy ape, have anything to do with a mini-boss? Even Gang showed a calm and collected look as he analyzed. Actually, there are many bosses in the game that can toss out this kind of movement, and it's not necessarily true that a boss with a big movement is powerful. According to my years of experience analyzing the game, this kind of movement is more actually a demonstration effect to make the players feel intimidated in their mind. Understand? Kong has opened his mouth like this. Everyone was instantly a little more convinced. Sandy's sister also immediately added, "We have to believe in the boss. The boss said it is a small boss is definitely a small boss. Really to say that the heart of the magic ape, the boss certainly pulled us to escape all. He will not harm us." Gang and Sister Sandy spoke one after the other. After everyone heard this, they were also finally able to completely let go of their hearts. It was definitely not the heart demon phantom ape that caused such a big commotion. As the great commotion approached, finally, a giant object that appeared in front of the crowd, a familiar silhouette. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. The original confident expressions on the faces of Brother Gang and Sister Sandy also changed slightly and subtly at this moment, and when they saw a girl on all fours, running wildly across the ground, with a husky close behind, their expressions could no longer be controlled. It's that woman again. It's her. It's her. Ah, it's really her. Chen Ming almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he listened to the commotion in the crowd. Queen, you're already more recognizable than a mind magic fantasy ape. Heartbroken for her for a second. As the heart demon phantom ape got closer and closer, Chen Ming looked toward Susu. "Come on, get on top of me." Susu immediately switched her staff and entered the concentricity state, transforming into a little dragoness haunted by the clear chi lingering on Chen Ming. In a moment, you'll use Dragonborn Holy Word Submission from on us, and throw the ingested debuffs onto the mind demon phantom ape. Is that a problem? No problem. Lori was full of seriousness. I've brought you the blame, so take over for me. I've been running all afternoon and I'm going to die of exhaustion. From a distance, the queen could be heard yelling hysterically, accompanied by Era's neck-raising whine. Ming Chen's comment, "A perfect match. Use a skill." Chen Ming gave an order. Lori waved her staff and used Dragonborn Holy Word Submission. A player from the Nine Heavens public household was instantly enveloped by the dragon's might. Chen Ming looked slightly puzzled at Lori, somewhat confused as to why she picked a guild member instead of extracting the debuff from herself. Little Lori had a delicate mind and instantly guessed Chen Ming's thoughts, explaining, "The players in that neighborhood haven't triggered the effects of the spore burst for a long time, so I purposely picked their people, in which case the spore tier should be a bit higher." Chen Ming revealed a surprised look. He hadn't really thought that Lori had such a delicate mind. "You're doing great." With a slight compliment, a slightly shy smile immediately spread across Susu's face. Phantom Shadow, skill used. Chen Ming immediately concealed himself into the darkness. Susu followed along and disappeared into thin air. There was no need for Chen Ming to remind him. Susu then used Dragonborn Holy Word Enhancement in extremely tacit cooperation. Along with the Dragonborn Holy Word Song of Praise, buff was also added to the body. At this moment, two major buffs were added to Chen Ming's body, along with 30% of Susu's attribute value. It has become powerful to an unprecedented state. But even so, all of the players present from the Nine Heavens Guild were still in disbelief. Holy, Boss Mang went up. Really? That's a heart demon fantasy ape. Asterisk. Should we help the boss? This, Kong, what to do? Sister Sandy, give me some ideas. Everyone looked at Kong and Sister Sandy in panic. Gang hesitated and wavered, looking as if he wanted to step forward to help but was worried about getting in Chen Ming's way. Also just a big hand from Sister Sandy. Don't go up there. Still, since we've identified the boss, we have to trust him. Boss didn't ask for our help, so let's just be good and watch from here. Chapter 98, Tough Close-Up. Spore Outbreak. With the cover of the Phantom Shadow skill, Chen Ming rushed towards the massive heart demon fantasy ape. The monster had been chasing the queen all afternoon, yet it didn't look tired at all. Still so manic. Chen Ming was very clear, with his own body, if he was slightly touched by it, he would instantly die a violent death without a whole body. It's thanks to the queen's strange skills and tricks that she was able to last so long under the hands of such a monster. Queen, you can dogpile. What do you mean by dog-eaten? That's what I call fake death. Fake death. Do you understand? The queen's mouth was furious, but the body is honest as hell. Seeing Chen Ming enter the attack range of the heart demon phantom ape, he immediately fell in place in a straight line. Era followed suit, staring with big, gleaming, intelligent eyes, and planted a dog's head on top of the queen, crushing her half to death. The play dead skill lasts for only 10 seconds or so, otherwise the queen could lay hard for an afternoon and force the mind demon phantom ape to disengage from her hatred. With the queen down, the mind demon phantom ape's payoff and immediately shifted. Just a glance, it then saw Chen Ming hiding in the shadows. Roar! It roared, a grab out of thin air towards the void. However, at Chen Ming's side, a strange fluctuation came violently. Chen Ming only felt his heart flutter with panic, and without hesitation, he surrendered his blink skill. Just the moment he blinked and ran away, the location where he was originally located flashed with a bizarre fluctuation as if space had been distorted. Be careful, this guy has a bunch of long-range attack skills. The queen sent a message to remind. Good, Chen Ming replied briefly. Although he was a reborn, he hadn't fought every monster. At the time he entered the game, the Heart Demon Fantasy Ape was already a boss with a disproportionate amount of payoffs and benefits due to the theft of the treasure it was guarding. No one is going to want to raid this thing. It can be cold as hell. The Heart Demon Phantom Ape once again let out a roar. Another tight grip in the void. Chen Ming's heart was shocked. His position, again, was captured. Under the dual effect of having the Dragonborn Holy Word enchantment, as well as the Phantom Shadow, a top sneaking skill, he couldn't even conceal the Heart Demon Phantom Ape for even a second. It was as if he himself was not invisible at all. Any movement will be detected by it. Is this the oppressive power of rank? Chen Ming's heart was in awe, but the movement was not in the least bit panicky. Facing the clinch, he lashed out with a double jump. This second jump, however, was not towards the air. Instead, it was bouncing out of the air, toward the ground. If he went mid-air, he would be shooting himself in the foot. Flying mid-air when the skill was on cooldown was just waiting to die. Only back to the ground. Feet on solid dirt. Only then could Chen Ming have more room to maneuver. Airborne two-hop. It caused Chen Ming to violently scramble back to the ground like a cannonball. After landing, he took off in a mad dash. It seemed that seeing that the skills missed one after another, and being approached by that mole-like fellow, the Heart Demon Phantom Ape was a bit distracted. It no longer grasps in vain. Instead, he swung a thick slap and slammed it down. Angry? Chen Ming immediately began to walk. He didn't dare to hope that he would miss the attack. Bang! The thick slap slammed down, kicking up dust from the sky, and even the ground shook violently. Fortunately, Chen Ming operated to pull full. In the face of such a tremor, he also forcibly stabilized his stance and burst in towards the Heart Demon Phantom Ape. Finally, Susu's skill distance is enough. Dragonborn Holy Word submission. The debuff stored on Susu was instantly transferred to the Heart Demon Fantasy Ape. If it wasn't for the concentricity skill, Susu wouldn't have had a chance to get close to the physical and mental Demon Fantasy Ape even if she died thousands of times here. Did it work? It worked. Receiving Susu's affirmative reply, Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief before violently retreating backwards. He was really worried that Susu's skill use would fail. After all, there was such a big difference in rank. Failure is not out of the question. Before retreating, Chen Ming activated Hardened Poison and casually threw a Sword Blade Storm out, hooking up a toxin effect to the Heart Demon Phantom Ape. It's slow to poison though, but the drunkenness is not there. What Chen Ming cared about was the 1% triggered steal probability of Mythic Hand. It's okay if you can steal it. If you can't steal it, forget it. As for the active skill of the Wonderful Hand, Chen Ming does not want to use it on this guy. He had made up his mind to take his sister for a spin over to the Scarlet Monastery. Rely on your sister's A-rank talent, Bionic Teardrop, to test out that jail cell, and if you find something, then use Mythic on that side. He didn't want to come across an opportunity only to miss it because he wasn't well prepared. Blinking, plus dash, Chen Ming scattered and ran wildly, but even though he retreated so decisively, he was ultimately gripped fiercely by the Heart Demon Fantasy Ape's claw from a distance. Put. Chen Ming only felt a squeezing pain. In the game, the maximum cap of pain that could be turned on was 30%. And Chen Ming had pulled the cap right up to 30% in order to ensure his operation, as well as his sensitivity in the game. That crushing pain, it put him on his feet. Minus 793. Super high damage values floated past his head, a touch as close to 800 blood. Fortunately, Chen Ming had a set of top-tier equipment that provided defense and stamina point boosts, as well as the extra attribute points provided by Susu, and the 10% extra life value bonus provided by Susu's buff. This was what allowed Chen Ming to carry this attack hard. Otherwise, just this small, painless skill would be enough to cause Chen Ming to instantly die a violent death. Sir, are you okay? Su asked with concern as she added blood in a panic. It's okay. Chen Ming forcibly suppressed the pain, and his feet fiercely stomped on the ground and scurried forward. After the second round of Blink CD cooling down, Chen Ming finally escaped to a relatively safe location with the help of Blink. But the Heart Demon Phantom Ape was extremely fast. It was really hard to get rid of Chen Ming alone, so on the way to escape, Chen Ming kicked on top of the queen's arse that was lying on the ground pretending to be dead beautifully. Get up and pull the monster, queen? Being forcibly interrupted from her play dead skill, the queen was furious, but before she could scold Chen Ming, the enormous pressure from the Heart Demon Fantasy Ape behind her made her shiver violently. Ah! Old me hates you! The queen angrily dogpiled on the ground for a while. As expected, The heart demon fantasy ape hated the queen's sister who had stolen its treasure even more than this insignificant fellow Chen Ming. No hesitation in turning the gun around. Kill the queen. The queen runs wildly while spitting out her fragrance. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, you liar. You big liar. Say yes to being responsible. And then they tricked me into coming here and left me alone. Damn you. Damn you. Chen Ming's face changed. Why does that feel a bit wrong when you say it? The gazes of the people of the nine heavens looking at Chen Ming also took on some colors that were not present in previous days. Why does it feel like my wind rating is going to be jeopardized again? The corner of Chen Ming's mouth twitched. Shut up you. But this time, the queen didn't listen and was still there, roaring her heart out. Just as everyone was looking at Chen Ming with increasingly strange eyes, suddenly, the heart demon phantom ape that had been chasing after the queen's feet froze. Follow. On its body, a burst of green poisonous mist violently erupted. Chapter 99, Pulling the Queen into the Society. Feasibility of the plan. Green mist filled the air, covering the sky. The movement was so great that all the people in the nine heavens looked dumbfounded for a moment. Good. Big. Sister Sandy looked shocked. It's not just her. All of them, with the same expression. This outbreak of spores is just too big. If those spores before, only the size of a fist, a random sword blade storm can cover all of them and exterminate them all. Then the spores that erupted from this one were literally the size of a human. It erupted, and the entire sky was covered in green. And besides the size, the one that makes everyone's head spin is, the spore's name turned a deep, unmistakable purple. Above level 5, monster names will turn red. Beyond level 10, monster names turn a ghostly purple color. Dense purple names. It was a frightening sight to see everyone. Everyone all subconsciously took a few steps back, but the spores that erupted had absolutely no idea about the crowd. Instead, they looked at the heart demon phantom ape in unison. PFFFFFFFFFF. It's like they're launching a suicide attack. Viciously, he slammed towards the heart demon phantom ape. A series of high damage values erupted over the head of the heart demon phantom ape. -623, -592, -506, -582. Although everyone couldn't see the exact value of the heart demon phantom ape, they could clearly see that its blood bar was slowly falling. Not much of a drop, but it's a real reduction. Sir, it's working. Lori cheered excitedly. Chen Ming also forced down his excitement and nodded in response. It works. That was the first wave of skills the spores hit. According to this situation, as long as one slowly consumed it, there was a complete chance of killing the heart demon phantom ape. Roar! The attacked mind demon phantom ape was furious. Its IQ wasn't exactly high, but it could clearly sense that these tiny spores in front of it were no small threat to itself. It couldn't care less about the queen for the moment. Twisting his head, he slapped hard at the spores floating in midair. Just a slap. The strong physical destructive ability of the heart demon phantom ape was then manifested to the fullest. Bang bang bang. Wherever its palm reaches, all the spores vaporized and melted instantly. Even someone like Chen Ming, whose attacks far exceeded those of an existence of the same level, could not manage to kill the spores that erupted from his own body in 100% of seconds. The heart demon phantom ape, however, was unusually relaxed. Fortunately, although the heart demon phantom ape's attack was high, the number of spores was also quite high. The heart demon phantom ape did kill quite a few spores good with that slap, but the ones that stayed behind, there were more. That's down to Suza's meticulousness. If she hadn't found the group of players with more accumulated layers of the spore debuff, she wouldn't have been able to do a wave that exploded with such a huge number of spores. Eyes on the mind demon phantom ape entangled in the spores. Naturally, the great clever queen would not let this opportunity pass. He hurriedly ran to Chen Ming's side. Chen Ming hadn't forgotten that this guy had just almost caused his publicity to go wrong again, and looked at her with more or less unkind eyes. Wait for the queen to approach. He grinned. Queen, don't hang around. Go ahead and seduce the heart demon phantom ape. Let it snack on you. Take some pressure off the spore's output. It will also allow me to take some of the pressure off me the next time I plant a spore and get up close and personal with it. He didn't have a personal vendetta. It's really not. The queen blushed. No, don't have to, do you? Chen Ming wasn't a devil after all. He watched the queen panic. In front of her, he opened his backpack and took out the 3 sets of top stalker gear he hadn't given away yet, sending them to the queen to look at. As long as you're nice and obedient, you can choose any of these outfits, and then join my 9 Heavens Guild by the way. Be a bull for me. Oh no, be a bruiser under my command. There are many more benefits to come. Chen Ming had long wanted to pull in the queen. It's just a shame that your own guild used to be completely octogenarian, but right now, the 9 Heavens Guild had taken shape. It's even possible to get the founding token today. It's time to woo the queen. The queen also didn't know if she had heard those words spoken by Chen Ming. Her eyes went straight when Chen Ming took out 3 sets of equipment. It's almost like a pet puppy that hears the sound of an open can. dead eyes on the 3 sets of equipment. It was close to wagging its tail madly at Chen Ming. These 3 sets of equipment are good, but there's garbage mixed in. Can I pick any of these 3 outfits and combine them? Nice guy, he's got a good eye. The equipment on the top 10 kimchi masters also became trash in her mouth. Chen Ming subconsciously wanted to slap her. However, on second thought, the queen originally had the treasure hunting dog attribute on her body, and she had indeed pounded out a nice outfit herself, so Chen Ming was relieved. Fine, as long as the equipment you left behind makes up 2 sets. Deal. The queen nodded excitedly. Then get to work you. Chen Ming kicked her again on her plump and rounded buttocks, sending her kicking towards the heart demon fantasy ape. The queen didn't curse this time and bounced off. She's kind of smart, too. After rushing out, he didn't directly go to provoke the heart demon phantom ape. Instead, it stuck at a relatively safe distance, constantly teasing the mind magic phantom ape. Various head shakes and repeated horizontal jumps. I don't know why. Chen Ming always felt that her movements owed a beating to the extreme. Just like flies, it was madly disgusting under the eyes of the mind demon phantom ape. Finally, the heart demon phantom ape couldn't hold back a bit. Stiffening against the spores, he gave the queen a virtual squeeze. The queen, who had been chased by the heart demon phantom ape all afternoon, had long since seen through its skills. The limbs pushed hard, as if catapulting a starting dog. He violently dodged the attack of the heart demon phantom ape. Ha ha, as soon as your pants are off I'll know if you're going to or fart. Catch me? Can you catch it? The queen's extremely mocking open-hearted laughter rang out. Su heard a little blush. The little lowly have seen such vulgar people, especially when they are still next to Mr. Lori quickly pretended to be oblivious. Stiffly, he turned his head. Chen Ming saw the little lowly's little action and couldn't help but laugh a little. This little lowly gave him the feeling that he was watching TV with mom and dad. Suddenly the man and woman on TV started to make out. The small child's expression instantly stiffened and he began to awkwardly act as if he were oblivious. If the queen had been around, he would have had to grimace twice. However, this kind of behavior from the little lowly only made Chen Ming feel cute. Old double standard dog. A wave of spores, with the queen cooperating to draw fire. In total, it consumed about 6% of the heart demon phantom ape's life value. Don't look at the small amount of blood consumed, but it proves a point. Chen Ming's thought process of relying on spores to kill the mind demon phantom ape was perfectly fine. All the players of the Nine Heavens Guild comprehended this. Each one's eyes were filled with excitement. Boss, the spores are almost gone. Gotta get up there and plant new spores. Boss, do you need us to help draw fire? We can all play cover for you. Everyone in the Nine Heavens Guild was incredibly excited. Chen Ming slightly waved his hand. No need. It was extremely difficult for him just to get close to the heart demon phantom ape. Only the queen was able to circumnavigate the vicinity of the heart demon phantom ape with her strange skill of hound pace. Ordinary players of the Nine Heavens Guild were not qualified to approach the heart demon fantasy ape at all. Chen Ming gave Su a look. Lori understood and threw another round of Dragonborn Holy Word submission. After watching Lori with a second wave of debuffs on her body, Chen Ming once again killed the heart demon fantasy ape. Chapter 100, the queen shows her operation again. Sandy sister explosive damage. Queen, cover me. I'm not blind. The queen responded with dominance while increasing her provocation. She tried to get a little closer to the mind demon phantom ape. Under the queen's best efforts to sell her ass and seduce, as well as the remaining small number of spores under siege. When Chen Ming tried to approach the heart demon fantasy ape this time, the pressure he received was suddenly much smaller. Soon, he approached the heart demon phantom ape. A reminder. Su immediately waved her staff and implanted the spores into the heart demon fantasy ape again. Well, sir, done. Chen Ming wiped his feet and immediately retreated. This implantation was a breeze, but he was easy. But the queen was a little harder to top. This straightforward girl, after hearing Chen Ming's request, sold herself very deeply. A few times the skill was dodged, narrowly, almost got a slap on the wrist. Seeing how pitiful she was, Chen Ming hurriedly instructed Su, add an enhancement technique buff to this idiot queen, so that her hound pace is a bit more flexible and she doesn't die here. The queen must never die. Of all the people present, she was the only one capable of pulling the boss. Right now, although a new spore debuff had been implanted in the heart demon phantom ape's body, it would take some time before it exploded. During this time of waiting for the burst, you can only rely on the queen to pull the boss. Swish, Susu's staff waved. The enhancement buff falls on the queen. Originally, the queen was already fast, and her agility had been pulled full circle, but with the enhancement buff, her speed and dexterity suddenly skyrocketed again. The queen instantly showed a surprised expression. What a buff! In fact, not only the queen, but all those who had eaten the Susu buff would reveal such exclamations. Has an enhancement buff enchantment. The queen's speed skyrocketed. She, who was originally in crisis everywhere and was almost taken away several times. After her speed skyrocketed, she easily dodged the heart demon fantasy ape's attack with a twist of her head. Ha ha, come and hit the old lady. The queen battled to pull full speed. Arrogantly, he stopped in place to pick a fight. When the heart demon phantom ape roared in anger and returned the attack, the queen sprang out again. Extremely fast. The heart demon phantom ape couldn't catch up at all. However, just the moment the queen rushed out, Era, beside her, followed suit with a sharp leap. If it were before, one person and one dog can be said to be well coordinated, jumping left and right horizontally, between you and me, enough to tease the heart demon phantom ape to the scalp. But after the queen ate the enhancement buff, after the speed surged by a large margin, problems arise. Era's rhythm, obviously, became a little slower, with the queen having rushed out a good deal. Era is just getting started. This caused Era to slam headfirst into the queen's waist. Whoa! The queen lost her color. The body instantly lost its balance. Era also let out a scream. Fall to the ground. This stupid then. Chen Ming's face changed wildly. The queen can't die. Seeing that the queen had lost her balance, the heart demon fantasy ape raised its arms to punch her and pinch her hard. Chen Ming pinched up Blink and was about to hand it over. But just then, on the side of the Nine Heavens Labor Union, a cry of alarm also violently erupted. Spore erupted. Boss, the spores are all erupting. Boss, help! Chen Ming didn't need to turn his head. Just with the corner of his eye he had already glanced at a dense green mist nearby. The spores that randomly erupted on the guild members surprisingly erupted as much as they could at this moment. If these two crises are separated, Chen Ming was instead able to dispose of them successfully. But the problem is, they erupt at the same time. Chen Ming was distracted. Sir, what to do? Lori asked in panic. Chen Ming's thoughts were like electricity. On one side, the queen, the only person to pull the heart demon phantom ape. On one side, there were guild members who were having trouble resisting the rampant outbreak of spores. It's a dilemma. No matter which side Chen Ming rescued, it would lead to an imbalance in the current state. Lose the queen, and the heart demon phantom ape will kill big time, regardless of the guild members. The spores would slaughter everyone clean and eventually affect the queen's side. Just as Chen Ming hesitated, the queen suddenly yelled, "Leave the old lady alone. The old lady can live. You go save that side." The queen's yell interrupted Chen Ming's operation, and just for a moment, the heart demon phantom ape's palm slapped down fiercely. The queen, who had originally fallen to the ground, suddenly made a carp, facing the palm of the heart demon phantom ape. She made a receptive crouching motion, just crouch and crouch like that, hardly caught the heart demon fantasy ape's slap, between the earth and the mountains. The queen was hit with precision. Chen Ming subconsciously turned his head to look at the queen's blood bar. Her blood stain should have simply emptied, but here and now, yet still perfectly full-blooded. Chen Ming, after all, has been a man of 2 lifetimes and has seen a lot. Just a moment, he guessed the answer. Invincible frames. In the game Glory, some skills exist along with invincibility frames. For example, some tumbling maneuvers, backward jumping maneuvers, side flashing maneuvers. Alternatively, the queen just used a crouch move. There are so many frames in these actions where invincibility exists, all accumulated by countless players through the experience of countless deaths. So in a previous life, Glory was so late in its development that almost everyone knew about it. But knowing and using are two different things. More people are seeing it in video highlights of other people's maneuvers. Chen Ming, as a player at the top of his game, had invincibility frames that he could use skillfully, even better used than the queen. It's just that he doesn't currently have access to similar skills. But the problem is, that's the early days of Glory. The subjected crouch is a skill that is hardly ever acquired. Not only did the queen obtain this skill, she also figured out the key to it and used it successfully. At this moment, Chen Ming couldn't help but think of the first time he met with the queen. She used the Z-step to sneak up on herself, though he was easily seen through. The queen's maneuver, however, impressed him. Unfortunately, later on, the queen was too middle and too stupid, causing him to somewhat forget the queen's expert persona. Until this moment, he did not recall it again. Who the hell is she? Chen Ming did not believe that such a character would be without a reputation, but now is not the time to think about that. He snapped his head around to look over at the guild. He was ready to step in and tackle the poisonous mist. But just then, Sister Sandy leapt out in a single bound. The symbolic supergiant sword in her hand disappeared. In its place was a compact longsword. It was also a longsword that was popped out by one of the top 10 masters of the Kimchi Kingdom, which Sister Sandy had disliked earlier. Don't be afraid, brothers. Stay with me against the spores and by the boss sometime. The words were not yet spoken. She slashed out with her sword. A fan range of spores in front of them instantly vaporized. Sister Sandy can't help but stare. Ha! When did she do so much damage? Chen Ming watched this scene from afar. and his expression couldn't help but become strange. He suddenly realized, how come it seems like on the guild side, you don't need yourself anymore either? Chapter 101 Guild Token arrives, another purple suit. Chen Ming held the heavenly calamity tooth dual daggers, and for a moment, he was a little unsure of what to do. Drawing his sword, he looked around in bewilderment. That's probably how it feels. After all, this time the spores had erupted from an ordinary guild member and didn't have the kind of heaven-defying attributes that Chen Ming had. Naturally, it's not too tough, with the entire crew leveled up 1 to 2 levels. After Sister Sandy changed into a set of powerful equipment, it was naturally easy to kill. On the left, the Queen's set of maneuvers showed the Heart Demon Phantom Ape's scalp, regaining her life and stabilizing her position. To the right, Sister Sandy led a group of guild members in methodically clearing the spores. If he could, Chen Ming really wanted to pull out a cigarette and take a lonely puff. A wave of seemingly huge crises was so lightly diffused. With this wave of surprises, everyone became noticeably more vigilant, plus the double insurance of having Chen Ming ready to rush to his aid at any time. The blood level of the Heart Demon Phantom Ape was steadily falling. Half an hour later, the Heart Demon Phantom Ape's blood level finally hit rock bottom. All of you, pull out of the swamp. Chen Ming immediately gave the order. It wasn't that he wanted to monopolize the Heart Demon Fantasy Ape's items. Rather, after the death of the Heart Demon Phantom Ape, those giant spores still remaining would transfer their hatred to nearby players. They're not qualified to deal with giant spores. All of them, without question, left immediately after being ordered to do so. Soon, only Chen Ming, who was possessed by Su Su, and the Queen, who was running wildly with the Mind Demon Phantom Ape, were left. One last spore implant. As Chen Ming spoke, he brought Su Su to burst forward again. After lightly planting the spores, Chen Ming immediately stepped back. Soon, the last wave of spores erupted. The Heart Demon Phantom Ape's eyes flashed with extremely humanized anger, panic, and disbelief. It really can't figure it out. Why can these spores come in wave after wave, endlessly? Ho 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 ho! The Heart Demon Phantom Ape growled angrily, but in the end, it was useless. In the end, with a heart full of resentment and unwillingness, he collapsed in the middle of the spore siege. The moment it fell, Chen Ming's experience value skyrocketed, from 70% of level 13 to level 14 in one breath, with 5% more experience, almost equal to about 35% experience. Chen Ming revealed an expression of surprise. He really didn't think the experience would be that much. Realized that the experience gained from monsters that are too far above the player's level is constantly cut down. The Heart Demon Phantom Ape was a monster over level 30. The experience that Chen Ming could gain was really very little. If Chen Ming was level 30, slay the Mind Demon Phantom Ape. I'm afraid the experience value gained won't be much less than this 35% gained at level 13. This is rank suppression. Instead, it was Lori who exclaimed that her experience had gone up by about 60%. Think about it. The Heart Demon Phantom Ape was killed by the spores, which was a debuff released by Lori, and it was normal for Lori to gain more experience when the Heart Demon Phantom Ape died. Finally, it's settled. The Queen almost cried out. Been chased all afternoon. It's simply too painful. However, when she saw the treasure that was hidden under the body of the Heart Demon Phantom Ape after it fell, she then felt it was all worth it. Touch the body, touch the body. The Queen had just overflowed with a smile, and in the next second, Chen Ming cast a glance as if he hadn't noticed. The Queen shuddered. Forget it. Old lady is a member of your guild anyways, so I won't grab anything from you. The so-called boss. The Queen heckled, giving herself a step. Good dog. Only then did Chen Ming lead Su Su to the Heart Demon Fantasy Ape corpse, touching the body. A kick to the corpse of the Happy Demon Fantasy Ape. The treasure hidden underneath was suddenly revealed as the tip of the iceberg. Except for a bunch of silver coins, there's a ring, there's a giant machete, and a skill book. But what made Chen Ming lock on at a glance was a horn-like thing. Chen Ming's heart beat hard. Guild token. Although it was called a guild token, it looked like a horn, supposedly inherited from some very old, but classic online game. Chen Ming ignored the equipment and skill books and directly picked up the horn. Guild token. Turn it in to the guild administrator in any of the main cities to create a guild. Synopsis, a token carved like a horn, which is said to command the heroes of the world. What a guild token! Chen Mingxian was incredibly excited and directly posted this item in the squad group. In the team, they were all core members of the Nine Heavens Guild. Susu, sir, our guild can be created? Folding the sands, ha 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 ha. Nine Heavens will be the first guild in the world to be established. Boss is awesome. The wife is only allowed to play for 2 hours. What are you waiting for? Boss, let's hurry back and create a guild. King of gods devouring that wanders in the darkness, meh. For my comment, why don't we look at the equipment first? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, sending equipment illustrations, Tusk of Natural Disaster, left, Tusk of Natural Disaster, right, The king of gods devouring who wanders in the darkness. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Long live the 9 heavens. Long live the 9 heavens. There was a sudden silence. The queen's face was a bit of a mess. The king of gods devouring who wanders in the darkness. What's wrong? I'm just following my heart's will and congratulating the boss from the bottom of my heart. Everyone gave me an I get it look. From the heart. I'm a wimp. Understand. Put away the guild token. It's the most valuable thing. Take it to the market and countless bigwigs will grab it. However, Chen Ming would not sell the guild token for these benefits. That's the distinction of being the first guild in the world. It would give the 9 heavens a hard time making a name for themselves. Pick up the rest of a giant machete, a ring, and a skill book. Check it out in droves. First up is the giant machete. Crybaby, blue rare, heavy weapon. Level, LV, 28. Attack power, 205. Strength plus 20. Stamina plus 15. Endurance plus 15. Passive skill, wailing. When wielding it, it will emit a wailing sound, which can inflict certain attribute of magic damage to the attack target. Synopsis: a weapon that has been influenced by the Mind Demon Mirage Monkey and has been impregnated with some of the power of the Mind Demon Mirage Monkey. It seems to be a relic left behind by a strong person who failed to challenge the Heart Demon Mirage Monkey. A moderate blue level rare weapon. Looking at this look, Sister Sandy should like it quite a bit, but you'll have to wait until level 28 to use it. It's a long way to go. The next item was a ring with an internalized radiance and ordinary texture, but it was exquisitely ancient. Ancient ring, purple legendary, ring. Just seeing a beginning, Chen Ming's heart jumped hard. Purple level legend. Blue level bosses are popping out purple level equipment. That's a low probability, but it's not unprecedented. Chen Ming met it. Hurry up and read on. Ancient ring, purple legendary, ring. Required level, 1. Defense, 1. Magic defense, 1. Passive, devouring. When worn, it will reduce the user's experience gain by 100%, and will devour 50% of the user's experience value for every full hour of wear, and will deduct the user's level if there is not enough experience value. Passive, God of Medicine. When worn, the success rate when refining medicine is increased by 300%. The rarity of the product of refining medicine is increased by 300%, and the experience value gained from refining medicine is increased by 500%. Synopsis: a ring with an ancient texture, on which the soul power of an ancient powerhouse seems to remain, will devour the user's cultivation after wearing it, but can unexpectedly gain a significant boost in the area of medicine refining. This ring is a bit familiar. Chen Ming felt a serious sense of vestiges, and yet I can't remember what the hell it is for a second. The negative effects of the ring are truly horrible though. This was the attribute unique to purple grade legendary items. They would have all sorts of strange and bizarre skills and settings that were not at all like those designed for a proper online game. However, when Chen Ming realized that this so-called online game was just another piece of reality, he was relieved. There really can be such strange things in this world, and the attributes provided by this ring fit perfectly for him. After all, he had been busy until now, and he was still at level 4 in pill refining. There were already quite a few guilds in this world that were preparing to train alchemist players for their guilds. You'll have to step up to the plate yourself. Although this thing sucked experience badly, as long as Chen Ming grasped the wearing time, it wasn't unacceptable. Not to mention, he still has the Mainstone's carving knife. When the 1-week CD cooldown of Mainstone's carving blade was over, he branded the Medicine God passive on the ancient ring. White whoring passive. Beautiful. 2 pieces of equipment. Both great. Finally, Chen Ming looked at the skill book. Chapter 102, Skill Upgrade again? I want to start a guild. Sharp Eyes, Blue Rare, common to all professions. Required level, LV1. Effect, more information can be obtained through visualization after use. Synopsis, people with a keen eye can always find more information lurking in the shadows. That's just as good a thing. Chen Ming chose to study without hesitation. The skill book violently flipped open, transforming into a single blue light character floating in mid-air, which was then successively imprinted into Chen Ming's mind. Also at this very moment, Chen Ming heard a long-lost system prompt. Ding, special profession, Shadow Walker, passive trigger. Keen Gaze, upgraded to Eagle Eye Vision. Can this be upgraded as well? Chen Ming revealed an expression of surprise. Sharp Eyes is not a skill exclusive to thieves, but it seems to be the same as the Dodge skill book he got before. All of them are inextricably linked to the profession of thievery in a hidden way, though it is common to all professions. However, you are still able to trigger the upgrade effect after learning it. Hurry up and check out the upgraded new skills. Eagle Eye Vision, Purple Legend. Shadow Walker exclusive skill. Required level, LV1. Effect, when you turn on Eagle Eye Vision, you can gain more information that you normally wouldn't be able to notice. Introduction. Legend has it that members of the ancient assassin organization possess the unique ability to detect targets and environments through the awakening of the sixth sense, an ability that is imprinted in the bloodline of the assassins. Purple level legend. Another purple level legendary skill. Chen Ming couldn't contain his grin and revealed a smile. Turn on, eagle eye vision. Chen Ming was in a trance, as if he had heard a loud and clear eagle cry coming from the stunned. Immediately following, the image in front of me suddenly lost its color. Just simple lines, and a black and white background. However, when he twisted his head to look at the queen's sister, he was shocked to realize that there were a few more bright red marks on the queen's body, separate in rather large breasts, a backside that leather armor can't wrap around, and the most vulnerable part of the neck. It's broken, or a weakness. If Chen Ming was able to accurately hit these locations, it would cause super high damage. Not only are their weaknesses exposed, at the same time, Chen Ming could vaguely see some vague data. For example, the number of skills the queen has, the amount of gold coins remaining in her package, and a couple of things that seem to be worth more. Only these figures are very vague. It's almost as if you can only see an approximation, can't pin it down specifically. Look again at Suzu. Again, only vague data could be obtained. But compared to the queen, Suzu's data was slightly clearer. But unlike the queen, he couldn't see a single bright red mark on Suzu's body. No weaknesses. Suzu in the concentric state was truly invincible. After looking curiously at it for a while longer, Chen Ming didn't find any novel features. Maybe I haven't mastered the art of using eagle eye vision yet. The eagle eye vision would constantly reduce the amount of blue when it was turned on. And with Chen Ming's amount of blue, it was really a bit overwhelming. Exit the Hawkeye vision state. It was quite a rewarding harvest. The body has been touched cleanly. Look up again. Countless spores in the sky are wandering aimlessly. Looking at those deep purple names, Chen Ming couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. With these spores in this mecca of leveling practice, it is also considered to be completely wasted. No way. In the face of this spore, only Chen Ming, who had been in the state of ghostly shadow, and the queen, who also had special sneaking means, were able to defy the attack. Other players but are noticed. It would be surrounded by this wave of level 30 plus spores in a frenzy. It's not realistic to continue practicing here anymore. Forget it, there are plenty of places to practice, but there is only one guild token, worldwide at the moment. Chen Ming smiled with satisfaction. Brothers, back to the city. Qingfeng City, teleportation array. With the surge of white light, players from the Nine Heavens Guild appeared in the teleportation array. The large-scale appearance instantly drew sideways glances from many players. Why are so many people suddenly teleported? It can't be some big guild group destruction again, right? So many people. It feels like the King's Guild didn't die this many people even when they were massacred by the White Jade Soup bigwigs a few days ago. Why are you still mentioning the King's Guild? How obscure. A bunch of traitors. Rare. That said, now that the King's Guild's people have run away and retreated, and have already disappeared overnight, they couldn't get this many people together even if they wanted to. And as Chen Ming appeared after topping his dragon flying and phoenix dancing with a bright golden ID, everyone instantly understood the source of this huge force. Nine Heavens Guild. For a time, many people couldn't help but bring longing and admiration to their gazes. Step out of the teleportation array. Finally set foot in the main city again. Brush off the redneck sensation pin without poking. As Chen Ming watched the guards who would have glared at him angrily when they saw him hovering at the city gates from a long distance before. At this moment they were all revealing kind smiles. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Go ahead and submit the guild application. Going to finish the quest over at the Scarlet Monastery again to get my last piece of inherited leather armor. With the pushiness of this SSS ranked quest, the 6 pieces of the inherited leather armor set coming together should give me some surprises and amazement. I also wonder if it could be related to the Scarlet Monastery. Say, my sister's back from shopping already, right? Let's see if we can get her online to try out the bionic teardrop and explore the basement of the Scarlet Monastery. If it pays off, my wonderful hands will come in handy. By the way, my alchemy skill has to be put on the agenda as well. Suzu has already added a few players who are gathering and acquiring over at the novice village, able to provide me with quite a few basic materials. Chen Ming was walking and thinking at the same time. I hadn't realized until I thought about it carefully that I had so much going on. However, Chen Ming didn't feel annoyed. Instead he felt unusually fulfilled. Each of these things represents an advancement in one direction or another for him. He hated that there was so much going on that he was burnt out. Along the way, the Nine Heavens Guild's team of hundreds of people could be described as loud and powerful. Being so ostentatious in the small Qingfeng city naturally drew the attention of countless people. Many good people came up to inquire, and the players of the Nine Heavens Guild didn't hold back, proudly raising their heads to answer them. Our Nine Heavens Guild is going to form a guild. The first guild in the world to be founded. Envious? Lie to you? I'm a puppy dog for lying to you. Okay. All the members of the Nine Heavens Guild had excitement, confidence, and pride on their faces. Originally, People don't believe it. But as more and more players from the Nine Heavens Guild patted their chests and said that they weren't bull ting, some, at last, were becoming skeptical. Anyway, are here to play the game. Idle is also idle. Many people have followed the Nine Heavens Guild troops, ready to explore. At the very center of Qingfeng City, the Nine Heavens Guild crowd finally stopped. Chen Ming was the only one who picked up the steps and walked into the affairs hall that dealt with town business. The onlookers followed suit and stopped in their tracks, looking at Chen Ming's back, talking and discussing. Enter the Office of Services. Chen Ming found the guild administrator. I want to start a guild. The white-haired, monocle-wearing guild administrator jerked his head up. The cloudy old eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Create a guild? Now. Chen Ming did not say a word, flashed his guild token. At this moment, the entire political staff in the affairs hall turned their heads. Chapter 103 Reward for being the first to create a guild? May I ask your guild name? After determining that there was no problem with the token, the guild administrator looked up at Chen Ming. Nine Heavens. The guild is called Nine Heavens. Is it confirmed? Okay. A check-in is over. The guild administrator respectfully handed over a medal. The words Nine Heavens were branded on it. Wait until Chen Ming received the medal. A new line of text instantly surfaced below his ID. President of the Nine Heavens Guild. You, as the first player in the world to create a guild, are entitled to a free blue-grade territory and a blue-grade territory resource pack. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. Is there such a thing as a good thing? That's a real surprise. Each guild has its own separate territory. However, many small guilds simply couldn't afford to support the operation of a territory, and ultimately chose to abandon their territories and attach themselves to the territories of large guilds. Enjoy some of the amenities of guild territory at the cost of being a parasite. The big guilds, on the other hand, have their own territories. The territory started out as a pinhole, a bottomless pit. It takes a lot of manpower and resources to develop it, but when it developed, the rewards were considerable. As long as the city owner runs it well, territories can have the same taverns, prop merchants, weapon stores, defense stores, and the like as the system's main city. Depending on the development and choices made by the city's owners, the various resources in the territory, too, will vary. But no matter what kind of resources, as long as a player comes to spend money, the guild that the territory belongs to will get a corresponding commission. Chen Ming remembered that in his previous life, there were quite a few big guilds that were rich and powerful and developed territories, and in the later stages, they were able to receive 10 million levels of income every month just by virtue of their territories. Even if the game enters reality, the territories can also make a fortune and earn countless amounts of game gold. And besides the gains, territories also provide a considerable number of gainful effects to guild members, as well as skill learning that is unique to the guild. Many small guilds were unable to support the consumption of their territories on their own, and were sent to attach themselves to large guild territories just for these benefits and skill acquisition. However, the effects gained by a dependent guild, and the skills learned, were naturally inferior to those of a guild with a territory. Anyway, territory is a system that has a huge upfront investment, but also a pretty exaggerated payoff later on. It was also one of the reasons why Chen Ming had made crazy money before, but now it seems he doesn't really need it anymore. As the first player to create a guild, he actually received a piece of blue-level territory directly, as well as a blue-level resource pack. Though territories don't start to turn a profit slightly until they reach the purple level, it takes an orange level to rival a small main city. Available at a blue-level territory would already barely break even. It took a bottomless pit of investment up front to get a normal territory to green level and then upgrade it to blue level. That is the most labor-intensive phase, but Chen Ming didn't need to worry about it anymore. Cool, please identify where the territory is located. As he spoke, the guild administrators spread out a map for Chen Ming to choose from. 7 or 8 village locations are marked on it. Chen Ming chose a village closer to Qingfeng City as the location of his territory. After determining the territory, a teleportation skill to return to the territory had suddenly appeared in Chen Ming's skill bar. There was also an extra territorial blue-level material pack in the backpack. Do it all. The creation of the guild is also finally at an end. Chen Ming left the Office of Affairs. He just went out. All eyes then focused on him. No more words are needed. Everyone saw the line under Chen Ming's ID, President of the Nine Heavens Guild. At this moment, even those who were no longer convinced before were completely dumbfounded. All of them showed an expression of disbelief. Really created a guild? Holy, didn't they say that guild tokens would only pop out from bosses above level 30? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, he really didn't turn it on? He's TO right? This is definitely a TO right. How shocked the people around them were. How proud the players of the Nine Heavens Guild were. They enjoyed the shock, envy and jealousy of the players around them, proudly raising their heads. Come, I invite you to join the club. Chen Ming took the lead in launching an invitation to several core members, Su, Queen, Gang, and Sister Sandy. After the four of them entered the guild, Chen Ming directly gave them the position of administrator, and then they continue to pull people. Soon, more and more players joined the guild. Currently, the Ninefold Guild is only level 1. The maximum number of people that can be accommodated is only 200, but it was enough to pull in the 100 or so players. The line 9 Heavens Guild appeared in large letters under more and more people's IDs. They exchanged exultant words, looking at many passers-by with envy. Finally, someone couldn't resist. Out of the blue, he inquired, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother, can we join the guild? We're pretty good at this. Big Brother by Yutang. Pull us in. I have a green level excellent weapon with super explosive output. Begging for a belt. However, Chen Ming only shook his head. I'm sorry, but these current brothers are the ones I've shared the pain and death with, and will need to evaluate them if they want to join subsequently. Chen Ming didn't brag. When faced with a pickle, these 100 or so brothers have all followed Sister Sandy's generosity to the death, and have never brought a wimp. Chen Ming will not forget their contribution. A word to the wise. The excitement and thrill on the guild members' faces increased even more. Soon, everyone entered the guild. At this time, everyone noticed the new skill that had been added to the skill bar. Boss, what does this back to town skill mean? The skill effect is to return to the territory. Our 9 Heavens Guild has a territory too? Holy crap, your own territory? I don't know what it is, but it feels so cool. Chen Ming grinned. That's right, from today onwards, our guild has its own territory. A territory belonging solely to the 9 Heavens. Come on, let's go check it out. The words just fell. Chen Ming activated the teleportation skill. The guild members were thrilled to hear it. Hurriedly follow suit and activate the teleport. Soon, everyone disappears. Only a group of passerby players were left behind, revealing expressions of incomparable envy. Wait until the white light in front of you dissipates. What Chen Ming saw was a somewhat dilapidated village. It's about the size of a novice village, but the building is significantly more decadent. However, the players of the 9 Heavens Guild didn't have a half-hearted expression of disdain. Instead, they were showing delight. It's rather like the seeds don't mind the family. The scope of this territory doesn't seem small. Indeed, it's quite a bit bigger than I expected, and I hear it's capable of being upgraded. Can it be comparable to Qingfeng City in the future? Everyone was wandering around and poking around like curious babies. Chen Ming, on the other hand, was guided to where the village chief was. This village chief was a middle-aged man with short hair and beard, muscular and heroic. Much better than the bad old man in the newbie village. Upon seeing Chen Ming, he immediately knelt down on one knee, clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it against the heart of his left chest, respectfully saying, Lord, get up. As he spoke, Chen Ming handed out the blue-grade territory material pack. Use this, let me see what materials I can obtain from the territory. The mayor looked up. The moment he saw the blue-level territory material pack, his breath couldn't help but stutter, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Chapter 104, Territory System. Massive Material Consumption. The village chief received the blue-level territory material pack and solemnly opened it up. Ding, blue-level territory material pack opens. Gain resources, 1,000 timber, 1,000 minerals, 1,000 gold, 1,000 food. Gain, Heart of Territory, x30. Obtained proof of opening a copy of the territory's resources x1. The trifecta of Qs jumps off. The village chief Hanyu was incredibly excited and immediately explained the importance of these resources to Chen Ming. However, Chen Ming, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, did not need his prompting, and after just a little recollection on his own, he remembered the role of these resources. The first is to get 1,000 copies of each of the 4 resources: wood, minerals, gold and food. Among them, timber and mineral materials are resources used to erect territory buildings. Food and gold, on the other hand, are the daily consumables needed to maintain the territory. The more prosperous the territory, the more buildings and population you own, the more gold and food you consume each day. Chen Ming took a look. Currently, this territory requires 100 portions of gold and 100 portions of food per day to maintain. The initial resources opened out of Chen Ming's blue-level gift pack were only enough to sustain the territory for 10 days. If the gold and food in the territory is depleted and not replenished in time, the territory's population will gradually be lost and the territory's buildings will be deserted and degraded. And that was only if Chen Ming did not continue to develop his territory. If he spends timber and mining materials and builds more buildings in the territory, the daily consumption of gold and food required by the territory will continue to increase. These resources are consumed without mercy. However, the way of obtaining it is quite difficult. The territory refreshes with 5 quests per day. By completing quests, you can obtain 4 different resources: wood, ore, food, and gold. The resources you get from the daily quests, though, are quite limited. Chen Ming swept a glance, and after the 5 daily quests provided by the blue level territory were done, he would be able to obtain something like 30 copies of each of the 4 basic resources. It's simply not enough to make up for the daily consumption. To break even, that requires the efforts of the NPCs in the territory. The blue level territory that Nine Heavens currently owned was a thinly populated village, but even so, the NPCs within the village were able to obtain 30 servings of ingredients and gold every day by themselves through hunting, planting, trade, and so on. That's the advantage of blue level territories. In exchange for ordinary territories, and green level territories, that will not have any output at all. The kind that just reaches out and eats resources, half of it won't produce. But even after adding the daily output of the blue level territories, there were only about 60 servings of golden food. It still doesn't make up for the consumption of 100 servings of golden food per day. The shortfall of 40 copies would require Chen Ming, the Lord, to find a way. Gather the guild members. Going for monsters that yield territory resources is one way, but it's a dumb way to do it. There are not many monsters that can produce territory resources, but they are not difficult to kill and gain little experience. It's impossible to let players brush up on territory resources while comfortably leveling. If you want to brush up on resources, you have to sacrifice the speed of practicing, and a squad of 10 people, diligently painting for an hour, would only be able to obtain 1 copy of the material. The shortfall of 40 materials would require a squad of 10 people to brush for a full 40 hours, or it would take 400 players to brush for an entire hour. Players who could enter the Grand Guild were the elite of the elite. Everyone is too busy pounding away, scrambling to stay behind. Where's the time to take care of territorial resources? And that was even with Chen Ming opening with a blue level territory that could produce its own resources. If you start from scratch, the resources needed for the territory will have to be taken care of by the guild. As for cutting down the buildings and population in the territory, so as to achieve the method of reducing the daily consumption, is not impossible to use. But here's the thing, daily territories will settle into territory experience based on food and gold consumed. A certain amount of territory experience will automatically condense into a territory heart. Through the heart of the territory, it's only then that you can expand the scope of your territory, upgrade the quality of buildings in the territory. For example, the resident huts in Chen Ming's territory were currently of green level quality. Consume 3 territory hearts to be able to upgrade to blue quality. When upgraded to blue quality, the residents living in them will be more comfortable, which will naturally lead to increased productivity. With the same daily consumption of 10 servings of food and gold, residents in a green quality resident hut are able to produce 1 portion of food and gold per day. Residents in blue quality resident huts, on the other hand, are able to produce 2 servings of food and gold per day. The same is true for other buildings. And, want to unlock new buildings, it also requires the consumption of the heart of the territory. That is to say, only by spending a lot of gold and food every day, you can get the heart of the territory and upgrade the territory. Controlling and cutting down on the amount of food gold consumed will only lead to a vicious cycle of slow accumulation of territory hearts and stagnant territory upgrades. Wanted the territory to grow by leaps and bounds, it would require a lot of lumber and ore, a lot of building frenzy. The daily consumption of gold and food is increased through a variety of buildings. Then, with the consumption of large amounts of gold and food, you can accumulate territorial experience like crazy. From there, it is exchanged for the heart of the territory. Take the quantity in the territory and turn it into a qualitative improvement. The resources consumed in this can be massive. This, then, is why the vast majority of guilds shy away from territories. Can't afford it. It's pretty needy for even the big guilds to raise it. Either that or spend real money to buy resources like gold and food within the main city. Basically 1 share of resources can be equivalent to a dab of real money. If Chen Ming is kryptonite, then the territory will gobble up 400,000 of his real money every day. Want to be cheaper is fine. Then go to hire some undertake to brush the resources of professional players. However, the Nine Heavens as the world's first established guild, in the forefront of the world, the current game, there is no such organization. However, even if Chen Ming forced a group of people to take charge of the resources, it was still necessary to pay wages, spending less than the 400k needed to go directly to the system for redemption. It's also at least $300,000 to start. After all, it's not like the ones taking the job are cuties. Too low of a price to do it for sure. Just doing the math made Chen Ming feel his scalp tingle. Luckily I started with a blue level territory, which produces daily output and has 1,000 resources as startup capital. Otherwise, my little coffers would be tossed in a few days. First, let's use the 30 territory hearts that were gifted by the territory resource pack. It would be nice to slightly increase the territorial output to make it less stressful for me. Thinking of this, Chen Ming clicked to view the heart of the territory. At this look, he froze. Then, a flash of surprise surged forth. He found a very strange place. How come the territory experience value needed to exchange for a territory heart is so little? That's too cheap? Chapter 105 Building the Territory. Era's New Discovery. Chen Ming looked at the exchange consumption of the Heart of Territory. Find it a little hard to believe. Just 10 points of territory experience is all that is needed to exchange for a territory heart. It is important to realize that the experience value gained from territories is comparable to the portion of gold and food consumed each day. Currently the 9 Heavens Guild's territories consume 100 portions of gold and food per day, and will receive 100 points of territory experience value at settlement. More than enough to redeem the heart of the territory. This was what made Chen Ming feel that the price was simply so cheap that he found it unbelievable. If Chen Ming remembered correctly, those large guilds that wanted to exchange for the heart of territory in the previous life would basically have to pay thousands of experience points to be able to obtain a heart of territory. Contrast that with the big guilds. The 10 experience points required for Chen Ming's redemption was simply a cabbage price. How can it be so cheap? Could it be that this is the effect that comes with the blue level territory gifted by the system? No, it's not right. The system hasn't given a hint at all, so it shouldn't be a self-imposed effect. Chen Ming thought calmly. Quickly, he reacted. The experience value required to redeem the Heart of Territory should be the same as the experience value required for character upgrades. The higher the character level, the more experience value is required. The higher the number of territory hearts redeemed, the more experience value is required for the next one. Although the territory Chen Ming had obtained was a blue level territory, but it's also a whole new territory in the eyes of the system. The redemption price, too, accumulates from the initial 10 experience points. Looks like this is the most valuable part of the territory gifted by the system. It's like a person who has level 30 when he enters the game. What he is most not only this level 30, but the experience bar he needs to upgrade at level 30 is exactly the same as a level 1 player. A burst of ecstasy surged across Chen Ming's face. Even before, when he knew that he had taken a step forward and obtained a blue level territory, he hadn't been that excited. After all, the blue level territories couldn't be self-sufficient either, giving a lot of pressure to Chen Ming. But after realizing that the exchange of the heart of the territory was so cheap, all of these problems will go away. With the help of this ultra-low exchange price, he frantically acquired the heart of the territory and gave it constant upgrades. It wasn't impossible to rush a blue-ranked territory to a purple-ranked one at the fastest speed possible. Thinking of this, those last hesitations and burdens in Chen Ming's heart disappeared. I don't have to be afraid to put away 1,000 of lumber and minerals because of increased daily consumption. On the contrary, I've got to make a big deal out of it right now. Pull up the buildings and expand the population. Increase your daily consumption in exchange for a large amount of experience value for the heart of the territory. Chen Ming opened the territory panel. First, consume 9 territory hearts to upgrade some of the resident huts to blue quality, followed by spending another 9 territory hearts to upgrade some farmland that was also of green grade quality. In the end, there were 12 territorial hearts left, which decisively unlocked the blacksmith store. The blacksmith store not only sells equipment to provide income for the territory, but also provides better weapons and farming tools for the villagers of the territory, thereby increasing the production output of the territory. 30 territorial hearts spent. The effect is quite arguably quite noticeable. Territories that could only produce a total of 30 servings of ingredients and gold per day became 35 servings per day. 5 extra servings were produced. But boosting production is not Chen Ming's goal, just going along for the ride. What he really wanted to do was to increase his daily consumption and earn experience points. Residents' huts need 50 lumber. 50 mineral lumber? Let's start with 5 to help. It takes 25 timber and 25 mineral lumber to clear good land? Just get 10 of them. The blacksmith store requires 200 wood and 200 ore. TSK, quite expensive, but it's affordable. After a flurry of buying, the remaining lumber and mineral material in the warehouse was a pitiful 50 copies of each. But within the territory, there was a sea change. The guild members who were wandering around the territory suddenly realized that there was a rumbling sound coming from the surroundings. Fix your eyes. The thatched huts of the original village were all turned into adobe houses made of mud at this moment. It wasn't too good in the eyes of the crowd though, but it was obviously a huge change from the previous thatched hut. Immediately following, not far away, 5 more adobe houses rose up, and inside them appeared one after another villagers in rustic attire. Just as everyone was Tisk's king, an auspicious cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. 7 colors of light rolled between the clouds, with a golden glow and a fine rain. The original relatively barren cultivated land, after being moisturized by the mana sprinkled by the auspicious clouds, immediately became thick and deep black, and just by looking at it, it was as if one could feel the vitality in that land. Boss, is this building up the territory? Ghost, that's a big change. It makes me feel so good to see our territory getting better and better. Indeed, this seeing the village develop makes me feel at ease. Chen Ming looked at the guild channel and couldn't help but smile slightly at everyone's statements. The thrill of farming is probably engraved in the bones of many Chinese people. After the spending spree is over, Chen Ming then checked the territory information. Currently, the amount of ingredients and gold that the territory needed to consume per day had been raised to 140 points. Those extra 40 points would be a pain and a burden on any other guild. But for Chen Ming, it was a full harvest. Wait until tomorrow. Get 140 experience points, and surely you can comfortably exchange a large wave of territory hearts. Soon, Chen Ming found Sister Sandy. Let her arrange for the guild members to complete the daily territory quests and obtain territory resources. At the end of the day, Chen Ming hadn't forgotten to specifically instruct Sister Sandy not to fix the arrangement for a certain number of members, but to rotate them. After all, in Chen Ming's opinion, the daily quests were still quite troublesome. While glory makes the daily quests fancy, they are, after all, very mediocre rewards for individuals, and are mainly for obtaining guild territory materials. It can get tiresome to keep scheduling the same people. Sister Sandy heard and understood, and immediately went to work on the implementation. But she hadn't been gone for more than a few minutes before she wandered back. Boss, I think you're overthinking it. There are only 5 guild quests. Everyone is scrambling for. There's no need to schedule anyone at all. Saying that, Sister Sandy flashed a smile. I can see that everyone has a high sense of recognition for our Nine Heavens Guild. Identity? Chen Ming couldn't help but reveal a smile even as he looked at the excited and smiling crowd within the village. In his previous life, he was just a small mole in a chaotic world. But nowadays, the power that belonged to him was slowly rising, as is this territory that is currently just a village. It's constantly thriving. Next, it's just a matter of waiting for the territory to harvest experience every day, and development is done. Chen Ming glanced at the territory resource copy opening proof in his backpack, hesitated, and did not use it. After all, there's no shortage of resources right now. If this copy is the same as Ling Yu's opening of the Undead Plague in the first place, it's a copy that exceeds the level by too much. That would be a blood loss. It's not too late to save it for later. That's pretty much it for today. You can get off the line. Wait, I haven't finished my SSS ranked quest yet. The last of my heritage leather armor. How long it's been dragging on. Chen Ming slapped his head and almost forgot about this matter. I'm going back to Qingfeng City. Su, are you following along? Knowing that Su was a frugal child, Chen Ming was willing to let her possess her body in a concentric state and piggyback her ride. Going to go. Thank you, sir. Su transformed into a ball of clear air and landed on Chen Ming. Just as Chen Ming was planning to crush the city return scroll, the queen ran over with a grunt. Old lady needs to go back too. Wait for me. Chen Ming glanced away. Waiting for you? Why wait for you? Even if you really wait, you can't just get on like Su. You can't take you. After spitting out a few words, Chen Ming crushed the city return scroll and returned to Qingfeng City. The queen was with her when she came out of the teleportation array. The two of them looked at each other, but neither of them wanted to talk to the other. It wasn't until the two were all the way side by side, walking near the squire, that they finally looked at each other wide-eyed. What have you been following me for? The two men spoke in unison. Who followed you? Synchronize again. Chen Ming rolled his eyes, forget about it, and lazily ignored her as he walked straight in. I've come to deliver the priest's letter. The priest said everything was fine at Scarlet Monastery. No problems. Chen Ming quickly delivered the task. Gained 10% experience, 10 silver coins, and the final piece of equipment in the Heritage Leather Armor series. Heritage Leather Armor, boots. Put on this belated last piece of equipment. The 6 pieces of equipment in the Heritage Leather Armor series are finally fully equipped. The effect of the 6-piece set was also instantly activated. Even if he didn't turn on the equipment shine special effect, a ghostly figure also emerged behind him. In the meantime, a gush of dark blood even surfaced on his body. It makes for a very unusual look. The blood wasn't Chen Ming's. He remembered that in the introduction of the Heritage Leather Armor series set, it was described that the blood of an ancient stalker still remained on the body of this set of equipment. So, just added special effects? Just this? Chen Ming was somewhat speechless. He was looking forward to the 6-piece set coming together, but he had been looking forward to it for so long. Nothing happened as a result. What a bummer for him. Just as he shook his head and prepared to go offline, suddenly, a diabolic head poked out of the doorway. It cocked its head and gazed at Chen Ming. The look was serious, but with a hint of hilarity revealed. It's the Queen's head of Era. Chen Ming hadn't wanted to bother with this big smart, but suddenly, it twitched its nose. It seemed as if he had caught a whiff of something. It suddenly tailed up and arched its back. A growl like low thunder rolled in his throat even as he showed his teeth. It's like a cat with fried hair. Chen Ming, who was originally all set to go offline, was stunned by Era acting in such a manner. What the hell? Is the smell of something here irritating it? Chen Ming looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on his own. It landed on the inheritance leather armor set that was starting to ooze a bit of blood because it had been put together in a 6-piece set. Chapter 106, Scared Silly Era. Impacting Pill Refining Technique. What's going on? Is Era sensing something from the top of the inherited leather armor set? Chen Ming instantly became interested. You know that Glory is a game that loves to cram some pretty crucial information into some seemingly insignificant places. Like that all that blood. But it appeared in the profile of the heritage leather armor set. Good dog. What have you discovered? With keen interest, Chen Ming leaned towards the dog. However, he just made a move to get closer. Era then instantly erupted into a scream before turning her head and running away without looking back. Chen Ming just wanted to chase him out. In the doorway, the queen's pretty face peeked out. It's almost exactly like when Era probes. The sense of vestigiality is too strong. It made Chen Ming unable to resist twitching the corners of his mouth. What are you doing with the white jade soup? Bullying my dog? The queen's pretty face had a look of suspicion written all over it. Being the boss in front of the guild players. You're just a white jade soup in private, aren't you? Chen Ming secretly spat a few words at the queen. Where's your Era? Pull it out. I have something for it. The queen's brow furrowed at once. Pull out? No. It scared right back into the pet space. Resummoning will take 12 hours from now. Say, what the hell did you do to people? The queen had a wary look on her face. Chen Ming frowned slightly. Too scared to come out? Is it really that scary? Suddenly, Chen Ming thought of the queen's dog attribute. After looking her up and down, the queen was a bit frazzled when she looked at it. Chen Ming spread a smile. Joyfully, he walked over to the queen and brought his cuffs up to her sister's nose. Take a whiff. Queen? Something to do with some big baby. Chen Ming's words directly poked the queen's soft underbelly. Her pert little nose twitched slightly. Sniffed very carefully. Anything? You haven't had a shower in days? It stinks. Snap. Chen Ming slapped her on the head. The queen covered her head in aggravation. Just being honest. Looks like the queen can't be counted on. However, this also proved that pet egg guarded by the heart demon fantasy ape was truly extraordinary. That person in his previous life rose to prominence by relying on this pet egg. The queen herself is good enough. Plus pet eggs. It's more like a tiger. Let's talk about it tomorrow then. I'm already hungry and down. The queen bristled and waved him goodbye. Take off your helmet. It was already dark outside the window. Even old neighborhoods full of smoke and fire are shrouded in the night at this hour, as if asleep and quiet. Leave the room. A warm light was found coming from under a crack in the door of his sister's room. Guessing that his sister was in the middle of a game, Chen Ming didn't bother and ran to the kitchen in search of food. Turn on the kitchen light. Found a pink sticky note taped to the microwave. Go over and take a look. It's a message from my sister. Brother, here's what I packed for you for the evening meal. It's all the last new orders, so warm it up and eat it. Tearing off the pink sticky note, Chen Ming couldn't help but smile, then realized there was a yellow sticky note under the pink sticky note. Brother, tomorrow I'm going to report to school. In the refrigerator there are buns, steamed buns, noodles, dumplings, soup dumplings and other frozen food that I went to buy today. Know that you don't like to cook, always ordering takeaway, but takeaway is always not very hygienic. So if you can, just eat some frozen. I'll make you something good when I get home this weekend. Below, a cute smiley emoji. I didn't expect Chen Jia to forget me. Her oldest brother, after shopping with her girlfriends. Chen Ming was somewhat moved, but the thought of my sister leaving tomorrow was more than a little lost. He couldn't force his sister to stay either. After all, telling my sister that the game will become reality. This thing is also really too much bull asterisk. It is still quite difficult to make my sister believe it. The good thing, though, is that the school my sister attends is right here in the city. Anyway, my sister is already in the game and has earned an A-rank talent. Tomorrow wait until you're settled in at the school. Then show her your identity, pull her into the guild, and take her to explore the Scarlet Monastery on the way. Warmed up the meal in the microwave. Chen Ming feasted. After eating and drinking, Chen Ming washed up, went to bed and swiped his cell phone for a while, then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Ming was woken up by the alarm. In a daze, I remembered that today was the day my sister was going to report for work, and hurriedly got up. I have to say, my sister really knows her stuff. All sorts of big bags have been packed. Chen Ming didn't even need to take much trouble. He only needed to help his sister carry her bag and send her to the net car she had called downstairs, even if it was finished. It's so soul-saving. Back home, although the home was not big, once his sister left, Chen Ming was the only one left, which more or less seemed a bit empty. It's a little empty living in this little house all by yourself, not to mention moving to the big house. Chen Ming suddenly thought of the $10 million mansion he had been eyeing for no reason, followed by the thought of Lori Sue, not so much trying to abduct the human lowly, just simply thinking about offline interviews. He'd taken the time to butt heads with the official reporter at the game yesterday, and it was already set for a week from now, to earn the remaining 2 million or so within a week. Buy that villa in Castle Peak and move in. Go online today and go rush the level of the alchemy art. The reason why Chen Ming hasn't been making much money lately, it was because he knew deep down that alchemy was a cash cow. Even within the world, there was already a small group of players who had reached level 15 and possessed the qualifications to go and complete the alchemy prequest. However, they didn't have Chen Ming's experience or cheats, and were completely at a loss as to where to go to accept the quests for alchemy, not to mention the subsequent completion. In short, Chen Ming is still at the forefront of the world. Not to mention, he also possessed that antique ring that had been exploded by the heart demon Phantom Ape. After a casual breakfast to cope with my stomach on the line, once again, he appeared within Qingfeng City. Open your friends list and take a look. The Queen's avatar is gray, indicating that she is not online. But even if she was online, Era's 12-hour summoning cooldown hadn't ended. It's still early. After all, Chen Ming had set his alarm and got up early today in order to see his sister off. In the list, it's just Susu online. Took a look at her position. Hers was near the novice village. Upon asking, he realized that Lori had gotten up early and ran off to collect and acquire herbs. I'm afraid that I'll delay practicing and not be able to keep up with everyone, so I'll just have to find some extra time. Lori seemed happy. What a good hard-working girl. Making an agreement with Lori. In a while he went to pick up the herbs that Lori had accumulated after a few days of busy work. He then used his skills and returned to the territory. One night passed. The territory gained 140 points of territory experience by consuming 140 portions of golden food. Open the redemption page directly. Redeem the heart of the territory. 140 points of territorial experience. In total, 9 territorial hearts were redeemed. Although the redemption of the first territory heart only required 10 points of territory experience, the required experience would increase with more redemptions. However, obtaining a whole 9 territory hearts after sleeping for a night was already quite an exaggerated gain. Spent 6 territory hearts to upgrade the blacksmith shop. The equipment of farmers and hunters has been updated once again, and the amount of golden food that can be obtained by the territory on a daily basis has been increased. The remaining 3 territory hearts, which could not be used for the time being, were left in the territory warehouse. After this is done, Chen Mingchuan sent to the novice village. Soon, Susu was met outside the novice village. Sir, when Susu saw Chen Ming, she excitedly ran over and initiated the transaction with preciousness. On the trading column, Su put on over 20,000 copies each of Lantana and Red Campanula, a total of 40,000 copies. Sir, these were acquired at 10 copper coins a plant as you requested. So many? Chen Ming was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Susu would only acquire 10,000 copies of each type of medicinal herb at the top of the day. I didn't realize Susu had overshot the mark by that much. In fact, after Chen Ming obtained the antique ring, he probably only needed 5,000 materials to rush his pill refining to level 10. After level 10, Chen Ming was able to unlock new pill refining recipes. The materials required, too, will change. But even if the materials were more than several times more than Chen Ming had predicted, it was not a big problem. After all, at this stage, this market is still a blank batch. Chen Ming was able to sell out no matter how many potions he made. When Chen Ming last traded with Lingyu, it was 4,000 materials sold for 40,000, and a tenth of the commission was given to Susu, which was more than 4,005,000. At this rate, well done, Suz. Your commission this time will be at least $40,000. Lori gulped at the sound, a somewhat nervous look. Sir, I'll just take 5,000. Lori said timidly. $40,000. What can she do? Chen Ming was too lazy to bother with her, and directly transferred $40,000 to Lori's card without saying a word. This is what you deserve. As an elite member of our Nine Heavens Guild, how can you walk the rivers and lakes without some money on you? Chen Ming waved his hand in a bold manner. If you're feeling overwhelmed, then go practice leveling properly. I see that today's guild chat is full of people who are looking for Sister Susu to ask you to make a team and brush up on their levels. Everyone's begging to be able to take one of you on their team, and then you end up running off to the newbie village to make money. So I can see those guys getting antsy. Chen Ming flirted, making the little lowly lower her head in some embarrassment. Only, it's not any Susu sister. They call it like that. I feel so embarrassed. Cute drop pinch. Chen Ming rubbed the little lowly's head, said goodbye to her, and returned to Qingfeng City, pulling out his ancient ring. Before putting it on, Chen Ming was quite a bit of a meathead. He had worked hard yesterday to brush up on his leveling, plus the experience value from the Heart Demon Phantom Ape, which had allowed him to reach level 14 with great difficulty, plus the 10% experience value gained at the end of the SSS ranked mission. His current experience bar was just 15%. Put on an antique ring. He then gets 50% of his experience value deducted, dropped straight back to level 13, and with a deduction of 50% experience value, you can still only use the antique ring for just 1 hour. It's costly. If only the Mainstone's carving knife worked. Chen Ming was somewhat emotional. There is a 1-week CD for the Bakelite carving knife. Only a few days ago he had grafted the dragon seal from the warflute that summoned the bull and horse onto Susu's staff. The CD is clearly not over. Endure the pain and put on the antique ring. Chen Ming only felt a huge suction force surging steeply. Next, he got the feeling that his body was being hollowed out. Antique ring passive, devour, triggered. You are deducted 50% of your experience value. During the devour trigger, your experience gain is reduced by 100%. Ding. Antique ring passive, medicine god, triggered. God of medicine, the success rate when refining medicine is increased by 300%. The rarity of the output of refining medicine is increased by 300%. And the experience value gained from refining medicine is increased by 500%. See that flurry of information. Chen Ming suddenly didn't feel so much of a physical pain either. What goes around comes around. 50% experience value for this powerful buff is really not a bad deal. Start using the potion refining skill. Ding. Pharmaceutical refining skill used successfully. Consumed orchid forest grass X2. Obtained, elementary magic potion, X2. Gained 106 experience points in pharmaceutical refining. Ding. Pharmaceutical refining skill used successfully. Consumed orchid forest grass X3. Obtained, elementary magic potion, X4. Gained 151 points of experience value in pharmaceutical refining. Ding. Pharmaceutical refining skill used successfully. Consumed orchid forest grass X2. Obtained, primary magic potion, X3. Gained 124 points of experience in pharmaceutical refining. As a prompt went off, the raw materials in Chen Ming's package continued to transform into finished potions, and his pill refining experience value, with the 500% multiplier, was also surging wildly, almost as fast as the eye can see. It's making its way to the next level. Chapter 107, Improvement in Pill Refining. Searching for new medicinal herbs. Just a minute or two passed. Chen Ming's level 3 pill-making experience bar had already risen by most of the way. Just as the experience bar is steadily moving towards level 4, suddenly, a prompt snapped. Ding. Pharmaceutical refining skill used successfully. Consuming orchid forest grass X3, triggering a rare refining effect. Gained, magic potion, X4. Gained 351 points of alchemy experience value. 351 points of alchemy experience value. This is a super high experience value that has never been seen before. Chen Ming opened his backpack and took a look. Among the large bag of herbs and potions, there were 4 lone extra magic potions in the bottom left corner. Pick them up and realize how different they are. Magic potion, green excellent. Effect, when used, it will restore 458 mana points over 15 seconds. Maker, pearl jade white jade soup. The name of the potion is very rustic, but the effect is extraordinary. Primary potions sold in stores only return 100 mana points for 15 seconds. The potion that Chen Ming had refined, on the other hand, was able to restore 200 mana points in 15 seconds, which was fully twice as much as a normal potion. But this looks like a mediocre potion, yet it returns 458 mana in 15 seconds, more than doubled the amount of replies again. And most importantly, this potion, with Chen Ming's ID signature, that, in a nutshell, is the best advertisement. If these ordinary potions of Chen Ming's can be sold for a total price of $400,000, then with the added power of these rare refining potions, Chen Ming was confident that he could raise the price to $500,000. Not that the rare refined potion could be so valuable. Rather, it is the fact that it fully justifies the gold content of Chen Ming. It could give the potions produced by Chen Ming a kind of branding effect. This added value is imaginary, but the raised prices are real. Real money. Can. The rare refining effect provided by the medicine god passive is really powerful. Chen Ming felt more and more that this 50% of experience value had been well spent. One could even say that not only is it not a loss, but it's a blood moneymaker. Keep refining. As time passes, Chen Ming had already discovered the pattern. About 20 refinements will trigger a rare refinement. Rare refining into refined potions, and not always with the same specifications. He took 20 minutes to finish refining 10,000 herbs. A total of 500 rare refinements were triggered. Among them, the 400th concoction came out to be a green level quality potion, the kind that came out for the first time. The remaining 100 times, a higher grade of blue level potion was refined. The effect is even more explosive. It returns a full 600 plus lifesteal and blue in 15 seconds. But unfortunately, a full 10,000 groups of materials went down, and the highest they could trigger to a blue level quality potion. Purple level would be completely unseen. Perhaps my alchemy level is too low. It's only level 11. Maybe rare refinement can only be triggered up to blue level quality at the highest. And after Chen Ming's alchemy had risen to level 10, the experience gained from refining primary life potion and primary magic potion would be very low, almost always single-digit experience values. However, Chen Ming didn't mind it for the sake of being able to make money, working overtime to catch up within an hour. He finished refining all 40,000 materials given by Su Su. Stuck at the limit. Take off the antique ring. His current experience was only 65% of level 13. He didn't want to be swallowed up by another 50% by the ancient ring. Phew, done. Looking at the bag full of potions, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Ming's face. This portion. Solid. It's too solid. Open the list. Quite a few of the bigwigs from the guilds had yet to come online, but Chen Ming didn't care and planned to send out the illustrations of these potions that he had refined. But he just clicked on the chat dialog box with these bigwigs. He just snapped to attention. This group of bigots had actually sent him a string of messages a long time ago. It was only because he had chosen to block the alert that he hadn't noticed. It wasn't until this point that I actively clicked on the dialog box and found those chats. Big Brother White Jade Soup. I heard that the Nine Heavens Guild has been officially established? Really? May I ask where you obtained the guild token from? Big Brother White Jade Soup. May I ask if I can still get the guild token? I'm willing to offer $3 million for it. Congratulations to Big Brother White Jade Soup for successfully forming a guild. If you can still obtain a guild token, please be sure to contact me, no matter what the price. It's all negotiable. Even Ling Yu and Uncle Nanfeng Bei, who were more familiar with Chen Ming, showed some humility in their wording. No way. The temptation of a guild token was just too great. Unfortunately, Chen Ming could only get this piece. That spore-filled swamp has been taken over by a swarm of level 30 spores that the mind magic phantom apes failed to tackle yesterday. Chen Ming wouldn't dare return to that place. And again, the boss that can mindlessly chase the queen for an unknown number of streets like the heart demon phantom ape is also quite rare. One by one, after replying to the inability to find the second guild token, it was only then that Chen Ming marketed his potion. After sending over 20 messages, Chen Ming actually had the illusion that he was a telemarketer. It feels a bit off the mark. Forget it. Earn money when the bosses see the goods. Excited. Scrambling up. This face is not all back. After taking care of these things, Chen Ming once again opened his pill refining panel. Alchemy, which has risen to level 10, unlocks new alchemy options. The first is the higher level red and blue pills. Next are a number of potions that have a variety of different functions, but these agents are in a locked state. It was necessary for Chen Ming to obtain the prescription himself in order to unlock it. Look to the two basic red and blue potions. Intermediate life potion. Refining material, 1 to 5 4-leaf flowers. Intermediate magic potion. Refining material, 1 to 5 purple danlos. Seeing these two materials, Chen Ming pondered slightly for a moment. Glory is a game that is pretty much unguided. There is no such thing as moving your mouse up to see a profile of the material and learn where it was produced. This is also the reason why currently, worldwide, no pill refiners have appeared except for Chen Ming. All of them, they're just figuring it out. Only Chen Ming, who possessed experience and memory, could be one step ahead. The 4-leafed flower and the purple Danish should be around here if I remember correctly. Chen Ming looked at the map and revealed a contemplative expression. It was a forest filled with thick fog. It seems to be tainted by some evil. The fog there is year-round and never dissipates, and the fog is weirdly colored. It's not the intense white that makes you feel like you're in a wonderland. Instead, it was an eerie pale greenish color, so much so that even at midday, when the sun was blazing, it was as if you were in twilight in the forest. That's why it's also called the Twilight Forest by players. The monsters there are generally around level 15, and just enough for me to upgrade. Next, I won't be able to count on Su Su to take care of my alchemy materials, only if I do it myself. As for his SSS ranked mission, somehow, this mission did not continue. It came to a screeching halt after he turned in the priest's letter yesterday. However, Chen Ming did not think that the SSS ranked mission ended there. In his quest bar, the SSS rank quest logo remained. Only the quest content was blank for the time being. Maybe there's not enough rank, or maybe the plot hasn't triggered yet. Anyway, let's wait. Chen Ming decided to leave for the Twilight Forest immediately, while picking herbs to accumulate herbs, level up while brushing up on monsters, meanwhile waiting for those guild bigwigs, and your own sister to come online. After walking out of the city gates, Chen Ming summoned his oxen and horses. I wonder if it's just him. He always felt that the cow horse looked at him with a grudge in his eyes. It seemed to be complaining that it had forcibly given Su Su the mark that the dragon's essence had branded onto it. Chapter 108, Mission in the Twilight Forest. Eagle Eye Vision activated. Riding the bull and horse, he made his way towards the Twilight Forest. The Twilight Forest wasn't far from Qingfeng City. Follow a trail that goes on and on down. In the hinterland where the two great mountains were connected was the twilight forest that was filled with thick fog all year round. With the oxen and horses galloping along, it only took 10 minutes for Chen Ming to arrive at the twilight forest. Here, it was almost identical to the way he remembered it. The fog is thick, visibility is extremely low, the humidity is extremely high throughout the forest. There's a wet feeling when you breathe. Cattle and horses can be difficult to maneuver in such complex terrain. Waving his hand to disperse the oxen and horses, Chen Ming walked on foot. As a thief, he habitually went into stealth. But unfortunately, the forest was full of knee-high weeds and all sorts of dead wooden branches, and a slight walk up that many steps would elicit a loud noise. The stealth isn't really that great. It's only better than nothing. Didn't get more than a few steps out. Suddenly, Chen Ming saw a row of campsites in front of him. Tents of all sizes were stationed. There were also several burning bonfires. Firewood burned and crackled in the campfire, and several soldiers sitting around the campfire looked over to Chen Ming's side in unison. However, Chen Ming was in a state of invisibility, and the soldiers swept in with a glance and saw nothing. However, Chen Ming noticed that the standard armor they were wearing was quite familiar to him. The mark branded on it was one he had seen before. Just yesterday, the soldiers he saw in Qingfeng City when he returned the priest's letter were dressed this way. It's a soldier from Qingfeng City. Chen Ming immediately lifted his stealth effect. Familiar with the game mechanics, he knew very well that he had completed many quests in Qingfeng City, and he should be a friendly class in front of the NPCs of Qingfeng City's forces. Appearing as a friendly face to this group of soldiers stationed in the Twilight Forest, it might trigger a bit of a quest. When Chen Ming lifted his invisibility and appeared in front of the crowd, the soldiers within Qingfeng City were startled, and they all copied their long swords and were about to get up. One even went straight for the alarm bell tied to one of the wooden frames, intent to ring the alarm and notify all soldiers in the camp. After Chen Ming lifted his stealth, he immediately flashed out the city return scroll of Qingfeng City. Seeing the return scroll, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, it's an adventurer from Qingfeng City. This place is so misty and dangerous. Adventurer, you'd better hurry up and leave. Several soldiers were dissuaded. Chen Ming swept a glance. It was evident that the soldiers were mentally exhausted and highly stressed, and many of them were even wounded. And most importantly, it's amazing that there are no alert sentries in this camp. The soldiers, just now, were obviously resting. This is completely out of line with the logic of normal marching and garrisoning regulations. Apparently, they, as a team, were in some trouble. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that even the most basic sentry positions would be cut down to nothing. Are you guys in any trouble? Chen Ming took the initiative to ask. Sometimes quests in glory are right in front of you, but you can miss them if you're not a little proactive. Several of the soldiers visibly showed hesitation. Chen Ming struck while the iron was hot and inquired, was it a fog wolf, or a shadow bird, or is it some foggy terrain that is hindering your progress? The words were not yet spoken. Several of the soldiers immediately showed shocked expressions. Mist wolves? Are those the ones that always hide in the fog and sneak up on us? And shadowbird, what's that again? How do you know all this stuff? Hasn't the Twilight Forest never been explored? Adventurer, where did you get this information? Sorry, born-again people understand. Chen Ming's words had thoroughly impressed these soldiers. The expressions they looked at Chen Ming with had heatedly become different. After they exchanged glances, one of them indicated that he would go and ask for instructions from the officer, while the others, although slightly relaxed, still maintained a certain level of vigilance, or at least did not directly bring Chen Ming into the camp. Chen Ming wasn't annoyed either, so he just stood outside the camp and chatted with them one way or another. Soon, the resounding footsteps of heavy armor on the ground rang out. From far and near, an officer with a full beard appeared in front of Chen Ming. The adventurer who knows the Twilight Forest well. That's you? He looked Chen Ming up and down, and finally spoke in a low voice. Adventurer, we are the exploration squad of Qingfeng City, investigating these dense mists that do not dissipate throughout the day in the name of the kingdom. Unfortunately, we've only just entered the Twilight Forest when we encountered a succession of demonic sneak attacks. It's inching up now. You know the Twilight Forest so well. I hope you can lead us deeper into the Twilight Forest and investigate. Do you accept the mission? The investigation of the Twilight Forest? Sure enough, there is a mission. Take the assignment. A small yellow dot suddenly appeared on Chen Ming's map. The yellow dot location is in the deepest part of the Twilight Forest, and he was tasked with taking a small team to the yellow dot. Soon, the bearded officer named a squad of 10 men, who would set off after Chen Ming. Set out with 10 men. After leaving the campsite and the campfire, the only point of light, they entered the misty rolling forest. Chen Ming could clearly feel the 10 soldiers becoming nervous. Each one of them was armed with a sharp blade and shield, always looking around vigilantly. Adventurers, be careful. The demons here are very good at hiding themselves. A little bit of inattention and you're going to get a sneak attack. We've already lost several brothers to this. These soldiers reminded Chen Ming, they don't make a bad point. In his previous life, the Twilight Forest had caused countless people to be buried here because of this bizarre environment. That is, until people discover that there is a prop called revealing powder that shines a light on hidden monsters. The Twilight Forest, which was slowly being explored. If you switch to before, Chen Ming also definitely didn't dare to charge into the Twilight Forest with such fanfare. But since he dared to come, it means he has something to fall back on. Eagle eye vision. With a loud eagle cry ringing in his ears, the dense fog in front of Chen Ming's eyes completely disappeared. In its place, there is a minimalist gray and a variety of clear, crisp lines, and in the midst of it all, Chen Ming saw at a glance, two masses like mist floating and rolling in midair. They all possessed eyes that shimmered with an ethereal green color, full of undisguised malice. This, then, is Misty Wolf, a monster hiding in the fog, waiting to attack at any time. Get a little closer and you'll be able to read the Misty Wolf's stats. Such a thought had just flashed. Suddenly, Chen Ming then realized that in his eagle eye vision's line of sight, the two Misty Wolves figures were violently filled with gold color. It was as if they were marked with striking marks. It allowed Chen Ming to not need to concentrate on locking on. With a casual sweep, you can observe their location. Not only that, the moment Misty Wolf was tagged, a line of detailed data appeared in Chen Ming's mind. Chapter 109, Breaking the Weakness. Instantaneous killing of the Misty Wolf. Misty Wolf, LV, 15. Attack power, 168. Defense, 89. Life value, 450. Synopsis: originally an ordinary coyote living in the city's forests, he lost his body and was transformed into a mist after being infested by the power of the mist. Passive, misting effect. Immune to 50% physical and magical damage. Immune to 50% damage. This effect is still awesome. Couple that with the fact that it's like a fog that makes it hard to find the trail. It was only natural that it could make the exploration team of Qingfeng City struggle. The traces of the two fog wolves were easily seen through by Chen Ming, but he didn't show it. It's as if they don't notice. Keep moving forward. The soldiers were somewhat confused by such reckless behavior from Chen Ming. They once again raised their voices to remind Chen Ming, but it still didn't slow Chen Ming's steps. Finally, the adjutant inside the group finally couldn't hold back the anger on his face, and he stopped directly in his tracks, angrily accusing, "Adventurer, I hope you understand that our reminder is not alarmist talk, though I don't know how you got the Twilight Forest information, but intelligence and practice are always two different things. We've already lost too many brothers to the forest. We know so much more about the horrors of this forest than you do." With the statement of the adjutant, several other soldiers, too, stopped in unison, although they didn't speak, but the gaze that looked at Chen Ming was also filled with questions and distrust. Obviously, if Chen Ming still decided to be bent on having his way, they would surely follow the adjutant without hesitation and choose to turn back and leave. They don't want to get killed following some cocky, arrogant guy. What a pain in the ass. Chen Ming couldn't help but mutter, these soldiers really talk a lot. If only it had been replaced with Susu, Sandy's sister and the Queen. Surely they will all behave and do what they say. Oh no, the Queen is not that well behaved. It would probably take a few knocks to her bare forehead before she would ghostly obey. Chen Ming stopped in his tracks, turning to the 10 soldiers. Swish! Chen Ming violently pulled out the 2 heavenly calamity teeth. The soldier's expression steepened as he looked on. 10 people, almost simultaneously, gripped the long swords in their hands. The atmosphere, all of a sudden, became tense. But the next second, Chen Ming threw the twin daggers in his hands, violently throwing them backwards. The sound of breaking wind rang out, between the daggers flying. It swept the fog around it into a bit of a flutter. All 10 soldiers were in disbelief. They didn't understand what Chen Ming meant by this sudden action of throwing the dagger backwards. 2 daggers is a bit much to throw around? Just when they were a little confused, suddenly, 2 wailing screams came from the mist behind Chen Ming. The faces of the 10 soldiers all changed violently. This wail, they are simply too familiar. It's Misty Wolf. It was the Misty Wolf that had taken the lives of several of their companions. At this time, they finally understood what Chen Ming had just done. He threw 2 daggers at his back. Precision hits on 2 foggy wolves. How did he do it? Find those 2 fog wolves in that blanket of fog. Just as their faces were shocked, Chen Ming's figure disappeared out of thin air in front of them. Re-emergence. Chen Ming had already arrived behind the 2 fog wolves, arms spread out, hands slightly open. It just happened to hold with precision the 2 heavenly calamity teeth that had been thrown out earlier. It's the blinking skill. Chen Ming directly flashed behind Misty Wolf. He grasped both daggers in his backhand, stabbing hard towards the fog wolf, and as he drew closer, the eagle-eyed vision offered no longer just a brilliantly marked golden light. Amidst the golden light, there were several more red eye-catching markings. It's the weakness. Chen Ming instantly reacted. Jerk changed the position of his jab. Daggers flew between them. Several weaknesses were broken. Misty Wolf's bloodstain dropped furiously for a while. Minus 395. Minus 505. Minus 598. 2 fog wolves. Surprisingly, it didn't even eat all of Chen Ming's 4 slashes in 1 second. This was Chen Ming's terrifying output ability. Even if Misty Wolf has 50% damage reduction, but when it comes to Chen Ming's exaggerated output, and his precise breakdown of weaknesses, the 50% damage reduction still couldn't save the 2 fog wolves either. They wailed, the ghostly green light in their eyes gradually dissipated, and their bodies, which were originally formed by the mist, dissipated as if a drop of water had merged into the sea, disappearing into the mist and vanishing into thin air. Snapped. Only 2 beads that glowed with a glistening ethereal green light fell to the ground. After killing the 2 mist wolves, Chen Ming's experience bar only rose by 0.1%. Looking at it, Chen Ming somewhat couldn't help but miss the upgrade speed of killing spores in that swamp yesterday. It's a shame that place will never come back. It was only then that Chen Ming heard the cluttered footsteps. Look up. The group of soldiers finally sought them out. Adventurer, are you okay? Adventurers, be careful. Listen to the commotion. It's 2 fog wolves. Come over here. We'll form a formation to protect you. 2 fog wolves. We can more or less handle it. However, when they looked at Chen Ming, instead, he found him bending low, picking up 2 bead-like objects. See this scene. The group of soldiers instantly revealed shocked expressions. The items that Chen Ming picked up were precisely the 2 magical beast crystal cores. There was a hint of magic attached to it. It belongs to be the same miscellaneous items as the pig skins popped by wild boars and the wolf tusks popped by wild wolves. It doesn't have any magical effect, but in certain life skills, it can have some effect. Chen Ming seemed to have medicinal herbs in his alchemy that required this material, but he had some trouble remembering. Keep it for now. If it's useful, it's naturally good. If you don't use it, you can throw it to Suzu when the time comes, so she can take it and sell it. Put away the crystal core. Only then did he turn his head to look at the soldiers. At this moment, they all gazed at Chen Ming with shocked expressions. It was as if they were watching the gods descend from heaven. That adjutant even swallowed his saliva and deliberated for a while before speaking. Were both of those 2 fog wolves killed by you, adventurer? Before that it was adventurers. You're an adventurer now, aren't you? These NPCs are no less than living beings with self-awareness. It's so time-sensitive. Chen Ming nodded his head slightly as a form of acquiescence. The moment the 10 soldiers looked at each other, there was shock in his eyes. But there's just one good thing about these pawns. Straightforward. Just like when they had accused Chen Ming before. They wouldn't hide or be shady. After witnessing Chen Ming's strength, they were thoroughly convinced. The adjutant slammed his own chest, his iron armor clashing with a resounding sound. He was mid-sentence. Adventurer, please forgive our previous rudeness. I'm counting on you for the subsequent guiding tasks. Chen Ming waved his hand indifferently. Continue forward with your eagle-eye vision on. Didn't go more than a few steps. A green glow appeared steeply in his vision. Fix your eyes on. It was a plant with 4 petals that was swaying in the wind. Chapter 110, Huge Seal. Disappearing crystallized core. 4-leafed flowers. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that eagle-eye vision was so powerful. You can find the monster. Mark the monster even. I can't believe I can even find this kind of material. Previously, Chen Ming had been prepared to spend a great deal of effort in complex terrain like the Twilight Forest to find those 2 materials. As a result, eagle-eye vision directly helped Chen Ming solve this problem. Purple level skills are bulls ***T. Chen Ming directly went over and plucked off the 4-leafed flower. Dinget Clover Flower X12. The amount of 4-leafed flower collection gained was pretty good. Gather them once and you'll get 12 4-leafed flowers. Chen Ming roughly estimated that he would need to use at least 20,000 copies of the 4-leaf flower and purple Danlop before he could rush his alchemy to level 20, still with the bonus of having an antique ring. However, Chen Ming was currently in no hurry to raise his pill refining level. After all, there is a setting in glory. The level of these life skills cannot exceed the player's own level. If you want to have level 20 skills, you have to level up to 20 yourself. Chen Ming had already been knocked back to level 13 for using the antique ring. It's still a ways away from level 20. After collecting the 4-leafed flowers, only then did the adjutant speak up and ask, Adventurer, did you come here specifically to gather this herb? Chen Ming nodded. The adjutant smiled brightly. Our brothers have nothing to repay you. If you see any medicinal herbs, just notify our brothers. We can help you collect such herbs. By the way, we found many similar herbs before when we explored the Twilight Forest several times. You can try to ask the officer for these herbs as payment after you have completed the mission he gave you. Our mission is just to investigate anyway. Just leave some samples. I'm sure the chief won't begrudge us the extra. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Chen Ming, about how many? The adjutant pondered for a moment. The specific quantity we didn't care. After all, these herbs we all collected casually. and the specific quantity was not counted, but at least not less than 10,000 copies, 10,000 copies. Chen Ming revealed an expression of surprise when he did a careful calculation just now and realized that he needed 20,000 medicinal herbs. He couldn't help but feel some hidden liver pain. Comfortable now. Half of the herbs are available. Chen Ming was suddenly in a good mood. Continue to lead the soldiers deeper into the forest. Along the way, Chen Ming kept his eagle-eye vision on at all times. Any fog wolves that tried to blend in and approach the mist were spied by him with a single glance. From a long distance away, he was sent straight away by a set of Chen Ming's skills. As for the 10 soldiers who were originally incredibly vigilant, forming a formation around Chen Ming, they also relaxed after seeing Chen Ming easily kill the misty wolves in seconds time and time again. They are no longer alert to their surroundings. Instead, he became Chen Ming's handyman. As long as Chen Ming raised his hand and pointed out a certain direction, they would then run without stopping to help Chen Ming gather the herbs back. I have to say, these soldiers are really good. The most tedious part of the collection was directly contracted by these soldiers. Chen Ming only needed to find the herbs and give the order, and that would be the end of it. As the crowd went deeper, the number of fog wolves was also increasing. However, this kind of monster, even in large numbers, could not cause substantial damage to Chen Ming. When you find their trail, charge up a blade storm. Just send them away with pleasure and be done with it. No matter how many fog wolves there were, to Chen Ming, they were just experience values to be slaughtered. Half an hour passed. The crowd had gradually penetrated deeper into the twilight forest. Chen Ming's experience value had also risen by 8%. The only pity was that these fog wolves were just too fragile. Give the slightest damage and you'll die a violent death. Chen Ming's myriad hands passive hardly ever triggered both purple dandelion and four-leaf flower. However, harvested about 1,000 copies each. The efficiency is pretty good. A little further on, suddenly, Chen Ming stopped in his tracks. The soldiers followed suit and stopped. Out of habit, they thought that Chen Ming had discovered the medicinal herbs again, and one by one, they looked at Chen Ming, waiting for him to open his mouth to reveal the location of the medicinal herbs. However, Chen Ming only raised his head and looked ahead at the rolling fog. The eagle-eye vision told him there was something odd up ahead. A raised hand, blade storm thrown. However, this time it wasn't about killing the enemy. Instead, he relied on the strong wind set off by the storm of sword blades to blow away the thick fog in front of him. Though, it only briefly disperses the fog for a moment, but for that brief period of time. Instead, the crowd snapped to. On the ground not far away, there was a blue barrier-like curtain of light that rose from the ground. It was in front of everyone. It is inscribed with an intricate floral pattern. Even though this barrier was quickly rewrapped by the mist, obscuring the dazzling patterns, the 10-man squad of soldiers still experienced a momentary lapse of concentration. It was as if the soul had been drawn. Wake up! Chen Ming let out a low roar. It was only at this moment that the soldiers finally came back to their senses, and a look of panic appeared in their eyes. It can make these strong-willed soldiers instantly dizzy. Obviously, the pattern branded on that barrier is not simple. Is this seal? The most eagle-eyed and insightful adjutant stared in disbelief. He recognized the barrier at once. Seal, and it's such a big seal. The adjutant had a lot of thoughts for a while, but in the end, he subconsciously twisted his head to look at the mainstay of the team. Chen Ming, adventurers, this is, as you said, this is the seal. Chen Ming answered the doubts in his mind. Seeing the seal, Chen Ming remembered the relevant information. In his previous life, a player had already deciphered the key to the seal as long as he gathered 100 crystal cores of the Misty Wolves, crushed these 100 cores, and the power converged within the seal. He would be able to briefly open up a gap in the seal to allow people to pass through. But Chen Ming had only heard about it and had never seen it with his own eyes. When he entered the game in his previous life, the seal had been lifted following the main plot. But although it says seal, but in there, it's also just that the monsters get tougher. Many players in their previous lives had speculated that certain heavy treasures might be hidden inside because of this seal, but it was eventually realized that the seal was just part of the plot. There's no treasure in there. It's just that the main plot hasn't advanced here yet. The seal would just have to be there all the time. If he was not given the task of taking this 10-person squad deep into the fog, he would not bother to open the seal and enter it. After all, his main purpose was to come and pick the four-leaf flower and the purple danro. These two herbs could be found in the periphery, so naturally there was no need to go deeper. You guys lean back a little. As soon as Chen Ming said this, the gazes of the soldiers looking at him suddenly became quite heavy again. Look at him like this. It seems that even this terrible seal can be solved. Everyone's offer Chen Ming was involuntarily increased by a few more points, and it was just as everyone was waiting with respectful faces for Chen Ming to make his move. Chen Ming's face, but it changed violently, because that's when he realized, inside their own parcels, accumulated hundreds of fog wolf crystal core. Gone. That's right. It just disappears right into thin air. The kind that doesn't leave half a mark. Chapter 111 Clueless Thoughts. Sky-high price of drugs. At this moment, Chen Ming unexpectedly froze in a rare manner. As a thief, his first reaction was that his crystal core had been stolen. It's like the last time I did a quest and got sneaked up on by the queen. But, the queen was caught in his crosshairs. His own crystal core, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace or sound. For a moment, Chen Ming thought he had blinked, checked the backpack several times over. Eventually, he settled on this fact. His crystal core, indeed, disappeared into thin air. Those 10 soldiers had been looking at Chen Ming with unparalleled anticipation. But after seeing that his expression was off, they couldn't help but show their puzzlement one after another. Adventurer, did something happen? Chen Ming did not reply, but instead frowned tightly as he recalled the trajectory of his movements all the way through the Twilight Forest. He remembers it very well. He himself was in the Twilight Forest, but he had his eagle-eye vision on all the time. For this reason, he also paid a considerable amount of blue vials as a way to restore his blue levels and ensure uninterrupted eagle-eye vision. In this situation, even an extremely well-hidden magical beast like the Misty Wolf could be clearly detected by him, let alone a stealthy guy. Casually, it would be easily peeked through by Chen Ming. Did someone really hide something from me? From eagle-eye vision, and steal it from me? Although this conclusion shocked Chen Ming, but Chen Ming didn't dare to be careless. The more you experience the swarming times of your previous life, the more you realize the importance of caution. Something's not right. Something's too wrong. Chen Ming couldn't help but frown, repeatedly review previous memories, but no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't find anything suspicious. Just as he was thinking hard, the buddy bar in the lower right corner lights up. Chen Ming swept a glance. It was a system alert that one's cell phone had received a message. The glory helmet can be tied to a cell phone number, making it easy for players not to miss important messages in reality even in the game. Click in and take a look. It was my sister who gave herself the piece, saying that he had already arrived at the school. He told Chen Ming to rest assured. Just as Chen Ming replied to the message, he intended to continue studying the disappearing crystal cores. Ling Yu's avatar jumped up. She replied to her earlier message promoting the potion. This girl got up pretty early. In a group of big brothers, she is considered to be quite diligent, or the group with a heavy internet addiction. Tap on it. As expected, Ling Yu stated that she wasn't very interested in this batch of drugs. After all, the current copy that players in the Huaxia area can raid is also the poisonous Swamp Dark Swamp copy. But unfortunately, there has been scourged by Chen Ming into a full mob mode. The level 15 to 25 copy tags have become purely for show. Without level 20, going in is a death wish. This left the major guilds, which should have started to respond to the war and actively prepare, without ideas. No one wants to die. Ling Yu really needed a batch of potions to ensure that the guild raided some field boss as well, but the batch I ate earlier was enough. This new batch was so productive that Ling Yu really didn't have much of an idea, but also just no thoughts on generic potions. Upon seeing Chen Ming's subsequent issuance, the small portion of rare refined, signed potions by Chen Ming, she still couldn't hold back and inquired towards Chen Ming about the price. Those green and blue level potions are not sold separately and bundled with ordinary potions. As long as you buy enough ordinary potions, I can sell you a portion of them according to the ratio. Chen Ming had long thought of such a sales approach. By bundling, it increases the rarity of those signature potions while also promoting the common ones along with it. Seeing this reply, Ling Yu did not hesitate to lightly spit at the traders, but before she could dwell on whether or not to spend an additional amount of money to be this ingrate for the sake of those rare potions, Chen Ming followed up with another message. But President Ling Yu bought a batch of potions before. You also deserve to have the right to purchase a portion of the rare potions. These rare potions only account for 5% of all potions, or about 2,000 bottles. Of those, 4% are green and only 1% are blue. President Ling Yu, for the sake of our friendly cooperation, I am willing to take a step back and give you the right to purchase 100 bottles of green grade potions. Any more than that and I really can't get my hands on them. I hope you can understand. How about these 100 bottles? One bite, $10,000? Seeing these messages, Ling Yu, who had originally frowned a bit, suddenly spread her face and smiled. Humph, still count on you to have some conscience, she muttered. A quick yes followed and the transfer was completed neatly. Chen Ming really didn't act as a traitor this time. The reason green level potions sold for $100 a bottle was because the stuff was out of the realm of ordinary potions. It was as if Ling Yu had previously bought those potions that Chen Ming had refined. She wasn't for guild members to use for practicing. These potions are only used when you are going down a copy and fighting a critical boss. They are no longer ordinary consumables. It is a means of empowerment. The blue-ranked and green-ranked potions, which were twice as effective as those potions, could even be considered as the bottom card. Imagine being in a life and death game with someone PK. at a time when the other side thought they were winning and could kill them with one blow, suddenly pulling out a bottle of green level potion and knocking it down. Far more than the opponent's predicted reply value. Enough to turn a PK around and change the odds, giving Lingyu the qualification to purchase it and disposing of it to Lingyu at a price of $100 a bottle. Chen Ming was more or less selling a little bit of a favor in it. After all, the current Chen Ming was no longer a lone wolf loner. As the president of the Nine Heavens Guild, he more or less had to find a way to make good relations with the other guild presidents. After receiving Lingyu's transfer, Chen Ming's message continued to light up. More and more guild presidents are coming online. As a reborn person, Chen Ming understood the nature of many of these people. Plus, he hadn't been in the game in his previous life, and had learned the skill of reading people's words as he fought in the business world. He speaks to people when he sees them and ghosts when he sees them. Soon enough, a buyer was found for all of his potions, and the method of selling was the same as what Lingyu was told, whetting people's appetites with blue and green ranked potions, giving an additional value to the common potion by giving it an additional place to buy. By virtue of such a claim, the price of common potions has gone up, with Chen Ming retaining a portion of the most important green and blue grade potions. He sold the remaining potions for a total of $470,000. Count the cost. It's just a $40,000 commission for Suzy. Of course, the price that Susu acquired from the player was even a mere $4,000. From $4,000, it flipped to $470,000, close to 120 times profit. Chen Ming's slight calculation of this number made him feel numb. It's too hard. That's the value of a monopoly. With him being the only one in the world capable of making this drug and having the ancient park ring as a bonus, he made 120 times the profit using only the most basic marketing techniques. I wish I could hurry up and produce level 10 drugs and sell it hard hand over fist. Chen Ming couldn't help but float this thought, but only to think about it. Antique rings are too costly to use. He would have to wait until next week, when he had transplanted the medicine god effect separately with the mainstone's carving knife, before he could produce it. And again, the bosses had bought a batch of drugs on the front foot and were rejoicing. If Chen Ming had immediately launched a second batch of stronger drugs, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the bosses? Seeing that the matter of the crystal nucleus has no clue for the time being, one has to go back to delivering to the bosses again. Why don't you just give up for a while? Thinking of this, Chen Ming ordered to return the same way and escorted the 10 soldiers back into the camp. After they report back, Chen Ming's mission didn't fail, but there was no new progress either. It's like this little team of explorers is generally at an impasse. It looks like this side of the mission can be slowed down, so I'll come back and take a closer look at it then. Thinking of this, Chen Ming crushed the teleportation scroll and returned within Qingfeng City. Chapter 112, The Disappearing Crystallized Core. Who's calling my name? It only took 10 minutes. Chen Ming then completed the transaction with the players sent by the major guilds. After this was done, Chen Ming's $470,000 was also in his pocket, plus the 10,000 from the previous deal with Lingyu. A total of $480,000 was credited, minus the $100,000 I gave my sister yesterday. Currently, Chen Ming's bank card balance was already as high as $9,300,000, one step closer to buying the villa for $10 million, just under $1 million, and the time left for Chen Ming is still quite abundant. There are still 6 full days left. When the money arrives, Chen Ming once again summoned the oxen and horses, prepare to rush to the Twilight Forest. He was still thinking about the disappearance of the crystal cores, but just as he opened his backpack and prepared to use the war flute to summon the bull and horse, he suddenly realized, in the backpack, the number of crystal cores was violently reduced by 1. This reduction is simply silent, very unassuming. If Chen Ming hadn't been thinking about the crystal cores, he wouldn't have noticed that one of his cores had suddenly disappeared. These crystal cores were obtained from the mist wolves he had killed in passing while escorting the 10-man squad from the barrier back to the camp. There were like 24 in total. But now, there are only 17 left. Chen Ming was more and more confused this time. He was in a place like the Twilight Forest that was full of bizarre atmosphere. The state of crystal core disappearance could still be understood as a problem there in the Twilight Forest, but he was now in Qingfeng City, inside a level 5 main city in the Huaxia district. The guard NPCs alone have a strong presence. It's amazing that such a bizarre phenomenon has occurred here as well. Could it be that there's something wrong with the crystal core itself? This time, he didn't close his backpack again. Instead, he kept his eyes on the crystal cores inside the backpack. As time passes, the number of crystal cores has remained stable and unchanged. Everything looks normal. But, just as Chen Ming was somewhat confused to the point of relief, suddenly, it's changed in numbers. There are no hints. There's no semblance of movement. A crystal core, just like that, silently disappeared into Chen Ming's package. Although Chen Ming was prepared, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. It's a horse. Meeting a ghost, huh? Chen Ming didn't believe in evil anymore. The possibilities kept going through his mind. At the same time, he did not forget to gaze at the crystal cores inside the backpack. It didn't take long. A bizarre scene. Once again. Gone. Once again. He disappeared into thin air. Chen Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He still had nothing, but only moments later. Chen Ming's furrowed brows then stretched. Interesting. He still kept his backpack open, but not fully focused on the backpack. Instead, he took a step towards the Adventurers Guild. He's going to find Sophia, the thief's mentor NPC, regarding things like disappearing items. Getting a professional counterpart like a burglar is more or less as helpful as you can get. Xingfeng City, Adventurers Guild. A priest with the ID Dawn Wind and Broken Moon was proudly showing his companions the item in his hand. It was a bottle of mediocre-looking potion. He had long hair and a pair of peach blossom eyes, and was quite a handsome young man. This is the gift I'm going to give to Cha-Cha's sister, he bragged. One of the surrounding men was a bit puzzled, scratched his head and asked, how do I feel like you're a straight man of steel which sends a girl a gift to send a potion The people around him followed suit. That's just it. What's the point of giving away something like that? Brother at the expense of you calling yourself a lover, your performance is too ragged. You're just too much of a straight man of steel for this gift. However, Don Wendell smiled slightly. See, you guys just don't get it here. Your powers of observation leave a lot to be desired. You guys think carefully, that 3 sisters, in addition to that ID called Brother Big Dummy Sister other than the remaining 2 people, the body equipment is not ordinary. A look is kryptonite players. What kind of gift can you give to this rich white girl to get into her eyes? Send equipment? Send money? Joke. I don't even have that kind of money. Dawnbreath had a righteous look on her face. Dealing with a sister like that requires significance. Take this potion. For example, it's a collector's edition that our union boss bought from Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. It bears the signature of Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. It's not expensive though, just $100 a bottle. But the meaning is priceless. I just need to tell her that this potion can only be gotten by a top guild leader. And I happen to be the guild's main priest, and got an allotment of this potion. This way, it will be able to show the preciousness of this potion and also slightly reflect my power. Plus these sisters have a natural admiration for heroes. By giving her a limited edition signed potion of Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, I'm giving her a limited edition signed photo of a diva in reality. I'll put it this way, do you understand? Listen to the explanation. Everyone had a look of dawning realization. I see. No wonder you're a lover's saint. Brother taking down countless sisters. You're on the 5th floor. Brother Moon. It's too high. A bottle of more than 100 potions. Actually blown up by you. I'm convinced. With that mouth of yours, that girl must have been eaten to death by you. They spoke with a look of envy. Those 3 sisters, they had met by chance in the wilderness earlier. At the time, everyone thought it was amazing. Each of the 3 girls is an 8+ in looks, and everyone is still beautiful in their own way. It's really unforgettable. You, on the other hand, took aim at one of the girls who seemed to be the easiest to get and went on the offensive. Although the effect is minimal, but you is no mortal. Just based on his words just now, everyone felt that it was already 9 times out of 10 that you had taken the girl whose ID was Cha-Cha. Just as they were discussing it, not far away, a line of 3 sisters came up. Dawnbreath immediately revealed a straight face and quickly walked over. A few steps over. A gentle smile spread across his face then. Cha-Cha's sister, you finally come. Brother has been waiting for you for a long time. T's face showed a faint boredom, but as the sister of a chai ramen, she knew that the guy in front of her was a gamer, a guy to be exploited, so she wouldn't show impatience. Hanging on to a brother who is of value to you is a basic principle of the T sisters. She smiled sweetly. Brother long time waiting Dawnbreeze caught a hint of impatience in Cha-Cha's eyes, but didn't take it to heart. They both know their roots anyway. A T-Art sister and a Sea-King old man. Mutual fishing is done. Dawnbird is ready to make the first move. Pull out the bottle of potion. Add to that speech that had been prepared long ago and make a big deal out of it. Fruity. Cha-Cha's segment was still slightly lower than this old Sea-King. By his 3 words, he was really a little heartened. That's the signature potion for Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Hey, take it in hand. When the time comes to show off with people. Not beautiful, but just when both the Sea-King and the T-Art sister were satisfied, the bear came up to the table. Naturally Nerdy spoke up. A signature potion for Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? That's awesome. But Cha-Cha, you should have plenty, right? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Isn't Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup your favorite? Bear blinked her big innocent eyes and looked at Cha-Cha curiously. The moment. Cha-Cha's expression stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the meantime, a figure with a hood that had just walked into the Adventurers Guild stopped in its tracks. He looked back in confusion. Didn't you hide your ID and wear a hood yourself? How is it that someone else called out my name? Chapter 113, The Played-Out Cha-Cha, Demonic Chen Ming. Chen Ming was a bit confused, but after he fixed his eyes, he just snapped to attention. These three sisters, they are so familiar. Take another look at the ID. It's done. If it isn't my oldest sister, what does she mean by that ID though? Big brother, big dummy? What's going on behind this sister's back? Chen Ming didn't move and moved a little closer towards them. Dawn Breath immediately read the panic in Cha-Cha's eyes after she froze slightly. As an old sea king who has flopped numerous times before as well, Dawnwindle instantly understood everything. Blow awesome by girlfriends poke ah. I don't know if this bear is really a natural nerd, or if it's just pink cut black, Dawn Breeze secretly thought to herself, but her face showed a look of pretending not to hear, cleverly picking up the words and skillfully twisting the topic away. This is the basic training of a sea king. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for the conversation to twist away. The bear then saw the needles, wide open with her big kazoo innocent eyes. Question again. So Cha-Cha, do you want to call Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Brother over today? Silence. Even his sister sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and tried to pull Bear back. T was once again in a hand-to-mouth situation. Dawn's scalp tingled. Every time the mood is right, this stupid bear has to mess it up. He made a wink towards his brothers and said softly, don't you guys like those two sisters? Hurry up and drag them away. I'll let you guys have these two sisters. You guys split them amongst yourselves. Those few people immediately showed joy. The remaining two sisters can't lose to Cha-Cha at all. Splitting up is a beautiful thing. Chen Ming, who was originally on the sidelines to join in the fun, couldn't sit still when he heard this. Hey, what do you take my sister for? Cha-Cha bimbo, you guys let her die socially, I'm still happy to chip in. But when it comes to my sister, it can't be. Chen Ming took one step forward, walking directly to Cha-Cha, who was in a state of downtime. One took her small hand. He had a righteous look on his face. I'm not mooching. You're the one who did this with Pearl Jade White Soup by your own admission at the dinner table the other day. I'm just punishing you. Hiss. Little hands are so soft. Cha-Cha raised her head in dismay and looked at the person whose face was covered in ID hidden, subconsciously trying to draw her hand back. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she pushed, it was also gripped to death by Chen Ming. Dawnwindle was even more confused. Pinch? Where are you from, brother? There's a basic law for picking up sisters, okay? What does it mean to come up and hold hands? I've gone to all that trouble for so many days, but I haven't even touched my sister's little hand yet. Just when both the green tea sister and the old sea king were caught a bit off guard, Chen Ming uncovered his hood, revealed his lineup. In the meantime, on his head, golden light erupted. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. A stroke, a word, a dragon outlined. Stomp and stare. Dawnwindle instantly retreated 3 steps in a row. The entire person looked at Chen Ming with an incredulous expression. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. It's really him. He looked at Cha-Cha with his scalp numb, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, nothing came out, only turning into a bitter smile. He miscalculated, greatly miscalculated. I thought Cha-Cha was just a newcomer to the tea ceremony who was too inexperienced and at a lower level to be able to hold it easily. But whoever thought? It's amazing that she's actually being looked at by the White Jade Soup Big Brother. The moment Dawnwindle thought of her smug, complacent look when she pulled out the White Jade Soup signature model potion just now. Just feel like a living clown. I knew that Cha-Cha would not lie. Sure enough, you and Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup Big Brother are really close. Dawnwindle squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Cha-Cha didn't bother with him, because at this moment, she had been completely confused. She was completely unable to understand why that Pearl, Emerald and White Jade Soup that only existed in her blowing awesome really appeared. And so bossy. One grabbed her hand. It was as if the hero fell from the sky in an idol drama, closer to take a closer look. And then in the photo screenshots and videos, much more handsome. Cha-Cha's brain went a little down. But still, inevitably, I thought of the bridges in all kinds of overbearing President Mary Sue articles. So a dominant male lead doesn't hesitate to step up to the plate when he or she is embarrassed. Next thing you know, he'll be full of himself. One has so easily reaped a sweet love that is the envy of the world. No exaggeration. At this moment, Cha-Cha's mind had already brainstormed the name of her and Chen Ming's child. White Jade Soup Brother. Cha-Cha swung open. Chen Ming twisted his head to look at Cha-Cha, couldn't help but frown slightly. Isn't this sister quite high-strung in reality? What's with the nymphomaniac face now? She doesn't really think I'm a big hero who came to save her from the fire, does she? Chen Ming didn't want Cha-Cha to indulge in this kind of beautiful fantasy. He lowered his head towards Cha-Cha's ear, wanting to tell her the truth of the matter in her ear like the devil, tearing down her illusions and causing her to die a straight social death. As Chen Ming leaned over with a bad smile on his face, Cha-Cha suddenly blushed. Then, surprisingly, she slowly closed her eyes. Long, stiff lashes fluttered. It showed her nervousness. The swan-like neck and the tips of the ears were tinted with a pinkish blush. Chen Ming, what do you mean? You're so shy? You even beamed. Chen Ming was a bit dumbfounded. Not far. Donwendel only felt a wow of coldness in her heart. Unable to bear to look away, he twisted his head. There seemed to be a sense of shame rising in his heart at having been committed by his husband, and the bear squealed even more. Wow. Hands covered his eyes. It's just the gap between your fingers that's so big, exposing her big kazoo eyes for all to see. Covered, but not completely covered. As for her sister, her reaction was a bit strange. She looked at Chen Ming with a look of suspicion. Apparently, Chen Ming had fine-tuned his looks in various ways when he entered the game though, making himself handsome in a different style. But, in the eyes of my sister who spends her time with her, there's still a lot of familiarity. Just as Chen Ming froze, Cha-Cha had gotten closer and closer. Nice guy. A pouty face beamed even. What do you mean you're still quietly patting your feet? Although Chen Ming had gotten high on kissing that day, he had only gotten high on kissing. Holding hands is punishment enough. He hastily inclined his head to avoid Cha-Cha's unsolicited kiss and whispered in her ear. Yesterday at noon. Lanting. 4. You said you'd only heart alabaster soup. Gigi. T, who was offering the kiss, froze. She opened her eyes blankly. Ha, how does he know? It's not like I've told anyone about this. Could it be that Bai Yu Tang likes me so much that he's already investigating me like crazy in private? No, it's not right. T's sanity finally returned a little. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. Finally, an explanation that sent shivers down her spine and made her toes buckle erupted in her mind. The shyness, initiative, and all sorts of YY just now turned into a shameful desire that could be described as horrifying at this moment, crazily impacting this little girl's heart. She trembled as she raised her head and looked at Chen Ming. You're Jia Jia's brother? A devilish smile appeared on Chen Ming's face. Right answer. T's legs went weak, barking, sitting on his ass. The whole man's eyes were dull. It's a picture of being played out. Chapter 114, Confessing Identity. Miss Tutor's favoritism. Seeing Cha-Cha's disoriented face, the bad smile at the corner of Chen Ming's mouth became more and more obvious. Cool. This kind of teary sister bullying is really special. Just when Chen Ming was secretly happy, suddenly, his gaming helmet prompted a phone call to be accessed. When I looked, I realized it was my sister calling. Chen Ming subconsciously twisted his head and looked at his sister. Sure enough, the two of them stared at each other. Jia, why are you calling me? Chen Ming directly acknowledged his identity. He'd already used it to bully Cha-Cha anyway. Besides, I need my sister's help for the follow-up. What's more, he didn't have to hide it from his sister. The expression on his sister's face suddenly became complicated. From shock to disbelief to a look of relief after a brief moment of bewilderment. So that's where all your money comes from. Okay. Phew. My sister took a long breath. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth pulled. Just outrageous. Still thinking about the source of the money. Say, what's the deal with your ID? Chen Ming mentioned it carelessly. My sister's expression froze. She had forgotten before that she was carrying such an ID. It's over. My brother caught me. She suddenly kind of understood why Cha-Cha was wearing that vacant, lifeless expression. My sister also experienced social death. The main thing is that the other day, brother, you must buy me the most expensive helmet. I think it is a bit of a waste, so I took this name by hand. Mind the money. It's something a sister can do. Xiong hadn't understood the situation until now and was a bit confused. How come Jia you also know Big Brother Bai Yu Tang? This idiot. My sister took this opportunity to change the subject and ran off to explain it to Bear. After hearing the explanation, Bear came to a realization. I got it. So your brother is Cha-Cha's boyfriend. Then Cha-Cha went from being your best friend to your sister-in-law. My sister wore a look of heartbreak. It seems the bear didn't even listen. What are you guys doing here? Chen Ming asked out loud. We just leveled up to level 10 today, and we're preparing to come here to transfer and learn skills. Bear replied excitedly. There's a group of big brothers who are willing to take us on quests, and they're extraordinarily nice. So we made a date to come here to find them. Chen Ming glanced at Dawn, Wind and Moon. This priest, he had heard of before. It's a top priest in a big guild. It was reasonable to say that with his maneuvers and abilities, it was perfectly fine to play a mage, hunter, thief, or other crunchy professions that particularly ate maneuvers. It can play out far better than the priests he plays. But alas, he resolutely chose the milkmaid in order to pick up his sister. Just want to be a boy mom to pick up girls. It made a lot of people who knew him feel sorry for him. But this one was enjoying himself. Even when the game came down to reality, he had no regrets. A guy who takes timely fun to the bone. For this kind of person, Chen Ming did not hate it, but he had clearly misunderstood Chen Ming's meaning. Thought he had accidentally dug his way into the head of the white jade soup big brother. With a face of trembling, he nodded his head and apologized. I am sorry by Yutang big brother, I am really unaware of Cha-Cha's relationship with you. I deserve to die. I will get out this time. You old man just let me go like a fart. After saying that, he scattered his legs and ran. It seemed as if he was afraid that Chen Ming would step in and kill him in seconds the next second. Chen Ming shook his head helplessly. Am I that scary? After all, it's not like I'm some kind of devil. Sister, you guys go and pick up the transfer quests. These quests aren't hard. With the three of you you can handle it. If you can't do it, go to the guild and find someone to bring with you. With that said, Chen Ming sent out guild invitations to the three. Originally, he only wanted to give it to his sister alone, but thinking that Bear and Cha-Cha are more or less her sister's friends, she gave it by the way. Okay. A flash of excitement flashed in his sister's eyes. Both the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup and the Nine Heavens are the top of the line in glory. It was then that my sister got a sense of excitement. But don't you guys rush off to finish the mission now. I have something else for you to do later. Good. My sister nodded dutifully. Only after explaining all of this did Chen Ming walk into the Adventurers Guild. Until Chen Ming disappeared, it was only with difficulty that Cha-Cha raised her head and opened her mouth in a thin, mosquito-like voice. He's gone? Gone. My sister looked at Cha-Cha's strangely pathetic appearance and tried to speak out to comfort her, but not before she had organized her words. Xiong then spoke up enviously. I'm so envious of you having a super strong boyfriend like Bai Yutang. Ooh, you're so awesome sister. T's eyes, which had just regained some focus, suddenly dimmed. She was like a doll with a power outage. Once again, he lowered his head. Chen Ming pushed open the door to the thief tutor's room. The room where Sophia, the thief tutor, was as simple as ever. It didn't change at all because the number of players pouring into Qingfeng City became more. There are almost no furniture furnishings. She just sat there on a tiny blanket in the center of the room, perched on her hood. It was as if he had completely melted into the darkness. Right beside her were three thief players who were looking worried. Walking past them, Chen Ming heard them discussing being worried about that 5 silver coins of skill tuition. After all, when converted to RMB, that's a solid $500. Chen Ming approached Sophia. It was then that she slowly opened those dark purple eyes. When she took a good look at Chen Ming, a hint of surprise was revealed in those eyes that had always been ancient and colorless without any change in color. It's you? Come to see me? What's the matter? Sophia's opening instantly confused the three players a bit. They looked over incredulously. That high-strung thief tutor took the initiative to speak? Holy, Miss Mentor would even initiate the conversation? She didn't even open her eyes to look at me when I approached her to learn a skill. Chen Ming pulled out the Misty Wolf's crystal core from his backpack and asked, I've noticed that the things in my backpack have been disappearing inexplicably. Instead of answering, Sophia swept a glance at the three men. She raised her right hand once. A strong wind flew up. It directly blew those three people backwards one after another. After the three were blown out the door, the strong wind dissipated. Bang! The door slammed shut. Those three were completely dumbfounded. Are we being kicked out by our mentor sister? Who the hell is that guy? Holy, they're all players. Why are they so biased? Inside the door, Sophia took the Misty Wolf crystal core that Chen Ming handed over. Look at it with interest. It's just an ordinary magical beast crystal core. Nothing special, Sophia said as a burst of purple light erupted violently from her right eye. Many complex symbols flashed open in her eyes. Her right eye instantly became purple. This is pupil art, a more advanced skill for thieves. You currently have no access to it for the time being. If you have pupil art, you might be able to see some clues. She explained it carefully like a mentor teaching a student. Pupil magic? I have it too. Chen Ming opened his mouth to explain, but I didn't see anything from it. Sophia was shocked. You have it too? You actually acquired pupil arts at this stage? But the pupil arts you'll have access to at this stage shouldn't be very strong. Let me see yet. Good. After Chen Ming agreed, turn on eagle eye vision. With a loud eagle cry ringing in his ears, Chen Ming's eyes were steeply rendered by a burst of golden color. In the meantime, the purple complex symbol in Sophia's right eye, as if it had received some kind of shock, trembled violently. Chapter 115, There's really nothing wrong with my brain. Re-exploring the underground chamber. Sophia's face showed obvious dismay. It's not an exaggeration though, but for Sophia, who had never had much expression, this kind of expression could be said to be quite difficult to see. The violet glow in her eyes exploded out violently, forcefully stabilizing the runes in his eyes. It was at this time that Sophia collected her consternation and looked into Chen Ming's eyes with a rather deep feeling. You're very lucky. With that, she then looked at the Misty Wolf crystal core. The two were just silent. Chi looked at the Misty Wolf crystal core that was placed in the center. As the minutes ticked by, the Misty Wolf crystal core that was placed there did not change in any way. Sophia didn't say anything, only looking up at Chen Ming. Chen Ming scratched his head. Why don't you disappear again? Oddly enough, Chen Ming was a bit confused and picked up the Misty Wolf crystal core, and just the moment he had picked it up, the number of crystal cores, violently reduced by 1. It's changed again. Mentor, did you see that? Chen Ming looked fiercely at Sophia, but Sophia just shook her head slightly. Obviously, when Chen Ming picked up the crystal nucleus had already been determined to become Chen Ming's possession, and Sophia naturally could not see the exact amount. Could the problem be me? Nope. Or maybe it was just bad luck that happened to run into it just now. Chen Ming thought of this and once again pulled out the crystal core. Another long wait. The crystal core was not moving. Although Sophia did not say anything, she shifted her gaze upwards and tilted her head to look at Chen Ming. Chen Ming let out a bitter laugh. Maybe the moment I put away the Misty Wolf crystal core, it will become less again. With that, he picked up the Misty Wolf crystal core. Sure enough, disappeared again. He was now able to determine that the disappearance of the Misty Wolf crystal core was his own problem. Chen Ming quietly looked at the Misty Wolf crystal core in his hand. What the hell is going on? Just as he was contemplating it, Sophia's cool voice rang out. Do you need me to help you ask for Nia's help? Nia? Who is it? The big thief? Chen Ming looked at Sophia in confusion. It's the mentor next door. The pastor mentor. Chen Ming. No, my head is fine. I don't need a priest to heal me. My mentor. Thank you. Chen Ming waved his hand and left the Adventurers Guild. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a little demoralized. Can't even a mentor NPC like Sophia solve her own problems? Seems like he was thinking a little simplistically. In front of the Adventurers Guild, the three sisters were already waiting dutifully. As soon as Chen Ming went out, Cha-Cha violently lowered her head like an electric shock, never daring to look at Chen Ming. Oh, I can't even look at myself because I'm bullied by my sister. Chen Ming didn't bother with her and directly told his sister about her next trip. I need you to accompany me to a place called the Scarlet Monastery. There, I need you to use your natural skill, Bionic Teardrop, to help me explore a place. My sister nodded that it was fine. A group of 3 set out on a journey. Along the way, Xiong asked this and that like a curious baby, making Chen Ming's scalp numb with questions. Cha-Cha on the other hand is the other extreme, completely autistic, all the way down, looking at his feet, lost in thought. Half an hour later, the top of the spiky tower of the Scarlet Monastery once again appeared in front of Chen Ming's eyes. At a glance, heck, there were quite a few players from the Nine Heavens Guild practicing here. Apparently, after the swamp was gone, the Scarlet Monastery was once again looked upon by the people of the Nine Heavens Guild, but the Niners didn't pack the house. Rather, they kept in mind Chen Ming's previous request to never fall into the same state as the King's Guild. A number of casuals could be seen mingling in the Nine Heavens Guild's ranks as well, contributing to killing monsters together. As soon as Chen Ming walked over, he was greeted by countless people. Boss after boss rang out. Chen Ming didn't feel anything. Get used to it. But a bright light erupted in the eyes of the 3 younger sisters. Sister and Xiong looked at Chen Ming with admiration. Even T, who had always been self-absorbed, raised her head, seeming to somewhat enjoy this feeling of following Chen Ming around and dabbling in the general treatment of the stars. Enter the convent. Chen Ming opened his eagle-eye vision, looking towards the setup inside the abbey. He clearly remembered the last time. He saw all sorts of weird and scary scenes. Just the moment the priest opened the iron door to the basement, he wanted to try this time to see if he could see through the abbey's true colors with his eagle-eye vision. A glance sweeps away. Nothing happened at all. Chen Ming silently closed his eagle-eye vision. It seems the abbey's segment is quite a bit higher than he thought. His eagle-eyed vision wasn't good enough to peek into the exact likeness of the abbey. It also made him more and more curious about what was in the basement. Along the way, he and his sister talked quite a bit. It had been clearly understood that the sister bionic teardrops worked. The first is the ability to summon a doppelganger exactly like yourself. This doppelganger can perform actions according to the instructions given by his sister. But yet, it's only a ballpark. For example, let the doppelganger explore the path and let the doppelganger fight the monsters. But to be more specific, no. For example, designate certain paths for the doppelganger to explore. Or have the doppelganger be careful and vigilant along the way and never provoke the guards on the road. Or assign the doppelganger to fight monsters with a certain skill. Neither. It's quite possible to have the doppelganger go scouting and he pulls a bunch of monsters back for you. Have your doppelganger surround the monster with yourself, only to have your doppelganger hit the monster while slashing you in the head with a sword. Anyway, after listening to my sister's spiel, Chen Ming was also well aware of the unreliability of the diversion. But it also establishes at least one thing: the sister was able to get what the altar had seen and heard after its death. Use it to scout. Definitely enough to use. The priest was still praying with lowered eyebrows before the icon. Chen Ming brought the 3 girls around him, quietly toward the basement. Soon, the iron door that sent chills down Chen Ming's spine reappeared. Take out the key. Turn it on. With a toothsome creaking sound, the iron door slowly opened. Even the dullest of bears closed his mouth at this moment and looked deeper into the iron gate with some trepidation. Sister. As soon as Chen Ming opened his mouth, he saw his sister throw a ball of silver-colored objects onto the ground. It was like a ball of slime. There was a writhing on the ground. Eventually it slowly drew up into a human form, and then imprinted its sister's features. Soon the silver of its body was also replaced by a variety of rich colors. It became a second sister. It was exactly the same, the kind that even Chen Ming couldn't tell the difference. Go on. Explore what's inside. My sister gave orders to it. She immediately headed toward the iron gate, but just the moment she had crossed the iron gate, an extremely humanized look of fear and pain passed over her face, as if sensing something terrible. Subconsciously, he was about to flee backwards, but just then, Chen Ming kicked her in the back, sending her rolling in, then dryly closed the iron door. A set of moves. The clouds are flowing. One and done. My sister was suddenly silent, although it wasn't himself who got kicked, but she felt a pang of tension for no reason. Chapter 116, Results of the Exploration. The Elemental Empress from 1,000 years ago. Did it go in? Get in. Have been exploring properly? I think. Is in. My sister answered not so sure. With certain subtle senses of her own and her doppelgangers, her sister could sense a generalization, but she couldn't be sure. Chen Ming wrapped his arms around his chest and waited quietly. Inside the iron gate, nothing. Still so deeply secluded. It was as if no creature had ever been in there at all. As time passes, not a moment too soon, my sister twisted her head and looked at Chen Ming. She seems to have encountered something. Being with that thing. My sister hadn't finished her sentence. She suddenly froze, then spoke helplessly. Dead. It all happened extremely fast. It caused Chen Ming to be a bit confused. Just got a little bit of news. Just die? That's too soon. However, after calming down and thinking about it, it didn't seem to surprise Chen Ming. After all, there was something in there that could make a top-notch big shot like the priest vomit blood like crazy. It was not unusual for the sister's doppelganger to be killed in a single shot. Let's pull the doppelganger out and see what happened to her. Good. The sister nodded and once again threw out a slime-like ball of soft slime. With the advent of soft clay, as much as half of his sister's blood was deducted. Obviously, this half of the blood was the cost of summoning the doppelganger, which didn't seem like much, but if it was placed in the critical areas of PK and boss fights, this half of the blood cost could be quite deadly. The soft slime-like silver object slowly squirmed. Eye to eye. It's about to slowly form into a sister. But just then, Chen Ming keenly caught a hint of something wrong. On that silver-colored slime, there seems to be something extra. It took a closer look to realize that the silver slime's body was actually tinted with a bleak, unmistakable black. The wisp of black, like the residue of some liquid. Chen Ming was fine when he hadn't noticed before. As soon as he noticed this liquid at the moment, the entire person just felt a flash of light. It was as if the eyes were covered with a red curtain. The entire range of vision was touched by the color red. At his nose, there was a violent surge of blood that made his throat dry up. It's blood. The red curtain in front of Chen Ming's eyes was poured out of blood. Just as Chen Ming was immersed in shock, the red color in front of his eyes dimmed. From bright red, getting dark. It was only after his eyes were completely covered by blackness that Chen Ming snapped out of it. He had just fallen into another hallucination. It's like seeing the ghastly white bones in the Scarlet Monastery before. Come back to your senses, only to realize that time is but a trance. My sister's silver slime is struggling to shape up, and the seemingly insignificant black color on it. It fell in Chen Ming's eyes. Instead, his eyes snapped open. He reacted. That wisp of black wasn't a stain at all. Instead, it's blood. After the blood solidified, the bright red dissipated and what remained was this extreme blackness. Jia. Quickly abort your detachment talent. Don't let it continue to coalesce. Chen Ming suddenly shouted, though he didn't know exactly what the black one was, but to be able to do it in such a bizarre way, attached to the bilocation, escape from the basement, obviously not a good one. Chen Jiajia was startled by Chen Ming's sudden roar, but she also hurriedly followed Chen Ming's request to interrupt the creation of the split. Pity. Late. Nope. Can't stop it. My sister opened her mouth with a confused look on her face. Not only is it impossible to stop, moreover, Chen Ming could clearly feel that the mass of slimes coalesced was getting faster and faster. Soon, it gradually took human form. This time, even her sister and her two girlfriends sensed something was wrong. That humanoid wasn't very tall, even a little shorter than my sister, but she was front and center. The body is incredibly hot. It's a completely different thing from a trippy girl like her sister. As the details continue to improve, brown skin, shoulder length, short, silver-colored hair. On his head was a crown embellished with green stones. Keep going down. Above the plump cleft, in the center of the brown skin, fell a jewel of the same brilliant green light. The leather armor on his body only protected the northern hemisphere. The perimeter lines are outlined in gold with a dark green base. By the time she reached her hips, the leather armor turned into a super short skirt style, but the view under the skirt is impossible to peek at. The black silk pants wrapped tightly around her long, slender legs. On the soles of her feet, her stepped on a huge circle, as if hula hooping, but its scaly blades and barbs are all over the place. At first glance, it's a weapon that has been stained with countless amounts of blood. As she flicked her toes, the circle stood up violently as she stepped on it, and was gently held in her hand. She was not as tall as Chen Ming though, nor did it show a serious expression. But even if it was just a lightly smiling look at Chen Ming, it also made her feel like she was carrying an overriding nobility. Iktar, your queen is back. An exotic, queenly feeling comes over you. On her head, she also carries her own title, Elemental Queen. Chen Ming frowned slightly. Ishtar? Iktar has been destroyed for thousands of years. Chen Ming, who was familiar with the background of glory, knew that Ishtar was a country that had existed during the ancient times and had perished 1,000 years ago. This guy in front of me, he actually survived from that time? The small, dark-skinned, white-haired queen visibly flinched. Then a touch of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. How can Iktar be destroyed? Are you another one of my stupid sisters running around teasing the king? They're as stupid as ever. Whatever they're up to again. This king will kill you first for fun. It's been a really long time since I've killed anyone. Hear that? Chen Ming subconsciously tried to protect his sister as the three of them backed away. But, before he could do anything, my sister then suddenly waved her hand. Stop the attack. Stay where you are. 8 short words, but it was as if it came with a splash of power. Imprisoned the white-haired, black-skinned queen in place. The circlet she had just raised high in the air also let go uncontrollably at that moment. It was obvious that she was trying to resist. Arms were trembling uncontrollably. But in the end, he obeyed his sister's orders. Chen Ming looked at his sister with a dumbfounded expression. Is this even possible? You're also too brave, right? She's a demon that has survived for thousands of years. Aren't you afraid at all? Instead, my sister revealed a puzzled expression. What am I afraid of? Brother, it's just a game. The big deal is that I'll be killed in seconds. I'll give it a try. It worked. Chen Ming suddenly fell silent. Also, to my sister, it's just a game. Good. Very good. A district mole cricket can also order this king. The elemental empress revealed a fierce killing intent in her eyes, and that killing aura that was like a substantial aura caused Chen Ming to be unable to help but feel a chill in his heart. But just then, my sister walked up. Raise your hand. A slap. It slapped the elemental queen across the face. The elemental queen was confused. Chen Ming was also confused. It was only my sister who huffed. What kind of crap game is this? How come all the NPCs are so obnoxious? Normally I can't be bothered to hit my own doppelganger even. What a thing you are. Already become my bilocation and still so arrogant? Speaking. Sisters are opening up left and right. Snap. Beat that high and mighty elemental queen so much that her head swung left and right. And she simply couldn't stop. Chapter 117 Myriad Stealing Success. Target. Level 18. Chen Ming was all a bit intimidated by his sister's tiger-like attitude. The sister who usually seems so well-behaved and sweet. I can't believe it can be so fierce. Just outrageous. Finally, the elemental empress was struck speechless, but her ice-cold eyes were already filled with monstrous killing intent. Her tone was icy cold, and she said word by word, if not for the fact that this king's power was sealed, how would you mole crickets have dared to be so wanton? After hearing this, Chen Ming was considered completely relieved. This one is indeed trapped. As long as you don't carelessly rush into the basement yourself, it won't be a problem. Thinking about this, Chen Ming felt more and more that his caution was not misplaced. If you do go in there yourself that day, tainted by this guy's power, then this number of his might be ruined. At this point he was able to understand why the last time the priest came out of it, he started frantically vomiting out pieces of his guts and such. Obviously, the priest was removing the contamination from his body, but the means are just slightly more hardcore. After roughly clarifying the situation, Chen Ming's thoughts were clearer. Looking at the empress, who was controlled in place and completely unable to move, Chen Ming's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Okay, it's a good thing I didn't use up my wonderful hand yesterday. If he had used up his myriad hands yesterday, he would only be able to look forward to facing this defenseless queen today. One must know that although this queen was rather arrogant and cocky, her brain didn't seem to be to the point of being bad. My sister's bionic teardrops can fish her out once, and only once. It would be embarrassing if Mythic was on CD when you tricked her out. Thinking of this, Chen Ming no longer hesitated. Extend your right hand and aim it at the elemental queen. A contemptuous smirk appeared at the corners of the white-haired, black-skinned queen's mouth. Griffin, what do you presume to do to this king? But with you, this king really cannot think of what you can do. This king is standing here, and you can't hurt this king even a bit. It's almost as if she's in the same mold as the queen's sister and owes it to her. But the difference was that the queen's sister, Chan Ming, really dared to fight. Elemental Queen, that's really afraid to move. Even though Chen Ming had opened his eagle-eye vision, he could not see any extra information at all. At most, you could only see the 4 big words, Elemental Empress. But, his all-purple skills were useless in front of the Elemental Empress. It doesn't mean that SSS ranked skills are running out of steam. In the absence of interference, SSS level skills do not have the possibility of failure. Wonderful hands are empty. Ding Mythical Hand is used successfully. Obtaining props, the Elemental Queen's command. There was still no time for Chen Ming to look at the props he had obtained. The face of the Elemental Empress, who originally had a disdainful look on her face, changed violently. Vile thieves, how dare you! In a roar, the original dead silent basement, a chilly wind kicked up violently. Even the priest, who was praying with lowered eyebrows in the distance, opened his eyes at that moment, and his warm golden eyes looked toward the location of the basement. Chen Ming's 3 men bore the brunt of it. Even more so, he felt a coldness that went deep into his bones. There was no need for Chen Ming to even remind him. My sister then responded immediately. Immediately forcefully cancelled his detachment, allowing the Elemental Empress to dissipate in midair. Who? Sister, you reacted quite quickly. That's for sure. The younger sister smiled triumphantly before looking curiously at Chen Ming. Brother, what did you just do? Why is she suddenly so angry? If only his sister was here, Chen Ming would definitely answer without hesitation. But there was still a xiong and cha-cha here, so Chen Ming casually found an excuse to gloss over it. Alright, you guys go ahead and complete the transfer quest next. Just yell at the guild if you need help. Even if you don't say it's my sister, there will be plenty of people willing to help. Chen Ming was confident that this was the level of enthusiasm of the players of the Nine Heavens Guild. As for the sister's alter ego, after she forcibly dissipated the doppelganger from earlier, the deep black blood had dissipated out of thin air, and the power that the Elemental Empress had attached to it had completely disappeared. But even if the Elemental Empress still had a backhand, Chen Ming didn't care either. Continuing to stay back is nothing more than providing another opportunity for theft for Chen Ming. A big boss that had been sealed for thousands of years must have more than 1 or 2 treasures on his body. After saying goodbye to my sister, Chen Ming finally forced himself to hold back his excitement and opened his backpack to look at what he had just stolen. It was a gemstone seal set with red, blue and green colors. Command of the Elemental Empress, Orange Epic. Synopsis, the Elemental Queen's Oracle Token. An ancient artifact that every major kingdom in the world has been working to find. Will open up the ruins of Eshtar when used. Ruins of Eshtar. Another copy that even Chen Ming hadn't exactly heard of. After all, in the last life, Ishtar had been nothing more than a section inside the game's background. There's hardly any drama associated with it. There were only some top-notch, divine artifacts from the ancient times that might mention the name Ishtar inside their profiles. This shows how golden the ancient civilization of Eshtar was. It can't be easy to get involved with it, I'm sure. Chen Ming took a look. A minimum of level 18 is required to open it. He himself had dropped to level 13 because of the use of the antique ring. It is a full 5 levels away from level 18, but it is a full 5 levels away. The most recent goal is to hurry up and get to level 18. The recent top players in the world are already level 16. The gap between me and them has accidentally been widened again. Hey, there's been so much going on since creating the guild that even leveling has been left behind. Guilty as charged. After clarifying the goal, Chen Ming then has the next plan. Let's rush to level 18 first. The place that best met his requirements for leveling was in the Twilight Forest. It was only a pity that his own Misty Wolf Crystal, which always had problems, disappeared out of thin air, making it impossible for him to enter that barrier. It's not a big deal though. He had determined that the problem was with himself. Then when the time comes, bring a person along with you and let him be in charge of keeping the Misty Wolf Crystal core and it won't be over. Thinking about it, a perfect candidate appeared in his mind. So, in that foggy forest, anyone's field of vision would be limited, thus turning into a drag for Chen Ming. But Susu won't. Being able to hang on to herself with the concentricity skill, she didn't have to worry about that at all. But what makes Chen Ming a bit puzzled is, in the friends list, Susu's avatar, still in gray. That's odd. You should know that usually Susu was online especially early. Every day is a busy day in the game. Up earlier than Chen Ming, down later than Chen Ming. It made Chen Ming suspect for a moment that Susu wasn't enjoying the game, but was treating the thing purely as a part-time job clocking into work. Strange, how come Susu is not on? Today this is ready to miss work and sleep? Chen Ming muttered, but it wasn't taken to heart. He also got up early today, and after dropping off his sister, he came right back and turned on the game. After going to the Twilight Forest to collect herbs and complete some adventures, quite a long time had passed. Now he was a little hungry too. Why don't you just go offline and have a meal? Wait for Susu by the way. Chapter 118, The Queen's Best Friend, Era's Perception. Chen Ming had a simple breakfast. I went to the breakfast store in front of the neighborhood and asked for a bowl of soy milk with a marinated chicken egg and 2 meat buns. Although it was early in the morning, there were really very few people who could sit at the breakfast store and slowly eat and drink like Chen Ming. The majority of people order soybean milk, buns, and donuts and then pack them up and take them away. All the people on the road were in a hurry. Chen Ming felt a pang of emotion as he watched them rush along while hurriedly stuffing food into their mouths. In his previous life, he did the same thing himself, but if they only knew that in a year or two, the game would come down to reality. Gee, that's ironic. Chen Ming smiled to himself, because he had been one of them. Eat and drink, go home and get on the line. Opening his friends list and taking a look, Susu had indeed logged into the game. Why are you so late today? Chen Ming inquired. Lori's side quickly replied with a message. Since I don't even have to get up early to prepare breakfast these days, I'll be able to sleep a little more. Chen Ming was a little puzzled. Aren't you not too leggy? And still preparing breakfast in advance? It's okay, Mom and Dad work hard every day, so I do what I can. But yesterday after I transferred the $50,000 given by Mr. to Mom and Dad, they said I don't need to work on breakfast every day anymore, so I should rest and play games. Although Lori replied with just text, but from between the lines, Chen Ming was able to feel Lori's happiness. I have to say, Lori's parents are pretty real too. Can't blame them though. I heard from Lori that they were also very busy with their day jobs and their home environment was not very good. Who would want to spend their daily energy on work and leave their family and children out in the cold if they didn't have no choice? Go back to the territory and I'll take you somewhere alone to practice today. Ha, sir, just a moment. I have an appointment to practice with Sister Sandy and the others today. I'll pass on the message. In Lori's mind, Mr. Matters outweighs everything else. After a while, Lori returned to the territory, but the guild channel. Instead, the queen jumped in. To Chen Ming was a flurry of aides. The king of divine devouring who wanders in the darkness. Hey, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. You've gone too far. Sister Susu is the treasure of our entire guild. What do you mean by taking it away by yourself? We've made an appointment to practice with Sister Susu, and you snatched it away with one word, didn't you? Chen Ming had a confused look on his face. Su, when did this guy get so close to you? Susu also looked like she didn't understand, helplessly shook her head. I don't know maybe I kept talking with her last night. It was only when Chen Ming asked in detail that he realized. It turned out that yesterday when the guild members were practicing together, the queen, a middle child, went around telling people some strange and weird words, often causing everyone to laugh or be ignored. It was only Susu, a kind-hearted child who knew what it was like to be ostracized and ignored, who was willing to patiently listen to the queen's various strange words, though Su couldn't understand most of it, but she would respond with a smile. This gives the queen the illusion that the only person who knows her in the world is Susu. Not bad for her. Chen Ming had the urge to hold his forehead. It really doesn't feel like the queen's kind of nature is a good fit for a guild. I'm afraid the only ones who can communicate with her are good kids like Susu. I'm afraid even a middle-aged bimbo wouldn't be able to talk to her. After all, there are channels of middle-aged sickness. The two of them can't get together, so they can only look at each other. Maybe that's why the queen operates strong and has good talent. But there's no news of her in her previous life? Queen, come along if you wish. We'll be in guild territory. Chen Ming pondered that the queen's CD for summoning Era should have already cooled down. Myself, I wondered what Era had sniffed on herself last night that could scare her like that. By the way, call her over and forget about it. Not a moment too soon. Chen Ming was chatting with Susu in the guild territory. Suddenly, a murderous aura struck. Without even thinking about it, Chen Ming opened his eagle-eye vision, and a deep purple silhouette appeared within his field of vision. She was holding a dagger and poking it viciously towards herself. Chen Ming dodged a sideways dodge. The silhouette failed to stop and rushed past Chen Ming. Taking this opportunity, Chen Ming slapped her on the head, knocking her out of her original form and dropping her to the ground in a dog-eaten feces. Who else can, besides the queen, be able to sneak attack Chen Ming so blatantly? You're still awe. Chen Ming rolled his eyes. He couldn't figure out how a queen of this caliber had the nerve to bother him. I just wanted to see if you had deserted your training after sitting on the throne of the king. Very well, you didn't let me down. The queen had to show a proud expression even though she was a picture of a gray head. Chen Ming didn't bother with her. Opening the door, he said, "Where's your Era? Pull it out. I'm curious to know exactly what it smelled last night." Queen, beg me. Chen Ming slapped her so hard that her head fell into the ground. The queen struggled to pull her head out. Her brattiness took on a bit of sultriness and condescension. Susu couldn't look at it anymore and squatted down, helping the queen wipe the grime off her face while comforting her. Just listen to what Mr. says. Good boy. With that, She gently stroked the queen's head. Chen Ming looked at this scene and felt that it was a bit bizarre. Isn't this a dog trainer? But the queen was really eating Suzu's words. Humph, that's for Suzu's sister's sake. The queen raised her hand. Complex summoning runes were carved out. Era leapt out of the magic spell and landed on the ground with a flare. However, the moment it saw Chen Ming, it then roared as if it were a bird of prey. Woohoo! As he barked, he jumped behind the queen with a nervous look. The queen rushed to calm Era. Half kneeling on the floor, he nuzzled his neck and gently stroked his doggy head. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth twitched. This scene was exactly the same as just now when Suzu comforted the queen. Seeing Era's mood finally stabilized, it was only then that Chen Ming asked out loud, "Well, any idea what it smelled last night?" The queen listened sideways in front of Era in a serious manner, nodding her head as she listened, as if she was actually communicating with Era. The end. She looked seriously at Chen Ming. "I have absolutely no idea what it's talking about." "Then you were so serious just now?" Chen Ming almost didn't send a flying kick over. "I just think it's better to be serious when you're listening to a dog." Chen Ming could do nothing about it. Forget it. The queen wasn't taking it personally. Rather, she was really bad in the head. Don't get angry with people like this. After Chen Ming took a deep breath, he looked towards the picture of Era who was cowering in fear of himself. "You're here anyway, so take Era and come with me. Next I'm going to explore the Twilight Forest, do a quest, and collect herbs and brush up my experience to upgrade on the way. The others aren't strong enough to enter the Twilight Forest and will only become Muppets, but you should be able to protect yourself." "Queen, since the queen can't ask a question, then just take it with you. Watch and observe and see what you can find out." It was also right when Chen Ming made this decision. Suddenly, Era looked as if she had been stimulated by something. Fiercely arching his back and erecting his tail, his entire body exploded with hair as if he was madly yelling at Chen Ming. Just as Chen Ming was feeling somewhat baffled, he swept in with his afterglow, the Fog Wolf crystal cores, that he had placed in the shortcut bar to conveniently observe the quantity violently disappeared one at this moment. If it was merely the Misty Wolf crystal core that had disappeared, Chen Ming would not have felt anything. After all, one is used to it. But the moment the Misty Wolf crystal core disappeared, Era suddenly barked furiously. It would be intriguing. Chapter 119, Problems with Inherited Leather Armor? Re-entering the Twilight Forest. Chen Ming's reaction was quick. All at once, he realized that something was wrong. It was a pity that Era was a dog, and Chen Ming was unable to understand what exactly it had discovered, but analyze it carefully. From Era sensing that something was wrong with him last night. Then again, his own Misty Wolf crystal core kept disappearing. Among them, the biggest change that has occurred in Chen Ming is that he has put together a 6-piece set of inherited leather armor. Could it be caused by the 6-piece set of inherited leather armor? Chen Ming subconsciously looked at the leather armor suit on his body. This set of equipment, whether it is the attributes or the level, is very much in line with the reward criteria for SSS level quests. Chen Ming never thought that there was anything strange about this set of equipment. Now think about it carefully. Everything is normal. If you have to go deeper, the only thing that made him feel a bit off was the profile description above the equipment. It says that this outfit is stained with the blood of the top stalkers of the distant past. That's the only thing that stands out. After all, this equipment, no matter how you put it, was only a newbie equipment at the beginning of level 10. Compared to the so-called top ancient stalkers, the difference is huge. At that time, Chen Ming could also understand that this was a line of introduction added to forcefully enhance the equipment's compulsion. But now it doesn't seem simple. There were no strange conditions until I got the 6-piece set together. Then I'll change my shoes and try. Chen Ming replaced the last piece of equipment obtained from the inherited leather armor. The boots, with the short wolfskin boots that he had been using just fine before. His attributes plummeted by a large margin. The 2 buffs activated by the 6-piece set that had been in the status bar also disappeared. But it's obvious. Era instantly wore a picture of a skeptical expression. Cocking his head, he surveyed Chen Ming. It seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Chen Ming. At least, it's no longer as scared as it was before. Can it be that it's really the inheritance leather armor that's messed up? Chen Ming thought silently in his heart. It's also easy to verify if you want to. Set out. Go to the Twilight Forest. Taking the 2 women back to Qingfeng City, he headed towards the Twilight Forest. Su couldn't afford to buy a mount, so she rode with Chen Ming. The queen has her own ride instead. A land bird that can't fly, only run. Although the speed was not as fast as the oxen and horses that Chen Ming had spent a lot of money on, in a situation where the vast majority of people could only walk, having a mount was already very good. It took 20 minutes or so, arrive at the Twilight Forest. And through these 20 minutes of rushing time, Chen Ming had become more and more certain of one thing. That's his Heritage Leather Armor Series 6-piece set, and it's really something. The Misty Wolf crystals in his own backpack never disappeared after he changed his shoes. Era, who had previously been incredibly wary of himself, gradually relaxed. There are questions. The big question. Chen Ming's mind was curious as hell. Even moved to use the impulse to use Mythic on the Legacy Leather Armor line of gear. Unfortunately, Mythic hands can only be used on living creatures. A prop like the inherited leather armor couldn't even be a target for the mythical hands. Traveled lightly to the campground. The soldiers in the camp were already quite familiar with Chen Ming. After all, in that previous wave of exploration, Chen Ming had already shown that 10-man squad his strength. When they returned to camp, they naturally bragged about it. Now that the soldiers in the camp, everyone knew that Chen Ming, the adventurer, was unrivaled in strength and bravery. There was no need to stop him, and he met the bearded officer unimpeded. Chen Ming figured out the cause of the Misty Wolf Crystal's disappearance. There has been a greater sense of certainty about leading the squad into the target location and accomplishing the mission. And while Chen Ming climbed up to take the mission, the Queen's eyes, however, were thievishly glancing around the camp. Era had a heart-to-heart with her. It only took a look to understand what the master meant. Immediately, the thief made his way toward the bottom of the bearded officer's desk. Pity. Era thought he was moving carefully, but the officer caught a glimpse of it. A kick to its doggy head caused Era to turn up and jump away with a shriek. Sorry. My dog is more naughty. So sorry. The Queen changed her previous thieving look to a panicked little woman's expression. The officer was fooled by her acting. Didn't say much, just stifled a nod. Instead, Chen Ming cast a meaningful glance at her. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew the Queen's sister's nature well and knew that she could never reveal this gesture, then, maybe, even he would have to be fooled over. Retake the mission and organize a questing squad. It wasn't far out of the camp with a squad of 10. Chen Ming lowered his voice. What were you doing inside someone's camp just now? Nothing. The Queen's face didn't change. There's a treasure in there? I don't know. Seeing that the Queen looked like she didn't want to share with herself, Chen Ming didn't want to ask in detail. He just wanted to remind the Queen, I'm expecting a follow-up to my mission here, so don't you dare get into trouble here, you hear? The NPCs in Glory are realistic. Really stole from them. That's a minute flip-flop. Let's not even talk about getting on with their mission. Just to see one person. I guess I'll be cut with a knife drawn. This time the Queen didn't have a stiff upper lip, but instead glanced at Chen Ming contemptuously. You think I don't even know about this? Don't worry. I won't do anything until your mission is over. She seemed to have forgotten that she had just sent Era to try something. Walking in the fog, Chen Ming kept his eagle-eye vision on at all times. Susu possesses himself in a concentric state without having to think about safety. And also the Queen needs to be wary of sneak attacks. But it's a good thing she has Era to help her. The dog usually looks like a big smart ass, but when it comes to fighting, he doesn't really seem to be that bad. It has extremely sharp ears and a rather exaggerated sense of smell, but any breeze in the vicinity would be detected by it. If Chen Ming found the enemy at a distance of 30 meters away, then Era is a bit worse, but can detect danger and warn the Queen at about 10 meters. A woman and a dog work well together. Surprisingly, it didn't bother Chen Ming at all. The crowd killed monsters and collected herbs along the way. Finally, Chen Ming once again came before that seal. Unlike before, this time, the Misty Wolf crystals in his backpack were completely enough to open this seal and allow the group to go deeper into the core of the Twilight Forest. Chapter 120 Monster in the Inner Circle. Terrifying Shadow Bird. Chen Ming had barely stopped and explored much along the way in order to kill his way into the inner circle as fast as possible this time. Just quickly scraping together 100 Misty Wolf crystals. Picked some herbs along the way. So the harvest wasn't much. Along the way, it only went up about 4% in experience value, and over 200 purple danishes and 4-leafed flowers. Take out 100 Misty Wolf crystal cores. There was no need for Chen Ming to even take the initiative. The seal itself then spread out a circle of power, shattering all the Misty Wolf crystal cores in Chen Ming's hands. Inside the cracked crystal core, white mist continuously emerged. However, compared to the mist of the Twilight Forest, the mist in these crystal cores was clearly thicker and more solid. After they spread out, they all surged towards that huge seal. Not a moment too soon, the seal then seemed to be dissolved away by the white mist, revealing a gaping hole. It is now. After Chen Ming greeted him, he immediately leapt forward, diving headfirst into the gap and crossing over the seal. The Queen followed with a similarly light leap. Both were thieves, a profession known for its sensitivity. It's a snap to do these moves. Those old soldier buddies are in deep. It wasn't supposed to be flexible. One was also clad in heavy armor. It was a bit tough to get past the seal. Struggled for a while, with Chen Ming reminding several times that the time for seal cracking was limited. They were finally in time for the seal to close. Over the seal and into the inner depths of the Twilight Forest. The mist in here has actually gotten denser. The soldiers looked around in some panic. That's right, after crossing this seal, it was obvious to everyone that something was wrong. The fog, even more dense. If there was visibility before, there was still a meter or two. then to the middle of the inner circle. It is the level of reaching out and not being able to see. Less than half a meter visibility distance. Stretch your hand out so far that you can't even see your fingers. It is normal for soldiers to feel panicked. But not only the soldiers, even the queen showed a bit of unprecedented gravity. Not only is the fog in here very thick, making visibility far worse than outside, even the flavors mixed in with the fog have become so much more complex. Era nodded its big head in agreement. Chen Ming glanced at the queen. Then hide behind me and don't try to be brave. Chen Ming's eagle-eye vision could be said to be unaffected in this environment. How awesome. Just how awesome. That's what makes purple skills so great. The queen gave a disdainful scowl. There was absolutely no intention of hiding behind Chen Ming. Not only do you not hide, she even showed a high and mighty look, and with Era in tow, she strutted towards the depths of the mist. Ha! I need your protection? I hope you can keep up with me and don't fall behind is all. The words were not yet spoken. Chen Ming's pupils, which had been rendered golden by his eagle-eyed vision, shrunk violently. Follow closely. He drew his own dagger and threw it hard towards the distance. The sound of the dagger's breaking wind rang out. The queen in the distance was startled and jerked her head over, beckoning her dagger to her chest. Hey, 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 I just casually got high. Do you have to turn your back on me? Even Era wailed and stepped in front of her master. However, the dagger did not shoot towards the queen. Put. 2 clouds of blood mist exploded behind the queen. The prompt swiped out of the battle message bar. Kill, Shadow Bird. Gain 224 experience points. Kill, Shadow Bird. Gain 211 experience points. 2 tips to skip. The queen reacted then. Chen Ming's 2 rounds of daggers were not aimed at her. They were meant to kill the monster hiding in the mist. The queen only really colored slightly at this point. The monster named Shadow Bird, from his own position, has unexpectedly been less than 5 meters, or even closer. But she and Era, surprisingly, were completely oblivious. How is this possible? The queen muttered. She was always confident in herself, but right now, she was heck of a slap in the face. The distance between Chen Ming and those 2 monsters was even farther than himself. But what she didn't notice, Chen Ming was the first to find out, and it's an early, accurate hit. Chen Ming walked over and picked up the dagger, slapping the queen on the back of her head. You'd better stay behind me honestly. Woohoo! The queen had the heart to retort, but before she could say anything, the soldiers nearby spoke in a chorus. This adventurer, would you please not make a mess? Please don't give Mr. Adventurer any flat-out trouble. If need be, you can come into our formation and we can protect you for a bit. The adjutant was even more righteous. I hope you will cooperate with us, otherwise we have the right to expel you. These gung-ho old guys are pretty direct in their speech, but I like it. Chen Ming couldn't help but snicker as he watched the queen with a defeated expression, all the way forward. At this point, it wasn't too far from the location of the survey on the map, but the crowd advanced slowly. No way. The monster Shadow Bird in the inner circle was obviously far more powerful than the Misty Wolf in the outer circle. Misty Wolves were big and moved a lot, which made it easy for everyone to react and defend. Not to mention the queen. Even the soldiers were able to react and raise their shields to resist as the fog wolves stole in front of them. It's not very effective, but at least it's something that can be countered. But Shadowbird is different. The body size is extremely small, and the movement is even more imperceptible. And the worst thing is that this thing is also particularly fast. In just a blink of an eye, it could burst through a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Even Chen Ming, who possessed eagle-eye vision, had to pull full concentration when facing the Shadow Bird. But as the crowd went deeper, the number of Shadow Birds increasing. At first, it will only be refreshed at the front, but now, in all directions, there will be Shadow Birds at all times. Chen Ming had to protect a squad of 10 plus a queen. It has to be balanced all around. Fortunately, Chen Ming, too, was tough enough. With the assistance of Susu, plus the flexibility given by skills like Blink and Two-Step, allowing him to juggle every nook and cranny around him at all times, even in the face of a sudden sneak attack. It can barely handle it, too. The soldiers had been dumbfounded by Chen Ming's flash-forward maneuver. It becomes a repeater that can only relentlessly shout awesome. Even the queen was shocked by Chen Ming's maneuver. After all, she had never seen Chen Ming actually strike. The first time they met, Chen Ming showed her mercy. Later, when confronted with a pickle, she had arrived late in order to draw on the mind demon Phantom Ape. From start to finish, Chen Ming had never been seen to display any real strength. Until today. It was only then that she realized that Chen Ming's strength was so strong. She mentally muttered, I can't believe he's this strong. That said, that copy that's been blocking me for a few days, is it possible to get him to help me give it a pass too? Chapter 121 Deepest, Dense Sea of Shadow Birds. 20 minutes later, the crowd was getting closer and closer to the location where the mission would be accomplished. It was a struggle to make progress in those 20 minutes. Somehow, As the crowd went deeper and deeper, the desire of these shadowbirds to attack obviously became stronger and stronger. Previously, only shadowbirds within 20 meters would initiate an attack. This was considered Chen Ming and the others entering its territory, and it was truly normal that they would take the initiative to attack. But now, even if it's 30 meters apart, or even more, the shadowbirds would all pounce towards Chen Ming and the others without hesitation. After going a little deeper, Shadowbird got even more frantic. Chen Ming could even see quite a few shadowbirds swooping towards him directly from outside the detection range of his eagle-eye vision. It was completely unknown just how far away they had sensed their party and launched their attack. The pressure Chen Ming needed to face could be said to be increasing. But fortunately, in addition to Chen Ming, there was also Su Su, a powerful milkmaid, in the team. There were a few times when Chen Ming was simply too distracted to take care of the shadowbird sneak attack, causing the members of the squad to take damage. But fortunately, there was Su Su who wielded her staff in time to give them a mouthful of milk to lift up their blood levels. I have to say, monsters like the shadowbird are really disgusting. Move quickly and undetectably even. The damage is still pretty high. Those level 15 soldiers, clad in heavy armor, would violently drop 200 to 300 blood when attacked by the shadowbird. Fortunately, the queen was taught a lesson by Chen Ming at the beginning, did not show off, and honestly stayed in the encirclement of the heavily armored soldiers. Otherwise, if she was attacked by the shadowbird for a moment, the queen would probably die directly and violently. After all, she didn't have Chen Ming's terrifying evasion rate. Can be at the front of the line to harden against shadowbird's damage. Gudu. Once again, he got high on a bottle of blue pills. It was a common potion from his hand. Restores 150 points of blue over 15 seconds. Although it was already quite good compared to the potions sold in stores, it was still a bit of a stretch for the current blue consumption that Chen Ming needed. No way. Always maintain eagle-eye vision. Also have to throw out Blade Storm at all times to keep everyone safe. Blue consumption is just too high. Everyone, rest in place. Chen Ming needed time to recover his blue. The soldiers had always looked up to him and would not question Chen Ming's decision at all. And after hearing his words, they immediately changed their formation, vaguely having a posture of surrounding Chen Ming and guarding him in the center. Adventurer, just rest in peace, and leave the security of the guard to the brothers. The deputy hammed and hawed. Although we don't have the strength like you, adventurer, to find the shadow bird, we are thick-skinned and durable. Su Su also softly said, rest, sir, I can keep an eye on their blood levels at all times. Don't worry. Good. Chen Ming nodded, then immediately sat down on his knees and closed his eyes to meditate. While remaining seated in a meditative state, the character is able to gain a small magnitude of blue and lifesteal restoration. Between meditations, Chen Ming couldn't help but be a little curious. When did the Twilight Forest become so difficult? As far as he could remember, it was an average, but not too good, place to practice. But now it seems, what kind of leveling can you do in this place? Those who could kill monsters and practice leveling in the Twilight Forest. Looking around the world, I'm afraid that apart from Chen Ming, there weren't many people who could do it. After all, the highest level in the world right now was just a little over level 16, soon to be level 17. And these NPC soldiers of Qingfeng City were all level 15 or 16. The adjutant is a bit higher ranked and can be 18. With the strength of the Qingfeng City army, it was enough to crush a bunch of players. But even so, they were struggling in the Twilight Forest. It was too different from the impression Chen Ming had memorized. Forget it, just take a step. After Chen Ming's blue amount had recovered more or less, he opened his eyes and got up once again. Continue to go deeper. With a full blue bar, coupled with Chen Ming's unrelenting binge of blue pills, this recovery was enough to sustain him for a long time. A way to decapitate the shadow bird. Chen Ming's experience value was also rising all the way up. After once again resolving a shadow bird that had crashed headlong through the mist, Chen Ming's experience value was already approaching 90%. If I keep killing like this, maybe I'll get the title of Shadow Bird Hunter soon. Chen Ming thought with bittersweet joy. The shadow bird was a level 15 monster. The title it gave was undoubtedly quite a bit better than the swarm hunters that Chen Ming was currently carrying. Just when Chen Ming was thinking like this, suddenly, he froze. Sir? Su Su was the first to notice Chen Ming's change and softly inquired. The others followed suit and realized that something was wrong, hastily stopping their steps and looking at Chen Ming. At this moment, Chen Ming was staring blankly right in front of him. The face was hard to see. Don't move at all. Chen Ming's voice suddenly became quite depressing. It's like a thief who's afraid of being discovered. Dare not speak aloud. Everyone does not know what Chen Ming has discovered, but looking at him in such a manner, he can't help but be nervous one after another. Soon after, Chen Ming took a screenshot of the scene he saw in front of him and sent it to the squad channel. The queen and Su Su just looked away, just have taken a breath of cold air, where Chen Ming entered his eyes. It was all a golden color, all shadowbirds, dense, Countless shadow birds. They didn't even dare to estimate the number of those shadow birds. Just looking at it makes one's scalp feel numb. Sir, what about this? Are we going to give up? Sue nervously inquired. Even the queen, who has always been heavenly and earthly afraid, also spoke stiffly at this time. There is a kind of victory called retreat. We have been very good in prying out this information, and I suggest retreating. Wimped out. Both of them were startled by the densely packed shadow birds in front of them. These shadow birds swarmed out, not to mention Chen Ming, but even if they were to be replaced by the entire Qingfeng city, it was possible that they would be slaughtered by them. They can't afford to put up any resistance at all. Chen Ming's first reaction was also that he couldn't afford to be messed with. But, after all, he was on a mission, and already so far into the hinterland for the sake of the mission. If you give up at this moment, wouldn't that be a big waste of time? Chen Ming was very reluctant, and after calming down, he realized the problem. The average shadow bird, with an extremely strong desire to attack, simply couldn't wait for him to capture their position with his eagle-eye vision before they had already gone crazy and killed Chen Ming. But these shadow birds at the moment, they were obviously a bit different. They had already entered the range of Chen Ming's eagle-eye vision, but they did not move at all. Apparently, they were a little different from ordinary shadow birds. Hold your horses for a moment. Let's see if we can get around them. If we can get around that dense flock of shadow birds, continuing deeper is also capable of accomplishing the task. However, with Chen Ming's attempt, a fact that he felt a little desperate about, laid before him, that flock of shadow birds was so large that it was completely beyond his imagination. It's simply rambling. What Chen Ming had seen before was even just the tip of the iceberg. They are densely perched. It did not give Chen Ming any room to bypass them at all. It's over. How else is this mission going to be accomplished? Chen Ming only felt his scalp go numb, and that's when, among the patches of golden light in front of Chen Ming's eyes, there were suddenly points of golden light, violently moving. They look like they just woke up from a long sleep, slowly rising. It's slow moving though, but look in Chen Ming's eyes, but it made him just feel like his heart and lungs had stopped. Sure enough, with the awakening of that little bit of golden light, more and more patches and patches of golden light also followed the awakening. Chen Ming didn't dare to hesitate. A fierce low growl. Run. Chapter 122 Struggle Before Dying. Who is the dark shadow? Chen Ming led the crowd, pulling out his legs and running. It wasn't that Chen Ming didn't want to crush the city return scroll and return directly to the city. Rather, it's the moment those dots of golden light awaken. He had then been prompted by the system to enter combat. Sure enough, next, countless golden lights swarmed towards him. Su, give me the enhancement technique. As soon as Chen Ming spoke, the enhancement technique landed on his body. All of his skills can be enhanced for the rest of the day. Chen Ming twisted his head, throwing a sword blade storm violently towards the back of the crowd. Although at this moment, there was still a thick fog behind the crowd, there is no way to see the actual conditions inside. But just the moment the sword blade storm fell, the fog was lifted by a strong wind. Dozens, if not hundreds, of shadow birds appeared within everyone's field of vision. The moment. It was only then that everyone really blushed furiously. After all, these soldiers couldn't see the screenshots Chen Ming had sent out, so they didn't know the situation they were facing. The reason why they escaped was just completely out of trust in Chen Ming. But even Su and the queen, who had already known about this situation, couldn't help but slightly change their pretty faces. After all, what you see from a screenshot is just a flock of shadow birds represented by a golden light. And the real thing, the difference is still quite large. See those golden lights, and see flocks of shadow birds laying about. Two different concepts altogether. Swish, a storm of sword blades swept out. Sword chi was spread out. The fog was torn apart. The shadow birds in it were also torn apart by all of them. The system alert in the lower right corner scrolls wildly. Experience gained. Items gained. Mythic trigger successful. Various system messages kept popping up, but Chen Ming no longer had time to care. Even if his experience value was growing, it didn't help, because after the first batch of shadow birds were torn apart, the second batch then followed. There are hardly any gaps. There are more of them than before. Chen Ming only felt a tingle in his scalp. It seems that the old lady will have to be accounted for here again today. I guess I can't even run away from the corpse. The queen, with her vast experience of death, judged that today might not end well. If you angered this number of shadow bird flocks, even if you ran the corpse to revive it, you would only end up being guarded. The only way to get back to town and resurrect is at the cost of losing a level. It can be a big loss. Chen Ming also couldn't help but laugh bitterly for a while. Extinction. This time, it was a real desperate situation. With so many shadow birds, even if he possessed a high evasion value, he would be surrounded to death. Even with Su around, I'm afraid there's no way to get him back. He glanced at his experience bar. Already in the early 90s and close to full experience, he instantly took a deep breath. Let's see if we can level up one level before we die. In that case, it's not too much of a loss. After making such a decision, Chen Ming changed the inherited leather armor boots within the package. The Heritage Leather Armor 6-piece set is once again assembled. Exclusive Heritage Leather Armor Set 6-piece effect activated. Chen Ming stopped running away, activating his strongest state. He even twisted his head and turned back to kill the shadow bird flock. With the power of one man, against thousands of shadow birds, Su's eyes shone with adoration and excitement. Even the queen, who has never been much of a match for Chen Ming, spat lightly at this moment, seemingly disdainfully skimming her mouth and spitting out, "It's at a time like this, and you're still playing it cool." Hardened, activated, Chen Ming, who held the twin daggers in his hands, fiercely killed the flock of shadow birds. Shadowbird is fast. It's like a small cannonball. However, under Chen Ming's high agility value, it is still somewhat not quite enough. Between flash forwards, Chen Ming had actually evaded the shadow bird's attacks dozens of times in a hard manner. At the same time, the twin daggers in his hands did not stop. While dodging, it cut out madly towards the surroundings. He doesn't need to go for the jugular. There's no need to guarantee yourself a one-hit kill. Just be able to finish the attack and hang in the toxin. With all the damage he's doing, sooner or later he'll be able to grind the shadowbird down. While these monsters had exaggerated damage and terrifying speed, their body plates were somewhat weak. Of course, it was also far thicker than the blood of players of the same level by quite a bit. Chen Ming's miss efficiency is still exaggerated, but once you get hit, it's 200 or 300 blood. Even after he stabilized himself by constantly getting high, as well as Su constantly buffing the milk, but it was only marginally stable. As time passes, his blood level was still decreasing, couldn't lift it anyhow. But in the meantime, more and more shadow birds were also killed by Chen Ming. His experience bar was steadily advancing towards 100%. Chen Ming estimated that, with this progress going on, he was really able to rise to level 14 before he died. It's not just the rank. What he had joked about at the beginning, that he could swipe the title, was probably going to come true. That's a blessing in disguise? Chen Ming consoled himself with bitter joy. And what he doesn't know is this. While he was frantically slaughtering the shadow birds, his mythical hand passive skill kept triggering. Except for groceries like copper coins, what he had acquired the most was the magic beast crystal core. Same with Misty Wolf before him. Shadowbirds also popped their own crystal cores. Along the way Chen Ming also collected more. Plus those Misty Wolf crystal cores left behind earlier. His package had been saved up with many different crystal cores. But in this moment, they began to disappear one after another. It's not just the Misty Wolf crystals. Even the Shadowbird's crystal core was losing its traces. Quietly, the kind that was completely unnoticed by Chen Ming. And as time passes, the crystal cores disappeared more and more. The bright red bloodstains on Chen Ming's inherited leather armor also became more and more obvious. Only, Chen Ming, who was fighting the Shadowbird, didn't even notice the change in his body. He's already killing it. And with him being so strong, almost all of the Shadowbirds were attracted to him. The queen and the soldiers, in turn, were safe. However, this safety is only temporary. Wait until Chen Ming collapses. They'll be killed in battle along with them. Running is impossible to run. In this foggy forest, without Chen Ming, it was practically impossible for them to move an inch. One could only wait on the sidelines, or try to help Chen Ming resolve the shadow bird as much as possible. But their strength was a drop in the bucket in front of tens of thousands of shadow birds. It's not even worth mentioning. Let's not even talk about helping. It was quite difficult to even get close. The queen and the others could only look dryly at Chen Ming. And that's when it happened. Husky next to the queen suddenly screamed violently. Its eyes were rounded as it gazed at Chen Ming with a look of horror. The queen was somewhat confused by Era's sudden panic and subconsciously looked towards Chen Ming. She couldn't help but stare. It was only behind Chen Ming. A dark shadow, if any, seemed to be slowly forming. What's that? Chapter 123, The Dark Shadow Strikes. A village in the darkness. The queen looked a little confused. However, the little loli that surrounded Chen Ming in a concentric state was able to see clearly. She quickly discovered a dark shadow behind Chen Ming, but she didn't think much of it. After all, with Chen Ming's inherited leather armor 6-piece set on and the special effects turned on, there would have been a black shadow-like thing. Thus, she didn't remind Chen Ming. Thought Mr. Self had turned on equipment effects or something. But as time passes, the black shadow became more and more solid. Not only do the lines become clear, the mold became distinct. It even made Su feel a real sense of being squeezed out of the spot she was in. At this time, Su was finally a bit unable to hold back. Sir, there seems to be someone behind you. Chen Ming, who was fighting back and forth with the shadow bird, was somewhat confused. There's a man behind it? What the hell? He was operating frantically. There was no way to distract himself from thinking about the meaning of Su's words, much less the effort to crane his head to look behind him. Seeing that Chen Ming did not reply to himself, Su Su hurriedly closed her mouth and stopped talking. He was afraid that if he spoke again, he would disturb Chen Ming. That's all. In the case of Chen Ming knew, but did not take care of, the black shadow behind Chen Ming became clearer and clearer, and the crystal cores in his backpack were disappearing, and the speed at which it disappeared was faster and faster. Chen Ming didn't know how long he had supported himself. His experience bar had long since shot up to 100% and had risen another 10% or so after leveling up, but that should be his limit. After all, his blood bar was on the verge of not being able to support it. This was still with Su Su's various buff additions, as well as Chen Ming's own unstinting and constant medication, and only barely managed to hold out until now. But, is enough. Just as Chen Ming himself was holding on to certain death and letting his guard down, suddenly, a prompt that rang in his ears. Ding! Activate the shadow of the ancient stalker bloodline. Obtaining the quest, investigate the shadow of the stalker's bloodline, SSS rank. Chen Ming was a bit confused. He was a bit unresponsive to what was going on with the activation of the so-called stalker bloodline shadow. But he's not blind. That huge SSS rank, he could still see it clearly. SSS level mission renewed? It turned out that the SSS ranked quest broke off, not asking him to level up. The condition for continuing the quest is to activate the shadow of this so-called ancient stalker bloodline. But what the hell is this ancient stalker bloodline shadow? Just as Chen Ming froze, a languid sigh rang in his ears. That sigh was like traveling through tens of thousands of years. It makes you feel vicissitudes to the core. Young stalker, you seem to be in trouble. Chen Ming jerked his head around. That's when he finally realized it. Behind himself, a dark shadow was floating. This black shadow, he felt very familiar. But wasn't it the same one that had appeared behind him when he'd pulled his equipment effects full blast earlier? But compared to the dark shadow at that time, this shadow right now was obviously much clearer. Just as Chen Ming froze, that dark shadow slightly raised his hand. Underneath the black robe, he revealed the dry skin and wrinkled palms of his hands. Remarkable. His fingers, only 4. Rather than being born with 4 fingers, the stump of the broken finger was clearly visible at the missing one. The ring finger, neat and tidy. It appears to have been artificially cut off. As a stalker, an assassin, how can you go head to head with the enemy, especially one against one like you? That's not what a stalker is supposed to do. Understand? Time is short, and fighting skills, I cannot teach you, but in the time I've been sleeping on you, I can sense that you possess a good stealing skill. Today, let's teach you a stealing technique. Stealing items is just the introduction. Kid, watch this. The words just fell. Chen Ming then felt a flash before his eyes. Fix your eyes. He himself had actually displaced hundreds of meters out of thin air. Easily, he broke free from the hundreds of shadow birds that surrounded him. Chen Ming's heart fluttered. What kind of displacement is this? Hundreds of meters in one breath and no delay? This kind of tactic can simply be called ghostly. This, too, is a theft. I stole away the distance between me and this tree, so we showed up here. Chen Ming's eyes showed shock. Can it still be like this? Stealing distance? Can this concept-like thing be stolen too? And a substantial role has emerged. It's simply a divine tactic. Just as Chen Ming froze, that stalker herald seemed to have sensed Chen Ming's shock and smiled gently. This kind of tactic is just the most common. You watch again. The words were not yet spoken. He flipped his hand slightly. A dazzling white light began to converge in his hands. That massive white light was as if it was a black hole with endless suction power, swallowing the surrounding mist into it frantically. As stalkers, against the enemy, we use our brains, not brute force. Dealing with these little birds is the next best thing. Their mutation comes from these mists, and the power within the mists is the key to their rampancy. Allopathic. I stole the essence of life from the mist and cut off their power at the root. Look at, speaking, those shadow birds that were originally extremely fast and had a strong desire to attack began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff. Finally, the first shadow bird, planted on the ground, and after the first one, the next, countless shadow birds, just like rain, crackled on the ground. The shadow bird that had just caused Chen Ming to almost face certain death a moment ago. In this moment, it was killed like rain. Chen Ming froze. Divine means. Really are divine means. The life force in the white mist was swallowed like a whale and fell into the hands of that black shadow. Finally, a patch of shadowed birds, dead as a doornail. The white light in the black shadow's hand also emitted a long and terrifying aura of life. Unfortunately, it's still too weak. This amount of power is not enough to completely awaken me. At most, it will continue to exist for a little while. There's no significance. The black shadow shook his head, then smiled faintly. Little fellow, after using so many of your crystal cores to slightly awaken, it is considered that I owe you. Consider these life essences as my apology to you, and my thanks to you afterward. Help me find my organization and investigate some things about me before you try to wake me up. If you really do. Life essence, It will only be the most insignificant of the benefits you can obtain next, said. With a flip of his palm, he pressed the life essence towards Chen Ming's body. Do it all. His figure gradually dissipated. Only one sentence remains. Remember to say my name when you find the organization. His voice paused for a moment, as if caught up in some sort of memory, before resuming softly at the end of the aftermath. Atelier. Chapter 124, Mission Completion. Extra Item Reward. Atelier's figure dispersed. It was at this time that Chen Ming turned his head to look at the tens of thousands of shadow birds. It was as if they had been drained of their life force, planted one after another. Death is extremely fast. Even the remaining ones, the shadow birds that still survived, wouldn't be able to struggle for long before they died. It was simply unable to cause any effect on Chen Ming and the others. A great crisis was diffused. Unfortunately, these shadow bird deaths aren't counted on my head, and I won't be able to get their experience value. Chen Ming looked a little heartbroken. That's tens of thousands of shadow birds. If Chen Ming could eat all of this experience, I'm afraid that he would have no problem rising to level 20. But even though I didn't get to eat Shadowbird's experience, it seems that before he disappeared, the big guy Atelier left me his stolen life force. Look what it is. Chen Ming hurriedly checked his character panel. No change. Another glance at the buff status bar. And no change. This caused Chen Ming to be somewhat confused. Where's the promised life force? Where did you go? I saw Biggie shove that lump of life force into me with my own eyes. Chen Ming was confused. He searched through his attributes, title, skill bar, and a large circle of locations. But in the end, it's still nothing. Where's my big life force? Chen Ming was a bit bewildered. He didn't really think that a big man like Atelier, who turned his hand to the wind, would cheat him on such a small matter. After all, the big guy has to find the organization on his own, doesn't he? There's no need to lie to yourself like that. There is no way around it. Chen Ming could only open his backpack once more and prepare for a second round of retrieval. Inside his backpack, there was a tremendous amount of clutter, but there is absolutely nothing that can be related to the so-called life force. After this one check, Chen Ming was almost certain that the life force gifted to him by Big Brother Atelier had not turned into a prop and appeared in his item bar. Just as Chen Ming was about to turn off his backpack and check something else, suddenly, inside the backpack, the body of an item glowed with a strange light. Chen Ming fixed his eyes. It was clearly a prop obtained ages ago, the dragon's essence, after it had affected the ox and horse, and was finally transferred to Su Su by Chen Ming with the mainstay stone carving knife. The dragon's essence never moved again. Chen Ming had thought that the function of the dragon essence was limited to this, being able to have an extra humanoid plugin like Su Su. He was actually satisfied. So much so that Chen Ming himself had somewhat forgotten about the existence of the dragon's essence. And now, it unexpectedly flashed violently with a strange glow. That burst of white light was a flash, so to speak. Just an instant later, the dragon's essence turned into its original inconspicuous form. That was fast. So much so that Chen Ming almost didn't even notice. I'm afraid that this was the reason why Chen Ming hadn't even noticed that something was wrong before. But now after seeing it, Chen Ming immediately recalled a line from the introduction on the dragon's essence. Take good care of it. It may come as a surprise. He tried everything before, but the dragon's essence was not moved in the slightest. At this moment, it finally produced a change. Chen Ming hurriedly checked it. Unfortunately, it was exactly the same as before. Whether it was the state appearance, or the detailed introduction and profile of the item, nothing has changed at all. This was also the reason why Chen Ming had checked several times before and hadn't found anything wrong. Chen Ming patiently observed for a while. Finally, he once again saw a white light flicker up on the dragon's essence. It was just a flash. Though, however, Chen Ming had actually felt it. That majestic life force. Now the mystery of the life force disappearing into thin air was finally solved. The answer lies in the dragon's essence. Instead of deceiving himself, the big man of Atelier gave that majestic life force to the dragon's essence. Let's just say the big man deserves to be a big man. This vision, it's really poisonous. With a single glance, he could tell what the most valuable thing in Chen Ming's body was. Another long time passed. The light flickered on the dragon's essence once again. A few times down the line, Chen Ming had been able to determine that the dragon's essence had indeed received an infusion of life force, producing some sort of change. The light flickered constantly. It's like it's breathing. Inexplicably, it made Chen Ming feel that it had been revitalized in general. Although I didn't eat the experience of these shadow birds, it's already great to be able to change the dragon's essence in exchange. Chen Ming grinned and closed his backpack. By this time, the shadow bird flock was pretty much dead. Based on the coordinates of the squad on the map, Chen Ming found the queen and the 10 soldiers amongst the flock of shadow birds. At this point, they were all in shock, especially the group of soldiers. They weren't like players, who could be resurrected after death. The scene just now was a real death threat to them, especially after they watched that adventurer, who was 1 against 100, suddenly disappear. they then felt an even greater pang of heartfelt despair. For a moment everyone thought that the adventurer had abandoned them. 10 soldiers, facing the overwhelming flocks of shadow birds, have been too chilled to pick up their weapons, and each has fallen into a crumbling despair. But whoever thought? It's just a split second. Then the peaks turned around. The shadow bird flock suddenly fell in one line after another. Just when they were desperate and felt a heartfelt sense of elation, the adventurer's figure reappeared in front of them. Well, is everything okay? Chen Ming swept a glance. Whether it was the queen, her era, or the 10 soldiers, all intact. Seeing this, Chen Ming was slightly relieved. He was genuinely worried that the 10 soldiers would be damaged, leading to a failure of the mission or something like that. I'm glad it's all okay. I was afraid it was too late. Chen Ming sighed from the bottom of his heart. But as soon as those words were uttered, the faces of those 10 soldiers changed violently. They, obviously, heard the implication of Chen Ming's words. It's him. He's the one who saved everyone. Although all the soldiers had incredulous expressions on their faces, but in the depths of this twilight forest, was there anyone other than this powerful adventurer who could save them? Apparently not. Then recalling Chen Ming's various bright performances before, it seems that it's not unacceptable. Thinking of this, they looked at Chen Ming excitedly, though no words were spoken. However, in their eyes as they looked at Chen Ming, a few more moments of gratitude had suddenly appeared. Next, the crowd rushed on without any more obstacles. The shadow birds had been mostly killed in battle. The remaining fallen shadow birds couldn't cause much trouble for them. Soon, it was time to reach the center of the twilight forest. It's no different here than anywhere else. After clocking in and out, the system prompted him that the task was complete. Go back and deliver the mission. The journey was equally unimpeded. It only took half an hour. Just go back to the middle of the camp, find the bearded officer and submit the mission. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest, Exploration of the Twilight Forest. Gained 500 experience points. Gained 3 silver coins. Sure enough, the rewards of normal quests SSS ranked quests can't be compared at all. Look at people's SSS rated missions. Experience and silver coins are available, while skill books and various equipment props are also given. Ordinary quests were really a bit out of Chen Ming's league. It was also while Chen Ming was lamenting. Another system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the Exploration of the Twilight Forest quest has exceeded 100% completion and has received a unanimous high rating from the NPCs. Receive additional mission rewards. Battle Scars Earring. Chapter 125 Battle Scars Earring. A copy with a special mechanism? Chen Ming revealed an expression of surprise. Still, though in his previous life, he had heard of a number of quests being completed that would reward him with additional items if he did a good enough job. But in the way of the scarcity of quests and the large number of players in Glory, belonging to a typical monk, Chen Ming hadn't really received any missions, even in this life. The quests he had received were all from quests and the scrolls gifted by his angelic sister, and he hadn't really received any real quests on his own. The unexpected joy of receiving an extra reward for completing a mission was the first time he had encountered it. Hurry up and open the backpack. Sure enough, in the backpack lay a tiny earring. The earrings were small, but they bore the marks of blood and fire, sword and shield. It is as if in this small earring, the war scene intertwined with iron and blood is melted. Tap on it. Battle Scars Earrings, Blue Rare. Required level, 15. Defense, 15. Magic Defense, 15. Physical Strength plus 10. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 5. Endurance plus 5. Introduction. The 17th Squad Leader of Qingfeng City, Officer Edward's personal belongings, accompanied him through the big and small wars, and inscribed on it are the great years of his year. Blue level rare equipment, and it's still quite rare. A blue extreme rare equipment with 4 attribute bonuses. It was important to realize that the average blue grade rare equipment only provided 2 attribute bonuses, and for those with a little more, only 3 attributes. For attribute additions, simply few and far between. Even Chen Ming's Heavenly Calamity Tooth was nothing more than a double plus equipment. Although those 4 attribute bonuses of the Battle Scars Earring were not high, the combined attributes were not low. It's just a shame it's a level 15 kit. Chen Ming still needs to work on his equipment a bit. It doesn't take long though. He, who had already rushed to 16% of his experience value at level 14 by killing the shadow bird, gained another generous amount of experience after completing the quest, going straight to 20%, only 80% away from level 15. I should be able to upgrade today. The queen saw the Battle Scars Ear pendant that Chen Ming had obtained from the hint bar in the lower right corner, and her eyes glazed over for a moment. That's it. That's it. Wow. I can't believe you took it. I was expecting to do it later. Hands? Chen Ming was first flabbergasted, but then the response came. The queen had found a certain treasure when she first accompanied him to the midst of this officer's tent. At that time, she had even cooperated with Era. trying to make trouble under Chen Ming's nose. Unfortunately, Edward, the bearded officer, found her and stopped her. So, the treasure that the queen had detected at that time was this thing. No wonder she was a little pressed for action right then and there. A blue-level excellent trinket was indeed enough to excite her. The bearded officer patted Chen Ming's shoulder and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. I've already heard from Jim and the others that thanks to you, the adventurer, they were able to survive that 9-death situation. It's a small token of my appreciation, and I hope it expresses some heartfelt gratitude. By the way, I heard from Jim and the others that you, the adventurer, have been searching for purple dandelion and 4-leaf flower, right? This is what we collected when we explored the Twilight Forest earlier, so please laugh at it. Ding! Captain Edward of the 17th Squad of Qingfeng City has gifted you 4-leaf flower X10643, purple danro X11021. Do you accept? How can this not be accepted? Take it decisively. In the backpack, there was a total of 20,000 extra tetrapods and purple dandelions. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The reputation of Qingfeng City rises by 500 points. Ding! Relationship with the forces of Qingfeng City changed to friendly. By completing quests of a certain power, you can gain reputation in that power. The reputation value is increased, and the corresponding power's friendship value is gained. After completing the mission of the Qingfeng City exploration team in excess of the quota, Chen Ming had gained the Qingfeng City power's friend status, and had been promoted from a normal relationship to a friendly relationship in one fell swoop. Of course, if it's just a friendly relationship, you can't get much out of it yet, but if it continues to elevate, when it comes to the subsequent honoring, reverence, and worship, it's useful. Additional discounts and offers will be given for equipment repair, skill learning, and purchase of mounts, and reputation can be used to buy special props. Having enough reputation value can open some special quests and get some rare titles. General reputation system, quite important. Many players can't pick up quests on weekdays, but when the game develops to a later stage, after opening a variety of large-scale activities, participate in the activities, you can divide the prestige points of the major powers. 500 reputation value, for Chen Ming, could be considered an unexpected blessing. The harvest is full. Chen Ming beautifully calculated the harvest from this mission. Let's just say that high risk really does come with high profit. This trip to the Twilight Forest was a profitable one. The group returned directly to the guild territory. Chen Ming checked the territory status. There was still a surplus of all kinds of materials, and the guild players were quite active in completing their quests, so there were no guild quests left at all. The most important reason for this situation was that Chen Ming had thrown the several sets of top-level equipment that he had gotten from Pickles into the guild's warehouse. Just save up enough guild points. Just redeem those sets of gear. You know, these equipment, a set of calculation, can be sold for millions of prices. If you compare the guild to a company, then Chen Ming, the boss, is at the beginning of the company's founding. Set up down the 10 million level of bonuses. Just perform well enough, available to any employee. This will of course make everyone like chicken blood, riveted to do guild quests, territory quests, and participate in the guild's leveling activities. Can be described as enthusiastic. According to the development of this situation, Nine Heavens would definitely be able to stabilize its name as the #1 guild. The situation was great, and Chen Ming was quite satisfied. After looking at the situation on the guild side, Chen Ming was ready to continue leveling. Find Sisters Sandy and Kong and ask them where they practiced. It was a patch where level 13 and 14 monsters were located. Although the leveling efficiency was not bad, for Chen Ming, it was obviously a bit insufficient. He has to make sure he's leveling on maps that are 2 to 3 levels above him, to have efficiency. Just as Chen Ming opened the map and searched for a place to practice, the queen suddenly came closer. Hey, there's a boss here that I want you to help me get through. Are you interested? Chen Ming looked at the queen with interest. What a treasure hunter. What boss did she find again? Of course I'm interested. Tell me, what is the boss? Right, it just so happens that Su hasn't left yet. I'll call her up, and then call up all the strong players in the guild. Chen Ming was about to make arrangements, but the queen cut him off with a quick wave of her hand. No, don't call them. Chen Ming revealed a puzzled expression. Don't scream? Why? Could it be that you don't want to share the boss with others? He couldn't help but frown a little, although he had known that the queen was a loner by nature. Hiding a boss and not sharing it with the guild members still made him a little less than happy. Seemingly seeing Chen Ming's unhappiness, the queen immediately raised an eyebrow. Ha, what do you think of my mother? It's not that I don't want to share it with everyone, it's just that copy is special. Only 2 people are allowed to enter. You must work in pairs to pass the copy. In that copy, attributes, skills, and whatnot don't really do much. Instead, it requires top-notch maneuvering to get through the copy. I just haven't found any teammates who can match with seeing that you're doing quite well today, I'm just giving you a chance. Chapter 126 Entering the Special Copy. The two who became smaller. The Queen's words immediately drew Chen Ming's interest. Special mechanisms? It has to be a two-person match? This copy. He seems to have heard of it. There was such a copy in a previous life. It was once famous. Its special two-player coordination mechanism has attracted a lot of challenges, and the parts of it that require two people to work together are quite demanding. A little inattention can pit your teammates against you. So, many good brothers here turned against each other. Some couple players have also played here to the point of scalping and almost breaking up. General, the rewards for that copy are pretty good. It can't be in this position, can it? Chen Ming marked a beacon on the map. The Queen looked at it and immediately showed a stunned expression. How do you know again? Chen Ming didn't bother with her dismay. Instead, he thought hard about it. That copy, it's really not that difficult. If you go in with a dummy, that's just pure and simple torture of your own mind. The Queen is not very cerebral though, but the operation is pretty top-notch. It's the type of thing that is below the brain and top of the body. Explore that copy with her. Seems like a good choice. At least when Chen Ming reviewed these friends around him, it was only the Queen's sister and the Snow Moon Guild's boss, Ling Yu, who possessed a strength that Chen Ming was also able to recognize. The others are more or less inferior in terms of operation, but Ling Yu, well, after all, she was an outsider. If he really had to choose, Chen Ming still preferred the Queen's sister. Yes, let's say it first. You can't mess around in there. Everything is under my command, or else I'm going to spray you. Got it? Chen Ming gave the Queen's sister a precautionary shot in advance. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear it. Instead, he flashed a standard issue taunt. Ha, that's something I'd have to say to you. Not bothering to talk to her. Chen Ming summoned his own mount and galloped towards the copy. Not to be outdone, the Queen pulled out her own mount and quickly caught up with Chen Ming. 10 minutes later, under a huge waterfall, Chen Ming dispersed the oxen and horses and looked up at the waterfall. The waterfall isn't too high. There was no deafening rumble either. It didn't land in the lake, and the splash wasn't much. In the sunlight, only an imperceptible rainbow formed, and that rainbow is the key to entering the copy. Chen Ming leapt up on the shore. 2 jumps, catch the blink. After he had displaced a large distance out of thin air, he only needed to reach out lightly to touch the rainbow if there was one. The moment, all he felt was a flash of light. The rainbow seemed to magnify infinitely in his eyes, and his entire being became light and airy, as if he were caught in a half-dream, half-awake illusion. The entire body floated uncontrollably in mid-air. Come on, Queen, Chen Ming urged. Only then did he realize that the Queen's sister had jumped into the lake and was struggling to swim towards the waterfall. The Queen's sister, who didn't have those fancy skills of Chen Ming's, could only slowly approach the waterfall using this stupid method. Look at the Queen's sister flopping around in the water. Chen Ming couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. How does this one even dog paddle for swimming? Ugly and slow. After a long time, it was only then that the Queen finally approached the rainbow. The moment she reached out and touched it, she also floated up like Chen Ming, with both of them floating at the same time. Rainbows spread out. The waterfalls are separated. A pathway to the inside of the waterfall is paved by a rainbow. That feeling of lightness finally disappeared. Chen Ming once again felt the steadiness of having his feet on the ground. He twisted his head to look at the soaked Queen beside him and couldn't help but frown. Although the Queen of Wet Seduction has amazing curves, but Chen Ming, who had long ago stripped this sister naked at their first meeting, didn't have much interest at all. He couldn't help but worry about the rest of his trip to the replica now. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen one that can't swim? The Queen's sister grunted and raised her head proudly. What is there to be proud of? I've seen those who can't swim, but I've never seen such a standard dog paddle. Chen Ming couldn't help but dislike it back. The Queen's sister heard this and was instantly furious. An indignant rebuttal. The two walked and fought the whole way, obviously walking on top of a rainbow-paved, romantic bridge any way you look at it. But the two men were simply not interested. You dislike me, I'll return the favor. Finally, the rainbow bridge came to an end. After passing through a white mist, a village appeared before his eyes. It's quite an eye-opener, but the two didn't focus on that and continued to dislike each other. But just then, the Queen froze, because she realized with a jolt that her sexy voice had changed. Sexy, of course, was her self-appointment, but the sound of change is real. Her voice became shrill, as if she were a child of 6 or 7. It's not just her. So did Chen Ming. Look down. The Queen realized with a start that she could actually see her toes. In the old days, you couldn't see it at all. The Queen panicked. It's gone. Why is it gone? Seeing her fumbling nervously in front of the airfield for a while, Chen Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you nervous about? Did you have a scale when you were a kid? And you don't look at yourself. You've become childlike now. That's right. The two of them passed through the white mist and landed within the village afterward. Hers was transformed into the form of a small child, 7 or 8 years old. One square, one lowly. Chen Ming hadn't expected it. The queen with a hot body and a royal lady's style actually had a well-behaved bun face after turning into a little lowly. There's a world of difference between the cute and cuddly look and the grown-up underdog look. It was only when she heard Chen Ming say this that the queen revealed a palpitating expression. Okay. Almost thought I was about to lose my most precious treasure. Speaking, an old man with white hair appeared in front of him. Though he was old, he had a wood chipper in his hand, and behind his back he was carrying a bundle of firewood taller than the others. He looked kindly at Chen Ming and the queen and cheerfully said, "Why are you two still here? Don't you two like to get together on weekdays? The village chief has just led a hunt for a real bear. You two little things actually can't go and take a look?" The words just fell. The system beep then sounded. "Please go ahead and check out the bear that the village chief hunted. Remember to bring your gear before you leave." With the system beep on Chen Ming and the queen, white light flashed. A large bow appeared in Chen Ming's hands. The queen, on the other hand, had a bundle of ropes on her back. These are the props they will need to use in their next adventure. Chapter 127, 5-minute countdown. The goal is to climb up the cliff. The end of the mission prompt. A large countdown appeared in front of the two. 5 o'clock. 4:59. Obviously, Chen Ming and the two of them had to arrive at the village head side within 5 minutes. Otherwise, it will count as a mission failure. Trying to take the normal path to the village headman's side with a 5-minute time limit was clearly impossible, because the village is on a higher hill. On the south side of the mountain is the road that villagers travel on weekdays, but at this time, Chen Ming and the others had already come to the north because they were playing. To the north, there are steep cliffs, hard to climb, but in the 5-minute time limit, a detour back to the south and a walk back to the village was clearly out of the question. Time is running out. One can only climb that steep cliff. Come this way. The queen obviously knew the key to this quest as well, and beckoned towards Chen Ming. "I found a friend to enter the copy last time, but unfortunately, her operation was too stupid, and she couldn't even pass the first level. Next you listen to me and I'll tell you how to get through. You're going to shoot the arrow over the cliff. I'll then use my rope to climb up the cliff by using your arrow as a fulcrum. So the key point is where your arrow lands. I've given it a lot of thought after my last failure. It's been roughly planned. Listen to me. Your first arrow should land here," the queen said as she pointed towards the steep cliffs. However, the queen's words had not yet fallen. Chen Ming then pulled up his large bow and shot an arrow towards the cliff. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. The long, sharp arrow shot shattered the rocks on the cliff and dug hard into the cliff above. The queen was flabbergasted when she saw it. He then huffed and turned his head to look at Chen Ming. "Bai Yu Tang, don't you realize you only have 10 bows and arrows in your pouch? Use one less. How can you just shoot around? If we don't summit the mission when we run out, we'll fail. There's a rush. The queen looked anxious. Looking at Chen Ming was unable to help but skim his lips. The spot he was looking for was something that had been researched after countless players had failed countless times in his previous life. Arguably the best spot to choose. It looks a little rough in the moment though, not picking the best spot for a queen to climb higher. It's undeniable. And the reason why this pick is good is because when the player climbs over halfway up the cliff, a boss will be refreshed on the cliff to come out and interfere with the player. At this point, Chen Ming's first pick would be able to cause a disruptive effect on the boss. The queen doesn't have that much information, can't get the essence and subtlety of this arrow at all. Chen Ming didn't bother to argue. A kick in the queen's ass. Climb for me. Not shaming the queen. It was simply a matter of getting her to climb the cliffs. Chen Ming swore. The queen was so angry that her teeth itched, but her heart's fear of Chen Ming made her not dare to really flip out, and she could only look at Chen Ming grudgingly before rubbing her buttocks and reluctantly walking towards the cliff. Swish swish swish. The queen took the rope in her hand and swung it after making a loop. Imitation of a western cowboy. Watch for opportunities. She threw the knot of rope violently. The knots hit the arrows on the cliff with precision. Following that, the queen pulled hard. The knot contracted and held the arrow firmly. When Chen Ming saw this scene, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Yes, the accuracy is good. This Link is afraid of encountering stupid than teammates. How to set cannot set the arrow. A waste of time. And the archer is still helpless. Can only do nothing. Quite a tortured mind. But that's just the first difficulty. Chen Ming continued to look. After having a borrowing point on the cliff, the queen wrapped the rope towards her waist, and after tightening it, she stomped on the ground with both feet and ran straight towards the cliff. On the cliffs, it's not smooth. It's rocky and jagged. The various bumps and dips in the rock, and the outer layer of rock that could break apart at any time, made the queen's climb seem difficult, even with a rope to lend a hand. The slightest misstep can also cause a foot to fall straight down. Even if they were protected from death by the rope, it would make the previous efforts wasted and undone. What messes with people's minds the most is when they are about to summit. 1 foot in the air, fall from the top to the bottom. Two mines that would absolutely blow up at the same time. Pop. Sure enough, the queen stepped on top of the gravel. The stone crumbles. The queen was suddenly in a state of being off balance, but she reacted extremely quickly. Hands powered up and violently tensed the rope, taking himself from a falling position to being forcefully pulled against the cliff by the rope. Bang! There was a crisp ringing sound. The queen had a face break and knocked hard against the cliff wall. Chen Ming can't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, though she reacted quickly and remedied the situation very well indeed. But how does it make you feel so stupid? It took a while to slow down before the queen of the face break braced herself to pull her buns out of the stone wall. Her little nose was red from the impact, and her eyes were even more painful with tears glistening in them. However, she still raised her bun face exorbitantly and looked condescendingly at Chen Ming. Handsome? Chen Ming did not reply. Drawing his longbow, he aimed it at the queen with an icy look on his face. The queen's legs shook with fear, but she managed to give a strong head before she busied herself with the climb upwards. Next, the queen was a lot more careful. Didn't encounter any more gravel. Successfully climbed up near the first long arrow, just after she had the intention to open her mouth and give directions, telling Chen Ming how to choose the landing point for his next arrow. Chen Ming pulled the bowstring full. Above the bowstring, 3 arrows, poised for action. When the queen saw this scene, she almost didn't get so angry that she jumped off the cliff to snatch Chen Ming's bow and arrow. Bai Yu Tang. You, don't mess around. Arrows are limited. Each shot must be stuck in a very extreme position to reach the top. It's not for you to mess around, ahoy. 3 rounds of flak. This will make the arrow much less accurate. With an already scarce supply of arrows and the need for each one to be in perfect position, wasting a single arrow is a sin, and will result in a failed pass. But Chen Ming actually pulled up 3 rounds in one breath. It's not a joke. However, a confident smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ming's mouth. You know, after mercilessly striking the queen, Chen Ming's hand, that was drawn full of bowstring violently loosened. Swish! 3 rounds of arrows shoot out in unison. As the queen watched dumbfounded, the 3 arrows, in an almost side-by-side stance, flew out, and finally, in a side-by-side stance, steadily disappeared into the rock wall with their roots. The queen's people are silly. She has emphasized this countless times. Arrows are precious. Mei Chen Ming. It actually shot 3 side-by-side arrows in one breath. The distance between them is not even 5 punches apart. This would have allowed the queen to climb 10 meters at least if she had been separated. Waste. What a waste. And to add to the queen's anger, these 3 rounds of arrows from Chen Ming were shot directly to the old, high position. The queen even needs to look up until her neck is sore to see it. She rope was long enough though, but her tiny body was not strong enough to throw the rope up at all. These 3 arrows. It simply doesn't work at all. So to speak, a complete and utter waste. White jade soup. What the hell are you doing? The queen freaked out. However, Chen Ming did not respond to her, just a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, just wait and see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment Chen Ming's countdown ended, suddenly, the rock wall where those 3 arrows had missed in unison, there was a sudden dull click. It seems that, within the rock wall, there is something. It's cracking. Chapter 128. The shortcut opened by the 3 arrows. The boss appears. The queen was completely oblivious to the subtle changes in the rocky interior. Her round bun face was red with anger. Condescendingly, he looked at Chen Ming with a face of anger. If I had known, I wouldn't have worked with you. Self-righteous. Completely disobedient. I'm just bringing a retard here to listen properly and have a better time than you. The queen began to spit her fragrance. The entire person was in a state of complete exasperation. But just as she was rising with curses, suddenly, the tiny sound of the rock's inner walls crumbling began to grow louder and louder. Click, 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 click. The voices are getting louder. Finally, at the peak of sound, the outer layer of the rock wall cracked out into a thin slit. This, just the beginning, as the first slit cracked open. Next, around it, as if it were infinitely multiplying and proliferating, countless cracks violently collapsed. From the first crack, to a spider web full of cracks. It only took a few seconds. The queen was startled by the movement overhead. She looked up. Bursts of debris and dust fell in a shower. Fortunately, the location Chen Ming had chosen for her to land was a certain distance away from the chipped piece. Debris rolled down in the air. Dust filled the sky. Nor did it disturb the queen. This is. The queen froze. Just as she froze, the cracks in the rock wall were at their limit. Unbearable rock walls at this moment completely collapsed. Rumble. A large rock wall tumbled and crumbled right off the hillside, as if thunder rolled, ringing through the mountains. The queen clutched her head in fear. It wasn't until the voices died down and the dust cleared that the queen looked up shakily. She was just about to increase her efforts to blame Chen Ming, blame him for acting recklessly and causing such a dangerous situation. But the words came out. She froze. for she saw that not far from her, where those stones had broken up, a groove had suddenly appeared that went straight through the cliffs over halfway down. That's the depression left by the chipped stone. The inside of that alcove was pitted with potholes, and a casual glance at it revealed a myriad of places to land and climb. If climbing straight up on a cliff is going against the grain, this alcove, then, is almost like a staircase made by nature's ghostly hand. Although the stairs were steep and quite an effort to walk up, but it was undoubtedly much easier than traveling against the sky on a cliff. What are you waiting for? Climb up that alcove. Chen Ming's urging brought the queen back from her daze. She looked at Chen Ming incredulously. This notch is really what he intended? That's outrageous. How did he manage to make the rocks crumble so just right? The queen recalled the look of Chen Ming's three-star flurry just now, but no matter how much she tried to speculate, she couldn't come up with anything. Instead, he remembered his bout of wild spraying of Chen Ming. Shame on you. The queen bowed her head in silence. The bun's face was red. This time, she learned her lesson. Didn't say another word. Honestly, he jumped into the alcove not far away and began to climb up inside. Seeing the queen's sudden honesty, Chen Ming couldn't help but be pleased. Fight me? Rebirth players understand? These famous copies, a variety of points, a variety of strategies. He has long been memorized well. Watch the queen climb. Chen Ming wasn't idle either. Below, she leisurely held her bow and arrows while torturing her viciously. That's all the distance you're going to climb with this step? You've got too little guts. Yo, you're afraid to jump at this? Let's just say my queen is just too steady. You're actually struggling so much with this place? TSK, 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 poor little short legs. I'm getting a little sleepy watching you klutz around. Not even up there yet? Any other 80-year-old grandmother would have made it to the top already. Torture, torture hard. The queen's every move would be critiqued by Chen Ming, though the queen didn't answer. Even more so, his back was turned to Chen Ming, and his expression could not be seen. However, Chen Ming could tell that she was unsettled from her slightly trembling body after she finished each sentence. Although Chen Ming knew that torturing the queen like this would easily mess with her mindset and cause her to make a mistake, leading to the failure of the one-drop level. But Chen Ming just couldn't help himself. No way. It's so cool. The feeling was like the queen's sister who usually towered over people and liked to give them a bad face was kneeling on the ground and being viciously flogged with a whip by herself. Can't stop at all. It took a whole minute and a half. The queen's sister finally climbed to the top. By this time, 2 minutes had passed. But the queen has traveled 2/3 of the way through the whole thing by this shortcut. It's only 1/3 of the way to the top of the mountain. There's plenty of time. Moreover, Chen Ming's arrows were quite sufficient. There are still enough 6 routes left. It looks like completing the level is close at hand. But Chen Ming took a deep breath, collecting the relaxed look from earlier. Well, I won't tease you next. Just hold on to the stone wall and listen to me. This distance back here, you have to stay highly focused, because the words were not yet spoken. The entire cliff suddenly shook. The ground shook. Fortunately, the queen had been instructed by Chen Ming to hold onto the stone wall, plus she remained inside the alcove, possessing more than enough room to support herself. As a result, between the shaking of the rock walls, the queen stiffly stabilized herself and was not thrown down. Roar! Suddenly, a roar of fury came violently from within the rock wall, followed by a monster slamming headfirst out of a rock wall. It was clearly a piercing armor-like thing. The body is covered in hard-scaled armor. The queen was no stranger to this monster. Last time, she fell under the sharp claws of this monster. Feeling the familiar oppressive feeling come over her, the queen couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Wanting to hurry upwards, she vividly remembered how terrifyingly fast the creature was. If you're not careful, it will catch up with you and slap you to death. But just as the queen was getting nervous, she suddenly heard a scream coming from the wearer. The poignancy of that voice gave her the creeps. Curious, he looked down. Hurricane! At the right eye of that mountain-piercing armor, there was actually an arrow sticking out. The arrow went deep into the eyeball and blood spilled out. The pain was so great that the pangolin had only just burrowed halfway out of the rock wall and was unable to move. Not to mention going after the queen. Seeing this, the queen couldn't help but be confused. How is that possible? Pangolins are extremely fast and have extremely small eyes. How difficult it is to hit. Not to mention, in this copy, all attributes and equipment are out of effect. Want 100 steps? Absolutely not. With a slight twist of the head, the pangolin can easily avoid arrow damage. White jade soup. How did he do that? The queen looked at Chen Ming incredulously, but that's when she realized with a jolt. In the arrow pouch behind Chen Ming's back, there were clearly 6 arrows left. 6 branches. Exactly the same amount as before. That is to say, Chen Ming hadn't shot an arrow at the mountain-piercing armor at all. At this moment, the queen was messed up. Where did that arrow in the piercer's eye come from? Chapter 129, Passing the First Level. Terrifying 10-star rating. That was just the first arrow I shot. the pangolin just bumped into it on its own. Stop looking and crawl for me. Chen Ming could see the shock in the queen's eyes at a glance. Gently, he answered her questions. The first arrow? Slammed. The queen recalled that when Chen Ming's first arrow fell, she spat at him for not being precise enough in his position, and if she had been a little further up, it would have allowed her to climb a higher distance. Just thinking about it gave the queen the urge to cover her face. I can't believe he said he wasn't precise enough himself. This is not precise enough? The moment the pangolin came out, it slammed headfirst into the arrow. It's just divinely accurate. Okay. The queen was completely convinced by Chen Ming's performance, whether it was the 3 arrows just now, or the ambush unveiling of the first arrow at this moment, all of which the queen was blown away by. Just as she froze, Chen Ming shot an arrow with a whoosh and it landed not far from her head. Hearing Chen Ming yell climb obediently one sentence after another, the queen didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly threw out the rope. Without the interference of the pangolin, the pressure on the queen plummeted. The first time she faced the pangolin, she was so nervous about the whole thing that she made 2 or 3 mistakes in a row. But this time, she succeeded all at once. Hit the end of the arrow with rope precision. After pulling the rope tight, it immediately went straight up. Before she could land on the arrow and stand firmly on her feet, Chen Ming had already twisted his bow and strung his arrow, and the second arrow was once again steadily fired. This arrow was not far from the queen. You could even say it's close. If it were before, the queen would have questioned Chen Ming's ability to shoot even crookedly. An arrow this close was simply a waste of an arrow, a waste of time. But having already been shocked by Chen Ming, she didn't dare to push more. Hurriedly, he chased after Chen Ming's next arrow. Likewise, before she even reaches it, the third arrow was shot. Another weird close angle. The queen was agile and followed again, with a climb all the way up. The queen found that the waves went unusually easy. It dawned on her, Chen Ming wasn't simply bridging her with these arrows. Instead, they're planning her route for her. These few turning points that Chen Ming had found were just enough to avoid the unfastened, crumbling, and easy to step on rocks along the way, all the while getting around the odd angles. Several points seem to go the long way around and add distance between them, but really, they are, instead, the easiest positions to pass through on this intricately terraced rock wall. At this moment, the queen had the feeling of being carried away by Big Daddy. She believed that if she had been herself last time, with an archer like Chen Ming as a guide to do with, even if she was being madly chased by a mountain armor, she would no longer panic to the point of adrenaline spiking, and fall into a state where the whole thing went all sorts of wrong. Why does suddenly seem to have an inexplicable sense of security? The queen's mind was a little confused. It was the first time she, a strong middle child, had ever felt like this. Swish, 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 the last 3 arrows. Chen Ming simply shot out. A perfect path was mapped out for the queen to reach the top of the mountain. With his precise planning, the queen made it all the way to the top of the mountain with little effort. And when she was done with that, the pangolin hadn't even gotten over the pain. The whole time, the big boss that was going to be harassing the players for the second half of the journey, actually only wiggled around a few times just as it came out, slightly disturbing the queen as it created an atmosphere. After that, full paddle, it looked toward the disappearing queen and roared in resignation, then silently covered its blinded eyes and burrowed back into the rock wall. Easy. Chen Ming smiled slightly and put away the longbow behind his back before looking at the queen at the top of the mountain. Put the lift down and let me up. Chen Ming naturally did not need to climb any further. As an archer, he guided the queen to the top and then simply waited for her to lower the lift. And this so-called elevator is actually a large wooden barrel. The villagers built it for convenience when they were transporting water here. Then it wasn't used much, but was picked up and used by the children inside the village, tumbled into a large wooden barrel and was swung all the way up the cliff by the queen. The moment Chen Ming reached the top and jumped out of the barrel, the system settlement interface popped out. The climbing to the top session is over. Total time, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Complete the mission in 3 minutes for a 3-star rating. The entire mission was completed without injury, earning a 1-star rating. The entire mission was completed without fail, earning a 1-star rating. Full stars, 5 stars. Received rating, 5 stars. Congratulations on wounding the boss. Earn an additional 2-star rating. Congratulations on your world record. Earn an additional 3-star rating. Overall rating for the climbing to the top session, 10 stars. Looking at the system's settlement interface, Chen Ming revealed a satisfied smile. 10-star rating. That's quite an overstatement in this review. Completed in the allotted time with no injuries or mistakes to get full stars. But even with full stars, it's only 5 stars. Chen Ming had managed to set a world record, as well as injure the boss pangolin armor, which earned him an additional 5-star rating. These ratings don't do much at the moment, but will be decisive in the final settlement after passing the replica. What rewards to get? All depends on the number of stars. The entire copy has 3 levels, totaling a full 15 stars. However, anyone who managed to achieve a 15-star rating was guaranteed a blue-grade rare item at the very least. With a little luck, you can basically get props at the purple level and up. And Chen Ming's first level, he got a 10-star rating. Even if the follow-up plays out and you don't get the extra bonus, it's still easy to get the full 10 remaining stars. In that case, it's a 20-star rating bonus. Far more than a full 15 stars for normal players. You could say it's a proper purple level to start with. But that's just the worst case scenario. If Chen Ming and the Queen work well together and manage to break the world record in every level and get the extra hidden 2 stars, that's a 30-star overall rating. This was a super high rating that Chen Ming had never even heard of in his previous life. After all, the hidden stars for each level are only available to those who do it for the first time. Can't find the hidden star rating conditions? For example, the first level to injure the boss, this kind of condition then. Even if all 3 levels break the world record, that's only 24 stars. Unprecedented 30-star rating reward. Even the worst luck guaranteed reward should be better than purple level equipment, right? The legendary orange epic? With a bit of luck, the grade is lifted one more time. Get the red mythic props. Isn't that possible too? These rewards. Nearby. Think about it. Chen Ming's heart just couldn't help but thump up. Chapter 130, entering the second level. Special passing tips? A 10-star rating? Just this? No reward for that? The Queen whimpered and slagged a burst of protest. Chen Ming gave her a blank look. Does this stupid brain know what a 10-star rating means? After the copy is over, these evaluations will be settled together. Don't ponder here, hurry up and follow me. A kick to the Queen's ass drove her toward the front. The Queen covered her butt and glared at Chen Ming with a grimace before obediently walking in front, through a grove of trees. Soon, there was a burst of human voices up ahead. The closer we get, the more hilarious it gets. Finally, after plucking away the man-sized weeds in front of them, Chen Ming and the Queen finally saw a tall and lanky youth surrounded by 4 or 5 small children. Just the moment the two were ready to go over, they only felt a flash before their eyes. Those 4 or 5 small children suddenly grew up a great deal, and all of them became youth-like. The tall, lanky youth, on the other hand, turned into a burly man. As for Chen Ming and the Queen herself, they had gone from small children to 16 or 17-year-old adolescents in the blink of an eye. Chen Ming has become quite handsome, tall and slender. There were no large muscles all over his body, but they were explosive tendons. The Queen has got the same proud size and luscious figure. Obviously, this copy is starting to move into phase 2. The two looked at each other before heading towards the crowd. Soon a bear covered in brown fur was seen being put down on the ground. When a big man saw Chen Ming and the Queen, he hurriedly smiled and waved at him, saying in a show-off manner, Come and see. Uncle Yang hunted and killed this bear. How is it? Awesome, right? As he was talking, he suddenly saw the bow and arrow on Chen Ming's back, and instantly bristled. What kind of bow and arrow do boys play with? Effeminate things. Come, Uncle Yang, this axe for you to play with. Let me tell you, just now when Uncle Yang encountered this blind bear, I just drew my axe and went to fight it close. The big man gushed and bragged about his accomplishments. As he spoke, he plucked an axe from his waist without a second thought and shoved it into Chen Ming's hand. The axe is not big, not the main weapon used by the Great Han. Rather, it was the small axe he wore behind him, used to chop weeds and branches. Receiving the axe, Chen Ming knew that this was the weapon he needed to use for the second level. The rope in the Queen's hand was also taken away by Uncle Yang. Girl, you brought this rope just in time. Lend it to Uncle Yang. He took the rope in the Queen's hand and made a beeline for the bear on the ground. The original dog bear had a whip wrapped around it. At this point, with the rope in its place, the whip was casually ripped off by the big man and tossed to the Queen. Queen Gnosis is no less. The moment she lost the rope and got the whip, she realized that this would be the weapon she would use in the second level. 2 weapons in hand. Suddenly, not far from the forest came a sensation of the ground shaking. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed like some giant creature was moving through it. The big man immediately looked over there with a grave expression. Damn, that bigger blind bear is actually catching up. The big man explained. I guess it's the father or mother of this little bear. It's hard to get. Kids, you run. Go back to the village and inform the adults to copy the weapons. I will block for you first. The big man drew out the huge axe he was carrying. But in a whirlwind, he turned his head to see Chen Ming, who was holding a small axe, and the Queen, who was holding a whip. He immediately commanded, You two come with me. Come, cut this tree with me. As the big man spoke, he had already raised his axe and slashed towards the tree trunk. It's almost just the power of an axe. It then cut a huge opening in the trunk of the tree hard. The entire tree shuddered violently and instantly became somewhat shaky. Girl, wrap a whip around this tree. I'll lure the blind bear over here later. You watch the clock and pull this tree down. Hit that blind bear with a tree. Got it? This big man was actually doing the newbie guide for this level. the queen understood her task inside this level. Use the whip to pull down trees to hit the blind bear. Okay, I'll take care of it. As the queen spoke, she threw out a whip that wrapped itself steadily around the rickety trunk, waiting quietly for the blind bear to take the bait. The big man nodded his head in satisfaction, then looked at Chen Ming. Kid, you go cut the tree in the back. Remember, get a grip. Chen Ming nodded. His grasp of intensity was definitely more precise than the big man could have imagined. In his previous life, in order to get the 15-star reward for this copy, he had spent a long time with his best friend at the time and suffered in this copy for a long time before he finally 15-starred his way through. It's long since rolled off the tongue. Picking up the axe, he headed for the tree behind him, weighing the axe in his hand. He suddenly remembered the scene of exploding his liver with his basemate in his previous life. It was a good buddy he'd met in the game. When he entered the game in this life, he also tried to go over and add that familiar ID, but alas, it showed up as checking for no such person. After all, when he had known him in his previous life, he had also entered glory at a very late stage, not too far removed from Chen Ming. Right now, he's probably not even in the game yet. As for the reality of his identity, Chen Ming had no way of knowing. A little melancholy for a moment, but soon, Chen Ming pulled himself together. No more thinking about what's there. Swinging his axe, he slashed viciously at the trees in front of him. Bang! Wood shavings were flying. The tiger's mouth was vaguely sore. Instead, the trees showed only a small opening. This was the power gap between Chen Ming and the big man. If it were anyone else, it would have been difficult to grasp the force. But Chen Ming's muscle memory had been activated. Bang bang bang! 8 quick chops in a row, together with the one before. That makes 9. At this point, the trees have been cut somewhat loose. One last time, Chen Ming, this time, raised his axe high in the air, split down hard. The force was much greater than before. Bang! The trees shook hard. The commotion over here instantly drew the attention of the big man and the queen. Seeing the shaking of the trees, the big man frowned slightly, and finally sighed. Obviously it's heavy. The tree is directly cut down, but it's alright, boy. I can hold that bear off a little while you hurry up and cut down some other trees. I reckon it would take at least 7 or 8 trees to knock that blind bear out. Don't delay. Get a new tree. The queen did not accuse Chen Ming this time. After all, she was completely inexperienced at this level as well. It was just that seeing Chen Ming slip up, he couldn't help but worry himself. If there was a problem with the timing, or direction of her pulling down the tree on the blind bear, wouldn't that be the end of their level? However, just as the queen was a little distraught, the big man was a little helpless. The tree in front of Chen Ming miraculously stabilized after shaking twice. They looked at Chen Ming with some confusion. I only saw that the opening in the tree had reached a rather extreme state, but it was, on the contrary, stabilized. Chen Ming silently put away his axe, a confident smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. He's so familiar with the trick of cutting down trees, it had been completely seared into his muscles. 9 shallows and 1 depth. Get it? Chapter 131, The Queen's Mistake. Chen Ming's blood pressure soared. Come to the second tree. Chen Ming pulled out his axe. Following previous experience, 9 shallow cuts went up. Likewise, again, the tree was allowed to get to the point where it was shaking, yet managed to stand. This is the kind of tree that slams down with a slight pull. It can give the queen a huge boost in accuracy. Continue. Chen Ming's speed was extremely fast. The third tree was soon dealt with. This third tree is more telling. It is thicker than the first 2. Continuing to apply formulas is not going to do as extreme as before. It had to be a slight increase in force right at the penultimate axe. Soon, Chen Ming then skillfully handled the 3 trees. His speed was so fast that it was a shock to see the big man. Dumbfounded, he looked at Chen Ming. He was a little confused. How is it that this youngster in front of him is more skillful than him? An old woodsman who has cut down trees for so many years? Just as he froze, a large figure violently rushed out of the forest. Not daring to be distracted any further, the big man hastily turned his head, copied his own axe, and looked cautiously at the huge bear. Girl, get ready. Uncle Yang's life is in your hands, so take it easy. Ha ha. The Hanyu was still quite spontaneous, and dared to make a joke at a time like this. Eyes on the blind bear approaching, the big man turned his head and ran. The queen tensed at once. With full attention, he stared at the man and bear running towards his side. Close. It's getting closer. The queen could even already feel the oppressive feeling that came over her. Finally, her hands snapped. It's now. Boom. The tree fell in response, slamming hard towards that big bear. Bang. Precision hits. A heavy crash sounded. However, that bear was just too big and too strong. When he was hit by a large tree, he was only slammed on his butt and almost doubled over. After roaring angrily in pain, he adjusted his stance and continued to chase towards Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang is fast, but it was still significantly slower than a bear running on all fours. Fortunately, The queen's precise hit just now slowed down the bear, allowing Uncle Yang to pull away again. "Don't just stand there. Get over here," Chen Ming shouted, alerting the queen. She hurriedly put away her whip and headed towards the trees that Chen Ming had dealt with earlier. Soon, Uncle Jan then ran to the second tree. The queen's whip wraps around. As per previous experience, she calculated a little advance. Before Uncle Yang could rush past the tree, she gave a sharp tug. In her impression just now, there was a delay between the time she pulled the tree and the time it fell. After all, although the large tree had been chopped and shaken, it still needed a hair-raising process before it was completely broken. So, the queen, having had experience, made her prediction in advance. But, a scene that left her dumbfounded appeared, with her hand just firing. Next, the tree then collapsed. Let's not talk about a delayed process, just not even using too much force. With almost a gentle tug, the tree gave immediate feedback. The quickness of this instant feedback simply caught the queen a little off guard, and as a result of this, it was the great tree that collapsed. But it didn't hit the blind bear, it landed in front of the blind bear. It's just a matter of smashing and splattering the dirt. Although the bear blind was startled, it did not suffer any substantial damage at all. Even the obstruction only made it pause. Then it leapt up and easily crossed the tree, running towards Uncle Yang. "Holy, queen, what are you up to?" Chen Mingren went numb. "Just feel your blood pressure skyrocket. Almost didn't hold back a curse. Cut out for you are the most perfect scale. You can all smash empty ah?" The queen knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare to speak, so she quickly drew herself up and ran towards the next tree, wrapped the whip around it again. This time, she took a deep breath. She knew that this was her last chance. Uncle Yang and the blind bear had gotten closer. If one fumbles, Uncle Yang would have been pounced on. Although with Uncle Yang's physique, he might be able to struggle a little bit. With the experience of the first level, the queen also realized that the level rating of this copy is quite harsh. Maybe Uncle Yang would get hurt and they would be judged to have lost their star ratings, or just plain game over. Can't miss again. Although I had problems judging the first tree, it's clear that the tree cut by Bayutang has a better grasp of timing than the one cut by Uncle Yang. I just didn't understand it before. Now I've figured out the key. Old lady this time, guaranteed to smash a burst out. The queen thought darkly. Watch the timing. She pulled hard on the trees in her hands. Bang! A crisp snap sounded. Big tree snapped, falling hard. This time, both in terms of time and accuracy, it's all perfect. The tree smashed steadily toward the blind bear's head. Thud. Once again there was a dull thud. Not much different from the first hit, but this time, the blind bear was smashed a little. His front foot went limp and he barely managed to support himself. After all, it had been hit on its sturdy back before. Instead, this time, it was an unbiased hit to the head. How's that for a good old mom? The queen cheered, looking smug as she took credit towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't bother with her. This one is a classic give some sunshine and you're golden kind of guy. Never let her drift off. Ignore the queen and continue cutting down trees in the back. The queen grunted in exasperation at his lack of response and continued on towards the next spot. Between the two, one cuts the tree and the other pulls it. Matching. And the queen was under the logistical support of having such a strong force as Chen Ming. Every tree that did so hit the bear's brain with pinpoint accuracy. With more and more smashes, even the ferocious bear was a bit overwhelmed. Its footsteps began to falter. The limbs became limp. Running speed, even more so, was off the charts. Uncle Yang was feeling more relaxed the more he ran. There were even times when he had to voluntarily stop and wait for the bear to catch up with him and lure him into another trap. As we watched, the bear's various bodily functions declined faster and faster. Chen Ming reckoned that it was about time. Sure enough, after 2 more hits, the bear, at last, seemed to be having some difficulty even getting up. At this time Uncle Yang also stopped running away. Instead, he cocked his axe and slashed hard at the dizzying bear. As blood erupted, screams rang out. The bear completely fell under Uncle Yang's axe. What a productive day, but it's obvious that you two little guys are the ones who really deserve the credit for today. Uncle Yang smiled brightly. Between the lines, it was all about honoring the queen and Chen Ming. The queen was very flattered, a picture of triumph, and even Chen Ming couldn't help but reveal a smile. Apparently, the queen's performance this time had pleased him greatly, except for a bit of a drop in the first shot. Each subsequent maneuver was a precise headshot, made up for the first miss completely. According to this score of theirs, getting 10 stars shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as Chen Ming was thinking this way, the system settlement panel that popped up. Chapter 132, the final level. A bonus question? The bear paw off session is over. Total cost, 11 trees. Complete the mission within 15 trees for a 3-star rating. Uncle Yang completed the entire mission without injury, earning a 1-star rating. The player completed the mission without fail throughout, earning a 1-star rating. Full stars, 5 stars. Received rating, 5 stars. Congratulations on headshotting bosses at least 5 times. Earn an additional 2-star rating. Congratulations on your world record. Earn an additional 3-star rating. Overall rating for the Bear Paw Escape session, 10 stars. Sure enough, 10 stars again. The smile at the corner of Chen Ming's mouth became even more pronounced. All additional conditions were met by them. This level once again got 10 stars. At this time, their total score had come to a terrifying 20-star rating. 30 stars from a perfect score. Only one step away. The sense of anticipation in Chen Ming's heart was growing stronger and stronger. Soon, the village side got the report and a bunch of strong men rushed towards the weapons. However, after they hurriedly arrived in a state of confusion, they only saw the unharmed trio of Chen Ming. Each one of them instantly exuded an expression of astonishment. After hearing Uncle Yang's explanation, he even praised Chen Ming and the queen's performance. The hombres joined hands to lift the 2 hunted bears. The joy of the harvest was on all faces. Chen Ming and the queen, moreover, returned to the village with them amidst various compliments. At the moment of returning to the village, there was another blossom in front of his eyes. The same feeling that he had earlier when he entered the second level came back again. Sure enough, after the things in front of Chen Ming's eyes became clear again, he violently realized that the people within the village had all aged quite a bit again. Chen Ming, himself, had returned to his normal appearance. The same goes for the queen. However, at this time, the queen was no longer wearing that hot wraparound leather armor, but a pristine linen dark brown dress, which made her a little less demonic and hot and aggressive, but added a little more flavor that she had never had before. This kind of change let Chen Ming suddenly think, this brain-bad queen sister, change in normal point of clothing seems to be quite cute. Well, in reality, it should be more normal if you wear normal clothes. The queen didn't notice Chen Ming's gaze observing her. She looked at the kitchen knife she held in her hand, and a head of onions with a blank expression. What is this level asking us to do? Storming the onions? With that, she picked up a kitchen knife and gestured at the onion, as if pondering how she was going to cut it. Chen Ming, who was on the side, couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. God Tramp stormed the onion. As soon as the queen opened her mouth, she mercilessly tore the filter Chen Ming had just put on her to shreds. The queen is a good girl. Too bad it's not a dud. Chen Ming similarly weighed the kitchen knife in his hand. At this point, it's getting late. The starry curtain is low, but the village was crowded and bustling. People in the village, large and small, laughed, sang and danced. Not far away the campfire was burning. The firewood was piled up higher than a man's height, and the light of the fire shone in the sky, shining on everyone's face. The 2 large bears they had hunted earlier were lying on the ground. The men soldiered on, wielding butcher knives and dividing the flesh. The ladies were on the sidelines, cooking various spices and preparing some of the ingredients that would be used later. Chen Ming and the queen, on the other hand, stood in the center of the crowd. Around them, a row of stoves. There are various pots and pans on it. There were also many different bottles and jars. Obviously, it was a dinner to celebrate a hunting victory. And Chen Ming and the queen, as the 2 people who had contributed the most in the hunt, according to the village's custom, they would be the hosts, the stars of this dinner party. They are going to handle the knives themselves and cook the big bears they hunted for the village. It's a sublime sense of ceremony. The queen couldn't help but roll her eyes as she got a rough idea of the current situation. What the hell kind of ritual is this? If everyone worships my mother so much, they should offer her up and let her eat meat and drink wine. Why should I have to cook it myself? Chen Ming secretly gave the queen a nod. Well said. It's unconscionable that we have to cook for ourselves when we've sold our lives to kill a bear. Although their hearts spat, they had to honestly follow the plot in order to complete the mission. With the pre-cooking done on the Hanyu woman's side, the real mission, it begins. The first course is a hard dish, cooking bear paws. Seeing the menu given by the system, Chen Ming had a headache. It was this level that he was stuck with for the longest time back then. You know, to the average person, this third level is a giveaway level. With a little bit of experimentation or cooking credits in reality, you can basically pass with a solid 5-star rating. It could be called a giveaway pass. It's a mercy score given by the system after tormenting a player for 2 rounds, but that's just for the average player. For Chen Ming, it's just the most painful level. He wouldn't have been able to cook. Eat your sister's cooking at home. Then my sister went off to school and went out to eat by herself or ordered takeout. Anyway, never cook. It's all completely indistinguishable from anything like light soy sauce or dark soy sauce. Being able to tell MSG from salt would have been the pinnacle of his last life in order to get a perfect score on the 3rd level. He had memorized the recipe for a long time before he succeeded. There's no rush to recall memories of previous torture. I believe I can take this level as well. Let's see. First you have to fry the ingredients and flavor the spices. Oh no, wrong. Before that, one has to pick out the spices that are needed and wash them. Right, I'll pick the spices. And you, Queen, we'll chop these side dishes. We have to move fast or else. Chen Ming hadn't finished speaking, just heard the thumping and chopping of vegetables already coming from over there. Chen Ming twisted his head to take a look. The queen was seen already nimbly selecting the required side dishes. Hold down the dish with your left hand. The right hand chopper is flying. A single asparagus flew under her hand, sliced into uniformly thin strips. Each one is almost identical in size and thickness. The numbness of the hands and feet. Looking at Chen Ming, he was a bit confused. Just as Chen Ming froze, the queen whipped her head around. Even when she wasn't looking at the chopping board, her hands were still moving fast. The corner of her mouth lifted as she flashed a mocking smile at Chen Ming. Why, the famous alabaster soup. You don't even know how to do something as simple as cooking, do you? The queen laughed heartily. One could even say, she's never been happier. She felt that she had finally caught a break in Chen Ming. Chapter 133, Shredding the Filter. Veteran queen of middle childhood disease. Chen Ming looked at the queen's double-mindedness, and also her hands and feet. Her heart was a bit unconvinced. He grunted, not bothering with the queen, and turned his head to his chopping block. Anyway, the villagers had already chosen the vegetables for him, so he did the chopping and it was done. The queen can be quick on her feet. He should also not be bad, right? It's a game, after all. There's definitely quite a gap between that and reality. Just because you don't do well in reality doesn't mean you don't do well in the game. Various thoughts flashed through Chen Ming's mind. At this moment, he had apparently forgotten how much he had been abused by this level in his last life. Selective memory kicks in. Chen Ming took a deep breath. Do as the queen does. Hold down the dish with your left hand and hold the knife in your right. Thinking back to how it usually felt to use a dagger when slashing monsters. Hands up. Clack, 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 clack. A flurry of cuts. Ugh. It feels pretty smooth too. Seems like chopping vegetables isn't that hard. Chen Ming revealed a look of delight. However, he finished handling an asparagus confidently, moving his hand away to prepare to admire his trophy, before snapping to attention, only on the chopping board. A good asparagus was cut to pieces by him. Some are very large pieces. Some are as small as flakes again. What's funny is that there are quite a few segments in the middle that are just slightly cut open and still attached underneath. Don't even talk about comparing it to the queen's finished product. Just looking at it makes you feel a little miserable. Chen Ming hurriedly panicked and tried to cover his results and block the queen's line of sight, but the system prompt was already ringing in his ears. Ingredient, asparagus, processing failed. Consuming, asparagus, x1. Current amount of remaining ingredients, 8 servings. Chen Ming was able to block his own failed product, but it can't stop the system from prompting. The queen did not utter a taunt this time. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted silently, showing a mocking to the extreme smile at Chen Ming. Chen Ming was somewhat unable to accept it. I can't believe I'm being taunted by this boob. He couldn't help but grit his teeth a little, but there was nothing to be done. Forget it, chopping vegetables is not my strong suit. I'll do something else. There's so much waiting for me to do anyway. Let's see. Chen Ming skimmed through the list of tasks from beginning to end. Skimmed through it again. Skimmed through it again. Eventually, his scalp went numb and he put down the task list. Forget it. It's better to cut the vegetables. Just as he pulled out the asparagus once again, the queen, however, opened her mouth without lifting her head. Bai Yu Tang, you'd better take a break at this level. Old mother will take you flying. Chen Ming stubbornly chose to ignore it. If you damage the ingredients again, we might not be able to get a 10-star rating. You think about it. The queen's hushed words were lethal but powerful. It directly convinced Chen Ming. Forget it. Can't go to the head. There was no need to gamble with the queen and cause your quest rewards to vanish into thin air. At his level, it's really quite difficult to do that without dragging the queen down. After all, he had stayed up for quite a while in his previous life when he had gotten a perfect score in conjunction with his basemate. It's like a high school entrance exam, so to speak. He was at the peak of his life the moment he completed the trial. After it was over, he had forgotten many of the details. Those first 2 levels, he was considered more talented, so he could remember them so clearly. But the last hurdle can't really be helped. It's a bonus level anyway, and if the queen herself, she might actually be able to make it to the 10-star pass. Chen Ming muttered, silently putting down the chopper and standing behind the queen. By this time, the queen was fully engaged in her casework. Knock, knock, knock. The chopper was in her hands, lifting heavy weights and moving quickly as if it had a phantom, and as the knife rose and fell, a variety of different ingredients were neatly stacked in a pile as if they had been cut by a machine. Just looking at it is pleasing to the eye. Just as Chen Ming froze, the queen suddenly opened her mouth. Bring me 3 sea cucumbers and a cut of ham. Go build a fire for the stove by the way. The fire must be strong. This guy, he actually bossed me around. Chen Ming was a bit uncomfortable for a while, but he obeyed obediently due to his grades. It had to be said that the queen's cooking skills were simply far beyond Chen Ming's imagination. In Chen Ming's opinion, the cumbersome and messy procedures were all handled by her with ease. The whole thing, it's flowing, without the slightest pause. All sorts of details that made Chen Ming feel like a headache were at her fingertips. Chen Ming watched silently. The queen, with her head buried in her hands and focused on the plate, was a little more sage and competent than she had been in the past. This was something Chen Ming had not seen before. After a long time, he finally couldn't hold back the question. You seem to be pretty good at this cooking. Where did you learn it? To be able to compliment the queen that she was not bad was already the biggest step back for Chen Ming. While adding spices to the fluttering cauldron, the queen replied carelessly, "Self-taught. There's so much instruction on the internet these days. It's not that hard." Chen Ming couldn't help but say, "But how convenient it is to order takeout. Cooking has to be prepared. Cooking, and finally washing the dishes and brushing the chopsticks and whatnot after eating, adding up to 1 or 2 hours of tossing." The queen pulled back the green silk around her ears and moved to the front of the cauldron and sniffed gently before muttering, "If it was just me, I would eat takeout but there are still 2 younger brothers and a younger sister in the house, so we can't let these kids eat takeout every day." Chen Ming could not help but stare. He really didn't expect the queen to have such a side. In the game it's a neurotic middle child. In reality, it's a good sister who cooks for her siblings every day. This contrast, it made Chen Ming feel that it was really a bit cutthroat. What about your parents? Why do you have to cook every day? Going to work and making money? Of course. As the queen spoke, she scooped a spoonful of soup up and held it to her mouth. Vermilion lips lightly opened, slightly blowing a few times before taking a shallow taste. And not bad. The queen flashed a smile, seemingly extremely satisfied. She even hummed softly. Chen Ming couldn't help but ask after him, "The money you make in the game, it should be quite a lot, right? I'm afraid your mom and dad don't even make as much as you do at work." At the end, Chen Ming silently added a sentence. "If your mom and dad are corporate head honchos, the kind who are too busy to find their way around every day." Forget I said that, but whoever thought? The queen gave a light snort and a disdainful smile as she listened. Swapping game props for money is a disrespect and an insult to the game. This is the sublime world of glory. It's a fantasy continent where swords and magic coexist. It's the real second world. Money? Vulgar. To allow those vulgar brass stains to taint my beloved world of glory would be the greatest blasphemy. The deepest sin. Yes, that's you I'm talking about. White jade soup. Vulgar to the core. Guilty as charged. The list is endless. Suddenly he was splattered and sprayed by the queen. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth jerked. Nice guy. Just had a change of heart about the queen. Instantly, she was pulled back by a wave of speeches. This middle child disease, it's so deep in the bone. Chen Ming didn't bother to bull **** with her and gave her a conspiratorial thumbs up. "You're marvelous. You're puritanical." The queen thought Chen Ming was complimenting her. He turned his head away in triumph, while making a fresh soup with bear paw as the main ingredient, all the while happily humming a little tune and wiggling his little butt. Chapter 134 Passing with full stars. Mouth-watering rewards. Next, the queen methodically arranged for Chen Ming to do various tasks. Chen Ming was being called around in all sorts of ways, but the queen does have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. Soon, a dish that made people feel like eating just by looking at it came out from under her hands. Sure, the dish is finished. Doesn't mean the dish is done. It also had to be presented to a few tables of villagers in a short time limit. The details requested by the villagers at each table also varied. For example, the hombres sitting at this table drinking, they're going to grab a few extra handfuls of crushed chili peppers and then take them to a rolling hot oil boil. The women at that table will have to eat lighter and never add half a dash of chili, as well as the small children at the other table, who were asking for large pieces of meat that were difficult to tear to be pre-cut and torn. Anyway, patterns are very much in evidence, but it was a good thing that Chen Ming knew nothing about cooking. But the different requirements for these different tables are remembered quite well. With his assistance, each dish was presented to the villagers in the right way. After a flurry of work, finally, all the ingredients on the menu have been made. The system did not immediately pop up the settlement interface. Instead, it came with a warm reminder. "Now, you can enjoy this feast." The queen was slightly surprised. "We actually have a chance to eat? It's okay, this level is good for us, so it's a bonus level." Chen Ming also did not exclude this link. Graciously, he followed the queen to her seat. Although it's eating inside the game and eating all the fake ones, but with the level of realism and glory, at least when it comes to eating food, the various sensations are as real as it gets. Come on, open up and eat." Although Chen Ming didn't know how to cook, he was a real foodie. You can tell by the fact that he doesn't spend much money on anything else when he earns it and goes straight to Michelin that he's quite particular about his food. And the queen opened up this table of food. It could be quite unexpected. color and flavor. Nothing like the hands of a chef at one of those top restaurants. Chen Ming wouldn't think that this was an effect that came with the game. After all, when he ate those dark dishes that he and his kiddo pounded out in his previous life, they were all the same ingredients and the same recipes, but the feeling of being hard to swallow made a deep impression on him and made it difficult to extricate himself from the situation. That's definitely the true strength of the queen herself. Before Chen Ming could savor it, it was then realized that the villagers, one by one, were also devouring the food like wolves. Any more attention to the image of eating and drinking slowly could be robbed of everything. Chen Ming instantly let go of his hands, take a big bite out of the meat. Big bowls of wine. The corner of the queen's mouth on the side turned up, seemingly sarcastic, but actually secretly smiling as she said, "What's wrong? Is my mother's cooking that good? Isn't it like that? Just say it if you like it. Tell me about it. Come on, come on." Chen Ming had somehow gotten into the queen's bad habits, and after letting out a head, he wrapped a mouthful of food around his mouth and vaguely said, "I'm just grabbing things from these NPCs, so don't get cocky." Put. The queen laughed out unmercifully. "You say this? Just like my brother. Come on, call sister to here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Holler, holler, holler. If you keep pushing, you'll go out and poke you to death with a dagger later. TCH, you're really getting to sound like my brother." After a great meal, the system's settlement interface finally popped up. The Hoopla Kitchen session is over. Villagers' comments, rave reviews. Getting the highest rating from the villagers, getting a 3-star rating. Ingredient loss control under 3% to complete the task. Get a 1-star rating. The player completes the mission within 30 minutes and receives a 1-star rating. Full stars, 5 stars. Received rating, 5 stars. Congratulations on having 0 serving session errors. Earn an additional 2-star rating. Congratulations on your world record. Earn an additional 3-star rating. Overall rating for the Hoochie's Kitchen session, 10 stars. The large 10 stars appeared in front of Chen Ming. He and the queen were unable to stop smiling at each other. Finally, they achieved their goal. 3 levels, all of which made it to a 10-star rating. The first ever full 30-star rating was born. Just between the excitement of the two, the settlement screen of the previous 2 levels appeared steeply in front of his eyes. The other 20 stars intermingled with the 10 stars of the final level and kept on twinkling, until the level's settlement screen fades away. Only the 30 stars were left to explode with more and more brilliant and dazzling light. This time, a large turntable appeared in front of the two. The specific things on this carousel were obscured by a thin layer of fog, making it impossible to see the specifics. But the color of the light emitted could be seen. The vast majority of the things emitted a green glow. Only a small portion of them emitted a blue glow. And among them, there were even a few, which were shimmering with a dull white color. Apparently, the most basic reward for this copy is a green hit, a few blues, and very few whites. Soon, those 30 stars began to continuously merge into the huge turntable. As the stars continue to pour in, the colors on top of the turntable, too, began to produce a change. The white fades to green. One part of the green started to turn blue. The extremely rare few blue colors are even more gradually permeated with a deep purple color. 10 stars down. A frame of purple finally appeared on the dial. 15 stars go down. All previous blue blocks are converted to purple. 20 stars down. One of the frames was purple. And surprisingly, it began to shift to orange. And when the number of stars crosses 25, orange appeared on the huge turntable. That one checkered orange color occupies a tiny area, but it's extraordinarily eye-catching. But this isn't over. With the slow integration of the last 5 stars, the entire carousel produced a qualitative change like no other. If the incorporation of each star before was relying on quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes to slowly change the mold of the turntable, then these last 5 stars are purely qualitative changes. Each incorporates one. The entire quality of the turntable is then skyrocketed. A frame of purple will slam into orange without any overkill at all. 5 incorporated after completion. There are no longer any white, green or blue colors on the reels. At its worst, it's a haunting purple color. And among them, there were 4 bright and extremely bright orange colors. But in this moment, even the color orange has become a bit dull, because at the very top of the carousel, a lattice of brilliant bright red, extraordinarily solid. The queen is even more obsessed with looking at the red at the top, and can't help but murmur, purple legendary, orange epic, red artifact, red, artifacts, chapter 135 orange epic, red divine weapon, please draw your reward. Before Chen Ming could make a move, the queen then took a deep breath and slammed her hand on the extract button. The big spinning disc spun violently, but the queen's little eyes were thieving and nimble, darting around, catching the location of the flash of red for a moment. As the carousel slowly came to a standstill, the pointer, slowly, pointed to the bright red on the dial. The queen's breath caught in her throat. the size of her chest continued to rise and fall up and down. Not to mention the queen as a party. Even Chen Ming himself, his heart thumped. He wasn't afraid of the queen drawing a red artifact type item. After all, the reward pool for this carousel was separate for the two of them. And it wouldn't be because the queen had drawn it that Chen Ming didn't have a chance. If the queen can really obtain a red artifact, then it is actually a huge boost for Chen Ming. For the 9 heavens, as you can see, the pointer is about to land on the red block. But just then, pointer, jerked to a halt, by almost a hair's breadth, stopped on top of the orange one each before the red. This emergency stop, definitely on the level of the great planet Earth. Congratulations, you have obtained the orange epic item. Black Blade favored gators. The queen barely fainted with a breath. This, that's okay? It's obviously going to draw red. The queen looked pained. Chen Ming understood her feelings all too well. Patting her on the shoulder, she consoled. It's a pity, but it's not bad to draw an orange color. Let's see how it works out. It was then that the queen grudgingly pulled out the gators of the Black Dagger familiar. Gators of the Black Blade familiars, orange epic, required level, 15, defense, 42, agility plus 20, constitution plus 15, strength plus 15, spirit plus 15. Passive skill, lightness of the Black Blades family. After wearing this pair of gators, movement will be more dexterous and lightweight. The movement caused by movement will be reduced by 50%. The effect of sneaking will be increased by 50%, and the speed of movement will be increased by 50%. Synopsis: a prop left behind by the Stalker Killer under the Black Moon Faith organization in ancient times, with incredible power. Scanned the effects of the equipment. The indignation on the queen's face was instantly gone, so to speak. And let's not even talk about the queen. Even Chen Ming revealed a look of envy. This piece of equipment, wouldn't it be nice if he got it? It would demolish the effect of your own heritage leather armor set though. However, as an orange epic level equipment, the effect of this one piece of equipment would be almost comparable to several set phrases in the heritage leather armor series. But what intrigues Chen Ming the most is that so-called Black Moon Faith organization the same one as the one explained by the Big Brother? Atelier, who saved his life once? If so, that's a clue. Unfortunately, the Atelier big man comes and goes. It doesn't give any details at all. It just simply activated its own SSS ranked mission follow-up and simply disappeared. And the description of his SSS ranked quest was pretty nebulous, just telling him to ask around on all sides. This left Chen Ming with a headless feeling. Even after using the memories of his previous life, he really couldn't recall anything related to that so-called ancient organization. And even more so, he hadn't scavenged a single bit of information about Big Brother Atelier. Pretty good. Chen Ming forced himself to withdraw his gaze and stop salivating over the queen's shin armor. Only then did he turn his head to look at the turntable. Give me orange at worst. It would be a blood loss if it was purple. Chen Ming thought to himself and turned on the rotation. He admits to himself that he is not of any European ancestry. The face isn't white enough either. Don't dare to ask for red gods. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He also just mouths a picture of pious generosity. But in fact, the heart has been praying all kinds of prayers for a long time. From the Jade Emperor to Jesus Christ to Doraemon, Chen Ming begged all over. As the turntable slows down, under Chen Ming's incredulous gaze, pointer, slowly, but firmly, pointed to the splash of red. The queen, who had just been so pleased with herself for obtaining the Yakuza Favors Gators, suddenly showed an incredulous expression. Finally, the turntable stops. Sure enough, the needle pointed impartially to red. Hiss. Chen Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. I, an African, have my day? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a red artifact level prop. Tail Swallower's Prayer. Chen Ming excitedly opened his backpack to take a look. Just a silver necklace, lying quietly in his package. The necklace appeared to be an ordinary silver color, but a closer look would reveal that the necklace itself was actually a complete, head-to-tail silver serpent. It circled around and then opened its bloody mouth and devoured its own tail, forming a closed loop. The entire closed loop, which forms the body part of the necklace, and above the necklace, dotted with a silver nameplate. It was engraved with a young man with waist-length silver hair, dressed in a simple linen robe, born of flawless beauty, who was falling to the ground, his eyes softly and reverently closed as he prayed. Just a quick look. Chen Ming then felt a sense of time and space dislocation. Prayer of the Tail Swallower, red artifact, required level, 1, defense, 1, magic defense, 1, physique plus 1, agility plus 1, strength plus 1, endurance plus 1, spirit plus 1, passive, Tail Swallower's luck. After wearing it, when performing any behavior, there will be a random probability of triggering the extreme luck buff, and having the luck buff will lead to all sorts of unexpected good things. Active, Tail Swallower's Reset, in exchange for devouring an item, opens up an opportunity to reset time. When used, it will backtrack time in a small area. The amount of time backtracked is determined based on the item sacrificed. Synopsis: a symbol of the Mercury serpent, a serpent with its head and tail connected, which exists in ancient mythology. It is a symbol of destiny, a supreme being in charge of the ability to reset time. Chen Ming was a bit confused. The strength of this equipment seems to be a little beyond his expectations. It's the special function type of prop again. It was important to know that this kind of prop, although the increase in its own attributes was not strong, the special ability it provided was quite terrifying, like his ink and bamboo bracelet, or the Ring of Twinkle, and the Ancient Ring. These abilities gave him a huge boost, and that's just purple level items, but right now this was a red artifact level item. Let's not talk about how powerful that extreme luck buff is. That active skill alone, Tail Swallower's reboot, made Chen Ming's scalp tingle. Back in time, what a concept at this point. Put it in a game and I'm afraid it's understandable. After all, games are games, and all sorts of mechanics exist. But what if glory came into reality? The equipment, but it's perfectly capable of serving its purpose. Going back in time in glory is nothing. But what about in reality? Just thinking about it made Chen Ming feel his scalp tingle. The queen can't taste the horror of this, but she was also salivating over this equipment. Time to restart. Lucky buff. This smells too good. With these attributes, which boss shall I steal from in the future? And which boss shall not obediently hand over his treasure to me? If I can't steal it once, I'll steal it 100 times. If I can't steal it 100 times, then I'll trigger the extreme luck buff and do it again. It's just for old ladies. Hey, White Jade Soup. I see that this treasure and I are destined to be together. So why don't I take the Gators of the Black Blade favors and trade it with you? Chen Ming was in a good mood and didn't bother to beat her up. Just hemmed and hawed. You think I'm a cutie? Ha? No, absolutely not. Chapter 136, A Reward That Shocked the World. Ling Yu's request. This is the end of the copy. The large carousel violently collapsed and descended, eventually transforming into a portal that landed in front of the two. Chen Ming raised his leg and was about to walk out, but the queen came up in a hasty stalker. The desire for Tail Swallower's prayer had caused her to lose some control over herself. Various pleas along the way. Please, just trade it to me. I'll add anything to make up the difference. Bai Yu Tang. I swear on my character. Boss, I guarantee it with my life. From now on I'll work for you as a cow and do whatever you want me to do. Chen Ming ignored this fellow and walked straight into the portal. The queen followed suit. With a flash of white light, they left the copy and reappeared beyond that waterfall. And also just a moment after they returned to the main world of the game. System announcements that swept out from the sky. Congratulations to China region player, Wandering in the Darkness God Devouring King, for clearing the copy, common criterion, and obtaining an orange grade epic item. 3 companies of system announcements refreshed out. All online players of Glory were notified and alerted in this way. Chen Ming felt a pang of shame just by glancing at the name, but the queen was so excited that she forgot to find Chen Ming stalking her to exchange her equipment, and hastily pointed to that system announcement. Old lady is famous. The whole world knows that my mother has done something great. She excitedly opened the guild chat channel, was about to boast proudly. The second announcement, again, slammed the screen. It directly overwrites her message. Congratulations to Huaxia's own player, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, for clearing the copy, total overcoming of difficulties, and obtaining a red grade artifact prop. This announcement, compared to the Queen's one, is significantly shorter, but the effect caused is something the Queen can't even begin to pat herself on the back for. Just for a moment, all the players on a global scale revealed horrified gazes. Countless people just felt their brains buzzing at this moment. A red artifact? A player has obtained a red artifact at this stage? Fark. How come it's a player from the Chinese region again? Why do I think this ID looks a bit familiar, but I can't remember who it is for a moment. Is this even a thought? Isn't this the same Chinese player who was frantically swiping the screen when the service opened a few days ago? All other server players are okay. Shocked and envious and jealous. He didn't think much of it. And the country of kimchi, which borders China. Their players were the ones who sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw that familiar ID light up. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. This ID that is like the devil to them. Bloodbath of the top 10 masters, thwarting the 3 major guilds. He's the one who did it. And after all these setbacks, the players in the kimchi country up and down the country hate Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup with a passion. One by one, they are all riveted, secretly developing, ready to find Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup to avenge their hatred when the national war really opens in the middle and late stages. But this moment, all they felt was a rush of despair from the bottom of their hearts. How can he be so strong? Red artifact, how did he do that? Why? Why isn't a talent like that our big pickle? We, kimchi, a great gaming nation, can't suppress this Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup guy? Ashiba, how about we find a way to prove that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup is from our kimchi country? This can be had. As for the reaction of the WAC, Chen Ming did not need to speculate. It was only a moment before he received feedback. 9 Heavens Guild chat channel. It was instantly swept under the rug. Boss is awesome. The boss leads the way. Boss is #1 in the world. Blow, just blow. There were 100 or so people, giving Chen Ming a fancy wild lick. The queen, who had just put Blackblade favored gators into the chat bar and was about to send it to the guild channel, was dumbfounded. Her achievements were completely overshadowed by Chen Ming. Nothing at all cares what her orange epic prop is. Somewhat exasperated, the queen grunted and twisted her head to open the forums, ready to type in her ID for a high-intensity self-search. What could be searched out was either old, stale posts about her previous appearances with White Jade Soup. Either that or they piggybacked on her mentioning her once or twice while raving about that red artifact of White Jade Soup. The queen is so jealous she's about to detach her mass walls. If I was born as an old lady, why was I born as a White Jade Soup? God is not fair. The queen gave a pummeling of her chest. Exasperated, she directly ate out the only good friend in her eyes, Su Su. In the guild channel, Su Su was also congratulating Chen Ming, but when she saw the queen's message, she hurriedly replied, "What's wrong, sister queen?" Su froze when she saw the words. The guild channel, which was originally bustling with activity, also suddenly quieted down at this moment. It was the first time the naive Su Su had seen someone who could forcefully turn the conversation around like that. Su felt a little embarrassed. For a moment I didn't know what to return, but with a good heart, she couldn't bear to leave the queen out to dry, and without knowing what to say, Su Su finally chose to carefully put a question mark. Su Su, the king of gods devouring, who wanders in the darkness, you want to see it, don't you? I knew it. I'll send it to you. Gators of the Black Blade Familiars, Gators of the Black Blade Familiars, Gators of the Black Blade Familiars, 3 consecutive swipes. 1 and done. So people are numb. The guild's big guys are numb. Chen Ming had already looked at his toes picking out the 3 rooms. He can't change his problem of being embarrassed for others. Hurriedly blocked the guild chat channel. By this time, the message alert in the lower right corner of his head had exploded once again. Tap on it. As expected, it was the bigwigs from the various guilds who were looking for Chen Ming to pry for information. Anyway, the copy had already been cleared and the best rewards had already been obtained. So Chen Ming didn't mind sharing some information with these bigwigs. However, this information is limited to the most basic information such as where the copy is and what type of copy it is. Want to go deeper? Excuse me, Chen Ming wasn't an ingrate. Why would he share some key information with them without a clue? It was also the 2 sister guilds, Snow Moon Guild and South Wind Guild, that Chen Ming was willing to give more information to. Ling Yu, who was the first to hear about it, quickly figured out the copy mechanism. That means there's no limit to the number of times a person can be challenged. However, the number of times you can receive the reward is limited to 1. After you, it's unlikely that anyone else will be able to get the red artifact level rewards, but there is a chance to sprint to the purple level rewards. Ling Yu shared the information she had gotten with her sister. After hearing this, Ling Shui's small mouth pouted. No red artifact level rewards? No orange epic level either? How meaningless that would be. Despite the words, the purple level rewards in the reward pool were worth trying out for them. Ling Yu decided to spend money to get Chen Ming to open up and give some key information to facilitate her passage through the copy. But just at this time, the younger sister Ling Shui continued to mutter. This copy is a 2-person interactive cooperation class. Sister, you take me if I did something wrong. You cannot blame me. Hey, I'm especially afraid to play this kind of game with you. Sister, a little inattention and you'll get sprayed by you. Sis, if only I could get someone gentle to take me for a change. Ling Yu just wanted to spray this sister of hers with no talent, but suddenly he froze. Double interaction match. Ling Yu's mind suddenly and uncontrollably thought of herself and Chen Ming working together silently. Various images of the attack. A sudden and inexplicable bit of anticipation rose in her heart. Perhaps it would be better than looking for Chen Ming to ask for the pass information of the copy. To go down with him directly? Ahem. It wasn't that she had any strange ideas. After all, it's better to try it yourself than to hear about it. Thinking of this, Ling Yu immediately said with a straight face, "Then my sister won't take you. I'll find Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup to go with me." Ling Shui raised her head once, revealing a look of suspicion. Ling Yu was a thief and didn't bother with her, directly opening the dialogue box and sending a message to Chen Ming. White Jade Soup, would you like to accept my employment again? Chapter 137, The Hopeless Chen Ming, The Lost Ling Yu. Hire again? Come alive? Chen Ming revealed a look of delight. That's a good sentiment. He was just now concerned that he wouldn't be able to make a big ticket this time around. After all, Ling Yu is his partner, and what he wants is still just ordinary copy intelligence. Is really embarrassed to lay too hard a hand, but this time it's different. Ling Yu asked him to accompany him and go down the copy together. Ooh, That's a good feeling. Guarantee you pass all 3 levels with full stars and have a chance to extract purple equipment. Labor, 200,000. No problem? Chen Ming was somewhat less skilled at the 3rd level though, but after all, the 3rd level was a bonus level, and coupled with the fact that he had just reviewed and revisited it, he had already increased his certainty quite a bit, which was why he dared to pat himself on the back. This offer has been relatively inexpensive. After all, a purple vestment was sold for $1.5 million back then. The chance to draw purple equipment for $200,000 really isn't that expensive. Ling Yu immediately agreed with alacrity, even offered to ask for a raise. 200,000 is considered the base, and I'll add another 100,000 for a total of 300,000. It wasn't that Ling Yu had a brain problem having money she couldn't spend and wanted to burn it for fun. Rather, she also offered a writer the entirety of the replica. I'll broadcast it out live, but it's limited to the players of my own guild to watch the broadcast, and also promise not to divulge information about the copies. What do you think? Chen Ming understood. Ling Yu added this $100,000 because she wanted to use it to give a sample to the players of the Snow Moon Guild. Let's have a copy of the tutorial video for the Snow Moon Guild players. It's also a little easier for them to follow up with their own raids. Considering that Ling Yu had offered to livestream only for her own guild and promised not to leak information, Chen Ming agreed after some thought. Have fun working together. Soon after, Chen Ming received $300,000 from the other party. At this time, Chen Ming's card balance had come to $9,333,000, one step closer to the 10 million mark. Get paid to start. Soon, Chen Ming waited for Ling Yu by the waterfall. Not for a few days. She's still as gorgeous as ever. Then compared to the queen, this iron naive sister, Ling Yu, is really raised his hands and feet with a kind of let a person feel can only be seen from afar and cannot be profane play queen nobility. She had a couple more gear updates on her. However, because of the low profile and not turning on the equipment luster, Chen Ming was unable to determine the quality of the equipment, but it certainly wasn't bad as all. Hey, rich women are really cool. Chen Ming secretly sighed. Go, enter the copy. Ling Yu was a picture of thunder and lightning. Chen Ming nodded, with the two entering the copy again. Ling Yu, also within the guild, opened a live stream. A group of players from the Snow Moon Guild had long been waiting in the live broadcast room. This was a request made by Ling Yu herself. Every Snow Moon Guild player had to watch the live stream carefully and learn the process of rating this copy. Enter the copy. The two became childlike, but even the childlike Ling Yu actually carried an air of nobility all her own. Perhaps this is the daughter of a powerful family. Chen Ming secretly sighed as he did so. The pop-ups were also a stunner. The chairman was this imposing as a child? Ghost. Chairman was so pretty when he was a kid. So beautiful people really do grow up to be beautiful. Woo-hoo-hoo. Soon, the two began to raid. Chen Ming followed the way he had cooperated with the queen before and led Ling Yu to start climbing. However, what made Chen Ming a little confused was, then a queen with a strong hand. Ling Yu is practically like an iron bean. Various physical incongruities. Various rope hangs don't hit. Even though Chen Ming had done his best to cooperate, Ling Yu had almost screwed up several times. This made it difficult for Chen Ming. He clearly remembered that Ling Yu operation should be considered good. How come you're so dumb in this copy? Could it be because she plays a mage, specializing in all kinds of combo releases and spell bombardment, but knows nothing about this kind of physical operation? This was something Chen Ming hadn't thought of. Looking at Ling Yu's clumsy appearance, he suddenly missed the goodness of the queen's sister he had just kicked away. Eyeing Ling Yu's several clumsy near misses, Chen Ming couldn't help himself somewhat. It wasn't that he was short-tempered, but the passing or failing of this copy was related to his hiring money. Couldn't be more conciliatory. Chen Ming immediately slapped a face. Right hand then left. Why are you so stupid? Feet up. Not for you to lift your hands. Are your arms and legs uncoordinated? Why do you have to raise your hands when you lift your feet? I'm convinced. Can this be a catch-all? Why are you such a vegetable? You don't think you're okay with this maneuver on your own, do you? Never mind. It's what you think it is. Do you know why? Chen Ming was down there with a flurry of fingers. The tone was stern. No mercy. Ling Yu was struggling to follow directions at first. Then he was told to be pushy and tried to retort. But in the end, only a few dislikes were exchanged. After that, Ling Yu was then completely numb. Like a robot, she listened to Chen Ming's commands and moved forward at turtle speed on the cliff. And the Snow Moon Guild's live broadcast room. The crowd of Snow Moon players were also confused. Is this really our president? It's the first time I've seen such an imposing president being scolded like this. Like the driving instructor who sprayed me and I was too afraid to talk back. It feels like this moment's president is weak and pathetic and helpless. This is the White Jade Soup big brother. Not only collect money, but also can spray people. When hemp belongs to is the moment. The wind on the cliffs was very noisy. It blew up Ling Yu's head of green silk, but not away the confusion in Ling Yu's eyes. I am who I am, where I am. What am I doing? Why did I make the mistake of asking for a copy of the raid with Bai Yutang? She now remembered the fantasies she had had before entering the copy. What a double match. What tacit interaction. False. It's all fake. In this moment of concentration, Chen Ming at the bottom of the cliff once again yelled and urged. Ling Yu held back the tears that were welling up in her eyes as she clumsily climbed towards the cliff. An hour and a half later, Ling Yu, whose eyes were lifeless and even a bit demented, looked at the 15-star settlement interface that popped up in front of her, and finally came back to her senses, her eyes revealing a bit of joy. But the glee was not for the props that were about to be acquired. Instead, it completes the liberation of the copy. She felt that the dumbest decision she had ever made in her life was nothing more than finding Chen Ming to bring down this copy. Chapter 138, Deposit exceeds $10 million. A subtle change in the wind review. Phew. Chen Ming, too, finally took a long breath. How is this not a relief for him? It's so damn hard to go through a replica with a little twerp like that. Well, he was fortunate to be able to do so. Took the 15-star reward and delivered on the promise. That's a lot of hard work for $300. 000. Ling Yu started the lottery. Her hard work along the way paid off in the end. The pointer landed on the purple level prop. Ling Yu harvested a purple quality ring. The two left the copy and appeared outside. It was only at this time that Chen Ming realized that the entrance to the replica had already become bustling with activity from its previous desolation. Countless players were here yelling to form a group. Double team. Something with action. Sister begs for a belt. Not a little twerp. Won't screw over my brothers. Main play the bow and arrow bit. And a good rock climbing buddy to attack the difficulty with me. And it was also the moment Chen Ming and Ling Yu left the copy. The system announcement brushed out again, prompting Ling Yu to obtain a purple level item reward. For a moment, the countless players present all jerked their heads around to look at Chen Ming and Ling Yu. What happened? They easily guessed. Xingfeng Rongmu? How did she pass her copy so quickly? I know. Must have gotten the White Jade Soup big guy to bring it. It's good to be rich. White Jade Soup big brother takes flight. I also want to be taken flying by the White Jade Soup big brother. Boing boing. Among them, a number of them were players from those major guilds. They rushed to inform their own bosses who were inside the copy. These bosses sniffed and slapped their thighs straight. Nice guy. I forgot that the White Jade Soup big guy had a business of taking jobs. Hurry up and get ready to leave the copy. Go and discuss business with big brother Bai Yutang. And many players have even lamented. The White Jade Soup big brother is probably going to earn hemp again this time. I also don't know how much money the White Jade Soup big brother's appearance fee is this time. I hope our boss can grab a spot. Competition is fierce. And the next thing you know, it's time to pay for a spot. I don't know which boss will be lucky enough to get the chance to raid a copy with the White Jade Soup big brother. The crowd was talking in tongues. However, the players of the Snow Moon Guild, had revealed bizarre expressions. They kindly warned, brothers, I advise your bosses to get on the bus with caution. If your bosses like to spend money on crime, then forget I said that. Indeed, if your boss is a jitterbug, then by all means go ahead. Can only say, and White Jade Soup big brother with a copy, you have operation is okay. No operation, will be miserable. No more words will be spoken. It was in the way of the agreement between Ling Yu and Chen Ming. The Snow Moon Guild crowd was reluctant to reveal more. Just all sorts of point-blank reminders. But it is this kind of headless half reminder that makes countless players even more curious. What the hell happened? It made the players of the Snow Moon Guild keep their mouths shut. And they quickly found some strong testimony. Have you guys noticed that after raiding the copy with Big Brother White Jade Soup, Xingfeng Rongmu became a bit stiff and numb? Indeed, a face of being played. OMG. White Jade Soup Big Brother, what on earth did he do to President Clear Wind Range Moon? It's exciting to think about. Oh no, it's thinking about it that's heinous. The more the crowd discussed it, it's getting more and more outrageous. Soon, more and more players are learning of such whispers. For a while, speculation was rife, but even so, nor could it stop the enthusiasm of those bigwigs who wanted to send money to Chen Ming. Chen Ming had originally planned that the last of the $10 million to buy the house would be filled with the medicines that he had gotten out of level 10 alchemy. What I didn't realize was that the big boys were scrambling to deliver the money. Then Chen Ming will respectfully comply. After all, after 4 days, it was to go down the line to base Susu and do an interview with her. Getting the house done before then and moving straight into it with a turnkey bag is a matter of completing a peace of mind. Take the job and take the job. After having the experience of matching Ling Yu, Chen Ming had fully understood how to work with these operationally dumb bosses. Coax them. Talking to them nicely is the next best thing. This will only confuse these bosses, delaying the progress of the copy. Even repeated mistakes that result in failed copies. For the sake of the bosses and for his own benefit, Chen Ming could only disguise himself as the devil's mouth stinker. Zhuan Wenshu Xing. Take a swipe at the bosses who are operating off the charts. At this point, he suddenly had some sympathy for those driving school instructors, though they swear really hard, but the blood pressure is really high too. All sorts of being pissed off and flying off the handle. If you don't spray a couple of lines to relieve the pressure, it's really easy to have a brain hemorrhage on the spot. That's all. Chen Ming didn't even have time to worry about eating. Took orders all day. Each owner, charged at the rate of $300,000. Same as Snowman's fee program. Bringing it across the border is a $200,000 price tag. Allowing them to broadcast live and use it as an instructional video for guild members is $100,000. On this day, Chen Ming had taken on a total of 13 boss's jobs. Together with Ling Yu, there were 14. Total income, $4,200,000. As he watched the balance on his card soar from 9,030,000 to 13,233,000, Chen Ming felt physically and mentally relieved. Cool. With this money, he'll be able to book a room tomorrow and check in the same day. Thinking of this, Chen Ming was so beautiful that he decided that he would go and have a hard meal after getting offline tonight. After he got off the line, the players in the Huaxia region began to spread certain news related to Chen Ming by word of mouth. Forum. Various discussion threads that keep popping up. I'll break the news to you guys. Today, Snow Moon's big beautiful president, Jingfeng Rongmu, was humiliated miserably by the White Jade Soup big brother. There are pictures and the truth. A respected bigot like Uncle Nanfeng was sprayed silly by Big Brother Bai Yutang today. Not only, you guys know that guild with only girls, swords and roses? Their president got sprayed today too. I can only say that Big Brother Bai Yutang is really powerful. All those who operate badly are not spoiled. Is this the charm of Bai Yutang's Big Brother? Making money and spraying people. Chen Ming didn't know that. After today, his already somewhat less than stellar wind rating. Once again there are some subtle changes. Chapter 139 Entry Yacht. I'll buy this house. Chen Ming didn't realize that everyone's discussion about himself was already very much in the air. After going offline, he looked at his bankroll of up to 8 figures and once again revealed a satisfied smile. It's cozy, ruthlessly extravagant tonight. Went downstairs to the stall and ordered 4 or 5 pounds of crawfish plus a cold beer. Although it's common knowledge that crayfish don't have much meat, summer is almost here and it always feels like a bit of an overkill not to have a whole lot of crayfish. Crawfish eating is not about portions. The food is an atmosphere. In the noisy stall, Chen Ming took a bite of crayfish stained with spicy oil and a mouthful of cold beer. There was a lot of noise around. The diners at each table ate with fervor. Discuss it as you eat. This kind of stall, cheap and inexpensive with good taste, is the favorite choice of young people, and among the young people's after-dinner talk, glory, obviously, is at the top of the list. Chen Ming soon overheard the discussions of some young people who had finished playing the game and ran in for a late-night snack. Many people were recounting what they had seen in the game, what equipment was acquired today, or how much experience you've swiped today. Even commented on which NPC was the prettiest and which NPC had the top body. It caused Chen Ming to listen with great interest as he eavesdropped from the sidelines. Soon, though, their words changed. Have you guys heard? Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup took turns humiliating more than a dozen prestigious guild leaders in our Huaxia district today. It's so great to watch. Those guild bosses who are usually so high and mighty don't dare to talk back after being sprayed furiously by White Jade Soup. Even though the bigots haven't done anything to me, watching is just inexplicably awesome. Chen Ming, who was on the side, listened silently. How do all these people know these things? But thinking about it seems like it. Chen Ming allowed them to open the live stream for the guild members to watch. While they promised that various key tips for the copy wouldn't be leaked, they didn't say that certain irrelevant bits couldn't be circulated. It's not unusual for some good people to put screenshots of clips out there. What's more, Chen Ming never expected everyone to keep their mouths shut. It was only a matter of time before these tips trickled out as more and more people learned the key to solving the copy's puzzles. This was also the reason why Chen Ming had dropped everything and exploded his liver to lead people today. The bonus period for copies is just a few short days. After dragging it out for a long time, Chen Ming's skills would naturally not be able to sell at a good price. Chen Ming sat slowly eating and drinking alone for close to an hour or so, eating to the point of exhaustion. Looking at the mountain of lobster shells in front of him, Chen Ming was satisfied and checked out. A meal of crawfish cost Chen Ming more than $200. The genus is expensive as hell, so there's really nothing good about crawfish per se, it's just purely for the atmosphere. Go home and wash up. After sending a message to his sister, asking about her situation on the first day of school today, and receiving a reply from his sister reassuring him, Chen Ming put his heart down and slept comfortably. The next day, early morning, Chen Ming slept until he woke up naturally. Having risen early, he did not feel tired at all, but rather refreshed. This was something he couldn't do no matter how much he worked out and soaked goji berries in his thermos during the years he spent as a social animal in his previous life. A fairly healthy state of mind and body. Get up and go downstairs for breakfast. When it was over, he he took a cab and headed straight for Castle Peak. Castle Peak, an affluent area on this side of Rongcheng. Since it's a rich neighborhood, villas, obviously, are indispensable. The villa that Chen Ming was looking for today was called Greenwater, a rather famous villa area. It's famous because it has a more attention-grabbing gimmick than the other villas. All the villas in the development are built on an island in the center of a lake. You can return to your home through a walkway that is like a green park. It's even possible to take the yacht directly, all the way back home. The design of that yacht coming home has undoubtedly refreshed countless people's concept of a luxury home. The best of the low-end inside and the most expensive ones are the kings of the buildings, which can even sell for hundreds of millions of dollars. And what Chen Ming chose was just a small row of unattended townhouses located in the corner. No privacy of a single-family home. The space owned is also smaller, but the price is correspondingly moderate. Nearly 400 square meters can be taken for just a little over $10 million, but these are not the most important. Chen Ming had his own reasons for choosing it. When he arrived at Greenwater, there was already a property consultant who had made an appointment yesterday waiting for Chen Ming. It was said to be a real estate consultant, but it was actually a real estate sale, and with her leading the way, Chen Ming experienced the feeling of going home on a yacht. Along the way, the real estate consultant enthusiastically introduced Chen Ming to the surrounding facilities, the various top features of the district, but also the yacht all the way to the scenery to blow the sky high. However, Chen Ming was listening absent-mindedly. He had been surveying the turquoise lake. Normal people would only appreciate this rare view of the lake in the middle of the city. However, Chen Ming's gaze seemed to have pierced through the lake, looking to the bottom of the lake. After a few twists and turns, Chen Ming saw a row of small villas on the shore whose grids were obviously much slimmer than those of the king of buildings. 3 in a row, situated on the edge of the lake. Each cottage has its own little dock for mooring boats, docked in the very center of the villa. The property consultant took Chen Ming off the boat and guided him all the way indoors. However, Chen Ming waved his hand. Standing at the edge of the lake, looking out over the center of the lake, the real estate consultant thought he was enjoying the lake view and immediately shut up and stayed with him. What she doesn't know is this. At this moment, Chen Ming's heart was already surging. Yes, this is it. This is the place where an elite army of tens of thousands of people appeared after the game was integrated into reality. They don't know how long they've been lost. Just fool around and take it under your wing. In a previous life, the dirtbag who lived here was the type who never played glory at all. But with such a sudden appearance of the army, overnight, turned into a lord who occupies the mountain as the king. In the midst of chaos, stand your ground and make a name for yourself. Although Chen Ming's strength was already not bad in the middle of the game. But, who would mind getting stronger? Phew. Chen Ming took a long breath. A slight smile followed. There's no need to look inside the house. The property consultant was stunned, but his face still maintained a professional smile and slightly nodded. Only, that smile was obviously not as bright as before. Apparently, she thought Chen Ming was no longer interested in the house. Otherwise, how can you even enter a household? And this kind of room type, already is the cheapest in the Greenwater. Even this kind has given up. The other household types, surely even more don't want to sell. But despite being a little lost, she maintained her professional decorum. Was guiding Chen Ming to board the small yacht again, to send him back outside the neighborhood. Chen Ming's next sentence, however, followed. Just prepare the contract straight away. This house, I'll take it. The moment. A burst of unparalleled dismay erupted from the eyes of the Miss Property Consultant. Chapter 140, set a small goal. By the 2 buildings next door. 2 hours later. Sales center. After the various formalities are taken care of, Chen Ming took the large pile of documents handed over by the Miss Property Consultant, and the house keys she respectfully handed over. If there's one word to describe how she feels, then it must be like a dream. She had never seen such a quick and generous client. Didn't even look at the house. Then the decision was made numbly and the money was paid for the house. Painful. It hurts too much. She just like this inexplicably. Got 3 points of commission. That is, the whole $300,000. A small Audi is enough to land on. These houses are all well decorated, ready to move and kind of turnkey. Chen Ming can move immediately today, and moving services can be provided free of charge by this side of the property. Let's just say it's nice to have money. After Chen Ming gave the address of his original address, the property immediately arranged for an employee to go pack up what he needed and wait until this afternoon to send it over. As for Chen Ming himself, he was led by the real estate consultant lady and once again returned to the 3 townhouses. Oh no, now it is already Chen Ming's own home. After a short introduction, Chen Ming roughly figured out the construction of the house. The house has 5 floors, 2 floors up, 2 floors down, plus a first floor level. Also comes with a 60 or so square foot rear garden. As for the front garden, well, open the door is the lake view, blowing up into thousands of square feet of front garden. Also not at all excessive. The entire house is exquisitely and decently decorated. there is no earthy beadwork, only the designer-esque craftsmanship is unique and unique in the interior. In short, it makes Chen Ming very satisfied. As far as features go, it's all there too. Pool, gym, home theater and all that. It was the first time that Chen Ming had lived in such a villa, both in his previous life and in this life, and all in all, he felt quite satisfied. The only thing that made him feel a little uncomfortable, I'm afraid it's the townhouse design. On either side of his villa, just a wall away, there were two neighbors, one on the left and one on the right. Although they were all unused and no one had moved in, Chen Ming still felt a bit upset. Rather, it's not a matter of privacy. The main concern was whether or not there would be a change of heart, with certain people moving in next door and becoming Chen Ming's neighbors, snatching away the wave of great opportunities that he was squatting on. That's the only thing he's not sure about with this house. After looking at the villas, he asked the real estate consultant lady, inquiring if there was anyone like him, who was in love with these three small townhouses. The real estate consultant lady was also shocked by Chen Ming's bravado. There is nothing fancy. Honestly answered that there are still 7 or 8 rows of similarly laid out small townhouses within the green water, all of which are currently in a vacant state. In other words, there just isn't much of a love affair with the JV. This answer made Chen Ming slightly more relaxed. Still, he was secretly determined. Set a small goal first. Buy out the 2 townhouses to the left and right, and completely eliminate outsiders. Whether it's an exclusive opportunity or for safety reasons, this is all quite necessary. Remember to come and remind me if anyone looks at these 2 buildings in my neighborhood in the future. Seeing the sales lady showing a confused look, Chen Ming then added, after all, I'm quite interested in these 2 villas as well, and after a while, I should buy them all, open them up, and make a more private space. Chen Ming casually made up a reason. Had it been before, the salesgirl would have just nodded politely and not taken it seriously in her mind. However, after Chen Ming threw away thousands of dollars and took the first villa in full payment in one breath, the salesgirl had already treated Chen Ming as a young and rich tycoon son. There was no doubt about it at once. Excitement flickered on his face and he nodded vigorously in agreement, and she took the initiative to exchange phone numbers and WeChat. With Chen Ming out of some small minds, she did not take out her own work WeChat when she gave it. Instead, he handed out the QR code of his private microsignal for Chen Ming to scan and add. In the end, after asking the salesgirl to go to the property and ask them to seek out a good live-in nanny for himself, Chen Ming sent the salesgirl off and enjoyed the environment of his new home on his own. Shoot everywhere. Finish sending a brainstorm to your sister. He didn't say much, just add moved. Anyway, his sister already knew his identity, and would certainly be unsurprised that he had such strong financial resources. After a good while of leisurely enjoying the view of the lake, moving services on the property side are taken care of. They sent Chen Ming various supplies from the previous house. After cleaning up a little, Chen Ming went to have a lunch, and when he was done, he connected his helmet and logged into World of Glory in his new home. The white light in front of his eyes was fading as his vision returned. After Chen Ming came online, he directly appeared near the mouthful of waterfalls. At this time, the players outside the waterfall were even more lively than yesterday. However, the moment they saw Chen Ming, they were the ones who unanimously revealed a look of awe. Even the players who were originally clamoring and waiting to form a team all became quiet in unison at this moment, and each one of them did not dare to utter a single breath as they looked at Chen Ming. Chen Ming was a bit confused. Is he that scary? How come these guys are like mice seeing cats? No, a more accurate analogy would be the feeling of suddenly realizing that the class teacher had walked into the classroom. The moment the entire classroom was quiet as a clamor in a noisy study session without a teacher to manage it. Chen Ming muttered. Crushing his teleportation scroll, he returned inside the guild territory. Check out the status of the territory. Well, the quest has been completed, and there are still a lot of various materials left, and a new batch of territorial experience had been exchanged for territorial hearts. Quietly staying in the warehouse, Chen Ming immediately took it out and splurged a bunch. Upgrading of good land. Blacksmith store upgrade. At the same time taking all the lumber and mining materials that had been accumulated over the past 2 days to build out more homes. A flurry of maneuvering. The territory became more prosperous. Just a little bit though, but it is real and present. Come over every day and move your fingers. Upgrade your territory, and watch it change little by little. This feeling is also quite good. Chen Ming was in a happy mood as he opened his friends list and found his sister. He was going to call up his sister and have her take the bionic teardrop and walk around the basement of the Scarlet Monastery one more time. Let's see if we can fish out the elemental queen. After all, his wonderful hands have cooled off today. There are times when wool gathering is quintessential. It would have to be catching a sheep. Weed to the death. Chapter 141, Fishing for Enforcement. Ways to target the Elemental Empress. Didn't wait a moment in Qingfeng City. Chen Ming then saw his sister walk out of the teleportation array. Compared to yesterday's raggedy outfit, today my sister has become English. streamlined armor that fits the figure, a long sword that was not exquisitely crafted, but had quite a bit of hardness to it. The sister has apparently completed the transfer, turned into a competent warrior player. That being said, it also made Chen Ming a bit surprised that his sister actually didn't play the hunter-archer, mage, priest, and other professions that were more favored by the girls, but instead chose the warrior. See Chen Ming, my sister rushed over at the first opportunity. Excitement is written all over the small face, although it can be seen that the sister is already trying her best to suppress it, but the effect is obviously not very obvious. Brother, you really bought a villa? Obviously. His sister had already seen those photos that Chen Ming had sent over. Chen Ming nodded with a light smile. That's for sure. Having said that, our family will definitely be rich in the future. My sister breathed a sharp sigh of relief. The little girl was obviously happy. In this day and age, the obsession with money has long been embedded in the bones of most people, even with a mouthful of Buddha. But in all honesty, who wouldn't want to have a large amount of savings in hand and enjoy life without anxiety? Come on, first we'll take you to buy a horse, then we'll go to the Scarlet Monastery together. Chen Ming pulled his sister and ran to the stables next to the Adventurers Guild to pick out a mount. Chen Ming still took a glance at the most expensive oxen and horses in terms of value. 50 silver coins. It breaks down to something like $5,000 An electric scooter. Still, my sister had a pang of heartache. Apparently, in my sister's opinion, spending $5,000 on a game is a little less than worth it. After all, she is even the game helmet only want to buy $3,000 class of good family girl. And finally by Chen Ming forced a $30,000 helmet, but also huffed and puffed to take a Big Brother Big Fool game ID. Money is meant to be spent. Why do you think so much? It's easy for me to make money now, not by division. Chen Ming bought a cow and horse and gave it to his sister. My sister opened her mouth to retort, but when he thought of Chen Ming's news, that he made more than 4 million wild profits in one day yesterday, he immediately shut his mouth in an absent manner. Seeing his sister suffer defeat, Chen Ming's heart burst with joy. Oddly cute. The siblings mounted a large and small oxen and horses and galloped towards the Scarlet Monastery. 20 minutes later, arrive at your destination. The two made light work of their way toward the abbey, but this time, as he passed by the priest actually opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Chen Ming. This look immediately caused Chen Ming's heart to panic. After all, this priest was quite pious as hell. Don't even say you're passing by on a normal day. It's just bouncing around the priest's convent shaking his head and partying, and he probably wouldn't even look back. But today, he suddenly interrupted his prayer and looked up at himself. Though he didn't speak, the eyes were still clear and warm. However, Chen Ming's heart was pounding. Hastening his pace, he pulled his sister out of the priest's sight, and only after watching Chen Ming disappear did the priest retract his gaze and lower his head again, holding his Bible and muttering, "Come to the familiar iron gates." Chen Ming was relieved to see that the priest did not make any additional moves. Come on, keep scouting with the bionic teardrops. My sister nodded. Throw out the massive silver slimes. After cohesive molding, it was instantly flabbergasted at the sight of the iron gate, repeatedly thinking of something horrible. A quick burst of head shaking, jerked back. Don't want to go in there even if you're dead. But Chen Ming could not help it, and with a set of silky smooth streaks, he ended with a kick, kicking it ruthlessly into the iron gate. Every time he finished the set of movements, Chen Ming inexplicably felt physically and mentally relieved. Clapping his hands together, he looked cheerfully at his sister. Done. My sister, however, quietly backed away a bit. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth twitched. Are you serious about the half-step back move? Soon, the bionic teardrop explored inside. Same as that time, before it gets much deeper. Suddenly, the bionic teardrop was killed in an instant. The sister lightly drank a few bottles of red potion to get her blood level back up before summoning the bionic teardrop once again. However, what made Chen Ming and his sister a bit surprised is, this time the bionic teardrops, surprisingly, coalesced intact into the likeness of his sister. There was not the slightest semblance of dissimulation. Chen Ming frowned slightly. That guy learned his lesson and didn't come out? He was a little disheartened. The Elemental Empress is a rare wool-gathering object. Strength is strong, and can't fight back. He couldn't do any substantial damage. It's almost like a customized object for his wonderful hands. You really can't find people like that anywhere else. There are a lot of strong ones, but Chen Ming didn't even dare to move. For example, those tutors in the main city, or high-ranking knights, lords, and magicians. They do have babies on them good, but if you steal it, you're sure to be found out, and then you'll be hunted down, or even expelled from the main city and hated by a series of Chinese NPCs. Even this bigot priest at the moment, Chen Ming didn't dare to act rashly either. I was afraid of incurring undeserved disaster because of my cheap hands, and apart from the friendly and neutral bigots, those hostile bigots can't be mentioned. Let's not talk about stealing. just by going over to take a look, Chen Ming would be flipped over with a slap. The Elemental Empress? A rare object who can both make a move on her and not be responsible for it. Chen Ming was really a bit reluctant to give up. As for getting into yourself, this thought had never occurred to Chen Ming. That's no different than getting yourself killed. Suddenly, Chen Ming thought of something. He snapped his head. Wait for me, sister. With that said, Chen Ming grunted and ran out to the leveling grounds in the inner perimeter of the Scarlet Monastery. Here, some zombie cultivators will be constantly refreshed. They have been long asleep for an unknown period of time though. What they were wearing, however, was exactly the same as FR, the same prayer robes, with the same friar's cap. Even the Bible held in his hands is the same, but a priest's Bible is for reading. These zombies' Bibles are for bashing. There were quite a few players from the Nine Heavens Guild outside. Without even needing to do anything on his own, Chen Ming easily collected a set of prayer robes, monk's hat, broken Bible, and other props from the hands of these players. These are miscellaneous props, but if you want to wear it, you can wear it. It just doesn't have any attributes added to it at all. It's like wearing a fashion suit. After returning with this equipment, Chen Ming immediately had his sister change into it. Sure enough, after a dressing down session, my sister did become somewhat similar to FR, especially putting the hat on. The look of walking forward with your head bowed again with your Bible in your hand, without looking closely, it's almost exactly like FR. Well, Chen Ming said 3 good words in a row. That was his plan. Have your sister dress up as a priest? Then pull out the bionic teardrop and have it dress up as a priest to fish for the Elemental Queen. He was sure that the Elemental Empress would take the bait. After all, the last time the priest had come out of the basement, he had felt possessed and had coughed up countless clots of blood in rapid succession, and had been subjected to a blood purification before he had managed to recover. Use a priest to go fishing. It's spot on. Still, my sister was a little puzzled. Will this get her to fall for it? Chen Ming heatedly smiled. If we just change into this set of clothes, I guess it's a little difficult. But I have another way. Chapter 142, The Gullible Queen. The true face of a priest. Under Chen Ming's command, his sister dispersed the bionic teardrop, waited for the CD to turn around, and then once again used the blood bottle to bump up her blood level and waved her hand to summon the bionic teardrop. Every time it is summoned, it becomes exactly like its sister. Naturally, the bionic teardrop that was summoned this time was exactly similar to what his sister was wearing at the moment, almost as well dressed as a priest. This made Chen Ming very satisfied. Luckily, my sister is an airfield. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to act like that at all. Lead the bionic teardrop. Chen Ming came to the priest. Merciful Father, we have fallen into the kingdom of invisible sin, forgive our conceit. Oh no, our fault, and wash away our sins. As he spoke, Chen Ming cast a few silver coins into the box in front of the priest. Only then did the priest raise his head and look at Chen Ming with kindness. The Lord will forgive your sins. As he spoke, he gently raised the Bible in his hand, and holy light spilled over Chen Ming and the bionic teardrop, and the two of them instantly possessed the blessing of holy power. This is a service that FR has always been able to provide. It only costs 3 silver coins, then you get 1 blessing from the priest. Many players who weren't strong enough but also wanted to brush the bosses near the Scarlet Monastery would rush to the priest to pray for a blessing once they saw the bosses refresh. Obtaining a blessing not only purifies many common debuffs, but also gives you quite a few attribute bonuses. But this was not what Chen Ming valued. What he cares about is that constant aura of holiness that comes from the priest buff. A guy dressed exactly like a priest might not fool the Elemental Queen, but what if this guy still exudes the exact same holy aura as the priest? That's different. Returning once again to the basement door with the carefully dressed up bionic teardrop. This time, the bionic teardrop had resigned itself to its fate. It didn't even require Chen Ming to do anything. The moment the iron door was opened, it went in honestly. Snap! With the iron gate closed, the bionic teardrops faded inside, and the sound of their footsteps faded, exactly like before. The bionic teardrop had just walked around that corner and was instantly killed. The younger sister twisted her head around and exchanged a glance with Chen Ming, and after receiving Chen Ming's affirmation, she grabbed out the bionic teardrops and slammed them on the ground. Between the silver slimes squirming, there were indeed some black squares mixed in again. It's the parasitic effect of the Elemental Queen. Chen Ming's face was delighted. Sure enough, he was right. The last time the priest went into the basement, he came out and went through purification before he spat out some pieces of his entrails. That was in purifying the Elemental Queen's means of possession. You can tell that after thousands of years of captivity, she longs for every opportunity to escape. It was also the last time she was stolen and humiliated by both Chen Ming and her sister that made her break off the idea of escaping from the bionic teardrop. Switch to a priest to go in. She still wouldn't hesitate to use her own means of possession. As the bionic teardrop takes shape, the Elemental Empress, who had an icy face, appeared in front of the two. She didn't say a word, obviously realizing she'd fallen for a big trick, just glaring viciously at the two, a look of hating them alive. Hello again, my empress. Chen Ming looked at her with a smile, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. The killing intent in the queen's eyes was like substance. She was icy cold to the core. It exuded a dangerous aura of choosing people to eat, looking for death. Her voice, practically popping out of her teeth. One could imagine him gritting his teeth. That's when my sister spoke up. Hey, what's with the attitude? You are now a prisoner. Who are you to talk to my brother like that? The sister said, and walked towards the elemental queen. That unbeatable elemental empress actually shivered violently the moment she saw her sister approaching. Even the original murderous eyes have instantly become a little fearful. Chen Ming looked at his sister, and for a moment, he actually had the urge to give her a thumbs up. Not bad for my sister. So brave. Eyes. The elemental queen closed her mouth. Chen Ming also no longer hesitated. Reaching out his hand, he opened his 5 fingers and aimed them at the elemental empress. Wonderful hands are empty. Ding. Mythical hand used successfully. Stolen item, Eshtar's blade. Hearing this name, Chen Ming thought that he had stolen some equipment and hurriedly opened his backpack to take a look. However, to his dismay, it wasn't exactly a Kalik outfit. Instead, it's an item of somewhat unknown use. Blade of Eshtar, Orange Epic. Synopsis: a leftover prop from the ancient civilization of Eshtar, the purpose of which is unknown. Chen Ming was slightly disappointed. How come you just can't steal some of the good stuff? He had always thought that the weapon in the elemental queen's hand, and the little leather armored skirt on her body were very nice. Well, it's not about stripping people of their clothes, it's just simply appreciating the top-notch equipment. But the system never did what he wanted. And I wonder what the hell this Eshtar's blade thing is. But this should come in handy once I get to level 18 and use the elemental queen's command to open this copy of Iktar. Chen Ming was somewhat helpless, but he could only accept this reality. A dignified elemental empress with such a lofty title, but as a result, she doesn't have a single valuable good thing all over her body. It's really a disgrace. Chen Ming's tirade once again drew a glare from the queen, but after a soft grunt from her sister, the elemental queen instantly and obediently turned her head away. Stuff is stolen. The elemental empress no longer has a purpose to exist either. Chen Ming wouldn't dare to take this out, not to mention the fact that it's pretty hard to get past the priest at the door, not to mention whether or not you can take it out. She's useless, let her go back. The sister nodded, dispersing the bionic teardrops. Without a parasitic object, the elemental queen naturally disappeared. Playing with the stolen blade of Eshtar, he left the Scarlet Monastery, and after they leave, the priest suddenly looked at Chen Ming's back, and after a moment, he walked to the basement door. Facing that iron door, he suddenly chattered. Every time they come over, the seal of the elemental empress loosens a little. If we let them go a few more times, sooner or later, the elemental queen will break through the seal. It seemed as if the priest was worried that the queen would break through the seal, but then he suddenly laughed, still so warm and gentle. But at this moment, it revealed an indescribable weirdness. It seems the elemental queen herself hasn't realized this yet. Looks like I'm going to have to go warn her. Let her know that this is a great opportunity to break through the seal. With that, he pulled a key out of his sleeve. It's exactly the same as Chen Ming's basement key. If Chen Ming is here, and then associates it with the previous SSS level mission, the priest asked him to convey to Qingfeng City that everything is normal on the Scarlet Monastery side. He would have been scared out of his wits with a cold sweat running down his back. Chapter 143, Re-exploring the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh. The alteration of the dragon's essence. Back to Clearwind City. Chen Ming's primary goal right now was still to practice leveling. Wasted a day yesterday earning money. This caused Chen Ming's level to still be stopped at level 14. Use the Elemental Queen's command to open a copy, which requires level 18. It is a heavy task and a long way to go. Jia, want to go leveling together? Chen Ming twisted his head to look at his sister. My sister, however, shook her head. No, I have class this afternoon. Chen Ming shrugged. Classes are useless now. By the time the game enters reality anyway, human society would take a huge hit. But Chen Ming had no way to tell his sister, so he could only let her go. Eyes on my sister down the line. Chen Ming pulled out a map and planned out where he would practice next. Good places to practice, however, are really hard to find. Chen Ming remembered that in his previous life, at this stage from level 14 to level 20, he was soaking in the copy of the Poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp, which is the same level 15 to 25 copy within Qingfeng City. It's just a shame. In this life, he stole the dragon's essence. It led to a huge mutation in the entire copy of Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh. Let's not even talk about level 15 going in and practicing. It's just that if you go in at level 20, I'm afraid you'll be slapped to death by those level 15 elite monsters inside. There's no way around it. Berserk mode is just so overbearing. However, Chen Ming had searched for half a day, but he really couldn't find a location that satisfied him. I also don't know if those monsters in the poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp are still in a berserk state. Chen Ming intended to take a look, walk over to the notice board. Sure enough, there were basically no players near the notice board. The super high intensity of this copy of Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh directly dissuaded all players. Eyes uncharted. Chen Ming was basically certain that the Poisonous Zephyr Dark Marsh was still in a berserk state. He couldn't help but scratch his head. That's going to be hard to do. It wasn't that Poisonous Zephyr Dark Marsh's berserk state would leave Chen Ming at a loss. After all, both his attributes and equipment strength far exceeded that of a normal level 14 player. Although the monsters inside the Poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp were all strengthened by the berserk status, but Chen Ming himself wasn't bad. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with those little monsters. Efficiency, however, is greatly reduced. Isn't it a matter of efficiency when it comes to brushing monsters and upgrading? The reason why duplicates were so popular was because the monsters inside were only a little stronger in attributes than those in the wild, but the experience given would be quite generous. But if the strength of the monsters in the copy has been greatly improved, the experience, however, remains unchanged. What's the point of bothering with copies? However, Chen Ming really couldn't find any two good places to level up. There is nothing to be done. Then, with the idea of trying it out, he entered a copy of the Poisonous Swamp of Darkness. Buzz, the portal opens. By the time Chen Ming opened his eyes again, he had already entered that swamp filled with poisonous mist once more. But it was markedly different from the last time I came in. The last time I came to the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it was filled with an eerie aura. But this time, as soon as he entered, Chen Ming heard countless ghostly cries and howls in general. Nearby is a variety of frogs. In the distance are beasts roaring. The whole copy was filled with crankiness. Sure enough, still in a berserk state. It seems that the importance of the dragon's essence to this copy is simply exaggerated to the point of being outrageous. Chen Ming sked and drew the dagger behind his back. Not many steps forward, the swamp beneath his feet suddenly bulged and a bubble rose. Next, the bubble burst violently. A frog-like monster, covered in silt, violently spat out its own tongue and fiercely lashed towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming was always on high alert. In the face of the sudden attack, he didn't panic to the point of disorganizing himself, but instead twisted his head violently and managed to avoid its attack. This places a very high demand on the response. But Chen Ming did it. However, just as Chen Ming was about to counterattack after dodging the attack, the frog-like monster's tongue, however, was violently mutated. Its tongue, originally, was filled with pus-like bumps, and in this moment, a few of the lumps exploded violently. From the bursting lump, several tiny tongues lurched out. That's right, the top of the tongue, like a fork, exploded into a new tongue. Chen Ming had not expected this change at all. He had brushed the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh so many times in his previous life, but he had never seen monsters that still had this kind of attack. Disgusting in the extreme. There's still no defense. Holy, Chen Ming cursed angrily, but he could only watch as those tiny forked tongues viciously lashed at his body. Miss, minus 105, minus 198. 4 chunks of damage popped up at the same time. Chen Ming's blood bar violently dropped by like a third. Fortunately, Chen Ming's miss was extremely high, and he had luxurious equipment on his body that provided pretty good defense, endurance, and stamina points. Otherwise, just by being hit by these 4 swipes, Chen Ming would have to return to his death on the spot. Is this a monster in a berserk state? Not only are the attributes exaggeratedly high, even the way of attacking can appear so bizarre. Chen Ming's heart secretly tightened. The hand movements were not idle. The dagger cut out viciously across the room, stabbing ferociously and harshly into that one tongue. Put! Blood spray erupted, but the tongue was not chopped off. Instead, after eating the pain, it burst into more pus almost instantly. Countless little tongues were like a swarm of demons, densely swinging towards Chen Ming. Holy! Chen Ming was disgusted by the scene in front of him. Don't dare to hold back any longer. Throwing their watchful eye, blade storm, sword chi was strewn about at the same time. Chen Ming himself was not idle. A blink was delivered, dodging those flailing tongues while shifting behind the monster. The teeth of natural disaster slashed out violently. 4 cuts a second. The slash he had made earlier to slash the tongue had hooked the monster up to the armor-breaking effect of Heavenly Plague's teeth. Now these 4 slashes. The damage is explosive. Pffffffffffff. The monster, finally, was killed in seconds. It burst open violently, spilling a floor of poisonous mist and thick slurry, and at the same time, Chen Ming gained an experience boost. Kill the Demon Swamp Frog. Gain 241 experience points. Only 241 experience points? Chen Ming sighed a little. If he hadn't been in a berserk state, Chen Ming wouldn't have had to deal with the Demon Swamp Frogs the hard way, and 2 slashes would have taken the life of a demon swamp frog, so that experience value would still be considered quite lucrative. After all, in the Twilight Forest, the experience value of those misty wolves and shadow birds was just like 100 out of 100, with twice as much experience. The magic swamp frog is naturally considered rich. Unfortunately, in its berserk state, it was just too difficult to deal with. It seems like the poisonous swamp dark marsh copy is impossible to brush. Still have to find myself a new place to practice. Just as Chen Ming was planning to give up, suddenly, a ball of white light violently emerged from the corpse of that demon swamp frog, completely not giving Chen Ming a chance to react. It then violently drilled into Chen Ming's body. What the hell? Chen Ming was taken aback. With the experience of being sneak attacked before, Chen Ming was incredibly wary of everything the demon swamp frog did. He thought that he had been attacked again. However, it was only after he had examined himself and realized that there was no damage that he revealed a perplexed look. It wasn't directed at me? No. Suddenly, Chen Ming thought of something. Before in the Twilight Forest, isn't the life essence stolen by the Atelier big man out of hand this white mass of light? He opened his backpack at once. Sure enough, the dragon's essence was fiercely flickering with white light. It's like an emotional child. Chen Ming held the dragon's essence in his hand. Suddenly, a white light erupted, and an invisible pressure emanated from the dragon's essence. Not far away from the swamp, 2 or 3 devil swamp frogs suddenly emerged. They were the same as the demonic swamp frog that had died violently just now. They were all lurking in the ground, waiting to sneak up on Chen Ming, but then, as if they had been drained of all their strength, they burrowed out one by one, shivering and sprawling on the ground. It's like fish on a plate, being at the mercy of others. Chen Ming was instantly confused, before also powerful coaxing to engage in sneak attack of the magic marsh frog. This moment is, left to their own slaughter? This is too much of a change. Chapter 144, Crazy Monster Brushing. Elite monsters blocking the door. Chen Ming looked at the dragon essence in his hand with some disbelief. It actually has this function? It seemed to have sensed Chen Ming's gaze. The dragon's essence actually swayed a bit from side to side. In the end, it favored the few devil swamp frogs that were prostrate on the ground and trembling constantly, seemingly instructing Chen Ming. Are you asking me to kill them? Chen Ming spoke tentatively. Immediately, he received a response from the dragon's essence. It flickered wildly. It's like a little kid nodding his head over and over. Chen Ming's heart became even more surprised. This guy, it's actually a live one. Mind you, it's been playing dead since it acquired itself. The only time it changed was when it activated the dragon pact with Cowhorse. After that, even after being gifted with the majestic life force by the big brother of Atelier, there was no change at all. Until this moment, it showed its power for the first time. The kind of intimidating pressure that makes people can't help but submit. Sure enough, it was a dominant creature that had existed since ancient times. It was only that Chen Ming always felt that this guy seemed to carry a bit of a personal grudge. Elsewhere a picture of posing and playing dead. Sorry, your call went unanswered. As soon as you get to the poisonous dark swamp, you start to power up. But think about it. The big boss in the poisonous swamp dark marsh, the Sphinx demon spider, but it was unknown how much life essence had been sucked out of it. And the monsters in the whole poisonous dark swamp are so tough. It's probably more or less tied to it. It's been crushed for so long. Now anxious, wanting Chen Ming to help it take revenge, is also understandable. Well, pull out the dagger, dryly resolved the few demonic marsh frogs. It was just as he had expected. The whole time, he was met with no resistance. These demon swamp frogs were indeed fish meat on a plate, to be slaughtered. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Ming's experience bar went up by 0.6%. Not much though. However, it made Chen Ming unusually excited. If the dragon's essence continues to emanate a mighty pressure, wouldn't that mean that he can easily slaughter the monsters inside the entire copy? Thinking about it made Chen Ming excited. A 15 to 25 level copy, but can be easily killed by him through. How rich that experience reward can be, he simply dare not imagine. Long bottom, brother Long, master Long, you must keep this up all the time. Chen Ming was afraid that this capricious cargo that usually played dead would break the buff, so he hurriedly pulled out his dagger and headed towards the swamp. All the way, everywhere you go, all of the demon marsh frogs would be so frightened by the pressure that belonged solely to the ancient dragon that they would be unable to conceal their forms and emerge from the marsh, obediently creeping in place to wait for Chen Ming's butcher knife to fall. One cut, one cut. Chen Ming frantically harvested the lives of the demonic swamp frogs, and as he kept going deeper and deeper, the piece of tent camp he saw when he first entered the copy also appeared. This time, however, Chen Ming did not see any silhouettes in that tented camp. Before he could get close, the ancient dragon pressure had then spread out. Those bugs and insects that clung together into silhouette-like figures collapsed and crumbled. This also buff is too invincible. Chen Ming held back the excitement in his heart. Rush to that camp. 3 down 5 out of 2. settled the bugbears that were paralyzed and unable to move. These bugbears, with more experience than the demon swamp frogs, would be even more experienced. Just 10 minutes. Chen Ming then did a carpet search around the campground. All kinds of magic swamp frogs and bugbears that were hiding were all taken care of by him with a single slash. Looked at the experience bar. When he first entered the copy, his experience bar was 45% of level 14. It's only been 10 minutes. It's just gone all the way up to 63% at level 14. A full 18% experience value. What a rocket-like upgrade speed. Chen Ming's face was filled with the joy of harvest. Cool. It was awesome. Can't stop at all. Chen Ming brought the dragon's essence with him as he continued to delve deeper towards the inside. He remembers it well. In the front, there will be 2 elite minions, separate large crabs with shrimp heads growing from their pincers, as well as each link in the body of the shrimp will split into new shrimp body. Looks like a bunch of grapes. That disgusting prawns, a shrimp and a crab, both enormous. They are all, in size, comparable to a small elephant. The location where the 2 monsters were holding down the fort was the division between the outer and central part of the swamp. Defeat them and go further into the middle of the poisonous dark swamp, where the monsters would turn into similar shrimps and crabs, while the monster level would rise to something like level 17. And Chen Ming's goal is the center, going further into the depths. That monster level will be raised to level 20. Even if the dragon essence could continue to suppress them, Chen Ming's experience would be weakened as a result of his low level when he killed them. Clear the perimeter and center, and when you're done, leave your copy and re-enter. That's the best way to brush up. Only at the moment, Chen Ming was unable to determine whether or not the dragon's essence's pressure would be able to affect the 2 elite mini-monsters, the shrimp and the crab. With heartfelt uncertainty, Chen Ming slowly approached the area. Soon, at the end of the view came the shrimp and the crab. They wander aimlessly back and forth through the swamp. Chen Ming had avoided sneaking into them last time by using the Phantom Shadow skill that had an extra bonus after Su Su had given the enhancement technique. Didn't challenge them at all. As Chen Ming slowly approached, they, too, gradually entered the range of the dragon's essence's pressure. However, unlike those little monsters, they didn't immediately cower into hiding, shivering constantly. Instead, the moment he felt the scent of the dragon's essence, he became violently active. It's as if they'd been greatly stimulated. The giant crab raised its own 2 large chelae, and the shrimp head on top of the chelae violently ejected a dark green poisonous mist. It completely failed to find the direction where Chen Ming was. It's just attacking aimlessly on all fronts. The same goes for the bloated giant shrimp on the other side. The densely packed shrimp bodies beneath its feet wriggled violently, carrying it forward at speed through the swamp, and where it passes, both leave behind a cloud of concentrated toxins. It's brewing away. Chen Ming couldn't help but frown a little as he looked at the shrimp and crab as if they had gone berserk. It seems like the pressure of the dragon's essence. It's not going to work on these 2 things. Chapter 145, Dragon's Essence re-emerges. One-on-one challenge. Seeing that a shrimp and a crab as if they had gone mad, in that grumpy to the surrounding open space constantly outputting, a picture of a living person, Chen Ming could not help but look down at the dragon's essence in his hands. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes showed a full of skepticism, as if questioning the essence of the dragon. What's the matter with you, little brother? Seemingly sensing Chen Ming's gaze, the light on the body of the dragon's essence flashed violently a few times. It was as if it was responding to Chen Ming. Next moment, the ancient dragon pressure that even Chen Ming could feel was suddenly like an ebbing tide, converged. Chen Ming could clearly feel that the pressure that had filled his side slowly retracted back into the dragon essence. The shrimp and the crab that were originally in a state of agitation because they felt the great pressure, also calmed down at this moment. They are no longer so agitated and cranky. The thought of attacking was collected. Honestly, he wandered around aimlessly in his town's position. Chen Ming is a little confused. What do you mean? Did you just start swinging, little old me? Realizing that you can't influence these 2 elite monsters, you simply don't do anything about it, right? Chen Ming almost didn't laugh at this dragon essence's posing appearance. Yet the next second, the dragon essence, that had already converged all of its breath violently burst out again. But, unlike before, if one were to say that the ancient dragon pressure before was like a tidal wave, wave after wave, exerting continuous pressure in all directions, then at this moment, the ancient dragon pressure emanating from the dragon essence was an outburst that was concentrated at one point. It aimed straight for the one bloated prawn, putting the entirety of its mighty pressure. It enveloped its body. The big, bloated shrimp was trembling. Immediately following that, its countless shrimp bodies, as if they had encountered something most terrifying, violently squirmed and twisted. They squirmed frantically, trying to escape. However, it was as if the prawn had lost its mind. Its countless shrimp bodies, at the same time, chose countless different directions and fled in all directions. That prawn was immediately pulled by its own countless shrimp bodies and could not move. From a distance, it can be extremely bizarre. It's as if there is an invisible force that is trying to tear this prawn apart from the inside. The shrimp body couldn't stop writhing. That's okay? Chen Ming revealed an expression of joyful surprise. You know, that prawn attacks by moving at a rapid pace, producing toxin slime wherever it has wriggled. Not only do those toxin slimes do a lot of damage, they also provide a rather deadly slowing effect. It can be very disgusting. Usually when a replica team raids this place, they choose to be the first to dispose of the shrimp. Even if the crab's burst damage was exaggerated, the harm it brought was far less terrifying than this churning shrimp. This shows how powerful this head of shrimp is, and the essence of the dragon. With a single strike, the shrimp was easily rendered incapable of attacking. There is no difference between an elite monster, with no means of damage, and a lamb to the slaughter. Great job! Chen Ming revealed a smile and asked expectantly, can you control the crab along with it at the same time? This time, the dragon essence didn't even bother to blink. It was clear that he looked as if he didn't want to bother with Chen Ming. It doesn't look like it's going to work out too well. Chen Ming tried to deliberately provoke, but the dragon's essence remained indifferent. It does seem like the guy did try his best. If it were anyone else, even if the shrimp was controlled, leaving only one crab would feel quite tricky, but Chen Ming was different. Let him pick 2 of them at a time, or challenge them in a berserk state. It was impossible for Chen Ming to do that, but one-on-one. Chen Ming raised his hand, put on the hood. The entire person instantly entered a sneaking state. The dagger in his hand pulsed violently with demonic colors. The hardening skill is on. Chen Ming ignored the shrimp that was controlled to move in place and headed straight for the crab. It had to be said that monsters in a berserk state were truly terrifying. With Chen Ming in a sneaky state, the distance to the crab, obviously, was still about 10 meters away. It didn't fold either. That guy, however, had spied Chen Ming sneak in an instant, snapping up the large chela in his hand. Almost at the same time, the shrimp head at the location of that large cheliped fiercely shot out a thick green venom. This is discovered? Chen Ming's heart was shocked. The operation is yet organized. A fish leap jumped out and rolled through the swamp with a muddy thud before completing a cartwheel, narrowly avoiding the horrific spray of venom. The side roll ended and Chen Ming didn't stop. 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, darting toward the crab. Eagle eye vision turned on. The eagle's cry was loud and clear in his ears. The image in front of me was drained of its rich colors and replaced with simple black and white and gray as well as lines. No more color though, but what was in front of him instead became as clearer. Underneath the minimalist lines, Chen Ming could clearly see the crab's every move. It tries to lift its large chelipeds in an attempted maneuver. Its 8 legs lift and fall. All of them became clear in Chen Ming's eyes at this moment. None of it requires too much thought. Just by seeing the changes in those smooth lines, Chen Ming could realize what the crab's next move was. The next blow. It's coming towards here. Chen Ming seemed to have the ability to see things before they happened. There was a violent change in his footing. He, who had previously been running forward, unexpectedly stopped his advance hard at this moment and violently changed his direction. He veered toward the left, and just the moment he completed the deflection, he was blocked from his original straight-ahead position by a vicious shot of venom from the crab. Chen Ming's prediction was correct. He evaded the crab's attack perfectly. Next, Chen Ming operated again and again, easily circumventing crab's successive venomous sprays. A few times over, Chen Ming was no longer far away from the crab. What the crab does best is fight over long distances, through the large chelae on the shrimp head, such as sniper rifles. 800 meters open finish take a person's life, and once they get close, then the crab's means of attack will be somewhat lackluster. That's why it's good buddy. The shrimp, which doesn't have much in the way of explosive output, is quite good at being nasty. Crab remote output, violent DPS, shrimp close control to create an output environment for the crab. Pity, the shrimp, having been controlled by the dragon's essence, had lost its mind. Without its protection, the crab was bullied by Chen Ming to approach the end. Naturally, it will not be good. With Chen Ming once again dodging a venomous spray, he made a sliding shovel. It burrows directly under the crab's belly. Swish swish swish. The moment, Chen Ming's eagle eye vision was violently lit up with several bright red points of origin. These, all of them are weak spots for crabs. Chapter 146, Crab with Broken Limbs. Generous experience reward. Chen Ming swept a glance. The location of these weaknesses is very well memorized. Almost all of them are on the limb nodes of the crab's legs. Those weak spots, though, aren't really obvious. There are red spots, but the red spots aren't big. The only place where the crab's belly is located, there is a slightly larger flap, bright red there. It's nearly taking over the entire belly of the crab. Sure enough, it's a weak spot. Chen Ming clearly remembered that in his previous life, when those duplicate teams raided this place, they would drill underneath the crab's belly as much as possible and output on the crab's belly position. Although this is very dangerous, but play the effect, but twice the effort. In the past, Chen Ming hadn't realized why this would boost the damage, and at most, he would exclaim that glory was done really realistically. Now it seems that was kind of a misstep to find the biggest weakness in the crab. Back in the day, even when I got under a crab, I was still scraping it. Now, I wonder how much damage I can do. After such a thought flashed through his mind, Chen Ming no longer hesitated, slamming out his highest burst damage skill, Blade Storm. The powerful sword chi was instantly generated underneath the crab's belly. However, Chen Ming did not intend to just throw out a sword Blade Storm and call it a day. While the sword chi was raging, he leapt up himself. With the teeth of the apocalypse in his hand, he slashed at the crab's most vulnerable and soft abdomen. Swish swish swish. 4 cuts a second. These 4 slashes were no ordinary 4 slashes. Armor-breaking effect of Tusk of the Apocalypse. Inheritance leather armor that extra damage bonus on the first hit after coming out of stealth. Plus, in 4 cuts, the slashing blast, and it's still enjoying the bludgeoning damage bonus of the legacy leather armor set. Minus 506, minus 595, minus 650, minus 1395. The last cut. Surprisingly, it was a direct burst of close to 1400 points of damage, and mixed in with that was the multiple damage caused by the Blade Storm. Minus 379, minus 396, minus 420. While the coefficient of damage per segment of Sword Blade Storm isn't that high, it is, after all, an AoE skill and has a high number of segments. Comparing it to Chen Ming's unit attack, the damage was clearly not enough. But hit the crab. It's still pretty substantial. A set of skills to play through. Crab, in pain, angrily made a move that was enough to dazzle everyone, only to see it go mad. With the head of the shrimp in the position of the right large keliped, he bites down hard on his left arm. It was followed by a hard rip. There was a teeth-gnashing tearing sound that rang out steeply. Its left arm, just under this tear, broke off flush. This scene looks so head-turning. That's its own arm. Tear it up like it's nothing. Snapped. The arm attached to the giant shrimp head fell to the ground. At this moment, it was as if the shrimp head on that large chella had come to life. It struggled and jerked violently, bouncing twice. If the shrimp head was a dead thing when it was attached to the crab before, then at this moment, it finally has its own consciousness. Come alive. It jerked its head, aimed at Chen Ming who was in the abdomen of the crab. Fiercely, he opened his mouth. Venom spray. That's right. This is the crab's solution to the guy who burrows under his belly. Break your own arm. Then let the severed shrimp head take care of the guy who's playing rough on his belly. But alas, he met Chen Ming. Chen Ming had already known the crab's attack method like the back of his hand. The moment the crab ate the pain, Chen Ming had already prepared himself. Seeing that it had severed one of its own arms and the shrimp head was aiming at itself, Chen Ming not only didn't run, but instead stood with a calm face at the position of the crab's abdomen and continued to output, until the shrimp head violently sprayed venom towards itself. It was at the corner of his mouth that a smile appeared. It's now. Blink. Chen Ming's figure disappeared into thin air. This was the reason why Chen Ming had been unwilling to hand over his blink when he approached the crab earlier. His blinking was deliberately left to be used at this time. That shrimp head sprayed venom, no doubt fell short, but only for Chen Ming. It failed to hit Chen Ming. Instead, it sprayed hard at the crab's most vulnerable stomach. Put. The venom with super pressure sprayed the crab as a body. There was even a huge number popping out of his head. Minus 5058. Chen Ming, who had already flickered onto the crab's back, looked at this huge number and was unable to stop himself from tisk-king. What a monster to be named a former sniper. The damage. It's horrible. But think about it. A crab in a berserk state would have had damage added to it. Plus you hit your own vulnerable spot. It was only natural that it could explode such a terrifying, far superior damage to Chen Ming's. And the crab that ate that shot of damage, it was also finally at the point of dying. The dagger in Chen Ming's hand poked and stabbed one after another. Though it was the crab's rigid back armor that was poked and prodded, and the damage inflicted was certainly nowhere near as bad as the bout of wreaking havoc on the crab's abdomen just now. But now the crab was down to mere stumps. Even a modest output is enough to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Finally, the crab's blood level goes to 0. It fell to its knees in overwhelm. The large body, too, decayed into a puddle of thick water and melted into the swamp at that moment. The fight is over. Chen Ming's experience bar directly rose by 3%. With such speed, it was a sight to behold Chen Ming. Cool. It had been a long time since he had encountered this kind of monster that could make his experience bar go up significantly with just one. It's just comfortable to eat 10-man copies of your experience solo. Chen Ming prettily touched the corpse. Nothing but coppers. A little stingy, but Chen Ming didn't care anymore. Experience. That's what he needs the most. After slaughtering the crab, Chen Ming saw the dragon essence in his hand flicker slightly for a few moments. It seemed to be recognizing Chen Ming's strength. Chen Ming grinned back. You're not so bad. You can control another elite monster to death. You can do it. After the compliment, the dragon's essence flickered once more, seemingly giving a response. The next step was to address the shrimp that was affected by the myriad of bodies underneath him. The guy was completely defenseless. Chen Ming gave it 3 strikes and solved it with a standing jerk. Again, you get a 3% experience bar increase. At this time, his experience value had come to 69% of level 14. It's just days away from being upgraded. Chen Ming haphazardly scratched at the shrimp's corpse. Looking hurried, he was already counting on going to the middle of the swamp to brush higher level monsters and hit level 15. Even touching the body was perfunctory. However, it was such a perfunctory one that he caught a handful of contraptions that made him blush. Look down. It was clearly a skill book. Chapter 147 Rare Upgrade Skill. Unusual Pad Steps. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Ming's face. Skill book. This should be the best props inside the duplicate. Except for those tradable top equipment that bosses would pop out, right? After all, the vast majority of the equipment in the replica were bound sets. Chance bound after pickup. Only a few copies will pop up with unbound sets, but the attributes of those set effects are not very ideal, only slightly stronger than ordinary field equipment. The pickles who came to give warmth to the Nine Heavens Guild before, they were just relying on having a set of copy equipment, the average level of which crushed the Nine Heavens, and they were just flaunting their power there. For Chen Ming, popping that kind of gear does almost nothing. The most you can do is take it to the store and sell it for a few coins. But skill books are a different story. This thing doesn't bind. Even if it's not from your own profession, you can still take it out and sell it for a good price, or throw it to your own guild members. Increase the strength of your guild. It's not bad. Chen Ming thought of this and picked up the skill book and scrutinized it. Padding, green excellent. Effect, when you are attacked, you can trigger the padding judgment. Grab the moment the attack is about to hit and use padding. There is a chance that you can avoid the upcoming damage. Required level, LV. 1. Occupation required, common to all occupations. Synopsis, a very basic stride in fighting, often used to avoid attacks and avoid taking damage. So it's a general skill book. General skill book. That is, all professions can use the skill book, play the effect, but also similar to the pad step of this kind of damage avoidance, skill dodging and so on. It was like a receptive crouch that the queen had used before. Upon being attacked, it is able to briefly trigger a hegemony effect that is accompanied by a frame or two of invincibility. Padding is this similar skill, compared to the body crouch, though, the pads are significantly weaker. There's no bully, maybe not even an invincibility frame. Chen Ming estimates, the queen's copy of received crouch was at least of purple starting quality. Further up, is unlikely, but to say it's blue level is a bit unworthy. And what Chen Ming had gotten was only a green level skill. I also wonder if my talent can evolve this skill. Chen Ming muttered. After all, the skills he upgraded were all thief-related. The pad step is for all professional use. He wasn't really sure if he could trigger a skill upgrade. Do you want to learn the pad step skill? Learning will consume the pad step skill book. Tip pop up. Chen Ming chose yes without hesitation. Ding. Pad step, learned successfully. Pity. The prompt that Chen Ming was expecting did not ring out. Padding skills that are so simple and straightforward to learn successfully. It didn't trigger the upgrade effect. Unfortunately, Chen Ming shook his head. Forget it. This padding skill is just for transitioning anyway. A character that can only master one of these similar skills. After all of these skills, as long as they were a bit more advanced, would have invincibility frames. If it comes to an operation monster, learn 100 or 80 of these similar skills. Playing with invincible frames stuck all the time would be a stretch. The number of skills, therefore, is strictly limited. Chen Ming would naturally switch to a better skill later. Pad your steps, bring it in for a random transition and you're done. Chen Ming has a good heart. There was no more counting on this skill that he thought was very ribbed. Keep going. After going deeper into the middle of the swamp, the monsters in the neighborhood, too, had completely changed. The bugbears and magic swamp frogs on the periphery had completely disappeared. All that's left is shrimp and crab. These monsters were exactly the same as the 2 elite monsters guarding the gate, only much smaller in size. There's none of that oppressive feeling of being like a baby elephant. There are also no elite monster attributes. Of course, the corresponding experience will naturally be much less. But well, the dragon's essence was able to face these little dregs, and was also able to have its aura on full display at this moment. But wherever Chen Ming went, all the shrimps and crabs, all shivering, did not move a muscle in place. Chen Ming walked all the way, easily killed countless shrimp and crabs. At this moment, he actually had the illusion that he was disguised as a sea driver. On the beach after the tide is out, you can casually harvest a large pile of seafood. Chen Ming just watched his experience, rising and rising. Then the periphery. The experience here is, obviously, much more lucrative. After brushing an entire peripheral circle, Chen Ming had only gained 18% of his experience value. And here it is. Chen Ming estimated that only about a third of the map had been processed. His experience value had gone up by 10% alone. Clean up all of the mid-levels and you should get 30% of the experience value. Chen Ming couldn't help but lick his lips after settling a crab. Cool. His experience value had now come to 79%. After solving this part of the shrimp and crab, getting to level 15 should not be a problem. Open the rank list and take a look. Currently the highest level in Huaxia, level 16. The highest level on the world leaderboard, level 17. But it is almost level 18. The top players were all around level 15 on average. Chen Ming had dropped too much experience before. Just one day today to catch up. Chen Ming was energized. Keep brushing. 10 minutes later. After throwing out a blade storm and clearing out a bunch of monsters, Chen Ming's experience had also risen to 85%. The whole area is half cleared. Phew, only half of it is left. A little more. Just then, a color-coded item tip popped up in the battle tip bar in the lower right corner of his screen. Chen Ming froze. Shipped out? He hurriedly looked over his battle information bar. This look. He instantly showed a confused expression. Just see the battle bar with an entry. Mythic trigger successful. Successfully stole the item, pad step LV. 1. What the hell? Pad step LV. 1. Didn't you get a pad step yourself before? And so on. Suddenly, Chen Ming thought of something. Rushed to open the backpack and take a look. Sure enough, there lay a familiar skill book. It is exactly the same as the pad step that Chen Ming learned before. But the only difference is, in the upper right corner of it, LV. 1 is marked. Upgradable skills. My padding is actually an upgradable skill. A look of delight appeared on Chen Ming's face. Upgradable skills. This is quite rare in the world of glory. After learning the skills that have been successfully learned will have the potential to evolve into upgradable skills. This probability is nebulous. There's nothing set in stone. These skills may appear within any quality, down to white level common, up to the red artifacts. All have the potential for such upgradable skills. And these skills, too, each have different caps. General, capped at 10 levels. Even when practiced to full level, the increase is limited. A green level skill at level 10 is comparable to a blue level at best. Any higher quality and you're just left hanging. However, there are some skills that have rather exaggerated cap levels. Level 1000, class of 2000, even higher. Chen Ming knew it. In the previous life, there was a so-called sword immortal among the top 10 jailers in China. He has no fancy skills, just a simple horizontal chop, a skill that you can learn on your first transfer. But his skill, which had undergone a mutation, possessed a super high level cap. He started as a rookie and used horizontal chops until he reached the top of the wahoo. Facing a strong opponent, one-hit solution. If there are unresolved, then take a serious hit. And Chen Ming didn't expect that his pad steps, too, had become an upgradable skill. And I wonder what the cap level is for padding. Chen Ming's heart couldn't help but thump. Chapter 148, end of the side story. Leveling up. Ding using, pad step LV. 1, was successful. Skill books disappear. A small suffix had suddenly appeared behind the pad steps in Chen Ming's skill bar. LV. 1. Tap on it. Pad step, green excellent, LV. 1. Effect, when you are attacked, you can trigger the padding judgment. Grab the moment the attack is about to hit and use padding. There is a chance that you can avoid the upcoming damage. LV. 1 effect, damage avoidance is increased by 1%. Chen Ming glanced at the skill boost. It's just a 1% boost in damage avoidance. Not really an excellent lift. However, this was also expected by Chen Ming. After all, pad step is only a green level skill. It's not realistic to expect it to have 2 impressive numbers. But none of that is the point. The skill of pad step, just how many levels can it be raised to, is what Chen Ming is most concerned about. However, he searched around and couldn't find where the level cap for this skill was. Could it be that doesn't know the skill level cap until it gets to full level? Chen Ming frowned slightly. For this kind of upgradable type of skill, he really didn't know much about it. After all, the probability of this kind of skill appearing was just too small, and the vast majority of them were still chicken ribs and not very useful. It's literally 1 in a million to come across one that comes in handy. Regarding this similar skill, Chen Ming had not studied it at all. Looks like we'll just have to give it an upgrade to try. Although Chen Ming hadn't specifically studied this similar skill, he still knew a little bit about common sense like how to upgrade it. The easiest way to do this is to use the same skills over and over again. Each time a skill is used, experience is accumulated. It's like practicing. If enough times are used, the upgrade will be completed. The next step is to upgrade through the skill book for that skill. It was as if just now, after Chen Ming had exploded the second pad step skill book, the skill book was in his package and had automatically turned into pad step LV. 1. Next, if a skill book could also be popped out, the skill level would naturally follow. Think about it. Chen Ming was instantly energized. Now, he was not only able to brush his experience and level up, at the same time, he was also able to brush his pad step skill level. It's not that hard to brush up on your pad step experience. As long as you seize the moment when the monster strikes out at you and use the skill pad step, you'll be fine. Though for the vast majority of players, the timing of this is very difficult to grasp. But Chen Ming was different. With his superb maneuvering, he only needed to put in a higher level of concentration to manage to repeatedly use his pad step skills, though it would cost him more energy. But there has to be a give and take, doesn't it? Not to mention that if this were anyone else, there would not even be a chance to pay for it. They weren't like Chen Ming, who possessed an upgradable skill like pad step. Swish! The moment Chen Ming was sprayed with the crab venom, his left foot stomped violently, and his right foot lightly utilized the force of the left foot's outburst to allow his body to make a sideways shift. The range of movement is not great. However, it managed to make the crab's venom just spray at the shoulder position, avoiding the vitals. Pad step was used successfully. This damage is reduced to a certain degree. A system alert popped up. However, a big mist floated across Chen Ming's head. This caused Chen Ming to cry and laugh a little. The biggest conflict between the padding skill and him lies in the fact that himself possesses a high agility attribute. Except for elite monsters, bosses, or some top players, it was hard to hit yourself with the attacks of ordinary monsters, and the effect of the pad step is to circumvent a certain amount of damage. Chen Ming has already used the pad step several times, but it misses the monster's damage. But that's just for the little monsters. Against elite monsters, bosses and top players, the pad step skill can still be effective. If the pad step cap level is high enough and the stacks are awesome enough, that would also become another great life-preserving divine level for Chen Ming, just as Chen Ming was deliberately using pad step again and again to dodge. Finally, the system prompt rang out. Ding, pad step, skill level up, finally upgraded. Chen Ming estimated that he had probably used it around 70 to 80 times. It's not too hep, but it's not too easy. Open the skill panel and take a look. Pad step, green excellent, LV. 2. Effect, when you are attacked, you can trigger the padding judgment. Grab the moment the attack is about to hit and use padding. There is a chance that you can avoid the upcoming damage. LV. 2 effect, increase the effectiveness of damage avoidance by 2%. So each level up is a 1% increase in damage avoidance? It doesn't feel like, is very strong. Chen Ming couldn't help but frown a little. Keep in mind that this 1% boost is not a direct 1% reduction in impending damage. Instead, it enhances the skill's original effect. For example, the base value of padding is 20% of the damage avoidance, so boosting one level doesn't make that value go from 20% to 21%. Instead, it takes that 20% damage reduction effect and boosts it by 1%. In other words, even if the pad can get to level 100, the effect of circumventing damage is not an exaggerated figure like 120% either. Instead, it's 20% of a 100% boosted effect. That's 40%. These are the stats for green level skills. The intensity of the increase is really not that high. Fortunately, Chen Ming had already anticipated this and wasn't greatly disappointed, only shaking his head before continuing to brush up the monsters. 20 minutes later, with Chen Ming finishing off the shrimp that was dazed in place, a golden light that fell from the sky. It enveloped Chen Ming. His level, raised to level 15. At this point, the middle of the swamp had been cleared down to this last corner, with only a few monsters left. He had been right to start anticipating it. After clearing the middle of the swamp, he was indeed able to rise to level 15. In the meantime, he has also moved up to level 4 on his pad step. It's still a level 1% strength bonus. Middle of the road. Soon, he took care of the last few monsters. Further on, there could be a boss that guarded the doorway to the depths of the swamp. This boss could possess a full level 21. It exceeded Chen Ming by 6 levels. With such a level gap, even if Chen Ming was able to make up for the level gap and attribute gap between the two sides by relying on his strong equipment and his unbelievable operation, as well as the assistance of the dragon essence, he would be able to forcibly kill the other side. But it doesn't mean much. It was like when he had crossed over 20 levels to kill the blue level boss Heart Demon Phantom Ape. The experience gained is diminished too much. The gains don't pay for the losses. It's really not necessary. And in the event that the copy is not cleared, the copy is not going to go on a cooldown CD. As long as Chen Ming is willing, he can keep repeating the challenge copy over and over again. He naturally couldn't let go of this kind of opportunity. With a bug-like existence like the dragon's essence, it's not impossible even if I stay in this copy of the poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp and brush it until level 25 and then come out again. Just thinking about this, Chen Ming's heart was on fire. Don't even bother with the next boss. directly crushed the return scroll in place. Transmission left the copy. Chapter 149 Purchasing Skill Books. Impacting Levels. Back to Clearwind City. Chen Ming did not enter the poisonous swamp Dark Marsh copy again at the first opportunity. Instead, he turned his head toward the auction house. As players left the novice village and entered Qingfeng City, the auction house gradually became active. Each main city will have its own auction. However, within the entire Chinese region, all auction houses' consignments are interoperable. Chen Ming had never used the auction house before because the players who came to Qingfeng City were too few when he had previously risen to level 10. So instead of throwing it up to the auction house and listing it for auction, it was better to find those big bosses to take care of it privately. And this time, he went to the auction house not to sell, but to buy. Come to the auction house, find the appropriate NPC and enter the auction interface. Select the skill book item, then enter the skill pad step. Soon, a total of 23 pages of search results popped up. There are 12 items on a page. That means a total of 276 padded step skill books. This amount was still somewhat beyond Chen Ming's expectations. However, it is also true that there are so many players in the Huaxia area, and the pad step is not a particularly rare skill. The overall evaluation, even more on the side of chicken ribs, even for ordinary players. Such a skill, players do not have much effect with it. It would be better to throw it into the auction and consign it. Casually sell some copper coins. Subsidize yourself. It is the right way. Chen Ming swept around. These 200 or so pad step skill books have been put up in the last 2 or 3 days. Because of the tight schedule, that's why there's a pretty big difference in the prices listed. The most expensive book, a pad step skill book, had a direct price tag of 99 silver coins, contract RMB, 900 bucks, a little did not slip price. Chen Ming felt outrageous when he looked at it, but it's also the earliest on sale. Chen Ming thought, it is estimated that at that time the auction house a pad step skill book or not. The player who popped out this book thought that he had made a fortune, so his heart was hung up 99 silver coins up, and as time passes, the output of green level skill books like pad steps was also getting more and more popular. Hundreds of millions of Chinese players. In these 2 or 3 days, a total of close to 300 books popped up. It may seem like a lot, but it's obviously nothing compared to this huge player base. This shows the low burst rate of glory. For Chen Ming to be able to produce 2 books in a row in his copy of Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh was truly a stroke of luck. Flip to the lowest price. Sweep. The lowest selling price has been pushed down to 3 silver coins a copy, and the vast majority of pad step skills are sold for around 5 silver coins. There are only a handful of dozen or so books that sell for more than 10 silver coins. This price, for already Chen Ming, was simply not worth mentioning, even if he has spent millions and purchased a mansion. But there was still a balance of more than $3,200,000 left. Buy and be done with it. Chen Ming's bravado was overwhelming. In one fell swoop, he auctioned off the cheapest 7 skill books. The total cost was 28 silver and 850 copper. This money didn't even require Chen Ming to exchange game coins. Just the silver coins he had accumulated from doing quests and killing monsters along the way was enough to pay for that. Soon, he received these 7 skill books in his mailbox. Pull them out and use them one by one. Ding using pad step LV. 5 was successful. Ding using pad step LV. 6 was successful. Ding using pad step LV. 7 was successful. Ding using pad step LV. 10 was successful. Soon, the first 6 skill books were used up by Chen Ming. After using all 6 books, the padding skill has reached level 10. And at this time, Chen Ming looked at his backpack again. Just see that last skill book. There is a small line written, Steps LV. 11. Level 11 padding skill book. A faint smile appeared on Chen Ming's face. Okay, the pads didn't let him down. Level 10. A small watershed for upgradable skills. Many of the upgradable skills are just meant to give you a chance to get to level 10. This kind of skill that rises to level 10 is the chicken scratch of all chicken scratch. On the subject of odds, it's really quite rare, but in terms of the role, and really can't talk about much, and once you break level 10, then it's basically a smooth ride and a guaranteed ride to level 100. It's rare to have a skill where the cap level is stuck at a couple dozen levels. Chen Ming's mind was secretly calculating. If the pad step can be leveled to 100, then it has a 100% damage avoidance enchantment. That makes pad step pretty good, if not a top tier skill. This one is 100 levels and can be rushed. Not to mention, what if the level cap for padding was more than 100? Thinking of this, Chen Ming no longer hesitated and directly opened the forum, finding the trading board. This time, he's going to use his Hall of Fame ID's top privilege again. Trading post, bulk acquisition of game coins, unlimited acquisition of green level skill book, pad step. Chen Ming's title is simple and straightforward, and the price given is very fair. Game currency ratio, 1 silver equals 100 renminbi, 3 silver coins for 1 pad step skill book. Chen Ming was not a rich woman like Lingyu. Moved to the system to exchange gold coins. The system is quick and easy, but the premium is also quite high, probably in the range of 20%. When you buy from a player, you can take 1 silver coin for 100 renminbi, but when you exchange it from the system, it will cost you a whole 120 renminbi. Chen Ming didn't want to be such an ingrate. As for the padding skill book, the average price in the auction house is around 5 silver, but it's basically unsellable. Chen Ming offered a price of 3 silver to acquire these skill books that had few buyers, and it was definitely quite a fair price as well. And with him giving such a fair price, plus having the privilege of being on top, soon, he exploded with this trading post. Gee whiz, the White Jade Soup bigot is taking his privilege to do business again. How can I say this? White Jade Soup big brother is just, grounded. High emotional intelligence, grounding. Low emotional intelligence. Forget it, I don't dare to say it. I'm afraid of being hunted down by the White Jade Soup big brother. Asterisk. Collecting pad step skill books? I happen to have a copy of it. How do you trade it? Big brother. After looking around and finally seeing a proper reply, Chen Ming then remembered that with his current popularity, sending out a post to eat the crowd must be far greater than the players who wanted to trade. Calling it by the same method of yelling and waiting for people to chat privately that you did in your previous life is obviously not going to work. So he added a message. Brothers who sell pad step skill books, just hang the auction directly for 3 silver coins. I'll see it for a second. As for brothers who want silver coins for money, please go to the auction house in Qingfeng City and trade with me face to face. These 2 messages have just been sent. Below, there are countless players responding, though the vast majority are here for the hilarity of it all. But with this fire, Chen Ming believed that his wave of acquisitions would surely accomplish its purpose with ease. Is this what being famous is good for? In a previous life, if I acquired something at such a low price, almost no one would bother. Definitely had to top post myself moment by moment to get anyone to see it. Chen Ming was a burst of emotion. What it's like to be famous. That's cool. Chapter 150, Level 100 is the cap? A village in the darkness. Not a moment too soon. Chen Ming then watched as more than a dozen pad stepping skill books were taken off the shelves in the auction house. Then it was relisted for 3 silver coins. Apparently, sellers who had been hanging around for a while realized that the padding skill is pretty much chicken feed. No one is buying it at all. Chen Ming was able to purchase it for 3 silver coins, which already made them quite satisfied. Hurry up and get out in a hurry. Soon, Chen Ming was able to spike the dozen or so books of pad steps, a bite-sized study to complete. He's padded up to level 26 in one breath, and by this time, his game currency had been depleted. Seeing that there are still skills on the auction house that are constantly on the shelves, but you don't have the money to buy them yourself. Where's the money changer? Is there no money changer coming at this hour? Chen Ming muttered, just when he thought it was because he had set his price too low that no one was asking for it. Suddenly, at the end of the street, a young girl in a hurry emerged. She wore simple linen vestments and clutched her staff. Upon seeing Chen Ming, a look of excitement steeply appeared on his face before he quickly walked over. Even though she was out of breath from walking, she still couldn't suppress the look of surprise and caught Chen Ming's face for a while. Chen Ming was a little uncomfortable at being surveyed, and took a slight 2 steps back. Baiyu Soup big brother. You're even more handsome than in the video. The corner of Chen Ming's mouth tugged. Are you here to sell silver coins? Chen Ming reminded her. After the young girl heard this, she shook her head decisively. No, I'm just here to see my idol. But if you need it, big brother Baiyu Tang, I can also sell it to you. Let's see. The young girl looked at it for a long time, but finally said, White Jade Soup big brother, I can sell you 2 silver coins at most. Chen Ming sighed silently. I guess I'm still not experienced enough. Should have known better than to set up a minimum sale limit myself. Otherwise how tiring would it be to trade on your own if you kept coming back with people like that? Chen Ming finally accepted the deal with the young girl. The young girl trusted Chen Ming, and without hesitation, she traded 2 silver coins over before allowing Chen Ming to make a money transfer. But the young girl had a little heart in this. Said he did not have a bank card. Want Chen Ming to add her WeChat friend transfer payment. Chen Ming recognized this sister's trick at a glance. Meh, it's just a way to try to trick WeChat friends. Chen Ming decisively refused, and finally paid the $200 by means of a QR code transfer. And after closing the first deal, more and more players came near the trading house. Honestly, the vast majority of them came with the mindset of watching their idols. But after Chen Ming took the initiative to mention it, more or less, they would empty their pockets and put together 4 or 5 silver coins to complete the transaction with Chen Ming. Chen Ming traded to the back and was already numb. He's clearly here on business. What's with the hardcore fan meeting feel? Just outrageous. Finally, after 10 minutes of busy work, Chen Ming received a total of 230 silver coins. The total cost was $23,000. And after getting these silver coins, Chen Ming decisively went to the auction house and placed an order for 75 pad step skill books. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Chen Ming temporarily stopped trading. Pulling out a backpack of skill books, he began to frantically study them. Ding using pad step LV. 27 was successful. Ding using pad step LV. 28 was successful. Ding using pad step LV. 29 was successful. Ding using pad step LV. 30 was successful. Chen Ming began to study like crazy. Level 40, level 50, level 80, level 90. It was just as he had expected. The padded leveling up was really unhindered all the way to level 100. No shackles appeared in between. And after learning enough for 100 levels, Chen Ming took a deep breath. Looking to the skill book in his backpack that he had purposely purchased extra. Can padding continue to escalate? Depends on the wave. 100 levels is a huge watershed. If anything, the level 10 bottleneck only transitions some of the skills. Level 100, then, can be a hurdle that most upgradable skills can't cross. Chances of elimination. To say it's as high as 90% is an understatement. If it's stuck at level 100, then I've lost a bit of money on the input I gave to Padfoot. Spending over $20,000 for such a skill that is only marginally excellent. Chen Ming muttered and opened his backpack. Looked to the skill book. What made his heart sink was, after the skill book, there is no longer a suffix. He expects the LV. 101. It didn't show up. Done. It ends here. It seems that level 100 is the limit of this skill. Although this was expected by Chen Ming, it still made him a little disappointed. What a shame. If we can break 100 levels, the growth of this skill is then infinitely drawn out. Because after level 100, don't seem to have heard much about there being too big of a threshold. Skills that can break 100 levels, none of it would be mundane. It should be easy to train to level 300 or 400. As for level 500, level 1, 000 and the like, it's the ones that need some luck. But even if it's 300 or 400 levels so, it also definitely allows the skill to do a qualitative change from a quantitative change with the addition of values. Sorry folks, the takeover is hereby suspended. Chen Ming opened his mouth, signaling the end of the acquisition. However, just then, instead, he snapped to attention, because he suddenly realized that the skill book that didn't show a level seemed to be in a usable state. Available? What's going on here? Chen Ming was a bit confused. Subconsciously, he chose to use that skill book. Ding, pad step used successfully. Gain 300 points of skill correspondence experience. And get experience points? Chen Ming opened the skill panel to take a look. Sure enough, the experience bar for his own padding skill went up by a large margin. Could it still be elevated? Chen Ming hurriedly went to the auction house for another second to get a skill book. After the study is completed, gain another 300 experience points. In the meantime, a system alert sounded. Ding, pad step, skill level up. Your pad step has been raised to level 101. Congratulations, unlock skill extra effect. 3 consecutive hints were heard, and Chen Ming couldn't help but show his excitement. The pads actually do break the 100 level limit. It turns out that the skill book no longer shows the level because a book alone is no longer enough to level up the skill. And breaking through the level 100 padding skill also brought him unexpected joy. It actually unlocks additional effects. Chapter 151, a brand new word. What's he doing in that copy? Hurry up and open the skill panel to check it out. Pad step, green excellent, LV. 101. Effect, when you are attacked, you can trigger the padding judgment. Grab the moment the attack is about to hit and use padding. There is a chance that you can avoid the upcoming damage. LV. 101 effect, the effectiveness of evade damage is increased by 101%. LV. 101 effect, 1% chance to gain a 1% agility attribute increase for the next 0.5 seconds after using pad step successfully. Below the skill, there is an additional line of words. This skill phrase looks even more cockamamie than the base skill effect of pad step. Gain a 1% increase in agility attribute points. There's also only a 0.5 second time limit. The chance of even trying to trigger this buff was a pitiful 1%. This ultra-low base value. See, Chen Ming is unable to resist a burst of frown. Too low. Even if he knew that skills could be upgraded, he still looked a bit down. This brand new phrase is horribly imbecilic. Chen Ming could only comfort himself by saying, forget it, it's not a big problem if you can follow up with a boost anyway. Thinking so, Chen Ming turned off the skill bar. Make sure you can break level 100. This is good. Keep collecting. Chen Ming is rich and powerful. Deal one by one with the players lined up behind you. There are quite a few players in here, though, who are here for the fun. But there is also a part that is real and genuine. Bringing a backpack of game coins to exchange for money to subsidize the family. Not for a moment. Chen Ming already had a full 5 gold coins in his parcel alone. It's equal to 5 000 silver coins, or exactly $500,000. Chen Ming still wants to continue the acquisition. Unfortunately, there aren't many players left who can sell game currency. After all, the game has only been open for a short time. Everyone upgrades, learns skills, changes equipment and whatnot, all of which require large amounts of silver coins. A balance of 1 or 2 silver coins on each person would be quite good. The ones that can put together 3 or 4 are the kind that play better. It's not realistic to really put together too much. It can be said that if it is not because Chen Ming has a strong appeal, came a lot of fans generously bear the pain of their own save 2 or 3 silver coins of the wife of the book sold to Chen Ming then. He estimated that he couldn't even come up with 5 gold coins, but at 3 silver coins apiece, that's enough for me to collect around 1700 skill books. I also wonder how many levels 1700 Ben can go up to. After all, a skill book is now no longer enough to fulfill what is needed to pad up to level 1, and as the level of padding increases, the amount of experience value needed becomes more. As he was worried, Chen Ming suddenly grinned and shook his head. What am I thinking about that for? There are simply number 1, 700 pad step skill books on this market. Still, you have to collect it slowly. Chen Ming opened the interface of the auction house, scanned the number of items. There are currently a total of 20 pages of padding skills waiting to be sold, 12 pieces on a page, which means that there are 240 pad step skill books waiting to be sold. Previously, there were a total of 23 pages in the auction house, of which Chen Ming had purchased 76, so by all rights there should have been only about 17 pages left, but obviously, at the same time that Chen Ming purchased it, there were quite a few players sniffing around the shelves with pad step skill books. That's what made those 3 extra pages, but it only counts as 36 books. Chen Ming began to frantically purchase in order of price from low to high. After buying 80 pad step skill books, the rest of the pad step skill books then cost more than 3 silver coins. Chen Ming would not be the wrongdoer. Consume each of the 80 or so padding skill books. His padding skills, too, improved at a high rate all the way through. All skill books eaten. Pad work skills have also been improved considerably. Pad step, green excellent, LV. 142. Effect, when you are attacked, you can trigger the padding judgment. Grab the moment the attack is about to hit and use padding. There is a chance that you can avoid the upcoming damage. LV. 142 effect, the effectiveness of evade damage is increased by 142%. LV. 142 effect, upon successful use of pad step, there is an 11% chance to gain a 9% increase in the agility attribute for the next 1 second. The evasive damage boost part is exactly the same as before, but the second phrase is a little different. The 3 stats, trigger chance, duration, and agility increase, have all changed, but the degree of change, none of it, is significant. The results so far are still not very good. One can only level up slowly. This skill improvement is the same as leveling up. It's all just going to have to take its time. The coming days are long. Chen Ming opened the forum and modified the content of his top post. Gold coin acquisitions are suspended, but the acquisition of padding skill books is unlimited. After that's done, Chen Ming left the auction house and headed towards the poisonous swamp Dark Marsh, northeast of Qingfeng City, more than 20 miles away. The stunning mage who topped the ID of Clear Wind Range Moon was waving her staff in her hand. As the staff was waved, the air around him suddenly froze, and a cold crack, spreading on the ground. Wherever the ice cracks go, any monsters on it take constant damage, and the value of the damage is quite impressive. Ling Shui on the side looked at this scene, is unable to help but reveal the color of envy. Sister, your luck is also too good. Got another blue skill book. When I also can have blue skills. Ah. Ling Yu smiled slightly. Then you should always keep an eye on the auction house. There was a blue skill book for priests a few days ago, and as a result you overslept yourself and didn't catch the final bidding moment. Sister stayed up all night staring at it all the time to get this skill book. Ling Shui was about to retort. Suddenly, in the guild chat box, one of their Snow Moon's vice presidents suddenly frantically entered Ling Yu before dropping a link to a post. Heck, it was that acquisition thread by Mingchen. When Ling Yu saw the big words Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, she was instantly energized and hurriedly clicked on the post to check it out. The post was brief. Ling Yu quickly read it, then immediately opened the auction house and found the skill called Pad Step. This look, she instantly was showing a puzzled look. This skill, it feels like crap any way you look at it. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup acquire this skill for what? And it's still an unlimited number of big buys. Ling Yu couldn't help but show a confused expression. She saw Chen Ming's big acquisition of skill books before, and her first reaction was that Chen Ming was preparing strategic resources for his Nine Heavens Guild, but whoever thought he acquired, surprisingly, just such a trashy skill. Is there something special about this skill? Ling Yu was puzzled. No, I'll have to ask him to go. When Ling Yu thought of this, she hurriedly clicked on her friends list and found Chen Ming among them. Open the dialog box. just as Ling Yu was weighing her words and thinking about how to ask. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. Hooray, found Chen Ming's information column wrote his location. In a copy of the Poisonous Swamp of Darkness. Ling Yu was stunned. Poisonous swamps and dark marshes? What was he doing in that copy where all the monsters were in a berserk state? Chapter 152, Angering Ling Yu. You don't have a crush on me, do you? Inside a copy of the Poisonous Swamp Dark Swamp. Set foot here again. Chen Ming lightly pulled out the dragon's essence. Good buddy, counting on you. The words just fell. The dragon's essence then released that familiar force of oppression. This little thing, which usually looked like it was ignoring itself, completely changed once it arrived at the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh. With this dragon's pressure, Chen Ming began his journey of brushing the monsters. However, he just drew a huge wave of monsters, just about to start the slaughter. Just notice the buddy message bar blinking in the bottom right corner. Open it. It was clearly a message from Ling Yu. What does this woman want with me at this hour? Chen Ming couldn't help but mutter. It wasn't a good feeling to be interrupted just as he was about to make a big move. Sure enough, that saying about being a model for our generation was not wrong. Women, it only affects how fast I can draw my sword. Without a second thought, he tapped on his friend's bar and looked at it. White Jade Soup, what are you doing going to the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh copy? The monster's there. You can deal with? That's it? Chen Ming replied without any good humor. What's it to you? You spy on me every day, don't you? You even know that I've gone into the Poison Swamp Dark Marsh? Stealing? Peeping? Ling Yu, on that end, instantly revealed an expression of shame and anger. I just happened to be looking for you, happened to see it and ask you about it. I came to you to find out what you're acquiring so many padding skills for. Ling Yu had 3 messages in a row. You could tell she was emotional. Chen Ming skimmed his mouth. Even caring about me acquiring skills? You ironically have a crush on me. Chen Ming was not that narcissistic. It was only interrupted by Ling Yu, who wanted to deliberately piss her off. He thought that if he replied like this, Ling Yu, even though she was the head of the Hallowed Snow Moon Guild for a while, would be furious and do her best to refute herself. But whoever thought? Ling Yu was surprisingly silent all of a sudden. No reply to himself after a long time. Just as Chen Ming was a bit puzzled that this woman was out of place, she was just late enough to reply to the message. White Jade Soup, what exactly are you acquiring the padding skill for? Convenient to disclose? I can pay you an honorarium. Chen Ming scared twice. So boring. The woman actually just ignored her message and put on a businesslike face. Chen Ming instantly lost his interest in teasing her as well. Upgradable skills. This kind of skill, although rare, could always be encountered by someone with billions of players around the world. When the time came to analyze it a little, one would be able to understand Chen Ming's purpose for acquiring skill books in a big way. Such information is not confidential. Chen Ming also casually told her. However, regarding the upper limit of this pad step skill of his own, Chen Ming can be well protected. There was no way in hell that he would tell anyone how strong his pad step skill was. Seeing Chen Ming's reply, Ling Yu was stunned. Answer so decisively? This wasn't like Chen Ming's style. She thought long and hard about the meaning of those 5 words, combined that with Chen Ming's actions. The first thing that came to mind was a guess of his own. She still wanted to pursue the question, but considering that Chen Ming had already revealed a certain amount of information for free, and that she herself was not in a position to break the ice, she saw fit to change her topic. That being said, your 9 Heavens Guild is already able to brush a copy of the Poison Swamp Dark Marsh? If I remember correctly, you were only level 14 when you came online just today, right? Chen Ming froze. How did she even remember her rank so well? You don't really have a crush on me, do you? There was another long silence. Ling Yu, on that end, was biting her lip in shame and anger. It took a while before she could hold herself down, deliberately ignoring Chen Ming's remark. He said to himself, that being said, our Snow Moon Guild received a quest regarding the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh. Only that copy was so perverted that we simply couldn't beat it. If the 9 Heavens Guild has the ability to clear the copies of the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh, I hope we can work together once. When the 9 Heavens Guild takes us on a mission, we'll pay for it and split half of the mission reward. Here to hobble the car again? Chen Ming glanced at the promise given by Ling Yu. Both paid. Another mission reward. Well, that's fair enough. With regards to Ling Yu, this little rich girl, Chen Ming was still quite trusting. When she says she'll pay, she absolutely will. And the amount, and it's certainly not less. Alright then, I just entered the copy and haven't started painting yet. So come to the entrance of the copy and I'll wait for you. But let me state in advance, this copy of the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh, I can only brush it up to the middle section as well, and beyond that, it's a bit of a struggle. Taking you through the entire replica would be even more impossible. Ling Yu expressed her understanding. Their mission started from the outskirts of the Poisonous Zephyr Dark Swamp anyway. Complete the previous tasks to receive the follow-up. It's also good to complete a part of it with Chen Ming's help. Then said, the quests we received are of the multiplayer type, and there are a total of 7 members in the guild who have received the corresponding quests. Will you see how many batches we have to split up to complete them? Ling Yu subconsciously assumed that Chen Ming was leading the elite players of the Nine Heavens Guild in advancing their copies. After all, the Nine Heavens Guild had gained a lot after the pickle battle. It's only natural to be able to build a strong group of soldiers. But the next second, Chen Ming's reply made her entire being confused. There's no need to split the batch. I'll bring it all at once. 2 simple words. However, it caused Ling Yu's heart to freeze in place as if she had been hit hard. She savored the deeper meaning of those 2 words, showing a look of disbelief. I bring it all at once. Me? Is Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup single copying again? Although Ling Yu had already seen all of his anticlimactic achievements of soloing a copy of the Armageddon Catastrophe and single-handedly taking on the top 10 experts of the Kinchi Kingdom. But, the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh, however, is completely different from the first 2. It was a copy filled with monsters in a berserk state. Let's not talk about a level 15 player soloing in the zone. It's the level 25 players who go in, probably get their asses kicked as well. But the person who said that was Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. The Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup that has worked so many miracles. Ling Yu held back the shock and doubt in her heart, chose to believe in Chen Ming. Okay, we'll be right over. Soon after, Ling Yu revealed the news to those few players within the guild who had received the quest. When they heard that Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup was going to take them through a copy of the Poisonous Dark Swamp, they all wore shocked expressions. Their trust in Chen Ming was not as good as Ling Yu's. All the way, is unable to resist discussing it in a chorus of voices. Although it's a White Jade Soup big brother, but taking us down the Poisonous Swamp Dark Swamp copy is also a bit too much, right? Yeah, a copy like the Poisonous Swamp Dark Marsh that's full of berserk monsters isn't very likely even for a White Jade Soup big guy, right? It's hard to imagine how to think about it. However, at their arrival at the notice board, upon seeing the Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup that was already waiting there, everyone, all shut up in unison.